Didn't I die? Su Bai suddenly woke up, looking around at everything that was both familiar and unfamiliar. A sense of estrangement and shock filled his heart. Just a second ago, he had been in the embrace of a succubus, experiencing the greatest pleasure of death, but the next moment, he found himself back in his long-absent home. Just moments before, he had been exploring a dungeon with his ghostly companion, Sadako, when a succubus, dressed provocatively, appeared in his path. Under the succubus's seductive influence, he experienced the most blissful death one could imagine. As Su Bai calmed down and recalled the scene, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The succubus's level was so high that it could be considered a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. He didn't even realize what had happened until it was too late. Shaking his head, he finally noticed the luxurious surroundings around him. This was the villa he had bought outside the academy to make his commute easier. Could it be? Su Bai thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. He grabbed the electronic alarm clock from his bedside, and a string of dates flashed on the screen. July 5, 2239, 1 a.m. Scenes flashed through his mind, and in an instant, he suddenly understood. I've been reborn. Su Bai had returned to 10 days before the Weird Game event began. Not long ago, Weird Game had quietly launched on major software platforms. It was a niche game about ghost cultivation and puzzle solving. But strangely, the game had no marketing or promotional activities, as if it had been created without any intention of profit. However, 10 days later, this game would peel off its fake surface and bring various haunted and disastrous dungeons into the real world. Along with it would come the ghosts. Whether they were summoned by players or the wandering souls outside the dungeons, all the ghosts would descend upon the world. The entire human world would be turned into a ghostly nightmare. Only those players who had played the game before the apocalypse and raised powerful ghosts would have a slim chance of survival. Linen was one of them. As an orphan, Su Bai inherited a large inheritance from his parents and lived a carefree life, but his greatest obsession was with all kinds of games. Although this game was niche, the incredibly realistic interactive experience still attracted him. He had invested hundreds of thousands and had obtained a fairly strong ghost. In the early days of the apocalypse, while not exactly prosperous, Su Bai hadn't encountered too many major crises. But as the apocalypse progressed, more and more powerful ghosts appeared, and Su Bai eventually died at the hands of the succubus. The thing he regretted the most was not spending enough money. He never expected that heaven would give him a second chance. This time, he would definitely reach the top of the game. Su Bai quickly found his phone using his memories from his past life. The screen lit up, revealing a terrifying female ghost avatar on a blood-red background. He tapped to open the app, and amidst eerie and strange music, Su Bai saw the familiar game interface. As soon as he entered the game, a prompt appeared. You haven't logged in for 4 hours. The ghosts are starving. Recharge 648 to receive the return gift pack. Seeing this malicious prompt trying to trick him into spending money, Su Bai couldn't help but curl his lips. Even old Ma isn't this greedy. If it were his past self, he would have thought the same, but now, Su Bai felt that 648 was an incredibly good deal. Every time he spent money, it was an investment in his life. Quickly completing the payment, Su Bai opened the so-called return gift pack. Congratulations! You have received 500 F-level ghosts, 50 E-level ghosts, 5 D-level ghosts, 1 white ghost candle. In this game, low-level ghosts are considered food for higher-level ones. But even the unremarkable E-level ghosts, when summoned, possessed the strength to easily kill an adult man. The white ghost candle was an excellent item. In fact, about half of the 648 was spent on this item alone. White ghost candle, after being lit, it will burn for 15 minutes. During this time, it will immune attacks from ghost monsters below grade A. The items automatically entered the warehouse. Su Bai looked at his only high-level ghost monster at the moment. It was a female ghost wearing white clothes, with long hair flowing down to her shoulders, covering her face. Ghost name, white-clad Sadako. Ghost gender, female. Ghost level, B grade. Ghost rank, 65, ranked 1000 plus in the server. Ghost ability, Ghost Hair Binding, suppresses lower-level ghosts, briefly controls ghosts of the same level, Claw Strikes. Ghost description, Sadako crawled out of the dried well, determined to kill all dirty men, unless you become her beloved. Loyalty, 50. Warning, when loyalty drops below 30, But this physique also has its downsides. Besides causing him daily back and waist pain, it also attracts the attention of powerful female ghosts. Su Bai was completely confident in his suspicion that the succubus who drained him dry in his past life was drawn to him because of this physique. Otherwise, how could an A-level dungeon suddenly have an S-level succubus appear out of nowhere? Stopping the brainstorming, Su Bai awkwardly smiled and typed in the input box to communicate with the white-clad ghost. Su Bai, you need to understand, I'm human, you're a ghost. We're worlds apart. And besides, it's broad daylight. Warning, your ghost white-clad ghost loyalty has decreased by -1. As the warning appeared, Su Bai immediately changed his expression. I mean, at night, at night. Satisfied with the response, the ghost finally let her hair down, covering the one eye that had been exposed. Su Bai let out a long breath of relief. But, on the other hand, Su Bai was very curious about what kind of face was hidden under Miss Whiteclad's dark, beautiful hair. In his past life, Su Bai had asked her multiple times, but all were ruthlessly rejected. Temporarily closing the game, Su Bai began checking his balance. The apocalypse was coming soon, and in just 10 days, if he wanted to increase his strength, the only way was to keep spending money. He had 2 bank cards. One had about 3 million in pocket money, while the other had just over 1 million. Though this money seemed like a lot, in the face of the intense spending demands of the Eerie game, it was far from enough. Fortunately, his late parents had left him a company. This company was one of the top in his city, almost like a leading enterprise. Su Bai held 51% of the shares, and with those shares, even after his parents' death, Su Bai still lived a life without worries about food and clothing. But the problem lay with the remaining 49% of the shares. Apart from Su Bai's portion, the remaining shares were mostly controlled by his uncle and a few other shareholders, most of whom were people loyal to his uncle. Since the accidental death of his parents, his uncle had set his sights on Su Bai's shares and, under the pretext that Su Bai was too young, managed to persuade the board to remove him from the company's management. If it had stopped there, Su Bai wouldn't have been so resentful of his uncle. After all, he hadn't really managed the company's affairs and had been coasting along on the dividends, living off the profits. What truly made him unable to endure was the series of actions his uncle and his son took after the apocalypse began, which indirectly led to the fall of a city. Furthermore, Su Bai later discovered that his parents' deaths might have something to do with these 2 treacherous wolves. Those traitors, you and your whole family. This time, I will make sure to end you all. He ground out these words through clenched teeth and dialed the phone. Hello, young master, what can I do for you? The phone was quickly answered, and a clear, melodious female voice came through, as sweet as a lark's song. Ling Jia, there's something I need you to do right now. Su Bai's Ling Jia was named Ling Ruoya, a capable assistant to his parents, and the entire company's finances were under her control. But now, the only shares she held were the 51% that Su Bai owned. I need a large sum of money right now. Can you calculate for me how much I can cash out if I sell all my shares? What's going on? Hearing that Su Bai wanted to sell all his shares, Ling Ruoya was a bit surprised. This wasn't a small matter. Don't ask, just check it for me. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Although Ling Ruoya didn't understand, her professional ethics were solid, and she quickly started calculating as Su Bai had instructed. Young master, based on the current stock price, if you sell everything, it should be around 1 to 1.2 billion. Then go ahead and liquidate it. It must all be done within 10 days. Okay, I'll handle it right away. After hanging up, Su Bai let out a breath of relief. Though he didn't manage the company's affairs much, he knew that this amount of liquidation was. It will definitely trigger a series of reactions. Not only will Uncle's side quickly exert pressure, but such a rapid sale of shares will also cause a plunge in stock prices. However, the most important thing right now is to spend money to improve strength. Any subsequent consequences won't be a big deal when the apocalypse comes. Opening the game again, Su Bai poured all 5 million into the game in one go. Looking at the 7-digit Eerie jade, Su Bai couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Although he was a bit of a spendthrift, this was the first time he had spent so much money in a game. Right now, he just wanted to open the store and go on a shopping spree. After 5 million Eerie jade was credited, even the store had some changes. The original store background, which was a ghostly mansion, had now changed to a palace-like realm similar to the underworld, emitting some red light. But what caught Su Bai's attention the most was a new section in the store, Soul Reawakening Night. According to the description, this event called Soul Reawakening Night would only open once the accumulated recharge reached 3 million or more. And in this event, only one item would be sold, and its price was a uniform 3 million. The golden frame showed its nobility, and the exquisite illustration made it seem as if it had come to life right before his eyes. S-Class Ghosts. This was the highest level ghost available in the game, and their numbers were extremely rare. At this stage, players who could own an S-Class Ghost definitely numbered less than 100. Even the system store had only 3 for you to choose from. Pig-Head Butcher. Ghost Bride. Horror Clown. Su Bai only glanced at them and immediately decided which one he wanted to buy, but he didn't rush to place the order. Such powerful and rare ghosts, naturally, couldn't be obtained just by purchasing them, they also had requirements for the host. Warning, character's mental space level is too low to contract the ghost. Please continue to upgrade your mental space. Chapter 3. The so-called mental space is the ability to accommodate ghosts. In Eerie game, the larger the mental space, the more ghosts a player can contract. The more spiritual power contained within the mental space, the higher the level of ghosts they can accommodate. His mental space was currently LV1, which could only accommodate a ghost below A class. To contract an S-class ghost, he would need to upgrade his mental space to at least LV5. There aren't many ways to improve mental space in the game. Apart from special rewards from exploring dungeons, the most convenient way is to spend money on spiritual potions. One bottle costs 10,000. Good heavens! This is faster than robbing money. But for Su Bai, these were just small amounts, and moreover, upgrading the mental space was a necessary value. 600,000 Eerie jade was instantly deducted from his account, and 60 bottles of Eerie potions, glowing with a faint green light, appeared in his warehouse. Use in bulk. As the potions disappeared one by one, Su Bai felt a sense of clarity and his thoughts became much more meticulous, as if enlightenment had struck him. Logically speaking, how could a virtual item in a game have an effect on a real person? But Su Bai knew that this was the precursor to the invasion of the Eerie game, and it was continually deepening its influence on reality. Congratulations, your mental space has reached level LV6, contractable ghost quantity +3, maximum contractable level S. Su Bai couldn't wait to open the Soul Reawakening Night event, licking his lips as he looked at the 3 S-class ghosts. Purchase. Are you sure you want to spend 3 million Eerie jade to purchase the S-class ghost Bride? Without hesitation, Su Bai clicked confirm. Pighead Butcher, Horror Clown, how could they match up to Su Bai's nickname of Ghost Bride Collector? The next moment, his phone rang with terrifying, eerie music. Amidst the mournful sound of a Swana, an ancient mansion, filled with a chilling wind, suddenly burst open its doors. Inside the door, red satin fluttered, and a large she-character, as if stained with blood, appeared. Below the she-character, a phantom wearing a red veil and dressed in a wedding robe sat quietly in the center of the old house. Her 2 hands were folded on her legs, the veil danced again and again in the cold ghost wind, and on her pale jade-like hands, blood-red nails were dripping fresh blood. But the most fearful thing was the corpses lying everywhere on the floor of the old house, and one of them had a face torn to pieces, clearly wearing the clothes of a groom. At this moment, the ghost bride suddenly raised her head, showing her chin white like pearls and warm like jade, her cherry lips slowly opened, and she said in a deep ghostly voice, "Husband, will you be loyal to me with one heart?" Su Bai swallowed his saliva and suddenly understood why that groom ended in such a terrible state. When he thought of his great wish to collect all female ghosts, he suddenly felt a wave of fear. Actually, maybe, a pighead butcher was not that hard to accept. The reason this thought appeared was because Su Bai was shocked by the realistic and horrible art style of the strange game, and after calming down, he looked at the ghost bride's graceful curves, and the corner of his mouth could not help but rise as he said, "A real man should have many wives and concubines, little thing, wait until I become your master, I will see how I control you." After speaking, Su Bai happily put the ghost bride into his mental space and opened her ghost panel. Ghost name, Ghost Bride. Ghost gender, female. Ghost rank, S rank. Ghost level, 1, no global ranking for now. Ghost abilities. Lift the veil, all lower level ghosts who see the face trigger instant death, same level ghosts are suppressed. New carry the bride, any ghost whose level is not higher than the ghost bride's, anyone who turns their back on her will be entangled by her resentment, forcibly carried on her back. If they don't escape within 3 seconds, their heart will be taken by the ghost bride. Ghost description, the ghost bride, who discovered her groom's infidelity on the night before the wedding, constantly yearns for, yes, she's craving your body. Loyalty to host, 60. The ghost bride truly deserved her S-rank status, her 2 abilities were either instant death or terrifying rule-based kills. Compared to this, Sadako's abilities seemed much weaker. Because of her low level, the ghost bride hadn't gained a global ranking yet, but Su Bai believed that soon, his ghost bride would rank near the top. But then, Su Bai suddenly felt a chill down his spine. His cursed special constitution had made it so that now, even a female ghost wanted to merge with him. Wu Chang'an's bullet from 700 years ago had finally landed on Su Bai's body. He now understood how Tang Sanzang felt when he accidentally entered the spider lair. Although he was a rich second-generation heir, his life up until now had only been with paper-thin women, and he definitely didn't want his first time to be with a female ghost. Never mind, the past life doesn't count. Closing the panel, Su Bai entered his mental space, ready to meet this female ghost personally. As soon as Su Bai's character stepped into the mental space, a strange laugh came from behind him. He. Darling, are you thinking of me? I also want to be with you. Su Bai shivered as a cold hand stretched out from behind, gently caressing his face. Feeling the firmness on his back, his throat involuntarily tightened. Good heavens, this temptation was no less than that of a succubus. Could it be that female ghosts could be like this too? Just as Su Bai's mind was wandering, Sadako's long, jet-black hair suddenly stretched out, wrapping around his waist and forcefully pulling him toward her. He's mine. Sadako's voice was filled with sorrow and a touch of jealousy. Although she was quite upset that her husband was being taken away, the ghost bride was only level 1, and in terms of strength, she was nowhere near Sadako's opponent. So, under Su Bai's astonished gaze, the ghost bride reached toward her veil, preparing to lift it. Hey, hey! Su Bai hurriedly broke free from Sadako's hair, grabbing the ghost bride's hand that was about to lift the veil. What are you two doing? Enemies should be resolved, not made. Both of you, listen to me, let's calm down for a moment. Sadako and the ghost bride exchanged angry glares, their hatred palpable in the air. Before Su Bai could finish speaking, they were about to fight again. To calm the dispute, Su Bai quickly ordered a few 100,000 D-level ghost experience packs from the shop. You have fed a D-level ghost to the ghost bride. The ghost bride's level has increased. Congratulations, your ghost bride has reached LV70. Current ranking, 1000 plus on the server. The ghost bride was satisfied with the ghost feast and had no time to argue with Sadako. Having settled things on this side, Su Bai spent another few 100,000 in the shop to get Sadako a B-level weapon, the white silk 3 feet. Seeing both ghosts calm down, Su Bai suddenly felt like he was buying a bag to appease his girlfriend. Sadako had become obedient, but after digesting the ghost bride, whose strength had greatly increased, slowly spoke. Husband, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. How about we lift the veil tonight? Su Bai retreated to the wall, but the ghost bride's head, still covered by the red veil, immediately moved closer to him, speaking in a low, eerie voice. Husband, you're just too tempting. I really can't wait any longer. Husband, let me eat you. Congratulations, player ghost collector, the loyalty of the S-level ghost bride, has increased by plus 80 points. Her possessiveness towards you has grown. Warning, players, maintain strong mental strength, or you will not be able to suppress the ghost bride. If your mental strength is insufficient and the ghost bride retaliates, your game account will be deleted. The account is linked to the player's life, and account deletion means death. Looking at the two ghosts in front of him, who were eager for his body, Su Bai suddenly felt a headache. Just two ghosts, and it's like this. What about the future harem? Cough, cough, the army of ghosts hiding away, what should he do? This female ghost is no easier to deal with than a girlfriend. Chapter 4. Spending 3 million on the ghost bride, 60,000 on potions, and nearly 1 million on the two ghosts, Su Bai's account was basically empty now. But for the sake of peace in the harem, Su Bai still spent 100,000 in the shop to buy a haunted house. The haunted house wasn't large, but it had 3 or 4 rooms. He arranged for the two ghosts to each stay in a room, and only then did he feel relieved to log off. However, this meant he was completely broke. Selling stocks won't get me any money right away. Looks like I need to figure out how to make some cash. Enjoyment can stop, but spending can't. Su Bai immediately called a friend from his second-generation circle, hung up the phone, and hurriedly ran downstairs. And woo! Hurry up and make me something to eat. I'm starving. Su Bai, wearing slippers and a bathrobe, went down to the first floor of the villa. Didn't you just have afternoon tea? How are you hungry again? Aunt Wu, with a slightly reproachful tone, spoke as she walked over. Aunt Wu had been taking care of Su Bai for nearly 10 years. Although she was a maid, she was more like family, so Su Bai wasn't angry at her, just feeling a sense of closeness. When the game first arrived in the previous life, Su Bai wasn't prepared, so by the time he successfully summoned Sadako, Aunt Wu had already been killed by the ghosts. Now that he could see his loved one again, Su Bai felt many emotions rise within him. In this life, I will never let the past repeat itself. Su Bai smiled brightly, gently shaking Aunt Wu's arm in a somewhat coquettish manner. Isn't Aunt Wu's cooking so delicious? It was all digested so quickly. You sweet talker, sit here and wait a moment. Aunt Wu will make it for you right away. In the previous life, after 10 long years in a strange world, everyone had nearly exhausted themselves just trying to survive, while Su Bai, a rich second generation who never did any work, had hardly eaten a proper meal. Aunt Wu quickly brought the steaming, fragrant food to the table, and Su Bai ate it with great enjoyment. But just then, an unexpected phone call came in. What a buzzkill. Seeing the caller ID on his phone, Su Bai's once happy mood immediately plummeted. Hello, Su Bai, it's your uncle. The hypocritical voice came from the phone's receiver, making Su Bai feel disgusted. Uncle, what is it? It's okay, I hung up. Su Bai hung up the phone with a snap. After 10 years of the apocalypse, he had long seen through his uncle's nature, and there was not the slightest trace of politeness in his words. If it weren't for the fear that it would affect his in-game spending, Su Bai almost wished he could go and kill him right now. Not long after, his uncle's call came again. Su Bai, don't hang up just yet, your uncle wants to discuss something with you. Spit it out. Su Bai, you suddenly sold off your shares. Such a big matter, why didn't you consult your uncle? You're still young, you don't know how deep the waters are here. As the old saying goes, the good water shouldn't flow outside. How about this, your uncle will buy your shares for 5 billion. This will also make it easier for the company to manage. You wouldn't want to see the company your parents worked so hard to build go bankrupt, right? Upon hearing this, Su Bai sneered. What was this old fool dreaming about, thinking he could buy his 12 billion worth shares for just 5 billion? No way. Not a chance. Su Yisheng, if you have the ability, go and bid for it in the stock market. Don't just waste your breath here with me. Su Yisheng was so furious that he almost combusted. The previous Su Bai, though a wastrel, still respected his elders. He never thought Su Bai would dare speak to him like this. Su Bai. You ungrateful bastard, who taught you to speak to your elders like this? Su Bai wasn't having it, immediately unleashing a barrage of insults into the phone. Your Su Yisheng, you old useless asterisk without a backbone, this is my parents' company, who the hell do you think you are to speak here? If you can't do anything, come look for fun with me. Your whole family is. In the midst of a 10-minute, non-stop, heavily profane rant, Su Yisheng didn't know when he had hung up the phone. Su Bai calmed down and immediately blocked his number. In his past life, Su Yisheng's son, Su Bai's cousin Su Buki, was also a gamer, but he spent far more money than Su Bai in the game. With his own reputation, Su Yisheng conspired with his son to establish a city's largest power through numerous improper means. But not long after, he actually sided with the monsters. It was because of his betrayal that a city ultimately fell, and Su Bai had no choice but to escape. Not long after finishing his meal, the doorbell rang. The person who entered was a beautiful woman in a professional outfit, with black stockings and long legs, exuding an elegant aura. Sister Ling, you're here. Looking at the woman in front of him, Su Bai felt a pang of guilt. In his past life, Ling Ruoyo had never become a player, but with her exceptional intelligence, she had helped Su Bai survive many life-or-death situations. In the end, during their escape from a city, Su Bai failed to protect her, and she perished. You're still so reckless. Ling Ruoyo, 6 or 7 years older than the Su Bai who was just starting his freshman year, spoke to him in a sisterly tone. Are you secretly gambling outside? How could you suddenly need so much money? If you sell your shares, you won't get the millions in dividends every year. Su Bai? Here I am feeling emotional, and you're already questioning me. Sister Ling, do I look like someone who would gamble? Well, you're right, you only have a bit of cardboard people in your mind. You wouldn't use this money to top up in a game, would you? You could even start a gaming company with this. Su Bai was speechless. If Ling Ruoya knew he was actually using this money to top up in a game, she would probably question her life. Sister Ling, just don't worry about it. I'll try to liquidate everything as soon as possible, including the several properties under my name. I'll keep just this one. You're not going to live there anymore? You're even selling the house? Forget it, I can't be bothered. Anyway, you're a rich second generation, you won't starve. Ling Ruoyo pouted and then turned to leave. Ant Treasure received 5 million yuan. At this moment, Su Bai also received a notification on his phone about the transfer. It was a transfer from his circle of friends. Luxury cars and beautiful women, the standard configuration of rich second generation people. His earlier call had been to pledge his luxury cars to several rich friends. Getting another 5 million, Su Bai immediately logged in. You have been offline for an hour. The ghosts are hungry and waiting. Recharge 648 to get a return gift package. An hour's return gift package, this game practically has "come spend money" written all over it. But for Su Bai, this was nothing, just a drizzle, he bought it directly. As soon as he entered the game, 2 female ghosts eagerly emerged. Sadako wrapped her long hair around Su Bai's wrist, the strands like poisonous snakes crawling up his arm and towards his neck, while the ghost bride, who didn't know when, was lying on his back, using her sharp nails to draw circles over his heart. Ladies, please let go of me for now, I'll go buy some items for you. Su Bai hurriedly fled from the 2 women and opened the shop to order an experience pack. With 5 million pouring into the abyss, the power of the 2 ghosts skyrocketed. Chapter 5. Congratulations! Your ghost white-clad Sadako has reached LV 100. Current rank, number 1 in the server. Congratulations! Your ghost bride has reached LV 100. Current rank, number 1 in the server. After reaching the max level, the rank of both ghosts was number 1 on the server. But that didn't mean Su Bai was invincible, it only meant that the game's max level was 100. All max level ghosts were ranked number 1 on the server. Therefore, being number 1 on the ghost rank was just the first step into high-level play. The real value was in the remaining 2 leaderboards. Ghost Combat Power Ranking. Ghost Equipment Ranking. However, at this point, the game hadn't attracted much attention, and the real rush for spending money began only a few days later. Thus, with just 1 million, you could buy top-tier ghost equipment that could top the rankings. Max-level S-rank ghosts and top-tier equipment, this setup made it easy to claim first place in combat power. After spending most of the 5 million he had just earned, Su Bai successfully topped all 3 leaderboards. At the same time, the game broadcasted an announcement. Congratulations to player Ghost Collector for topping all 3 leaderboards. A special announcement has been made to all players. We hope you continue to strive and reach greater heights. The 1-minute game-wide broadcast let Su Bai savor the moment. What was even better was the reward waiting in his mailbox. Golden Shroud Bag, a body bag made from golden threads. Even if Jesus entered, he wouldn't want to resurrect. Effect, unconditionally binds and imprisons a ghost. The ghost's level and the user's mental space level are linked. Holding the heavy golden body bag, Su Bai could tell it was definitely woven from golden threads, but he was a little puzzled by the faint smell of urea coming from the bag. The remaining 2 items were a ghost doll and a strange scarecrow. The doll's effect was to take a death in place of the user, and the scarecrow could transform into the host's appearance and imitate actions for an hour. With the top spots on the 3 leaderboards, Su Bai triggered a special reward. This was one of the rare recharge rewards in the strange game. But the conditions were very strict. Not only did players need to top all 3 leaderboards, but they also needed to recharge a full 10 million to trigger this hidden reward. The most crucial thing was unique. This reward could only be triggered once, a secret Su Bai had learned in his past life. Therefore, even if it meant losing money by selling his car, he had to quickly gather the 10 million, fearing someone would snatch it away before him. Congratulations to player for achieving a hidden achievement and receiving the unique ghost Yukiana. Seeing the name of this ghost, Su Bai was overjoyed. Yukiana's fame had reached his ears countless times in his past life. She was the top combat power in the island nation. When the game arrived, her combat power was extraordinary. Her master thus became the war god of the island nation. But Su Bai didn't release Yukiana immediately. Instead, he let her stay in the warehouse in a dormant state. First, he didn't have the resources to train Yukiana right now. He could only look at it once he took it out, and it might even lower his loyalty. Secondly, the 2 young mistresses at home were not fully conquered yet. If he added a snow woman, it might cost him his life. Just thinking about it made Su Bai angry. He had fed so many monsters to Sadako and the Ghost Bride, leveled them up to the max, and gave them the best gear. So what happened? Their loyalty was stuck at 90, and he couldn't raise it any further. Su Bai helplessly looked at the 2 ghosts in front of him. Sadako's hair kept brushing against his cheek, and the only exposed eye was filled with resentment. The Ghost Bride was also leaning on his shoulder, blowing air into his ear. Su Bai understood what they meant. To go further, he would have to collect yang to replenish yin. What should I do if these female ghosts are lusting after my body? Waiting online, quite urgent. Su Bai glanced at them. Although neither ghost showed her face, their figures were perfect. Most importantly, when you're with ghosts, do you not need an umbrella on rainy days? Thinking of this, Su Bai could only silently chant in his heart. Sorry, Ketching. Sorry, Jean. I'm doing this to gain power. My heart is still with you. With the determination of cutting off the arm to save the body, Su Bai embraced the 2 ghosts and entered the room. There's an old saying, once you've seen the vast ocean, no other water can compare. Excluding Mount Wu, no other cloud is the same. And another saying, when shall we sit together to cut the candle by the western window, talking about the rainy night in Ba Mountain? 2 hours later, Su Bai staggered out while holding onto the wall. Looking at the loyalty bar on his screen, showing a solid 100, his face was full of satisfaction. Meanwhile, while Su Bai was turning the world upside down, the entire strange game exploded. Find a Loli to warm the bed, top of the charts 3 times a day. Which rich kid is throwing money at this obscure game again? Falling in love with a sexy aunt at 18, with the game's ability to deceive, it probably takes millions to get anywhere, right? Rich people should just die. Flying the Shook plane, millions? I've already spent almost $1 million, and I'm not even level 90 yet. This isn't even a real account, is it? There were all kinds of voices in the channel, some were envious, some were begging for sponsorships, some were sarcastic, but none of them were indifferent to the female ghost collector's true identity. On the other side of City A, in a certain detached villa, Su Bai gripped his phone tightly, his eyes bloodshot. He had spent millions in the game, reached the top of both the level and equipment leaderboards, and was preparing to raise his combat power to take the first place in all 3 boards when suddenly, out of nowhere, a player had stolen his spot. A female ghost collector, huh? Fine. Su Bai gritted his teeth in anger, but 1 million wasn't small money for him either. If his father found out that he had spent it in the game, he would break his legs. He wasn't like Su Bai, who was a fool only obsessed with playing games. If he threw a few more million in there, he wouldn't be able to live the carefree life of playing with his sister for the next few months. At that moment, his phone rang. Su Bai had a guild in the game, and it was a lackey from the guild sending him a message. Boss, have you seen the game? Some little scoundrel stole our top spot. Can you deal with him? You're the one with the most money in our guild. If you step in, we can definitely knock that little punk down. Su Bai hesitated. Their flattery had indeed hit the right spot. Boss, we've discussed it. If your funds are short, our guild can chip in. We have to make that little brat understand how strong our Tianba guild is. Hearing this, Su Bai could no longer hold back. No one could say he didn't have money. Just then, Su Yisheng's call came through. Son, you've always wanted to buy a sports car, right? I'll send you the money right now. Hearing Su Yisheng's joyous tone, Su Bai immediately asked. Dad, what's so happy? That little beast Su Bai. I don't know what kind of wind blew through me, but I decided to sell all the shares in my hands. From now on, we'll be the biggest shareholders in the company. We'll even save a huge amount on dividends. That's great, Dad. That brainless idiot won't dare to act so arrogantly in front of me anymore. After chatting briefly, the two hung up the phone, and Su Bai also received a transfer of several million. Feeling elated, he decided not to buy any sports car anymore. Instead, he quickly put the money into the game. Brothers, wait and see, I'm about to knock that bastard down. The next day, Su Bai woke up from bed. Because of the upgrade to his spiritual space, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. Except for his slightly weak legs. Damn, looks like before the bizarre world invasion, I need to prepare more 6-flavor Remania pills. Otherwise, how am I going to stand this? Just after having breakfast, Ling Ruoyao's call came in. Su Bai's houses, which he had entrusted for cash conversion, had all been sold under Ling Ruoyao's powerful business skills. But because time was tight and the demand was for full payment upfront, they were somewhat devalued. There were 3 houses in total, including a villa, with a total price of 12 million. Also, your uncle, Su Yisheng, offered 900 million to buy the shares you hold. What do you think? Su Bai sneered. A person who's not even on the same level, still thinking of picking up something cheap from me? Tell him that if he wants my shares, he has to at least offer 1.4 billion. Otherwise, I'll sell this 51% to outsiders, and he'll never be anything but someone else's employee for the rest of his life. I'm sure the leading companies in his city have plenty of people eager to buy. The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Su Bai made this demand because he was sure that his uncle still had 1.4 billion in cash. Although 1.4 billion might not be much for a real billionaire, assets and cash flow are two different things. The market price was estimated to be around 1.1 to 1.2 billion, but if Su Yisheng wanted to buy it, Su Bai was definitely going to take advantage of him. If he could sell the shares to Su Yisheng at this price, he could avoid the hassle of bargaining with Ling Ruoyao and make a small profit. Additionally, this would indirectly weaken Su Bai's spending in the game, making it easier for him to execute his revenge plan. A 3-in-1 deal. Su Bai was sure of his uncle's long-standing desire to officially take control of the company. Based on his understanding of his uncle, once someone expressed an interest in buying, Su Yisheng wouldn't be able to sit still. Having settled this, Su Bai went down to the garage, got into his car, and drove to the university. With the roar of the engine, the luxury car zoomed close to the ground, leaving a trail of royal blue light in its wake. With a sharp brake, Su Bai quickly turned the steering wheel, and after a fierce drift, the specially modified luxury Lamborghini came to a smooth stop at the school entrance. Long time no see, old buddy. I'm really reluctant to sell you. Su Bai sighed as he lovingly touched his favorite luxury car, scenes of them racing together on the track flashing in his mind. But soon, Su Bai's attention was drawn to a figure outside the window, a girl in a floral long dress. The girl's beauty was exquisite, her posture graceful and elegant, her neck as white as snow, her shoulders sculpted like jade, and with each delicate step she took, a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Ningxin. Suddenly encountering an old acquaintance, Su Bai didn't care whether he was acting out of line, and shouted her name. Ningxin, the campus goddess of a city's traffic university, was Su Bai's love interest in his previous life. Although they weren't in the same major, Su Bai often surrounded her. But Ningxin had no good feelings for Su Bai. Instead, she often advised him to study harder and not waste time on games. The story of the rich second generation and the campus goddess naturally caused quite a stir in the university. What's more, Su Bai back then was a person who loved to show off. The story of Su Bai pursuing Ningxin and being rejected is widely known at a city's Jiatong University. At this moment, Su Bai suddenly called out to Ningxin, drawing the attention of many who began to gather around. Student Su, is there something you need? As calm as always, Ningxin responded indifferently. Clearly, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Su Bai opened his mouth, but suddenly didn't know how to begin. Though it seemed only a few days to others, only Su Bai knew that, in these 10 short years, he had already let go of that naive fluttering feeling from before. In his past life, Ningxin had incredibly bad luck. Even before the game fully arrived, she was harmed by the strange events on campus. It's nothing, you're still as beautiful as ever. Su Bai had wanted to remind her, but thinking of those bizarre events, which seemed like a fantastical tale, he held his tongue. Then, I'll head to class now. Without waiting for Su Bai to respond, Yao Ningxin turned and left. Their reunion after 10 years, and it ended so abruptly. Su Bai snapped out of his daze after only a moment. Soon, his friend arrived, took the car, and then left for home. With only 9 days left before the event's arrival, Su Bai certainly didn't have the time to attend class. Back at home, Su Bai's first action was, of course, to log into the game. Any hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to his harem, strike that, to the in-game spending. You haven't logged in for 2 hours, the ghosts are starving, top up 648 to get a return package. The familiar return package notification appeared. As soon as the 2 female ghosts sensed Su Bai's presence, they immediately swarmed towards him. He could vaguely feel some pain in his waist. Under the resentful gazes of the 2 female ghosts, Su Bai hurriedly left the haunted house. The public chat screen was bustling at this time. Naked and green hats at female ghost collector. Your top spot was taken, hurry and check it out. I want to be a dog for scallions, only 16, can suck and rap, looking for a big brother to support me. I guard my brother's kingdom, what female ghost collector? Just a clown, true strength belongs to our Batten Guild. Su Bai only glanced at it briefly, then immediately understood. Last night, while he was fighting through bloodshed, this so-called Batten Guild had overtaken his top spot. If this had been the Su Bai from his past life, he might have fought them for it, but after 10 years, he was no longer the same person. The most important thing was, he already possessed the only S-level female ghost, so what use was the leaderboard now? Moreover, now that Su Bai had 12 million in funds, the 3 leaderboards were just playthings for him to collect. He opened the leaderboard, and sure enough, his top spot on the Ghost Battle Power ranking was no longer his. Instead, it was taken by a player named King of Ghost Eyes. Even the equipment leaderboard showed that King of Ghost Eyes was now in second place, quickly catching up to him. Seeing this nickname, Su Bai couldn't help but smile. When he had topped the leaderboard before, he hadn't paid any attention. Now, looking carefully, wasn't this his cheap cousin's in-game nickname? Just as he thought this, King of Ghost Eyes sent Su Bai a private message. Kid, weren't you very arrogant? Do you have the ability to compete with me in spending? You seem to have some talent, so here's the deal, apologize to me and call me Brother Chi, and I'll let you join my Batten Guild. Looking at these arrogant words, Su Bai couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't know how this kid could say such childish, bratty things. But Su Bai couldn't help wondering what this kid's face would look like when he finished recharging. Thinking of his cousin Subuki's furious expression later, Su Bai couldn't help but feel a little pleased. Although I'll take your lives sooner or later, it doesn't hurt to collect a bit of interest now. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The success prompt for the recharge kept ringing. Before long, the 12 million huge sum had turned into Eerie Jade and quietly sat on the game page. The worst part of this game is, there was no one-click recharge button, and Su Bai's hands almost cramped from how long it took to finish the transaction. He really couldn't imagine what the scene would be like when the billions from the stock redemption finally arrived. With the Ghost Jade in hand, Su Bai now had the capital to cultivate the Snow Woman, so he immediately released her from the storage. This cutscene, unlike the eerie and frightening one with the Ghost Bride, was actually somewhat beautiful. On a deep blue ice mountain, snowflakes with sharp edges swirled gently in the wind, a cherry blossom tree was covered in pink flowers, and the cherry blossoms danced with the snowflakes. The world seemed frozen at this moment, and the entire scene was filled with a tranquil and distant ambience. Atop the ice mountain, a young girl lay quietly inside an ice coffin. She wore a traditional kimono from the island nation, with 2 thick red hemp ropes wrapped from the front to her back, tied in a beautiful bow. Her feet, encased in wooden sandals, were whiter than the snow beside her, with a hint of pink like cherry blossoms, and her long white hair flowed down her temples to her chest. The ice coffin slowly opened, and the sleeping snow woman finally opened her eyes, allowing Su Bai to see her entire appearance. She looked like a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, around 1 meter 50 tall, with big eyes blinking curiously at Su Bai, a mixture of curiosity and fear in her gaze. She looked pitifully fragile. Su Bai didn't expect that the famous snow woman from the island nation, a top-tier ghost, would turn out to be such a lovable little girl. At the moment he saw the snow woman, Su Bai's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He felt somewhat relieved, thinking that this harmless little thing would probably not be as unsatisfied as the Ghost Bride. It seemed like raising her loyalty would be much easier. But for some reason, this thing that should have made him happy instead left him feeling a bit lost. He picked up the snow woman and opened the panel. Ghost name, Snow Woman. Ghost gender, female. Ghost rank, S-rank ghost, unique. Ghost level, current level 1, no global ranking yet. Ghost abilities, Snow Ghost Formation, all ghosts move slower within the ghost formation, the lower the level, the more obvious the effect. Eternal Ice Seal, freezes ghosts, the freeze duration depends on the Snow Woman's level. Ghost description: she has snow-white skin, beautiful looks, and a cute personality, but she can mercilessly take someone's life the moment they break their vow. Beautiful yet terrifying. Host loyalty, 60. While Su Bai was checking the Snow Woman's panel, the little Snow Woman in his arms suddenly gently bit his ear. Then, in a barely audible voice, she asked, "Will you love me forever?" Su Bai was shocked and quickly put the Snow Woman down. This little thing didn't seem as harmless as he thought. Looking at her again, her gaze was no longer as clear as before, instead, it was mischievous, mixed with some resentment. The temperature around them dropped noticeably. The little thing actually had two faces. When he picked her up again, the resentment in her eyes disappeared. Although her face didn't show it, Su Bai was extremely excited in his heart. Because, the Snow Woman actually possessed the Ghost Formation. The Ghost Formation was a special force field that formed when a ghost's power reached a certain level. This was exclusive to revived ghosts. After the Eerie game invasion, ghosts initially could only reside within their hosts, and the power they could exert was minimal. As the host's strength grew, the ghost would gradually revive. The first stage of revival allowed the ghost to leave the host's body and exist freely in the real world, but the second stage was to possess the Ghost Formation. Now, the Snow Woman had essentially surpassed the first stage from birth. How could Su Bai not be overjoyed? As expected of the unique S rank. The appearance of the Snow Woman made the other two female ghosts feel slightly uncomfortable. What's going on here? They were still not enough to share, and now another little vixen showed up, especially with the Snow Woman's pitiful appearance. It further infuriated the two women. It was like seeing their boyfriend being seduced by a green tea girl. Without reason, the two women found themselves united in their hatred, glaring at the Snow Woman, ready to strike at any moment. Feeling the fierce glares of the two women, the Snow Woman shrank her head and squeezed into Su Bai's arms. Su Bai also held her tightly, afraid that this precious S-level treasure would get hurt. White Clothes Jinzi's loyalty to you -1, Ghost Bride's loyalty to you -1. The loyalty of the two women dropped rapidly. Su Bai quickly let go of the Snow Woman and rushed into the mall. After consuming a large amount of strange jade, the three women finally chose to temporarily cease fighting in front of the food. Congratulations! Your Ghost Snow Woman has reached LV 100. Current rank, number 1 in the server. Tied. Successfully leveling the Snow Woman to max, Su Bai waved his hand and also equipped her with the top-tier gear. At this very moment, the system prompt sounded. Su Bai once again topped the 3 rankings. The server-wide announcement came again, and Su Bai had to thank Subuki for allowing him to experience the thrill of a 1-minute full-server broadcast again. But these were not the things that Su Bai was most concerned about at the moment. Right now, there was a serious challenge in front of him. The loyalty of the Snow Woman had stuck. And it happened to be stuck at 90. Looking at this familiar scene, Su Bai seemed to realize something. However, as a young man of the new era who prides himself on being a good example, in his own opinion, Su Bai really couldn't bring himself to do anything to this cute little ghost. Seeing that Su Bai hadn't responded for a long time, the Snow Woman suddenly made a cold voice. "You don't love me anymore?" At that moment, Su Bai felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave, as if death itself had gripped his throat. If he dared to say anything but yes, he would immediately disappear without a trace. "I love you." Between life and morals, Su Bai decisively chose shamelessness. However, upon hearing this, the Snow Woman's face brightened up like the end of a storm, revealing a sweet smile. Endless snowflakes appeared from the void, slowly wrapping around her. When the snowflakes dispersed, Su Bai looked at the beauty in front of him, his eyes wide open. The Snow Woman, who had originally seemed like a sweet Loli, suddenly grew up in an instant. Her skin was smooth and jade-like, standing gracefully, as untouchable as an iceberg. Looking at the Snow Woman's cold and aloof appearance, Su Bai felt a hot current flow down his nose. "I am a person who has transcended low tastes. I'm just after maxing the loyalty, you understand, right?" This was a matter of principle. In a flash, Su Bai immediately spent hundreds of thousands in the mall to arrange a luxurious big bedroom for the Snow Woman. A big bedroom, you know. On the other side, Subuki was boasting with his guild members. "Brothers, I just spent $1 million and bought the Yomi ghost coffin from a lone player. As soon as I equip this coffin, I'll be able to take the top spot. This time, there will absolutely be no accidents." As soon as his words fell, Su Bai's full server broadcast suddenly echoed throughout the entire game. "Congratulations to player Female Ghost Collector for ranking first in all 3 lists. This is a full server announcement. We hope the player will continue to strive and reach new heights." Subuki was instantly stunned. Who exactly was this person? He had just spent 3 million in the game, and this guy had overtaken him in an instant. Even money wasn't meant to be wasted like this. Could it be that the game designers were deliberately messing with him? It couldn't be. He was one of the top spenders in the game. If they offended him, how would the game ever make money again? "Boss. Should we go intercept him?" A sycophant spoke at the right moment. Yeah. Just kill him, right? A lone player with no guild, how long can he last? The game had an important mechanism: when a player was killed by another player, they would permanently die. The player's equipment, including ghost gear, would be completely dropped. Our guild has over 300 members. Are we afraid of him, a lone player? One spit from each person could drown him. Alright, immediately arrange for someone to track his location. He has offended our Batian guild, and he must pay the price. Su Bai nodded, then he paid off Jin Quan to prepare for the upcoming ambush. 2 more hours passed. Su Bai walked out holding the snow woman's room in his arms, looking very calm and composed. Well, if you ignore his trembling legs. Turning his head to look at the snow woman, who had already shrunk in his arms, Su Bai noticed that her loyalty was still only 99, not fully maxed. Ha? You still need more? I'm not even a bull. Besides, even bulls can't handle being used like this. Looking at the side, where Sadako and the ghost bride stood, their resentment seemed to almost turn into something tangible. It wasn't that they were so jealous of the snow woman, it was just that this new voice was way too penetrating. Do you know how these 2 hours went for them? Su Bai could only comfort the 3 women. Tonight. I swear, tonight for sure. Hearing Su Bai's solemn promise, they finally gave in. After dealing with the snow woman, Su Bai immediately started thinking about how to get his next S-rank female ghost. This isn't being fickle. It's the noble goal of a female ghost collector. Su Bai wanted to collect all the female ghosts, to make sure they could never harm others again. If I don't enter hell, who will? This is the noble ideal that a young man in the new century should have, understand? Convinced by himself, Su Bai turned to his system account. Though there were still a few million on the account, he knew the channels for purchasing S-rank female ghosts were no longer available. As for the other S-rank ghosts available, they were all ugly male ghosts. Not to mention whether Su Bai could bear it, but he also didn't feel safe bringing a male ghost into his mental space. It's no different from letting a wolf into the house. The next way to get an S-rank female ghost was to unlock the sealed female ghosts. The so-called sealed female ghosts were powerful female ghosts, but for some reason, they were sealed in objects. After acquiring the corresponding sealed item, he could gather the unsealing materials and perform the unsealing ritual to make a contract with the sealed female ghost. This had its pros and cons. The downside was that the types of ghosts in different sealed items were uncertain. If he ended up contracting with an ugly male ghost, Su Bai would have no time to cry. But the upside was that by increasing the quantity of unsealing materials, the quality of the released ghosts could be improved. As long as he spent enough, he could reliably get an S-rank ghost. Following his memories from the previous life, Su Bai pinpointed a dungeon named Mate Song Temple. Dungeon, Mate Song Temple, difficulty, C, recommended level, 100. After entering the dungeon, Su Bai, along with 3 female ghosts, arrived at a secluded area. The cold wind howled sharply, and there was no sound of any living creatures around. A thin crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the entire forest. In front of them was a narrow path, the destination unclear. Su Bai, unlike his usual casual self, wore a serious expression and cautiously moved forward. Caution is the key to survival. This was the experience Su Bai had gained over 10 years in the apocalypse. The 3 female ghosts protected him on both sides and behind. Creak. The sudden sound startled the 3 women, who immediately turned their heads to look around, scanning for any sign of enemies. Su Bai's face turned red as he quietly kicked the twig under his feet aside. Just as he was about to explain, Sadako suddenly shot into the left forest like an arrow from a bow. Several sharp sounds pierced through the air like blades, and then all was silent again. Sadako, dressed in white, slowly emerged from the forest, her dark hair shining with a metallic luster. Attached to her hair was a half-transparent ghostly shadow. The ghostly figure dragged along the ground, on its last breath. Outsider, die a horrible death. As the words fell, the ghostly figure gradually turned transparent and disappeared without a trace. As the 4 of them continued deeper, the number of ghosts they encountered grew steadily. However, the strength of the 3 women is not to be underestimated. They handle a few little ghosts as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, a somewhat dilapidated ancient temple appeared before them, with 2 uniquely shaped locust trees standing on either side, their branches and leaves all withered. Su Bai stepped forward and called out at the door. Is anyone there? No, is there a ghost? He knocked for quite a while, but there was no response. Just when Su Bai was about to push open the temple door, it suddenly swung open, and a strange wind blew from behind them, as if carrying some force of rules. Even the 3 female ghosts were pushed into the temple along with it. Amatba, benefactor, do not consort with demons. Lay down the butcher's knife, and you will find the shore. A sharp voice pierced the cold night, enveloping everyone. Although they spoke with Buddhist chants, the voice was hoarse and devoid of any Buddhist authority. As the dust and sand lifted by the strange wind settled, the owner of that voice revealed its true form. An emaciated old monk was seated beneath a headless Buddha statue, emanating a strong black aura, accompanied by the foul odor of rotting flesh. C-grade ghost angry monk, LV 100. What lay before them was the ultimate boss of the Maitsong Temple dungeon, the angry monk. The three women followed Su Bai's instructions. The snow woman protected Su Bai, while Sadako and the bride of ghosts went to confront the monk ghost. Snow fell from the sky, the ice and snow spirit opened, tightly protecting Su Bai within. Sadako's long hair, like sharp spikes, swiftly stabbed towards the angry monk, instantly tearing through layers of black ghostly energy enveloping him. The figure of the bride of ghosts gradually faded, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, a woman wearing a red veil suddenly appeared on the back of the old monk. Bride on the back. The rule ability of the bride of ghosts activated. How could a mere A-grade angry monk resist? In just a moment, the old monk lost all movement and was pinned in place. The dignified C-grade dungeon boss was taken down without even a fight. Su Bai felt a bit stunned. These female ghosts under my command are truly extraordinary. However, winning without any effort is definitely the most satisfying. Congratulations, you have cleared the C-grade dungeon Maitsong Temple, and the special store of Maitsong Temple has been unlocked. As the old monk's heart was ripped out, his body scattered like dust in the wind, the system prompt immediately appeared. Su Bai opened the store, and sure enough, a column named Maitsong Temple appeared. A full 5 C-grade sealed items. Su Bai didn't even look and directly bought the Huadan mask. In the Huadan mask is sealed a ghostly opera woman. As long as the materials are sufficient, raising it to S-grade is absolutely no problem. Moreover, the price was quite appealing, requiring only a mere 10,000 ghostly jade. Of course, the real expense of unsealing the ghostly item lies in the unsealing materials. Using A-grade material, zombie severed finger *1, ghostly energy for sealing item +1. Using A-grade material, ghost fetus *1, ghostly spirit for sealing item +2. Su Bai forcibly piled in 5 million materials, and cracks began to appear on the Huadan mask. Warning, the sealing item Huadan mask has reached its capacity for ghostly energy and is about to be destroyed. Su Bai quickly set up the unsealing array. Using the vermilion bought from the store, he drew a complex formation on the ground, lighting white candles made from corpse oil at the 4 corners, and placing red candles infused with black dog blood in the remaining corners. As Su Bai ignited the special sealing talisman bought along with the Huadan mask, eerie ghostly energy began to envelop Maitsong Temple. Among the rustling leaves, a segment of opera began to ring out, eerie and unsettling. On the Huadan mask at the center of the formation, fresh red blood began to ooze out, and it started to shake violently. The shaking of the mask became more and more frantic, and the opera sound swirling around Maitsong Temple grew louder and louder, reaching a climax. Crack! As the melody reached its peak, the Huadan mask followed suit and shattered. The beauty is far away, longing is painful, how many sentiments, difficult to repay. 10 years of yearning, 100 years of crossing, not severing the longing, cannot bear to look back. Milky white mist seeped out from the shattered mask, transforming Maitsong Temple into a stage, and a sorrowful opera voice resonated from the mist. The ghostly opera woman revealed her true form. A woman wears a long, pleated dress in blue, adorned with a crown of green feathers, dressed in a red and gold attire, her face painted in shades of pink and white, with enchanting brows and eyes. With one sadness and one joy, with a flick of her sleeves, with one frown and one smile, with a glance, she was stunning but also heart-wrenching. As the half-finished song ended, even Su Bai, who did not understand opera, could feel the endless sorrow within. Demon name, ghostly opera woman. Demon gender, female. Demon level, current level 1, no global ranking yet. Demon rank, S level, illusory level. Demon ability, a heartbreaking melody, mental attack, affects the actions and thoughts of demons, effect depends on the level difference, butterfly dance, ghostly opera woman moves and creates illusions. Demon introduction, she guards the theater, waiting her whole life for her beloved general to return, trying to make every man wear a mask, turning them into the person she longs for in her heart. She is extremely interested in you. Host loyalty, 80. Illusory level? The illusory level is a special state of demons, representing that their strength just barely reaches a certain threshold, but is unstable and fluctuating. The current ghost bride is in this state, and to stabilize at S level, she needs to continue to strengthen. In other words, Su Bai has not invested enough. However, one point surprised Su Bai: this ghostly opera woman had 80 points of loyalty right after being summoned. This situation is quite rare, indicating that the host has a natural connection with this demon, similar to a soulful bond. The next second, the ghostly opera woman floated beside Su Bai. General, you have finally returned, let me take a good look at you. Out of nowhere, Su Bai felt a wave of dizziness, as if he wanted to lean toward the ghostly opera woman. Then, a bone-chilling cold came from behind, waking him up. Opening his eyes, he found himself only a step away from the ghostly opera woman, but his whole body was covered in pure white snowflakes. Ice and Snow Demon. The snow woman opened her ghostly trap to protect Su Bai, while Sadako and the ghostly opera woman stood by his side, glaring at the ghostly opera woman with hostility. They looked like guardians of their food. Su Bai instantly woke up. Hiss. The ability of this ghostly opera woman is remarkable, merely speaking a word affected his behavior. What if she completely unleashed her powers? Could even the mightiest dragon be affected? To maintain his dignity, Su Bai hurriedly consumed a few 100,000 doses of mental potion. Congratulations, your mental space has reached level LV10, the number of demon contracts can increase by +2, maximum contract level S. The enchanting voices in his head slowly dissipated, allowing him to communicate with the ghostly opera woman without losing consciousness. You, hello? Looking at the ghostly opera woman in front of him, Su Bai was unsure how to communicate with her. The previous ghosts were all overly proactive, but this one just quietly stared at him, leaving him wondering what she thought. Suddenly, this sentence seemed to activate a switch. Tears of blood streamed down the painted face of the ghostly opera woman, her eyes full of joy from their long-awaited reunion. General, it really is you, now we finally found you. Though Su Bai did not know if the general she spoke of was himself, he still looked at the tearful woman with great pity. He stepped out of the snow woman's ghostly trap and embraced the person in front of him, gently patting her back. After a while, the ghostly opera woman finally released Su Bai. Thoughts crossed her mind, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. General, it's late, tonight, let Miao Yi serve you into your chambers. As she spoke, the ghostly opera woman fixed her displeased gaze on the other three women. Though the real time was morning, this scene was fixed in night, so the ghostly opera woman instinctively wanted to help Su Bai change clothes. At that moment, an unsettling feeling lit up within Su Bai. Not again? Su Bai hurriedly stopped her, opened the shop, and frantically ordered experience packs. Facing the bloody scenario. Su Bai already had experience, no matter what he said was wrong, only spending money would never be wrong. Congratulations! Your ghost play woman has reached LV 100. Current level ranking, number 1 in the whole server. A few minutes later, Ghostplay Woman also successfully reached the standard level of Su Bai's camp, but when it was time to equip her with weapons, he was awkwardly stuck. Su Bai, again, broke. This damned pay-to-win game, with over 10 million poured in just a few hours, and now it's almost gone. Give me back my hard-earned money. But once he calmed down, seeing the 4 unique female ghosts beside him, the imbalance in Su Bai's heart instantly disappeared. This money was worth it. However, Su Bai did not realize the seriousness of the situation. Sure enough, loyalty got stuck again. And this time, it got stuck more than ever, with a full 100 levels increased, yet the 80 points of loyalty remained unchanged. Su Bai's face showed difficulty. Could it be that only that one method left? In ancient times, the Buddha cut his flesh to feed the eagle. Today, I Su Bai feed ghosts with my own body. But, going to hell had to wait until night. Understanding a bit of the female ghost's abilities, Su Bai planned to collect the rewards for clearing the level first, then challenge the S-level dungeon. Congratulations player Ghost Collector for clearing C-level dungeon Maisong Temple, clearance rating SSS. Chapter 10. Rewards for clearing, E-level ghost times 500, D-level ghost times 50, C-level ghost times 5. The C-level dungeon was too easy, even with the highest SSS rating, the rewards were pitifully small. If it weren't for the Hualian face, Su Bai wouldn't even bother entering this type of dungeon. A complete waste of time. Just as Su Bai was about to quit, Ghostplay Woman suddenly picked up a half-broken mask from the ground and handed it to him. This fragment was different from the ones on the ground, it shone softly, and instead of looking like a Hualian, it resembled a mighty general. Broken Ghost Mask, a mask carrying the ghost energy and longing of Ghostplay Woman, transformed into equipment under the remaining capabilities of the material. Effect, can change the wearer's appearance and block probing. Effect depends on the user's spiritual space level +3. This was actually an item he could use? Su Bai did not expect to have such an unexpected gain from this trip, he was instantly overjoyed. You must know, the main theme of this game is to cultivate ghosts, and items that players can use are precious and rare. Aside from the top rewards from the 3 rankings and the ghost candle, he had hardly seen anything else in the game. This is a good thing. Immediately equipped the mask, Su Bai did not change his appearance, just covered part of his face. Then he took the ghost and headed to the next dungeon. Dungeon, Chongshan Experimental Hospital, difficulty, S, recommended level, 100. Dungeon description, living in a single patient room, I always insist that I have no roommate, yet they say I am crazy, I clearly see nothing. Who is it? Who is lying? This was a dungeon with a remarkably high difficulty, currently, the number of clearances was very few. Su Bai opened his eyes, he had already arrived in a new environment. This was a tidy single patient room, in the corner of the room was a hospital bed, on the right side of the bed was a small bedside cabinet, and against the opposite wall of the bed was a standing wardrobe. On this wardrobe, hung a mirror, directly facing the head of the bed. Other than that, there were just some chairs, trash cans, and other common items found in a patient room, nothing special. The only thing that attracted Su Bai was the patient rules particularly displayed on the bedside cabinet. 1. Please follow the doctor's arrangement, take medicine within 10 minutes after lunch, and ensure quiet in the ward. 2. After 12 o'clock at night, if you hear someone calling your name, do not respond, that is definitely not a human. 3. Under any circumstances, you must get along harmoniously with your roommates in the ward. 4. Every day from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. is activity time for hospital patients, you must leave the ward but cannot leave the hospital. 5. If you see 2 doctors in the hospital at the same time, please stop immediately, you may only act once one of them has completely disappeared. It is clear that this is a rule-based scenario. In this scenario, players are given various rules, some designed to protect them, while others lead them astray. What is true and what is false must be explored gradually by the players using clues, but there is no doubt that if the rules are broken, the game's mechanisms will spring into action, plunging them into danger. The rules of this scenario are quite complex. First, there is the invisible patient, who is obviously a key figure, and the 2 doctors that appear simultaneously, who also give hints to the players. To clear this scenario using conventional methods would require exceptionally strong reasoning skills. Su Bai can certainly do this, as he had seen the perfect strategy guide for this scenario in his past life. This strategy was devised by an expert who excelled in the game, and it is still valid even after the game's arrival. However, Su Bai has another plan. With a wave of his right hand, 4 ghostly figures suddenly appeared around him. Snow Woman. Su Bai called out to the Snow Woman. Instantly, snowflakes filled the room, and the temperature plunged below 0. In rule-based scenarios, the difficulty lies in reasoning. But given Su Bai's combat power, he does not need to be restricted by the scenario's rules. His roommate cannot see, so he might as well unleash full-screen AoE, let's see if you won't come out. With the deployment of ghostly traps, all monsters cannot hide. After all, Su Bai has yet to encounter any ghost beyond the unique level. As the temperature in the room continued to drop, the water in the dispenser instantly froze, and the glass began to crack under the strain of thermal expansion and contraction. Moisture condensed into frost on the window filled with cracks, and Su Bai noticed that only the mirror facing the head of the bed had not changed at all. With a glance, he signaled the Snow Woman to concentrate the powers of ice and snow around the mirror. Crash! As if reaching a critical point, the mirror shattered violently. From within came a familiar figure. Another Su Bai. The figure stepping out of the mirror wore the same patient outfit as Su Bai, with the same sunny smile, but its eyes held an indescribable dullness. Snow Woman, don't stop. The person in the mirror spoke, and even their voice was identical to Su Bai's. But the Snow Woman showed no reaction at all, seemingly not intending to deal with this imposter before her. In the silent hospital room, an awkward atmosphere abruptly filled the space. Su Bai and the ghost stood quietly, observing the mirror figure's performance. Trust me, Snow Woman, I am Su Bai, that is just a fake. Quickly kill him, Master will take you out to buy experience packs. Su Bai smiled slightly. Well, this fake even learned his experience pack trick. It seems the figure from the mirror has some skills. But little did he know that among the 4 female ghosts, there was one exception. That was the ghost actress, who had yet to experience anything with him. The ghost actress looked at the other Su Bai with a heart-fluttering expression, as if this face held extremely important significance for her. In her heart, there was no distinction between true and false, she only knew that this other Su Bai had no protection from the other 3 ghosts. Immediately, she swayed her steps and lunged towards the false Su Bai. General, just give in to Miaoyi. Seeing the ghost actress running towards him, the fake Su Bai revealed a sinister smile. He grabbed the ghost actress by the neck, looking coldly at Su Bai and said, Your woman is now in my hands, won't you quickly lift the freeze? The ghost actress looked on in shock at this Su Bai. I didn't expect he would treat me this way. A chilling ghostly energy surged, and the makeup on her face gradually became terrifying. You are not my general. Who are you? The ghostly actress suddenly screamed, and a powerful ghostly force pushed the hospital room door wide open. With a high kick, she struck at the vital point of the ghost in the hospital gown, and fake Su Bai collapsed on the ground, covering his groin, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, drawing his last breath. Chapter 11. Su Bai looked at the scene before him, feeling a chill between his legs. Good gracious, so fierce. The face of the deceased fake Su Bai melted like a candle, ultimately solidifying into an ugly visage. Clearly, this was the true appearance of the ghost in the hospital gown. So ugly. Thoughtfully, I kicked the ugly face of the ghost in the hospital gown to face the ground, only then did I begin to worry. I had broken 2 rules right from the start. Rule 1, maintain silence, and Rule 3, get along peacefully with fellow patients. I hadn't done either. I originally just wanted the Snow Woman to pressure the fellow patients for a friendly exchange, but unexpectedly, the ghostly actress suddenly went berserk and killed someone. Where could I go to get along peacefully with the fellow patients after that? Well, if I could burn paper offerings, that might count as getting along, right? Forget it, if I broke the rules, I broke them. After all, I choose to win by lying flat. Immediately, Su Bai commanded the 4 ghosts to unleash their imposing aura. A terrifying pressure instantly radiated from this room, the immense force blasting away the nurses rushing to check the commotion at the door. This grand declaration of war also attracted the attention of other players from the remaining hospital rooms in this instance. What the hell? Who is this guy? He's preparing to kill before I even finished reading the rules? Is this guy out of his mind? Doesn't he know the rule about maintaining silence? Looks like another reckless fool looking for death. This is an S-level instance. Breaking the rules is a sure way to die. Moments later, 2 doctors rushed to the doorway. Su Bai suddenly remembered Rule 5. Rule 5, if you see 2 doctors in the hospital at the same time, immediately stop until one completely disappears before you can continue moving. Having read the guide from my previous life, Su Bai knew that violating the earlier rules might have a chance for redemption. But this Rule 5. Once broken, it's a certain death. From beneath the masks of the 2 doctors, a chewing sound emerged, eerie and sinister, with blood continuing to drip from the gaps in their masks. Su Bai instantly recognized they were not human. He immediately stopped moving, like a game of freeze tag, not daring to stir. But when he didn't move, the ghostly bride and Sadako made their move. A mournful sound of gongs and swonas echoed, the ghostly bride's figure once again flickering, and Sadako's hair, along with the white silk Su Bai gave her, swept toward one of the entangled doctor ghosts. As the ghostly bride's claws reached for the back of one doctor ghost, the other was ensnared by Sadako's hair around its neck, hoisted high. PFFF. PFFF. 2 sounds rang out almost simultaneously, as the 2 fierce doctor ghosts fell to the ground. What the hell? The onlookers outside the hospital room expressed the same astonishment. At that moment, perhaps the sorrows and joys of the human world resonated somehow. Isn't this game supposed to be eerie, thrilling, and mysterious? How could such beings exist? This guy completely ignored the rules, killing one and then another, and taking down a group? But soon, one astute player made a discovery. Look! He's not a player, he has ghostly energy around him. Everyone followed where he was pointing. Indeed, the most human-looking among the 4 women and 1 man, Su Bai, was also enveloped in ghostly energy. Clearly, these individuals were not human. Exactly. His panel opens to a sequence of question marks. I got it. He must either be the instance boss or some unspeakable ghost. This deduction received unanimous approval from the other players, otherwise, there was no way to explain how he could ignore these rules. However, they absolutely could not imagine that Su Bai was a genuine player, just lucky enough to have a few fully leveled grade S female ghosts and an item that could hide his identity. Although in this game, he was the only one so lucky. The players' reactions were irrelevant to Su Bai. He led the 4 ghosts directly upstairs, encountering ghosts and killing ghosts along the way, absolutely unimpeded. Since the most dangerous rule had already been broken, Su Bai naturally didn't have to be cautious anymore, he would just charge through this dungeon. Thus, he set his destination directly at the director's office of Chongshan Experimental Hospital. That was precisely where the final boss of this dungeon was located. Bang! Kicking open the door to the director's office, Su Bai strode in with the 4 female ghosts. The moment he stepped through the door, the surrounding environment instantly changed, all the desks and chairs in the room vanished, even the door behind him was gone. What surrounded him was pure nothingness, and with each step he took, ripples spread throughout the space. In the very center of this void space stood a middle-aged man with a crazed expression, wearing a white coat and holding a surgical knife. S-grade ghost director, LV 100. He. Upon seeing Su Bai, the director let out a maniacal laugh, neurotically waving the 2 surgical knives in his hands. It's been so long since I've seen such a lovely patient. Come, let me dissect your head and see whether you're human or ghost inside. Don't worry, I'll be quick, it won't hurt. Indeed, watching videos is not the same as seeing it with my own eyes. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Su Bai was still disgusted by the director's sleaziness. This Chongshan Experimental Hospital was actually a research facility created by this insane director to cure his gradually ghostly body. Under the guise of treating illness, he was actually conducting inhumane experiments. Everyone in the hospital had been poisoned and turned into monsters by him. If following the normal process, to kill this director, one would need to collect several key items in the hospital to gradually weaken his power. But Su Bai clearly didn't want to bother with that. Stop talking so much, today is your death day. Let me end your sinful life. To die at the hands of me, Su Bai, is also your luck. Su Bai stood tall and faced the great S ghost without taking a step back, his whole being gathering strength, ready to unleash his strongest strike. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and the mental hospital director furrowed his brow, secretly exerting strength in his hands holding the surgical knives, while the ghostly female looked on with shining eyes, gazing at her fearless general. Here it comes. In an instant, Su Bai took a half step back, retreating behind the transformed snow woman, covering his head and squatting down. Train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them at one moment, my darlings, charge. The 4 female ghosts were speechless, remaining motionless in place. Aren't you the one who can act tough? Keep going. Step up for a one-on-one fight. Why are you coming back? Even the ghostly female was somewhat dazed. Is this really the unmatched general she remembered? With no choice, Su Bai could only unleash his trump card. One ghosted knight, 2 times. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the 4 ghosts instantly lit up, charging toward the boss, while only Su Bai remained in place with tears in his eyes. While others fight for their lives, he fights for the lives of his future descendants. Long hair, snowflakes, claws, magical sounds, countless attacks surged toward the director, while he struggled to hold on with the 2 small surgical knives in hand. Moments later, an announcement echoed through the phones of all players worldwide. Congratulations to player Ghost Collector for clearing the S-grade dungeon Chongshan Experimental Hospital, with a clearance rating of SSS. Special announcement to the whole server, hoping all players will continue to strive and reach new heights. Chapter 12. As soon as this announcement came out, all players in the server went into an uproar. Chongshan Experimental Hospital. Almost all players had heard of the infamous name of this dungeon. The reason was simple: it was too difficult. This was the most challenging dungeon since the game's launch. One of the 10 most difficult dungeons recognized. In the past, countless wealthy players have failed in this dungeon, and some even spent a lot of money hiring private detectives for help, just to raise the dungeon rating to a level. There was once a big shot who asserted that, given the difficulty of this dungeon, even a month later, no one could reach S level. But now, this Ghost Collector, who took the top 3 ranks twice in one night, surprisingly created an impossible miracle. SSS level. What a terrifying data. I've never heard of anyone achieving SSS ratings in dungeons above B level. Su Bai's actions truly pushed his popularity to a peak. Even those who have always paid little attention to the leaderboard and were solely focused on unraveling the mysteries are discussing the name Ghost Collector. Speculations about his true identity are becoming increasingly murky. In front of the screen, Subuki opened his mouth wide in disbelief as he looked at the announcement floating by. He could never have imagined that the Ghost Collector could achieve an SSS level rating. In his subconscious, the Ghost Collector was just a somewhat wealthy small tycoon who occasionally spent money to climb the leaderboard. But he never expected that he could attain an SSS level rating in this dungeon that severely tests intelligence. Such a far-fetched idea was hard for him to believe. Others might not know the difficulty of this dungeon, but as a former A-level rating passer, Subuki was all too clear. This dungeon's test of reasoning ability reaches an almost perverse level. Aside from the ward, each area has different rules, there are hundreds of them combined. And trying to brute force your way through? Don't dream, just the doctors and nurses in this hospital have strength equivalent to fully level A-level ghosts, not to mention the terrifying boss that rivals 2 S-level ghosts. How can you possibly defeat the boss without immediately collecting items to weaken their power? Unless you can summon 3 ghosts with S-level strength and equip them with the very best gear. You have received a clearance reward, Ghost Soul ×1. Ghost Soul, a pure soul from another world, containing immense power, and has a strong attraction to ghosts. Effect, can elevate the ghost's level, guaranteed to raise those below A level by 1 stage, and for those above A level, it depends on the ghost's qualifications. The better the qualification, the greater the increase. Special reward for SSS level clearance, sealed item, mummy bandage. Unlike Flower Dan face masks, this is an S-level sealed item. Once unsealed, it will definitely release an S-level ghost. When an S-level dungeon is cleared for the first time at S level or above, it will definitely yield an S-level ghost reward, which might be a sealed item or a weapon. Su Bai's SSS level rating will surely yield even stronger rewards. But this mummy. Su Bai took out the 5-inch tall mummy doll in his palm, feeling somewhat disappointed. There's no other reason. From its flat chest, it was highly likely that this mummy was a male ghost, instantly reducing his interest by more than half. Throwing it casually into his storage, Su Bai directly returned to the ghosts. A terrible mood could only be compensated with the cute ghost girls. Handing the ghost soul obtained from the reward to Sadako, she was overjoyed, creating a huge heart shape with her hair on her head to express her joy. This ghost soul is most effective for ghosts below A level. For the other 3 ghosts, it's just a tastier snack. Thus, it didn't cause any dissatisfaction among them. Rather, after spending time together, they had also grown fond of Sadako, who may be quiet but is clever and sensible. So seeing her level up made them very happy. You have used the ghost soul on white-clad Sadako, and her level has been raised to A. Her long hair multiplied, tightly wrapping Sadako inside, like a big cocoon. Although Sadako also defeated a doctor in the dungeon, it was different from the quick kill of the ghost bride. It was obviously a lot of effort. Although she was fully leveled and possessed powerful equipment, her personal strength indeed had significant shortcomings. Her long hair slowly retracted, and Sadako successfully advanced to a rank. At first glance, there seemed to be no change, but upon closer inspection, her hair was longer than before, and her cheeks became somewhat vague, adding a touch of hazy beauty. More importantly, originally a pair of small Sadakos at C rank, they had now surprisingly reached D rank. Su Bai's mouth instantly became dry. There are bad people among the crowd. He had a face full of righteous indignation, embracing the newly promoted Sadako and heading towards the luxurious big bedroom. The other three girls surrounded him, insisting that they shouldn't be treated differently, what was promised must be fulfilled. Su Bai immediately panicked and quickly pushed back. Just then, a phone call came in, and he finally found an excuse to escape. "Hello, Su Bai, the price you mentioned earlier, your uncle has considered it and can accept." "Uncle, you really have a keen eye." Su Bai sneered. Su Yisheng's compromise was entirely within his expectations, but he didn't think it would come this quickly. "Alright, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I'll send you a location, let's meet to sign the contract later." "Okay, see you later." After hanging up the phone, he called Ling Ruoya. "Sister Ling, what are you doing?" Su Bai asked cheerfully. Ling Ruoya, who was lying on the sofa watching a soap opera, rolled her eyes and mimicked Su Bai's tone to reply. "I'm taking a shower. Do you want to check on me, little brother? How about I give you a video call?" Su Bai smiled gently. Since his rebirth, his relationship with the sister had gradually become closer. "The video isn't very nice, how about you show me in person later?" Ling Ruoya was speechless. "Get lost. Speak, what's going on?" Su Yisheng agreed. "Let's go sign the contract later." "Sister Ling, can you pick me up?" Hearing this, Ling Ruoya suddenly jumped up from the sofa. He really agreed? That old fox. "Wait, you want me to pick you up? What about your car? You didn't sell it too, did you?" "Su Bai, sold it." "What are you doing?" "Selling houses, selling cars, selling stocks, you're scaring me." Ling Ruoya's tone was filled with unspeakable surprise. "You must know, that car was Su Bai's beloved, taking more than half a year from purchase to modification. Normally, he wouldn't even let anyone glance at it. Now he even sold that, how could it not be surprising? There's a big investment, a business with more than a dozen small targets." "Pfft, still a business. Am I supposed to not know you? If Su Bai the young master knew how to do business, pigs could fly." "Wait." Ling Ruoya suddenly jumped down from the sofa. "You're not keeping a foreign girl and planning to immigrate abroad, are you?" Chapter 13. Then you might as well keep me. Su Bai was speechless. "All these years, wasn't it the salary I paid you? Haven't I already been keeping you?" "Don't come with that. I earned my salary based on my ability. You can't confuse the two." Su Bai laughed heartily. Although Ling Ruoya was a few years older than him, after 10 more years of apocalyptic time, the current Ling Ruoya still looked like a little girl in his eyes. "How about this, Sister Ling? Why not quit your job and be my personal secretary full-time?" Su Bai intentionally emphasized the two words personal, and the meaning couldn't be clearer. But unexpectedly, Ling Ruoya turned slightly red. "Personal this and that, I can't be with a spendthrift who sells houses and cars. What if you spend all your money and I have nowhere to cry?" After saying this, Ling Ruoya hurriedly hung up the phone. Wearing a nightgown, she hugged her knees and squatted on the ground, her small red face buried in her legs. For some reason, her heartbeat quickened, and she found herself developing feelings for this little guy she had grown up watching, feelings she had never felt before. After a long while, she finally regained her composure and quickly tidied herself up. Driving to Su Bai's villa. After picking up Su Bai, the two followed Su Yisheng's directions to a more private coffee shop. Due to the outrageous prices, only the rich and powerful come here. Seeing Su Bai enter, this old fox, Su Yisheng, greeted him with a smile, as if their argument yesterday had never happened. Having endured hardships in his past life, Su Bai would naturally not wear his worries on his face. Watching the two foxes, one old and one young, exchanging pleasantries, Ling Ruoya felt a surge of disdain. The only one out of place was his cousin, Su Bai. He seemed still angry about the record-breaking incident related to the ghost collector, sulking alone in a corner. Seeing him like this, Su Bai felt secretly pleased. "You little brat, whether in reality or in the game, your family is completely in my hands. Little Bai, ever since your parents passed away, you have been suffering, and your uncle has seen it all and feels it deeply. Your uncle has been busy taking care of your parents' business, so I haven't had time to see you often. I hope you don't blame me, after all, we are family." This old fox's acting was truly remarkable, and he even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. If he hadn't known what this man had done, Su Bai might really have been fooled. Taking care of the business? More like thinking about how to swallow it whole. "Ha, Dad, come on, my cousin is busy gaming every day, when does he have time to see you?" Su Bai spoke mockingly. But Su Bai completely ignored it, still smiling brightly. "What are you talking about, uncle? As a younger generation, what could I possibly have to discuss? I should be the one coming to see you more often. Who knows, one day you might kick the bucket and follow in my parents' footsteps. I heard someone say that some people are actually dead while still alive. It's uncertain whether an accident or tomorrow will come first, right, uncle? Hearing Su Bai's discontent, Su Yisheng shot a glare at his son. The contract was not yet signed. No matter what Su Bai said, he had to keep up the pretense. With a forced laugh, Su Yisheng replied. "Ha, my dear nephew, it's clear you've read a lot in university, just look at you quoting famous sayings. Your uncle can't compare." "It's okay, uncle, we learn until we die. While there's still time, read more books, and make the most of it." In his words, Su Bai cursed this old fool to die sooner. "You useless brat, how can you talk like that? Isn't it just using the little money your parents left behind? Why are you so cocky?" Originally having a bad mood today, Su Buki exploded at Su Bai's words. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, stood up, and was about to walk out. Right now, he was not the one in a hurry, there was no need to tolerate this fool. Su Yisheng panicked immediately, smacking his son's head and getting up to pull Su Bai back. "Little Bai, please don't be angry. Your cousin is just an idiot who doesn't know how to talk, don't take it to heart. You bastard, quickly apologize to your cousin." Su Buki looked incredulously at his father. "You want me to apologize to him? This dumbass who only knows how to chase girls and play games? He's not worthy." Smack. Su Yisheng slapped Su Buki's face, shocking everyone in the coffee shop. "Apologize." With a look that could kill, he glared at his useless son, realizing that even Su Bai understood matters better than him. "I'm sorry." Su Buki squeezed out those 3 words with red eyes. "Ah, I was just joking, uncle, why are you so serious? We are family, how could I be mad at my cousin?" Su Bai laughed and sat down. After chatting a bit more, they finally got to the main topic. "Little Bai, take a look at this contract, if everything is fine, your uncle will transfer the money to you right away." Su Bai handed the contract to Ling Ruoyao, leaving the professional matters to professionals. Calm down, Su Buki looked at Su Bai with a sneer. He thought to himself, this short-sighted fool sold such important shares for merely 14 billion, if his parents knew, they might just rise from the grave in anger because of this idiot. Let him be arrogant for a while, right now, Su Bai is nothing more than a grasshopper after autumn, he won't be able to jump for long. Yet, little did he know, Su Bai was thinking the same about the two of them. Not long after, Ling Ruoyao finished checking the contract, and Su Yisheng did not play any tricks. Both parties signed with smiles beaming from their hearts. Su Yisheng, fool, this company will be mine from now on. Su Bai, idiot, you won't be happy for long. In that moment, a flash of brilliance crossed Su Bai's eyes, and a chilling sensation suddenly enveloped him. The few people present felt the temperature drop suddenly, and they couldn't help but freeze. Is this Su Bai? Why does he feel a bit different? In the car. Su Bai, what just happened to you? I felt you suddenly became really scary for a moment. Are you having some mental issues? Ling Ruoyao asked casually while driving. Damn. If you're doubting my sanity, you're better off doubting me. Su Bai originally wanted to say doubting his abilities, but when he thought of the 4 starving female ghosts at home, he immediately shut up. A flag cannot be carelessly raised. In fact, this was the Eerie game beginning to seep in. He controlled 4 ghosts, 3 of which were S-class, and they would undoubtedly be affected first. Seeing Su Bai suddenly stop speaking, Ling Ruoyao grew even more curious. Could it be that this guy really has a woman outside? After returning home, Ling Ruoyao still couldn't shake off her curiosity. Driven by an emotion called jealousy, she secretly checked Su Bai's bank transaction record. Eerie game? So this guy has recently been obsessed with this. What kind of game has such power to let Su Bai pour in so much money? With a desire to find out, Ling Ruoyao also downloaded this game. Eerie game, welcome to your arrival. Chapter 14. Su Bai returned home and began planning his next steps. After all, with a full 14 billion arriving, if he didn't plan it well, it would be a disservice to his uncle's timely help. Currently, Su Bai wanted to continue enhancing his strength, either by increasing the number of female ghosts or further strengthening them. The methods to obtain female ghosts are mainly through purchases in the shop, system rewards, and sealed item rewards from dungeons. Considering the 3 S-class female ghosts he currently has, along with the still unsealed mummy, it's already sufficient, so Su Bai decided to first upgrade some of his ghost subordinates. In the game, apart from feeding experience to increase levels and equipping strong gear for the ghosts, there's another method. That is synthesis. Identical ghosts can be synthesized together to improve their ranks. As long as the quantity is enough, even an F-class ghost has a chance to become S-class. However, this method has a huge disadvantage. The resources consumed are too much. Su Bai calculated a sum. If he were to cultivate a D-class ghost to S-class, the resources consumed would be 3 to 4 times that of directly obtaining an S-class ghost. Looking at it this way, it seemed extremely unprofitable. Even with Su Bai being on the verge of becoming a billionaire, he couldn't withstand such a losing deal. Therefore, he focused his attention on the two ghosts he already possessed, Sadako and the Ghost Bride. Sadako has been with him for so long, they say feelings deepen over time, and his bond with Sadako has surely become stronger than gold. No matter what, Su Bai hoped she could accompany him until the end. Moreover, now that Sadako is already A-class and belongs to the type of unlimited supply in the shop, upgrading her from A-class to S-class wouldn't be too much loss. At the very least, it's much faster than going through dungeons to search for unsealing materials. And the Ghost Bride is just the most common S-class ghost. You can directly buy it in the mall for 3 million each. It's absolutely worth it to max her out. Although S rank is currently the highest known rank, there are still differences among the S ranks. The unique Snow Woman and the virtual level Ghost Drama Woman are the best examples. This difference may not seem obvious now, but after the strange invasion, it will show a world of difference. Therefore, synthesizing the Ghost Bride is definitely a surefire profit. Then, Su Bai posted a bounty on the World Channel. Ghost Collector, willing to pay handsomely for Kybert's scalpel, price negotiable, hurry if you have it. As soon as Su Bai's message was sent out, it caused a stir in the entire gaming community. You must know, he is the #1 tycoon in the game, having topped the SSS level Mountainside Experimental Hospital. If someone can fulfill his purchase request, not only is the high reward certain, but building a relationship with him is even more important. If a big shot lets a bit of sand slip through their fingers, it might be enough for these casual players to fight over. If they can latch onto this player who has spent at least tens of millions, they could earn a fortune by following him into the next 1 or 2 dungeons. Old Lou, have you heard of Kybert's scalpel? A big shot is paying big money. Little Wu, hurry to check our guild's warehouse for that scalpel. A bunch of players quickly messaged their friends in the game, hoping to get information about this item. Behind the scenes, no matter how you criticize Su Bai, it's all fine, many people pour that much money into the game. But once it involves interests, everyone is trying to squeeze their way into Su Bai's conversation. In an instant, a flood of messages bombarded Su Bai's chat channel. Among them, there are those with lucky thoughts, casually crafting fake information to try and deceive Su Bai for a commission. However, Su Bai was well prepared. Once the filtering function was on, he only looked at the messages that contained information about Kybert's scalpel, ignoring the rest. Sure enough, with this setup, the entire chat channel fell silent. This item is Su Bai's dungeon reward, the exclusive unlocking item for Bandaged Mummy. About 10 minutes later, a message caught Su Bai's attention. Walking too flashy hurt my back, I have the item you're looking for, but it's the broken version, I can also send you the coordinates to farm this item. Attached screenshot. Su Bai opened the screenshot and saw that it was indeed the equipment he was looking for. Kybert's scalpel, broken version, the first scalpel used in dissecting the mummy of the pharaoh in history, containing unique powers to cut special seals. 1/3. Ghost Collector, the item is correct, where did it come from? Su Bai typed a reply. Walking too flashy hurt my back, found it while exploring an unknown area, a Dr. Ghost was holding this scalpel, and our guild got it after defeating this boss. Ghost Collector, name a price. Walking too flashy hurt my back, the item plus coordinates totals 50,000, no bargaining. 50,000 is just pocket change for Su Bai, what's important is the authenticity of the information. From what the other party said, it doesn't seem fake, but one must always be cautious. Ghost Collector, okay, I'll give you 5,000 as a deposit, when I farm the next fragment, I'll pay you the rest, but you better not cheat me, or I'll kill all your ghosts. The loose tongue naturally believes Su Bai has the ability to do this, and he has also spent tens of thousands to train those ghosts, so he wouldn't dare deceive Su Bai. But what he didn't know was that Su Bai wasn't using money to threaten him. Instead, it was his life. Although the host can revive indefinitely, the ghosts in the game can be killed. Once killed, they will downgrade and zero-level ghosts will completely vanish. But the most critical thing is that once a player's ghosts all die, the system will actively delete the player's account. Players whose accounts are deleted have only one outcome. They die in all kinds of strange events. It can be said that once he deceives Su Bai, his life will be in danger. The two quickly completed the transaction, with Su Bai transferring 5,000 as a deposit, and that item also reached Su Bai through the game's trading system. After confirming everything, Su Bai checked the information given by the other party. Located in an unexplored area of the wild, it was a drop from an A-class wild boss. Delays could bring changes, so Su Bai brought 4 ghosts and headed straight for the destination. New map discovered, Wang City. Entering this new area, following the route given by that player, Su Bai arrived at an abandoned mental hospital. After years of wear and tear, the hospital's white walls were extremely mottled, with moss and vines growing wildly, thick ghostly energy overflowed, and on the door were many strange symbols painted in blood. Su Bai looked at the disgusting substance on the ground, unsure if it was pus or slime, and felt no desire to step inside. After all, it was just an A-class boss, which couldn't stir up any waves at all. Babies, let's start the sweep. Chapter 15. The 4 female ghosts received the order. In an instant, they rushed into the mental hospital, and outside, Su Bai could only see various snow-white black hair dancing, the sound of wedding music and opera echoing together, and the rest was the constant stream of reward notifications. Congratulations player, you have obtained D-class material, shattered leg bone ×1. Congratulations player, you have obtained C-class material, ghost flame ×1. After a while, the fragmentary reward notifications stopped for a moment. Congratulations player, you have obtained special item Kybert's scalpel, 1/3. It's here. Now, Su Bai just needed the last piece, but that piece could not be rushed. The unexplored area refreshes every 6 hours, and during these 6 hours, he could farm some materials for the future. Just in time, Su Yisheng's 14 billion would be credited after 6 hours. At that time, a big wave would come. Su Bai strolled through the unknown area, teasing a few female ghosts beside him, feeling as relaxed as if on a picnic. On the other side, Su Buki also logged into the game. At this moment, he was at the peak of his life. Are you still in Wang City? Female ghost collector, what's wrong? Walking too flashy hurt my back, how about you, big guy, just brush that item another day. I got news that the King of Ghost Eyes is bringing his dominant skill to block you in Wang City. He says he won't rest until he crushes you today. Female ghost collector, is that true? How do you know? Su Bai found it interesting. Walking too flashy hurt my back, I'm actually the leader of a small guild, so I just followed the news. Su Bai thought this guy was quite clever. While others would pretend not to know, he wasn't afraid of offending the Dominance Guild and came to warn him instead. Female ghost collector, thanks, what's your name? Let's play games together sometime. At the same time, Su Bai also transferred him $10,000. He couldn't let the person come for nothing. Walking too flashy hurt my back, big guy, I'm Su Feng, but I won't take your money. After all, only our guild knows you're here, it must be my subordinates who leaked the information. Female ghost collector, alright, you're an honest man. Su Bai replied, furrowing his brows. The name Su Feng felt somewhat familiar to him. If it wasn't just a shared name, there was a grassroots organization in L City next to a city in his past life, and its leader was also named Su Feng. As for Su Buki wanting to kill him, what a matter that is. If Su Bai cared a bit more, it would disrespect the 4 female ghosts around him, don't you understand? Half an hour later, the bank manager specifically called Su Bai to confirm that the 14 billion had arrived. After all, this wasn't small money. If anything went wrong, a small manager like him couldn't bear the responsibility. It was just then, in the game. Su Buki had gathered a large number of people and finally entered Wang City. Husband, is my strength appropriate? Su Bai sat grandly in a luxurious chair, his feet resting on a freshly killed pig-headed man, with the ghost bride massaging his shoulders behind him. Sadako and Ghost Opera Girl were at his thighs, while Snow Woman carefully maintained the temperature, acting as a human air conditioner. What a comfortable feeling. But only Su Bai knew what price he would have to pay. If possible, Su Bai even wanted to sleep on the couch tonight. In the distance, footsteps could be heard, kicking up dust and turning the entire street a shade of yellow. A thick ghostly aura rose at the edge of his vision, swirling and gathering in the air to form a massive black skull. A figure gradually appeared in the sky, followed by 3 formidable-looking monsters. Immediately after, countless heads and monsters emerged from the horizon. It was Su Buki and his Dominance Guild. Unbeknownst to Wen, some onlookers had arrived in the nearby buildings, mostly spies sent by various guilds. At this moment, the atmosphere gradually turned serious. Some timid observers even held their breath. 3 S-level monsters led, followed by innumerable A-level monsters, at a glance, at least hundreds. Such a huge formation made careless solo players retreat in fear. Seeing this, Su Bai snorted in disdain. King of Ghost Eyes, is this all the strength you have? Su Bai shouted at the distant Su Buki, not revealing his identity by not calling him by name. Su Buki didn't respond. At this moment, he was entirely immersed in the image of Su Bai begging on his knees next. As long as the players weren't killed, the monsters would keep respawning beside them, and once they hit level 0, his monsters would disappear. If he could wipe out Su Bai's millions of monsters, that would be delightful, right? Looking at the infatuated Su Buki, Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. With such nonsense, if it weren't for his father, he might not survive 3 days, right? Shaking his head, Su Bai opened the recharge interface. Then let's start with 10 billion. Warning, the amount you are currently trying to recharge is too large. Are you sure you want to recharge? Su Bai was also recharging such a large amount for the first time, and he didn't expect that the game would actually have prompts. It seemed it was genuinely afraid of players becoming too invincible. Recharge. 1 billion Ghost Jade. Su Bai immediately placed an order in the shop for 100 Ghost Brides and 100,000 spirits. Ghost Brides cost 3 million each, while B-grade spirits only require 500 Ghost Jade, and 350 million was thus taken away by the system.
Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold wind, seemingly from nowhere, enveloped the entire Wang city. Chapter 16.
The game screen froze for a moment. This was the first time since the game started. The next second, countless overlapping prompts flew wildly across the screen, almost painting it black. Warning, your haunted house is full. Warning, your haunted house is full. Warning, your haunted house is full.
Like an error message, they densely formed a large net.
This is pure spiritual pollution.
Block the prompts.
Su Bai quickly blocked the prompts. Suddenly, Su Bai felt an endless chill pouring down his back, and the street in front of him went completely dark, as if it were midnight.
The intense ghostly aura made it hard to breathe.
Su Bai turned around to look.
What the hell? Behind him, countless female ghosts stacked like sand, their tragic howls deafening.
Is this the Sea of Ghosts? The densely packed ghosts nearly filled Su Bai's originally vast haunted house domain.
Outside,
Subuki also felt an endless chill emanating from Su Bai, but with so many little brothers behind him, he couldn't lose face and pushed onward.
Surround him,
Subuki commanded. His Batian Guild's 100 ghosts fanned out, forming a massive encirclement, surrounding Su Bai tightly. Ghost Bride Collector, today is your day to die. If I were you, I would hurry up and bow a few times. Maybe the Lord will be happy and let you go.
Aren't you very arrogant? Keep being arrogant, huh? What good is being number one? Do you see my brothers behind me? This is what we call a game.
Su Bai simply smiled at his words.
What are you smiling about?
Just because of your few delicate little ghosts? But, if you let these few female ghosts entertain my pig-headed butcher, maybe I can spare one for your final send-off, ha ha ha. Subuki unabashedly revealed his arrogance and pride. Hearing this, Su Bai's expression slowly turned cold.
You really picked a good path for yourself. A path to death. Everyone from the Batian Guild burst into laughter, as if hearing a joke. Just because of you?
Where do you get the courage to think you can handle us?
Did Liang Jingru give it to you?
Let me tell you, today we are just going to use our numbers to bully you.
Just bullying you for having no background or power. What right do you think you have to fight back?
On the rankings, you are first, but there are 4 in the top 10 from our guild. You have 3 S-grade ghosts, we have more than 10 and hundreds of A-grade ones.
What are you comparing?
You are just a lone player. Do you really think one person can challenge a guild? They thought Su Bai would refute, but unexpectedly, he actually nodded his head.
Makes sense. What makes sense?
This guy must have flinched.
So, I've decided to fight all of you.
Su Bai raised his hand, and the entire street changed color. The ghostly skeletons originally gathering over the Batian Guild were instantly dispersed by the coming fierce wind. Then came an even stronger ghostly aura, nearly solidifying, dyeing the whole sky a dark black. Screech! The wailing of the fierce ghosts rushed toward everyone like waves. Apart from Su Bai, the others all covered their ears, unable to bear the terrifyingly extreme soul screams. Roll after roll, overwhelming and all-encompassing. 100,000 female ghosts occupied every corner of the street, like quicksand instantly drowning the hundreds of people from the Batian Guild.
Following this,
100 S-class ghost brides, dressed in red, stood out dramatically among the tide of white-clad pure spirits. Whether it was the Overlord Guild or the onlookers, everyone's minds went blank, and for a moment they asked themselves 3 life questions.
Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do?
Outside the arena, someone was shocked to discover that the numbers behind Su Bai's combat power ranking were rapidly growing. On the ghostly combat power leaderboard, the Ghost Collector was still crushing the second-place Ghost Eye King by dozens of times. A large area around Twilight City was receiving frantic warning prompts from the system.
Warning! Warning!
Please leave Twilight City immediately. Please leave Twilight City immediately.
Bear in green hats, what the hell is going on? Is Twilight City about to collapse? Any good brothers in the know, spill the tea. Behind the scene shit cooker, I am in Twilight City.
I can only see a vast area of darkness in the distance. The ghostly energy is almost piercing the sky.
Han Winningen doesn't stab. I was grinding monsters and nearly died from the warning. Could it be that some terrifying boss has revived? At that moment, everyone was chattering away.
Some said a top-notch piece of equipment had emerged, some said a world boss was respawning, and others even claimed that the map was collapsing. However, all those who had seen the truth had already frozen, their minds blank as a slate. They couldn't even see the warnings, let alone convey any news. In the eye of the storm, Subuki suddenly forgot what fear was. As he looked at the 360 degrees wraparound of ghost brides surrounding him, frozen like statues, his jaw nearly dropped to his toes. From climax to hell, it only took him an instant. This state felt like managing one's desires while watching a romantic movie from a certain island, reaching the climax only to discover that the female lead was the AI face-swapped version of his mom. More thrilling than a roller coaster. At this moment, some recovering onlookers finally remembered their purpose here, and quickly opened the system's screenshot function, snapping away frantically. Each S-Class Ghost Bride led 1,000 purists, even a director of a zombie siege wouldn't dare to film such a scene. The terrifying army of 100,000 ghosts, even with special effects, could not achieve such realism. As one photo after another was sent to the outside world, it was not surprising that the Eerie game erupted with excitement. This time, unlike before, all players, without exception, focused on this shocking and unprecedented battle. At the same time, extreme shock swept through the entire gaming community. This stemmed from a piece of news. A board player, using composition software, counted the number of ghostly figures from the screenshots, then checked the prices in the store, and finally reached a conclusion. The ghost collector had, in this wave, spent at least 300 million. What does 300 million mean? An elite worker earning 1 million a year would have to work non-stop for 100 years without eating or drinking just to earn a third of that. Yet this heartless tycoon threw that money into the game. In such a niche game, developing it cost at most 100 million, a normal player with that money would have long bought out the game. Someone like Su Bai, who exchanged 300 million cash for a pile of virtual data, can't be said to be rare in the world, it can only be deemed unprecedented. No matter how addicted to games one might be, they couldn't pull off such a stunt. What the hell, a madman. Chapter 17. Snap. With a snap of Su Bai's fingers, the massive meat grinder formed by the 100,000 ghost army began to operate. Each S-Class Ghost Bride led 1,000 purists, specifically targeting a player from the Overlord Guild. And Succubus was to engage in combat with the 4 great Ghost Brides under Su Bai's command. Su Bai's ghosts surged forward almost instantaneously. All the ghosts from the Overlord Guild turned into smoke and vanished into the air. Returning from the apocalypse, Su Bai, though not a heartless person, would definitely not show mercy to his enemies. Moreover, after the end of the world came, everyone in the Batian Guild became a member of the Surrender faction. As for traitors, Su Bai only wished to kill them swiftly. Under his command, female ghosts repeatedly slaughtered the resurrected monsters. Once all the monsters around someone were killed, the Ghost Bride would bring the Sadako to stab the players, and Su Bai did not want to let any of them go. Seeing that the female ghosts were even targeting players, the lackeys of the Batian Guild all lit ghost candles. Unfortunately, while the ghost candles could block Sadako's attacks, in front of the Ghost Bride, they were merely thin sheets of fragile white paper. With a lift of the veil, the person revealed a face of terror and died from a lack of breath. After players were killed, the monsters hidden in their spiritual space burst out and were mercilessly slaughtered. Watching his men die one by one, Succubus's heart sank to the lowest point. In the face of absolute pay-to-win, numbers were truly useless. If only I had enough money to spend. Unfortunately, Su Bai didn't even give him the chance to fantasize, as the 4 female ghosts instantly killed his Ghost Bride and the Scarecrow. Just as they were about to continue attacking him, Succubus suddenly pulled out a mirror from his backpack. The moment the mirror appeared, Succubus and the pig-headed butcher vanished on the spot. A life-saving item? Su Bai looked at the disappearing Succubus, not expecting this guy to be so lucky, actually obtaining a life-saving item. What a pity, he didn't die in the game. However, you won't live much longer. In his past life, Succubus relied on his 3 S-Class monsters to control the entire city with hundreds of lackeys from the Batian Guild. Now that 2 of his S-Class monsters were lost and the peak battle strength of the guild was wiped out, he could no longer stir up any waves. Just wait, Surrender faction. I will kill you all sooner or later. To Su Bai, this great battle had no pressure at all. As the first player in the whole server to spend over 100 million, challenging a guild was no big deal. Except for Succubus, all the monsters of the Batian Guild members were slaughtered by Su Bai until they disappeared. It won't be long before they face the most terrifying scene in their lives, leading to their real deaths in reality. For these, Su Bai didn't take to heart. At the moment the apocalypse came, all rules collapsed, and some people became monsters even more terrifying and inhumane than ghosts. For survival, Su Bai had killed at least 1,000 traitors. To him, this was merely a small scene. The cruelty towards these guys was just kindness towards others. In a way, Su Bai gave them the best release, at least they didn't have to face the dark apocalypse anymore, right? After cleaning out these guys, outside players noticed that the original second-place monster, the Ghost Eye King, suddenly plummeted in rankings, like a train, crashing down to over 50. The news of the battle also spread beyond the city of Wang, and everyone knew that this battle was really a competition between the first and second places. There was no doubt that the Ghost Eye King lost, and lost terribly. The repercussions of this battle were still fermenting, with the first to suffer being the Batian Guild. Many who remained at the guild's base chose to quit and seek other paths at the same time. The Batian Guild was left with just a few rotten fish and shrimps. Surprisingly, none of the guilds dared to accept those players from Batian Guild, fearing that the female ghost collectors would come seeking trouble. After all, this was a ruthless person who single-handedly challenged a guild. Who would dare to provoke him? Look at the fate of the Batian Guild. Some guilds with quicker minds also discovered through this matter that this top-tier slayer was indeed a lone player.
Someone once said this, but not many believed it.
Now it's confirmed, as the major guilds are busy dividing up the spoils of the overlord, they are all extending olive branches to Su Bai, with some even claiming that if Su Bai joins, the president will directly make him one. Of course, Su Bai ignores all of this.
Be the president? Is it more fun to stick close to my lovely ghost girls all day?
Su Bai orders his army of ghosts to gather the various materials and equipment scattered across the ground, piling them up into a small mountain in front of him. Although these items are just scrap metal in his eyes, they are still valuable treasures for most ordinary players. But Su Bai doesn't plan to sell them in the store himself. Consignment requires uploading each item one by one, and he might even have to bargain.
He doesn't have time for that.
Just then, he remembers that his payment hasn't been sent out yet. He immediately transfers the remaining 45,000 to Su Feng and sends him a message.
Ghost Collector, President Su, are you considering a business deal? Too cool to walk and hurt my back, boss. I saw your video of destroying the Overlord Guild. Boss, you're magnificent, you're powerful. Just tell me what you need little brothers for, I'm here.
Su Feng sees the message from Su Bai and feels lucky about his initial decision. Look, he's getting closer to the boss.
Ghost Collector, the Overlord people dropped a bunch of equipment, can you help me handle this?
We'll split it 70 to 30. 70-30, of course, means 70 for Su Bai. The reason for giving Su Feng 30% is that these items are basically free for Su Bai. He doesn't care much, after all, he still has over $1 billion, so he doesn't need to worry about money. Secondly, Su Feng is taking a risk to give him the inside scoop. Su Bai is not ungrateful, and just for that, it's worth having him as a friend.
Too cool to walk and hurt my back, boss, that's too generous. I'm just helping you sell something, how can I take 30%? I'm fine with just one share.
The two negotiate for a while, and in the end, Su Bai concedes to Su Feng, and they each take a step back, with Su Bai occupying 8 shares. At Su Bai's uncle's home. Crack! Su Buki fiercely slams his phone to the ground, and the latest model, the Fruit 35 Pro Max Plus, instantly shatters into pieces.
Too much. Too much.
Su Buki's entire face turns red, he truly feels like he lost everything. Not only did he lose 2 S-level ghost creatures worth 6 million, but his prideful guild was also wiped out, and in the end, he even lost a life-saving piece of equipment just to escape. This kind of humiliation is something he has never experienced in 20 years. But he knows he can't possibly spend hundreds of millions on microtransactions. He can only chew on his broken teeth and swallow the pain.
Chapter 18.
After sending the mountain of equipment to Su Feng, Su Bai still didn't leave Wangu City. He waited until he had gathered the 3rd fragment before choosing to teleport back to the ghost house. But he didn't expect that even after the big battle was long over, the command for insufficient ghosts was still being communicated. The worth of 100,000 female ghosts is truly not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Su Bai used a lot of spiritual potions while purchasing the female ghosts, otherwise, trying to command so many female ghosts at once would be a fool's dream.
To quickly get rid of the annoying hints, Su Bai prepares to synthesize.
In fact, Su Bai is quite grateful for this synthesis and enhancement path, as it's the only lifeline left for casual players.
Casual players can't directly obtain S-level ghost creatures, synthesizing and enhancing lower-level ghost creatures is their only remaining way out. This path still exists, even after the strange arrival. In his past life, Su Bai didn't spend a lot on microtransactions early on. After the apocalypse, it was this path that allowed him to barely survive for nearly 10 years. When ghost creatures devour other ghost creatures, they absorb each other's ghostly energy and a kind of homogenized energy. This homogeneous energy is the key to promotion. Therefore, the synthesis of the same kind of ghost essentially means mutual devouring. The homogeneous energy contained in the same type of ghost is naturally the most, but that doesn't mean different types of ghosts lack it, it's just that the chance of devouring different types of ghosts for promotion is very small. Su Bai clicked on synthesis in the system interface.
First, he synthesized Sadako, the only A-level Sadako, continuously devouring those B-level Sadakos, and her ghostly energy grew stronger and stronger until the last B-level Sadako disappeared. Su Bai's white-clothed Sadako once again transformed into that black-haired silkworm cocoon form. Such a large number of syntheses had already reached A-level Sadako, so it was bound to break through the shackles and join the S-level ranks in one go. However, how far it could go was beyond Su Bai's foresight. To be honest, spending a full 50 million to get one S-level ghost, if it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't spend that much money. But Sadako was truly the most considerate among his 4 female ghosts, and after 10 years, Su Bai felt that this 50 million was very worthwhile. After a moment, the black hair gradually retracted, the silkworm cocoon slowly disappeared, and the graceful figure became even more enchanting. One must admit, Sadako is truly majestic. Naturally, Sadako finally became an S-level female ghost, and Su Bai could clearly feel that the once disadvantaged Sadako was now absolutely not weak among the S-levels. In fact, she even faintly surpassed those ghost brides that were purchased in bulk.
Seeing Sadako's growth, Su Bai was genuinely happy. He immediately decided to summon Sadako once tonight. First, he let Sadako go to the room to wash up and wait, and then Su Bai quickly synthesized the ghost brides. Before this, Su Bai had never synthesized an S-level ghost. Spending a full 300 million made him quite nervous, to say the least. As the ghost brides gradually decreased, Su Bai's heart was nearly in his throat. A dazzling white light flashed, and Su Bai suddenly found himself out of the haunted house. Bow to heaven and earth. A shrill duck-like voice rang out. Countless sounds of music faded in and out, mixed with cheers from friends and family, the laughter of children, and the clinking of wine glasses. Su Bai opened his eyes and found himself wearing a long red robe and a horse coat, surrounded by paper figures of guests, their faces outlined with blood-red paint, smiling in a bizarre way. Outside was a paper-made grand sedan chair and a chestnut red horse, with puppet performers playing vividly. The bright red lanterns lit up the entire wedding chamber, and an invisible force forced him to bow towards the pitch-black night sky. Bow to the parents. To his surprise, the voice came from a small puppet host, like a heavenly decree, making Su Bai turn around to bow to two nameless seats. Oh no, my lifelong reputation. Su Bai's shocked eyes filled with tears. Husband and wife bow. Turning again, Su Bai saw the beauty before him. It was indeed his ghost bride. In that moment of looking down, Su Bai caught a glimpse. What a beautiful face. Like a peach blossom, teeth like a white melon, willow eyebrows and apricot eyes, a delicate nose and red lips, as if emerging from a water lily, yet just like the color of the national flower peony. Frankly speaking, Su Bai had never seen such a beautiful woman. Even the demoness from his previous life, who had drained him, faded before her. This face completely shattered the dissatisfaction in Su Bai's heart. With such a bride, what more could one want? This time, before the invisible pressure hit, Su Bai bent down by himself. The ceremony is complete. As the host's voice fell, the illusion slowly faded, leaving only Su Bai and the bride in front of him, holding hands in place. Looking again at the panel, the information about the ghost bride updated. Ghost name, Ghost Bride, Morning. Ghost gender, female. Ghost level, SS level. Ghost rank, LV 100. Ghost ability. Carrying the bride. A creature not higher than a ghost bride. Anyone who turns their back on the ghost bride will be entangled by her resentment, forced to carry her on their back. If they do not break free within 3 seconds, she will take their heart. Bowing to marry. The exclusive ghostly trick of the bride. At the wedding ceremony of the bride, everything is under her control. She is invincible. Ghost introduction. The bride you are marrying is a ghost, and for this life, she is yours. You have completed all the steps to marry her, only the wedding night is left. She is even more interested in you now, wanting to be with you all the time, creating a bond of intimacy. Loyalty to the host, 100% permanent. SS rank. OMG. Su Bai was shocked beyond words. This was a rank he had never heard of in his past life. It's possible that his past circle couldn't touch such high-level existence, but this was just too outrageous. So there really is a stage beyond S rank. Does that mean there will be ranks like SSS in the future? What shocked Su Bai even more was that this ghostly trick could actually have the extraordinary term invincible. Just thinking about standing in the new house with the ghost bride, watching the ghosts come in and die one after another, made Su Bai anticipate. Moreover, after reaching SS rank, the ghost bride actually got her own name. However, the name Li Shang sounds a bit sad for a girl abandoned on her wedding night. Su Bai looked at the beauty in front of him, struggling to erase the image of her face from his mind, reaching out to lift the red cloth covering her stunning features. Li Shang took a half step back, deftly avoiding him. Husband, it's not the wedding night yet. Why are you in such a hurry? I want 3 times tonight. Su Bai was startled. Marrying the ghost bride means being the groom every night? Having died at the hands of a succubus in the last life, now he raises a bunch of succubi? Chapter 19. Su Bai took out 3 pieces of surgical knife fragments and commanded the system to combine them. A dazzling special effect flashed, and a brand new surgical knife appeared before Su Bai. Zibble surgical knife, the first surgical knife in history to dissect the mummy of a pharaoh, containing unique power, able to cut special seals. For this mummy, which was likely a male ghost, Su Bai wasn't really that interested. However, being an S-rank ghost obtained as a reward, wanting not to waste it, Su Bai decided to unseal it. Feeding it to the ghostly actress still in the virtual stage could be a good choice. Utilizing the characteristic of ghosts devouring each other, after eating this mummy, the ghostly actress's power would surely improve. An S-rank sealed object cannot be further upgraded. The ghostly women were puzzled. Having another S-rank isn't good? Moreover, this ghost is male and won't compete with them for affection. Why wouldn't they do such a win-win thing? Su Bai decisively stopped them. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. I'd rather contract a C-rank female ghost than have an S-rank male ghost. This is the dignity of being a collector of female ghosts.
Su Bai held the mummy doll in his left hand, and in his other hand held Zibal's surgical knife. The blade tip gently scraped across the mummy's ancient, worn bandages, and the neat cuts burst forth with blue light. With the bindings of the bandages gone, the mummy's body gradually swelled.
In an instant,
Su Bai now held a delicate body that was no different from an ordinary person's size. The mummy's body was light and felt soft, far from the dry and rigid impression he had.
Could it be? Are you, my master? A weak female voice pierced into Su Bai's ear, causing him to be startled. This is a female ghost.
Su Bai was overjoyed, while the other 4 ghosts showed jealousy, looking rather displeased at this added rival.
As his gaze gradually moved upwards, Su Bai frowned. Why did he feel a certain part was a bit mediocre?
Even in her lowly state, the snow girl is still impressive.
Forget it, being flat-chested has its own advantages, doesn't it? If one breast is not flat, how can one make the world peaceful?
Su Bai stretched his sinful hands towards the bandages wrapping the little mummy ghost's face, just about to untie it when suddenly, a cold little hand grabbed him.
Master, if you look at my face, you have to take responsibility, okay? Take responsibility, of course I will. At this point, no matter what she said, Su Bai would likely agree.
The mysterious veil was slowly lifted, and Su Bai's expression changed from shock to blankness. Seeing Su Bai like this, the remaining 4 ghosts were filled with curiosity.
What kind of captivating beauty could make their host show such an expression? Then they saw.
The head, unwrapped from the bandages, was completely bald, with not a single strand of hair. The eyes had long disappeared, leaving 2 hollow dark cavities. The nose was also dug out, and both ears were completely gone.
This thing can be called a face?
Su Bai was so frightened by what he saw that his legs gave way. Almost in a flash, he threw the body and his arms out, landing directly in front of the ghost actress. The speed of the face reveal is comparable to the Sichuan opera.
Quick, swallow her. It turns out there's a hierarchy even among female ghosts.
And this hierarchy is extraordinarily large. After seeing the stunning beauty of Li Shang, witnessing the mummy's almost deformed appearance was as unbearable as eating canned herring with black truffles. It's not that Su Bai discriminates against female ghosts with poor appearances, but such a face that lacks even a human form is simply unacceptable for him to share nights with. The ghost actress clearly enjoyed devouring this fellow S-rank ghost. Not only would it greatly enhance her own strength, but she could also eliminate a competitor, devouring without hesitation.
The mummy's body vanished, and the ghost actress' momentum surged significantly.
Just as her momentum peaked, ready to break through the barrier before her.
Was it still not enough? In the end, the ghost actress still couldn't cross the chasm between S and SS levels, but Su Bai didn't feel regret. How could a mere S-rank ghost enable the ghost actress to achieve a breakthrough?
Just look at the ghost bride, who devoured 100 same origin ghosts to ascend to SS level. For the ghost actress to achieve this step is already quite remarkable. Her current momentum surpassed that of the snow girl and Sadako, seeming only to lack a final push. Moreover, it seemed that the ghost actress' unique physique had resulted in a colorful ribbon appearing on her shoulder after swallowing the mummy, with mysterious runes matching those on the mummy's bandages, alternating between solid and illusory. Quite beautiful.
Ghost name, ghost actress. Ghost gender, female. Ghost level, S. Ghost rank, LV 100. Current rank, number 1 in the entire server.
Ghost abilities, a heartbreaking melody, mental attack, affecting the actions and thoughts of ghosts, with effects determined by the ghost level difference. Dancing butterflies, the ghost actress moves her body to create illusions. Thousand threads play, the ghost actress manipulates the ribbon to coil around enemies. The power of the runes on the ribbon can temporarily seal all actions of the ghost. Effectiveness depends on the strength difference. Ghost description, she guards the theater, waiting her whole life for her beloved general to return, attempting to make every man wear a mask, turning them into the form of the person in her heart. She is extremely interested in you. Loyalty to host, 100. Upon reopening the ghost actress panel, the virtual level text has indeed disappeared, and a new entry appeared in the abilities section.
Thousand threads play, what a nice name.
Looking at the description, it seems to be a very useful auxiliary skill. Now the ghost actress has 3 skills: mental influence, illusion creation, and a binding ability. One could say her control skills are maxed out. However, after the devouring, it seems a small problem has arisen. The ghostly actress looked at him with eyes filled with desire, a kind of desire that was different from Sadako the ghost bride. It was more barefaced, more aggressive. It was as if she wanted to devour him whole.
Hey! Why are you kneeling? Get up! Don't touch there, no! Absolutely not.
We're handling serious business.
Just wait until tonight, I'll deal with you then.
After a lot of talking, the ghostly actress finally calmed down, but it left Su Bai in a sweat. None of the female ghosts he raised were easy to manage. Now there was just over 1 billion on the books, and Su Bai was pondering how to spend the money. Sadako definitely needed to be drawn again. She and the Ghost Bride were both bought from the same mall, and since the Ghost Bride could reach SS level, she definitely could too. By then, Su Bai would have 2 SS levels. For the decisions he made, Su Bai never hesitated. He immediately spent 100 million to buy 200,000 white-clothed Sadakos again.
Chapter 20.
Unfortunately, this 100 million investment did not make Sadako's level react, it merely solidified her ghostly aura further. Thinking about it, the Ghost Bride took 300 million Demon Jade to rise from level S to level SS, so Sadako, no matter how it went, couldn't be worse than the Ghost Bride, right? There was still a difference of 200 million left. If she could level up just like that, it would be too unfair. Without hesitation, Su Bai directly ordered another 400,000. 200 million Demon Jade was immediately deducted from his account, transforming into the +1/+1 flashing beneath Sadako's name in the ghost house. After the 400,000 Sadakos were completely devoured, the familiar black cocoon appeared again, but this time, there was a bit of an accident. Sadako's black hair kept growing longer, swirling around her to form a massive ball, and just as the giant ball was about to close, Sadako, who was leveling up, suddenly reached out a hand to grab Su Bai in front of her. The enormous force lifted him off the ground, causing him to dive straight into the black-haired sphere formed by Sadako, holding onto the beauty tightly. When he opened his eyes again, the Sadako in his arms had vanished, and Su Bai found himself in a somewhat remote countryside area. Before him stood a dilapidated wooden house, surrounded by weeds, seemingly long neglected. Just as he was about to step inside, the door suddenly swung open, and a girl with long black hair dressed in a white dress walked out. The girl wore no makeup, yet her face was as if adorned with the most exquisite cosmetics. Her egg-shaped face had features almost perfectly proportioned. It is no exaggeration to say that apart from Li Shang, Su Bai had never seen such a stunning girl. However, it was a pity that the girl's eyes were red, as if she had just experienced extreme sorrow. Su Bai wanted to comfort her, but unexpectedly, the girl seemed to not see him and turned to leave in a certain direction. Su Bai could only closely follow her. Although he had never seen Sadako's face, he was sure that this girl was the one who shared the bed with him. Following the small path, the two walked further and further away, and the population around them dwindled. Su Bai remembered the story he had seen. This was Sadako's father's home. Her father had contracted severe tuberculosis, and Sadako had come to visit, which was why she had just come out crying. If that was the case, Su Bai widened his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the next thing would be that incident. Su Bai wanted to stop it, but some invisible force was preventing him from approaching Sadako. The two walked deep into the dense forest, and from afar, Su Bai could see an old well that had not been used in many years. Sure enough, a shadow suddenly leaped from the nearby woods, knocking Sadako to the ground in front of Su Bai. It was a man covered in spots. If Su Bai remembered correctly, he had contracted the smallpox virus. Sadako struggled against the man pressing down on her, too, so Su Bai's eyes were about to burst with anger. She had already suffered enough, why make her go through it a second time? Stop! Su Bai unexpectedly broke free from the invisible barrier, rushing behind the man, her hands gripping his neck tightly, pulling him back. Time halted in that instant. Let it go, Su Bai, he has smallpox. If you continue like this, you will die too. Jinzi calmly spoke, looking at Su Bai. Su Bai said nothing, her grip not loosening even a bit. In fact, it grew tighter. Give up, Su Bai, you know this is just a memory, what's the point of holding on? At those words, Su Bai's mind was filled with images from the past 10 years, Jinzi protecting her during strange events. The bond between them was hard to put into words. It was a reflex of muscle memory, driven by instinct. He looked at Jinzi sincerely, his face calm but his eyes burned with intensity that spoke volumes. What does it matter if it's just a memory? What does it matter if it's fake? I don't want you to go through this pain again. I wasn't there before, but now, you have me. I, Su Bai, promise to protect you. As those words fell, Jinzi looked at the stubborn man before her. A certain barrier in her heart was completely shattered, her hatred for this world transformed into endless dependence on Su Bai. The surroundings began to fill with spider webs, shattering like glass, leaving only Su Bai and Jinzi tightly embraced together. Their black hair shrank back, revealing their figures. Looking at Jinzi, her black hair had covered her face, but when Su Bai reached to push it aside, she no longer resisted. After reaching S level, Jinzi also gained her own ghostly powers. It was that well where everything had happened before, filled not only with hatred for this world but also with love for Su Bai. On the withered grass, there was a well covered in moss. The sky, filled with black clouds, seemed ready to hang all who dared step here. Su Bai scrutinized Jinzi after her S-level upgrade. Sure enough, the large parts had indeed become larger. Look at this, always using this to test the leaders, you really know how to play, little Jinzi. With the serious matter settled, the four women eagerly watched Su Bai. Wasn't it time to handle the personal matters? Didn't we agree on 2 rounds in one night? This time, without giving Su Bai any chance to refuse, the four ghosts together threw him into the big bedroom. In the game hall, many noticed that the points for the female ghost collector had suddenly skyrocketed, leaving everyone else far behind. Even the distant tail lights were no longer visible.
What can you do about it? How much has this guy spent? Is he cheating? Officially, please come down and give us some solid proof. Crooked Mouth Tang San, hey, I can't play this game anymore. Looking at this female ghost collector feels like a mountain weighs down on me.
Seeing Su Bai's rocket-like rise on the leaderboard, despair filled the hall.
Zhang Xiu was among them.
As a member of the Ba Tian Guild, he could feel Su Bai's terrifying dominance the most. Originally, he had been thriving in this game under the title of the Ghost Eye King, but unexpectedly, this out-of-nowhere Chang Yaojin had single-handedly defeated their entire guild. Now, the high-ranking combat power of the Ba Tian Guild had been completely wiped out. The president, Ghost Eye King, was nowhere to be found, and checking the record showed he came from the Ba Tian Guild, but no one dared to want him. Even his only A-level ghost he had painstakingly leveled up had dropped back to the initial C-level ghost, making it feel like a return to square one. He was originally just a poor college student, playing this money-hungry game with the Ghost Eye King only to earn a bit of pocket money for group fees. Looking at the current situation, it seemed the rich second-generation Ghost Eye King had no face to continue playing the game anymore.
What reason did he have to play this game now?
Immediately, Zhang Xiu traded everything in his account, completely uninstalled the game, and took the money to find an internet cafe for an all-night session. Yet he did not notice that behind him, an indescribable cloud of smoke had appeared, closely following him.
Chapter 21.
The next day, Su Bai woke up only when the sky was bright, feeling deeply tired as he supported his waist.
Aunt Wu, make me a cup of goji berry tea, half goji berries, half tea.
And bring a plate of stir-fried leeks with oysters. Following Su Bai's voice, Aunt Wu emerged from the nanny room with an unusual expression.
Young master, aren't you going to class today? No. Study? What the heck? I have no time for school now.
Su Bai said casually, his top priority was spending money in the game.
Nothing but spending money, everything else was just an added annoyance. Good not to go.
Aunt Wu wiped the sweat off her face. Seeing Aunt Wu's nervous demeanor, Su Bai asked seriously.
Aunt Wu, what's wrong? You're not like this usually. If something's up, tell me, and I'll help you out. It's nothing, I just heard this morning.
As she said this, Aunt Wu leaned closer to Su Bai's ear. I heard that a student from your school committed suicide last night.
Su Bai frowned. Was it by hanging?
Yes.
Hey, how did you know?
I heard it from Sister Wang next door. Her husband works as a guard at your school, he was the one who discovered it first. Su Bai didn't reply but fell into memories.
Entangled with the hanging ghost of the school.
In his previous life, just days before the apocalypse, a hanging ghost had mysteriously appeared in Su Bai's school for some unknown reason. Anyone entangled by it would commit suicide by hanging, and this ghost seemed to follow some rule, killing one person every so often. Yaoningshin was one of the unfortunate victims in this event, and at that time, Su Bai was quite sad for a long time because of it. Has it already occurred? It seems this event changed due to his reasons, slightly advancing the timing. However, this also indicated that the Eerie game's power was officially starting to affect the world. Su Bai could clearly feel that his own body's feedback was getting stronger, otherwise, he wouldn't wake up every day feeling sore and exhausted. In the early stages, the frequency of the hanging ghost's killings was not fast. According to his previous life's experience, there would only be one unlucky person appearing each day, and it was only in the last 3 days before the apocalypse that the number would begin to increase. And on the last day, as far as Su Bai knew, 5 people would meet their end at its hands, with the possibility of even more yet unknown. Yaoningshin was one of the 5. But Su Bai had made up his mind that he wouldn't go to school until the Eerie game invasion was over. Thus, the hanging ghost wouldn't be able to affect him at all. Before the eeriness descended, Su Bai was just an ordinary person with no thoughts of being a saint. As for the death of his crush from his previous life, it happened on the last day, so it was not something to consider for now. Talking to her too much now might also make him seem crazy, achieving the opposite effect. At this stage, Su Bai clearly understood that enhancing his strength was the solution to all problems. He wouldn't slow down his progress for anyone. Eerie bosses, secret realm dungeons, ghostly underworlds, the descent of the ghost realm. The 9 provinces fell to 7 continents, and with the island nations and Styx teaming up with the beautiful country, they aimed for the 9 provinces. Various internal and external troubles of the Eerie world surrounded Su Bai's heart, and all he wanted was to become strong quickly. Although he had reached the top in the national server, there could be even stronger ghost tamers abroad, he could not slack off at such a critical moment. At this moment, a phone call came in.
Su Bai. Are you aiming for the sky? Ling Ruoya's angry voice came through the receiver, and Su Bai helplessly pulled the phone a bit away. You brat really has money to burn, huh? Charging a few $100 million into the game. Do you really think that just because your parents aren't around, no one can control you? You're the ghost collector, aren't you? No way, Ling's sister, you play this game too? Su Bai was a bit surprised that this little girl actually downloaded the game. He clearly remembered that in his past life, Ling Ruoyo had never contracted any ghosts. It must be the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth, but this was undoubtedly good news for him. It gave Ling Ruoyo a little self-defense ability in a strange world. Su Bai, what's your name? I'll add you. AI Zhengtai is really too good. Though she scolded Su Bai, Ling Ruoyo's body was very honest. It's no wonder, this game really has a kind of magic that attracts her and makes her addicted. But she still needed to advise. I see your bank statements keep going, are you crazy? Selling your house and car to buy shares just to play a game. Su Bai, while you haven't spent all your money yet, hurry up and stop, or you'll regret it later. Ling's sister, you're saying this to me, but look at yourself, aren't you also putting money in? Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. At least I will leave enough money for the second half of my life. Unable to tell the truth, Su Bai could only comfort Ling Ruoyo with a benevolent lie. But at the same time, after adding Ling Ruoyo, he was surprised to find that in just one day, she had actually obtained an A-level ghost. If relying purely on grinding, it would definitely be impossible to achieve this. Hearing Su Bai's assurance, Ling Ruoyo felt relieved. After all, this wealthy second generation who had no humanity would definitely not starve to death. As a working-class person, worrying too much was not a good thing. But at the same time, her face turned a bit red. Who told the little male ghost in this game to be so cute, I couldn't hold back. Su Bai felt a bit helpless after hearing this. This little girl was actually a face lover, how had he not discovered this before? But luckily, she downloaded the game, so she would have some self-defense power when the apocalypse came. After hanging up the phone, Su Bai quickly scarfed down a few bites of food and then returned to his room. He entered the game. In the game, Su Bai was still lying on his 8-meter-wide bed. This was specially customized by Su Bai from the system, after all, it's better to be safe than sorry. Given his speed in collecting female ghosts, it probably wouldn't be long before 8 meters wouldn't be enough. He moved the little feet that were blocking his face away, he knew without looking that they belonged to the snow girl, she always looked the most unkempt in her sleep. Gently pecking on Sadako's pretty face, the little girl immediately opened her eyes. Are you awake? Even though she had become an SS-level existence, Sadako was still not very used to speaking. The sun is already shining on your butt. As the two chatted, the other 3 ghosts gradually woke up. But they didn't rush to get out of bed. Su Bai first clicked on a private message that had a red bubble. It was a message from Su Feng, with no text, just a 10-second video. Su Bai opened the video, and it showed an ancient and quaint little town. There was not a single figure on the street, and wisps of blue smoke swirled around the town, the cobblestone road underfoot written with the marks of time. It was night, and the sky was deep blue, with no stars visible, just a moon hanging alone. Several houses had their doors tightly closed, but high red lanterns could be seen hanging, and remnants of fireworks were scattered at the street corner, with a few red cloth pom-poms casually thrown on the ground. Beside one household store lay a lion dance head, with a slightly chipped swan upright next to it. A gust of wind blew, sending the red scraps of paper flying everywhere. As the perspective continued to advance, a sedan chair could be seen in the distance, faint sounds of gongs and drums reverberating through the air. The video ended abruptly at this point. Chapter 22. After watching the video, Su Bai frowned unconsciously. The scene in the picture revealed an indescribable sense of familiarity. It seemed he had seen this place somewhere, but he couldn't recall at the moment. Wait, the palanquin, gongs, firecrackers. With these few key hints, Su Bai instantly remembered where he had seen this little town. Yes, it was in the illusion where he and Li Xiang were married. At that time, when he turned to bow to heaven and earth, he probably caught a glimpse of the outside scene, and one of the houses looked exactly like the one at the far end of the video. Moreover, the architectural style of the other buildings was similar. At this moment, Su Bai messaged Su Feng to confirm. Female ghost collector, is this the house of the ghost bride? Walking too gaudy hurt my back, that's right. I saw the video of your battle with the Batian Guild, and you have quite a few ghost brides, right? I figured you would be interested in this. Indeed, if it were some unknown place, he probably wouldn't care, but if it was related to his 4 ghost brides, it was a different story. Such exclusive scenes generally hide certain opportunities, who knows if the ghost bride could level up again. Female ghost collector, name a price. As a guild leader, Su Feng naturally wouldn't be bored enough to show Su Bai a video for nothing. Walking too gaudy hurt my back, boss, you have no idea how many people and ghosts were lost to find this place. Don't be fooled by this video being only 10 seconds, it took the lives of 4 A-grade ghosts to bring it back. Female ghost collector. Su Bai was speechless, was he such a stingy person? Feel free to raise the price as high as you want, and one word from me, in the future, we'll have Wang flipped upside down. Walking too gaudy hurt my back. Boss, don't be mad. I'm just complaining. A while ago, a guy from an island quoted me 500,000, but I didn't sell. I can't sell to those guys. How about that, boss? Female ghost collector, 1 million. This little money didn't bother Su Bai at all. It wasn't even enough for one ghost bride. Was it worth mentioning? Not only did he not bargain, but Su Bai even directly doubled the amount for Su Feng. Walking too gaudy hurt my back. Damn. Boss is generous. Boss is mighty. Female ghost collector, you have your own network, don't you? In 2 lifetimes, Su Bai had been immersed in the Eerie game for so many years and had never heard of this place's existence. Clearly, this little town existed in the unexplored map, and since Su Feng could even find this, he probably had his own intelligence network aside from the guild. The Eerie game's map was extremely vast. Apart from the currently displayed area, everything around it was shrouded in mist, referred to as the unexplored area. The city of Wang, where the previous battle took place, was one of the unexplored areas. Since the game launched, the size of the explored areas has been continually increasing, yet no one had ever reached the boundary. Some had even asserted that the unexplored areas might be 10 times the size of the explored ones. Walking too gaudy hurt my back. It's not really a network. I just played various games for a long time and made more friends, that's all. Boss, if you have anything in the future, just speak up. Female ghost collector, then help me gather some player items, like death dolls and deceptive scarecrows. We can negotiate on the price. Earlier, the batch of materials and equipment Su Bai had released was sold by Su Feng in just half a day's time. Now he was sending such a message again. It was clear this person was quite capable. Su Bai was interested in bringing him under his wing, hence the request. Walking too gaudy hurt my back. Alright, I guarantee to take care of it beautifully for you, boss. The two ended their conversation, and Su Bai transferred the money to the other party. Before long, the location of the mysterious little town was sent over, but Su Bai did not rush to click it open. He continued to study the video. Upon closer inspection, this place indeed had a huge connection to the ghost bride. As her husband, both emotionally and logically, Su Bai had to pay a visit. Except for places like Wang City, which are almost fully explored, the unexplored areas are basically filled with great danger. To be safe, Su Bai decided to contract another monster. Su Bai began to stroll around the mall, naturally looking down on monsters below B grade, as those monsters were merely food for his 4 girls. As for monsters above B grade, Su Bai had only one standard for selection. Good looking. After all, the difference between A and B grades was not significant for Su Bai. Could a matter involving hundreds of thousands really be considered a matter? After a round of searching, Su Bai finally made his choice. The mall's illustration featured a cute little girl with a pair of sharp demon ears standing on both sides of her head, her doll-like rosy face showing acute mischief, and a black tail resembling a heart wagging adorably, making people eager to touch it. Immediately, Su Bai clicked to buy. Monster name, Little Demon. Monster gender, female. Monster grade, B. Monster level, current level 1, no global ranking yet. Monster ability, Shadow Companion. The little demon has the ability to move through shadows. Wherever there is darkness, is her hiding place. Shadow incarnation, the little demon can transform her body into darkness, existing between reality and illusion, reducing the damage received. The darker the surroundings, the higher her damage. Monster introduction, a curious little witch excited by everything new, who enjoys tearing things apart and putting them back together, like you did with toys when you were a child. She thinks you would be a perfect toy for her. Loyalty to host, 60. Puff. A puff of smoke flashed, and the little demon emerged from the shadow in front of Su Bai. The little creature was not very tall, just reaching Su Bai's stomach, looking like a doll. As soon as she appeared, she stared at Su Bai with a wicked look, pretending to be fierce and said, "Foolish mortal, are you ready to be my toy?" Before Su Bai could respond, the 4 ghost girls suddenly appeared behind him. Ah! A ghost! The little demon, like a frightened bunny, quickly hid behind Su Bai, trembling in fear. Though Su Bai knew the little demon was a creature that had lived for thousands of years, he couldn't help but feel that this little one was just too cute. He turned around and rubbed the little demon's head. "Good girl, I bought you something fun." Su Bai felt a bit relieved, looking at the fierce 4 girls in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh that finally, he had one who was obedient. Such a cute doll, how could he not arrange the best for her? Experience packs and equipment, Su Bai did not miss a single one, picking out the best for her, and in no time, the little demon rose to the top tier of B-grade monsters. But for Su Bai at this moment, B-grade was certainly not enough. If he was going to give, he would give the best. With the experience of the Ghost Bride and Sadako, Su Bai prepared a fund of 370 million this time. Even with the little demon's tiny stature, 740,000 of them would pack the haunted house tight. Su Bai quickly clicked to combine. Soon, the SS grade little demon was born. Chapter 23. Su Bai once again experienced the special scene of SS grade summoning, this time in a huge castle, where the little demon lay among piles of toys like a princess.
Su Bai transformed into a knight riding a white horse, killing the light priest and reclaiming the stolen toys for the little demon. This plot wore Su Bai out. It seemed that the special illusions for monsters leveling up to SS grade were based on their obsessions. Li Shang's obsession was that wedding. Sadako was severely lacking in security, while the little demon was purely her imaginings as a little girl and her dislike of the light priest. After leveling up to SS grade, the little demon still appeared as that adorable Loli, without changing size like the snow girl at will. Though she looked soft and cute on the outside, the aura around her was already quite terrifying. After the upgrade, the little demon also gained her true name and ghostly powers. This seems to be the standard feature of an SS-level ghost. The little devil's real name is Mealy's, whose ghostly power turns the surrounding environment into a dark night, making shadows everywhere. In her ghost realm, Mealy's can freely shuttle around using following like a shadow, and her damage is in a state of maximum increase. After experiencing the process of upgrading a ghost to SS level 3 times, Su Bai also reached a conclusion. It seems that SS level corresponds to the first phase of the revival of reality's monsters. After all, both SS level and the first phase share the feature of the appearance of ghosts. Thus, the second phase corresponds to SSS level monsters, which indirectly confirms the existence of SSS level. After her upgrade, Mealy's no longer had the timid appearance from before, but became even closer to Su Bai. It seems that Su Bai's brave performance in the illusion made Mealy's see him as her Prince Charming. With a forceful leap, Mealy's pounced onto Su Bai's body. Her arms tightly hugged his neck, and her little short legs wrapped around Su Bai's waist. Oh, *3, oh. Mealy's gave a hard kiss on Su Bai's cheek. The other 4 ghosts stepped forward at the same time. Mealy's, holding on to Su Bai, turned her head provocatively to look at the 4 ghosts, as if showing off. Tension rose. The fists of the 4 ghosts hardened. Seeing the chaotic scene about to erupt, Su Bai quickly pulled them apart. The task is important. The task is important. Let's go, we need to go to this place now. Saying this, Su Bai opened the previous video and handed it to the ghost bride. Li Shang, do you know where this is? Looking at the location in the video, Li Shang appeared a bit dazed, but after a moment she shook her head, indicating she didn't recognize it. Su Bai estimated this was also the case. For these ghosts, once contracted, most of their previous memories would disappear. Only those with strong obsessions would remember some very important things in the SS level illusion. For example, their names. Su Bai checked the location information sent by Su Foam. The small town was deep in the unexplored area on the east side of the map. In the fog, the deeper one goes, the greater the danger. Places that are deep in fog generally contain great horrors. With the slightest mistake, everyone could be wiped out. Thus, Su Feng's lament about the difficulty of obtaining this information was not bragging. But this was only for ordinary players, as Su Bai, with 5 major ghosts, certainly did not need to be too afraid. The game's teleportation function can only transport players to the edges of explored maps. The remaining unexplored areas can only be traversed on foot. Although the map showed a mist with no accurate roads, according to the information provided by Su Foam, all that was needed was to walk east. The principle of the shortest line between 2 points is understood by Su Bai. A great person once said, there was originally no road in the world, the 5 super ghosts pushed through, and thus a road was formed. Warning, you have entered an unexplored area, please act cautiously. As soon as Su Bai stepped out of the map boundary, he found himself in a dense forest, surrounded by plants that had not been tainted by ghost energy, filled with hostility. Sadako, push through. Upon receiving the order, Sadako immediately unfolded her ghostly power. The sky around them turned color, with countless black hairs suspending above. The ghostly energy surged, and the black hairs condensed into swords shooting down from the sky, smashing into the strange trees ahead. A huge noise startled the surrounding crows to take flight, and the vicious dogs to flee. These ghost trees instantly turned into piles of shattered wood, revealing a wide road ahead of Su Bai. Congratulations, player, you have obtained D-level material Ghost Wood Branch ×1. Congratulations, player, you have obtained B-level material Corpse Tiger Fur ×1. In an instant, Su Bai was flooded with various material notifications. Under Sadako's continuous bombardment, any ghost below A level was basically killed in seconds. The group's speed was not slow. Soon, they passed through this weird forest at the very edge. It seemed that they were gradually approaching human speech, as some scattered small houses began to appear. Among these small houses, there were basically ghosts present, just at varying heights and uneven levels. After walking a little further, they arrived at a lumber mill occupied by an S-level ghost, a killer wearing a mask and holding a chainsaw. Su Bai had indeed heard of his name, Jason. Jason was not particularly strong. After being besieged by 5 ghosts, only the chainsaw remained quietly lying there. As everyone continued to delve deeper, the S-level ghosts had already killed 7 or 8, while A-level and lower ghosts had nearly disappeared without a trace. Ghosts also have a sense of territory. When an S-level ghost exists in a certain area, there may be only that one ghost surrounding the vast region. This saved Su Bai quite a bit of travel time. At this moment, the 5 ghosts reached the edge of a small bridge, where Su Feng's provided location also ended, but the small town in the video was nowhere to be seen. Just as Su Bai was about to message Su Feng to question him, a distant sound of a swan suddenly broke through the silence. Floating and slowly approaching. Clearly, just moments ago, there was nothing around, but as the eerie sound of the swan rang out, the small town actually appeared out of thin air around Su Bai. And he, at this moment, was sitting on a tall horse adorned with a red flower and draped in colorful silk. On his chest was a huge flower bouquet that is only worn during weddings. The musicians on either side also had red flowers in their hair, holding cymbals, drums, and swana, creating a lively atmosphere. Surrounding him were the townsfolk lining the road, joyously congratulating the groom, Su Bai, who sat on the horse, while the host behind him held a bamboo basket, tossing red envelopes and candy to the villagers. 2 children held a candle in one hand and a firecracker fuse in the other, happily igniting them. Crackling sounds, music playing, laughter, and cheers filled the air. It was cheerful and bustling. But the only thing that sent chills down one's spine was that Su Bai's clothes had somehow been changed into a maroon wedding shroud. And those around him had no facial features. What they had were only deep, dark voids. Chapter 24. Su Bai was startled, but he did not panic. The scene, albeit strange, was not enough to frighten him. Furrowing his brows, this instance truly was not simple. In his previous life, he had also encountered quite a few supernatural events, and at that time, he did not have strong ghosts watching over him, relying entirely on his extraordinary intellect to navigate through. Yet, even so, he had never encountered such an eerie occurrence. Out of nowhere, it had pulled him into the scene without any warning. The surroundings felt very real, not like an illusory dream. And beside him was an illusion expert, the ghostly actress. If it were an illusion, how could she have shown no reaction at all? Just as Su Bai analyzed his current situation, someone quietly opened a small gap in the palanquin behind him, and a dried hand reached out from within. Su Bai felt a chill run down his back and quickly turned to look. The dried arm, clothed in a terrifying blood-red wedding dress, swiftly reached for his face. The target was none other than Su Bai's throat. The sharp nails, stained. The ghostly realm centers around Su Bai, 2 meters away, where the swana continues to play, and laughter remains the same. But within 2 meters, the death clothes on Su Bai have vanished, and the chestnut-red horse beneath him has shed its flesh, leaving only a pair of wooden bones trudging forward. The once brand-new bridal palanquin is now broken and battered, its door curtains nearly torn into strips, bearing the marks of time. Behind him, for bearers lifting the palanquin lack faces, yet at least their flesh is fresh and vibrant. In front of them, the dead have transformed under the ghostly reflection, becoming paper figures filled with wrinkles, their faces adorned with strange smiles. Damn! Su Bai frowned. This place is truly mysterious. It seems this is the true form of this group of beings. However, the sudden change in the surrounding environment confirms Su Bai's speculation. He has indeed not been pulled into some illusion. This so-called small town, perhaps, does not exist in reality at all. Instead, it is a ghostly realm. That's right, Su Bai has now entered the ghostly realm of some specter, which is also the root cause of his failed summoning of a female ghost. The ghostly realm is the embodiment of ghostly energy and resentment, and only the ghostly realm itself can suppress it. To compress his SS-level female ghost's ghostly realm to cover just 2 meters around him, the level of the current ghostly realm must be at least as high as his. At the very least, it must be SS level to produce such an effect, and more likely it's SSS level. A fiery light flashed in Su Bai's eyes. Although he is almost certain that an SSS level exists above SS level, he has never seen it with his own eyes. Just how powerful can an SSS level be? The surrounding ghostly realm has a similar charm to his ghostly bride, with the same swana, bridal palanquin, and wedding scenes. Recalling the scene when Li Shang was promoted to SS level and he married her, Su Bai suddenly realizes a key point he had overlooked. Marriage, there must be a bride and groom to complete the ceremony. So if he wants to break this ghostly realm, finding the groom and bride is the key. The groom is now played by himself. As for the bride, Su Bai's gaze falls on the bridal palanquin, which is half brand new and half dilapidated. With 5 ghosts guarding him, Su Bai slowly reaches for the door curtain. Swish! Underneath the faded door curtain, the interior of the palanquin is actually empty. What in the world were those claws that just waved at him? The female ghost who should have been sitting in the palanquin has now disappeared. At this moment, a strange change occurs. The once lively street turns into dead silence at the same time, and the large small town is so silent that you can hear a pin drop. Paper figures, musicians, onlookers, and guests. Suddenly, everyone turns their heads in unison, their painted faces breaking into inexplicable smiles. The laughter is bone-chilling. The laughter makes hair stand on end. Where is the bride? Where did the bride go? Hurry, bring the bride back. Quickly find her. Quickly find her. The piercing voices ring out from around him. The onlookers are like lunatics, emitting a hellish roar from their throats, as if they will swallow Su Bai alive if the bride isn't found. Warning, detected A-level fierce ghost boy. Warning, detected S-level fierce ghost paper bearers. Su Bai knows he has triggered some kind of prohibition. The villagers, once like dead things, have suddenly come to life, their bodies swirling with ghostly energy. The warning sounds endlessly, everything is signaling the urgency of the situation. Among the surrounding onlookers, even the lowest level child is A-level, with all kinds of S-level ghostly beings appearing one after another. Among the S-level, the most potent ghostly energy belongs to those 8 paper bearers, their ghostly energy thick as ink almost dyeing them black. But if that's the case, it's still not enough to make Su Bai feel pressured. With 3 SS-level ghosts guarding him, these ghostly things can't hurt him at all. However, at that moment, an older musician suddenly blows into his swana. DD. The swana cried out like a lament, followed closely by the harmony of 6 other musicians. The gong roared, and the cymbals barked wildly. In an instant, countless strange sounds squeezed Su Bai's already suppressed spirit. The cheerful, joyful melody abruptly turned into a mournful tune. Warning, SS-class malevolent spirit detected, swana ghost. Warning, SS-class malevolent spirit detected, gong ghost. Warning, SS-class malevolent spirit detected, drum ghost. A total of 7 SS-class malevolent spirits. Their spirits seem to be connected in some way. Countless musical notes transformed into fierce dogs, and under my gaze, thousands of dogs charged. As the music surged towards a climax, the strength of the vicious dogs and the 7 musicians escalated at a terrifying speed. The demon dogs, formed from spirits, relentlessly bit into the spirits of the 4 ghosts beside Su Bai, who seemed unable to hold on much longer. The little demon, Millis, unexpectedly wore a serious expression, and the snow woman, whose face was as pure as a high mountain lotus, appeared even paler from exhaustion. As for the ghost actress, there was no need to say, being the weakest among the 5 spirits, the immense pressure around her almost suffocated her. Bring the bride back. The oldest swana player suddenly stopped, his twisted ghostly face pressed close to Su Bai, almost commanding him with this statement. But the pressure around them showed no signs of easing. At this crucial moment, where could he find a bride? Chapter 25. Bride? Bride. In his past life of over 10 years, Su Bai was not idle. In just a moment, he quickly came up with an idea. If the hidden ghost bride could not be found, then he had one himself. The night after the wedding is not just talk. Li Shang, you get into the sedan. Su Bai immediately commanded as the ghost bride, Li Shang, floated into the sedan in an instant. The moment the curtain was pulled down, the mournful music ceased, the once terrifying and eerie crowd instantly regained their original forms, the predatory gazes vanished, and the creepy smiles disappeared as if nothing had happened. In short, they just resumed playing and dancing. Does the bride have to exist? Su Bai looked at the remarkable change in front of him, a contemplative expression flashing in his eyes. Although he was temporarily safe, the secrets of this small town became increasingly murky. Since this was the ghost bride's territory, and there were so many powerful spirits, why did she choose such a treacherous path for her ambush? And those spirits in front of him seemed to stop attacking him after seeing the ghost bride enter the sedan. Could it be that the ghost bride was not on the same side as these guys? Su Bai could not rule out this possibility, but the clues he had were too few, making it impossible to confirm. His heart grew more and more bewildered. Since there was no danger, Su Bai decided to play along with them and continued the act, promptly recalling the remaining female ghosts. Everything around returned to normal, the gongs and drums played joyfully, but after what had just happened, the current cheerful atmosphere felt even more eerie. As the musicians played, the paper figures re-entered the sedan, slowly advancing deeper into the town led by the cheerful boys and girls dressed in festive red. This was an area not visited in the video. Clearly, those who had previously shared the video had not even passed the ghost bride's test and had died confusingly. The wedding procession gradually moved deeper, but the people welcoming them on both sides grew fewer and fewer. Although Su Bai had never been married, he somewhat understood these customs. Ordinarily, during the wedding procession, there should be waves of welcoming parties, and the number of followers should not decrease, right? Yet the current situation was exactly the opposite. Moreover, Su Bai noticed that the ones disappearing were precisely those who had been beside the procession at the beginning. The later arrivals were joyful, but their demeanor was fundamentally different. It was as if they were wary of something. Just as Su Bai was about to ponder further, the procession suddenly came to a stop at a certain point. The scenery around suddenly captured all his attention. The crimson door, adorned with a pair of happiness symbols, stood out. Lanterns hung high, flickering with light, and an unknown chill swept through the crowd, rushing into the hall. Looking at this scene that was so familiar, Su Bai was stunned. No way, not again? Sure enough. At that moment of Su Bai's daze, the officiant next to the line raised his voice and shouted loudly. Lower the sedan. The brand new sedan slowly descended, and the 8 paper ghosts that had been carrying it turned into blue smoke and disappeared. Inside the sedan, a white jade-like hand lifted the curtain, stepping down. Su Bai's expression became serious. In the next second, a peculiar connection drew him to the stunning woman in front of him, and Su Bai finally sighed in relief. Nothing had changed.
The ghost in front of him was indeed Li Shang. The bride crosses the fire basin. As the officiant's voice fell, a fire basin filled with remnants of paper money ashes appeared out of nowhere on the ground before them. Having experienced it once, Su Bai had no hesitation and reached out to hold Li Shang's hand, striding forward. As they crossed the fire basin, a wisp of blue smoke drifted from Li Shang, enhancing her presence. Although puzzled, Su Bai did not stop. What if these ghostly things went crazy again? Step by step, they walked forward, going through the wine ceremony and the cannon salute. They experienced all the rituals and were about to enter the main hall. But at the moment they crossed the threshold, Su Bai felt the jade-like hand he was holding change its texture. The originally tender hand that felt as soft as a peach began to grow dry, and the strange connection he had with her vanished. Su Bai was taken aback, but he did not let go of the hand he was tightly holding. They had come this far, he had to see what kind of trick this ghost bride was going to play. Taking 2 steps at a time, he strode straight into the main hall. Groom and bride, bow to heaven and earth. What followed was the officiant's high-pitched voice. Su Bai did not hesitate and quickly turned to bow to heaven and earth, but the ghost bride beside him was slow to move. Bow! At the officiant's command, 4 or 5 minor ghosts rushed forward, trying to forcibly make the ghost bride bow. Su Bai's expression darkened. How dare these low-level beings? This was at least an SS-level ghost. Just as Su Bai was ready to watch the show, several lower-level ghosts actually pushed the ghost bride down. Is this another rule? Su Bai pondered silently. Bow to the high hall. Su Bai turned around, surprised at what he saw. On the left side, representing the male side's parents, sat his parents in a stupor, wearing their signature eerie smiles, but on the other side, the female side's parents were nowhere to be seen, only 2 spirit tablets quietly resting on the surface of the chairs. Even more strangely, next to the high-backed chair were 2 coffins lying quietly, as if telling an endless tale of sorrow. After the second bow, it was time for the couple's farewell bow. This time, no matter how forcefully the minor ghosts pushed, the ghost bride remained unmoved. Even through the veil, Su Bai could sense the infinite killing intent in her eyes. What does this mean? Am I unworthy to marry you? Sorry, I'm not someone easy to mess with. I still remember the grudge of your earlier claw. He had roughly figured out the rules of this scenario. The ghost bride was indeed not on the same side as the person she was marrying. And as long as Su Bai did not disturb the wedding, the surrounding ghosts would not give him trouble. You don't want to bow? Then I will make you bow. Immediately, Su Bai summoned Mealy's and Sadako, who replaced the minor ghosts and held her down. Since ancient times, 2 could hardly defeat 4, especially 2 SS-level ghosts. In the next moment, amidst the ghost bride's unyielding resentment, the 2 completed the final bow. The ceremony is complete. Take them to the bridal chamber. Around them, applause and cheers rang out endlessly. In the distance, Su Bai even heard the male parents' ecstatic weeping. Several minor ghosts pressed down the ghost bride and led Su Bai toward the bridal chamber. Red candles, a red bed, and red silk curtains. The bridal chamber was festive and filled with mist. The young servant chuckled as he stepped outside, while the ghost bride sat on the bed, motionless. Well, can we talk now? Su Bai looked at the ghost bride with great interest. Just earlier, during the wedding ceremony, Li Shang had re-established contact with him. Perhaps at that moment when he stepped through the door, Li Shang had returned to Su Bai's body. He was very sure that the person in front of him was not the Li Shang who had always been by his side. I want. The person in front suddenly spoke. What? Su Bai asked, confused. I want you to die. Chapter 26. The ghost bride shouted fiercely, then immediately grabbed the edge of her veil, wanting to lift it. What is this? Lifting the veil. As the host of the ghost bride, Su Bai naturally recognized this move. Lifting the veil causes all low-level ghosts that see the face to instantly die, ghosts of equal level will be suppressed. This was an extremely terrifying instant death skill. Even an S-level ghost couldn't withstand it. How could Su Bai, a mere mortal, survive? He did not want to waste his life-saving doll here. With this thought, the 5 female ghosts almost instantly revealed themselves before Su Bai. Ghostly energy gathered, and the ghostly mist opened. Rain fell silently, snow melted invisibly, and thousands of snowflakes rained down upon the ghost bride's head. Although they seemed like goose feathers drifting down, they carried the force of 1,000 pounds, pressing down on her, making it hard for her to lift her head. Deadwell's ghostly thoughts, resentment grew, the black strands in the sky condensed into a large hand, tightly gripping the veil that was about to be lifted. The night was like fire, suddenly spreading like wildfire, dense darkness surged like a silent assassin, creating waves in silence and brewing killing intent. Mealy's instantly appeared behind the ghost bride, swinging her knife towards her throat. Finally, Li Shang appeared. She looked complexly at the ghost in front of her who was almost identical to herself, sighed softly, and displayed her own ghostly mist behind her. The ghostly mists of the two were almost identical. With Su Bai as the boundary, the left and right sides looked like they were carved from the same mold, standing apart yet equal. Oh! A sigh came from beneath Li Shang's veil, and then she placed her hands on the edge of the veil, using the same move as the ghost bride opposite her. As the veil was lifted, a stunningly beautiful face was revealed to the world for the first time. The invisible pressure immediately suppressed the ghost bride completely. Rip! The little devil Mealy's dark dagger easily sliced through the ghost bride's snowy white neck, causing ghostly energy to constantly leak out. Her figure gradually faded, and she dissipated into nothingness amidst her screams. Everything was over? The ghost bride vanished without a trace, but the system did not send any prompts, and the surrounding scene did not collapse with her death. Just as he was puzzled, a sound of swanas emerged from the east. Shouts, firecracker sounds. It was as if everything was restarting. Defeating the boss ghost bride was not the way to end the game? Su Bai's mind flashed with countless images as he pondered this matter. Unreasonable aspects transformed into pieces of photographs, connected by colorful threads. Paper figurines carrying coffins, the ghost bride trying to kill him, the constraints triggered after her disappearance, along with the strange spirit tablet during the wedding ceremony. Gradually, a hypothesis appeared in his mind. Stepping out of the bridal chamber, everything indeed began to replay. The cheerful wedding procession outside was still bustling, and even the child tossing flowers did so exactly as before. Only this time, the groom on the tall horse, adorned with flowers to marry, was no longer himself, but instead a paper figure with a face identical to his. It had a creepily indescribable feeling. With the experience from the last time, Su Bai understood that in this bizarre event, the most dangerous were the 7 musicians who played. As long as he avoided them, the other ghosts posed no threat to him at all. With a thought, Su Bai began to scan the grand hall. Stone pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes, friends and family lined up on both sides, red curtains billowing gently. In front, on an 8 immortals table, serving tea, fruits, and neatly arranged red candles, for grand chairs flanked the sides, 2 joyful paper figures sat on the left, while the spirit tablets on the right looked somewhat eerie. Of course, the most eye-catching were the 2 coffins, made from cheap oak, with a large offering character pasted on the coffin lids. A faint, rotting smell wafted from inside the coffins, indicating that the 2 elders had not been dead for long, the bodies not entirely decomposed. Perhaps this was the reason the ghostly bride insisted on killing her husband. The 5 ghosts emerged almost instantly, the surrounding friends and servants turning to ash. Surprisingly, these 2 ghost parents were quite strong, each reaching S-class. However, this was still not enough in front of Su Bai. Ghostly essence truly distinguishes the strength of the spirits. Ghosts without ghostly essence are almost guaranteed to be instantaneously killed. Congratulations! You have killed Ghost Father, obtained S-class material Ghost Whiskers ×1. Congratulations! You have killed Ghost Mother, obtained S-class material Ghost Hair ×1. Having harvested 2 S-class materials, Su Bai turned to the coffins, his eyes blazing, as though piercing through the coffin boards to see the unchilled bones inside. Placing both hands on the coffin, it seemed some kind of vibration emanated from it, pleading with Su Bai for something. Elders, I will send you to rest now. With a thought, Li Shang behind him opened the ghostly essence. Everything within it was under her control. In the great hall, the originally ceremonial wedding area split open into 2 large holes, and the 2 coffins, dragged by the paper figures of Li Shang, gently descended into the pits. The large pit healed, becoming 2 mounds formed from sand. At that moment, the surrounding scene began to oxidize rapidly like dust in the wind, fading little by little in color. This was the correct way to pass. Actually, this story is not hard to guess. The ghostly bride's obsession with killing the groom makes it clear that this wedding was forced. The villagers frantically searching for the ghostly bride, not intending to harm him, also showed that this groom was actually one of them. Everyone in the town might be the culprits who caused the death of the ghostly bride and her parents. After the parents died, unable to bury them, they instead bowed to the coffins. What great unfiliality! Thus, the ghostly bride's obsession is self-evident. But the most challenging part of this event was to find the bride in time, avoid several ghostly musicians, and escape the identity of the groom. Therefore, killing the ghostly bride once, rebooting the event, and having the paper figures replace him became a necessary step. Around, everything swirled like dust. Apart from a few paper figures carrying the coffins, all other friends and musicians turned to a ground full of dry bones. On the tall, stacked mounds, wild grass grew, and tombstones were erected. Grave of Father Li Rong. Grave of Mother Zhang Lian. A mournful crying sound like wind and rain emerged from the ghostly bride, who had unknowingly knelt before the tombstones. Her blood-red wedding dress gradually faded away, revealing a girl dressed in coarse linen, with a ponytail and a figure somewhat resembling Li Shang, but her youthful, innocent face captivated Su Bai's eyes. Suddenly, a tear fell from Li Shang's eye as she gazed at the 2 lonely graves. The girl also stopped crying, slowly turning her head. The 2 women exchanged gazes, filled with such complex emotions that Su Bai could not find a suitable word to describe them. Regret? Sorrow? Discontent? Perhaps more than that.
The youthful Li Shang slowly dissipated, as if she had never been there at all. The supernatural event was thus resolved, and the system gave no evaluation.
Is this your origin?
Su Bai pondered, stepping forward to rub the ghostly bride Li Shang's head.
Chapter 27.
The ghostly bride wept, memories of the past swirling like smoke, gradually coming back to her. The fragments of memories, some painful and some beautiful, became incredibly clear, transcending millennia in a single glance. Endless sorrow was written in her heart. She clearly remembered that she once had a happy and complete family, until one day the so-called young master of the Wang family in the town took a liking to her, and her parents vowed to resist, resulting in their brutal murder.
And the entire town, fearing the power of the Wang family, became accomplices.
In those incredibly dark days, no one helped her. Instead, they hypocritically congratulated her on her wedding joy. Her world was clearly dark and full of despair, while others were cheerful. She hated those people to the core. To force her to comply, these demons disguised as humans even placed her parents' bodies, still warm, on a high platform, waiting for her wedding to allow her to bury them. Before the wedding, she secretly hid a dagger in her wedding dress, but how could a weak woman be a match for the young master of the Wang family? After her failed ambush, she had no power to resist. Those demons pressed her head down to complete the wedding ceremony. Until the moment in the bridal chamber, her pain became unbearable, and she dashed her head against the corner of the table and died. She made a vow that even in death, she would become a vengeful spirit and kill all these demons. Perhaps heaven took pity on her, or perhaps her pent-up resentment. After death she truly became a vengeful spirit. That night, the entire town was filled with screams of fear. By dawn, she personally plucked out the hearts of all those she hated. For as long as that night was, she killed for that long, but the pain in her heart and guilt towards her parents remained unresolved. So she bound the souls of everyone in the village, creating this ghostly den. Endless cycles repeated, waiting for someone to bury her parents. In the endless passage of time, she gradually forgot why she did all of this, even forgot her own name. Li Shang picked up the pain of the past, slowly walked to her parents' grave, her knees weakened, and she knelt down right in front of her parents' grave. She heavily knocked her head 3 times on the ground, crying uncontrollably. After doing all this, Li Shang seemed to make some kind of decision, gently waving her hand towards the countless bones on the ground. A cold wind rose, and the bones on the ground slowly vanished. Su Bai knew that she was banishing the souls that had been bound for thousands of years. You? Su Bai did not understand why she did this. If it were him, he would want those guys to never be reborn for eternity. Thank you, Su Bai. Li Shang turned her head and looked at her master, uttering this line, leaving Su Bai somewhat flattered. Everything is past. I am no longer the ghost bride. I want to truly be Li Shang for a while. Thank you for helping me fulfill my long-cherished wish and for opening a new life for me. For the rest of my life, I only wish to be your ghost bride. Su Bai's lips were slightly dry, and he couldn't find words to say for a while. After a moment, he stepped forward, embracing the beautiful woman in front of him, gently stroking her back. The beautiful woman in his arms leaned closer, her ghostly aura growing even stronger. Pop! The sound of a membrane being punctured came, and Su Bai felt a premonition. He immediately opened Li Shang's panel, and in the level column, it wrote clearly. SSS. Su Bai carefully felt her aura. Indeed. Indeed. At that moment, joy was hard to contain. This was the unique aura of a Stage 2 resurrected spirit. SSS level truly equals Stage 2 resurrection. In his previous life, Su Bai had only seen a Stage 2 resurrected spirit once, and that was when he was sucked dry of life. Su Bai's guess was not wrong at all. SSS level truly is not the maximum level. In his previous life, Stage 2 resurrected spirits were said to be able to slaughter an entire nation. Now, Su Bai also possessed such a spirit. How could he not be surprised? In just a few short days since his rebirth, he had already reached heights he had never seen in his previous life. When the ghost bride's emotions calmed slightly, Su Bai solemnly bowed to her parents' grave before turning to leave. This time, the ghost bride's advancement truly brought an unexpected joy to Su Bai. But an even greater surprise awaited him the moment he left this area. Su Bai was astonished to find that he still wore the bright red flower of the groom on his chest. It did not disappear when the event ended, but instead glimmered with a faint light. Clearly, this was a very rare player item. But strangely, the system did not read its item information or anything. After all, he was just a game character now and had no image to maintain, so Su Bai simply didn't care and let it stay on his chest. There were many strange outfits in this game, and not just his. Maybe this item would have its use someday. Back at the haunted house, several ghosts eagerly pulled Su Bai to continue the unfinished wedding. That night, Su Bai noticed that the ghost bride's emotions were becoming even fuller. As for how he discovered this? This is not something for outsiders to know. Anyway, Su Bai was quite happy. The next morning, Su Bai stood in the yard basking in the sun, with only 4 ghosts beside him, and the ghost bride still inside the house, yet to come out. Li Shang, who had regained her memories, unexpectedly turned into a pure maiden. This was something Su Bai did not expect. Though he didn't know why the female ghost would feel pain for the first time, Su Bai still kindly let her rest in bed and ordered an experience-packed breakfast from the shop. But he did not notice that his power ranking had undergone earth-shattering changes. A group of players staring at the leaderboard widened their eyes at this unbelievable scene before them. They all exclaimed that it was impossible. Because it was the very first time in history that a player's power broke through the 10 million mark. Clearly, just yesterday on the leaderboard, Su Bai, in first place, only had 30 million power, but overnight, there was suddenly a 1 added before the 3. 130 million. Even the player in second place on the leaderboard doubted if there was a bug in the game. Looking at his own 3 million plus power, he suddenly felt deeply struck. He calculated and was shocked by his own result. Could it be that this guy had pumped nearly 10 billion into the game all at once? How could such a thing be possible? Even the world's richest person couldn't possibly do such a thing, right? He realized that, as a high-level player, he was feeling for the first time that he didn't understand this game. What on earth had happened that made this guy, called the Ghost Collector, increase in power so rapidly? Could it be that he had started the game the wrong way? Or perhaps the female ghosts were actually the core power of this game, and all female ghosts possessed some kind of magical potential. Thinking this, the second-place player silently fed all his non-female ghosts to the female ghost. From now on, he would also learn from the Ghost Collector and only collect female ghosts. Su Bai, embracing ghosts on either side, could never have imagined that just by raising his power a bit, he would lead the entire game domestic server into a state of uncontrollable chaos. Chapter 28. Su Feng looked at the numbers on the leaderboard, his eyelids twitching. Sure enough, the video he sent to Su Bai must have brought him enormous benefits. The change in power before him was the best proof. But he did not feel regret. Besides earning millions in rewards, he had also heard of the horror of that place. Perhaps only a player of Su Bai's caliber could pass through. He couldn't count on it for himself. At the same time, he was more convinced that following Su Bai really had a future. Such a big shot who was generous and willing to deep dive into the game was hard to find even with a lantern. With someone like him, following him was sure to be the right choice. Too flashy while walking, twisted my waist. Boss, did you clear that script? I saw your power ranking shoot up. Ghost Collector, it's out, but there was no completion prompt. Is there really such a strange thing? It seems there are still many places to explore in this game. Indeed, there are many. By the way, why did you find me? Big guy, I wonder if you might be interested in forming a guild or something? Although Su Feng is the leader of a small guild himself, he has no strength and no funds. He had always been involved in minor skirmishes, but if he had the participation of Su Bai, this big shot, his position in the game would undergo earth-shattering changes. In this way, wouldn't it be better to fleece the big guy, cough cough, serve the big guy better? Su Buki's guild relies solely on his own strength to support its battle power. Other members don't even have an S-class ghost and can still rank in the top 20. If Su Bai took action, wouldn't that be amazing? And Su Bai had this intention. His battle power had already reached a high level, and it was time to expand his influence. Although strength is the most important in a world where the strong dominate, having his own power would allow him to take better care of people he cared about, like Aunt Wu. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Since you have this idea, you can help me operate it, but there's one condition: when you recruit, prioritize local players from City A, or people from nearby cities, and there's no need for those from too far away. Su Feng was confused, but as a seasoned player in various games, his emotional intelligence was on point. He didn't ask much. Who could guess the thoughts of these wealthy people? Maybe it was to make it easier to chase girls. Whatever, as long as he could earn money. Alright, boss, I'll go do it right away. Su Bai transferred half of his remaining 100 million ghost coins to Su Feng as operation funds and ended the chat. Su Feng pondered over his conversation with Su Bai and assessed the personality of this mysterious big shot. After a moment, he typed a line in the guild name section. Gathering place for female ghosts. Just as he finished chatting here, another message came through. You're so awesome, Su Bai. Su Bai. You spent money again. The leaderboard almost blinded my eyes. You're really crazy. And you said I was crazy? Your level is also rising fast. You must have spent a lot too, right? Ling Ruoyao's face turned slightly red from what Su Bai said. Who said that? I wouldn't spend money to buy clothes for little boy ghosts. Alright, stop quibbling. This game is really good, you should play it more when you have time. By the way, let me send you something. What is it? Su Bai packed up a bunch of eliminated equipment and experience packs he no longer needed and sent them all to Ling Ruoyao, while he passed on other things she didn't need to Su Feng to handle. The two chatted for a bit longer, and then Su Bai returned to the haunted house. Li Shang had already woken up, and the ghosts were sitting together, not knowing what they were talking about. Su Bai leaned in to listen. Is the husband not doing too well? I felt the general looked a bit weak last night. Then, should we supplement the master? Cough cough.
Concerning a man's dignity, Su Bai reminded them. What do you mean not doing well? How could a man not do well? He was clearly just not in a good state. However, Su Bai did realize that he should slow down the progress of collecting female ghosts. Currently, the Ghost Bride and Snow Woman had not yet reached SS level. One SS level ghost is much more important than 100 S level ones. Su Bai had already figured out how to upgrade the Snow Woman and the Ghost Actress through devouring. Devouring a large number of high-level ghosts that are of the same origin or close, so as to achieve qualitative changes through quantitative changes. Su Bai once again issued an announcement to heavily acquire Hua Dan face masks and the related materials for unlocking. At the same time, Su Feng also used his network to help Su Bai collect. Countless materials were thrown into the formation. Not long after, 100 ghost opera girls appeared before Su Bai. Devour. At a command, 101 ghost opera girls merged into one. In the illusion, Su Bai transformed into an old performer dressed in military general attire, dancing with the flower girl before him. The melody was somewhat familiar, but Su Bai couldn't recall it at the moment. On the stage, there were only the two of them, with no audience below. After the dance, the ghost opera girl drew her sword and committed suicide, and the illusion vanished. The ghost opera girl successfully advanced to SS level, gaining her true name and ghostly power. The ghost opera girl's name was Lan Ji, her ghostly power related to the stage. But Su Bai didn't examine it closely, as there was still the Snow Girl who hadn't leveled up. Compared to the Ghost Opera Girls, the Snow Girl's advancement was much more difficult. Although the Ghost Opera Girls were SS level, there were still many similar female ghosts. The Maith Song Temple instance could be explored countless times, making it easier to collect. However, this uniquely existing Snow Girl was giving Su Bai a headache. Ghosts with the same name could be ruled out, there were none in the game. He could only work with ghosts that had similar energy forms. Su Bai first ordered in B-level water ghost, as snow lies between water and ice, so the water ghost's similarity should be decent, right? Su Bai tried to place the water ghost in front of the Snow Girl. Unexpectedly, after just one glance, the Snow Girl ran away with a disgusted expression. You bring me such a disgusting, inedible thing? What's that slimy stuff on top? So gross. And the green water plants on your head, it looks like it crawled out of a sewer. Then what do you want to eat? Su Bai looked at the Snow Girl in confusion. Suddenly, the Snow Girl licked her lips, her eyes shimmering with longing as they fixated on Su Bai. What does that mean? Why are you looking at me when I asked what you want to eat? Didn't you just finish eating not long ago so insatiable? The Snow Girl slowly approached him, while Su Bai slowly backed away, as the other four ghosts moved nearer too. Wait, no, not yet, I haven't recovered. No. This absolutely won't do in broad daylight. Su Bai, with a sense of righteousness, seemed to be hesitant and indecisive. The SSS level Ghost Bride suddenly pulled Su Bai in, and the moment of feasting began again. Chapter 29. Back in reality, Su Bai felt like he had entered married life ahead of schedule. Sigh, this body. With you for 1,000 miles, this life, together we grow old. At that moment, Su Bai fell onto the bed and suddenly felt a whisper in his ear. It was the Ghost Bride's voice. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? He must have been gaming too long these past few days, to the point of hearing things. Although strange games had invaded the world in his previous life, this sort of situation had never happened. Just as Su Bai was denying it, he was shocked to feel. A hand was wandering between his thighs. Cold, delicate. This familiar sensation made Su Bai suspect. Could it be that this was really the Ghost Bride? The SSS level resurrection had already begun to affect reality? No way. If he could summon ghosts ahead of time, that would be too unfair. But soon, reality splashed him with cold water. Su Bai tried to use his spirit to communicate with Li Xiang, but the spiritual fibers trembled a few times before stopping. Failed. Though it was expected, Su Bai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But in an instant, he thought of a possibility. So Su Bai tried to condense the spiritual fibers into a bundle, as if using a key, to open a spiritual space that only players who had taken a large amount of mental potions could sense. Failed. Failed. Failed again. But Su Bai didn't get discouraged, because he could distinctly feel the resistance of the spiritual space gradually weakening. On about the 7th attempt, even Su Bai, a player with experience from his previous life, felt a hint of losing control over the spiritual bundle. The portal opened. Though it was only a crack, the ghostly energy continuously surged out. In an instant, Su Bai was filled all over. The power of the SSS level Ghost Bride Li Xiang, mixed in with the ghostly aura, entered Su Bai's body. This originally violent power sensed the mark on Su Bai's body and instantly became incredibly obedient. Like a fish entering the sea, it soared freely under Su Bai's command. This feeling was all too familiar to Su Bai. This is the change brought by the revival of Phase 1 ghosts.
Following the memories of his past life, Su Bai used this ghostly power, and in an instant, his body underwent earth-shattering changes. A sense of swelling flowed through his limbs and veins. Although some force was suppressing him, Su Bai could already use a tiny bit of Li Shang's power. Or rather, he released her power using his body as a medium. The power capable of destroying a nation at the SSS level is not just talk, even a little made Su Bai feel superhuman. With a casual move of his hand, he crushed a 15 kilograms dumbbell. Looking at the twisted mass of metal on the ground, Su Bai felt elated. Then he attempted to use spirit manipulation, but no matter how hard he tried, spirit manipulation was restricted by some invisible barrier and couldn't be released. The invasion of the strange game into reality began to intensify. In fact, during the initial invasion, bizarre events erupted like mushrooms after rain. Those above felt something was wrong, but to protect the public, everything was covered up. So ordinary people couldn't feel anything. They even regarded supernatural events as coincidences, unaware that this was about to become the norm. Especially for the players who had come into contact with the strange game. The first to undergo changes from the game invasion were them. To accommodate the ghosts, their bodies formed a certain field that attracted spirits. But there was game protection, so they were hard to harm. However, exceptions exist, those players whose accounts were deleted or who uninstalled the game. Their bodies had already been subtly transformed by the strange game and lost the protection mechanism, making them highly attractive to wandering ghosts. All bizarre events before the complete arrival were their prime roles. At night, Su Bai regrouped and vowed to battle the ghost girls for 300 rounds again. The next day, Su Bai woke up in the morning and didn't see Aunt Wu. Perhaps she went out to buy groceries. After confirming about the guild, Su Bai and Su Feng exchanged contact information. Opening the green bubble app, Su Bai chatted with Su Feng. The guild plans took shape. The benefits Su Bai offered were high, and with his reputation, players flocked to him, quickly bringing over 20 players from City A, with many more from other cities. Su Feng filtered through them. Having played the game for a long time, he was skilled at these tasks, and soon the guild was established. The president, of course, was Su Bai. Su Bai immediately called Ling Ruoya. "Hello, Sister Ling, I created a guild. How about I pull you in?" "Why are you creating a guild, Su Bai?" "I'm not saying you shouldn't, but you really shouldn't get so addicted to games. At your age, you should keep some savings for your future." She scolded him with a long lecture, but Su Bai was not impatient. After his parents passed away, Ling Ruoya was one of the few who cared about him, continuing to look after him even in the apocalypse. Su Bai knew this was her concern, and he felt a warm sensation in his heart. But now was not the time to reveal everything. It was better not to say anything shocking. All right, I got it, Sister Ling. I'll pull you into the guild and make you the vice president." "Vice president? Sounds great. Wait, you're not making me work again, are you?" Ling Ruoya realized that this little punk was thinking about that. "What working? To each their own abilities, Sister Ling. Please. Saying this, Su Bai transferred 100,000 to Ling Ruoya again. "This is the event fund. Let's have a meal together when you have time, Sister Ling." After Su Bai's little act of cuteness, Ling Ruoya agreed to the guild invitation. The guild was a casual move by Su Bai, allowing him to keep an eye on City A. However, the team formed this way, having never experienced the trials of the apocalyptic world, naturally lacked loyalty. Even so, at this stage, Su Bai's guild definitely needed to be established. This could help him discover some good talents early, and he could also know the approximate locations of these players in City A for future needs. Today, I didn't see the nanny. After finishing his business, Su Bai noticed that Aunt Wu hadn't returned for a long time. Su Bai felt a bit strange and called her, only to learn that the nanny's daughter had an accident. Su Bai comforted her a bit and asked if Aunt Wu needed help, but Aunt Wu hesitated, seeming to struggle to speak. In the vague conversation, Su Bai heard a crackling sound on the phone, a sound he had heard once before, somewhat like an electromagnetic wave affected by the bazaar. So Su Bai tried to leak a trace of ghostly energy into the phone, and the sizzling sound instantly vanished. Su Bai furrowed his brow. This feeling, why does it seem so much like a bizarre event? Facing Aunt Wu, who had cared for him for many years and felt like family, Su Bai would certainly not ignore it. He immediately decided to go and check it out. Chapter 30. The two residential areas were not very far apart. Su Bai took a cab and arrived at Mingzhu community where Aunt Wu lived in just a few minutes. The early autumn sun, still holding some warmth, was covered by clouds, and a thin layer of light scattered on the ground, but could not drive away the coming cold. The morning mist that hadn't dissipated took away the last bit of warmth. As Su Bai stepped into Mingzhu community, he felt something was off. It was as if something was affecting this place. The temperature was actually about half a degree colder than outside the community. This change was hard for ordinary people to notice, but it was not difficult for Su Bai. Obviously only one wall apart, the temperature shouldn't change so abruptly. At the same time, he could sense Li Shang was warning him. But that sensation was elusive, impossible to grasp.
This wasn't Su Bai's first time visiting Aunt Wu's home, so he easily found the place. Although Su Bai used to be a playboy, Aunt Wu's care for him was always remembered deeply. He often visited her home. In Su Bai's impression, there had never been a man around Aunt Wu, just her living with a girl. The girl was Aunt Wu's adopted child, and now she was already 14 years old. She had no father, so she took Aunt Wu's surname, called Wu Shihui, and Su Bai really liked this little one. Every year he prepared gifts for her birthday. Ding dong! The doorbell rang for quite a while before Aunt Wu came to open the door, her gray-white hair mixed with some sweat, her face pale, her eyes red and swollen as if she had just cried. Seeing that the visitor was Su Bai, Aunt Wu forced out a smile. "I'm sorry, Xiao Su. I rushed back when I knew Shihui was sick and didn't have time to tell you. I'm sorry to trouble you to come specifically." In her tone, 7 parts were worry for her daughter and 3 parts were guilt. "Aunt Wu, don't say that. Shihui is also my sister. As her brother, of course, I have to come and see her to feel at ease." Although he comforted her with words, the moment the door opened, his gaze suddenly became sharp. This bizarre event seemed a bit complicated. The alarms from the ghost bride intensified, and the feeling of unease in his heart became even stronger. "Aunt, can you tell me more about Shihui's situation? I have a classmate studying medicine. Maybe he can help." This was, of course, a lie to Aunt Wu. Su Bai was almost certain that Wu Shihui's situation was caused by something bizarre. "Last night when I got home and was cooking for Shihui, I just feel that something is a bit off with her, as if she has lost her soul, and no matter what I say, she doesn't react. I thought something had happened to her at school, so I was preparing to ask her well in the evening. But unexpectedly, by midnight, Shihui was getting hotter and hotter. I gave her fever medicine, but there was no improvement. I was just about to take her to the hospital. It's all my fault. If only I had been more cautious yesterday." As she spoke, Aunt Wu began to sob, feeling even more guilty. "It's okay, Aunt Wu, this is not your fault. Let me go in and check on Shihui." As I entered the bedroom, the temperature dropped further, feeling extremely abnormal. On the bed lay a delicate-looking little girl, dressed in a cute raccoon pajama, her eyes tightly shut, with a blue fever patch on her forehead. What's strange is that the curtains in this room are closed even in broad daylight. Aunt Wu explained that whenever she draws the curtains, her daughter shows a look of pain on her face. Indeed, strange monsters that invade during the initial phase often fear light. He scanned the room, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, Su Bai saw something on the bedside table. There, at some unknown time, stood a doll, crafted to look incredibly lifelike, with big eyes and a cherry-like mouth, dressed in an especially clean puffy skirt. But what felt eerie to Su Bai was that the doll's pupils, unlike the dull, monotonous eyes of ordinary dolls, held an inexplicable emptiness, a ghastly whiteness. Su Bai was stunned. Because he recognized this doll. This is White-Eyed Ghost Princess. Even though Su Bai lived another life, he didn't know everything, but the White-Eyed Ghost Princess was so famous that it would be hard not to recognize her. The 4 words White-Eyed Ghost Princess were one of the biggest triggers that led to the fall of City A. After the game fully invaded, the largest ghost hunting organization in City A was wiped out by the White-Eyed Ghost Princess in just one day. This allowed the organization led by Su Yi to become dominant and wreak havoc in City A. After the surrender faction completely turned to the ghosts, the White-Eyed Ghost Princess developed into one of the most terrifying monsters in Shuzhou, possessing a powerful ghostly aura, entering the complete revival phase, ultimately leading to the fall of Shuzhou. Though just a few lines, each word reveals the bloody history of humanity. On the day City fell, Su Bai had the good fortune to see the figure of the White-Eyed Ghost Princess from afar. Although her whole body was shrouded in strong ghostly energy, and her face was unrecognizable, Su Bai still remembered her most significant mark. That is this pale, double-pupil doll in front of him. Unexpectedly, it's her. Su Bai's eyes shifted, and he stepped forward to examine it, feeling quite secure since he currently had the game's protective mechanism and the protection of the ghost bride of broken affection. He raised his hand and grabbed the doll, and in an instant, he felt the powerful ghostly energy within. But this ghostly energy was unlike his own. It seemed to be sealed inside by some kind of formation, only leaking out a tiny bit at a time. Considering Shihui's condition, it was clear that she had indeed been affected by this ghost thing in front of her. It is possible that the leaking ghostly energy damaged her body, or that the White-Eyed Ghost Princess took the opportunity to escape her seal, hiding within Shihui's body waiting for revival, or perhaps both. It is not possible to draw a conclusion yet. The only thing Su Bai could do was open a corner of his spiritual space portal and absorb the harmful ghostly energy in the room to hopefully make the little one feel better. The ghostly energy leaking from the doll gradually decreased, and soon, Wu Shihui showed some response. Her long eyelashes fluttered open, and she opened her eyes, which seemed to convey fear. Though her consciousness had returned, the little girl couldn't move at all. Su Bai patted her head. "Little Shihui, don't be afraid. Brother and Mom are here, and we will definitely help you drive away all the bad things. You need to be a little brave." Brother will help you get better soon.
Xiao Shihui blinked her eyes as if she had agreed with Su Bai, and the fear in her eyes faded a bit.
And Wu, don't come to my place for the next few days.
Take good care of Shihui.
I'll order takeout myself. I see that this little one is not a big deal and will get better in a few days. Don't worry too much.
Su Bai said this naturally to reassure Aunt Wu, and he also needed to use this time to figure out Shihui's problem. He certainly couldn't just watch such a well-behaved little one turn into a terrifying ghost, and Su Bai also wanted to see if he could bring the once-feared white-eyed ghost princess under his command. On the way back, Su Bai thought that if he could help Shihui enhance her spiritual space, it might be effective. But right now, the reality had not completely invaded, and the little girl was in no state to play games, so how could he help improve her?
Chapter 31.
After thinking for a long time, the only way was to find an object that could suppress ghostly beings and then see if he could take it out of the game and give it to little Shihui. Fortunately, Su Bai actually had such an object in hand.
Since returning from the Ghost Bride town, Su Bai had been researching the big red flower he brought back. Although the big red flower didn't have game attributes, it was at least an SS-level script-produced item.
After a night of trying, he found that the big red flower had the effect of suppressing ghosts. Once he brought the big red flower close to his female ghost, all ghosts except Li Shang would feel a massive pressure bearing down on them, even the ghostly talisman would have a corner torn open.
This was an SS-level ghostly talisman.
This pressure, while not causing real harm to the other ghosts, would hinder them from using their full powers.
If this item could be brought into reality, it would absolutely solve the problem facing Wu Shihui. Even an SS-level ghost that is equivalent to the second stage of revival would be suppressed, let alone an unawakened white-eyed ghost princess? As strange beings in the early stages of invasion, their power was incredibly weak. Take the hanging ghost for instance. Right now he could only kill one person a day, but once the strange game fully invaded, students in the school would die in droves at his hands. Once little Shihui held the big red flower, she could absolutely suppress the white-eyed ghost princess completely. However, the most important thing right now was how to bring the in-game item into reality? How to bring it into reality.
To achieve this goal, it had to depend on the ghost bride, Li Shang.
After all, she was the only ghost who could currently transfer power into reality.
Fortunately, Li Shang had reached SSS level and could affect reality in advance, otherwise, facing Shihui's situation, Su Bai would really be at a loss.
Entering the game.
Su Bai held the delicate ghost bride in his arms.
Li Shang, this morning I heard your voice outside. How did you do that?
Su Bai asked the ghost bride how she connected with him.
I'm not quite sure. I just missed you too much, and then imagined talking to you. After a while, I felt your presence.
Su Bai nodded.
So can you hear what I'm saying, or how do you transfer power to me?
I can hear my husband's voice and feel the information being transmitted through your spiritual thread. Li Shang responded gently and then demonstrated how she transferred power to Su Bai through the ghostly talisman.
Then the experiment began.
Su Bai first had Li Shang exert all her strength on the ghostly talisman in a certain part of the spiritual space and try to communicate with him, verifying whether their communication was smooth. This was very important. If they couldn't even communicate normally, Su Bai would have no way to borrow the ghost bride's power at any time.
After laying everything out, Su Bai exited the game.
Standing in place, continuously sensing that faint call. At first, the voice was a bit weak, drifting around the room, until Su Bai released his mental energy, which then dove into his body as if it had found a precise anchor.
Husband, can you hear me?
Li Shang's voice was like a lark, ringing in Su Bai's heart.
It worked.
Indeed, Li Shang had gained the ability to communicate with reality at this moment, but in the morning, due to carelessness, they were unable to interact. After practicing a few more times, their cooperation became increasingly skilled, until in the final attempt, Su Bai didn't even need to release his mental energy, and Li Shang could accurately speak from the depths of his heart.
Only then did Su Bai begin the next attempt. Li Shang, see if you can take this thing away.
Su Bai pointed at the dumbbell he had crushed, not sure if Li Shang could see it, and spoke to her in his heart. Suddenly, he felt his mental energy being drawn by some presence, slowly spreading into the surrounding air through his skin.
Li Shang, is that you?
Receiving a positive reply from the ghostly bride, Su Bai understood that Li Shang was using his mind to see the environment around them. Ripples began to undulate in the air before Su Bai, like a stone dropping into a lake, forming circles that repeated over and over. The sound of a swanning emerged from the center of the whirlpool, followed by Li Shang's immense ghostly power, scattering everything in the room into chaos. Then, the scattered ghostly energy coalesced into one place, as if a giant hand was grabbing the dumbbell in front of him. The enormous resistance seemed like nothing to Li Shang, and with a loud scraping noise, the dumbbell was pulled into the whirlpool, disappearing from view.
Husband, I did it. Well done, Li Shang.
If it could be taken out, it could naturally be brought back, and Su Bai felt a rush of excitement. Once everything calmed down, Su Bai returned to the mental space, and indeed, Li Shang was holding that dumbbell. Damaged dumbbell, garbage found from who knows where, please dispose of it quickly.
The system actually assigned a description to this item.
After observing and finding that it had indeed changed little, Su Bai tossed it aside and took out a bright red flower to give to Li Shang.
Li Shang, later try to see if you can pass this to my hand. This is very important, you must give it your all and not slack off.
Su Bai instructed seriously, then returned to reality and waited quietly. This time, the air rippled for several minutes, with a booming sound echoing throughout the room. It seemed that transmitting the red flower also consumed tremendous power for Li Shang.
Bang! Bang!
In the void where Su Bai could not see, a mighty force was crashing against the barriers of nothingness. This was Li Shang's ghostly power carrying the red flower, striking the barriers between the peculiar game and reality.
Even with Su Bai as the anchor point bridging the two worlds, it still required massive energy.
The speed of the ripples increased, the crashing sounds grew increasingly urgent. Crack! The air shattered like glass, and in the massive ghostly energy vortex, a bright red flower appeared. As it landed, it turned out to be the big red flower Su Bai had obtained in the script. But unlike the ordinary version in the game, the big red flower in reality emitted a strong, eerie aura.
This aura was different from ghostly energy but equally unsettling.
To test if it still had the ability to suppress monsters in reality, Su Bai opened his mental space to borrow ghostly power from Li Shang. With the ghostly energy, Su Bai himself was like a weakened monster. He moved closer to the red flower on the ground and saw the ghostly energy swirling around him, previously 2 meters wide, compressed tightly to his skin. Holding the big red flower in his hand, the ghostly energy was further compressed inside him, unable to seep out at all. Effective! Su Bai was overjoyed. As long as the power of the big red flower wasn't weakened, then Xiao Shihui could be saved. He grabbed a backpack to put the big red flower inside, then hurriedly took a ride back to Mingzhu community. Chapter 32. Su Bai did not expect to find a solution so easily, but in matters of saving a person, the quicker, the better. Entering the house, Wu Wai, seeing Su Bai return, thought he had forgotten something. Wu Wai, I remembered that I have a talisman from the temple at home. I thought Xiao Shihui might be possessed, so I brought it to try. It might be useful. Su Bai raised the backpack in his hand. Wu Wai had been living in the countryside before working for Su Bai's family, so she was a bit superstitious, making it easier for her to accept Su Bai's explanation. After all, tying a big red flower on a little girl for no reason makes no sense. Walking into the room, Su Bai took out the big red flower from the bag. Although there was a strange look on Wu Wai's face, she didn't say anything. Su Bai could not possibly harm Xiao Shihui, he might as well give it a shot, trying every method available. He placed the big red flower next to Shihui's pillow, and in a little while, the little girl actually began to make sounds. Mom, water. Wu Wai quickly poured a glass of water for Shihui. As the warm water went down, the little girl's face visibly became rosy, her high fever retreated, and her gaze returned to clarity. Brother Su Bai, thank you for coming to see Shihui. The little girl was very considerate, thanking Su Bai as soon as she spoke. She had become clear-headed after Su Bai first helped her dispel the ghostly energy. Though she couldn't move for now, she had been watching the exchanges between them and what Su Bai had done. Does Xiao Shihui feel better? Much better, just a bit hungry. Hearing this, Wu Wai hurried to prepare food for the little one and Su Bai. Su Bai got up, closed the door, and sat by Shihui's bed. Shihui, tell your brother, who gave you that strange doll? Su Bai pointed at the eerie doll on the bedside and asked the little girl. I can't remember clearly, I just recall a big sister gave it to me. That big sister wore a dress with small flowers. Listening to the little girl's description, Su Bai became increasingly alarmed. This sounded almost exactly like the white-eyed ghost princess he remembered. At this moment, Su Bai could confirm that Xiao Shihui was indeed targeted by her. But now, with the influence of the big red flower, the ghostly energy mark left by the white-eyed ghost princess was suppressed, making it hard to detect. Besides, with Su Bai's presence, once the Eerie game completely arrived, when the 5 female ghosts came out, she would likely have to take a detour. As long as she dared to show up, Su Bai could force her to sign a contract with Wu Shihui. As long as Xiao Shihui could harness her, it would become a great assistance for himself. Su Bai instructed the little girl to carry the big red flower with her, and after lunch, he left Mingzhu community. However, as he passed the entrance, he once again felt that eerie and strange aura, as if there were still some secrets hidden in the community. Sitting in the taxi, the local driver kept chatting with Su Bai, talking non-stop, as if the conversation would never end. Su Bai's phone vibrated slightly. It was a message from Yao Ningxin. Su Bai, are you okay? He was a bit confused. Why would Yao Ningxin suddenly message him? I'm fine, why do you suddenly ask this? I'm glad you're okay. I have been worried since you haven't come to school these days. There have been many police checks. Another person died at school today, and it was someone from your class. I thought you might. In the past, although Su Bai liked skipping classes and leaving early, he always made sure to come to see Yao Ningxin every day, often bringing milk tea and flowers every few days. That's why Yao Ningxin became worried about him. Su Bai replied, I'm fine, it's not peaceful at school lately, so be careful. The two hurriedly ended their conversation, with no more words to share. Having experienced everything from his past life, Su Bai didn't know how to face this once endless emotion. With a sigh, he put away his phone. Back at the villa, Su Bai entered the game, and Su Feng sent an unread message. Walking too flashy, hurt my waist, boss, I discussed with the vice president whether we should go tackle a guild dungeon, so everyone can get to know each other. Su Bai thought for a moment, his guild was just established and needed to build some cohesion. After considering, Su Bai picked an S-rank guild dungeon with decent rewards. For Su Bai at this point, an S-rank dungeon presented no challenge whatsoever. Even without guild members, he could pass it quickly alone, bringing the guild alone was just to provide them with benefits and strengthen their power. Moreover, Su Bai had another purpose. Female ghost collector, sure, let's do the dungeon Deep Cold Spring, gather some people, and we'll meet at the dungeon entrance in half an hour. Walking too flashy, hurt my waist, okay, boss, see you soon. Half an hour later, Su Bai arrived at the dungeon entrance where many members stood waiting. Su Feng was explaining something to them. Upon seeing Su Bai approach, Su Feng's character rushed over. Hello, President. With Su Feng leading, the guild members greeted him in chorus. Su Feng pointed to Su Bai and introduced. This is our guild's president, the powerful player female ghost collector who dominates the leaderboards. Su Bai patted Su Feng and warmly said. Hello everyone, from now on we are all members of the same guild. I hope we can unite and work together. I believe our guild will grow stronger and reach the top. After speaking, Su Bai led everyone into the dungeon. This dungeon had few puzzle elements, primarily, the ghosts inside were a bit tricky. In this dungeon, the lowest level was A-level ghosts, and they were bound to the S-level boss. As long as the boss wasn't killed, they would keep resurrecting. Other guilds dealt with this dungeon by having ordinary members hold off the minions while elite players took down the boss. But now leading the players was Su Bai, who had 5 powerful ghost generals. Ice Snow Ghost General. Dry Well Ghost General. Stage Ghost General. Darkness Ghost General. And the most terrifying Marriage Hall Ghost General. As the 5 ghost generals appeared, all the low-level ghosts in the dungeon instantly melted away. Amid the ghost generals, even their resurrection ability was stripped away. The S-level boss Ice Child was still stunned in place when the 5 ghost generals attacked him, without even a chance to fight back, and the notification of dungeon completion rang in the ears of the guild members. Congratulations to the guild ghost gathering place for completing the S-level dungeon Deep Cold Spring. Completion time, 21 seconds. Outside the game, a girl with double ponytails stared incredulously at her phone screen. What? We completed the dungeon? What was I doing? How did this dungeon clear so easily? She started to doubt whether she and Su Bai were playing the same game. She had to fight for ages against the ghosts, and how could they just vanish in an instant? After a moment, she came back to her senses and kept typing 666 in the guild channel. Only in this way could she alleviate the shock in her heart. Chapter 33. Almost instantly, the guild members erupted into cheers, surrounding their powerful and mysterious leader, staring at him in disbelief. Boss is amazing. The president is mighty. In reality, even the chubby Su Feng, who thought he knew Su Bai's strength best, was shocked to the core. Others struggled for a long time to clear a dungeon, and you just blasted through it in a moment, right? What exactly are we here for? I just spent ages explaining strategies and precautions, and then you pulled this. If only Ling Ruoya were here today, otherwise, she would have pulled Su Bai for a long chat. Warn him not to spend money anymore. The rewards for this dungeon are quite good. Not only are there a bunch of materials, but everyone also gets an A-level ghost, the Frozen Death Ghost. Although it's called the Frozen Death Ghost, it doesn't look like the cold corpse everyone imagines. This ghost is crystal clear, only about 1.3 or 1.4 meters tall. Although not very strong, it still looks pretty good. Thinking about how the last time he fed a water ghost to the snow woman, she clearly showed her disgust. Su Bai had been wanting to collect a ghost that looked better. This one in front of him is quite nice, and Su Bai lets the Frozen Death Ghost be attempted to be devoured by the snow woman. The crystal clear Frozen Death Ghost looks like a human-shaped ice block, and this time the snow woman does not refuse. After a moment, the snow woman swallows it. Does it work? The snow woman nods her head. Su Bai's eyes light up. Oh, this is promising. It seems that ice-type ghosts really can enhance the snow woman's strength. Devouring a large number of ice-type ghosts might be the key to her advancement. And they must not look ugly. Looking at the snow woman like this, she might have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Su Bai can't help but recall that the snow woman loves to keep all her hair spotless, even that one small area is heart-shaped and snow-white. In the national server channel, Su Bai's record-breaking S-level guild dungeon clear once again caused an uproar. Divorced with 200 kids, 21 seconds? My husband can't even do it that fast.
Enterprise level sisterly, big boss, have you thought about letting outsiders in? I also want to join the guild.
The previous record for clearing this dungeon was 3 minutes and 17 seconds, which was the data from the third-ranked guild in the whole server. It is said that at that time, they sent over 100 S-level ghosts and even selected fire-type ghosts that countered the ice-type boss.
No one has ever surpassed it.
But now with Su Bai's appearance, this record has been shattered, even pulling the time from minutes into seconds. Everyone is marveling at how the female ghost gathering team broke the dungeon record. The female ghost collector is truly too strong.
Walking too sassily and hurt my back. President, what about these reward items?
Although envious, this dungeon was completely cleared by Su Bai alone, and it feels hot for a few guild members to hold on to them. But they underestimated Su Bai's wealth. Female ghost collector, I don't need the reward items, you can all have them, they're all yours. These things are hardly worth anything to Su Bai, it's better to give them to them, and it can also enhance their strength a bit. As for the rewarded frozen death ghost,
Su Bai raised an eyebrow. This is something Su Bai urgently needs now.
But these dozens of members have worked hard to obtain an A-level ghost, just about to raise it as a core. It wouldn't be right for Su Bai to snatch it away. After all, A-level ghosts are not easy to come by.
Except for those who spend money.
Su Bai waved his hand, all members are treated equally, 500,000 each. This price is far beyond market value because while the A-level ghost in the mall is 500,000, where can an ordinary player get 500,000 to buy this? And during private trades, basically no one buys this kind of frozen death ghost. After all, the frozen death ghost isn't really that strong, it just looks a bit more to the snow woman's liking. Su Bai is willing to buy, so they are naturally willing to sell. In a game, can you really have 500,000? In the guild, a total of 47 players participated in this dungeon, and Su Bai transferred 23.5 million, bringing the frozen death ghosts into his possession. Everyone in the game thanked the big boss, marveling that although Su Bai's wealth makes others jealous, he is truly good to his own people, and when he has money, he really lets everyone earn.
Joining his guild was indeed the right choice.
After the transaction was completed, Su Bai ordered the little devil mealies to open the ghostly barrier, blocking their view. After all, it's better not to be too loud about the snow woman's advancement. Seeing the appearance of the dark ghost barrier, the members were envious. Although they didn't know what kind of level this ghost's ability belonged to, it looked incredibly powerful at first glance. Isolating everyone, Su Bai used all the frozen ghosts to feed the snow woman. With 47 A-level ghosts used, the snow woman, already so close to the last step, finally reached SS level. The most energy-consuming part of the upgrade from S to SS level was condensing the ghostly energy, and as the only existing snow woman, she already possessed ghostly energy, thus saving a significant amount.
Su Bai felt a bit happy. It wasn't easy, but finally, it was done.
Looking at his 5 female ghosts, Su Bai recalled how they looked when he first got them. In just a few short days, they had grown into such powerful beings.
Due to the uniqueness of the snow woman, the name Snow Woman is actually her real name, which is a bit different.
The important thing is the power of the snow woman. Being the only one at S level is indeed the most precious existence in the game, and upon being promoted to SS level, it created a suppressing effect on the other SS level female ghosts. However, at this moment, Su Bai's own combat power had also hit a bottleneck. To continue improving, he would need to contract new female ghosts, but the problem was that the game mechanics didn't allow that. As for SSS level, Su Bai dared not even think about it. Such a thing is totally a rare encounter.
Just obtaining one is already a blessing from the goddess of luck. But even so, having 4 SS levels is sufficiently terrifying. At least right now in the national server, there is no one who can be his match. On the other side, in the campus. Because the consecutive suicides of students were too serious, the school could no longer conceal it and had to cooperate with the police investigation. At this moment, the police were communicating with the school security department, the surveillance was intact, and the footage had not been altered. But strangely, the killer could inexplicably avoid surveillance and hung the students to death in the classroom like this. Such a bizarre case left the police somewhat helpless. There were no blind spots in the teaching building of this school. How did the killer evade detection?
The classroom was on the 7th floor, it should be impossible for anyone to climb up, and there were no similar marks on the walls. With 2 college students dying in succession, everyone was under great pressure. To avoid the expansion of public opinion, the superiors were urging them to solve the case quickly. However, in the past 2 days, they had not found any clues. Although it appeared to be suicide on the surface, both of these students were very lively and cheerful in real life, and their families were relatively well off. The police could not find any motive for suicide.
Strange and bizarre. Chapter 34. Su Bai?
The police flipped through the student files, pondering this name. The second deceased boy in the school was a classmate of Su Bai. His absence for 2 whole days had drawn the attention of the police. Find the counselor of this class, we need to understand the situation. One police officer said to the school leader accompanying him. Before long, a young man in his late 20s was called into the security department's duty room.
I would like to ask you about this student, Su Bai.
Ah, Su Bai, I haven't seen him for the past 2 days. It's quite strange. Although he often comes late and leaves early, he usually can be seen in school every day. I don't know what he's been up to these days, even not coming to school.
Do you know his usual situation? Family, personality, and so on.
Not very clear. Su Bai doesn't stay in school accommodation. He is a local, but his parents passed away a few years ago. He comes from a decent family, although he occasionally shows off. I've never seen him bully anyone.
I'm not very sure about anything further.
The police then found a few of Su Bai's former friends to ask about him, and their answers were almost identical to that of the counselor. After a round of questioning, Su Bai's suspicion was actually not very strong, but the problem was that his absence from school was somewhat suspicious.
More importantly, Su Bai's identity as an orphan forced the police to consider him.
It wasn't discrimination against orphans. The fact is, people like him do have a higher crime rate than ordinary folks. While they didn't suspect him outright, they at least thought they should understand the situation, so the police asked other students for Su Bai's address, and drove to his home with his file. In the evening, Su Bai felt a bit hungry, and with Andrew still at home taking care of Xiao Shihui, he ordered some takeout and lay in bed watching anime. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he could relax with peace of mind. Leading up to the upcoming bazaar invasion, Su Bai had been tense ever since his return, always thinking about how to improve his strength. And now, he could finally rare moment to let loose a bit. Possessing 4 SS-level monsters and 1 almost peak-level SSS-grade monster, he could say that in most situations after the bazaar game totally invaded, Su Bai could face them calmly. This was the confidence that allowed Su Bai to relax. And more importantly, he had already almost reached the limit of what he could buy with money. Though his mental space was maxed out, this bazaar game had a limitation. The maximum number of monsters a player could contract was 5.
And that point couldn't even be changed by players who spent money.
Su Bai guessed it might be to prevent players from becoming too strong and directly sweeping through the invaded game. As for the earlier 100,000 monsters, they were not directly controlled by him. If that were the case, it would be unthinkable. Players who spent money would have millions of troops at their disposal, each sweeping through an entire player base. Achieving such a feat was a result of Su Bai utilizing the game mechanics. In the bazaar game, high-level monsters had the right to give orders to low-level monsters of the same name. However, the monsters that could accept orders were limited to those not contracted and not part of enemy factions. For example, a B-level Sadako could command other uncontracted Sadakos weaker than her, but this control couldn't last long. You could say this function was quite useless. Thus, forming a massive army of female ghosts was merely Su Bai's fantasy. The main theme of the bazaar game was still on cultivating high-end combat power.
Have you not seen that when the ghostly mist appears, countless monsters turn to ashes? Low-end combat power is just cannon fodder.
As for the remaining few monsters, they still have room to level up to SSS. Su Bai could only sigh. This kind of thing was not like ordinary cabbage, sold for $5 each in the market.
SSS-level monsters were completely something you stumbled upon, and didn't hear about even after 10 years of the apocalypse?
The script of the Ghost Bride was purely a stroke of luck. However, with the success of the Ghost Bride, Su Bai at least knew which direction to strive towards. He had Su Feng researching information about the other 4 female ghosts, but the hope didn't seem big. But the number of monsters was only temporary. After the bazaar arrival, there would be no limit to how many monsters one could control. As long as your body could handle it without being backlashed to death, you could contract as many as you wanted. In his past life, Su Bai had seen monster controllers with 6 or 7 contracted monsters, but these controllers had one common trait: the monster's quality levels were generally not high. The higher the monster level, the higher the physical quality requirement for the host. Some powerful SSS-level monsters could occupy an entire host on their own. For example, in his previous life, Su Bai saw the White-Eyed Ghost Princess, who not only had one host but also took control of the host in reverse.
Su Bai also began preparing for the upcoming arrival of the apocalypse.
After the invasion of the bazaar game, as long as one was strong, food and drink wouldn't be as tight as in Su Bai's previous life. The most scarce resources turned out to be entertainment. The massive death of humanity led to the shutdown of various facilities and factories, and the internet was among the first things to be destroyed. Modern people, accustomed to the presence of the internet, found themselves nearly going mad out of boredom in the apocalypse. In order to feel less miserable, Su Bai started downloading all kinds of anime, novels, and movies from the first day he returned, filling dozens of hard drives with hundreds of terabytes of data without stopping his computer. Not seeking quality, only wanting to fill up. Before long, the doorbell rang.
Was the takeaway here?
Su Bai didn't think much of it and got up to open the door. The delivery worker, dressed in a yellow uniform, handed the takeaway to Su Bai.
Thank.
The word thank was barely halfway out when Su Bai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest as if pricked by needles.
Husband, danger.
This was the warning sent by his ghost bride, just like how Sadako in his past life warned him of danger, so Su Bai was familiar with it, instantly showing an extraordinary reaction. He pushed the delivery worker away with one hand, and as he stepped back, he drew on the power of the ghost bride and infused it into his body.
The whole set of movements flowed smoothly, without a hint of hesitation. Outside Su Bai's door, the police became tense at this scene. They had originally come to investigate Su Bai but happened to encounter the delivery worker arriving, so they had been waiting at the door. But they never expected this guy would actually push the delivery worker several meters away. Judging by this movement, he was trying to run. Could it be that this fellow was really connected to those two incidents?
Several police officers exchanged glances, placed their hands on their waists, and turned to rush into the villa.
Stop! The delivery worker, having slammed against the wall, winced in pain, leaning against the wall in confusion. Goodness, was he caught up in a police action movie? But he did not panic and slowly opened a delivery app, sending a message to a customer who was nagging about why their order hadn't arrived yet. Sorry, ran into police capturing Superman. The customer was surprisingly laid back, immediately replying. No problem, just start a video call, I want to watch for a bit. Chapter 35. Su Bai frowned behind the wall in the living room. After successfully merging with reality at a certain critical point of the ghostly realm, his connection with the ghost bride became even more vivid. This is why the ghost bride could sense the potential threats around him. But it was a bit strange. The hand he had just pushed out had felt completely like a normal person. He didn't sense any ghostly presence at all, which is why Su Bai had held back. Without a ghostly aura, could that warning be from a human? Su Buki? Or Su Yisheng? Su Bai's mind raced. It seemed like these two were the only ones with a grudge against him. But soon, Su Bai dismissed that answer. Not to mention that these two were completely unaware of the invasion of the bizarre game. They had already obtained their most desired company shares, so they had no reason to act against him now. So who could it be? 6 police officers cautiously entered the room, each wielding a baton, one after the other, stepping inside without daring to slacken their guard. After all, judging by what had just happened, this guy should have decent skills. But where was he? They had clearly seen Su Bai turn and enter the house. How could he just disappear in the blink of an eye? Unbeknownst to them, after the strength of the ghost bride enhanced Su Bai's body, it had become far beyond that of a normal person. Not even the police, let alone any super agents, could hope to keep up with his speed. According to custom, the police displayed their badges, hoping the other side would back down. After all, Su Bai was just a suspect. We are the police, come out, we just want to understand some things. Was it really necessary to have this much force just to understand something? 6 had come. Su Bai had no trust at all. Both sides, filled with mutual suspicion, remained locked in a standoff. What do the police want with me? I haven't committed any crimes, so either hurry up and leave, or tell me your true identities. I don't want to be disturbed. Student Su, we are really police investigators. We came because a student from your class committed suicide, and we are here to understand the situation. You must have heard about it, right? Su Bai slightly relaxed his frown. Is this the reason? But he didn't fully believe it. After all, in the internet age, a lot of things could be checked. Then you should keep an eye on the school. What do you want with me? After thinking, Su Bai reminded them, no, maybe you should stay away from that place. Hearing this, the 6 police officers furrowed their brows, unsure if this kid really knew something or was just putting on a show. After all, news of the student's suicide was spreading around. The lead officer waved his hand. 2 of them moved forward, one in front and one behind, while the others kept a close eye on the back. Something was indeed off. With enhanced mental and auditory perception, Su Bai clearly sensed their movements as one officer approached the wall. Bang! The loud sound startled everyone. A large hole appeared in what had been a solid wall, and Su Bai's half-body emerged from the hole. One hand tightly gripped the neck of one of the police officers, lifting him off the ground. The remaining 5 officers were taken aback. They had never seen such a scene. Such speed, such strength. Is this still a human? Don't move, or I'll crush his neck. Who are you? Su Bai shouted coldly, using the officer's body to shield himself, while his other hand searched the officer. The other officers immediately pulled out their guns, ready for anything. Don't be impulsive. Let him go. Su Bai didn't respond. After a moment, he took out an ID from the officer's coat pocket. Hearing isn't believing, seeing is believing. If he believed whatever anyone said, he wouldn't have lived to be reborn. He would have been foolishly dead in his past life. Upon seeing the ID, wow, they really are police. Now, the strangeness hadn't arrived yet, so the authenticity of the police badge was still somewhat guaranteed. Plus, from their contact, Su Bai confirmed that they hadn't been controlled by anything strange. He felt the officer's hand and didn't sense any ghostly energy within. With all his worries dispelled, Su Bai finally released his grip. At the same time, Su Bai felt a bit speechless. These officers could have just called ahead and knocked before coming in. Why the sudden ambush? Li Shang probably detected that the handguns they were carrying would pose a threat to him, which is why he reminded them. As Su Bai let go, the officer gasped for breath and took a couple of steps back. The other officers rushed in, drawing their guns and suddenly aiming at Su Bai's body. Don't move. Crouch down and hold your head. Su Bai disdainfully curled his lip. The officer whose throat Su Bai had choked was the leader. He stepped forward 2 paces and slightly raised his hand, pressing down. He knew that if Su Bai had ill intentions, he wouldn't have let him go. Seeing this, the other officers finally lowered their guns that had been raised high. This whole scene, Su Bai completely ignored as he walked straight towards the sofa. Go ahead, ask what you want to know? Facing a room full of police officers, Su Bai showed no fear and spoke calmly. What is your true identity? The lead officer's tone was serious. Su Bai pointed at the file bag in his hand. The keen-eyed officer had already noticed his name written on it. Don't you all know? Why are you still asking me? Besides being a student, what else could I be? Your skills don't look like those of a student. The officers could hardly believe it. Where have you seen a student who can walk through walls with their bare hands? I practiced martial arts since I was young. Chinese culture is vast and profound. Have you never heard of ancient martial arts? Besides, that wall was made of tofu. If pushed hard enough, you could break it too. Su Bai casually explained. Though it was a complete fabrication, it indeed sounded like the easiest explanation to convince them. We found out that you have been selling off your family assets. Why are you trying to run away, when you have everything as a rich second-generation heir? The leading police officer frowned and asked. Su Bai's useless action only made him more suspicious. Did I want to sell it? Judge, it was my damn uncle, Su Yisheng, who forced me to sell the shares to him. Then what about the house and the car? I used to be a spoiled rich kid, always thinking about wasting my days, chasing girls and so on, until my parents passed away. I suffered a huge blow in life. Su Bai went on for hundreds of words, telling a story of a rich second generation who turned his life around, facing obstacles that moved the listeners. But in summary, it was just him waking up to the fact that he didn't need those flashy things anymore. This kid, although his words were nonsense, his mind was sharp. He couldn't even be tricked into revealing something useful. The lead officer thought to himself. Su Bai's answer was very natural, but it didn't dispel their suspicion. The more perfect the answer, the more suspicious it became. When asked what he was doing at the time of the incident, Su Bai provided his alibi. The surveillance at the door, and the taxi records could all prove that he had never been to school in the past few days and had been wandering around nearby. The lead officer whispered something, and 2 officers turned and left, heading to the places Su Bai had mentioned to investigate. The lead officer was secretly calculating. Although on the surface, he looked like an ordinary student, there were many things that were strange. His unusual skills, the series of actions to quickly cash out, and the calmness he showed now were all signs of his mystery. The guy in front of him, looking not even 20, had a lot of suspicions surrounding him. After a moment, the officers who went to gather evidence returned and confirmed Su Bai's alibi. The lead officer stood up and gave Su Bai a meaningful glance. Only then did he leave the room, and the other officers could only reluctantly follow him out. Before leaving, they instructed Su Bai to stay in a city for the time being and assist with the investigation. Chapter 36. Although the police had left, Su Bai knew that after his strength was exposed, there would definitely be a lot of suspicion and surveillance. In the end, you can't hide the fire with paper. But it didn't matter. When the supernatural arrives, all order will be toppled and rebuilt. And in that world, only strength will have the power to speak. There were still 6 days left before the supernatural arrived. Su Bai was too lazy to fix the broken wall and just casually cleaned up the trash. Anyway, he would be leaving this place soon. After logging in, Su Bai asked Su Feng if there were any scripts like the Ghost Bride town, but unfortunately, there were no clues. Su Bai only told him to keep investigating. Today's login, apart from chatting with his beautiful ladies, was mostly about the evening's event. Although the game had different servers in each country, there was a channel for friendly communication with foreign players. Guild Wars. In Guild Wars, players could choose a foreign guild to compete against. All the players of both guilds would join the battle, and the guild whose ghosts were all defeated first would lose. Of course, the guild being challenged could choose not to accept. Su Bai's guild had gained great fame after speedrunning dungeons, so other guilds started to challenge them. Su Feng picked one and finally chose a guild from a Korean player to accept the challenge. Guild Wars offered very generous rewards. The winners could receive foreign ghosts as rewards, such as Japan's Shoujo, Flying Headman, or America's Headless Horseman, Vampire. These were all powerful S-rank ghosts. Therefore, there was no reason not to accept the challenge. It was also a good opportunity to see the strength of foreign players and whether anything had changed since his past life. Although the rewards for Guild Wars were generous, they were determined by performance ratings. After contemplating, Su Bai decided to invite Ling Ruoyao, as this was a rare opportunity to increase his strength. Sister Ling, hurry up and log in. I'll take you to see the world tonight. What world? I heard you dominated the last dungeon.
It's a pity I was busy with the final business handover, or else I would have definitely admired the style of the #1 player in the server.
Isn't this the chance?
There's a guild war tonight, and I specially came to invite Sister Ling.
I wonder if you would grace me with your presence. Am I really so honored?
The guild leader personally came to invite me, then I will accept your invitation humbly. With Sister Ling cheering for me, I will definitely perform even better.
Come on, who doesn't know you? The girls in the guild are probably more exciting to you than I am, right?
The two of them interacted sweetly for a while and then agreed to log in together. Su Bai and Ling Royale walked into the guild hall, standing together like a golden boy and a jade maiden, perfectly matched. The members all envied them, teasing Ling Royale saying,
"Hello, Madam Guild Leader. Hello, sister-in-law."
There were all kinds of calls, but no one called her vice president. This made Ling Royale blush bright red, and she shyly stammered, unable to speak. On the other side, the #1 guild in the Stick Country was holding a pre-battle mobilization, but someone came uninvited outside the guild door. It was none other than Su Bai, who had disappeared for who knows how long. Since that day's defeat, Su Bai had harbored resentment, trying to find ways to let Su Bai suffer to take revenge.
Until this day, the chance finally came.
Once the guild war started, both participating sides would be transported to a special server, while anyone else could enter to observe the battle for a certain entrance fee. He stepped forward and came to the #1 player in Stick Country, Park Duan Diao, presenting himself. "President Park, I have the information on the Gathering Place of Female Ghosts guild for your review. You kids sure know how to do things." Park Duan Diao glanced at Su Bai and then ordered his underlings to reward Su Bai with an A-class equipment worth 100,000. The data showed that Su Bai's guild had only 5 S-class monsters, all belonging to Su Bai alone, while the others only had A-class at most, not even 1 S-class.
5 S-class? Park Duan Diao looked at the intelligence document, nearly laughing to death. Is this the guild that achieved the highest speedrun data in the entire server? Is this the guild of the #1 player in Dragon Country? Just 5 S-class, how can they have the face to show off? So this is the level of Dragon Country? Immediately, Park Duan Diao started boasting that he would slaughter the Dragon Country guild, making them tremble at the sight of Stick Country players. The president of Stick Country was extremely confident, for he had 5 S-class monsters, and in the guild of 100 people, everyone had at least 1 S-class monster, some even had 2. Adding up to hundreds of S-class monsters, that's basically luxurious equipment in the hands of a ghost. It wasn't that players from Stick Country were stronger than those from Dragon Country, but the situations were different. In Stick Country, dominated by Chables, this top guild gathered the best players from the entire Stick server. And as its president, Park Duan Diao was, of course, the son of a Chable. Any expert unwilling to join his guild, as long as they had no background, would be warned to back off in no time. It could be said that the entire game in the Stick server was dictated by him alone. How could he not be confident? Top-tier power from one server against a small guild, does he think he can't win? Moreover, in terms of gaming, they Stick Country prided themselves as the best in the universe. Su Bai also looked forward to Su Bai being knocked down by Park Duan Diao, becoming the shame of the nation. He could also guess that with only 5 S-class monsters, Su Bai couldn't possibly have that high battle power, there must be some secret power boosting him. However, can you compare with 100 S-class monsters from others? Even if you spend money to strengthen. Spending another 300 million to buy 100 G-spirits is just throwing money away, since there are no contracts, and guild battles aren't allowed to enter. Su Bai did not know that consuming the same source spirits could elevate to SS level, so he thought that Su Bai's previous 100 SSS level ghost brides were just a one-time purchase. After finishing that battle, they all went to waste. At 9:30, the guild battle was about to begin. A portal suddenly appeared at the entrance of both guilds' bases, with the endpoint leading to the battlefield of this grand war. Many players from other servers came rushing in, eager to witness, and the audience seats were quickly filling up. The two participating servers had live streaming equipment set up to broadcast the entire event. As Su Bai and Park Duan Diao stepped forward towards the portal, the thrilling battle was finally about to unfold. As everyone entered, the live stream shook to reveal the interior. The gigantic ancient Roman Colosseum was grand, surrounded by countless spectators cheering loudly. One side was the renowned First Guild from Korea, and the other was the currently unbeatable Ghost Collector. The two major guilds saw Park Duan Diao standing with his organized 100-man army on the left, while Su Bai had over 50 elite fighters on the right. The battle power immediately became the greatest spectacle. A roar like tidal waves erupted, flags waved, and cheers resounded. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the battle began. Chapter 37. The center of the Colosseum was a massive circular arena, 4 stories high, with nearly every level filled with players from various major servers, all gathered to enjoy this feast. In the midst of overwhelming cheers, the players from both guilds arrayed themselves on either side of the arena. Billowing ghostly energy clashed in the sky, eroding and crushing against each other, tangled and unclear.
The first guild from Korea took the lead, with 100 players simultaneously summoning spirits, each appearing as monstrous and terrifying ghosts in the void. Soon, the opposing formation doubled in size. A Korean player loudly introduced, "This is our Korean first guild. Over 100 S-level spirits. Dominating the battlefield, invincible in the world. Little Dragon Country, encountering our strongest guild, shouldn't you quickly surrender?" On the other side, the members of Su Bai's guild were also unwilling to be outdone, with 70 to 80 spirits appearing around them. But what kind of formation was facing them? Among the dark, ant-like army of spirits, pulling out any single one would be an S-level entity that could crush the multitude of weaker ghosts. With over 100 spirits simultaneously displaying their might, the pressure was no joke. On the Dragon countryside, the A-level spirits were instantly suppressed, and their movements visibly slowed down. In the comments, Korean players were shouting loudly. "Is this the guild of the first player from Dragon Country? What a shame, hurry back home to drink milk, don't come out to embarrass yourselves. With this kind of formation, my grandma could come and slaughter them with kimchi. It really is a country that can't even afford watermelon rinds. Dragon Country people are just poor. Hurry up and bow to me, I will reward you with an S-level spirit to save face. Little Dragon Country, how laughable." All sorts of taunts and curses echoed together. To them, the so-called first player from Dragon Country was nothing but a joke. The Dragon Country players watched the floating comments, filled with both anger and helplessness, not expecting Su Bai to bring such a broken team into the guild battle. It seemed that although Su Bai's personal ability was good, his guild management truly lacked. But some players who understood Su Bai, who had been following his movements, refuted, "You don't understand, the female ghost boss is luring in their opponents. To destroy them, one must first let them go wild, understand? Exactly, you have no idea how terrifying our boss is. Just watch, you'll soon be dropping your jaws." Yet such voices were quickly drowned in a chorus of negativity, not causing the slightest ripple. On the stands, Subuki's eyes were bloodshot, and an excited smile spread across his face, as if he had already seen Su Bai's failure. "Ghost Collector, let's see how you die this time, hee hee hee." At this moment, Su Bai slowly walked out of the team, flanked by Su Feng and Ling Ruoyao. He looked at Park Duandiao, surrounded by 5 S-level ghosts at the front of the group, and showed a contemptuous sneer on his face. He can even smile. "Brothers, quick, take a screenshot. I want to see if he can still laugh after he loses." Su Bai paid no attention to these taunts. How could the whispers of ants affect someone high above? As for the so-called first guild opposite him, merely lambs. Su Bai shook his head and pulled the threads that led to the ghost bride in his spiritual space. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, and thick ghostly clouds drifted in from nowhere, covering the entire Roman Colosseum. The figure of Li Shang slowly emerged, resembling the king of ghosts, looking down upon all. Li Shang's momentum instantly enveloped the arena, crushing all ghosts in a moment. The audience from the Styx country burst into loud laughter when they saw Su Bai summon only one ghost bride. They thought he had some trump card up his sleeve, but this was all he had? Only one S-level ghost in the entire guild. Hilarious. Park Duandiao laughed so hard he doubled over, not expecting that the top expert from Dragon Country was just a fool, thinking he could fight a guild war with just one S-level ghost. Just as he was about to order a slaughter, a sudden wave of terrifying momentum made his hair stand on end. Li Shang's ghost dominion slowly expanded, now reaching the entire Ghost Bride town after attaining the SSS level. Amidst an eerie atmosphere, the wedding town began to solidify. A grand sedan, a faceless man. Drums banging, a mighty stallion. Countless ancient festive houses appeared above the arena, overlapping with the reality, blurring the line between truth and illusion. The immense ghost dominion enveloped the entire arena, boundless. All the spectators and the opposing guild players froze in place. What was this? Could this be the legendary Ghost Dominion? This was a special ability of high-level bosses. How could Su Bai's Ghost Bride possess it? The ghost possessing Ghost Dominion was manipulated by players. Wasn't this the Ghost Bride? Where did the Ghost Bride get her dominion? As the easiest S-level ghost to obtain, a permanent character in the shop, almost every high-level player had one. How could they not know if they possessed a Ghost Dominion? Illusion, it must be an illusion. Surely Su Bai secretly used some ghost to activate an illusion ability, intending to scare everyone. Park Duandiao forced himself to calm down and immediately ordered to kill them all. But the next second, the Ghost Bride's figure disappeared from everyone's view, nowhere to be found. Following that, like waves in the wind, ghosts from the Styx country fell one after another. People could only see a red shadow darting through the Ghost Dominion. Wherever the red light appeared, heads flew into the sky. An S-level ghost merely faced a single encounter before collapsing, completely dissipating into the air. When she reappeared, the Ghost Bride was already standing at the center of the opposing formation. Countless beings, whether human or ghost, stared at that red charm standing regal like a queen. Immediately, Su Bai commanded, "Lift the veil." In the Guild War, players could not be killed, and ghosts' deaths did not incur penalties, so Su Bai could use this skill without restraint, not worrying about harming others. He. The ghost bride stood in the crowd, a chilling laugh echoing throughout the arena, and that sound seemed to split into hundreds. It rang out beside every player from the Styx country. In that instant, it appeared as if countless ghost brides emerged, simultaneously lifting their veils. Seeing that stunningly beautiful face of the ghost, everyone was instantly frozen in place. The body rapidly turned to dust like a dried corpse that had seen air. Instant kill, all killed. Over 100 S-class monsters had no chance to use even one skill, and were all instantly eliminated. Time froze at 30 seconds into the match, and the Guild War timer stopped at that moment. In the final livestream, a female ghost hovered above, looking down at the terrified face of Park Duanxiao below, while Su Bai in the distance had eyes filled with indifference. The scene flipped drastically. Su Bai had single-handedly toppled the guild of the Styx country with just one monster. After a few seconds of silence and the bullet comments, they burst open with a bang. What the hell? Chapter 38. The audience below was still immersed in the shock brought by Su Bai's ghostly abilities, momentarily feeling a sense of loss. They initially thought this would be a fierce battle, but who would have imagined it would end so abruptly with an instant kill? It gave no face to the players from the Styx country, just one monster eliminated everyone on the field. From the audience's perspective, this battle was clearly very dull. They only saw the 100 ghosts from the Styx country appear, then Su Bai summoned a ghostly bride, and once the ghostly ability was unleashed, all the monsters fell down. In just 30 seconds, we couldn't even count how many monsters they had on the other side. At least, the name the Ghost Collector truly became famous today. Not only in the country, but all players in the Eerie game knew about this figure from Dragon Country who toppled the top guild of the Styx country with just one ghostly bride. People's speculations about Su Bai's strength reached an unbelievable level. The limit for contracted monsters was 5, yet Su Bai dispatched only one and annihilated the strongest guild of the Styx country. If he released all 5 monsters, what would happen then? The players present weren't fools. If you said Su Bai was only strong with one, I absolutely wouldn't believe it. The only explanation for his action is that he was confident he could dominate the entire field with just one. However, everyone looked at Su Bai's cheering teammates with both contempt and envy. These guys did nothing yet still won just like that. Everyone suddenly understood how the previous astonishing speedrun data was achieved. It was probably the same as today, teammates cheering them on, while Su Bai single-handedly faced them all. Why can't we encounter a guild like this? Looking at the people in Su Bai's guild, the players thought of themselves. Was this the gap between Su Bai and average players? Perhaps the gap was as deep as from Mount Everest to the Mariana Trench. And the most bewildered was none other than Park Duanxiao, who was in the middle of the battlefield. He still hadn't accepted everything that had just happened. Wait, isn't this the ghostly bride? I have one too, why is there such a huge gap? And that ghostly skill? Are we even playing the same game? Isn't that a boss-exclusive skill? How can players have it too? Moreover, the range of this ghostly ability is too vast. Even when I challenged the strongest boss, I never felt such pressure from a ghostly bride. The most intense reaction came from Su Bai, who was in the front row of the audience, ready to watch Su Bai's embarrassment. He was frantically banging on the guardrail in front of him as if he had lost his mind. Why? Why? Why does that damn guy have such powerful monsters? That's right, cheating. Ha ha ha, he must be cheating, he must be cheating. The people around looked at this madman with disdain. It was just a game, wasn't it? This kid probably deserved to be put in his place since he was young. After a while, Su Bai came back to his senses, a deep sense of defeat enveloping his heart. In his 20 years of life, when had he ever felt so repressed? The hatred in his eyes intensified, his teeth chattering incessantly. After a while, his account received a private message from Park Duanxiao. Damn bastard, you dare to falsely report information. It must be Su Bai who sent you. You want me to let my guard down and not give me a chance to find you? Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. Then the name King of Ghost Eyes appeared on the Dragon Kingdom's bounty list, issued by the president of the first guild from the Baekdu country, Park Duanxiao. A full 500,000 ghost stones, the price of a top-tier A-class ghost, to recruit someone to wipe out all his ghosts. Su Bai wanted to cry but had no tears, his mood was worse than tasting dung. Why did he brush up his presence for no reason, now bringing trouble upon himself? After the guild war ended, Su Bai calmly recalled his ghosts. All the female members looked at Su Bai with sparkling eyes. Just moments ago, he and his ghost had overwhelmed 100 opponent ghosts. It was just too cool. Especially the girl with twin ponytails, her eyes were filled with hearts almost falling onto Su Bai. Their understanding of Su Bai's strength was once again refreshed. They originally thought being able to solo an S-class dungeon was strong enough, but they never imagined that even 100 S-class ghosts combined were not enough to match Su Bai's one ghost killing. Su Feng recalled the unmatched ghost bride and understood Su Bai's reason for asking him to find script information. So it turned out, the ghosts corresponding to the script could become this powerful. Ling Ruoyo also looked at the incredibly brave Su Bai, as if she was meeting him for the first time.
President brother, it seems your money was well spent.
A smile filled Su Bai's face.
Rewards began to be distributed.
Undoubtedly, the Ghost Girl Gathering Place Guild received the highest level of Guild War rewards this time. Su Bai, relying on his own strength, refreshed the shortest end time for the Guild War and set a new record for personal kills, a series of amazing stats. One battle made his name forever stay at the top of the Guild War leaderboard.
Su Bai's rating was undoubtedly the highest, SSS level.
And although the others had little contribution, the highest level of Guild War rewards, even the basic version, was much better than an ordinary victory.
Evil Spirit Box Supernatural Item, is it the eternal residence that the exiled souls can never escape, or the only path to the true self?
Life is death, death is life, the cycle of life and death, with no end. The first reward was an item Su Bai had never even heard of before. This was a palm-sized box wrapped in purple satin, with no keyhole, just a single lively eyeball observing the surroundings at the top of the box. A fact, the evil spirit box can contain a ghost that signs a contract with the host. A very brief description, but this box possessed exceedingly outrageous capabilities. This box gave the player an additional contract slot out of thin air.
Su Bai. This kind of treasure? It's truly heaven's help to me.
The other reward was a ghost from Baekdu Country, Big Mouth Ghost. This ghost looked like a puddle of mud on the ground, but with an incredibly huge mouth growing on the mud. Inside the big mouth were yellow teeth and debris, the lower lip dragged on the ground while the upper lip was raised high, with a pair of small beady eyes.
It was simply as ugly as could be.
Su Bai definitely wouldn't want it, even though it was a powerful A-class ghost from Baekdu Country. Sorry, but I refuse the ugly. Other members received A-class ghost rewards, like Uniped Ghost, Passion Flame Ghost, all were unique ghosts from Baekdu Country. Ling Ruoyo also received an A-class ghost named Mirror Ghost. When this ghost appeared, it copied the appearance of the finance lady, but due to being level 1, copied a cute porcelain doll version of young Ling Ruoya. Su Bai did not hesitate and directly gave the S-class Big Mouth Ghost to Ling Ruoya. Ling Ruoyo, *****.
Really? Su Feng had a teasing expression on his face.
Oh dear. President, you're so good to sister-in-law.
I envy you.
Worth millions, the ghost just gives it away. The guild members' teasing made Ling Ruoya's little face immediately turn red.
Chapter 39.
The guild battle ended in the cheerful atmosphere of Su Bai and his friends, and those who had mocked earlier in the bullet comments left dejectedly, just like the Korean guild that vanished right after the battle was over. Su Bai returned to his haunted house to study the spirit box. Su Bai called out the ghostly actress Lan Ji, placed the spirit box in front of her, and clicked to use the item. The eyeball on the spirit box started to scan Lan Ji constantly, its speed increasing. When it was moving so fast that it was almost indistinguishable, it suddenly stopped, and 8 cracks appeared on its surface. Creak. The sound of wood tearing came from the eyeball, and the originally half-spherical eyeball opened up like a flower, with 8 petals falling in 8 directions. A mysterious blue rune appeared at the center of the flower, and the blue rune gradually lit up. With a flash of light, the ghostly actress vanished without a trace. However, in Su Bai's consciousness, he could still give commands or transfer power as usual. On Su Bai's panel, one of the originally full 5 slots suddenly became empty. Confirming that the spirit box was indeed effective, Su Bai was overjoyed. However, when he tried to summon the ghostly actress again after purchasing an A-grade little ghost experiment from the shop, he failed. After several attempts, Su Bai discovered the limitation of this item. The minimum contract was S-grade. But this was not much of a restriction for Su Bai, as he was not interested in any ghosts below S-grade anyway. He hadn't figured out the choice for the last slot yet, but the opportunity to directly purchase an S-grade ghost was gone. He shifted his attention to the guild battle. Just like the previous battle with the Korean guild, he obtained an S-grade giant mouth ghost. As long as he played like this and fought a few more matches, an S-grade female ghost that met Su Bai's aesthetic would surely appear. Su Bai notified Su Feng on WeChat that their guild needed to sign up for guild battles every day from now on. This made the guild members extremely happy. If they could get an A-grade ghost for free with every battle, wouldn't they earn hundreds of thousands after a few matches? This was faster than picking up money. The ghostly collector is mighty. The president is mighty. The ghost bride is mighty. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 3 days until the Eerie invasion. To be precise, it was 2 days and a few hours. In the past few days, Su Bai had successively battled several guilds, winning all decisively. For rewards, he almost single-handedly challenged everyone, winning each time with an SSS evaluation. These matches yielded him 2 S-grade evil spirits, 1 S-grade, virtual, but it was a bit regrettable that only that one virtual ghost was a female ghost, the Rain Girl from Sakura Country.
Although S grade was strong, Su Bai decisively gifted the S grade ghost away.
Following the principle of keeping the good things within familiar hands, these ghosts were naturally given entirely to Ling Ruoya. This made her very happy. According to the ridiculous game's price of 3 million for an S grade, Su Bai had just given her nearly 10 million worth of evil spirits.
Now she is also the owner of 3 powerful S grade ghosts, the giant mouth ghost, Shoto, and the headless knight, each a formidable existence among the S grade.
And her final ghost was the A grade little boy ghost she originally had.
That little boy of hers.
Currently, Ling Ruoya's combat power had reached the 2nd place in the guild, finally earning her the rightful title of vice president. Although everyone was still more accustomed to calling her sister-in-law or the president's wife. Despite winning decisively, Su Bai felt no relief in his heart.
Because today was a crucial point for the Eerie game invasion.
From today on, strange events in various places will increase, and the cracks through which the strange arrive are getting bigger. This makes Su Bai more anxious to enhance his own strength. Su Bai decides that tonight, in the battle against the beautiful country's union, if no suitable monsters appear, he will contract that virtual-level Rain Woman. After all, cultivating monsters also takes time. Training in the game is definitely much faster than in reality 3 days later. When lunchtime arrives, Aunt Wu comes with Su Bai. They have been staying at Su Bai's house for the past 2 days, and there are many rooms. This was also Su Bai's request, making it easier to take care of the two of them when the strange game fully invades, and to supervise the White Eye Ghost Princess. Su Bai looks at the doll in little Su Bai's arms, his expression serious. If this doll really has a problem, Su Bai can control it at the first moment. 3 people died at your school last night. Now the school is almost entirely under police investigation. It's simply chaotic. Moreover, all evening and morning self-study sessions have been cancelled, the school is always on lockdown, and no one is allowed to enter or exit unless absolutely necessary. Aunt Wu shares with Su Bai the intelligence she got from a man in the neighbor's house.
Su Bai nods. He has also received police calls in the past 2 days, but they were just routine inquiries to confirm the situation and schedule. But he doesn't want to get involved. Aside from those he cares about, he has no reason to be responsible for anyone else. In this apocalyptic world, it is common to see someone who was just saved turn on their savior the next moment. Moreover, to be honest, Su Bai simply wants to save. With so many supernatural events and so many people dying unnecessarily, he can't save them all. After experiencing so much darkness, how could he sacrifice the time to become stronger to be a saint? It's simply ridiculous. After the strangeness on little Su Bai is suppressed, she returns to her previously lively and adorable self, very endearing. The 3 of them eat together at the table, completely without the sense of superiority or inferiority between master and servant, enjoying a warm atmosphere. At that moment, there is a knock on the door. Su Bai frowns. He is in a good mood and does not wish to entertain uninvited guests outside. He knows who is coming because the ghost bride recognized the police investigation's outfit last time, detecting the same handgun and immediately warning Su Bai. Aunt Wu, please take little Su Bai back to the room first. Aunt Wu quickly tidies the table and takes Su Bai upstairs. Outside, the voice of the police investigation can be heard. Hello, classmate Su Bai, please open the door. We are from the municipal police, here to conduct a routine inquiry with you. Su Bai opens the door. The visitors are indeed the police investigation team. However, this time the leader has changed. He is a middle-aged man around 40, not wearing a uniform, but draped in a brown coat that conceals his tall figure, with identification pinned to his chest. With a hooked nose, sharp eyes, a mole at the corner of his mouth, and neatly combed hair, he has one hand gloved in black, exuding a dark aura. He looks at Su Bai with a gaze as sharp as a knife, giving the feeling of being targeted by a hungry wolf. Chapter 40. Only 2 police officers came this time. Besides the hooked nose, the other officer looks somewhat young, holding a notepad, ready to write at any moment. Please sit. Su Bai leads the 2 to sit on the sofa in the living room. The hook-nosed officer speaks. Hello, I am the officer here to inquire. My surname is Zhao. Su Bai glances at his badge, which reads Officer Zhao, clearly the man's name. After introducing himself, Zhao makes no further sound, quietly observing Su Bai. What happened to that officer last time, on leave? The 3 remain silent for a moment, and Su Bai asks. He died. Zhao's tone is very flat, and Su Bai's expression shows little change. What a pity. You don't seem surprised at all. Instead, you look like you expected this. Zhao Sun spoke coldly, his voice a bit low. Of course I'm surprised, but haven't many died on campus? You just become numb to it after so many deaths. Didn't you see that I don't even dare to go to school anymore? Su Bai replied quite naturally. Not right. Zhao Sun suddenly raised his voice. I remember you didn't go to school before the deaths, right? What does this mean, Officer Zhao? My school attendance has anything to do with this? Su Bai responded, while thinking that this Officer Zhao was not easy to deal with. Zhao Sun didn't argue, but took out a tablet from his trench coat and played a video. This was footage from a police body camera.
In the video, Su Bai smashed a wall barehanded, exposing half his body as he grabbed a police officer by the throat. Su Bai shrugged. I explained before, I liked practicing martial arts since I was a child. Does Officer Zhao have to interfere with this? The younger police officer glanced up at the large hole in the wall, his eyebrows twitching.
Zhao Sun still didn't explain, just silently clicked on the next video.
In the captured footage, Su Bai was talking to the previous team leader.
And the most important part was that line, "You should stay away from that place."
Su Bai remained silent, but Zhao Sun seemed to latch onto something, leaning forward with a tone full of pressure, asking.
Did you know they would die?
Su Bai shook his head, leaning forward as well, bringing even more terrifying pressure, his gaze clashing with Zhao Sun's. I didn't know. I don't care where they go as long as they don't disturb me. At that time, I wasn't sure about their identities. Naturally, I wanted them to go as far away as possible. Zhao Sun silently nodded, but a hint of expectation flashed in his gaze as he looked at Su Bai.
With his gloved hand, he clicked play on the next video.
In a brightly lit classroom, several police officers were gathered around chatting. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the tightly sealed classroom, twisting the glass by the window into a twisted shape. The officers stood up alertly, but after looking around, they found nothing.
One officer suddenly pointed in horror at a certain direction.
The video slowed down and zoomed in gradually with that point, clearly edited later. As the scene on the tablet jumped frame by frame, it finally stopped at a certain moment. There, in the place the officer pointed to, a half-visible, purple face with a strange smile appeared on the screen. In the next frame, the face made eye contact with the camera, and instantly the entire image turned into a flickering snowy screen. At this point, the camera became ineffective. We found it on one of the officers. Zhao Sun stared intensely into Su Bai's eyes, not letting up for a moment, even while speaking.
Please tell me, this. Is it a ghost?
Su Bai's expression remained calm. The air thickened for 3 seconds before he slowly replied, Officer Zhao, are you playing a video to have fun at my expense?
There are no ghosts in this world.
But a thought flashed through his mind. That face, it's it. A level ghost, the hanging ghost. However, just that fleeting thought was captured by Zhao Sun. His eyes burned with intensity as he grabbed Su Bai's arm, fiercely questioning. Just now, something flashed in your eyes. Tell me, what was it? Su Bai frowned, shook off Zhao Sun's hand, and looked away. This old policeman was truly someone he didn't want to deal with. He was too sharp. Seeing Su Bai's reaction, Zhao Sun was sure that Su Bai must know something. He knows for sure. Zhao Sun suddenly reached out and pressed down on the arm of the younger officer who was recording the inquiry, shaking his head at him. The young officer understood, capped the pen, stood up and walked toward the door, casually closing it behind him. When he turned back, the previously scrutinizing gaze in Zhao Sun's eyes had completely vanished.
Instead, it revealed anticipation and pleading.
You know something, tell me. Too many people have died, really too many. If you speak it out, maybe many lives can be saved. Su Bai glanced at him, and Zhao Sun reached to his chest, turning off his body camera. Su Bai remained silent, and a flicker of conflict crossed Zhao Sun's eyes. Then he took out a voice recorder from his coat pocket, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it. These are the last 3 days before the strange game descends. Strange events will bloom globally like a beehive, and cities around the world will be overwhelmed. Soon no one will care about him anymore. Thinking of this, Su Bai decided to give the other party a hint. You shouldn't go there anymore. Evacuating the school crowd early is what should be done now.
Is it really the doing of ghosts and monsters? Zhao Sun's tone was somewhat strange, a mix of excitement and relief.
Su Bai was also puzzled. Someone like Zhao should be a materialist warrior, so why would he suggest such a hypothesis of ghosts and monsters?
Do you think this is a ghost?
Zhao Sun stiffly smiled wryly. I actually transferred from the provincial bureau. I applied for this case myself. He paused. 3 days ago, I just survived a ghost incident, only I. At this point, there was loneliness in Zhao Sun's eyes, as well as guilt, even hidden hate.
Is this the reason?
Su Bai nodded, then stood up to open the door to see him off. What he said just now was already his utmost kindness, as some things cannot be changed by human effort. Zhao Sun left, wanting to return to the police station to apply for the evacuation of the campus, and before leaving, he also asked for Su Bai's phone number. Once both left, Su Bai leaned on the sofa and rubbed his temples. The signs of the strange arrival grew more intense. There was still quite a bit of money in the account. Su Bai transferred 5 million to Ling Ruoyao, asking her to purchase some items, like canned food, rice, frozen meat, and the like. Although these items wouldn't be so scarce after the strange arrival, prices would rise, so it's still necessary to stock up on essentials. Su Bai also specifically mentioned the generator. Although the power station in City A was reclaimed by the ghost controllers shortly after the apocalypse, Su Bai still experienced a time without electricity. Returning from rebirth, there was no need to suffer such hardships again. Su Bai had Aunt Wu and Shi Huai choose a room to stay in, and he specifically found Shi Huai to ask her to download the game. But strangely, little Shi Huai's initial ghost was actually Chapter 41. Little Su Bai's initial ghost was not one of the common low-level ghosts, instead, it was a doll that Su Bai had never seen before, not even in the shop. But the more Su Bai looked at it, the more it resembled a younger version of the white-eyed ghost princess. After leaving Little Su Bai to play the strange game for a while, Su Bai discovered that her account seemed different from others. Not only could her initial little white-eyed ghost princess not be fed experience packs, this account also couldn't buy other ghosts, and even equipment couldn't be added, completely crushing Su Bai's thoughts of sending her equipment or ghosts. He added her to the guild and let her play by herself. The little girl might discover something different by exploring on her own for a while. Su Bai felt a bit tired and lay down for a nap, but he always felt a warm, comfortable sensation lingering around his thigh. Su Bai looked down and found that, unexpectedly, the ghost bride's phantom had appeared at a certain unspeakable position of his. Now the junction between reality and the strange was closer, and the SSS-level ghost could already impact some aspects of reality, just like Su Bai now. It must be said, it was quite comfortable. Su Bai was instead a bit looking forward to the arrival of the strange game. Look up at me, more seriously. Before he knew it, night had arrived. Su Bai ended the verbal duel with the ghost bride and got up to log on. In half an hour, it will be time for the guild war. The Ghost Gathering Place Guild, due to a previous earth-shattering battle, has almost become a terrifying presence like a war demon, and no guild dares to challenge it. But thankfully, apart from designated opponents, guild wars can also have matching battles. Matching guilds will have their order scrambled, and until the day before the match, no one knows who their opponent will be. This works out well for Su Bai, because no guild would give up on matching just because they fear facing the Ghost Gathering Place. After all, with so many guilds around the world, what are the chances of running into Su Bai? But wouldn't you know it? There was indeed a guild that encountered him, and this was the second time. This guild came from the beautiful country and is ranked high there, being much stronger than the top guild from the stick country. During their first battle, having learned from past experience, they prepared thoroughly, fielding only their elite players. As soon as they appeared, without saying a word, they commanded all their S-level monsters to launch an attack, unleashing a torrent of skills toward the opposite side. They aimed to quickly finish off Su Bai with a saturation bombardment. But they didn't expect Su Bai to only summon a Sadako. Once the ghostly trap was set, countless black strands of hair formed a thick shield, and all the attacks dissipated into nothingness upon impact. Then came the familiar ghost bride unveiling her veil, and in just a few seconds, the battle reached its conclusion. This battle also granted Su Bai an S-level headless knight. They could never have imagined that their guild's luck could be so awful, to encounter this killer once again just a day later. After being defeated by Su Bai, the faces of everyone in the guild were filled with despair. It was a feeling of knowing you were dead as soon as the draw was done, unbearable beyond words. The guild leader from the opposing side also quietly messaged Su Bai. "Bro, we lost last time, we admit defeat. This time, I hope you can give us a break. How about $1 million if you don't fight tonight?" Su Bai couldn't help but laugh. After 3 days of guild wars, it was the first time he met such a sensible guild leader. It seems they really were frightened the day before. He immediately replied, $100 million, I won't fight. Su Bai was serious. If they really transferred $100 million, he absolutely wouldn't participate. After all, who would turn down easy money? But the opposing side fell silent at Su Bai's asking price, as $1 million was already a very substantial offer. With the exchange rate of the USD being slightly higher, $1 could be exchanged for 6 ghost jade. Furthermore, the highest reward in Guild Wars, an S-level monster, was only worth around 3 million ghost jade. This was already double that, yet they still weren't satisfied. This made the guild leader from the beautiful country so angry he couldn't speak. Seeing that they had read but not replied, Su Bai felt he might have asked for too much. "Bro, 50 million is fine. How about 30 million? Ignoring me, huh?" Su Bai was speechless, while on the other side, Su Feng sent a message saying that the bounty for the Ghost Eye King on the National Server Reward Board had increased again. Once Su Buki logged on, he would be hunted down everywhere, and he hadn't dared log into the game for a full 2 days. Now, their guild matches had become a spectacle for players to enjoy. After all, it was a one-sided crushing, just watching to see which guild might be crushed more interestingly. Moreover, there were hardly any spectators present. In just a few seconds, the battle ended before anyone could even get comfortable in their seats. Was this worth the ticket price? After the match commenced, pressed by the rules, the opposite side begrudgingly summoned a low-level monster, and Su Bai quickly cleaned it up, ready to claim his reward. But just then, his phone rang. Zhao Sun's name lit up on the screen. "What's going on? Nothing can delay my claiming my reward." He hung up and claimed his reward. The cheap, colorful light flashed across the screen. A female ghost appeared in front of Su Bai. The S-class female ghost he had been thinking about finally arrived. Ghost name, Gothic Lolita. Ghost gender, female. Ghost level, S. Ghost rank, current level 1, no global ranking yet. Ghost ability, dark feather binding, sharp black feathers wrapped in dull threads from behind attack enemies. Pleasure of sin. Gothic Lolita can absorb the pleasure brought by killing, but when the pleasure accumulates to a certain peak, it condenses on the feathers and bursts out with powerful attacks. Ghost introduction. A heartless, incomplete doll, her only purpose in life is to prove her existence to her master, bringing endless pleasure to her master. Loyalty to host. 60. Hey! Dark Gothic? This is nice. It counts as a rare S-class ghost. The girl has long silver hair that is both metallic and soft, with a face full of disdain and blood-red pupils, wearing a black Gothic long dress with an inverted cross, and behind her are a pair of sharp black wings. Although Gothic Lolita is not tall, her beauty is striking. This jaded expression, just looking at it satisfies Su Bai, satisfies him. Ling Ruoyao came running over, her little face full of excitement. What did you draw? What did you draw? Her eager little face seemed to be screaming, quick, give it to me. Go away. I want this for myself. Are you kidding? This is Gothic Lolita. How could it be given away? Don't you have all 5 slots filled? Just as Su Bai was about to explain, he received a message from Zhao Sun, who had been waiting for Su Bai to pick up the phone for a long time. We are trapped, we can't get out of the school now. Su Bai furrowed his brows, told the guild members to stay indoors, and then logged off directly. Trapped in the school? The hanging ghost doesn't have that ability, it never happened in his past life. What is going on? Su Bai called back, but all he got was a busy signal. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 42. Su Bai weighed in his heart whether to go or not. Based on past life experience, an A-class hanging ghost had no capability for mass murder before the strange game completely descended into reality. Let alone block the entire school. It must be more than just a hanging ghost. A ghost with such strong power 3 days before its arrival cannot be simple, the danger hidden within is likely significant. Even though with the increased invasion, the power he could gain from the ghost bride has grown stronger too. But that does not mean that he can completely disregard any strange events. At least for now, there is no need for Su Bai to take this risk for a group of people he is not close to. After pondering for a moment, Su Bai decided not to deal with this matter anymore. But then, a text message disrupted his plan. Are you at school? It was sent by Yao Ningxin. I'm on the 7th floor of Building A, I don't know why I'm here when I open my eyes, my body feels so weak, can you come get me? Su Bai was startled. No way? Damn. Building A, isn't that the crime scene of the hanging ghost? How could the hanging ghost lock onto her so quickly? In Su Bai's memory, wasn't it supposed to happen the day before the strange descent? Could there be a problem with his memory? No, Su Bai's memory cannot be wrong, then some factor must have changed the event that was supposed to develop according to the rules. And the only variable is himself. The ghost bride within Su Bai naturally heard his thoughts. Husband, have you thought that perhaps because you carry our aura, she might have acquired some after interacting with that little girl? This is why the hanging ghost, in line with the pattern of killing, would prioritize certain special targets. Li Shang's hint made Su Bai suddenly open his eyes. Yes, if it is the butterfly effect caused by himself, then this explanation indeed makes more sense. Moreover, the police said the second victim was a classmate of his. This does not match the order of memories from my past life. In my previous life, I went to school every day, and there were no deaths in my class until the strange events began. But at that time, I, Su Bai, didn't care about this matter at all, so I didn't notice these changes. Now, when I carefully think back, it seems like I encountered him when I was selling my car on campus that day. Damn. After all this time, it turns out that the change in sequence was caused by me. While Su Bai felt depressed, his heart was also in turmoil. His feelings for Yao Ningxin were complicated. After struggling through 10 years of the apocalypse, the feelings he once had were surely gone, but when he saw her again in this life, a twinge of regret was inevitable. But it wasn't the regret of them not ending up together. Yao Ningxin seemed to have transformed in his heart, no longer a real person but a vessel carrying his memories of youth and the ordinary days before the apocalypse. If things had followed the normal timeline, Yao Ningxin would leave on the last day of the apocalypse, and Su Bai wouldn't intervene. Because that was his past, ending his naive youth in such a way would be the best farewell. He would never put himself in danger for a past event. However, now everything was disrupted because of his rebirth, and Su Bai couldn't just sit and watch. Simply put, Yao Ningxin could die, but she absolutely couldn't die because of him. Moreover, if Li Xiang's speculation was correct, after the arrival of the hanging ghost, it would likely lock onto those connected to him through the aura of the ghost bride. Whether it was Aunt Wu or Ling Ruoyao, both could cause him significant trouble. Instead of waiting for it to come knocking, it was better to take the initiative. Su Bai was not a procrastinator. After comprehending the cause and effect, he set off immediately. In fact, Su Bai's deductions were already very close to the truth. This hanging ghost was actually the cursed entity contracted by the unlucky person who had withdrawn from the guild in Su Buki's work. During the fierce battle, this hanging ghost was killed by Su Bai's ghost bride. After the unlucky person withdrew from the game, the ghost was able to arrive in advance due to the rules. After executing the unlucky player, it began to roam the school, and coincidentally, Su Bai's classmate and Yaoningshin were infected with the ghost bride's aura. For a sworn enemy, the hanging ghost would naturally prioritize them as its targets. On the way, Su Bai had the ghost bride summon out 3 ghost candles. Items from the game would change slightly when they arrived in reality and would become more aligned with it. The ghost candles that arrived in reality still had the ability to defend against ghostly attacks, but the duration was no longer 15 minutes, instead, it would be reduced based on the strength of the ghost's attack. The stronger the attack from the ghost, the faster they burned. After tucking the ghost candles away, Su Bai took out his phone and replied to Yaoningshin's message. "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." The moonless night, a chilling wind swept through the previously lively campus, not rustling a single piece of clothing. The maple leaves outside the school gate danced along the street, but as soon as they touched the school gate, a force seemed to draw them in, disappearing without a trace. However, as it approached 9 o'clock, all the buildings in the school turned off their lights, a scene that would never occur on ordinary days. Only one room on the 7th floor of a certain teaching building emitted a faint light from a mobile phone, like a weak lament. Inside this classroom, Yaoningshin curled up under a table in the corner, the meager light from her phone illuminated her face, pale and terrified. She tried to breathe deeply, attempting to calm her frightened heart. But her limbs felt out of control, shivering uncontrollably. The incident on the 7th floor of Building A had caused quite a stir in the school. Almost everyone knew that several students had hanged themselves here. Even the police inspection didn't escape. This morning, the teacher notified everyone to pack their things and leave in an orderly manner under the guidance of the police. No one told them what exactly happened at school, or why those people died. But everyone had an unspoken guess. Could it really be a ghost? Her parents were not in City A, and she usually had a few close roommates. Logically, the first person she would call for help wouldn't be Su Bai. Although that boy had been pursuing her, that kind of rich second generation who only knew how to eat, drink, and play was not her type at all. What she liked was a man who could always give her a sense of security, someone who would stand in front of her no matter what happened. But, strangely enough, as soon as she realized she was in this classroom, she recalled what Su Bai had said about staying away from the campus. At that time, no one had taken the suicide incident seriously. With a mindset of trying it out, she sent a distress text message to Su Bai. Before long, she received a reply. "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." Although it was just 5 short words, at that moment, it brought her endless security. This message felt like a lifesaver to Yao Ning, and she held it tightly in her arms, not even realizing a hint of an unnoticeable smile had appeared on her lips. And above her head, on the glass, a strange ghostly face appeared, just like the one Su Bai had seen in the video. Chapter 43. Screech. The huge sound of tires grinding against the ground erupted, and the massive force of the sudden stop lifted the rear of the car. Su Bai got out of the car, his face slightly pale, and the driver in the front seat grinned at him, giving him a thumbs up. Su Bai didn't expect that his simple request to drive faster would turn the used Passat into an F1 racing car. In the bustling city, they raced at a speed of 150. Compared to this driver, Su Bai's once proud driving skills were embarrassing to look at. Indeed, one should not challenge others' livelihoods with their hobbies. Su Bai got out of the car, and the familiar university gate in front of him looked almost the same as usual. The old man at the entrance was playing chess in the security room, mosquitoes danced under the streetlights, and couples walked hand in hand in the campus. But the most normal sight was, in fact, the most abnormal. How could a campus that had already been evacuated still look this peaceful? Li Shang. Su Bai called out to the ghostly bride, and Li Shang instantly understood, her massive ghostly power focusing on Su Bai's body. As Li Shang's host, Su Bai naturally knew how to summon this power. Hiss. Su Bai closed his eyes, his lips slightly parted, and a stream of black energy slowly flowed out of his mouth, flying toward the school gate. As the ghostly energy touched the gate, it vanished without a trace. Information of various kinds flowed back into Su Bai's mind with the ghostly energy, green representing living beings, white representing inanimate objects, and purple representing ghost energy. Images like thermal imaging appeared in Su Bai's tightly closed eyes. After confirming it was safe, Su Bai opened his eyes. He took a deep breath. Indeed, it had been a while since he dealt with strange events in reality, but it didn't feel unfamiliar, and the power he had was even stronger than before. Like a brave contrarian, he stepped into the campus. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped past the school gate, everything in front of him changed, and the gate behind him disappeared, turning into a deep, endless forest. Everything he just saw was an illusion. The teachers maintained order, several police officers stood guard around, and students gathered together, chattering noisily. Clearly, they were all very frightened. It was evident that the scenes before them were the real ones. The police noticed someone coming in and their eyelids twitched again. Wow, they hadn't even found the way out, and now someone came in?
Su Bai said nothing and saw Zhao Sun walking towards him from the side. Student Su, how's the situation outside now?
Zhao Sun's face was serious. During this period of confinement, they had lost contact with the outside world. Su Bai replied that there was nothing unusual, and everything outside looked normal. It really is a ghost. Zhao Sun nodded, but showed no fear. Su Bai glanced at him subtly. Someone like him was quick-witted and brave, actually the type most suited for the new world.
I won't say much more, and you don't ask. Hold on to this thing.
Light it up when you're in danger, it might save your life. Su Bai didn't want him to die in vain, so he handed him a ghost candle, as he had plenty of them anyway. This school has been affected by something strange.
I'm going in to take a look. By the way, it's best not to gather the students together. Ghosts have their own patterns of killing. If they are still alive, it means there's nothing to worry about. If you gather them without permission, it might trigger the pattern and lead to disaster. After saying this, Su Bai turned and left, heading towards Building A. A teacher beside him recognized Su Bai and hurriedly called out to him. Su Bai, come here. What are you doing? There's a problem over there. But Su Bai only paused briefly before leaving without looking back.
This child. The teacher anxiously stomped his foot, but also feared greatly and thought for a moment, then didn't pursue him.
Zhao Sun's brows twitched and he urgently issued orders through the radio.
All teams retreat, don't allow the students to gather. Have them stay put and wait for further instructions.
Repeat.
Watching Su Bai's solitary figure walk into the darkness, Zhao Sun didn't know what to say, only hoping for everything to be placed on this extraordinary boy.
I'm counting on you, Su Bai.
The moonless night itself carried a sense of oppression, with the wind howling eerily like ghostly wails from who knows where. Su Bai walked along the campus path, each step firm and steady. If there were anyone observant enough, they would notice that every step the young man took was precisely measured. Having walked through the apocalypse for 10 years, this had become a habit for Su Bai. He would systematically record his breathing times, steps, sweat levels, and other data. He used these records to measure time, distance, and temperature. Illusions could deceive your eyes, but they could not fool your body's natural responses. At this moment, Su Bai found himself in a certain illusion. In Su Bai's memory, to get from the main gate to Building A, he originally needed to cross the playground and then pass beside the gym. But when Su Bai arrived at the playground, Building A appeared ahead not far off. Although the illusion of Building A was vivid, Su Bai kept calculating the distance.
Ghost wall?
Su Bai quickly recalled that there was a B-class ghost that, despite its ordinary power, could impact certain areas, somewhat like a ghostly trap.
But why could this power be unleashed?
Su Bai frowned. There were still more than 2 days left.
Could it be that the rift between the two worlds was getting larger?
Actually, Su Bai hadn't encountered too many oddities from his previous life, as he only received game feedback after the strange game had fully descended.
Since this power similar to a ghostly trap could be released, what about himself? Could he also draw in the ghost bride's ghostly trap through the rift?
If this were possible, then Su Bai's safety on this trip would be greatly assured. Su Bai began to mobilize the ghost bride's power. Earlier, only pure ghostly energy could pass through the portal to the mental space.
Su Bai prepared to try channeling this ghostly energy to activate the ghost bride's ability. Lift the veil.
At this moment, Su Bai was as if possessed by the ghost bride, enhancing the ghostly energy within him, which suddenly formed a strange pattern. Soon after, the ghost bride's phantom appeared before him, slowly lifting the veil towards a certain direction.
There's a way. With the veil lifted, the ability was perfectly activated. There are no ghosts or humans ahead. Since that is the case, could it be?
Li Shang, try to let the ghost pass through the spiritual space and manifest in reality. As Su Bai gave the order, even greater ghostly power surged towards the door, forcing the small crack wider. This ghostly energy carried Li Shang's mark, and the moment it rushed into Su Bai's body, it could not wait to burst out. Surrounding Su Bai, it operated in a specific rhythm, cycling around in waves. The rising wind swept away dust and fallen leaves. Ghostly energy echoed within 10 meters around Su Bai, instantly marking out an area.
The ghostly boundary appeared. Chapter 44.
The blood-red ghostly boundary unfolded, tearing apart the illusion that surrounded Su Bai, revealing its true form. The building in front of him gradually became illusory, no longer a reality, and beneath the almost invisible base of the building was the playground that should be there. Through the phantom walls, Su Bai could see a scene of wreckage inside the building, as if it had been burned by a great fire.
Indeed, it was the ghostly wall. That illusory building was a manifestation of the ghostly wall's special ability.
Once trapped inside, one would gradually get lost in the ever-changing scenes until death.
Although it was just a B-level ghost, its trapping ability was beyond many A-level ghosts.
Su Bai chose to bypass this special ghost. His main goal was to reach Building A, as saving someone should not be delayed. The hanged ghost was his primary target, but he planned to deal with the ghostly wall later. Once the ghostly boundary opened, Su Bai's movements were no longer disturbed by the ghostly wall, and the playground's gymnasium was clearly visible.
Following the path from his past life memories, Su Bai arrived under Building A.
Similar to other teaching buildings, the lights in Building A were all off, except for a weak light flickering in a classroom on the 7th floor. That was the murder site of the hanged ghost.
Looks like I've made it in time.
The light was obviously from a mobile phone. As long as the light remained, the chance of Yao Ning still being alive increased significantly. Su Bai took out a ghost candle and a windproof lighter. Though he did not smoke, ever since he obtained the ghost candle, he had prepared several lighters for emergencies. The advantage of the windproof lighter was that it wouldn't fail in critical moments. After all, the cold wind was a standard feature of ghostly beings, so it would not work without windproofing. As soon as he stepped into the building, Su Bai wrinkled his nose, a foul odor rushed into his nostrils. Following the source of the smell, from the entrance hall to the dim staircase, charred traces twisted across the floor. It was as if something that had caught fire was dragged across the ground, corroded by some kind of slime. Su Bai avoided these stinking traces and walked along the wall upstairs. In the empty teaching building, Su Bai's footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Soon, he reached the 7th floor, but just in front of the staircase, several blurry figures blocked his path.
Without thinking, Su Bai knew these figures were definitely not human. At this moment, the teaching building had been completely sealed off, and everyone knew about the dead. Aside from those like Yao Ning who were captured by the hanged ghost, no one would dare to come here. Only, due to the dim light, Su Bai couldn't see the shapes of those ghostly beings clearly. To conserve the ghost bride's energy when ascending, Su Bai had shrunk the ghostly boundary from 10 meters to 3. Now that the ghosts had revealed themselves, he didn't need to conserve any longer. Immediately he urged the ghostly boundary with all his might, the blood color swiftly spreading across the entire 7th floor. Within the ghostly boundary, he felt as if he had transformed into the ghost bride. Being in the ghostly boundary made him invincible. As soon as the thought emerged, his figure vanished from the spot. Once again, he had come before the 5 ghosts, next to the switch of the corridor lights. Su Bai wrapped his fingers in his sleeve and pressed the switch. With a crackle of electricity, the light tubes lit up. The 5 swaying ghostly figures finally became clear. They were 5 terrifying beings, their faces pale and purple, eyes disproportionately bulging, tongues long and drooping, toes rigidly pointed towards Su Bai. A worn and rough hemp rope choked each one's neck tightly, leaving only a mouth-sized space, almost strangling them to death. The 5 hung in the air, like poltergeists, swaying left and right. The moment Su Bai saw them, they also noticed this suddenly appearing human. Their throats were tight and unable to produce sound, but their hands waved wildly in the air, grimaces directed at Su Bai. Ghost slaves. Su Bai recognized the things before him that were neither human nor ghost. These creatures could be seen as the ultimate weakened form of ghostly beings. Although they had lost their lives, they still retained human bodies. They were the products of humans killed by ghosts, somewhat similar to zombies, attacking humans but controlled by the ghosts. These things looked scary but were not strong at all. Among the 5 drifting people, the one in the second position was his classmate, and behind him was a person in a police uniform. Clearly, it was the sacrificed police officer shown in the video Zhao Sun had shared with him. Whoosh! Su Bai suddenly teleported behind the several ghost slaves, raising his right hand, blood-colored ghostly power flowing into his palm, enveloping his entire right hand. The phantom of a wedding dress appeared on his arm, the transparent right hand of the deceased almost overlapping with Su Bai's right hand, sharp nails glinting coldly. With a wave of his hand, a series of 5 heavy thuds rang out as the ghostly slaves disappeared from view. Only 5 headless corpses remained on the ground, with 5 heads still hanging on the ropes, their eyes not yet closed. With a shake of his hand, the blood and ghostly energy dissipated. Su Bai stepped toward the only source of light at the end of the corridor, the classroom. Inside the classroom, the light from 2 mobile phone flashlights filled the room, making it visible, but still somewhat dim. Su Bai directly turned on the lights, while the ghostly energy covered the entire room to prevent any illusions from confusing him. In the classroom, Yao Ningxin curled up in a corner, eyes tightly closed, her chest heaving occasionally, looking passed out, but at least her life was not in danger. Moreover, the hanging ghost's killing time was approaching midnight, so the probability of her being in danger was low. In another corner, a male teacher looked on in horror at the young intruder. "Save me, please save me. Little classmate, hurry, take us out." Su Bai could not be bothered to respond. The ghostly energy enveloped the entire classroom, but he found no traces of ghosts, not even the slightest fluctuation of ghostly energy. Su Bai felt puzzled but decided to rescue Yao Ningxin first. Later, he could deal with the hanging ghost. Otherwise, bringing along a burden would make it difficult for him to act. To prevent any accidents, he lit a ghost candle and placed it on the podium. The candle's light had a special quality, creating a thin white film around Su Bai. He approached, intending to help Yao Ningxin up. But just then, the burning speed of the ghost candle suddenly accelerated, and in an instant, a small portion of the candle disappeared. Su Bai keenly noticed this change and immediately stepped back to retreat. But little did he know, it was already too late.
Yao Ningxin, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly lifted her head, half of a ghostly face flickering unsettlingly on her exquisite features.
In an instant, Su Bai felt as if his neck was being tightened. Chapter 45. Damn, possession?
Su Bai's face darkened as he released his hands from Yao Ningxin's shoulders.
The ghostly figure of Li Shang appeared beside Su Bai, letting out a tragic cry.
The rope tightening around Su Bai's neck suddenly paused, and the possessed Yao Ningxin covered her ears in pain. Taking this chance, Su Bai abruptly vanished. The possessed Yao Ningxin, her face twisted, let go of her ears after the howl disappeared. Su Bai was gone from sight, and she anxiously turned her head to search. "Beast, look here." Su Bai's clear voice came from above her head. Su Bai was standing on the desk, hands facing himself, raised near his neck, with his thumbs turned inward, as if pinching a flower. The ghost bride's phantom appeared around him, and the man and ghost overlapped. Even their movements were strangely synchronous, as Su Bai's hand held the drooping red veil thanks to the ghost bride.
"Lift the veil." Bang!
The expression of the vengeful spirit possessing Yao Ningxin froze instantly, as if it had plunged into a sea 10,000 meters deep, enveloped by infinite pressure.
It couldn't even move its eyeballs.
What a beautiful face it was, the entire world paled beneath this visage formed by Li Shang and Su Bai. The ghostly face that stuck out its tongue and was dark purple swelled like a balloon, until it was about to reach its limit, and in the next moment, it exploded. Every fragment of the hanging ghost that exploded turned into ghostly energy, evaporating in the air, leaving no trace behind. Yao Ningxin, losing the support of ghostly power, slumped to the ground.
The male teacher curled up in the corner, staring at Su Bai's back with a terrified expression. "You? What are you? Are you also a ghost?"
He pressed his body against the wall, desperately trying to squeeze himself in, panicking all over. Su Bai ignored him completely. The ghostly power covering Yao Ningxin appeared as pure white to Su Bai, and between her peaks, a purple shadow flickered.
"Still want to hide?"
Su Bai placed his hand on a suggestive spot. The blood-red ghostly energy entered Yao Ningxin's body through her pores.
In
her faint state, Yao Ningxin seemed to come into contact with such cold ghostly energy for the first time, letting out a moan. The ghostly energy delved deep, as if a large hand tightly grasped the purple shadow in Su Bai's eyes. As the ghostly energy withdrew, that purple shadow was drawn out of Yao Ningxin's body. It was a shrunken version of the hanging ghost.
This was its true form. The hanging ghost in Su Bai's hands still roared in unwillingness, trying to break free. But Su Bai would never give it that chance. It was just a tiny A-grade ghost, after all, and the ghostly energy in his hand surged with power. With a wail of despair, the hanging ghost was completely shredded. "Classmate, please save me."
"No matter if you are human or ghost, please save the teacher. I am an advisor from the architecture department." Seeing Su Bai destroy the hanging ghost, the male teacher rushed to him, crying and shouting, grabbing tightly onto the hem of his pants as if he had found a lifeline.
"Humph."
Su Bai coldly snorted in displeasure, and with a shake of ghostly energy, the teacher's hand naturally slipped away, unable to approach him within the 3-meter range surrounding Su Bai.
While doing this, Su Bai didn't even glance down at him.
Bending down, Su Bai helped Yao Ningxin up, patting her shoulder. At the same time, he waved the ghostly candle in front of her. There was nothing unusual, indicating that the hanging ghost hiding inside Yao Ningxin had indeed been completely cleared. Earlier, Su Bai had not noticed the hidden hanging ghost, not because he wasn't cautious enough, but mainly because it was the first time he used ghostly power, and many abilities were still unclear to him. This allowed the hanging ghost to take advantage. If he had covered Yao Ningxin's whole body with ghostly power from the start, no matter how this hanging ghost transformed, it wouldn't have escaped his eyes. Lying in Su Bai's arms, Yao Ningxin's breath became rapid. A hint of blush crawled up her face, but she still lay on the ground without getting up. Su Bai knew that she was awake, but due to having lost control of her body for too long, she was unable to move for a moment. He placed the ghost candle in front of her, the candlelight emitting a warm power, covering her with a white membrane. After a moment, Yao Ningxin opened her eyes. Having regained her senses, she hugged Su Bai tightly in front of her. Tears surged down like a dam bursting, quickly soaking Su Bai's shoulder. Anyone who had experienced such terrifying events would find it hard to maintain composure. Crying was the best way to release their emotions. All the fear, worry, and dread slowly left with those tears. Her beautiful face was lonely with tears, like a pear blossom in spring with rain. Su Bai, thank you." Su Bai could feel Yao Ningxin's hands trembling as they clung to his back, and he gently patted her delicate neck.
"It's okay."
After a long while, Yao Ningxin finally calmed down from her fear, her face slightly flushed and her eyes swollen.
"I'm sorry, Su, I just lost my composure a bit."
Awakened Yao Ningxin apologized to Su Bai in a voice almost too faint to hear. Her heart was also very complicated at this moment, as she never expected Su Bai would actually come to save her. She had clearly rejected him before.
"It's okay,"
Su Bai replied flatly. When Yao Ningxin was possessed by the hanging ghost, she had lost control of her body, but her consciousness was still clear. She felt like she was locked in a small room, seeing everything outside as if watching a movie. She knew that she had attacked Su Bai and seemed to have been possessed by a ghost. She saw the strange beings on Su Bai's body. She could even clearly feel when he placed his hand on her chest to cleanse the true body of the hanging ghost. But she also understood that it was a critical situation. Su Bai, you. Let's leave here first, I'll slowly tell you what you need to know. Yao Ningxin's words were cut off by Su Bai. It wasn't the right time to talk about this. Yao Ningxin nodded knowingly, then pointed to the male teacher. Should we take that teacher with us? Su Bai shook his head. He will be safe here, I'm just here to take you away. You must understand, in the days to come, being alive is already a blessing. The school beauty opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately did not speak. She let Su Bai hold her, her little face flushed, seeming to find the most security in his embrace. Though she felt a bit embarrassed, after experiencing such terror, she was reluctant to let go. The two turned to leave, and the male teacher quickly stood up, swaying as he followed behind Su Bai. He didn't want to stay here a moment longer. In the hallway, 5 corpses of ghost slaves still lay quietly on the ground. Their blood had long since dried, and they didn't make the corridor unwalkable. Yao Ningxin, held by Su Bai, looked pale as she gazed at the scene that was like hell on earth. Su Bai could feel her body trembling strangely, her limbs cold as ice, and her eyes filled with terror. 5 headless corpses lay scattered, their lifeless heads hanging from the ceiling. The 19-year-old girl had never seen such sights. Without considering strength, the hanging ghost was less scary than these things. These are ghost slaves, they become like this when killed by ghosts. Su Bai explained patiently, his ears picking up the sounds of footsteps approaching from behind, but he did not react, instead asking the girl in his arms. Tell me what has happened in the past few days. I haven't been to school and am not very clear. In fact, Su Bai had already heard the events from the police and Aunt Wu again and again. He asked questions just to distract Yao Ningxin's attention. It wasn't out of pity, after all, the approaching apocalypse was far more terrifying than this. If she wanted to survive in the end times, she had to learn to face these things sooner or later. Su Bai simply feared that she would vomit on him. Yao Ningxin suppressed her fear, recalled, and spoke up. The school began to have deaths 4 days ago. The first one I didn't know, but the second one was a classmate of yours. And then you called me. Su Bai suddenly frowned, as if he remembered something. Yes, on the second day after I called you, another person died, and the school suddenly went into lockdown, canceling all morning and evening study sessions, not allowing anyone in or out. Then I heard that 3 police officers had an incident last night, and this afternoon, we received a notice from the school to stop classes and go home. I packed some things in the dorm, and it was probably only 8 o'clock. I was going to the school gate to meet the teachers, and then I inexplicably fainted on the way. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself here. Su Bai nodded. It was indeed the butterfly effect that caused Yao Ningxin's time of death to be advanced. She must have triggered some kind of hung ghost's killing pattern on the way from the dorm to the school gate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have encountered the hung ghost so soon. Time? Numbers? Or her own breath? Su Bai also hadn't figured out what the hung ghost's killing pattern was, but for him at this moment, it wasn't necessary to know. After thinking for a moment, Su Bai warned Yao Ningxin. Don't come to school for the next while, in 2 days, the world will be different. Different? Su Bai didn't explain much, just holding her and continuing to walk forward at a steady pace. Su Bai stepped over the corpses beneath his feet, while the footsteps of the male teacher behind them grew closer. Until the 5th corpse. Su Bai suddenly stopped. Hold on tight. Su Bai suddenly opened the ghost barrier, and the entire corridor was filled with blood-red ghostly energy like smoke, instantly surrounding them. Yao Ningxin felt a cold, eerie presence invade her. Su Bai? Su Bai suddenly turned around while holding Yao Ningxin, and then instantly flashed 2 meters away. A bloody, rough hemp rope fell where they had just stood, knocking huge cracks into the floor, and the tiles shattered. Taking another look, the male teacher had now extended his tongue, his eyes bulging, resembling a hung ghost. A conspicuous purple-black mark appeared on his neck, very clear. He held a ghostly rope in his hands, the thickness matching perfectly with the mark on his neck. The rough hemp rope looked old, covered with splinters. Yao Ningxin gasped in surprise but instinctively covered her mouth. Su Bai showed an expression of as expected. Indeed. He almost got ambushed by you. Originally, after temporarily dealing with the hung ghost, Su Bai didn't pay much attention, only dividing a little energy to check the surroundings. But just as Yao Ningxin was recounting the events of the past few days, he suddenly remembered that the hung ghost began killing people on the 4th day of his rebirth. Tonight was the 8th night. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th nights, the hung ghost killed only 1 person each night, but last night, it killed 3 police officers. So altogether, that was 6 people. But there were only 5 corpses of ghost slaves here, so actually in that classroom earlier, apart from Yao Ningxin, there were no other living people. That male teacher was probably already killed, just disguised by the hung ghost, using his body as a hiding place. The hung ghost didn't have this ability, perhaps it used the features of ghost walls to create an illusion.
Interesting. The products that came early from the strange rift were indeed somewhat extraordinary.
Su Bai couldn't help but regard this fragile grade A ghost with a new sense of respect. The actions of the hanging ghost carry a hint of cunning akin to a clever rabbit with multiple burrows. And now that I think about it, during the battle, although the male teacher kept yelling, he closed his eyes at the moment of unveiling the veil. This behavior is very abnormal. If it were an ordinary person, they would surely be curious and want to take a look at such a miraculous event. But this male teacher pretended to be afraid, tightly covering his eyes. Such a move indicates that he must know something. And aside from players, the only ones who could know the bride's ghost tactics
must be the ghosts. Even though I saw through the hanging ghost scheme, what is important now is how to deal with him.
The hanging ghost lunged at me with a horrifying scream, its ghostly rope creeping and twisting around, but Su Bai simply swung his hand and brushed it aside. The ghostly wedding dress appeared on Su Bai, hazy and indistinct, the ghostly aura enveloping his sunny and handsome face, gentle yet mixed with an evil intent. Then Su Bai put down Yaoningshin and instantly disappeared from the view of the hanging ghost. Learning from experience, having gone through the uncovering once, the hanging ghost did not dare to search for Su Bai's figure again, instead, its eyes fixed straight ahead. But this was precisely what Su Bai wanted. His teleportation did not take him elsewhere, but right behind the hanging ghost. Li Shang's claws coincided with Su Bai's arm, and his originally long and strong fingers grew nails under the nourishing of the thick ghostly aura. PSH. As if Li Shang possessed him, Su Bai accurately found the corresponding position of the hanging ghost's heart in its back. The claws suddenly exerted force, piercing through its flesh and fascia. Then came the crack of ribs, the lung turning to a pile of soft mud in his hand, and finally, Su Bai grasped a constantly beating object. Not the warmth one would expect, this heart was still beating, but it was ice cold. As Su Bai's fingertips continued to exert force, the hanging ghost's head and limbs all stretched backwards, its cries of agony filling the air. PSH. Su Bai crushed the hanging ghost's icy heart, and the anguished cries of the vengeful spirit echoed through the skies, before turning into blue smoke that slowly dispersed. Yaoningshin's eyes were dazed, covering her mouth in disbelief.
Chapter 47.
After defeating the hanging ghost, Su Bai communicated with the ghost bride.
Li Shang, can you try to take away its corpse?
That's right, after killing the hanging ghost, Su Bai's first thought was not to leave, but to move the hanging ghost's corpse. In the real world, there are no clear standards for judging the death of ghosts, the best way is to seal them away. Some ghosts, like the famous Sadako from the islands, become beings that cannot be killed once they descend.
No matter how many times you kill her, as long as the infected tape is not destroyed and those infected are not all dead, she can resurrect without limit. And earlier, when Su Bai scattered the hanging ghost, he did not consider sealing it. Firstly, he had no suitable blank sealing object, and secondly, he thought the descent was not yet complete, so this hanging ghost should not have the ability to reincarnate indefinitely. But he underestimated the cunning of this hanging ghost. This crafty move was played out brilliantly. Now it seems that using the ghost whirlpool to move is indeed the best way. As long as the hanging ghost's corpse is moved to the game, no matter how great its abilities, it won't stir up any trouble. With 4 SS-level female ghosts under his command and 1 supermodel-level SSS existence, would this small A-level ghost dare to rise again? The whirlpool for transferring items appeared, and after so many practices, Li Shang was also skillful. In a blink, the corpse of the hanging ghost disappeared, along with its unique ghostly aura being devoured by the whirlpool. Yaoningshin's expression was dull, beginning to doubt what on earth was happening in this world. Even if legendary ghosts appeared. In the previous second, the teacher who was alive and pleading for help had suddenly become a ghost hanging by its neck. If the world to come is like this, who should she trust? Su Bai saw through Yaoningshin's worries. The world now is no longer the one you know. A new world is about to arrive, what you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Soon, the whole world will be like this. The school beauty looked at the unusually serious Su Bai and couldn't help but recall his various extraordinary abilities. That fearless expression facing ghosts, that calm demeanor in crisis, she felt as if she was meeting him for the first time. In truth, Yaoningshin had never hated Su Bai. This straightforward and sunny boy was actually quite likable to girls. But his lack of ambition and aimlessness had always made her uneasy about entrusting herself to him. She had thought multiple times to change Su Bai, to invite him to the library or study room, but he had never persisted, leaving her feeling disheartened. Yet now he was different. Confident, mysterious, powerful, and offering a sense of security. It seemed all the wonderful qualities of men gathered in one. Even though his words about the future sounded absurd, Yaoningshin understood that this man had never deceived her and would certainly not use such matters to trick her. Lost in thought, she involuntarily grasped Su Bai's sleeve as if clinging to her only support. As Su Bai transported the corpse away, all the lights on this floor went out. Yaoningshin shivered in fear, but Su Bai knew this was the necessary change after dealing with the hanging ghost.
At the same time, the 6 ghostly servants' bodies on the ground began to change. As the ghostly aura faded with the departure of the hanging ghost, the body that had died first started to rot, releasing a disgusting odor, and little worms gradually crawled all over it. But simultaneously, the monstrous face with bulging eyes and an elongated tongue returned to normal.
Upon recognizing it, Su Bai realized, wasn't this the kid who had stood next to Subuki at that time?
Meanwhile, a scene from the beginning of the great battle where the ghost bride clawed the hanging ghost to death flashed in his mind. A critical point in Su Bai's thoughts was suddenly connected.
Account deletion, hanging ghost, classmate, Yaoningshin. So that was it.
Su Bai understood everything. The trigger for this incident was actually the battle between Subuki and himself.
The reason why his classmate and Yaoningshin were attacked also had an explanation.
But Su Bai didn't blame himself, as he wasn't the one who caused that battle. If he felt wronged, then he should just seek revenge on Subuki.
After dealing with the hanging ghost, this teaching building was no longer dangerous. Su Bai led Yaoningshin downstairs, walking toward the school gate.
Passing by the playground, Su Bai noticed that the ghostly wall hadn't disappeared, but after that night's battle, he was feeling somewhat exhausted.
Moreover, the ghostly wall wasn't an actively attacking ghost, so it shouldn't target those nearby.
Also, ghosts carried risks. Being in S grade didn't mean defeating in A grade. In reality, level suppression had advantages, but it wasn't the ultimate truth. When they arrived at the school gate, the earlier chaos had calmed down quite a bit, the students were lined up in groups, and the police maintained order.
How is it? Zhao Sun stepped forward, likely guessing Su Bai's whereabouts.
Su Bai nodded, it's resolved, she is the only survivor. Zhao Sun glanced at Yaoningshin, silently thinking that this kid probably came for her. This door still won't open. Zhao Sun pointed to the nearby woods, barely a step away, yet that step couldn't be taken, and his voice held a trace of helplessness. Su Bai casually replied, there are 2 ghosts in this school, I dealt with the one that kills, and I can't be bothered with the other. Zhao Sun had not yet opened his mouth to ask for guidance, but a young policeman nearby questioned Su Bai.
Then why didn't you solve it together? That way, everyone could go out.
Zhao Sun quickly pressed his shoulder, signaling him to shut up.
Su Bai heard this and became a little impatient. Why should I? I have no obligation. Do I need you to manage how I do things?
Su Bai looked down at the young policeman from a height, and then raised his head to scan the various expressions of the people around him.
A terrifying pressure swept across the scene, and no one dared to speak. I didn't come here for you today. If you have the ability, you can solve it yourselves. But if it leads to death, I can't say much. Hearing this, Yaoningshin's face turned red. Did he really come just to save himself?
But in fact, Su Bai was more worried about the troubles that might come from familiar ghosts once the hanging ghost arrived. After 10 years of apocalypse, he was not used to the feeling of being watched by venomous snakes. It was best to resolve hidden troubles as early as possible.
You.
After a long while, the young policeman's face turned red as he managed to squeeze out that one word. Zhao Sun, feeling frustrated, pulled him behind himself and stepped closer to Su Bai.
Student Su, you're right, but could you please guide us on how to get out now? Having so many people stuck here isn't good, don't you think?
Zhao Sun's words were much more pleasant than that young man's. Out of consideration for him, the small favor could be helped. Su Bai opened the ghostly barrier, forcibly creating a large hole in the forest before him, connecting it to the road outside. Then he lit a ghost candle to leave behind, slowly walking out. This place will stay the same for 15 minutes, hurry and evacuate. His voice drifted away, and Su Bai also disappeared from everyone's sight.
Chapter 48.
Outside a small district near the school, Su Bai released Yaoningshin, who had been holding onto him tightly.
Go back quickly, remember what I said, don't go outside these 2 days.
It's about to change. Yaoningshin looked at Su Bai with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and after a long while, he let out a sound from his nose. Watching the graceful figure disappear into the corridor, Su Bai finally turned to leave. The old era was about to collapse, a new world was about to arrive. When Su Bai returned to the villa, it was already late at night, and the lights on the first floor were still on. In the guest living room, Aunt Wu and Shuhui were still waiting for him, with steaming noodles on the table.
You're back. Come and eat.
Aunt Wu showed joy on her face when she saw Su Bai back, even though she didn't know what he had been doing. As long as he was home safe, nothing else mattered.
Sorry to bother you so late, Aunt Wu. And thank you, little Shuhui.
Su Bai rubbed Shuhui's head, had a simple meal, and then went back to his room. In these last 2 days, Su Bai had no time to waste, he had to scramble for every second. Entering the game, the 5 girls looked at Su Bai with bright eyes, eagerly waiting for him, while a little Gothic Loli was also eagerly awaiting. Su Bai gave a bitter smile, barely squeezing out of the encirclement of the girls, picking up the hanging ghost corpse that Li Zhang had carelessly dropped on the ground. Indeed, when reality's items entered the game, they were directly digitized. Hanging ghost corpse, a pitiful creature that has been killed twice, with no value.
Although the system description clearly stated it was a worthless corpse, Su Bai dared not bring it back to reality. What if it resurrected at some point? After tidying up a few bank cards, Su Bai still had 80 million remaining in his account. Leaving 5 million for emergencies, Su Bai charged the rest into the game. And because he had sold quite a few items before, Su Bai still had over 6 million of the ghostly jade surplus. It can be said that this last 80 million of ghostly jade was all Su Bai had left. He did not spend this money recklessly but instead used it to gather items. Items were: now you can still buy strange jade, but once the apocalypse truly arrives, no one will sell such life-saving items. And trying to gather strange events in reality is not much easier than finding a needle in a haystack. The most basic item, the game gives ghost candles for recharge, which to ordinary people is a life-saving artifact. For Su Bai, it can also serve as a warning. Moreover, it's cheap, and the supply in the market is abundant. Next is the spirit capturing box, which is also an easily obtainable item because it is sold in the mall. Priced at 300 strange jade each, it can imprison unbound ghosts for 72 hours and was originally intended for ghost trade. But once it enters reality, it becomes one of the most convenient and inexpensive tools for sealing ghosts. As Su Bai imagined, it is very likely that he can imprison ghosts and ghost bodies in reality. These two items are naturally in high demand. As long as the price is right, Su Bai will buy as many as he can. Su Bai also took a long-lost look at his inventory. Golden body bag binds and holds one ghost. Ghost spirit doll binds, sacrifices once. Creepy scarecrow transforms into your own appearance, can imitate the host's daily behavior, lasts 1 hour. These several pieces of equipment were all earned from the previous rank competition and all need to be transferred to reality. After making a series of preparations, Su Bai spent 7 million strange jade to buy some items, then leveled up the Gothic Loli to max and equipped her with top gear. At this moment, Su Bai had 6 female ghosts, 1 SSS, 4 SS, and 1 S grade, which is quite luxurious. And in the last 2 days, Su Bai must also level up the little Loli to SS rank, otherwise, this opportunity will be lost. After handling official business, Su Bai threw himself into the arms of the girls like a brave man cutting off his arm. His hard work every night was one of the key points for their strength improvement. It truly has been tough on himself for your little by little growth. Let's start with you tonight, Gothic Loli. In the next 2 days, Su Bai participated in the guild battles as usual. He led the guild members to clear all the guild dungeons. He knew this was the last chance. He even had Su Feng personally inform everyone not to move around carelessly, without explaining why, just telling them to stay in City A. Boss, are you preparing for an offline team building event? Su Feng sneaked up beside Su Bai, and as they became more familiar, his address changed. Go away, why care so much about that? Just do your job well. By the way, is it the beautiful country again tonight? If it's unlucky to encounter Su Bai in the guild battle, then to match again for the 3rd time with the #1 guild from the beautiful country, in a certain sense, could be considered as extreme luck. Exactly. Su Feng also had a strange expression, not expecting that there would really be an unfortunate fellow who was beaten by their guild 3 times. That night's guild battle undoubtedly ended with Su Bai crushing the field again. The reward turned out to be another Gothic Loli, which made Su Bai extremely happy. He immediately chose to devour and synthesize. After the match, the president of the lazy #1 guild from the beautiful country finally couldn't take it anymore. 3 times, a full 3 times. Do you know how he got through those 3 times? It's important to note that guild battles are not something you can just join casually. Each participation requires a significant entrance fee to be charged into the mall. Otherwise, where does the winner's prize come from? Not to mention losing money, the most important thing is the issue of face. Losing 3 times in a row makes the entire #1 guild from the beautiful country unable to lift its head in the game. He desperately wants to win a match against Su Bai, even if it means cheating. Hey bro, let's negotiate. As long as you don't participate in guild battles anymore, prices are negotiable. Su Bai was almost delighted to receive this message. It truly was like getting a pillow when he was sleepy, or someone handing him buns when he was hungry. Someone proactively offering money. Su Bai wouldn't be doing himself a disservice by not taking a slice. He immediately replied. Of course, no problem, bro, but the price. Su Bai also opened his mouth wide, and the two of them pulled back and forth for a while, finally settling things. Su Bai provided a long list of monsters. Although the highest was only a level, the quantity was overwhelming. The total value of the monsters on this list approached $50 million, equivalent to 300 million strange jade, and Su Bai signed the contract under the game's witness. This contract signed under the game system could not be broken, and once violated, the system would directly delete the personal account. Su Bai happily obtained the upgrade materials for the Gothic Lolita, and the beautiful country's guild leader was also satisfied to get Su Bai's guarantee of never participating in the guild wars again. The beautiful country was delighted, and Su Bai was happy too. Who would have thought he was actually getting everything for free, because the game server closed at midnight. Chapter 49.
The agreement reached, at the moment Su Bai signed his name on the contract of never participating in the guild wars, the monsters from the other party were transmitted over by the system. Close to 600 A-level monsters, and hundreds of thousands of B-level, all carefully chosen by Su Bai, were monsters from the beautiful country that shared a good source relation with the Gothic Lolita.
He even included 20 not very valuable golden crosses and 10 ordinary body bags as a bonus.
These two items were actually similar to the ghost candles and spirit boxes from the Dragon Country server. The effects were the same, it was just a different skin. The crosses were given for recharge, and the body bags were 300 each, both worthless items. The president of the beautiful country calculated the costs. He spent less than 300 million strange jade to get Su Bai not to participate, with most of them being A-level monsters. With over 100 members in his guild, as long as they could fight 6 guild wars well, they could earn it all back. Moreover, his guild was actually among the top in the world. As long as Su Bai was no longer suppressing them, they could soon rise to the top of the world. No matter how he looked at it, this deal was definitely profitable for him. Su Bai happily accepted the gifts from nature, then sent 500 cash red envelopes to each of his dozens of members in the WeChat group. Red envelopes falling from the sky, no matter the size, the members all came out to collect.
Boss is mighty. Boss is awesome.
The messages flooded the WeChat page, and Su Bai used this opportunity to notify everyone in the guild. Everyone, you've worked hard in the guild wars these past few days. Su Bai first offered a word of comfort, but the members felt a bit embarrassed. For the past few days, they had only logged in on time, entered the arena, stood still, and collected rewards, having not put in any effort at all. Tonight, I hope everyone stays home and doesn't go out. We will hold a video conference. I will explain to you about the sudden halt of the guild wars.
With a sweet deal, how could the members refuse? Following Su Bai could be said to be the most promising venture they had encountered.
Su Bai was not really planning to hold any conference. It was just a guild war after all, not worth such trouble.
He just wanted an excuse to keep everyone at home and safely welcome the coming changes.
After that, he called Su Feng, asking him to help rent a car, any car would do, and park it downstairs of his villa. Su Feng promised to get it done within 2 hours. After receiving Su Feng's reply, Su Bai returned to his haunted house. The Gothic Lolita had previously devoured a monster of the same level. Now, devouring these lower-level monsters was like a walk in the park for her.
Not long after, with a cute burp, the little girl seemed to be full.
Black feathers fell behind her, floating into the sky like black flowers, and the inverted cross on her dress glowed with a golden light that enveloped her. Su Bai also saw some of her past in the illusion. Unlike the monsters from the Dragon Country, the origins of the monsters from the beautiful country were all strange and unusual. In front of her was a Gothic Loli, who was originally a little princess from a duke's family, but due to breaking the ancient castle's restrictions, she released the demon sealed within the castle. The demon took over her father's body, dismembered her alive, and then turned her into a puppet, using the power of the demon to keep her alive. Su Bai felt that such a plot, though not exactly cliché, was hardly terrifying at all.
Holding the upgraded little Loli, Su Bai checked the panel below.
Sure enough, the rank showed that it had reached SS level, and Su Bai tested the ghost's haunt, which was a part of the ancient castle, with black feathers covering the ground.
Once an enemy intruded, these black feathers would swiftly strangle them.
Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. For a little ghost focusing on looks, this ability was quite good. The Gothic Loli clung to Su Bai's neck like a little greedy cat, as if her SS-level supernatural desire had become even stronger. She blew into Su Bai's ear, occasionally sticking out her tongue to lick him, making the battle-hardened Su Bai shudder.
Master, it's dark now, let's do something pleasant together with Alien. Su Bai looked up at the high-hanging sun, thinking to himself, aren't you just talking nonsense with your eyes wide open?
Unexpectedly, the little Loli tightened her arms around the back of Su Bai's head, burying his face in her bosom, and Su Bai instantly saw darkness.
Master, isn't it dark now?
Let's invite 5 older sisters to join us. Isn't there an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that goes, when 7 people walk together, there will surely be a teacher?
Can you be a teacher just this once? Ah.
Su Bai was astonished by this beautiful ghost from the beautiful country. It truly was an open-minded nation.
But is this how this saying is used?
Although it is a way to enhance the power of the ghosts, but everyone, you're putting me in a tough spot.
In reality, at the A-City police station.
In the meeting room, more than 10 people were on high alert. As a provincial bureau officer, Zhao Sun sat at the head of the table. These people were all survivors from ghost events in the A-City region, specifically gathered here. Now, this kind of situation has emerged in all states and cities. Everyone is aware of it to some extent. Supernatural events are no longer a far-fetched tale. Therefore, the higher-ups have specially established a headquarters to deal with these unusual events, and all of you present are those who have been chosen to join the A-City branch. Under Zhao Sun's guidance, everyone reviewed all the supernatural events that had occurred in a city over the past few days. Su Bai undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. When mentioning Su Bai's special abilities, Zhao Sun frankly stated that if it weren't for Su Bai and the campus incident, there would have been even more casualties. It's impossible to keep this a secret, after all, everyone present had seen the blood-red situation created by that ghost's haunt.
Then Zhao Sun took out a ghost candle.
This is what Su Bai gave me, he said. Lighting it can protect one's life during strange events.
There was no need to verify this.
After all, it was under the ghost candle's light that they managed to evacuate, and the effects of this item were evident for all to see. This Su Bai was indeed very mysterious. The higher-ups attach great importance to this young man named Su Bai. If in future strange events you encounter unsolvable situations, you might consider asking for his help, but whether he helps is up to him. Additionally, according to the higher-ups' instructions, our current attitude towards him is to try to get along well, so everyone please think wisely. Zhao Sun read through the higher-ups' instructions. But in his heart, he knew very well that Su Bai would never help them.
With a sigh, he continued to explain the other incidents. Among them, the most severe impact was undoubtedly the bridge incident in the lower Fuling River district of a city.
Since the night before last, every night from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., all vehicles passing through the bridge had completely disappeared, and so far, 480 people had gone missing. Last night at midnight, the police urgently sealed off the bridge in the lower Peijiang district. In the city of A, events like the blood pool incident at the swimming pool and the ghost children at the orphanage site happened one after another. In just a few days, the entire city has faced no less than dozens of such occurrences. And these are all unresolved supernatural events that need to be organized and reported to the higher authorities.
Chapter 50.
Su Bai used his last bit of ghostly jade flower, choosing a few spare weapons for the female ghosts, while exchanging the rest for props, sending them to reality. Next, he stood on the balcony of the second floor, quietly waiting for nightfall.
As night fell, the entire world was shrouded in gloom, but unlike before, tonight's night had completely lost its luster, appearing as thick, dark ink. Countless lights flickered on, which could usually drive away the terrifying darkness, but tonight's lights were particularly cramped, as if oppressed by the night.
On the street, a middle-aged man finishing up work was hurriedly heading home, feeling exhausted, when suddenly a whiff of something bird wafted past his nose. Then the temperature around him dropped at least 5 degrees, making him shiver violently.
Damn it, why does it just drop in temperature?
He cursed and then looked up at the sky. Upon seeing this, he stood frozen in place. In that dark ink-like night sky, there were actually 2 round moons hanging high. One was the usual bright and white, while the other appeared blood-red. The 2 moons were exceptionally close, as if they were about to collide at any second. Countless people were shocked by this strange sight, and the rare phenomenon of twin moons was going viral online, with many calling for experts to come out and explain.
But how could those experts know?
This blood moon seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, without any warning. Even though the supernatural incidents happening around were suppressed and forbidden from spreading online, this strange sight could not be contained. Because anyone could look up and see the unusual nature of this sky. The whole world was in an uproar. Even those countries across the ocean, still in daylight, were keeping an eye on the moon in the other sky. Doubt, fear, surprise, curiosity, all kinds of emotions were pouring out wildly on the internet. In the A City branch, Zhao Sun stood by the window, watching this blood moon in dark night, feeling uncertain in his heart. He had a strange intuition that the world was about to collapse. His phone was locked on Su Bai's number, but he hesitated to dial. Ling Ruoya was driving to another area of City A, glancing at the scene, and couldn't help but recall Su Bai's advice. However, she found a cheap seller for the batch of goods she needed to purchase, and she was on her way to inspect and collect.
So strange. I need to hurry home soon.
Yaningshin sat by the window, staring at the eerie sky, biting her lip, contemplating whether to find Su Bai.
Is this the change in the world that Su Bai talked about?
Looking at the 2 moons about to collide, scenes of hanging ghosts and ghost slaves replayed in her mind, and her fear deepened. Su Bai looked at the suddenly appearing blood moon in the sky and retreated back into the room. Changing from his usual casual attire, today Su Bai wore convenient work clothes and draped a black trench coat over it. With a body bag, a substitute doll, ghost candles, and other props stuffed in his backpack, he came to the living room. Aunt Wu and Wu Shihui had also seen the anomaly in the sky and were filled with suspicion. Su Bai urged them to be extremely careful and to stay at home, forbidding anyone from opening the door.
Aunt Wu, no matter what happens tonight, do not open the door, not even for me. I have my own way to get in.
Su Bai could teleport, so he naturally didn't need to use the door.
If anything happens, call me immediately.
Although there were no ghosts in the villa in his past life, with Yaningshin's incident, Su Bai didn't dare to completely trust his memories from his previous life.
Uncertain about what will happen in the villa after he leaves.
But as long as he doesn't go out and doesn't let the ghosts in, generally speaking, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After all, he had left some ghost candles at home. If an accident happens, he could just light them up, at least they could last until he comes back. Not to mention that there was still the big red flower, even his SS-level female ghost could be weakened, let alone those other malevolent spirits. Then, he ordered Wu Shihui to hold the big red flower all night until he returns. Compared to wandering souls and wild ghosts, Su Bai was more worried about the white-eyed ghost princess.
After giving the instructions, Su Bai shouldered his backpack and went downstairs. By the stairs, Su Feng had already prepared a van according to Su Bai's instructions earlier that afternoon. Su Bai walked up to the van, fumbled around, and found the key on one wheel they had agreed upon. Looking down at his watch, he saw that it was 10:30. There was still time. He started the vehicle and drove towards his uncle Su Yisheng's residential community. Before the apocalypse arrived, this was the last thing he had to do. Choosing this time to take action was because Su Buki had not yet become familiar with the abilities of a Ghostmaster and couldn't resist at all. With the apocalypse imminent, no one could come to trouble him. Second, Su Bai believed that these two scums who had allied with ghosts and betrayed humanity did not deserve to see the new world. It was time to reclaim the debts of past lives. He would use a slaughter to tell this sorrowful new world that he, Su Bai, filled with hatred, had returned. And this pent-up anger that had endured for 10 years across 2 lifetimes would pour out at this moment. Arriving at the entrance of the community, the time was 11:20, with 40 minutes left until the Eerie game would fully descend upon the world. The blood moon, the dark night, all of this felt so familiar. Standing in front of the desolate entrance of the community, Su Bai closed his eyes and waited. The biting cold wind whirled around him, ruffling Su Bai's coat, carrying a faint ghostly aura that seeped into his pores, freezing him but also invigorating his spirit. The smell of burning paper money, the stench of fresh blood, cheap incense, rotting offerings, all kinds of scents mingled together, forming an indescribable odor. In his ears, there were the whispers of ghost brides, the barely audible cries, and the wild, desperate laughter. This was the world he was familiar with. The power from beyond the crack slowly filled his empty body, rising and falling like waves, repeatedly crashing against his hardened veins, endlessly surging. The connection to the female ghosts deepened, and the calls of master, husband, and general grew stronger. In the dark, they were gradually drawing closer to him. A smile, rising from an unknown source, crept onto Su Bai's lips. It seemed that he was indeed more suited to this world. Dong! The bell tolling from the void rang out, echoing across the lonely planet in the universe, awakening everyone, and also awakening those who should not exist. At this moment, the clock reset to 0, the 3 hands that had measured countless years converged into one, about to start the next cycle. The past history was torn away, and a blank page began to be inscribed. Midnight has arrived. The Eerie game on his phone completely disappeared. Su Bai opened his eyes, the power of the ghosts surged completely, and he grinned widely, the smiles of the ghosts overlapping with his own. It's time to collect the debt. Chapter 51. Upstairs, in Su Yisheng's home. The father and son sat opposite each other drinking, completely unaware of the changes happening outside. Since acquiring Su Bai's shares, they had been surrounded by joy, showing off to everyone they met. Su Yisheng had calculated the accounts. Although he spent 1.4 billion to acquire the shares and would have a cash shortage in the short term, he was sure to break even within 3 years. Dad, what on earth is that stupid thing thinking? Given our company's operational situation. Every few years, the market value is bound to double, and he just threw away more than 1 billion. Su Buki raised his glass, laughing maniacally at Su Bai. And the old fox Su Yisheng also showed his true colors. He took a sip of wine and coldly sneered. Let his parents be, so stupid. If they had handed the company over to me earlier, it would have surely soared. So, you see, sometimes one can't be too soft-hearted. Su Buki chuckled. That's right, Dad. I learned this from you. The father and son clinked their glasses together, laughing as they drank heartily. By the way, son, haven't you always loved playing games? Still running a guild? How come I haven't seen you playing on your phone lately? Su Yisheng casually asked while grabbing a bite of food. At the mention of this, Su Buki got angry and gulped down his drink. Damn that female ghost collector. He hadn't dared log into that creepy game for days, and once he has money, he will definitely get back at himself and the guild. Ha! Where's the game? Looking at the disappearance of the game on his phone, suddenly, Su Buki felt a chill run through his body. In front of him, he vaguely saw a few shadows that looked somewhat like the scary clown, the ghost bride, the pig-headed butcher. Damn! Su Buki was so frightened that he dropped his wine cup on the floor, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Am I drunk? Or is it a hallucination from being away from the game for days? Su Yisheng was also startled by his son, immediately reaching out to delete what was on his son's head. What are you jumping for? Have you seen a ghost? But just as his hand swung halfway, he turned pale, kicked over the table, and stumbled backward. A ghost. It's really a ghost. Su Yisheng's old face went white, his hand trembling as he pointed at the 3 ghostly figures. Dad, are you seeing things too? Hallucination my ass. This is a ghost. Su Yisheng shouted in a breakdown, causing Su Buki's drunkenness to awaken. Wait a minute, his old man can see them too. Suddenly, Su Buki thought of something. Could it be that he had awakened superpowers?
He tentatively commanded, and the shadow of the pig-headed butcher flickered, then raised its cleaver to chop at the air. At the same time, a huge cleaver appeared in Subuki's hand, directly cleaving the room's wall.
Smooth as cutting tofu.
Holy crap! The weird game feedback's reality, your ghosts have already arrived. The system prompt sounded, but Subuki instinctively ignored it, his mind only filled with everything he had just done.
Really, it's actually real. Could it be that heaven favors the Su family? Just after acquiring the stocks he longed for, he awakens a special ability. I'm the chosen one.
Subuki was overjoyed, tears streaming down his twisted smiling face, and even blew a big bubble with his nose in happiness.
Dad, I've become a superhero.
Did you see, Dad?
Clap. 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 The applause erupted, and Subuki became even more excited.
His old man must be happy for him too.
Dad, you agree, right? Ha ha.
As he spoke, Subuki turned to look at his father. At the wall corner, Su Yisheng still wore an expression of extreme terror, but his eyes had lost their color, and blood gushed from his chest, a huge cavity glaringly appeared where. A warm feeling slowly flowed down between his legs, and in that moment, his mind fully sobered up.
His father was killed? Run!
Su Bai, this madman, murderer. He actually dared to kill his own father. The alcohol was gone, but the scene in front of him still left his brain in a tangled mess. Then, he suddenly remembered.
No, wait, I'm Superman. I am Superman.
You son of a. The eldest son raised both hands, and a huge kitchen knife appeared in his hands.
I will kill you. I'm going to kill you.
The butcher-like figure swung his knife at the same time. The knife fell, and Su Bai was chopped in half, his head falling to the ground.
Trash. Trash.
Subuki gasped heavily, laughing manically, but the next moment, the smile froze on his face.
Damn, that clapping sound started again. Looking in the direction of the sound.
Su Bai was leaning against the wall on the other side, clapping, with a mocking look on his face.
And in the eldest son's ear, the sound of traditional opera echoed. You? Didn't I kill you?
Su Bai seemed to be watching the funniest skit in the world, holding back his laughter as he said. Take a good look, is this really me you killed? Subuki froze, seeing Su Bai's clean white arm and his intact head, unable to believe it, turning his head in disbelief. And in front of him was Su Yisheng, whose face was full of fear and shock, with a kitchen knife stuck in his neck, half of it already cut open, blood spurting out, while his chest remained intact. Su Yisheng's eyes widened, his lips twitching weakly, as if trying to say.
My son. I personally killed my father?
Looking at his hands, covered in his father's blood, Subuki was filled with indescribable terror, the eldest son's despair and pain reaching its peak.
Why? Does he have some special ability too? How did he do this?
Subuki went crazy, wildly swinging his knife. But Su Bai didn't dodge at all, the mocking voice continuously echoing in his ears. You and your father, two animals, committed incest, causing the death of an entire city, and you are the direct cause of my parents' car accident. Killing you both would be too merciful. I just want to watch Su Yisheng being killed by his most beloved son with his own hands. That will finally ease the hatred in my heart. Subuki couldn't understand what Su Bai was saying, he wasn't involved in that so-called accident, and he knew nothing about the events of the past life. He still thought Su Bai came for that measly 14 billion worth of stocks. What are you saying? The company was your idea to sell, my father gave you a few more billion, you greedy bastard. I'll kill you. Hey, at this point, why do you still believe your own eyes? In the ghostly woman's haunted world, hallucinations and illusions overlapped, and everything Subuki saw was a lie. He saw Su Bai raise his hands. Everything around him slowly disappeared. Chapter 52. The surroundings slowly faded away, and the ghostly figure of the woman appeared on Su Bai. Subuki suddenly realized that he was in an unknown place, surrounded by trees and dirt, a suburban scene. And his father lay beside him, a kitchen knife stuck in his neck, unable to die peacefully, the blood already drained, turning his white shirt dark red. Faint cries and the sounds of opera echoed around him, causing his eardrums to ache, tears uncontrollably flowing from his eyes. But there was not a shred of sorrow in his heart, only fear. The ghostly woman's figure on Su Bai flickered and disappeared, and the figure of the little demon, Mealy's, appeared again. Su Bai raised his hand, and Subuki's shadow suddenly stood up. And with two fingers pointing down, Subuki's shadow was dismembered, his arms and legs seemingly cut by sharp blades, immediately falling to the ground. Strangely, Subuki's arms and legs followed the movement of the shadow, falling to the ground with a thud, like blocks, but there wasn't a single wound. The excruciating pain made him howl uncontrollably, and his fear of Su Bai deepened. He is definitely not human. This is not a power that a human could possess. Fear spreads infinitely. Su Bai waved his hand, dispersing the shadow of the little devil, feeling somewhat disinterested. Listening to the crying voice getting closer and closer by his ear, Su Bai crouched in front of the tear-streaked and twisted face of Subuki. I won't kill you by hand. You don't deserve it. His tone was as calm as if judging an ant on the ground. This lofty demeanor did not resemble the foolish Su Bai from his memory at all. Su Bai stood up and slowly walked away. That figure gradually overlapped with someone in Subuki's memory, combined with those two shadows. You are the ghost collector? You are him. Su Bai. Subuki cried out in pain. He finally realized the true identity of the ghost collector and understood the source of his own power. But it was too late. He lay on the ground, unable to move without limbs, the crying in his ears growing louder. In his eyes, a woman in mourning clothes floated over, tearful, holding a picture frame, looking at Subuki, her crying growing ever louder. Subuki also cried bitterly, but his was a cry born from sheer terror, raspy to the extreme. Because inside that picture frame was his own black and white photo. The woman gradually approached, and Subuki's eyes filled with increasing fear. Until the woman arrived before him. In the wilderness, a woman in mourning clothes sat in the mud, holding a black and white photo, crying out in grief, while beside her lay a corpse with unclosed eyes. The young man in the picture frame had no arms, his face filled with terror and despair. Revival Phase 2, The Crying Ghost. Revival Phase 2, or SSS level. Welcome to the new world. At the moment of the apocalypse, Su Bai felt a huge ghostly aura rise into the sky from the outskirts. In his past life, he had never felt this way, clearly because his strength was not strong enough. In this life, with the existence of the ghost bride, he clearly sensed this aura, which even he found somewhat daunting. Therefore, taking advantage of Subuki, he explored a little. After the strange arrival, Su Bai's ghost realm expanded from a 20m limit to the size of a small neighborhood, allowing him to continuously teleport within it. After Subuki killed his father, Su Bai maintained the illusion for Subuki while continuously teleporting to refresh the ghost realm's range, bringing them here. Sure enough, the results of the investigation were clear. This was also a famous second-phase ghost from his past life, the Crying Ghost. But this Crying Ghost was somewhat special, and Su Bai did not plan to deal with it for now. In the city. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed dramatically, ghostly shadows appeared frequently on the streets, and people screamed in terror and ran away. Some ghosts did not randomly massacre but tightly followed certain individuals, while other ghosts hunted down the fleeing people. In an instant, cries, honks, quarrels, and cries for help filled the air. The entire city erupted in countless car accidents, chaos everywhere, and noise overwhelming. A woman, holding her child, desperately fled from a pursuing female ghost. Just as she was about to rush into a small shop, the iron door was suddenly closed from the inside. She looked desperately at the increasingly close female ghost, struggling to scream for help, but no one stopped to help her. Such scenes almost replayed on every street. All players who had played the strange game heard the notification that the game had arrived. At the stroke of midnight, the entire world changed dramatically. In the Special Events Division of City A, everyone looked in amazement at the few shadows closely following Officer Lu. That voice, talking about the strange game. Officer Lu explained to everyone the reason for the ghostly shadows appearing around him. Zhao Sun brought his index and middle fingers together and tapped on the table. Are you saying that the ghosts from that game have descended, invading reality? Officer Lu nodded. If the hint from the strange game was true, then indeed it was so. What is the use of these shadows? Zhao Sun continued to ask questions. Xiao Lu felt for a moment, then tried to control the water ghost. The water ghost's shadow immediately merged with him, and Xiao Lu's cheek suddenly puffed up. He opened his mouth, expelling a foul-smelling stream of water. The flow was immense, like a high-pressure fire hose, and after being sprayed out, it actually did not disperse but instead gathered into a mass, allowing Xiao Lu to control it freely. One mistake in operation, and the water enveloped a tall police officer, nearly sweeping him away. In a panic, Xiao Lu quickly stopped controlling the water. The uncontrollable water suddenly spread out, just like normal water, soaking the tall police officer completely. But no one laughed. Instead, they watched in amazement at everything happening before their eyes, this strange power opening their eyes wide. This was simply more unbelievable than the supernatural events everyone experienced during this time. Zhao Sun stroked the stubble he had not shaved for days, his brow furrowed. Who would have thought that the source of these powers came from a mobile game? Strange game. He murmured these words. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity struck his brain. That's right. It's the strange game. Quickly, get all the files. During this time, many supernatural events had occurred, and it took 4 or 5 police officers to gather all the files. Zhao Sun did not check them one by one but found the information of the first victim in each case. Just as I thought. He smacked his thigh, showing a look of realization, finally finding the common point among these cases. How could he be so unaware being in the middle of it? Such an obvious clue was only now discovered. The commonality among these cases was that the first victim had all come into contact with the strange game. Report it immediately. Zhao Sun quickly commanded his subordinates, and everyone hurried off to report this crucial clue. He himself sat in the office, staring blankly. The words of Su Bai echoed in his ears. A new world is about to arrive. Chapter 53. Across the country, alarm bells rang out at the same time. Radios, televisions, and various mobile apps forced the same message to everyone. Dear citizens, hello, recently, due to some special reason, incidents of ghosts harming people have occurred on a large scale nationwide. The state is currently working hard to find out the cause. Please remain calm, maintain the current state, and do not go out randomly to avoid attacks. Dear citizens, hello. Almost all communication devices still operational kept repeating this message. Su Bai naturally saw it too. He nodded silently. In his previous life, he was too panicked to notice. Now that he thought about it, there were indeed some smart people at the top. Just relying on those cases before the apocalypse, they deduced that the ghosts were killing according to certain rules. As long as you didn't touch the rules or enter certain places, the chance of survival was still quite high. In the face of strange dangers, if you were still alive, then maintain the status quo, do not resist for no reason, and especially do not flee everywhere, as that would trigger the killing rules. This message could clearly prevent many unnecessary deaths. At this moment, his phone rang. Hello, Su Bai, I'm at your door. Are you home? As soon as the call connected, Yao Ningxin's somewhat flustered voice came through. I'm outside, I'll be back soon. I'll go in and wait for you, it's so scary outside. Su Bai had told Aunt Wu not to open the door for anyone, and it seemed unlikely that Yao Ningxin could get in. Just as Su Bai was about to tell her this, Yao Ningxin suddenly said, Su Bai, your door wasn't locked, I went in directly. The door wasn't locked? Aunt Wu and Shi Huai were both there, how could the door not be locked? He had specifically instructed this. Damn, could it be that the suppression of the big red flower failed, and the white-eye ghost princess revived again? No, wait, could it be that the past suppression was all a ruse? Don't go in. Su Bai sensed something was wrong and shouted into the phone. But there was only silence on the other end, followed by a beeping busy tone. When he called again, there was no signal left. Su Bai immediately rushed home. On the way, he tried to contact Auntie Wu, but all he got was a busy tone again. Something happened. Su Bai quickly activated his supernatural powers and continuously teleported, returning to the villa from the outskirts in less than 3 minutes. As soon as he reached the door, Su Bai noticed something was off. The front door was ajar, and a thick aura of ghosts rushed towards him, bringing an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Su Bai controlled his powers and reached out, causing the door in front of him to wobble and start to become illusory. And the real door appeared behind the illusion. Sure enough, it's you. You really are relentless, you couldn't wait to come as soon as you appeared. What stood before him was none other than the wall of ghosts that Su Bai had encountered at school. Unexpectedly, just a quick encounter had left this thing with the memory of his aura. As soon as it arrived, it came rushing towards him. Last time, Su Bai was too eager to save someone and didn't bother to deal with it, but this time, it was not so lucky. Since it dared to chase him into his home, it was clearly prepared to die. Li Shang. Su Bai's face turned grim as he ordered, daring to attack those he cared about, he wouldn't let it off easily. The ghostly bride's illusion appeared, momentarily turning from ethereal to real. She was a stage 2 ghost and could already leave Su Bai's body. The ghostly aura spread, and Li Shang's snow-white arm wrapped around Su Bai's neck, burying her head deeply and taking a deep breath. She licked her lips and said, "The reality's husband smells so good, I can't help but want to take a bite right now." As she spoke, her sharp nails slid across Su Bai's cheek, but with precise control, she didn't hurt him at all. Su Bai let out an awkward laugh. Both he and the ghost were on the same wavelength, so he naturally understood what Li Shang wanted to do. It was just nothing more. He held Li Shang's hand and leaned closer to her ear, saying, "My dear, let's talk about this tonight. Humph." Li Shang shot him a glare, letting out a delicate hum, and then took out her anger on the ghostly wall in front of her. Dealing with such a small ghost was easier for a stage 2 Li Shang than squishing an ant. Li Shang didn't even fully summon her ghostly aura, she just opened a corner, drawing out a bridal sedan chair from it. With a push of her jade hand, the sedan chair actually floated up without anyone lifting it, heading straight for the illusion of the front door. Its speed was comparable to Su Bai's beloved car from his past life. Boom! At the moment the sedan chair collided with the illusion, the ghostly wall was actually sucked into the sedan. Li Shang lifted the curtain, reached inside, and pulled out a brick. On the brick was a sinister ghostly face, and Li Shang's claws sank into it, causing the brick wall to emit a piercing scream. Clearly, this was its true form. Easily squishing the ghost wall into a small ball, Li Shang lifted a corner of the veil and put it in her mouth. In the real world, besides sealing, devouring is also a way to completely kill, but it only happens with level suppression or under special circumstances.
With the ghost wall's complete disappearance, the false door illusion vanished as well. Yao Ningxin and two neighbors appeared in the open space before them. These two people had only met Su Bai once. Clearly, they had been misled by the ghost wall while running around, ending up trapped in the illusion. Get lost. Su Bai was not polite at all. These two were so frightened that they rushed back to their homes in a panic. Yao Ningxin's eyes turned red. She ran up and hugged Su Bai. Su Bai, Wu, it's so scary. Why are there ghosts everywhere? Seeing this scene, Li Shang's eyes widened. She instantly teleported to Su Bai's side and embraced him. Husband, who is this little hussy? Li Shang spoke to Su Bai. The communication between the ghost and the host was inaudible to others. A friend, Li Shang, be good, you go back first, I'll tell you tonight. The ghost bride crossed her arms and coldly snorted, turning into a shadow and diving into Su Bai's body. Let's go, we will go inside first. The two instantly teleported into the house. As soon as they entered, Su Bai saw Aunt Wu with a panicked expression. Seeing that it was Su Bai, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the worry in her eyes remained. What happened? Su Bai noticed that something was off with Aunt Wu. Just now, I don't know why, the phone had no signal, and Shi Huai. Hearing that something had happened to little Shi Huai, Su Bai didn't wait for Aunt Wu to finish and walked into the little girl's room. Su Bai, can you see what's wrong? Aunt Wu spoke with concern. There, next to the little girl, appeared another little girl, the two holding hands, with a big red flower still on Shi Huai's chest. The extra girl was obviously a smaller version of the white-pupiled ghost princess. Su Bai told her to stay calm and went to check on the little white-pupiled ghost princess. The little one blinked her hollow eyes, and the malice from the doll in her hands had decreased significantly. Correspondingly, the big red flower remained unchanged. Successfully suppressed? Su Bai's brows lifted with joy. This was a top-level boost. Chapter 54. Little Shi Huai, do you feel any discomfort? Su Bai used ghost vision to carefully check her body, then asked with concern. Shi Huai feels fine, just a cool sensation inside, as if something extra is there. Su Bai nodded. That was the manifestation of ghost chi. I seemed to hear someone say withdrawal successful, and then little Bai appeared beside me. Did she say anything to you? Su Bai pointed at the little white-pupiled ghost princess and asked. Little Bai doesn't like to talk. Little Shi Huai shook her head. Little Bai was the nickname she gave to the little white-pupiled ghost princess. Su Bai looked at the hollow-eyed white-pupiled ghost princess, confirming that she was not giving off any dangerous signals. And little Shi Huai had also logged into the game. There was a contract between the two girls, so there shouldn't be any problems. But it was a bit strange that although the white-pupiled ghost princess seemed to have the strength of second-stage revival and could detach from her host, the aura she emitted was not so strong. You should know that when the crying ghost, also at stage 2 revival, appeared from a distance, Su Bai could clearly sense her aura. This little ghost revealed a sense of mystery everywhere. Now was not the time to think about this. As long as little Shi Huai was fine, Su Bai was at ease. As for the rest, that could wait for later. After all, Su Bai had a powerful team of female ghosts, and there was nothing she couldn't handle. All schemes appeared fragile in front of absolute strength. After comforting Aunt Wu and telling her not to worry, he let her go rest. Su Bai also settled down Yao Ning. There were still several empty rooms in the villa, and he let her stay for now. With the restrictions of the ghost wall broken, Su Bai's phone started buzzing continuously. Upon opening it, he saw that the WeChat group of his guild had exploded. All the members of the guild received withdrawal notifications, and the shadow gathering beside them gave them a big scare. Now they were exchanging messages in the group. Old players like Su Feng had already figured out how to use ghost abilities and were teaching them to others. Su Bai's guild had developed rapidly over these few days and had become quite strong. Basically, in every guild battle, they could obtain an A-tier ghost, along with a lot of materials. At this moment, everyone in the guild had 5 A-tier ghosts. Some members who were already strong before had obtained S-tier ghosts by selling A-tier ghosts. Their combat power was extraordinarily strong. Su Bai also appeared to explain the current situation to them. After all, these people will be part of his own force in the future. You guessed well, the world has already undergone a transformation. The strange game has descended into reality. The two worlds have completely merged together. If you don't believe it, just look up at the sky. The moon of Blue Star has been replaced by the red moon. Sure enough, above the pitch-black sky, the two moons that were once infinitely close together, the pristine white one had vanished, leaving only a blood moon hanging high. And the players of the strange game were, of course, very familiar with the red moon that always hung in the game. Although the game will feed back monsters to players, correspondingly, those dungeon secret realms, and even extremely dangerous unknown areas will also appear in reality. It can be said that the outside world may hide dangers everywhere. This is the reason I told you not to go out. Your main task now is to familiarize yourselves with your monster's abilities and strive to form combat power as soon as possible. This is your capital for survival in the future. After learning the truth, the guild members were extremely shocked. Who would have thought that a game could come into reality? But amid the shock,
their fear was reduced a little. If the game has descended, as upper-tier players within the game, they at least have some fighting power against the strange things. However, Su Bai soon warned them a few things. But do not think that having power means you can do whatever you want. In the end, you are still human. As long as you are human, you can still be killed. Knives, axes, and bullets will still take your lives. If you die, it doesn't matter, but what's dangerous is the people around you. When a player dies, the monster inside them will completely awaken, and no one will be able to control them. Think about the strength of A-grade monsters. Who among your family and friends can resist them? So I advise you to honestly train your abilities. Don't think about being some kind of savior. This splash of cold water was timely, and several members who were eager to try immediately cooled down. In the end, Su Bai added a sentence. Tomorrow I will find time to gather you all. In the future, we will be each other's greatest support. After handling the matters in the group, Su Bai found it strange that he hadn't seen Ling Ruoya's messages in the group, and surprisingly, she hadn't called him since the apocalypse began. This is really puzzling. Something must have happened, right? He dialed the phone, but it was busy again. This is the most troublesome part of the apocalypse. The means of communication from the previous life can be easily blocked by monsters, always unreliable. It seems Ling Ruoyo has also encountered strange events, but Su Bai wasn't too worried. After all, with the game's descent, her monsters have also manifested. With 3S rank and 2A rank monsters stationed, ordinary strange events couldn't pose much threat to her. Moreover, Su Bai had witnessed her crisis responsibility in his past life. With her wisdom, she should not be in much danger. And even if Su Bai was anxious, he couldn't contact her at the moment, and he couldn't find her location even if he wanted to help. He could only pray that she would turn misfortune into good fortune. After so many events happened in one night, Su Bai was also a bit tired. He closed his eyes, lay down on the bed to prepare for rest, and beside him, Li Shang gradually materialized, her fingers wandering on his chest. The noises in the community echoed all night, making it a night that was destined to be restless. In the division, everyone received the latest orders from the superiors, starting a citywide search and gathering of people who had participated in the strange game, recruiting them into the division. Zhao Sun looked at the instructions and suddenly realized that Su Bai must be one of the players in the strange game. It might even be one of the most powerful chapters, otherwise, why would he be the first to gain abilities? Little Lu, who revealed the water ghost, walked into Zhao Sun's office holding a file. Brother Zhao, according to the news we received, someone in City A once issued an edict, gathering the ghost masters from the surrounding areas to form a guild. I checked, and there are about 50 people in this guild in City A. Zhao Sun abruptly stood up from his chair. Who? Whether it's a plan set up or mere coincidence, regardless of what this person's purpose is, contacting him now is extremely important. Finding this one person is like finding dozens of players with magical abilities. How could Zhao Sun not be excited? That person's name is the Collector of Female Ghosts. Chapter 55. After the division organized and summarized the information, just as they were about to send personnel to look for those ghost masters, a call from the higher-ups came in. Zhao Sun answered, his frown deepening, and seeing the minister's expression, the officers paused their steps, falling silent, no one daring to interrupt. Okay, we'll send people to handle it right away. After hanging up, Zhao Sun rubbed the space between his eyes with 2 fingers, a bit of a headache. Brother Zhao, what happened? Something went wrong again. Just now, the headquarters received a report that the Jinsha community in the north of the city has turned into a graveyard, with people unable to enter or exit. And every 10 minutes, someone dies. Now everyone in the entire community is trapped inside. Hearing this news, the police felt the situation was tough, the entire community's population. The Jinsha community has 40 floors, with 4 units per floor, even calculating just 2 people per unit, that's nearly 300 people. With over 10 buildings in the community, the total number reached a terrifying figure. This is the largest incident since the strange events began. The higher-ups demanded that it be resolved quickly, no matter the means. But Zhao Sun also had his difficulties. Most of the police force in the bureau was assigned to maintain order on the streets or seal off strange areas. The few personnel he had left had just organized the information on the ghost masters and were preparing to search for them. Now, where could they find people to solve this? The key issue is, even if they went, what use would it be? There were only 1 or 2 ghost masters in the entire division who could deal with ghosts, and according to their own words, they were at the bottom in the game. Did they really become stronger in reality? It's obvious even by a guess that this is impossible. Zhao Sun didn't think any longer. Every 10 minutes wasted would mean 1 more person would die. So he quickly dialed the headquarters again. After discussing for a while, Zhao Sun angrily cursed, his face flushed. Sending people or not sending people can't be settled this way. Now the ghost masters from various divisions are his precious assets. Who would be willing to take them away and lend them to Zhao Sun? But the impact of this incident was indeed too huge, and the headquarters almost forced the issue. Only then did the other divisions pinch their noses and lend personnel to Zhao Sun. After a long time, he finally received a call from his superior, saying other divisions in City A agreed to allocate personnel, but it would take some time for them to arrive. You all go out and prepare first. After sending the officers in the office away, Zhao Sun took out his phone, hesitating. The sun disappeared without a hint of warning, seeming to be swallowed by the blood moon along with the moon. The entire planet's operational rules seemed to change. No matter where you looked, the blood moon hung in the same position in the sky. But the red light emitted by the blood moon fluctuated, barely allowing them to distinguish between day and night. The dew on the treetops had not yet dried. Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. Li Shang tightly embraced him, and as soon as Su Bai opened his eyes, she pecked him on the face. Su Bai couldn't help but feel envious. Being a ghost is great, you don't even need to sleep. What woke him up was the phone resting on the bedside. Su Bai impatiently answered it. Student Su, are you awake? A polite voice from Zhao Sun came through the phone. No nonsense, just say it. Su Bai was speechless. Was the call from a ghost since he wasn't awake? He glanced at Li Shang, who was holding him, and it wasn't impossible. But unfortunately, ghosts could only communicate with their own hosts. This is the thing, Student Su, we might need your help. Upon hearing about help, Su Bai felt displeased. In the apocalypse, managing his own affairs was good enough, he had no time to serve the citizens. But then Zhao Sun briefly introduced the strange cemetery in Jinsha community, and Su Bai suddenly became interested. This cemetery is huge, you can see countless graves from the outside. I wonder how many people have died inside. Jinsha community, cemetery. Su Bai remembered a famous weird area from his previous life. The cemetery of the living dead. Su Bai was taken aback. Wasn't this the S-class strange event that appeared on the third day after the apocalypse began? Why did it show up on the first night? Could some presence have pushed forward the arrival of the apocalypse? But undoubtedly, it had to do with him because, to this world, the only variable was his rebirth. The most famous thing about this strange area was the hidden item in the cemetery, the 9-inch nail. The 9-inch nail, made of bronze, was nailed to a coffin in the cemetery, engraved with the heads of a bull and a horse, capable of subduing fully revived ghosts. This was a great item, it would be too regrettable if Su Bai missed it. With that in mind, Su Bai didn't hesitate, summoned back the ghost bride, and got up to wash up. Aunt Wu was preparing breakfast, but Su Bai didn't have time to eat. He packed a backpack with possibly useful items and left after a brief word. He didn't drive, the roads were filled with abandoned cars and various barriers, and he didn't know which roads were blocked. Moreover, teleporting was faster than driving. A few minutes later, Su Bai arrived at Jinsha community. The scene had already been cordoned off, prohibiting anyone from entering. But it was actually pointless. In front of him was an extremely wide cemetery, filled with countless tombstones standing disorderly. A cemetery appearing in the bustling city looked completely eerie. In this case, unless someone was looking for death, no one would dare to venture inside. Zhao Sun had been waiting for a long time. He had been here since he knew Su Bai was coming. Student Su, thank you for your effort, sorry to trouble you. No problem, I also need Officer Zhao's help with something. A friend of mine has been unreachable. I hope Officer Zhao can send someone to check her home to make sure she hasn't encountered any danger. Saying this, Su Bai sent Zhao Sun a photo ID of Ling Ruoyao. Okay, I will definitely help Student Su get this done. Zhao Sun nodded in agreement. This little thing was worth having Su Bai lend a hand, which was quite a bargain. After all, so far, he was the only one he knew who had solved the strange event. Moreover, he had a suspicion. Thinking of this, he leaned closer to Su Bai and whispered. Student Su, I have always had a question. You said a new world was about to arrive. Did you know about this matter long ago? Su Bai's eyes narrowed, and he didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Xiao Lu beside him and the dozen men in tactical jackets behind Zhao Sun. Are all of them ghost tamers? Zhao Sun's expression changed slightly. Student Su, your insight is sharp. Should I let these 8 guys go in with you to broaden their horizons? As he spoke, he called out 8 people. This time, 12 ghost tamers had come, and Zhao Sun kept some outside for emergencies. Su Bai did not refuse. He had no experience dealing with the cemetery of the living dead. This area had been active in a city for a week before killing everyone within and then disappearing, appearing again in several districts. Finally, in the 9th month of the apocalypse, it was resolved by ghost tamers in Kyoto, where the strength of the ghost tamers there was beyond doubt. You can enter. But be prepared for death. Chapter 56. A big-bellied middle-aged man was unhappy to hear this. He pointed at Su Bai's head and spoke with an air of authority. You little student. How can you talk so big at such a young age? If it weren't for Minister Zhao's request, I absolutely would not agree to let you civilians participate. Once inside, you must follow our instructions and cannot leave the group without permission. This middle-aged man was previously the head of a branch office, but due to the arrival of the New World, an urgent notice had been sent from above stating that all actions must prioritize the special department. Therefore, the special department now held the most power. During the previous meeting, he had already opposed letting non-police personnel handle matters, not to mention Su Bai's age, which was completely unconvincing.
Hearing this, Su Bai's eyes were indifferent.
The temperature around them suddenly dropped, and the sound of traditional opera began to play melodiously. The director saw sharp ghostly hands stretching out from his chest, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat.
What the hell is this? Quickly save me, save me.
The people around watched as the director, who had just been fine, now covered his chest and screamed madly, their pupils instantly shrinking.
This guy doesn't look easy to mess with.
Zhao Sun hurriedly stepped in to ease the situation.
Su Bai, you take charge.
At the same time, he turned to the other 7 and said,
once inside, all actions will follow Su's commands, got it?
Yes.
The 8 responded in unison, and Su Bai's display indeed brought them some shock.
Su Bai squinted at Zhao Sun. He naturally knew Zhao Sun was testing him, permitting his subordinates' actions, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken so appropriately.
Su Bai, you see this?
Zhao Sun pointed at the still fearful director. After all, he was also one of the 8 arranged to enter. Letting him go mad here wasn't right. Su Bai nodded. After all, he was only lightly punishing him. After waving his hand to dispel the illusion, he no longer paid attention to these people and entered the graveyard. Obtaining the 9-inch nail was the real purpose of his trip, and everything else was merely incidental. Zhao Sun quickly gave a signal, and the 8 closely followed. No one knew what the graveyard was like, so they dared not delay. Stepping into the graveyard, the surrounding ghostly energy became extremely thick, and the temperature dropped to a terrifying level.
If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be trembling in fear.
From a distance, Su Bai could hear screams and cries. The sounds were not loud, but there were many rustling noises mixed in.
The 8 police officers also followed in, their bodies passing through a transparent membrane with a pop sound.
Little Lu came in and tapped on the transparent wall that separated the graveyard from the outside world.
Knock, knock.
Very hard, it seems just as the report said, once inside, you can't get out. Su Bai nodded and led the group to continue walking forward. They walked past the graveyard, where countless graves made up a dense scene. Some had already broken open, empty inside, while some yellow earth graves had cracked, with skeletal arms stretching out from the soil.
My god, these things look really creepy.
A police officer rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, clearly not yet accustomed to such a scene.
Yeah, in the game it felt okay, but experiencing it personally is indeed a different feeling. By the way, Su Bai, do you know how these zones were created?
The 8 chattered amongst themselves, seemingly trying to reduce the fear in their hearts, while little Lu kept up with Su Bai's pace and curiously asked. However, Su Bai did not respond, just continued walking. Seeing this, little Lu didn't want to embarrass himself, remaining quiet and closely following behind. It's not that Su Bai was aloof, but he also hadn't figured out these questions yet.
Rather than getting tangled up in this, it was better to quickly find a survivor.
Every Eerie area has its own set of rules, or rather, different monsters have different killing patterns, but in truth, there is not much difference between the two. When facing an unknown Eerie area, the first thing to do is to figure out these patterns, so as not to become the next target locked on. And the best way to explore these patterns is undoubtedly to find survivors. If not, finding some corpses will do as well. From them, Su Bai could deduce the killing patterns of the dead man's graveyard. Su Bai said nothing, and the group of police officers quickly lost interest in continuing the conversation. The group walked silently deeper into the graveyard. But suddenly, the chubby director stopped in his tracks. Looking in the direction he was staring, they saw a child's silhouette crouched in front of a cracked grave, with a bloody, mangled ghost hand dragging him into the tomb. These bastards! The director couldn't help but curse. Then he ripped open his jacket, revealing a vivid tattoo on his chest. This tattoo depicted a strange and eerie ghost, looking like a living pile of bones.
Tattoo ghost. This is a B-level monster, which in the game enhances its power with the mystical tattoos on its body, and different tattoos in different places provide different boosts.
And the one the director was using now was a tattoo that increased strength. He suddenly exerted force in his legs and quickly dashed towards the child, but as he got closer, a skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the ground, reaching for him. The director's shoulder sank, and he rolled sideways to dodge the sneak attack from the skeletal arm. This roll also brought him next to the child. A young police officer, not very old, reacted quickly and activated sea-level muddy ghost ability, launching a sharp projectile made of dirty water at the skeletal arm, instantly shattering it. The director was quick on his feet, scooping up the boy and throwing him to the young officer, while he punched with all his might at the dragging ghost hand. Just as the young officer caught the boy, he sensed something was off and was about to throw the child away, but it was too late. The boy was ice-cold, weightless as if he had no bones, his head twisted 180 degrees, and a toothy grin stretched from ear to ear, with sharp teeth biting onto a severed finger. Giggle, giggle, giggle. As the eerie laughter rang out, the little boy bit down on the young officer's neck, instantly splattering hot blood all over his face.
Damn it!
Young Lu looked at the scene in disbelief. Even the dumbest person could understand what was happening.
That little boy was not human at all. What everyone had seen as him being dragged was actually him gnawing on that ghostly hand. They had all been deceived by him. With a successful attack, the boy quickly jumped to the ground and crawled towards the director on all fours with incredible speed. And at this moment, the director was using a tattoo to enhance his strength. How could he match the speed of this little ghost? In an instant, the little ghost had climbed onto his back, its blood-filled mouth opened wide, ready to bite him. At this critical moment, an extreme cold descended. The ghost child was instantly turned into an ice statue, frost forming on its eyes and eyebrows. Su Bai spoke, cold air rising from all his orifices. Looking for death, don't harm others. Chapter 57. As his words fell, Su Bai walked towards the ghost child frozen into an ice statue, each step leaving frozen footprints in the mud, while snowflakes fluttered down, bringing an extreme cold temperature. Young Lu involuntarily shuddered. Is this ice snow ghost trick? Su Bai arrived next to the director, took out the spirit collecting box, and aimed it at the ghost child on his back. With a powerful suction coming from the box, the ghost child visibly shrank and was pulled inside. Then Su Bai shot a cold glance at the director and left without looking back. The director stared with bloodshot eyes at the police officer who had lost his breath. A wave of self-blame and guilt surged in his heart. It was all his fault that he had caused the death. The eyes of the nearby police officers were red, and they clenched their fists secretly, walking over to the chief and placing a hand on his shoulder. Only Xiao Lu bit his teeth, suppressing the pain in his heart, following Su Bai's footsteps. Don't blame yourself too much, it's not your fault, the monsters were just too cunning. The chief covered his eyes. If I hadn't been so impulsive, I should have been the one to die. Hey! The other officers sighed, feeling the same pain in their hearts, seeing their comrade who had just been talking about his new girlfriend one moment, and the next turned into a cold corpse. The way he died was so tragic that no one could bear it. The chief sighed deeply, raising his head and swallowing his tears. You all should go first, don't lose track of the others, I will catch up soon. He patted his comrade's arm, signaling them to leave first. The group fell silent for a moment, then turned to follow the two who had already walked quite a distance. After they turned, the chief knelt before the body of the young officer. The young officer was actually one of the members of the chief's division, who had just recently graduated and joined the team. I'm sorry, brother, do you remember when you joined the team? You told me your biggest wish was to build a beautiful house for your mother back home. I promised you that after we get out, I would definitely build a nice big house for your mother. The chief rambled on for a while, tears almost overflowing, before he took off his tactical jacket and covered the still warm body with it. I swear, I will kill more evil spirits in this life to accompany you. After saying this, he stood up and switched to a speed-enhancing tattoo, sprinting towards the nearly invisible figures, stirring up clouds of dust. Xiao Lu leaned closer to Su Bai and whispered, Are you the ghost collector? Though he didn't play the game much, he was one of the loyal fans of the Ghost Collector, having watched almost every guild battle livestream. Besides seeing the bride ghost and the ghost tricks at school last time, he now saw Su Bai's snow woman ghost trick. This made Xiao Lu almost certain that Su Bai was definitely the Ghost Collector. Because someone had previously analyzed Su Bai's 5 major female ghosts, although their levels were unknown, at least the types of ghosts were uncovered. Bride ghost, Sadako, ghost actress, little demon, these 4 ghosts were very common, but the last one, the snow woman, was said to be possessed by only Su Bai in the whole server. At that time, this matter circulated in their circle, as everyone wanted a unique ghost. But what confirmed Su Bai's identity more for him was the ghost trick. This skill had only been used by Su Bai in the entire game, making it too obvious. But he also wondered, it seemed that Su Bai's game feedback was different from that of others. The spirit box he just took out and the ghost candle for Zhao Sun, weren't they all in-game items? Why did they follow feedback, while he and the others only got monsters? To the right. Su Bai didn't answer, just said something strange. Xiao Lu was stunned, immediately looking to the right, where about 10 ghost slaves were. He didn't know that living people become ghost slaves after being killed by ghosts, thinking they were just ghosts. He then used the water ghost's ability, and foul-smelling flood splashed out of his mouth, instantly drowning the ghost slaves. Su Bai secretly nodded, B-grade ghost, water ghost. This ghost was quite decent, although common, its power was already outstanding among B-grade. In some special environments, its power could rival that of A-grade. Seeing Xiao Lu take action, the others rushed up from behind, using all sorts of abilities to deal with this batch of ghost slaves. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from beside a hidden grave. Is it the police? The crowd turned to look, and 2 heads popped out from behind a tomb. They were an old couple, who recognized the clothes of the crowd. However, the 7 remaining police officers, having just learned a lesson, hesitated and looked to Su Bai. Su Bai nodded, and only then did they approach the old couple to negotiate. Seeing this scene, many survivors suddenly emerged from hiding. They had been avoiding the ghostly servants here for a while, and only dared to show themselves once these ghostly creatures were killed. Great, the police have come to save us. Hurry and take us out of here, what kind of ghostly place is this? Please, go save the little girl. She was just dragged away by a monster, she's only 7 years old. Woo 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 woo.
The survivors cried out in despair, begging the police to save them, while Su Bai stood coldly aside, watching. After a while, a few police officers managed to calm the panicking crowd. But looking at these survivors and then at Su Bai, they were unsure what to do. Should they take them along, or leave a few people here to protect them? In the end, it was Xiao Lu who stepped forward to ask Su Bai. Su Ge, what should we do with these people? Having witnessed Su Bai's strength and with his own guesses, Xiao Lu no longer cared about age and called him Su Ge. If you want to take charge, then stay here and protect them.
I don't have the time for that.
Su Bai told them to manage the survivors themselves. To resolve this bizarre incident, he had to find the source of the ghostly origins of this area. And the coffin nails must be on the coffin itself. After searching for a while, Su Bai realized that the graves were only hastily piled up with yellow earth, rarely featuring even a stone tablet, let alone a coffin. Su Bai got up to leave, but Xiao Lu gritted his teeth and called for 3 people to follow him. Su Bai paid him no mind. Along the way, when he encountered anyone calling for help, he remained indifferent, demonstrating extreme coldness.
Xiao Lu couldn't take it anymore.
At this moment, he no longer cared about strength and questioned Su Bai. Why are you so cold-blooded? Clearly, you have terrifying strength, yet you watch them die without helping.
Can you really bear to just stand by and watch them die?
Looking at the flushed Xiao Lu, Su Bai only chuckled softly.
Did you understand this bizarre incident before coming in?
Xiao Lu was taken aback by his question.
Didn't Xiao Sun say that every 10 minutes, one person is killed? Have you calculated how long it's been since we entered?
1 hour and 20 minutes, that means within this time, 8 people have died because we were too slow.
Look at these people. How long have they been inside?
They haven't died all night. This indicates that this place isn't actually that dangerous.
If they just hide well, didn't you see that the old couple in their 70s is safe?
Do you think I should stop to save them or hurry to handle the source of this ghostly threat? If I deal with the ghost, everyone can live, but if I stop, everyone will die, including you. I won't halt for 1 or 2 people when there are more ahead facing death. Xiao Lu was persuaded by Su Bai's words, realizing he hadn't grasped the key point. He left 2 people behind and called for the fastest police officer to follow him and Su Bai, hoping to quickly find that source ghost. You 2 stay here, Wang Jinxin, come along. As the 3 of them moved forward, a faint mist began to rise around them. The closer they got to the center region, the thicker the mist became, and within this area, the blood moon was nowhere to be seen. Visibility dropped to an extremely low level. The reason they were certain they were moving toward the cemetery's center was that the ghostly servants roaming around were becoming more numerous. Xiao Lu was forced to use the powers of 2 monsters at the same time, barely managing to block the incoming ghost slaves. Besides the water ghost, the other was a C-grade monster, Ghost Eye. Although Ghost Eye's combat ability was not strong, it excelled in its diverse functions. In addition to being able to suppress and intimidate enemies, it also had certain scouting abilities. At least in this thick fog, with Ghost Eye's possession, Xiao Lu could see much farther than others. Relying on Ghost Eye to restrict the actions of the ghost slaves, and using the power of the water ghost to push them back, the 3 of them barely created a vacuum area. Xiao Lu had good talent, and although the demon controller game feedback allowed him to control many ghosts, it didn't mean the monsters could coexist peacefully while using. Even Su Bai, when the 6 female Azura fields occasionally opened, found it hard to control himself. The one called Wang Jinxin, a police inspector, had the ability to make his limbs expand, which allowed him to keep up with the accelerating pace of the 2. The contracted monster was likely bones or flesh, good in close combat, but this required combat skills. As they walked to a certain place, the ghost slaves surrounding them suddenly stopped. Su Bai also instructed the 2 not to move for now and then summoned a Gothic Loli, switching ghost powers, as a pair of black wings appeared behind him. He forcefully flapped them towards the dense fog ahead, and the hurricane blew the mist away, revealing an ancient spiritual hall in front of the 3. A white long scarf hung from the beam above, rustling in the wind, and the open door had black characters on white paper that read longevity, with a brand new morning couplet pasted on the doorposts. It said, "Eternal wisdom leaves a mark in history, millennia of merits being praised by the world." Outside the hall were 2 huge incense burners, typically seen when burning incense at a temple, filled with green incense sticks, and the mist that obscured their vision was emanating from this smoke. Inside the spiritual hall stood a 9'9" ghost head coffin in the center, topped with a spiritual tablet that had no writing on it. On the futon in front of the coffin, several people knelt with their backs to them, crying and burning paper money, as if truly mourning a deceased person. The scene was filled with strangeness. It was also the first time Su Bai had seen such a scene. He directly spread the ice snow ghost and the cold air lowered the temperature, but the incense burned on unaffected, with thick smoke swirling around. And the wailing figures in the spiritual hall did not disappear. But in such a place, there was no need to doubt. If one captured 100, there would surely be 101 that were ghost forms, plus the clothes they wore were from the 1970s and 80s. Xiao Lu and Wang Jinxin were extremely scared. Such a strange scene was truly rare in their lives. They subtly inched closer to Su Bai. Su Bai looked at the couplet, lost in thought, and after a moment suddenly shouted loudly, "A city Zhao Sun, here to pay respects." Seeing there was no response inside, Su Bai raised his voice and shouted 2 more times.
Ahem. Xiao Lu coughed. Brother Su, is this appropriate?
Su Bai shot him a glance, and Wang Jinxin pulled on Xiao Lu's clothes.
Brother Lu.
Seeing it was ineffective, Su Bai gave up on shouting, immediately enlarging the ghostly range, completely covering the entire spiritual hall. A somewhat different blue snowflake fell on the few people burning paper, instantly forming hard ice and trapping them. Su Bai walked up to the ice sculptures, examining them closely. It appeared that these guys were mostly ghost slaves. But what was strange was that they had no signs of having been killed, no wounds, and their appearances and skin showed no changes.
And this wasn't any illusion. How exactly did this monster accomplish such a thing?
It had both killed people and managed to keep them looking like they did in life.
Seeing Su Bai enter, Xiao Lu and Wang Jinxin could only follow.
After all, the safest place at this moment is beside Su Bai. As they walked further in, they saw Wang Jinxin somewhat lost in thought.
Xiao Lu could only muster his spirits and whispered a reminder. Wang Jinxin, stay close.
Su Bai swung his fist and shattered several ice sculptures, then walked straight to the coffin. The coffin was raised at both ends, flat in the middle, with a ferocious night demon head carved at the head of the coffin, measuring 9 feet 9 inches long and 44 inches wide, suspended without support underneath, presenting a wedge shape. At each corner of the coffin board, 4 bronze 9-inch nails were driven in, stained with blood, not fully hammered in, with more than half of each exposed. Although the target item for this trip was right in front of him, he did not take it off recklessly. Because this thing can restrain a fully revived evil ghost, and there were 4 such nails on this coffin, it was clear that a great horror must be contained within. To take it off recklessly would only bring disaster. Then, he shifted his attention to the spirit tablet standing atop the coffin. The spirit tablet was entirely made of peach wood, carved with cloud patterns, and the patterns were stained with gold paint, yet nothing was written in the center.
Who would worship a spirit tablet with no name written on it?
However, as soon as Su Bai picked it up, he felt something was wrong. This spirit tablet was actually symmetrical on both sides, and the real name was written on the side facing away from the crowd. Just as he flipped the spirit tablet over, Su Bai's expression instantly became somber. On that spirit tablet, in golden letters, it was written.
Wang Jinxin's tablet. Chapter 59.
Standing beside Su Bai, Xiao Lu also saw the horrifying words on the spirit tablet in Su Bai's hands.
Jinxin, look.
He trembled, stuttering as he pointed to that tablet, but waited for a long time without a response.
Jinxin.
Xiao Lu turned to look at Wang Jinxin beside him, but there was no one behind him. The Wang Jinxin who had entered with him was already gone, and in front of the horrifying spirit tablet, there were only the 2 of them.
Suddenly, goosebumps crawled all over his skin.
Just as the 2 were about to exit this spirit hall, the smoke outside suddenly grew thicker. Amidst the thick fog, it felt as if a pair of hands were pushing them, preventing their escape. Seeing this, Su Bai instantly opened the ghost's maze, and it wasn't just a single layer. The ghost bride, ghost actress, and snow woman overlapped in a triple ghost's maze, their endless power like waves, constantly crashing against the smoke, yet they couldn't disperse the smoke wall in the slightest. Instead, this triple ghost maze melted into the smoke like a cow sinking into the sea.
Is it the rule?
Su Bai frowned. It seemed that unless the ghostly beings in this spirit hall were resolved, the area rule would not let him out. Even though Su Bai had the strength to crush most ghostly beings at this moment, he could only comply with such an almost unresolvable means of area rule. Su Bai stared deeply at the coffin and spirit tablet in the spirit hall, lost in thought.
What was going on? What triggered some kind of rule? Resulting in the disappearance of Wang Jinxin?
Just then, the ghostly head coffin, which had been still, began to shake violently.
Bang bang bang.
From within the coffin came the sounds of fierce struggles, and thankfully this coffin was placed directly on the ground, or else such intense shaking would have overturned it long ago.
Cough cough cough.
The dust stirred up by the coffin's shaking caused Xiao Lu to cough. Su Bai said nothing, his body radiating ghostly energy, keeping the dust outside the ghostly barrier. He stared intently at the coffin, or rather, he was fixated on the 9-inch nails on the coffin that were becoming loose with the shaking. After about 2 breaths, the 4 coffin nails actually detached from the coffin, leaving only short stubs still embedded in the coffin board. Su Bai clutched the spirit tablet in one hand and yanked Xiao Lu's collar, retreating swiftly. One corner of the coffin board lifted. The 2 retreated to the door until the white mist concealed their figures. Su Bai looked down at the spirit tablet in his hand. The ghostly energy in the right hand solidified, forming a claw, sharp ghostly armor piercing through the fingertips. Slash! The spirit tablet instantly broke into 3 pieces, but the next second, those 3 pieces miraculously reformed into one. No matter how Su Bai exerted force, crushing it into powder or freezing it with solid ice, it was futile. This spirit tablet seemed to belong to the strange realm, just like the white fog, a creation bound by rules, impossible to destroy. Boom! The shaking of the ghost coffin suddenly stopped, and the corner of the lid that had been lifted flew up, revealing Wang Jinshin sitting up from inside the coffin. Lugu, what happened to you? Wang Jinshin grabbed his hair, looking dazed at the terrified Xiaolu. Su Bai's eyes narrowed, as if deep in thought. Wang Jinshin suddenly realized he was actually in a coffin, and his legs went weak from fear. What's going on? Why am I in a coffin? Lugu, come help me, my legs are weak. Sweat beads the size of soybeans appeared on Wang Jinshin's pale face as his hand trembled against the coffin. Xiaolu stood frozen in place, feeling extremely conflicted. Wang Jinshin's expression did not seem fake at all, and Xiaolu was worried for his safety. But on the other hand, although he appeared calm, his face was deathly pale, and there was a strange lack of light in his eyes, making him look frightening. It wasn't until Su Bai gave him a glance that Xiaolu cautiously stepped forward, glancing back at Su Bai with each step, as if that would give him courage. Reaching the edge of the coffin, he placed a hand on Wang Jinshin's arm and sighed in relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. The two of them struggled to pull Wang Jinshin out of the coffin. Lugu, what's wrong with me? Wang Jinshin showed a face full of tears without crying. He was truly terrified at this moment. I don't know either. As soon as I stepped in, I saw your name on that spirit tablet, and then you vanished. What about you? Do you know what's going on? Wang Jinshin shook his head. I don't know. I just remember we both got startled and ran toward the door, then everything after that is a complete blank. When I opened my eyes, I was in this coffin. Wang Jinshin replied, naturally, clearly unaware of anything. But a strange expression flashed in Su Bai's eyes. Lugu, Sugu, let's get out of here, this place is really eerie. Wang Jinshin, terrified, urgently urged them both. But Xiaolu looked back at the white fog wall and swallowed hard. We can't get out. How is that possible? Didn't we come in easily? Why can't we leave now? Wang Jinshin was astonished, and then he walked over to the fog wall to test it, and indeed it was as he said. It's over, what should we do? My mom is still waiting for me to come home, she specially cooked my favorite pig trotters tonight. Wang Jinshin slumped to the ground, despairingly staring up at the ceiling. It's okay, Jinshin, Sugu will definitely lead us out, right, Sugu? Xiaolu turned to look at Su Bai, his eyes filled with hope. At that moment, Wang Jinshin suddenly asked, by the way, Sugu, I've heard Lugu call you that, but I don't know your name. You seem younger than me. Xiaolu, already sad, opened his lips to reply, but suddenly a sharp pain shot through his jaw. It turned out that Su Bai, who had been standing by the coffin, had instantaneously moved to his side and raised his hand, dislocating his jaw. Sorry. You can't tell him my name. In truth, from the moment Wang Jinshin disappeared, Su Bai had likely guessed the pattern of the killing. He had refrained from making a move just to see what this ghost wanted. Now that the truth was out, there was no need for Su Bai to continue pretending. Immediately, 3 layers of ghostly tricks enveloped Wang Jinshin, who was blocking the door, but strangely, he seemed completely unaffected. It was as if a separate space had appeared, isolating Su Bai's ghostly tricks. The despair on Wang Jinshin's face faded away, replaced by a cold smile. Sugu, what are you doing? Aren't you going to take me out? The snow woman's freeze was ineffective. The ghostly trick was useless. Wang Jinshin watched as he used various tricks, but none of them caused him any harm, so he confidently approached Su Bai, his eyes filled with cunning and ferocity. Come on, tell me your name. Su Bai looked at the Wang Jinshin who had let down his guard, and a smile appeared on his lips. My name is Ghost Bride. Chapter 60. A faint light flashed on the spiritual throne, erasing the original Wang Jinshin seat, replaced by new characters. Ghost Bride. Wang Jinshin suddenly felt a chill behind him, a powerful presence surged forth. A fragrance wafted from behind him, like an orchid in a secluded valley, followed by a clear, crisp voice ringing in his ears like flowing jade. Do you want to know my name? Although it was Eerie, Wang Jinshin, also a ghost, did not feel fear, for ghosts have no emotions and no reason. They only follow the rules to kill, unless. Little Lu stared in shock at the red-dressed female ghost that appeared behind Wang Jinshin. Ever since the ghost coffin appeared, the few ghosts inside him had been suppressed, restlessly warning him of danger around and urging him to leave quickly. But after the ghost bride appeared, it was dead silent inside him. His connection with the ghosts was abruptly severed. If it weren't for being caught up in this eerie event, he would have doubted if he was dreaming. How could there be such powerful ghosts in this world? Su Bai, no, the ghost collector, is this the power of the number one in the entire game? The imposing presence of the ghost bride was something he had never seen before. The ghost bride lay on Wang Jinshin's back, holding him down, making him unable to move. Then her fingernails suddenly elongated, stabbing into his chest, shattering his heart that was already getting cold.
What is your name now?
Wang Jinqin had no words, as Li Hong's blood-soaked hand pulled away from his chest, bringing out some bright red bits of flesh. Then her claws gripped tightly, ripping his head off. Wang Jinqin stared wide-eyed, his lips still curling into a cold smile. Su Bai was still uneasy, so he had the snow woman freeze it in ice, breathing out a mouthful of eerie blue ghostly energy onto the headless corpse, instantly shattering it into countless tiny ice shards.
Is it dead?
At this moment, little Lu had already put his jaw back in place, forcing back the pain to ask Su Bai. Su Bai looked at the scattered pieces of corpses on the ground, the cold smile on Wang Jinqin's face flashing through his mind, making him doubt that things would be this simple. Sure enough, the thick smoke behind them remained, and they still could not leave. Just as Su Bai was about to check the coffin, little Lu pointed at the ground and exclaimed in surprise.
Su, look at the ground.
After what had just happened, little Lu understood that they absolutely should not call out each other's names in this spiritual hall. In the direction he pointed, the frozen pieces of corpses on the ground had sunk directly into the surface. Su Bai tried to grab them, but could only watch helplessly as his hand passed through the fragments. At that moment, the coffin began to shake violently again, as if everything had fallen into a loop. After a moment, Wang Jinqin crawled out of the coffin again, looking at Su Bai with a face full of cold laughter.
What is your name?
Su Bai said nothing, as Li Hong stepped forward and uncovered the veil with both hands. The moment Wang Jinqin saw the face of the ghost bride, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he began to dissipate into vapor. It wasn't until he completely turned into unnoticeable dust in the air that Li Hong finally let down the veil. But she turned around and shook her head at Su Bai. The presence has not disappeared. As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of the coffin shaking echoed once again. Su Bai took out the spirit collection box and the body bag from his backpack, having the ghost bride suppress Wang Jinqin and use the sealing tools on him. The result was obvious, even the game's produced items were ineffective against him. This is a bit difficult. No wonder it's an S-level incident. Can't it be forcefully killed? Is it revival, or restart? Outside, the incense burner emitted swirling smoke, the wall of fog thickening, gradually spreading into the morning hall. Each time Wang Jinqin was killed, more smoke seeped in. And whether it was freezing or suppression, after a certain period, that ghost would automatically dissipate, and everything would start over. Gradually, the morning hall became filled with thick fog, the smoke coiling like white snakes around Su Bai's ghostly body, constantly suppressing him. But fortunately, once the white mist touched the ghostly bride's body, it recoiled in fear, as if a rat saw a cat. That's why they were not found by the white mist. But this way, it was not a solution at all. The white mist grew thicker, nearly filling the entire morning hall. Although Li Shang's ghostly energy could fend it off, it was continuously consuming ghostly power, which couldn't be replenished. Su Bai experimented with many methods on Wang Jinqin, but could not stop this vicious cycle of revival. It seemed the problem was not with the terrifying ghost possessing Wang Jinqin. Su Bai turned his gaze to the ghostly coffin standing still. It seemed that was the only answer. Su Bai knew the 9-inch nail had the effect of suppressing fully revived ghosts, but why could Wang Jinqin escape this suppression? Clearly, from his feelings, the ghost did not seem particularly strong. Unless, this coffin nail was not meant to suppress it at all. Su Bai grasped the key, immediately urging all the power of the Snow Lady to freeze Wang Jinqin, who had revived once more. He commanded internally, and Li Shang slowly approached the ghostly coffin. At that moment, within the ice, Wang Jinqin's face changed dramatically, struggling desperately to break free from the icy ghostly confinement. Seeing this reaction, Su Bai was even more convinced of his guess. Li Shang quickened his pace, arriving in front of the ghostly coffin, opening his beautiful palm, a large chestnut red horse stretching its body from the ghostly energy. As that red horse lifted its front hooves high and slammed them down, Wang Jinqin's face changed drastically. He let out a painful howl, as if his bones were instantaneously pulled away, and his flesh fell to the ground, revealing a ghost inside that was entirely transparent, with no discernible features. On the ground, Wang Jinqin's flesh was like a garment, and the evil ghost inside was the one wearing that garment. The surrounding ghost mist also painfully retreated, the wall of fog visibly thinning, soon retreating into the incense burner and disappearing. Little Lu stared in shock at the scene before him, not expecting that this coffin was actually the real evil ghost. Everything around was caused by it. As the ghost mist dispersed, the bloody, rotten dry air surged in. Little Lu found himself greedily and hungrily inhaling it. Though it was disgusting, it represented the taste of freedom and survival from death. Su Bai held the transparent evil ghost trapped in ice and teleported to behind the ghostly bride, pulling out a coffin nail tightly inserted in the corners of the ghostly coffin. At the same time, he released the freeze and swiftly pressed the ghost down onto the bronze coffin lid, raising the 9-inch nail high and driving it fiercely into its face. Bang! The immense force drove it deep into the wood, pinning this transparent evil ghost to the coffin lid. The evil ghost struggled continuously, but the bronze nail lit up, and mysterious power flowed down from its head. Before long, that evil ghost lost the strength to struggle, its breath gradually dissipating. The damned cycle was completely shattered.
Chapter 61.
Although the evil ghost was dealt with, this instance had not yet been broken. As long as the source ghost, the ghostly coffin, had not been killed, then this incident would continue to exist, that is, the rule of killing one person every 10 minutes still held. Su Bai was still unsure what principle this killing rule followed, so the longer he stayed here,
the danger grows.
The level of the ghost head coffin seems very high. Under the suppression of 4 9-inch nails, even with a full force strike, Li Shang only left a shallow dent on the coffin lid.
And that dent is slowly healing. Su Bai thought for a moment and took down one coffin nail.
According to past information, the skilled player from Kyoto who solved the instance only took one. If he took more, Su Bai feared something might go wrong. Moreover, based on the power of the ghost head coffin, Su Bai roughly estimated that at least 3 nails would be needed for suppression.
If even one was missing, there could be a possibility of full revival.
Greed is a snake swallowing an elephant, it is the greatest taboo in Eerie events, and Su Bai would certainly not make such a low-level mistake. After taking down a 9-inch nail, the ghost head coffin returned to its original state. Su Bai firmly nailed the remaining 3 nails into the coffin board and then turned to pick up the spirit tablet on the ground. Although he didn't know what purpose the spirit tablet served, it was definitely not an ordinary item.
Following the principle of not turning down something for free, Su Bai took out a body bag from his backpack and placed it inside. This time it didn't fail, the faint connection lingering between the coffin and the spirit tablet was completely severed. After doing all this, Su Bai turned around and walked out, and Xiao Lu hurriedly followed. Is it solved?
Xiao Lu asked Su Bai in a state of panic. Su Bai shook his head and pointed to the coffin inside, saying,
"That thing is the source, it can't be killed for now."
Xiao Lu was startled.
Then what should we do? How do we get out?
He didn't expect that after one calamity, there would be another. Although the evil spirit was dealt with, the people in this Eerie event still could not be saved. For a moment, despair filled the air, even Su Bai said there was no way to deal with the ghost, so probably no one could help. You must know, he is the top player in the whole server for collecting female ghosts.
It's over, it's all over.
Xiao Lu despaired as he sat on the ground, looking up at the empty, pitch-black sky.
Could he really be stuck here until death? Damn Eerie game. What do you mean it's over? Su Bai glanced at him. It's just that we can't kill this thing, not that we can't get out.
Hearing this, Xiao Lu jumped up from the ground, his eyes reigniting with hope.
You mean we have a way out? Su Bai nodded.
In fact, he initially thought solving this event required killing the source ghost, but what happened when he attacked the ghost head coffin changed his perspective. It seems getting out of this ghostly place isn't that troublesome.
Lift that one up.
Su Bai pointed to one of the incense burners standing at the door.
Ha!
Xiao Lu looked at the incense burner, feeling confused, wondering what it had to do with getting out. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. But since Su Bai said so, there must be a reason. He immediately infused his ghostly power, enhancing his strength, and walked over to lift the incense burner. When the fog wall appeared just now, the operation of the ghostly power was almost identical to the air wall blocking our way out. When the mist wrapped around my ghostly trap, I could clearly feel it eating away at my ghostly trap. As Su Bai walked, he explained to Xiao Lu, since the danger was mostly eliminated, he was willing to share more. Actually, in a certain sense, you can think of these Eerie areas as a special kind of ghostly trap. That's how I was able to tear apart the illusion with my own ghostly trap to bring you out before.
I prefer to call these special ghostly traps absolute tombs. Absolute tombs?
Xiao Lu repeated the term. It was a name passed down from Kyoto in his past life, but Su Bai felt it was very fitting. Absolute means the end of life, tomb is the place of burial. Survivors entering these places are as if they've entered a grave, cutting off all life and burying themselves here. The strength of this absolute tomb is such that even my ghostly trap cannot break through.
But this incense tripod is different.
It belongs to this cursed grave itself. Once we find a way to activate it, we can open a portal to the outside world.
Su Bai continued speaking. So how do we activate it?
Little Lu was confused, but Su Bai just smiled and said nothing. The two walked back, encountering no more survivors along the way. Clearly, the few remaining police had used some method to gather them all together.
Su Bai couldn't be bothered with them.
The lives and deaths of these survivors had nothing to do with him. If it weren't for Zhao Sun's promise, he might have just teleported away with the incense tripod by now. After all, as long as the cursed grave killed all the people, it would leave on its own. With little Lu carrying the incense tripod, it took them a while to return to the previous entrance, and indeed, there were over 1,000 people waiting there. Naturally, the number of people in an entire community was far more than this, but whether it was ghostly servants or evil spirits in the cursed grave, they had killed mercilessly in just 10 hours. That only these people remained was already considered very lucky.
Seeing the crowd, little Lu couldn't help but speed up his pace. Throughout this journey, he seemed reckless but was the sharpest among those police officers. Despite Su Bai revealing so much, only he figured out his identity. And his luck was not bad. Such a person is the one suited to survive in the new world, and Su Bai was willing to give him a few pointers. In the future, whatever you do, think it through. Some things are better left undone, otherwise, you will die quickly. But little Lu stubbornly said, I'm not afraid of death. I will work hard to become strong, just like you, guarding City A. Su Bai thought for a moment, then offered a reminder. To guard, you first must survive. Only by staying alive can you save more people. Dying for 1 or 2 people will lead to the death of more when the crisis in City A arrives. Su Bai was alluding to the past events at the cemetery, which had severely weakened the strength of the entire branch. Though they later replenished personnel from the community, ultimately, they were all killed by the White-Eye Ghost Princess. It was because of this that Su Buki and Su Yisheng, a pair of treacherous father and son, dominated City A. Although Su Bai had resolved these matters in advance, if they continued to maintain the old world mindset, their destruction was destined. Little Lu nodded, didn't answer, but didn't deny it either. The two arrived in the crowd, and little Lu set down the incense tripod. Su Bai let Li Xiang summon the red horse that kicked the coffin apart. As soon as the red horse appeared, the smoke in the incense tripod actually trembled. Su Bai pointed to the transparent wall and then to the reddish-brown horse beside the incense tripod. The meaning was crystal clear. The horse snorted, and the smoke with spirit obediently rushed towards the transparent wall, beginning to devour it. Before long, a portal opened. Chapter 62. Of the 8 people who entered with Su Bai, only 3 survived, with little Lu being one of them. The director also died, ultimately falling at the hands of a ghostly child. Little Lu said that the director had a son who was kidnapped by human traffickers at the age of 5 because he didn't go to kindergarten on time while carrying out a task. Before dying, he instructed that all his compensation be given to that little police officer's mother, to build her a big house. When all the survivors came out from the grave of the living dead, the day had fully brightened. Su Bai and the others had been inside for 3 full hours. As the last survivor exited, the cursed grave gradually became transparent and illusory. Su Bai knew that this was not disappearing, but that the people in the cursed grave had all died, and it was moving to another place. As for where it was moving, only those bones in the cursed grave knew. Su Bai originally wanted to bring out the sentient incense tripod for research, but when trying to take it out, I found that the smoke could only exist within this area. Once taken out, it vanished without a trace. And that fragrant tripod was limited by rules, unable to be brought out. Neither the spirit collection box nor the corpse wrapping bag worked. Su Bai could only give up. After the absolute tomb disappeared, the community returned to its original state, but the dead could only forever remain in memory. Some were in grief, some felt relieved. As the savior and sole beneficiary of the entire event, Su Bai watched coldly the various aspects of life. In his past life, Su Bai had experienced too many partings and deaths, even having gone through quite a few himself. The friends who were laughing and chatting one second were gone the next, had become a norm. All he could do was to try his best to protect the people he cared about. With the event resolved, the directives from above were issued rapidly as if prepared in advance. Except for Xiao Lu, the other 2 police checks and those who stayed outside were left at Zhao Sun's division. Due to the significant contributions of this incident, and to consolidate power, the higher-ups specifically ordered the various special event divisions in City A to merge into the City A Ghost Exorcist Bureau, with Zhao Sun appointed as deputy director. Inside the former City A division, Su Bai sat opposite Zhao Sun. Officer Zhao, you should be called Director Zhao now. If this were before the apocalypse, I would be quite happy, but now it only adds a burden on my shoulders. Su Bai nodded. Indeed, but there's something I still want to say to you, Director Zhao. Please speak. Zhao Sun gestured for Su Bai to continue. You've seen what happened this time. If it weren't for my intervention, you all might have faced total annihilation inside. Don't think this is just a coincidence. There won't be fewer such absolute tombs in the future, and you know your subordinates' abilities are lacking. Some matters, I hope Director Zhao can evaluate wisely. After all, as long as you are alive, there is hope for City A. Su Bai spoke sincerely. These words came from his heart. If it weren't for the downfall of the Special Event Bureau in his past life, how could City A have fallen, leading to such tragic events as the entire city fleeing? In this life, Su Bai only wanted to stay in this familiar place, to take care of the people around him, which was why he said such things to Zhao Sun. After a moment of silence, Zhao Sun finally spoke. Us people, since we eat this rice, we are destined to sacrifice for this city. Su Bai shook his head. He said all he could. Whether Zhao Sun listened or not was beyond his control. Everyone has their own ambitions, so he said no more. But deep down, he reminded himself to stay away from being a martyr. Zhao Sun pushed a cup of tea in front of Su Bai and then forced a smile. Student Su, I'm a few years older than you, so let me call you Brother Su. Thank you for this incident. It's nothing. Su Bai was not being polite. After all, he had only come for the 9-inch nail, and saving people was merely a trade for him to inquire about Ling Ruoyao's whereabouts. Solving this absolute tomb, Brother Su, you played an indispensable role. The higher-ups decided to personally commend you and hope you can also serve as the deputy director of the City Ghost Exorcist Bureau. I've struggled for so many years to reach this position, and you're jumping right to the top. Hearing this hypocritical rhetoric, Su Bai sneered. Deputy director? I fear it's to become your emergency fireman, rushing to fill the gaps where it's most dangerous, right? Brother Su, you're speaking nonsense. I'd like to fill in, but I just don't have that qualification. Zhao Sun's eyes widened, sincerity etched on his face, but Su Bai was not swayed, coldly retorting. Should I thank you then, for giving me the chance to go die? Zhao Sun put away his false smile and said seriously. You're just too cautious. People like you, the country won't let anything happen to you. Su Bai nodded, knowing what Zhao said might be true. His current strength was among the best in the country. But he was used to being alone. Using my life to save a stranger I don't know, sorry, he can't do it. Whatever, I don't care about rewards, I just need to handle my own business. With you here, that's enough. Su Bai firmly refused, and Zhao Sun did not say anything more. Facing someone like Su Bai, they couldn't force him. The person giving you the reward is coming from above, already on the way, and he is very interested in your ghost candle. Su Bai frowned, not expecting Zhao Sun to have handed over the ghost candle that saved his life. Su Bai nodded, indicating that it would be fine, just call in when they arrive. Although he looked down on the position of deputy director, it was still somewhat necessary to deal with officials, otherwise, he wouldn't be in Zhao Sun's office now. At least like this incident, if he could find important props from the official files matching his memory, he could take the lead. By the way, don't forget what you promised me, inform me at the first instance when you have news. After emphasizing Ling Ruoyao's matter, Su Bai suddenly teleported away, leaving Zhao Sun staring blankly at his empty desk. Being able to teleport is really convenient. What happened to the snacks I bought for my niece? Returning to the villa, Aunt Wu had already prepared breakfast, waiting for Su Bai to come back. On the street, many homeless people were begging for help. Their homes had either been occupied by the dead or destroyed by wandering ghosts. Caution tapes cut through the once-wide bustling market, fragmenting it into peculiar areas, almost every kilometer having one. Some people had entirely abandoned ethics and morals, centuries of cherished qualities vanished, looting various shops wantonly. But thankfully, it wasn't long before armed city defense took over the streets, enforcing martial law. What's special, however, is that every neighborhood had people in special uniforms moving among them, visiting each home. Su Bai's community also had such people. He knew they were from the Ghost Catcher Division, specifically coming to recruit civilian ghost catchers. Chapter 63. Everyone sighed in relief upon seeing Su Bai return, their anxious hearts finally settled. Brother Su Bai, you disappeared this morning, you really worried me to death. Little Shi Huai had regained her vitality after recovering. Su Bai rubbed her little face, comforting her. It's okay, Shi Huai, I just went out for a morning exercise, see, I'm back quickly. Brother even brought you this. As he said this, Su Bai magically pulled out a bag of snacks from his backpack and handed it to little Shi Huai. He had picked it up from Zhao Sun's office. Yao Ningxin beside her wanted to say something but opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Alright, don't worry about it, let's eat quickly. After comforting everyone, Su Bai suddenly saw the white-eyed ghost princess blinking, showing a sweet smile like Shi Huai. This guy seems to treat me as a familiar now? Forgot who pressed her down with a big red flower, huh? Everyone sat together for a meal, and Su Bai briefly explained the current situation. As the news said, this is now a new world of strange occurrences, with fierce ghosts rampaging outside. It is very dangerous. He instructed everyone to stay indoors during this time. At home, he would leave some props to ensure their safety at least against wandering fierce ghosts. He set up 10 ghost candles in the house, all equipped with windproof lighters. If they found problems, they should light them immediately and not hold back. Even if they lit one by mistake, it would be okay, he could always replace it. After all, he had plenty of these things. As for the white-eyed ghost princess, Su Bai was uncertain if she would protect everyone since she wasn't a conventional game ghost. He still had some worries. Except for Yao Ningxin, everyone present. No one had ever seen Su Bai's powers, so they were skeptical about what he said. To prove it, Su Bai picked up a bottle of cola from the table, and his right hand instantly turned covered in brilliant blue frost, making the cola become icy cold. Xiao Shi drank the icy cola, her eyes filled with shock. Brother Su Bai has turned into a superhero. Everyone burst out laughing. After a while, Zhao Sun's call came in. Brother Su, our people went to check, and the girl you were looking for is not home. The surveillance footage showed she left after 10 last night. Su Bai was startled. Could something really have happened? Even 3 S-class ghosts can't handle it? Director Zhao, I need to trouble you to continue checking. This person must be found. Su Bai frowned. Where could Ling Ruoyao have gone? He had clearly instructed her to be home after 12. Okay, this is our specialty, just wait for our news with peace of mind. Zhao Sun assured him, and Su Bai no longer felt troubled, leaving the search to them. Even if he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. In his previous life, he heard about tools that could locate people, but those were just rumors. So Brother Su, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up? Zhao Sun looked at the pile of ghost handler files in front of him, feeling overwhelmed. By the way, please tell the people below not to hang around near my house, there are kids at home, and they might get scared. Su Bai said politely, hinting that Zhao Sun should relocate the ghost handlers near his home. He didn't want to be disturbed. Sure, I'll mention it to them. Su Bai hung up the phone and returned to his room. Taking advantage of the internet still working, Su Bai went online to look at the news. Not only in Long Country, but almost all countries were frantically reporting strange events and ghost handlers. Strange events in various places had caused significant casualties, and even a number of ghost handlers had misused their powers to do evil. But Su Bai knew that these were just minor issues in the early stages of the apocalypse. Ghost handlers from various countries would quickly suppress the strange events that erupted everywhere, allowing everyone to live a false sense of normal life, but vengeful spirits couldn't be exterminated, and strange events continued to descend. Until, it can no longer be suppressed completely. And the identity of the ghost handlers began to surpass all others. At that time, it would be the true apocalypse. Once the community check was almost complete, Su Bai grabbed a bag and went to the neighbor's house. Su Bai transferred 50,000 yuan, indicating that he wanted to rent his car for a while. The neighbor's car was a large SUV, much more comfortable to drive than the broken van Su Feng had found for him. The neighbor still remembered the terrifying scene of Su Bai glowing red all over last night. How could he dare to refuse? Finally, Su Bai called Zhao Sun and asked his people to remember his license plate and let him through if they saw it. Zhao Sun was sitting in his office looking at Su Bai's file when he casually passed the word down. Su Bai. Su Bai. Muttering Su Bai's name, a bloody scene of Su Bai's ghost realm floated in his mind. Due to the bridal ghost's strong power, his ghost realm appeared red, and as for the bridal sedan and red horses in the ghost realm, Su Bai usually didn't need to manifest them. After thinking for a moment, he added 2 words in front of Su Bai's name. A city ghost handler, blood red ghost realm Su Bai. With this special note, he ensured clarity. Su Bai was naturally allowed to pass on his way, with no obstacles. This trip, Su Bai was going to arrange for the community Su Feng prepared, to find the ghost handlers from his guild. Before the apocalypse, Su Feng had brought those trustworthy core members from the guild to manage the community full-time, with salaries coming from the funds Su Bai provided to Su Feng. And on the night the strange events descended, Su Bai had gathered them all at that community. At this moment, Su Bai naturally wanted to bring those people to his side, the forces he had painstakingly built up. It can't be scattered aimlessly. On the way, Su Feng's call came in. Boss, are you on your way? You need to hurry, the brothers have clashed with someone. Su Bai frowned. How could his people clash with anyone? Who? I don't know, boss. These people are wearing uniforms and say they are from the A City Ghost Handler Bureau. How could they be involved with them? Su Bai frowned. Could it be that they fought with Zhao Sun's people? It's hard to say clearly over the phone. Just hurry and come, boss. Okay, I'll be there soon. In an urgent situation, Su Bai didn't drive slowly anymore. If he wasted some ghost power, so be it. Immediately, the ghost cloak unfolded, wrapping the entire off-road vehicle, and he activated teleportation. After teleporting about 20 times, Su Bai's ghost power dropped by almost half. Only then did he arrive at the neighborhood. At this moment, the entrance of the independent building was filled with personnel from the City Ghost Handler Bureau, with some wearing bulletproof vests and armed city defense teams around the perimeter, and a few wearing tactical jackets closer inside. Ghost handlers. Moreover, inside the building, many ghost handlers' auras could be felt, at least dozens of them. Su Bai thought for a moment and then stepped inside. He wanted to see why the Ghost Handler Bureau was making a move against his people. At that moment, a ghost handler pressed a hand on Su Bai's shoulder and shouted loudly, "Stop!" A shrug of his shoulders sent ghost energy piercing like needles into the man's palm, causing him to feel a sharp pain and quickly retract his hand. My name is Su Bai. Su Bai? The armed leader beside him was greatly surprised upon hearing the name and quickly pulled back the reckless ghost handler. Blood red ghost cloak Su Bai? Su Bai nodded. It seemed Zhao Sun had conveyed the message well. In such a short time, they even had a code name ready? The Bureau assigned different code names based on each ghost handler's characteristics for distinction, also aiding in file management. In his previous life, he was known as Ghost Hair Su Bai, and the term Ghost Hair came from Sadako. He immediately sheathed his weapon and gave a serious salute in front of Su Bai. A ghost handler approached with some excitement, looking at Su Bai. This person had survived the previous night and knew Su Bai was powerful. He complimented Su Bai a couple of times and then led him inside. What's going on here? Su Bai asked.
The ghost handler thought Su Bai was invited by Zhao Sun to solve the issue, and began to explain everything in detail. The higher-ups want us to recruit civilian ghost handlers, but the more formidable ones in a city have been taken by a union. Later, we found out the main manager of this union is called Su Feng, so we followed the trail and arrived here.
Su Bai nodded. Su Feng's connections spanned the entire gaming circle, and he often appeared as his spokesperson, making it easy to trace his identity for anyone with a bit of influence.
But it was unavoidable. Su Bai needed someone like him to help manage things. The boss places great importance on the members of this union, so he sent us to see if we could recruit them.
You guys doing this, will the boss agree? Su Bai also wanted to know what they were really thinking. After all, the #1 player in the game dared to offend?
There's no choice, this union has gathered over 50 players, and almost all have 5A grade ghost monsters.
The director takes it very seriously and insists we must recruit them back.
I feel like the director has made a mistake this time. Their president is the ghost collector.
Su Bai smiled and switched the topic. Your director takes it seriously? Zhao Sun is so bold, daring to provoke even the #1 in the entire game? It's not Director Zhao, it's the main director. Su Bai was taken aback. When did a main director come, and why didn't he know?
Where did this main director pop out from? I don't know much, I only know his last name is He, sent from Kyoto.
After saying this, the ghost handler turned around to look behind him, confirming no one was there before leaning closer to Su Bai's ear and whispering, "It seems to be related to you, brother Su." Su Bai frowned. Was it because of him?
Thanks, brother, I'll buy you a drink when I have the chance. Su Bai politely patted his shoulder.
Ding dong.
The elevator door opened, and the two entered, going straight up to the 23rd floor. The entire 23rd floor was rented by Su Bai, combining 4 units, otherwise, it would be too crowded for the more than 50 people.
What are you doing?
I said I wouldn't go with you.
Do you want to force me?
Miss Lee, don't make it hard for us.
Joining our branch would be nothing but good.
Bullshit.
Hurry up and let us leave, otherwise, I will make sure none of you can handle it.
And you guys, a bunch of traitors. As soon as they reached the door, the quarrel began. The Onmyoji accompanying Su Bai looked a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Su Bai. After all, family scandals shouldn't be aired, and these people were a bit shameful in his eyes. But being in his position, he couldn't change the superior's decision. Su Bai had no expression on his face, but his eyes had turned somewhat cold. He stepped inside. This unwanted guest suddenly drew everyone's attention, and the argument stopped as they all looked at him. This is the Onmyoji Su Bai, who solved the issue at Jinsha community. The Onmyoji who followed him introduced, and then the 10 or so official Onmyojis in the room stiffened, bowing in unison. Although the superior's award hadn't arrived yet, Su Bai's name had already spread throughout the branch.
Almost everyone knew he was an extremely powerful Onmyoji.
Su Bai also scanned the room scene. A dozen Onmyojis in official uniforms, plus some familiar faces, were tightly surrounding 4 people. These familiar faces were naturally members of Su Bai's old guild, and it looked like they were determined to side with the officials. It turned out they couldn't be trusted. Su Bai sighed but was not surprised. He had long predicted this scene. Although he was the #1 player in the whole server, in their hearts, they were still limited by the old world's mindset, always thinking that an individual could never compare to the machinery of the state. Moreover, countless people in the old world were eager to get that government job. This was a hard-earned opportunity they didn't want to miss. Apart from the 4 surrounded people, there were also a dozen members sitting aside, wavering. Under everyone's gaze, Su Bai spoke up. I know the situation clearly. With me here, no one can force you. Those who want to join the branch may join, and as for those who want to leave, no one can stop you. But a leading Onmyoji looked troubled, wanting to argue. Su Bai suddenly exuded a powerful aura. Everyone felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. If they resisted, they would be killed in an instant. All fell silent, except for Su Feng, whose eyes flashed with joy. As someone who had known Su Bai the longest and often spoke with him, he recognized him the moment Su Bai opened his mouth. Moments later, the wavering Onmyojis chose to join the branch. Their hesitation was merely to see if the ghost collector could indeed stand against the officials. But after waiting so long and still not seeing him, they assumed that Su Bai had backed down. Su Bai didn't care about such people leaving. What he needed were those who would steadfastly stand by his side. After glancing at the 4 who were still insisting, including Su Feng, Su Bai nodded. Then his face showed a flow of oil paint, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a broken mask painted with a warrior's face. Since Su Bai had withdrawn the mask from the game, he had kept it on his face to hide his aura, but since it was unnecessary, he had chosen to keep it hidden. At this moment, revealing it shocked everyone present. All the Onmyojis were players, so how could they not recognize this unique image? Except for that lone female ghost collector. Who else could it be? Wait, he's the ghost collector. Does that mean we are digging into his territory? The official ghost tamers were shocked, cold sweat pouring down. while the traitors were equally filled with fear and deep regret. Who would have thought that their own leader was someone even the officials respected? The most excited were the 4 people present. Aside from the chubby Su Feng, who had a look of I knew it, the 3 girls were overjoyed. The leader indeed came to fetch us. With a glance at the traitors, Su Bai snorted coldly, as if reminding them who had brought them to this point today. Then he turned to the official ghost tamers. I'm taking the people away. Tell Zhao Sun, the ghost collector is Guishu Su Bai. Perhaps, he had already guessed it. The blood-red Guishu opened and wrapped around the 4, instantly teleporting away, leaving the crowd in mixed feelings. Chapter 65. Boss. In the car, Su Feng hesitantly opened his mouth. Su Bai knew what he wanted to say. In life, profit comes first, and it wasn't Su Feng's fault. After all, those people wanted to leave, and he couldn't stop them. No need for explanation, I can understand. Su Feng nodded, feeling a bit moved. Not only did Su Bai truly stand up for them against the officials, but he also didn't blame him. This boss is truly a good choice. Su Bai glanced at the rearview mirror. He was somewhat surprised by the 3 girls sitting in the back seat. Sitting in the middle was a girl in a black sweatshirt and white short skirt, with ponytails. Su Bai recognized her. Her name was Li Jai. Her strength was considered strong in the guild, always full of energy, and she was the loudest during guild battles, urging everyone on. To her left was her best friend. If Su Bai had to use one word to describe her, it would be big. If he needed to add something, it would be youthful and busty. The girl's name was Lin Tianjin. True to her name, she was really innocent and cute, always messing around with Li Jai. As for the one on the far right, she was a muscular girl. Though good-looking, Su Bai was surprised at how a girl could train to have such exaggerated muscles. She resembled a strong Barbie. To be honest, once you got used to it, it gave a sense of security. Su Bai didn't have a deep impression of her, only learning from her introduction that her name was Zuamala, and she was Mongolian. Su Bai drove the car to a warehouse. Inside were the supplies prepared by Ling Ruoyao, and behind the warehouse was the accommodation area. The accommodation area had various facilities fully equipped. After temporarily settling the 4, Su Bai gave a few instructions and stepped out of the warehouse to prepare to return. As he approached the off-road vehicle, a black sedan unexpectedly parked beside it. A middle-aged man with a broad smile came down from the car, followed closely by Zhao Sun. After getting out of the car, the 2 walked towards Su Bai, and did not bring anyone else. Su Bai frowned, thinking the 2 might be looking for trouble because he took away the 4. Brother Su, you really make it hard for us to track you down. If it weren't for the people below saying they saw your car here, I would have had to block your house. Let me introduce you, this is Director Wang from Kyoto, here specially to commend you. Su Bai looked at the smiling director. The aura of the ghost tamer on him was so obvious that it was hard not to notice. Brother Bai, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Sun is not good with words. I'm Wang Su, just call me Xiao Wang. Calling me Director Wang feels too distant. Director Wang pushed Zhao Sun aside, eagerly rushing up and grabbing Su Bai's right hand to shake it vigorously. At first, Su Bai felt displeased by this director's actions, but as the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. He couldn't make a fuss at this moment. Director Wang's hands were somewhat cold, and Su Bai felt a unique ghostly aura within them. Ghost hand Wang Su? Su Bai had indeed heard of a person like this in his past life. It was said he was a postnatal ghost tamer. In 2 days, the posthumous demon controllers will emerge, those who, after the arrival of the strange game, have been possessed by demons. Little Pawai was in this situation in her previous life, but she did not manage to suppress the demons. Those who successfully suppress them become posthumous demon controllers. Perhaps because the demons are more awakened, the strength of posthumous demon controllers is quite strong, but they have a fatal flaw compared to players. They can only contract one demon forever. Nice to meet you. Su Bai nodded. Brother Bai, it was wrong of me to snatch people. The small thing is an apology, a token of respect. Wang Su took a box from Zhao Sun's hands and handed it to Su Bai. Su Bai received it, and with just a sense, he understood that inside were 10 kilograms of gold bars. In the late apocalypse, paper money was completely useless. Besides bartering, the only thing that could be used as a medium of exchange was gold bars. Though he accepted the gold bars, Su Bai felt uneasy. This guy clearly looked like a cunning man, and such a person was much harder to deal with than Zhao Sun. Sure enough, the next moment, Wang Su opened his mouth and said, Brother Bai, the higher-ups have placed great importance on your heroic actions this time and specially sent me to reward you. As he spoke, his expression became serious. In recognition of Su Bai's outstanding contribution to the S-level incident Grave of the Living Dead, we hereby award you the Silver Star Medal. Additionally, Su Bai is appointed as the Deputy Director of the A City Demon Controller Branch. A medal carved with 5 silver stars was handed to Su Bai. The Star Moon Series medals of Long Country represent not only honor but also a kind of authority. The Silver Star Medal signifies that Su Bai can view the information of all Silver Star level and below demon controllers in a city and can also have priority access to headquarters research results. This reward is indeed significant even for Su Bai. Su Bai knew that aside from replicated demon candles, there are also red demon candles, demon finger bones, demon nails, and so on, all of which are outstanding research results from headquarters. Thank you for the generous gift, but Director Wang, I am too young for this appointment and may not be able to take on this responsibility. Su Bai put away the medal and refused. He had already explained his reasons to Zhao Sun once, so he didn't want to say much more. Brother Bai, with great power comes great responsibility, you must come help me. You saw, my subordinates are all useless, I really can't trust them with a city. Only you, Brother Bai, can protect a city. You wouldn't want to see the place where you grew up fall into the hands of demons, right? Wang's acting skills completely overshadowed those of any young celebrity. He started crying, his face a mess as he played the emotional card with Su Bai. But Su Bai remained unmoved, regardless of what he said, it was still one word, no. After crying for a while, Wang Su wiped his tears. He leaned closer to Su Bai's ear. 500? Su Bai shook his head and replied. 1,000. Wang Su showed an utterly shocked expression, retreating several steps while making a gesture with his hand to indicate an 8. Impossible, at most 800. Su Bai frowned. 1,005. Wang Su gritted his teeth. 900, I really can't offer more, this is the most I can promise. I need to go back and discuss. Zhao Sun watched as the two suddenly began bargaining, looking completely bewildered, not understanding what they were talking about. You guys? Shut up. Su Bai and Wang Su replied in unison. Of course, they were talking about gold. Brother Bai, this is really all there is. Besides, the last time you took things from the graveyard, we did not pursue it, the demon place has already run off to the northwest again. Seeing Su Bai still hesitating, Wang Su had to add more. Afterwards, all global demon intelligence will be shared with you. This truly was the best deal the higher-ups could offer. If Su Bai was still not satisfied, Wang Su had no way to change it. Su Bai also understood this, and after thinking for a while, he proposed a condition. For the position in the branch, I won't follow your orders. No, you must ensure the safety of the branch. Su Bai shook his head, if necessary, I will. Save your lives. Deal. Chapter 66. Wang Su readily agreed, but it made Su Bai feel like he had fallen into a trap. But in fact, Wang Su's thoughts were quite simple, the task given by the higher-ups was just to have him join. As long as he joined, everything else could be discussed slowly. 900 kilograms of gold, plus valuable ghost data, these were things Su Bai found hard to obtain. If he could trade just to save 2 lives, he was more than willing to agree. After all, he was just holding a title, and if he really encountered trouble he couldn't solve, he could just run. On the other side, at the headquarters in Kyoto, Deputy Minister Sun Chang and team leader Lu Qi immediately received the news of Su Bai's agreement to join, and were overjoyed. To recruit a national treasure-level general like Su Bai was enough for them to celebrate. The reason they spent such a heavy price to bring Su Bai into the national team was all because of the ticking clock in front of them. In the following days, apart from Su Bai registering at the headquarters, everything passed in peace, and Wang Su sincerely delivered the gold bars to his home, without assigning him any work. But a phone call that had been awaited for a long time broke this calm. The person you want to find, we've tracked down. Zhao Sun's voice came from the phone. Where? Su Bai's tone became serious and somewhat worried. According to the city's surveillance that night, the last location we saw that car was at Fulong Bay Bridge, and the subsequent footage did not capture the car leaving. That place is a pre-existing cursed burial ground. Su Bai knew about Fulong Bay Bridge, it was the main route to the neighboring city, but he had never heard of this incident. It seemed the ghost cracks had been disturbed, rebirth truly moved everything, and he had to be cautious in his future actions, not relying solely on memories from his past life. After pondering for a moment, Su Bai drove to the warehouse to pick up Su Feng. Su Feng had an A-rank multi-eyed ghost, capable of seeing through illusions and affecting judgments, which was very beneficial for exploring the unknown cursed burial ground. At the same time, another S-rank ghost, the Hellfire Demon, gave him the ability to control flames, allowing him to protect himself in battle. After taking office, Su Bai's license plate was the best pass. In a city, no matter where he went, it was all green lights and no one dared to block the superior. In about half an hour, Su Bai rushed from the warehouse in the west of the city to Fulong Bay Bridge in the north. The scene had already been cordoned off, and several ghost taming teams surrounded the cursed burial ground. The ghost taming teams were optimally arranged by the headquarters think tank after analysis, with ghost tamers assigned based on the strongest ghost's abilities. The ghost tamers were divided into close combat, support, control, long range, healing types, etc. Then, based on different type combinations, it ensured that each team had relatively comprehensive abilities. Su Feng looked at the teams and felt quite uncomfortable, as 1/3 of them were people from his former guild, now dispersed among the teams. Seeing the ghostly shadows hovering around them, Su Feng showed disdain. These people's A-rank ghosts were all rewards that Su Bai's guild fought hard for, a bunch of ungrateful souls. Forget it, these guys aren't worth it, only through the flow of time can true gold be seen. Su Bai patted Su Feng's shoulder, and the two walked forward. Zhao Sun, accompanied by 3 former members of Su Bai's guild, walked over. These are the personnel assigned to follow you by the branch. Their ghost abilities are relatively comprehensive, including output, control, and recovery. They shouldn't hold you back. Su Feng glanced at the deputy director, whose position was the same as his boss's, and retorted sourly. Do you need to say that? Those ghosts were all chosen by my boss for them. As soon as these words came out, the 3 members lowered their heads in shame. After all, Su Feng spoke only the truth. No need, Su Feng is enough. Su Bai said this and turned to leave. Traitors are unworthy. Su Feng added and quickly caught up with Su Bai's pace. The small team around was actually quite far from the entrance of the bridge, all afraid of this road to nowhere, this deadly grave. Previously, 2 or 3 teams were forced in, but none were seen coming out. Looking at Su Bai, who walked in alone without any hesitation, they could not help but swallow hard. Is he really not afraid at all? As he stepped onto the bridge, this place did not differ much from the outside. Everywhere were broken, discarded cars, and bodies lay sprawled on the ground. But the once short bridge now had no visible end, with mist rising from the river below, obstructing the view. Su Bai did not feel the presence of ghosts, but from the strength of the barrier at the entrance of the bridge, he judged that their power would not be too strong. Therefore, Su Bai did not intend to consider any rules of killing, only hoping the vengeful spirits would come quickly. Whatever means he used, he would break through. Finding Ling Ruoyo as soon as possible was the most important thing. After walking for a while, Su Bai stopped and pointed in a direction. Old Su, look over there, I sense several presences of ghost controllers. Su Feng activated his ghost power, and the skin beneath his eyes split open, revealing 2 more eyes that appeared out of thin air, their pupils shrinking into rectangles. He could see through. His gaze penetrated through the mist and wreckage, like having a 1,000-mile sight plus X-ray vision, instantly spotting 2 ghost controllers in bureau uniforms trembling in fear by an overturned bus 300 meters away. Nearby, 7 or 8 bodies in the same uniforms lay on the ground. People from the bureau. He withdrew his gaze and said to Su Bai. Su Bai nodded, and the 2 quickly maneuvered through the fog, soon arriving at their location. One person saw Su Bai, as if seeing a savior. Vice Director. This was one of the traitors from that day, instinctively wanting to call him president. The other person was unfamiliar, likely reassigned from somewhere else. What's the situation? Su Bai asked coldly. I don't know, we couldn't see clearly before everyone fell. We managed to escape by relying on our abilities. Su Bai glanced at him, remembering this guy had a ghost from a beautiful country, allowing temporary phasing and immunity to physical attacks. Vice Director, please save us, our ghost energy is low and we probably can't hold out much longer. He knew Su Bai's strength, taking down an entire guild alone was a piece of cake for him. He just hoped Su Bai could overlook past grievances and let him live. Poof. With a cold snort, Su Bai activated his ghost detection fully. Within the range of his ghost detection, all the cars were either empty or filled with lifeless bodies. He sensed not a hint of living breath. Could it be Ling Ruoyo is gone? No, Su Bai absolutely refused to believe it. Instantly, he transmitted ghost energy to his throat, amplifying his voice infinitely. Sister Ling, Sister Ling. Chapter 67. The 2 instantly broke out in cold sweat. What are you doing? Don't attract the vengeful spirits. Shut up. Speak another word and I'll kill you. Su Bai's gaze was as sharp as a knife, quickly sweeping over the 2, making them go silent in fear. In this ghost realm, Su Bai felt no danger at all. Even if ghosts were really attracted, he would clear them out directly. Those 2 lucky survivors of the ghost controllers crouched behind the car, not daring to make a sound. They had only heard of Su Bai's name before, but now that they saw him in person, they felt the descriptions couldn't capture the reality. What icy demeanor, what killing without blinking, he was simply a living king of hell. The aura he exuded seemed more terrifying than those vengeful spirits. For a moment, they didn't even know whether to be more afraid of the vengeful spirit that killed their teammates or the unfeeling Vice Director Su in front of them. Above his head, a ghostly figure with a green face and a red mouth, black hair flowing, was watching him from the far high sky. Flying head drop. This is a very special S-class ghost, from a small country called Shangwei in the southeast of the Dragon Kingdom. The attack ability of the flying head drop is not strong, but it is one of the most special reconnaissance-type ghosts. The host can drop their head on a person thousands of miles away, and then in an instant, the head descends to observe the situation of the person below. Far away at the headquarters of the Ghost Masters in Kyoto, a headless man was connected to a bunch of data cables, and the other end of the cables was plugged into a machine. The machine had a large screen, broadcasting Su Bai's image in real time to this center of power. A group of bigwigs sat together, watching the scene before them. Among them, one bigwig snorted coldly. This kind of person is completely useless, taking lies like grass, extremely arrogant. The speaker was the captain of a small team, his face square, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, like an angry golden-eyed king. "Let's take another look, don't be so impatient." Another captain comforted him. The square-faced captain raised his neck, glancing at Su Bai on the screen with the corner of his eye. In the image, Su Bai's call not only failed to elicit a response from Ling Ruoyao, but even failed to attract a single ghost. He poured ghostly power into it, striving to expand the range of his ghost trap with all his might. He wanted to test the strength of those shrinking ghosts in this absolute grave. If the opponent was strong, they naturally wouldn't allow his ghost trap to cover them. If they were weak, he could easily crush them. As the ghost trap continually expanded, Su Bai surprisingly felt no resistance at all. Strange, could it be that there are no ghosts in this absolute grave? But that doesn't make sense. If there are no ghosts, how did the people who entered die? Another thing that felt wrong was that, along the way, he had encountered a good number of human corpses ravaged by ghosts. Even beneath his feet, there were a few. Yet not a single one had turned into a ghost slave. This situation was very strange. "When did you encounter the attack?" Su Bai turned to ask the two who were scared to death. "About last night, when we came in, it wasn't like this. At that time, there were ghost slaves everywhere. Those corpses came to life and attacked us madly. But at least their power wasn't very strong. If we were careful, no one would be injured. Until we encountered that invisible ghost." The fact that the killed did not turn into ghost slaves proved that the powerful ghosts had not controlled them. After killing them, they did not bother about them, or had lost their control ability. A possibility flashed through Su Bai's mind. Could it be that the ghosts had all been killed? No, if the ghosts had all been killed, the absolute grave should have broken long ago. The only explanation is that the ghosts in this absolute grave cannot be killed but are restricted somewhere. Is it Ling Ruoyao? Based on experience from his past life, this endless bridge before him should not be the hiding place of that source ghost. A ghost that can distort space should not have such limited strength. The answer is often written on the riddle itself. Su Bai walked to the edge of the bridge. The snow woman's full power domain opened. Fulong Bay welcomed the first snow of early autumn. Translucent blue snowflakes drifted down slowly, endless cold air rolled in, nurturing the Longjiang River's mouth, which has fed millions of people in the Dragon Kingdom, and for the first time in centuries, it froze. "Ha ha ha, my wife." By the isolated bridge, under the wind and snow, Su Bai's voice floated out in a melodious opera. The tune cut like a knife, each note carving into the heart. The sound waves flowed like waves, cascading towards the icy river beneath his feet. As they say, before a person arrives, their voice arrives first. The ghostly opera woman's voice not only confuses the opponent but also serves as a means of exploration. This is also a difference between reality and games. Every sound wave contains Su Bai's ghostly energy, and based on the feedback from the ghostly energy, Su Bai could clearly sense everything beneath the icy river. The ice seals, to allow sound to spread more easily and to counter the water flow's impact on sound waves. Swimming fish, aquatic plants, mud and sand, strange rocks. Countless scenes appeared in Su Bai's mind. Suddenly, the sound reached a certain point and stopped. As if it had touched some barrier, it could not advance even a little. Found it. The several team leaders at the headquarters looked at the Longjiang River, suddenly covered in heavy snow, and couldn't help but gasp. What is this power? This kind of force that surpasses the natural laws of heaven and earth, can it really be unleashed by ghosts? I'm so afraid I can't see you again. This is the first time Ling Ruoyao shows her little girl side in front of Su Bai. In the end, her eyes red, she pounded her little fist on Su Bai's chest. Why did you only come now? Do you know how much I've missed you here? PFF, I don't miss you at all, I just want to get out. Ling Ruoyao panicked and accidentally revealed her true feelings, quickly covering her mouth. Sorry, some things held me up for a while. I rushed here as soon as I got your message today. At least you have a conscience. Su Bai asked what had happened, and Ling Ruoyao explained to him. After entering this forbidden grave, she felt something was wrong, so she quickly parked and hid in the back seat, afraid to make a sound. Her phone lost signal, and she could only wait quietly until just after midnight, when the game feedback arrived. During the following time, she familiarized herself with her powers using those ghost servants while searching for an exit. Until she encountered the source ghost of the event, this ghost wasn't strong, but it was surprisingly tenacious and couldn't be killed no matter what. Ling Ruoyao chased it into this space, allowing the giant-mouthed ghost to swallow it whole. However, this bridge-jumping ghost was also powerful, unable to be digested, leading to a stalemate in the giant-mouthed ghost's belly. Until Su Bai arrived. After listening to everything, Su Bai understood why no ghost figures outside could be found. It was because the source ghost was restricted, shutting everything down. Su Bai told her to release that ghost, and indeed, it was a bridge-jumping ghost with an aura close to S-class, plus a home field advantage. No wonder the giant-mouthed ghost couldn't digest it. He directly grabbed the bridge-jumping ghost's head with one hand and with a crack, it shattered into pieces. Then, taking advantage of the temporary lack of resurrection, he took out a body bag to seal it away. On the other side, Su Bai's displayed strength made everyone at headquarters gasp in shock. Although he had only descended for a day, the headquarters acted swiftly, establishing bizarre departments everywhere, setting up the Ghost Master system, rapidly gathering various information. The information of ghosts existing in the game had mostly been entered into the database. Although it was natural for S-class ghosts to handle A-class ghosts, none could do it as effortlessly as Su Bai, who used no skills but merely ghost power to kill them instantly. The horror of that is unimaginable. After Su Bai dealt with the ghost, he held Ling Ruoyao close, spreading his wings behind him, ready to ascend. Suddenly he remembered. If the bridge-jumping ghost that tried to kill Ling Ruoyao after the feedback started in the early morning was counterattacked by her giant mouth ghost, then how did those ghosts that shut down kill the squad members that came in later? Not good. Su Bai's eyes narrowed, retracting his wings, wrapping Ling Ruoyao with ghost energy, and directly activated Meili's ability, teleporting them under the shadow of the abandoned bus. Sure enough, the two original Ghost Masters, one from his own guild, had already turned into a corpse lying on the ground, while another unknown guy was attacking Su Feng. The man moved very quickly, his body swirling into a ghostly blur during his attacks, sometimes moving so fast he completely vanished from sight. Recalling what the previous traitor had said about being attacked without seeing any figure, Su Bai suddenly understood what was happening. The real killer was not a ghost at all, but the incredibly fast man in front of him. In front of the screen, everyone at headquarters was puzzled. Huh? What's going on? Was that guy controlled by a fierce ghost? But that fierce ghost was just dealt with by Su Bai, right? No. Look at that guy's ghost, it's a Kamaitashi. Su Bai recognized this man's ghost. He had seen it before during the battle with the Japanese guild. It was an A-class ghost from Japan. The most notable features were its wind-like speed and sharp blades. Su Feng's ghost fire had no way to deal with such speed. The blade he swung carried the power of a hurricane, easily capable of tearing through his flames. Helpless, he could only use an A-grade ghost suit to passively defend. Fortunately, the ghost suit's defense was not only powerful but also all-encompassing, and for a moment, the man's scythe-wielding attack could not harm him. Just then, Su Bai arrived and immediately took action. The Snow Woman's domain opened, and the frost instantly spread in all directions. No matter how fast the man was, he could not escape the cold from the peak of the snowy mountains. The man felt the coldness from the soles of his feet, and his body paused for a moment. But instead of being surprised, his face lit up with joy. The unknown ghost within him erupted with the power of flames, instantly melting through his legs that had already been frozen solid. He then pushed himself up, turning his head to speak to Su Bai. His reckless act of sacrificing himself was actually only to slow the freezing process, just so he could say one thing to Su Bai. Master Ghost Collector, please return. Our Spirit Exorcism Society's leader has specially ordered me to find you. A manic excitement appeared on the man's face. Return? Su Bai's expression grew serious and confused. He was absolutely certain he had never seen this man before, nor had he ever heard of the Spirit Exorcism Society he mentioned. But based on the ghosts he used, the scythe in his hand, and the name of that society, it was clear this man must be connected to the island nation. An island nation, why were they looking for Su Bai? Chapter 69. What do you mean? Su Bai looked at the extremely fanatical man beneath him and asked. Master Ghost Collector, please come back, the Empire needs you right now. Su Feng looked at Su Bai in surprise, utterly unable to understand why this islander would address Su Bai in this way. Come back? You must be mistaken. Su Bai spoke coldly. No mistake. Master Ghost Collector. Your snow woman is so noticeable, like a pearl atop a high mountain, shining like the full moon. The moment to restore the Empire's glory is now, please come back, Master. Oh, then tell me, what's going on? Meanwhile, Fei Tu Jiang sent the scene back to headquarters, causing a huge uproar. What's going on? What is Su Bai's situation? How could he be involved with someone from the island nation? Get me their profiles right now. The captain was furious, and the secretary quickly brought Su Bai's and the unknown ghost exorcist's profiles. Everyone flipped through them, and every detail of Su Bai's profile was carefully scrutinized. But no matter how they looked at it, there seemed to be no connection between him and the person in front of them. The only point of doubt was Su Bai's sudden personality change, but how could that have anything to do with the island nation? But there were many issues with the islander's profile. First, he was indeed from the island nation, but he only took a flight to Longwa 2 days before the strange event, with a tourist visa that was the easiest to get. Upon arriving in City A, he immediately began searching for information on the ghost collector, but Su Bai had hidden himself so well that there were no clues to be found. It wasn't until the strange game arrived and he was stranded in City A that, after the Ghost Exorcist Division arrived, he pretended to be a local resident and joined the division. It was only when he ran into Su Bai that his true identity was revealed. As for why he killed Longwa's ghost exorcists, the reason was simple, it all stemmed from a phone call he received. Last night. Dong Chuan-san, how are things on your side?
President, we still haven't found any clues about the ghost collector, but I've infiltrated Longwa's official ghost exorcist organization.
A cold voice came from the phone. Good, Dong Chuankuan, you must find the player who contracted with the Snow Woman as soon as possible.
The Empire urgently needs his return.
The man, Dong Chuan, was a core member of the island nation's Spirit Exorcism Society. After the president saw Su Bai's Snow Woman in the Guild War, he had taken Su Bai for an islander. So he was sent to City A to approach Su Bai.
Chairman, what happened?
This matter concerns the rise and fall, glory and shame of the entire empire.
Dong Chuan sang, the time has come for you to show your loyalty to the empire. We have received the revelation from Lord Amaterasu, a strange event that will sweep across the world is about to arrive. Countries will send representatives to participate in this event, and the winning nation will receive unimaginable great benefits.
At this moment, we desperately need powerful ghost collectors to fight for the glory and revival of our empire. Dong Chuankuan, please do your best to inform the ghost collectors of this news in the shortest time possible. The success or failure of the empire rests in your hands. From a young age, Dong Chuan had embraced militarism, and now he felt almost at a climax, with the rise and fall of an entire country resting on his shoulders. He began to recklessly seek information about the ghost collectors. Finally, heaven did not disappoint the diligent. Among the members assigned to his small group, there happened to be a traitor from a ghost-gathering site. Upon learning Su Bai's identity, Dong Chuan sought every possible way to get close to him. He actively volunteered to search for Ling Ruoyo and led people into this event before Su Bai's arrival. Because this involved the country, he did not want anyone other than Su Bai to know about this matter. Using the incredibly fast Kamaitachi, once he entered the cursed grave, he brutally attacked the ghost guardians. With cunning plans, those ghost guardians didn't even react before being killed, while the traitor managed to save his life thanks to the ghost doctor's ability. Just as he was about to find another opportunity to strike, Su Bai and his companion barged in. While Su Bai was away, Su Feng communicated with the traitor and repeated his old tricks, planning to kill both of them, but he underestimated Su Feng's strength, and they remained in a standoff. Listening to his story, Su Bai couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could such a large-scale strange event come so quickly? Although he had heard about it in his past life, he had never participated personally, let alone had any experience in clearing it. The physical functions of ghost guardians are very powerful. Despite both legs being broken, after Dong Chuan used the ghosts inside him to burn and stop the bleeding, he was no longer in danger of death. But he had long since cast aside life and death, as if the glory of the country was the most important thing in his life. He stared intensely at Su Bai, his gaze burning with expectation. Lord Su Bai, please return to the empire quickly. At a city airport, there is a special plane ready to pick you up at any time. Only 22 hours are left on the countdown. On the other end of the video, the captains were watching this scene, their eyes bulging with rage. These damn ghosts have come to dig people right under our noses. Damn it! These sons of bitches, what kind of ridiculous logic is this? Even their ancestors were from the Dragon Country. What's wrong with having a snow woman from Dragon Country? The most important thing now is to keep Su Bai stabilized. He absolutely cannot have any accidents. The worst part is that now Su Bai knows everything. This kid wouldn't try to raise the price, would he? A group of captains spoke one after another, each voice tinged with deep worry. Silence. The deputy minister pounded the table, signaling everyone to quiet down. Everyone stop arguing. Quickly let the sub-bureau send people over. Who dares recruit without even confirming a ghost guardian's identity? A bunch of useless fools. The commanding officer quickly dialed Zhao Sun's phone, who was stationed on the other side of the bridge, briefly explaining what had just happened. What? How could this happen? Understood, I'll head over immediately. Hurry, everyone, follow me. Zhao Sun hurriedly jumped out of the car, calling to all ghost guardians blocking the perimeter as he sprinted towards the far end of the bridge. Mistakenly recruiting someone from the island country into the bureau was already his fault. If Su Bai was deceived away now, he would have no way to atone for it. Running at the fastest speed of his life, he was actually faster than those ghost guardians by a bit. Everyone moved like grains of sand flowing into a maze, rapidly advancing through the gaps in the wreckage of abandoned cars. Fortunately, the bridge ahead is a straight road, so there's no chance of getting lost. After passing a red car, an overturned bus appeared. In the shadow of the bus, Su Feng and Ling Ruoyo stood next to Su Bai. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, facing a man without legs, who was slowly pushing a katana into his own throat. Su Bai, like Yama, said coldly. Sorry, besides vengeful spirits, I absolutely detest those Japanese devils. Chapter 70. Seeing the scene before him, Zhao Sun finally felt the knot in his throat relax. It seemed that Su Bai would definitely not be swayed by the Japanese, although he usually appeared extremely indifferent, as if things were none of his business. At least he still had his national pride. The spirit users followed closely, turning the already crowded bridge into a place where no water could pass.
Su Bai turned his head and looked, his face unhappy. "Humph, you came so fast?"
Zhao Sun awkwardly smiled, still not sure how to explain to this little ancestor, when Su Bai suddenly unleashed his ghost power, and a boundless blood red spread in all directions. Along with the rushing, there were also invisible sound waves released from Su Bai's mouth. Originally hiding in the high sky, the flying head was just a small black dot from a distance but was instantly struck by the sound waves. Blood flowed from its ears, and it cried out in agony. The body thousands of miles away at headquarters trembled, its hands hopelessly grabbed at the empty space above its neck, trying to cover its ears. The image on the projector flickered continuously, spinning as if in a dizzying whirl. The sky, originally a dark curtain, suddenly churned and black limbs tightened around the struggling, hideous head in the sky. "Come down." With a word from Su Bai, those black threads wrapped around the head infinitely extended, bringing it down from thousands of meters into Su Bai's hands. As the ghost power dissipated, Su Bai grabbed the head by its long hair and lifted its eyes up to his face. "Flying head, good skill." His tone was cold with sarcasm. Everyone watching Su Bai at that moment could feel the oppressive aura surrounding him. It was clear that Su Bai was very angry. Zhao Sun swallowed hard. Su, the higher-ups want to assign you an important task, they definitely need to observe you." His face was full of embarrassment, caught between the core of Long Country's high-ranking officials and the strongest spirit users, he felt enormous pressure. But Su Bai ignored him, simply maintaining a calm gaze with the flying head, his eyes piercing as if seeing the high-ranking officials gathered on the other side. "Give me a reason." After saying this, Su Bai casually threw the head away like trash, leaving with Su Feng and Ling Ruoya without looking back. Zhao Sun could only lower his head and follow behind, not daring to breathe. After sending Ling Ruoya back to the villa, Su Bai directly headed to the precinct building. Being spied on made Su Bai angry, but amidst the anger, he was also somewhat interested in this so-called large-scale weird incident. In the memories of his past life, such large-scale weird dungeons appeared roughly every once in a while. Once a spirit user from a certain country died inside, or performed poorly, like failing to resolve the incident, then the supernatural event would descend upon those countries and spread out. For example, the famous Ghost School dungeon from his past life, Long Country's chosen spirit user was negligent, combined with bad luck, starting off by encountering powerful ghosts, leading to the first death of Long Country's spirit users. This failure caused all the schools in the 4 provinces of Long Country's Jojo to turn into ghost schools. Countless weird incidents erupted wildly, and the city basically turned into a ghost city, with many unable to survive and evacuate. Although the province where City A was located was not affected, the fall of other provinces left City A in a precarious situation. Su Bai clearly remembered those days. The entire Dragon Kingdom is filled with complaints, as many essential things in City A, like food and water, have been cut off. It can be said to be incredibly tragic. As Su Bai just arrived at the branch office, Wang Su hurriedly ran in, serving tea and pouring water, his mouth full of words like "you've worked hard," trying his best to curry favor. Without him saying anything, Su Bai already knew what he wanted to do. "This matter is useless for you to say, let the higher-ups talk to me." Wang Su helplessly relaxed the fruit he was about to feed Su Bai, and spoke earnestly. "Brother Bai, the people up top also have their difficulties, could you be a bit more polite when you speak later? I'm begging you as a younger brother." A middle-aged man nearing 40 addressing a boy not yet 20 as brother Bai is something only Wang Su could have such thick skin to do. Su Bai just gave him a glance and didn't say anything. Wang Su sighed, then helplessly signaled Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun dialed the video call to headquarters, and soon a man with dark hair but a face covered in wrinkles appeared before Su Bai. "Student Su, or should I say the collector of female ghosts, hello." "Hello." Su Bai didn't put on airs, after all, he couldn't make himself act superior to someone who could almost be his father. Moreover, he was a person who dedicated himself to the people of Dragon Kingdom. Although Su Bai disagreed with his views, he still respected him in his heart. One can dislike someone, but they shouldn't mock them. This is Su Bai's principle. "I am Jin Chen, the former Secretary General of Dragon Kingdom, now Deputy Minister of the Ghost Handling Headquarters. We were wrong about the previous matter, and I apologize on behalf of the Ghost Handling Headquarters." The man slightly lowered his head, but Su Bai sidestepped. "You flatter me. Student Su, you should have understood the beginning and end of the matter by now, right?" Jin Chen was referring to a large-scale bizarre incident, which, with Su Bai's intelligence, he had certainly already guessed. Su Bai nodded and didn't beat around the bush. "Please, Minister Jin, elaborate on what this large-scale bizarre incident is about." When the bizarre game arrived, these two things suddenly appeared on the highest leader's desk. As he spoke, he took out a strange clock and a blood letter. "At first, we thought it was a prank, until the earth-shattering changes in the New World forced us to confirm its authenticity." The blood letter mentioned that all countries must send 3 individuals to participate in the large-scale bizarre incident, or they would be regarded as giving up and face immediate punishment. The selected individuals will sign their names on this blood letter. After speaking, Jin Chen displayed the 3 blank lines on the blood letter. Su Bai nodded. He had always thought that participants in the large-scale bazaar incidents were randomly selected ghost handlers, otherwise, how could they achieve such poor results?
To his surprise,
seeing Su Bai hesitate, Jin Chen, who had thoroughly analyzed Su Bai's personality, threw out the bait. The punishment for the losers will be the large-scale spread of the bazaar incident, while the winners will receive rewards.
There are rewards? Su Bai, who initially had little interest, raised an eyebrow.
The blood letter mentions that the winners will receive bazaar items as rewards. When Jin Chen mentioned the rewards, it suddenly reminded Su Bai of something. Su Bai recalled that the owner of the Snow Woman, from Sakura country, had been unstoppable throughout the entire island nation and was well known internationally. Some said it was because of the Snow Woman, while others said it was due to him participating in large-scale bazaar incidents 3 times. As the current master of the Snow Woman, Su Bai naturally understood that while the Snow Woman was powerful, the legend of her being the only S-class was not as exaggerated. No wonder, it turned out there were bazaar items assisting her. This bazaar item, Su Bai naturally would do everything to obtain.
Jin Chen also noticed Su Bai's thoughts and seized the opportunity.
Student Su, after unanimous research by the headquarters, we invite you to represent the Dragon Kingdom in the large-scale bazaar incident.
Do you agree?
Agree. Su Bai agreed, but he also set his condition, which was that he alone would choose the participants, and no one else could interfere. Although puzzled, Jin Chen still agreed. Anyway, with the strength Su Bai had shown, it was likely that one person was enough, and the other 2 would merely serve as a backdrop. After Su Bai agreed, the headquarters arranged for a flight that night to Kyoto.
Take me to see the body.
Su Bai turned to Zhao Sun and said. Wang Su followed as well, and the 3 of them made a few turns before arriving at the morgue. In addition to the Japanese man who had been tricked into committing suicide by Su Bai's ghostly woman ability, the bodies of several other spirit controllers were also there. Su Bai searched the body of the Japanese man. Aside from the katana, there was basically nothing useful. But he wasn't interested in the Japanese modified Tang sword either, since Dragon Country people only used their own weapons. Su Bai pulled out a body bag from his bag, and the originally huge corpse instantly shrank as it was placed inside.
What is this?
Wang Su looked at the scene before him, his eyes flashing with suspicion.
Body bag.
Except for the spirit controllers left in the dead grave, after their death, the evil spirits inside will revive. They must be contained in special materials, or the spirits inside will devour each other, eventually forming a new dead grave. The previous grave of the living dead wasn't a concern because the bodies of the spirit controllers were taken along during the relocation. But these, in a short time, will turn into a new dead grave. After Su Bai's explanation, both Wang Su and Zhao Sun's faces turned serious. If this was true, it would indeed be a big issue. There were so many spirit controllers across the country, and many had died unexpectedly. If all of them turned into dead graves, it would deal another huge blow to the already hard-won stable environment. Fortunately, the Sub-Bureau had already registered the information of all civilian spirit controllers, house by house. Even if someone died unexpectedly, the Sub-Bureau could still send people to retrieve the body.
But how to handle it had become a problem.
Wang Su forced a smile and glanced at the body bag in Su Bai's hand.
Brother Bai, do you have many of these? How about sharing some with us?
Su Bai had explained so much, partly to reduce the unnecessary emergence of dead graves, but also, of course, with a mind for trade.
1 for 20 kilograms of gold. I can sell you at most 10.
There were exactly 9 bodies of spirit controllers in the morgue, but one body bag could hold more than one body, depending on the strength of the spirits inside.
For example, the Japanese spirit controllers could fit 2 or 3 in one.
Even if they handed one over to the higher-ups for research, the rest would still be enough.
Brother Bai, this is a bit.
The country is facing difficulties now. We can't put our own desires before the country's needs.
Besides, we've given so much before, and now the account is tight.
You see. Wang Su wanted to negotiate the price, but Su Bai didn't give him the chance.
This price is fair. You won't be able to find it anywhere else. Su Bai hadn't actually asked for too much.
Although he had quite a few, these things were consumables and would eventually run out. The reason he set this price was also to see if the headquarters could figure out a way to produce them.
Wang Su thought for a moment and agreed to the transaction.
20 kilograms of gold for a potential dead grave?
It was definitely worth it. Haggling was just a formality.
Even if Su Bai doubled the price, he would still have to accept it. After all, this was the only place where he could get it. The transaction was completed, and Su Bai returned home, while Zhao Sun and Wang Su went to expedite the preparation of the private plane. After arriving home, everyone was waiting in the living room. Ling Ruoya was already familiar with Aunt Wu and her daughter, only Su Feng needed to introduce them. For some unknown reason, the little white-eyed ghost girl was becoming more human-like, always wearing a sweet smile similar to that of Xiao Shihui. If it weren't for her lacking body heat and inability to communicate with others, they would just think she was a little girl from the neighborhood. Aunt Wu particularly doted on this unexpected little one, as if she were her second daughter. Su Bai had a meal with everyone, and then arranged for Ling Ruoyao to stay at home. Ling Ruoyao's strength was already quite high in the early stages, and with her protecting a few people at home and keeping an eye on the white-eyed ghost girl, Su Bai felt at ease. He sent Su Feng back to the warehouse, while reminding him to try not to draw too much attention during his absence, and to stay alert, calling him immediately if anything happened. He hid the gold well, telling only Ling Ruoyao its hiding place, just in case. Then he added more supplies to his backpack, bringing along the life-saving tools. In the room, he opened the ghost realm, and Su Bai and the female ghost shared some tender moments. This indulgence lasted until night fell. It was only when news came from the sub-bureau that a special plane was ready that Su Bai hurried to the airport. On the islands across the sea, the high-ranking officials of the island nation looking at the screen were pale.
A big screen showed an animation representing Dongchuan's heartbeat had been marked with a cross. Baka.
An official from the island nation looked very displeased. He hadn't expected the one sent to contact Su Bai to have just been killed as good news returned from Dongchuan. The undercover at the airport also lost contact.
Is the Long Kingdom's official response this quick?
Glancing at the mysterious clock's time, only 20 hours remained. It was too late to send someone else to contact Su Bai. The entire island nation leadership stubbornly believed that the player who possessed the island nation's snow woman must be one of their own. They figured they were just restricted from returning home by the Long Kingdom. As long as they didn't give up on trying to make contact, they could certainly bring him back to the embrace of his homeland. When that time came, they could unite the world, and all nations would come at their command. However, this time they would have to find another person to participate.
Murakami-kun, this time you'll take the lead. Make sure to bring back good news. He turned to a man in samurai attire from Japan's Tokugawa shogunate period.
Hi.
Murakami bowed his head, then communicated with the S-rank ghost Shitono Toji, signing his name on the bloody parchment infused with its aura. This last empty space was originally reserved for the female ghost collector. In Beautiful Country, a man in armor released the power of the headless horseman within him, resting a huge sword on his shoulder. In Rose Country, a nobleman contracted with a vampire count swirled the bright red liquid in his wineglass, his gaze fiery. In Stick Country, a little boy manifested the figure of a giant-mouthed ghost. In every country, top-tier ghost masters emerged, forming corresponding organizations to prepare for the upcoming major strange event. Chapter 72.
At Kyoto Airport, a vice minister in a Zhongshan suit waited on the tarmac, beside him an old man with gray hair yet sparkling eyes, followed by a square-faced man in a suit.
Little Jean, when will that person arrive?
I still have a set of data to calculate on my end. Old Gua, soon, he should be here shortly. Vice Minister Jin Shen spoke respectfully to the old man beside him. The man known as Old Gua nodded.
Does he really have it?
According to the news from City A, indeed, but this guy may not be quite like us. As long as it's confirmed he has it, I can wait for as long as needed. As for his character, I've heard some things, but that's your matter. That thing must be secured for me.
It's an extremely important part of future experiments.
No mistakes allowed.
Okay, Old Gua.
The man with the square face silently stared ahead, ignoring the conversation between the two. After a moment, with the enormous roar of the airplane engine, a military private plane landed on the tarmac. The cabin door opened, and a boy who looked no older than 20 walked down the stairs leisurely. A staff member in uniform led him in front of the three. Among the three, Su Bai only recognized Jin Shen, who stood at the front. They had seen each other's faces in a video before.
Hello, Minister Jin.
Though Su Bai had joined the bureau, he was actually an outsider, the kind who did not handle any matters. So, he did not do the formalities and extended his right hand to Jin Shen. Jin Shen, knowing that Su Bai was not really part of the system, did not show any sign of dissatisfaction and smiled as he shook Su Bai's hand.
You've worked hard all the way. You're being polite, Minister Jin. Who are these two? Su Bai looked at the two and asked. The old man and Jin Shen were both ordinary people without any ghostly aura. But the man with the square face revealed a strong presence, clearly another capable ghost controller. This is my bodyguard, Lu Anbang. Anbang, this is classmate Su Bai.
You two are both ghost controllers, be sure to learn from little Su when you have the chance. He Anbang, over 40 years old, was not upset about having to learn from a young boy with barely any hair on his face. He had been one of the witnesses in that meeting, and Su Bai's strength had left a mark on him like a nail. He nodded politely to Su Bai, who returned the gesture with a smile. This is Old Gua Huai, a specially invited scientific advisor from headquarters. Jin Shen introduced the elderly man with gray hair to Su Bai.
Hello, Old Gua. Su Bai bent slightly.
Su Bai was quite familiar with Gua Huai's name from his past life. This great scientist had once elevated the level of all ghost controllers in the Dragon Country through his own efforts and was celebrated in later times.
Su Bai did not expect him to personally meet him. Was it because of those game items?
Let's go, get in the car first.
Jean Chen led the group into a long bulletproof car. Just as they got in, Guo Huai, who had been silent, spoke up. Classmate Su, I know you have captured a few ghosts, name your price. Although he had heard that Su Bai was young, he did not expect him to be such a young boy and momentarily did not know how to address him. So, that was it? No wonder this big shot, who had developed the number 021 Guardian oil lamp, the number 035 red lantern, and other artificial strange items, would personally appear at the airport. Indeed, capturing ghosts had become scarce at this stage, and the items he had withdrawn from the game just expedited the timeline. With scarce goods, Su Bai certainly wanted to charge high prices, making an outrageous demand. No problem, I currently have 1 B-level ghost and 2 A-level ghosts. The B-level ghost is 1 ton of gold, the A-level, I'll think about it. In the apocalypse, the only thing that holds value is gold, a rare resource needed to create many artificial strange items and non-renewable. Su Bai certainly would not ask for too little. Jean Chen was taken aback. They had anticipated Su Bai would demand a high price, but they did not expect it to be this outrageous. It directly reached double the price they had previously discussed. This was merely a B-level ghost, how high did he want for the remaining A-level ghosts? Classmate Su. Stop right there, just give me your offer. Jean Chen was about to play on emotions, but Su Bai was not having any of it. Alright, to tell you the truth, in our budget, this B-level ghost is worth a maximum of 300 kilograms, no more. Then it's 888, let it prosper. I believe the nation has that power. What about 350? After a back and forth between both sides, the final price was set at 500 kilograms, which equals 0.5 tons of gold. It was exactly at the top end of the headquarters budget. Guo Huai and Luan Bang remained silent throughout, they had no place in this matter. What about the A-class spirits? Su Bai thought for a moment. Although the value of gold was clear, he had changed his mind after seeing Guo Huai. I don't want to sell the remaining 2 in the form of gold. As he said this, he looked at Guo Huai. Su Bai planned to pay in advance to buy a batch of strange props that Professor Guo would research in the future. But before he could finish speaking, a flicker of surprise crossed Guo Huai's eyes. How do you know? Xiao Jin, did you tell him? Guo Huai frowned and questioned Jean Chen. No, Professor Guo. How could I possibly leak this? Although Su Bai did not understand what they were discussing, he had no intention of tearing it down. It seemed that there was an unexpected gain in front of him. Okay, although I don't know how you found out, please don't reveal this to anyone. Guo Huai said solemnly. As for the remaining 2 A-class spirits, wait until you return from the large event and personally come to my research institute for the transaction. Su Bai nodded, he knew why his eyelids had been twitching on the way, there was a surprise waiting for him. After discussing the transaction, Jean Chen casually chatted with Su Bai about some everyday matters. After leaving Kyoto Airport, the car drove outside the city, taking many twists and turns, finally entering the mountains in the suburbs. After walking in the mountains for a while, a military fortress came into Su Bai's sight, marking the first time in his 2 lives that he had come to this place. Steel walls and roofs surrounded it. Apart from the watchtower, the other buildings were only a single story high, evidently just an entrance to an underground facility. Su Bai scanned quickly, there were 2 demon controllers on duty at the entrance, and one was a hidden lookout. And they all carried an aura unique to soldiers, which was easy to sense. Besides, his perception was limited by some energy, making it hard to delve deeper into the fortress. It was clearly some kind of mysterious prop. Chapter 73. The group entered the conference room, where many people were already waiting. Aside from Su Bai and the 2 others, there were several unidentified demon controllers and 3 ordinary-looking people in the room. But just their presence gave off an air of authority, they were obviously big shots with special identities. One was dressed in a grey Zhongshan suit, like the deputy minister, while the other 2 were in military uniforms, their rank insignia exposed on their shoulders. Both were lieutenant generals. The deputy minister sat in the center and briefly introduced the large strange incident, which was not much different from what he had previously told Su Bai, so the people present seemed already aware and merely glossed over it. After about 10 minutes, they finally got to the main topic. After research by the headquarters, it has been decided that the final rewards from the large strange incident will be handled by the participants themselves. Is there any objection? The room fell silent, but just then, Su Bai's voice rang out in the conference room. I have an objection. All eyes turned to Su Bai. Under the gaze of the big shots, he suddenly squeezed out a smile. I want to ask, if we perfectly handle the large strange incident, what kind of reward will the headquarters provide? As soon as Su Bai spoke, everyone understood, his reputation for being driven by profit was well known. Therefore, they were already prepared. They saw Guo Huai, who had been uninterested until now, finally speak up, as this was the purpose of his attendance at the meeting. Specifically to deal with Su Bai's attempt to raise the stakes. I'm researching a way to briefly protect my supernatural items, similar to your white candle, and I'm about to succeed. Once developed, how about using that as a reward? Su Bai frowned, he already had a guess about the item Guo Huai was talking about. But now the game had only just arrived for a few dozen hours, and developing it also takes time. How could it be successful so soon? Confused in his heart, Su Bai still agreed, this was originally one of his purposes for this trip. Jin Shen had someone bring over the blood book. Su Bai gathered his ghost power and left his mark on the blood book, the bright red ink swirling, outlining the two characters Su Bai. In an instant, it was as if something was born. The few female ghosts hidden within Su Bai's body immediately appeared and then vanished in a flash. Surprise appeared in everyone's eyes, but they did not say much. As Su Bai signed his name, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The assistant standing behind the deputy minister walked over slowly and placed a stack of information in front of Su Bai. These were the candidates selected by the military to participate in this event as ghost handlers, some from the military and some from civilian backgrounds. He had previously promised Su Bai that he could choose his teammates, and now was the time to fulfill that promise. The documents introduced the strongest ghost of each ghost handler, along with their usual habits, personalities, and so on. There were about 10 pages, and he quickly finished reading them. He then selected 2 people from among them and handed the remaining documents to the secretary to be sent back. These 2 were a man and a woman. The man was a lieutenant from the military and also a player. His strongest ghost was an S-class ghost, killing fog. The girl not only came from the civilian side but was also a postnatal ghost handler. Her ghost was a spirit ghost that Su Bai had never seen before, but her abilities were very strong. Su Bai himself possessed super strong combat power, so he chose these 2 from a functional perspective. The ghost fog could isolate detection, hide presence, and also permeate exploration. It was an extremely versatile ability, while the girl with the contracted spirit ghost had the ability of foresight. She could foresee things happening within the next 5 minutes, but it was a huge drain. This was the first time Su Bai had seen such a future-related ability. Soon, the 2 were called in. The boy was named Yu Kai, and the girl was Yu Sifeng. Yu Kai had a gloomy personality and was the type who didn't talk much. Since he entered the meeting room and loudly declared Lieutenant Yu Kai reporting, he stood straight by the side, not making a sound. In contrast, Yu Sifeng was different. As soon as she entered, she looked around the meeting room boldly, her eyes filled with curiosity. Wow, is this meeting room so luxurious? Her gaze swept to Su Bai, and her eyes lit up instantly. Hey! You are Su Bai, right? They made you sound so amazing. I didn't expect you to be such a little brother. Come take a picture with sister. Saying this, Yu Sifeng even pulled out her phone in such an occasion, wanting to take a picture next to Su Bai. Su Bai disliked such boundaryless girls. His aura condensed, and his ghost power acted like an invisible big hand, blocking her. Your power is indeed fierce. By the way, tell me about your abilities, so we can cooperate later. A glint of cunning flashed in Yu Sifeng's eyes, and then Su Bai felt an unusual ghost power trying to probe the several female ghosts within him. The ghost bride opened one eye, and the ghost power vanished without a trace. The temperature around Su Bai suddenly dropped. He suddenly turned around and grabbed the woman's neck, lifting her into the air. Just this action of yours is enough reason for me to kill you. Although what the woman did was indeed a bit excessive, Su Bai actually dared to challenge her in front of so many big shots. This was truly too disrespectful to them. Everyone's expression turned ugly. This kid was really too arrogant. A major general directly shouted, Su Bai. Yu Kai seemed to receive a command, and a faintness began to emanate from his pores. The mist rippled around, giving a faint feeling of changing the environment. Ghostly trap? No, it's just a kind of ability similar to a ghostly trap. Su Bai's eyes suddenly flashed with blood-red light, preparing to unleash the ghostly trap. The deputy minister suddenly slammed the table. Everyone stop. What are you doing? Yu Kai, hearing this, withdrew the mist, and Su Bai also paused, placing Yu Sifeng down. He was just giving a warning. He would never actually kill someone in public. Besides, he wanted to remind everyone at headquarters that just because they held high positions, they couldn't casually manipulate him. The promise deal better not be played with, otherwise, they might not withstand Su Bai's wrath. Yu Sifeng witnessed the terror of the man before her and dared not mention her previous words, standing nervously to the side. The entire meeting ended unhappily like this. Su Bai followed the staff back to the room arranged for him in the base to rest. The night passed like usual, and time was about to reach the end of the countdown. Su Bai took out the props from his backpack, the replacement doll, scarecrow, 3 ghost candles, and the spirit seizing box, placing them into the body bag, and then stored the shrunk body bag close to himself. This was also a function he had just discovered. The small space inside the body bag could hold any dead objects, making it perfect for storing props. And taking them out just required communicating through ghostly power. This way, he could catch others off guard. The 3 gathered in a private room in the fortress, preventing any teleportation accidents. As the time came, they began the teleportation. Chapter 74. The blood letter emitted a blood-red light, enveloping Su Bai and the 2 others, and as the light faded, their figures disappeared from the spot.
On the Eerie clock, the countdown froze at the last second, and a constantly changing strange pattern appeared in the void above the clock. Like a colorful holographic image, it showed the scene of Su Bai and the three in the ancient mansion. Whoosh! In the sight of Su Bai and the others, the surrounding scene changed instantly. The originally spacious and bright, heavily guarded room suddenly transformed into an old, worn-out ancient mansion. The three found themselves in a room where flickering candlelight cast a dim glow, illuminating the surrounding objects. The air was silent, filled with a musty smell and the scent of some unknown spice. A wooden bed with a canopy, simple small tables and chairs with burning candles, and near the window, there was a dressing table with rouge, lipstick, and a box of snowflake cream with advertisements printed on it. Next to the dressing table stood a tall mirror that had seen better days, closely leaning against a red-painted wooden wardrobe. From the room's decorations, it was clear this was a girl's room, likely from around the Republican era. The Peacock brand snowflake cream served as the best proof of the time. Su Bai remembered that his own home also had a box like this, said to be left behind by his great-grandmother. Judging by the size of the room, the owner of this house must have been from a wealthy family in life. Yet for some unknown reason, the room was particularly dim, leading to the lighting of many candles. On the round table, in front of the bed, beside the dressing table, and next to the mirror, a rough count revealed at least more than 10 candles like these. The three had teleported together, naturally finding themselves in the same room. After observing the room, the usually quiet Yukai actively spoke up. "This dungeon hasn't appeared in the game before, it should be in an unexplored area. Have you encountered it before?" Yu Sifeng shook her head. After being warned by Su Bai, she had become much more reserved, not daring to speak casually in front of this harbinger of death. "No." Su Bai answered briefly, but his gaze continued to sweep across the room, although he remained in place and did not wander around. Clearly, the three were unfamiliar with the situation of this dungeon. Su Bai was deep in thought. Although he had heard of this dungeon in his past life, he had never experienced it firsthand. In the early days of the apocalypse, the strength of the capital was still very strong. The first large copy is said to have performed well at that time, only manifesting an ancient house from the Republic of China in Kyoto, with no other places affected. Su Bai died on the way to Kyoto in his previous life, naturally missing the opportunity to experience this copy. Then let's look for clues first. Everyone be careful, this room is definitely not simple as a transmission point. Su Bai reminded the two, and then the three began to observe the room separately. Su Bai walked to the bedside, where there was a set of pink bedding neatly folded, with 2 candles placed at the bedside, nothing special. At that moment, Yu Sifeng suddenly screamed. Yukai, who was checking the desk, and Su Bai turned abruptly to see Yu Sifeng standing in front of the mirror, trembling as she pointed at the handprints on it. "What's wrong?" I just walked over, and when I looked at this mirror, there were suddenly handprints appearing on it." Yu Sifeng's voice trembled. Su Bai and Yukai walked in front of the mirror, only to find that it was covered with blood-red handprints. Su Bai clearly remembered that when he first entered this room, there weren't any signs of this thing. This mirror, now crawling with handprints, had also lost its ability to reflect objects, making it hard for Su Bai and the others to see themselves in the mirror. "Let's not worry about it for now, keep a little distance, this copy is full of deadly danger, so it's best not to act recklessly," Su Bai advised the two. After a circle around the room, besides that mirror, the only other special thing was the candles. Su Bai somewhat memorized the layout of the room, when the previously trembling Yu Sifeng spoke up. "Our team has to have someone as the captain, right? You two may be good at fighting, but I'm the only one with the ability to scout, so listen to me. Dragon Country team, follow my lead, this way." As she spoke, Yu Sifeng boldly pushed open the door, which led to a 3-way intersection, with pitch-black corridors stretching ahead and on both sides. "Wait." Yukai grabbed Yu Sifeng. "This ancient house is full of dangers, let's think it over again." Su Bai nodded. "Though we're quite strong, this is an unexplored copy, and no one knows where dangers might be hidden, it's always better to be cautious." Yukai also agreed. "Don't forget, we represent the entire Dragon Country, and if something happens, the whole nation suffers. But we have to leave this room, staying here won't solve the copy." Yu Sifeng agreed with the two's opinions but also expressed her own. Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement and then wiped his hand across the corpse bag, revealing 3 ghost candles in his hand. He handed 2 of them to the others. "Light this." Zhao Sun had submitted the ghost candles, so Yukai naturally knew their use. Yu Sifeng, however, did not take them and simply said, "No need, you two will be bright enough." Su Bai and Yukai exchanged glances, then fell silent. "What's wrong? Or are you two big men afraid of the dark?" Yu Sifeng asked in confusion. "It's fine, just use your ability to see which path is safe for the next 5 minutes." Su Bai encouraged Yu Sifeng to activate her ability. The girl closed her eyes, and her whole body was enveloped in gray-white ghost energy, her form becoming unsteady, with her clothes moving as if in a breeze. This was the first time Su Bai witnessed such an ability to predict the future, and he began to observe carefully. Strange runes appeared on her forehead. Su Bai looked a few times, feeling his consciousness being drawn into the runes, and it wasn't until Li Shang reminded him that he snapped back to reality, no longer gazing at the Eerie runes. As her ability progressed, the ghost energy around Yu Sifeng continuously diminished, seemingly devoured by some existence. After a moment, Yu Sifeng opened her eyes, visibly exhausted, and had lost more than half of her ghost energy. She sat down on the bed in a huff, gasping for breath. I slowly activated my ability 3 times at once, and it took a lot out of me. Su Bai looked at this action and couldn't help but furrow her brow, wondering about something in her heart. The future is uncertain, filled with countless branches. She had just watched the futures of 3 paths for 5 minutes each, which naturally consumed a lot of energy. After a few seconds, she forced herself to stand up, pointing to one of the paths and saying, This one is safe." Su Bai glanced in that direction, and suddenly, she leaped up, spreading her ghostly mist, enveloping the 3 people within it, while Yu Kai reacted quickly, releasing mist from his entire body, wrapping Yu Sifeng inside. Chapter 75. Frost covered Yu Sifeng's delicate body, and the ghostly performance appeared before her eyes, causing her to freeze in place, unable to resist. The phantom of a blood-stained wedding dress appeared on Su Bai's arm, her right hand turning into a sharp ghostly claw, tearing through the protective mist around her, plunging straight into her chest, bursting out with blood. Drip! The blood dripped onto the silent ancient mansion, sounding so harsh. Yu Sifeng turned her head in disbelief to look at Su Bai, whose cold face seemed devoid of any emotion. "You, cough cough." She coughed up blood, her eyes filled with shock and resentment. "Su Bai, what are you doing?" Yu Kai frowned immediately, then took a defensive stance, wary of Su Bai, who suddenly attacked a teammate. At the same time, within the room where the 3 had been transported, a group of big shots watched the scene with their eyes wide open. What is happening? How could someone stab their teammate right at the start? If it was due to previous conflicts, he could have resolved it in other ways. Why did he have to wait until entering the dungeon to suddenly attack? One must know that if any of the 3 members died, the score would drop significantly. Everything that happened in these few short seconds almost predicted that, after this dungeon, a Ghost Mansion dungeon would inevitably descend within the Dragon Kingdom. Countless families would suffer calamity once again. The general who had previously hinted Yu Kai to take action against Su Bai could no longer sit still. He stood up and snorted coldly. "I said before, this guy is not only arrogant but also petty. You insisted on having him participate, and now look, he has doomed such an important ability user right at the start." Although the deputy minister frowned as well, he was not as furious as the general. He felt that Su Bai must have his reasons for doing this. Jin Chun understood him. Although this guy was very selfish, he wouldn't kill the innocent without reason. During such a critical moment of cooperation, he shouldn't do something so self-destructive to his own strength. Inside the ancient mansion, Su Bai looked up at the increasingly thick ghostly mist before her, sensing the special ghostly aura within it. This aura was unfamiliar to Su Bai. It could either be a rare ghost from a certain dungeon in the game, like the ghostly performer, or it could come from abroad. This ghostly mist was just one of the abilities of that ghost. Using ghostly energy to form a special domain around, while it wasn't a real ghostly realm, it was close enough. Clearly, this was a fairly decent ghost. While it might not reach SS level, it was at least a top figure among S ranks. Inside the capital, there truly were hidden talents, and Su Bai couldn't help but wonder if there were players hiding with SS-level ghosts within the headquarters, just not revealing themselves for some reason. As the ghostly mist thickened, the pressure on Su Bai gradually increased, but she didn't use her killer move. Su Bai wanted to test this guy's strength, so she made the ghostly mist her attack target, causing the glow in the blood-red ghostly realm to intensify. The mist and the ghostly realm, which had initially intertwined, suddenly became distinct. Yu Kai sensed the sudden rise in Su Bai's ghostly realm pressure and became puzzled. This guy's strength is actually this strong? With all his ghostly power mobilized, he found he couldn't resist and could only watch helplessly as the ghostly mist was compressed into his body. Dare not show up again. What you see is fake. What's in front of you is definitely not Yu Sifeng. If you don't believe it, look at her feet. Su Bai gestured, and Yu Kai, using the candlelight, looked down at the Yu Sifeng whose chest had been pierced. Yu Kai raised his head in disbelief, only to see the candlelight sliding down through the air to her feet, but not reflecting even a shadow. Su Bai nodded, and the Yu Sifeng, who had been gushing blood moments ago, suddenly lifted her head and began to howl at the two of them, her jaw dropping nearly 180 degrees. Damn, I almost fell for this ghostly trick. Yu Kai was furious, and the frosty breath from Su Bai's hand pierced through the ghost, freezing it into an ice block. Under the impact of ghostly power, it transformed into a lump of ghost energy that drilled into the mirror behind the two. In fact, this ghost's performance was quite clumsy. First, it should not have rejected Su Bai's ghost candle. Even Yu Kai found this strange. After the meeting, the two had specifically been informed about the effects of the ghost candle. Secondly, the future-predicting imitation had huge loopholes, which was one of the reasons Su Bai was sure that this person before him was not her. Although Su Bai wasn't very knowledgeable about predictive skills, he at least knew that in the future, every tiny action you take can affect the future in different ways. Sometimes, an extra second of action can cause significant changes in the future. Therefore, after predicting the correct future, all actions should follow what was shown in the prediction. Yet, this ghost impersonating Yu Sifeng had chosen to rest right after the prediction ended, wasting more than 10 seconds. This was clearly illogical. However, the most crucial reason confirming that this entity before him wasn't human was the reminder from the little demon Mealy's. As the master of the Shadow Ghost realm, Mealy's was naturally very sensitive to shadows. The moment Yu Sifeng lost her shadow, Su Bai was notified of this information. So, Su Bai, where do you think Yu Sifeng has gone? Su Bai pointed with his mouth. The meaning was clear. They had checked the entire room, and the only change was that mirror, which the fake Yu Sifeng had noticed immediately.
How could there be so many coincidences in the world?
Furthermore, Su Bai had once encountered a ghost in Chongshan Hospital that could use mirrors to replicate players. Perhaps they were of the same kind. The two focused their gaze on the mirror, and suddenly, a shriek came from within. They quickly moved to the side of the mirror. Strangely, the mirror didn't reflect their figures, but showed Yu Sifeng's figure desperately trying to crawl out.
It seemed she could also see the two outside the mirror, loudly screaming, "Save me!"
The two exchanged concerned glances, unsure if this was a person or a ghost before them. Then, Yukai enveloped the mirror in ghost mist, preparing to strike.
Wait.
Su Bai recalled that after killing the mirror ghost, its ghostly energy had indeed weakened significantly, so it should not have been able to replicate another Yu Sifeng in such a short time. This one, there was a high probability, was real. He opened the ghost realm, and the blood-red ghost energy coalesced in the air into a massive ghost hand. The ghost hand reached into the mirror, pulling Yu Sifeng out. But Su Bai did not let go of the ghost hand, and Yukai also spread out the ghost mist, ready to strike at any moment. Yu Sifeng looked at their actions, her face immediately turning pale with fear.
Just escaped from the tiger's mouth, now back into the wolf's den?
She struggled to run, but under the confines of the ghost hand, she couldn't break free at all. I give you 20 seconds to prove your identity, Su Bai said coldly, with no room for argument.
Chapter 76.
Yu Sifeng took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Then, the strange rune Su Bai had seen before appeared on her forehead, her eyes emitting pure white light, clearly activating her ability. A few breaths later, Yu Sifeng trembled as she spoke. I explained everything I saw in the mirror, but you still doubt that the shadow under my feet is a monster's imitation, and then with a ghostly hand, you killed me and stuffed me into a strange bag.
Please, don't kill me. I am really Yu Sifeng.
The girl broke down in tears, seeming to be horrified by the cold and ruthless appearance of Su Bai in the future, constantly begging for mercy.
Su Bai nodded. This was indeed something he would do.
But most importantly, neither Yu Sifeng nor Yukai knew about the body bag they possessed, nor did the monster have any way of knowing. Such a foreknowledge was truly credible. So he released his ghostly hand, signaling that the Yu Sifeng before Yukai was indeed the real one. The ghostly mist and blood shadows dispersed, and Yu Sifeng sat on the ground with tears as big as beans falling to the floor. In just a few minutes in this scenario, she faced death twice, and this shock made it hard for her to quickly adjust. Su Bai did not blame her. This was a normal reaction for an average person facing the strange. Not everyone wished to escape death countless times, with a heart as hard as a rock. Meanwhile, the people at headquarters watched this scene in silence for a long time. Jin Chen secretly sighed in relief, while the general's face was dark, and the air was filled with shock and awkwardness. Let him in. It was indeed a wise choice.
Whoever made the file, delete it and redo it immediately. What rich second-generation, quirky personality, viewing human life as grass, all nonsense.
He is clearly meticulous in thought, logically rigorous, bold yet careful, courageous and wise. The general fell silent for a moment, his face stern as he shifted all of his previous wrong evaluations to the file. The crowd did not poke holes in it, and the guard behind him had an odd expression, as if he had thought through all his life's sadness. Okay, let's keep watching. This kid really has some skill. Yu Sifeng finally calmed down, and Su Bai asked her to share what had just happened. Yu Sifeng thought for a moment and then said, After I entered this room, I didn't dare to move around, and when I heard you say to check everywhere, I dared to look at these decorations. But as soon as I walked beside the mirror, a strange force hit me, and then I found myself in the mirror. Outside, there was a person who looked exactly like me, staring at me with a strange expression, and then she shouted, attracting you all over. I yelled in the mirror, telling you not to believe her, but you seemed to not hear anything. As she spoke, she looked up at Su Bai. It was only after you killed her that I felt the mirror in front of me became a bit illusory. Just as I wanted to step out, that ghostly figure rushed in and grabbed my leg, stopping me from leaving. But thankfully, you heard my cries. So that's how it was. Su Bai nodded. This was about what he expected, but Yukai was only now realizing it. So, this mirror can't reflect, right? No, to be precise, it can't reflect together with this candle. Su Bai denied him, pointing at the candle flame beside him. They had seen this mirror as soon as they entered, and since the mirror was pressed against the wall, they would be reflected no matter which direction they were in. But the reason Su Bai and his companion were not swapped by the mirror was that they had never faced the mirror directly. Only when facing the mirror's position would they appear in the mirror together with the candle. And Yu Sifeng had violated this rule, which caused her to be dragged in. As he spoke, Su Bai picked up a teacup from the table and threw it toward the direction pointed out by the fake Yu Sifeng. As soon as the teacup entered the range of the dark corridor, countless candles suddenly lit up the previously pitch-black corridor, and on the wall facing each candle, there was a mirror. The whole corridor stretched infinitely, with no end in sight. Yukai stared in shock at this scene, and if he really believed that fake Yu Sifeng, a group of us might just be annihilated here on the spot. In my heart, the awe for Su Bai grew stronger, while I wondered how he could see things in that darkness. Su Bai smiled silently, with the shadow ghost in his palm. If he couldn't see in the dark, that would be too embarrassing. To others, the pitch-black corridor was dark, but to him, it was no different from being fully lit. This was the true reason he suddenly took action. At headquarters, Jin Chen quickly instructed his subordinates to record their findings. Once the ancient house appeared, this information could save countless lives. Inside the ghost house, in another identical room, the three from the island faced the same situation. Except for Murayama, who held the shoto, the other two had each contracted a rainy night umbrella ghost and a ghost child. The woman with the rainy night umbrella ghost wore a kimono, held a large red oil paper umbrella, and had a geisha's makeup on her face. The one who contracted the ghost child was a young punk, the spirited youth of the island nation. Leading the three, Murayama did not search for an exit upon entering the replica. Instead, they wandered around the room. Murayama sat at the table while the punk simply half laid on the bed, and the geisha was admiring herself in the mirror. Murayama-kun, do you think the female ghost collector will represent the Dragon Kingdom in battle? The ghost child spoke up. It's best if she comes. I want the Empire to know that the Snow Woman is nothing important. My shoto is the strongest ghost. The Exorcism Society of the island nation was not a united front. Murayama's faction advocated killing the female ghost collectors who had obtained the Snow Woman. The geisha continued to admire her own beauty. Stupid bitch, stop admiring yourself and come release some fire for me. The punk was recruited from the civilian sector by the Exorcism Society. Ever since he learned he had superhuman abilities, he had become very arrogant and overbearing. The geisha turned to look at the young punk lying on the bed, smiled broadly, and walked to his side. That's more like it. You are always pretending to be high and mighty. No one knows what kind of trash you all are. Behind him came the strange noises of the punk, but Murayama sat at the table, not paying attention to them. In his eyes, these two were just there to make up the numbers. But suddenly, the noise behind stopped abruptly. Murayama sneered, wondering how this guy couldn't handle it. How pathetic. He turned his head and widened his eyes. The punk's head and neck had separated, and blood sprayed like a fountain, instantly splashing his face. The geisha stood by with her umbrella, with liquid dripping down from the blood-red umbrella. She tilted her head and smiled eerily at Murayama. Murayama-kun, should I release some fire for you too? As she spoke, she lunged at Murayama. In this way, Murayama immediately realized that this geisha was problematic, and instantly the shoto possessed him. His stomach swelled, and he spewed out a ball of flame, engulfing the geisha in front of him. Chapter 77. On Su Bai's side, after Yu Sifeng activated his ability, the three chose one of the remaining two paths that was free of danger. Although this corridor was pitch black, nothing unexpected happened. The group reached the end of the corridor, where an ancient, ornate door blocked their way. In Yu Sifeng's foresight, there was a trap on this door. If they broke it open violently, it would summon monsters to chase them from behind. Su Bai observed the door in front of them, then told the two to wait in place. His figure disappeared, but within seconds, he returned here. Upon returning, Su Bai held the peacock-patterned snowflake cream iron box he had seen on the table before. What is this? Yukai asked. I went back to get the key. Key? When I checked earlier, I found nothing in that box? This is the key. Su Bai raised the box in his hand. Then, he covered his hand holding the box with ghostly power, crushing the iron box into a thin, hard iron sheet. With his other hand, he pulled up the old-fashioned lock on the door. After the ghostly force delved in for a look, it used sharp claws to trim the iron sheet. In just a few movements, a simple iron key appeared in Su Bai's hand. After fiddling with the lock in front of him for a bit, the door lock fell off. Having struggled at the bottom of the world during the apocalypse in his past life, Su Bai had learned a bit of everything. Picking locks was child's play. Since the rule of this door was just not to break it forcibly, then using a key to unlock it was fine. If he couldn't find a key, Su Bai could always make one. After the door opened, there was a corridor in front of him, and apart from the way Su Bai and the others came, there were 3 more paths leading who knows where. Be alert! Suddenly, Su Bai shouted loudly, expanding his domain to envelop the 3 of them. Yukai released ghostly mist, hiding their figures within.
The footsteps from the left corridor grew gradually louder. The three held their breath, staring fixedly at the dark end of the corridor. "Atai, are you sure this path is right?" A young and beautiful girl stepped out of the shadows, asking somewhat fearfully. The young man, called Atai, appeared very confident. "Could it be false? This ghost seeker of mine is specifically made for this. Look in front." Another girl following them pointed at the thick fog ahead and shouted. The three of them all had Asian features, and from their language, it was clear they came from the southern country of the dragon nation, Java. The three quickly arranged themselves, watching the thick fog before them with vigilance. Hearing the conversation in Java, Yukai relaxed. Java had a close relationship with the dragon nation, and almost half of the people in that country were descendants of the ancestors of the dragon nation. "Hello." Yukai dispelled the ghostly mist and communicated with them in the dragon language. The three on the opposite side, realizing they were facing people, let out a sigh of relief and responded in somewhat awkward dragon language. Thing also joined in, and gradually, the four of them relaxed their guard and started to communicate in the corridor. Only Su Bai remained coldly observing. Through conversation, the Dragon Nation trio learned that these two girls were cousins, named Amei and Alan, and they were both mixed bloods of the Dragon Nation and Java. The remaining young man named Atai was a pure dragon descendant. At this moment, the girl named Amei made a suggestion. "Since we are all so fated, why don't we form a team? More people means more strength, perhaps we will have a higher chance of success." This statement made everyone feel a surge of excitement. Feng wanted to agree right away, but when the words reached his lips, he suddenly turned and looked at Su Bai, swallowing the words back down. Su Bai had suddenly become the core of the team. "Forget it, we don't have this intention for now." Su Bai coldly rejected them. Atai said nothing, but the two girls looked somewhat aggrieved. It was clear that teaming up would be good for everyone, so why was he unwilling? Seeing the two girls' expressions, Yukai felt a bit soft-hearted. "Why don't you all talk about your abilities? Su Bai, you listen too, maybe we can help each other." The two girls were just about to speak when Su Bai directly interrupted. "No need." Seeing Su Bai's attitude, Yukai didn't insist anymore. He was about to apologize to the trio from Java, but the next second, he found he couldn't move. And the shadow behind him actually stood up, wanting to attack him. "Ghost candle." Su Bai reminded, and Thing quickly lit the ghost candle. The flame shot up high, and the length of the ghost candle decreased at a visible speed. However, the white light membrane protected Yukai, preventing the shadow from making a move. Thing's forehead glowed, preparing to use his ability, but was stopped by Su Bai's hand. "Save it." After saying that, Su Bai's shadow shot like an arrow, rushing towards Yukai's shadow, quickly subduing it. In front of Mealy's, the ancestor of shadow manipulation, this little ghost was far too weak and was instantly immobilized. "Everyone, close your eyes." Su Bai shouted, although he didn't know why. His aura made it impossible to resist, and everyone closed their eyes. At the same time, Su Bai activated the group attack instant kill skill of the Ghost Bride. Lift the veil. This indiscriminate attack is most useful against these hiding ghosts. The Ghost Bride appeared in Su Bai's ghost realm, delicately pinching the edge of the veil, and suddenly lifted it. As the veil was lifted, sounds crackled from the darkness behind, and a wisp of green smoke retreated, leaving a pitch-black ghost corpse on the spot. Su Bai took out the spirit collecting box and captured the ghost. As everyone heard the silence, they finally opened their eyes. "Is it resolved?" Thing said in shock, not expecting Su Bai to be so strong, taking down a ghost in just a few moves. "Thank you." Yukai also looked at Su Bai gratefully. If it weren't for him, he might have fallen into a trap. In just a few minutes, Su Bai had saved him twice. The three from Jawa looked at Su Bai's abilities with even more anticipation, requesting to team up and even promising many benefits, but Su Bai remained unmoved. Still, the same message, in the dungeon, greed is the original sin. Opening the ghost realm allowed Thing to foresee the next path, and Su Bai directly took both of them in an instant, leaving not even a shadow behind. Outside, Jin Shin could not help but nod again. It seemed the cost was all worthwhile, and Su Bai was indeed the best candidate for the dungeon. No matter his nationality, as long as he was in the dungeon, he should always be alert to any sudden changes. It was absolutely necessary. In comparison, Feng and Yukai lagged far behind in this regard. The appearance of these three was too coincidental, making it seem very abnormal. And above the shadows of Su Bai and the two, the numbers in a form kept changing. The name of the country of Japan changed from 3 to 1, while Jawa appeared as a dim 0. Not long after Su Bai and the others left, the expressions on the faces of the three from Jawa suddenly faded, their gazes blankly moving towards the mirror facing the candlelight in the corridor. Chapter 78. The three followed the corridor chosen by Thing's foresight. Besides the first room, every time they passed through the corridor afterward, they would encounter a new intersection. To save Thing's energy, Su Bai simply didn't let her use her foresight ability anymore, but instead observed himself, choosing the path with the fewest mirrors to advance.
On each path, there would still be scattered candle flames and mirrors, and the three, having gained experience, tried to avoid them as much as possible. Either they used ghost mist to cover the candle flames, or Su Bai directly transported the three of them. As long as they weren't appearing in the mirror at the same time as the candle flames, there was no danger. Along the way, they didn't encounter any other living people from other countries, which made Su Bai feel even more that the previous encounter was definitely not a coincidence. After walking in the endless corridor for an unknown time, the three chose to sit down and wait in a hall. Since there was no way to exit, it indicated that this dungeon couldn't be cleared just by walking. Rather than wandering around mindlessly like headless flies, it was better to patiently wait and analyze clues. Sure enough, as Su Bai guessed, the three hadn't sat for long when a long mist voice reached their ears. Current number of players remaining in the field, 30, the requirement has been met, please players follow the prompt underfoot to gather at the shrine. The Eerie game voice came through, startling Yusifeng, who had never felt such feedback, while Su Bai and Yukai's faces revealed an indescribable expression.
Eerie game. So, that means half the people are dead? Upon hearing the number 30, Yukai understood what the so-called requirement was. This large-scale dungeon only called for 20 reasonably strong countries to participate, and some weaker small countries may have long since become playgrounds for ghosts. Before the three of them, a corridor that originally had few candle flames and mirrors now appeared as a path paved with candles. Clearly, it was a prompt. Fortunately, the mirrors on the walls disappeared, otherwise, getting through this corridor would have indeed required considerable effort. Since the copy brought everyone together, it definitely wasn't to chat or drink tea. The chances of a fight breaking out among the 20 competitive countries were very high. Preparation must start early. Su Bai instructed Yusifeng to hold the ghost candle and light it immediately if danger arose. At the same time, he warned not to use foresight unless he said so. The foresight ability consumed a lot for later ghost controllers, it should be saved for crucial moments. Yukai was always ready to respond to danger. In fact, the strength of the three from Dragon Country was very strong, they had two powerful domains and one foresight for the future, which could be said to be top-notch configuration. As they moved along the path laid by the candlelight, they soon arrived at a spacious shrine. Almost as soon as they stepped into the shrine, the candlelight behind them suddenly extinguished, leaving only a few white candles and 3 sticks of burning incense in short and long lengths. The shrine was large enough to accommodate 50 people, and the offering table at the front had white candles, incense, fruits, fish, and meat. Behind the offering table was a tall stack of memorial tablets, row after row, countless and terrifying. Fortunately, there are no mirrors here, it should be safe, right? Yusifeng tightly held the ghost candle and scanned the surroundings. Hard to say, it could be worse. Stay alert, there is no safe place in the copy. Yukai nodded in agreement with Yusifeng. At that moment, Su Bai keenly noticed that the floor beneath their feet was completely dark, covered by shadows. Even though the white candle emitted light, it cast no shadows. Or rather, there were shadows everywhere. They didn't have to wait long before people began entering from outside. The 3 from the island country, 2 from Korea, 3 from the beautiful country, and the 3 from Java, who they had encountered earlier, gradually gathered. As soon as the 3 from Java saw Su Bai and the others, they greeted Yukai and Yusifeng warmly. The 2 responded enthusiastically, while Su Bai remained silent, quietly observing the people coming in. Moments later, another person entered, clearly the last survivor from their team, his teammates all dead. Due to everyone's ulterior motives, the newcomers mostly did not engage in conversation, they just stood in corners of the shrine, keeping a relatively safe distance from one another. With the last individual entering, the Eerie game's voice sounded again. 30 people were to arrive, but only 12 were present. This time, the prompt was incredibly straightforward, just one sentence ended it without telling the players what to do next. But after hearing it, Su Bai's face changed drastically, pulling the two back to lean against the wall. Yusifeng asked in confusion, how come there are only 12 people? Did 18 die on the way? No, there are clearly 21 people here. Then what about the remaining 9? Yukai also noticed something was wrong, the 3 pressed against the wall. Su Bai frowned, and Yukai felt her scalp tingle, finding 9 deeply hidden monsters among the 21 people was clearly not just asking them to fight each other. There were also clever individuals who realized the situation and began pulling their teammates back as well. Since no one here could see shadows, Su Bai couldn't rely on meelees to identify the monsters anymore. He tugged at Yusifeng's sleeve and whispered, use your ability, see how many you can identify. Yusifeng nodded, activated her ability, and Yukai cloaked the scene with ghost mist. As the runes appeared, she felt an inexplicable oppression and could only foresee about 3 minutes into the future. After a moment, the light faded, and she told Su Bai in a tired voice, a fight broke out, that vampire from the beautiful country attacked first, killing the last single man who arrived on his left. The man was a ghost. Then you also attacked, you both killed 4 individuals inside the shrine, all of whom were ghosts. Su Bai nodded, without clues, the suspicion of the single individuals was indeed the greatest. As expected. As soon as Thing's voice fell, the vampire struck, swiftly killing the last man who entered nearby. The man's chest was hit, and he gasped in agony as he lay on the ground, constantly vomiting blood and screaming, but no one around made a move to save him. With a final glance of resentment at the vampire, the man completely breathed his last. Isn't it? Just as everyone thought this, the man's body exploded, transforming into a mass of dark shadow. As if it had been planned, Su Bai also quickly struck. The ghostly spear aimed at a lone man who was 3 people away, and the snowflakes hit, instantly freezing him, followed by the black hair that shredded the ice statue into pieces. Among the 2 men from the stick country, the one who looked like the leader stretched his neck like a snake and sent his head next to the last lone man. The head instantly enlarged, transforming into a fierce ghost, its huge and sharp fangs biting the last lone man into 2 halves. The 3 acted extremely swiftly and ruthlessly. The 3 lone men didn't even have the chance to react and were killed. As expected, just as predicted, the lone men were all ghosts. Chapter 79. For died in an instant, and everyone in the ancestral hall stared at each other, afraid of being mistakenly killed in the next second, just like the few ghostly creatures before. More than 10 people watched closely, the atmosphere indescribably tense. At this moment, all the unsupported lone men were killed. The rest of the people were also hesitant to take the first action, fearing to be mistaken for ghostly creatures and facing a siege. There were only 6 left. Everyone knew this in their hearts, but no one wanted to be one of those 6. Do you need me to use precognition? Thing spoke solemnly. In this crisis, it seemed only her precognition could tell which ones were ghostly creatures. How many times can you use your ability? At most 2 more times. If I use it again, I will be backfired by the spirit within. Su Bai understood. This was the drawback of the later-born ghost tamers. Although the later-born ghost tamers had strong ghostly powers and special abilities, they could not contract more ghosts. They were fundamentally different from players. The relationship between players and ghosts was one of subordination, as ghosts were, after all, the power of the host. Later-born ghost tamers seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with the ghosts, where the ghosts within the host would autonomously unleash their abilities according to commands, like hired help. This also led to later-born ghost tamers not possessing their own ghostly power. They couldn't use their abilities indefinitely as long as their ghost energy recovered quickly like players. If they overused their abilities in succession, they would suffer from the backlash of the fierce ghost inside. Then use it one more time and save the last for survival. All right. Thing nodded. She had witnessed Su Bai's powerful strength and meticulous thinking, and didn't refute. Precognition activated. Moments later, she visibly became exhausted, as if all her strength had been drawn away. Still killing, this time everyone together surrounded and killed a 2-member team and a 3-member team, all of which were ghosts. She pointed to the 2 teams standing across from the 3. Su Bai nodded but didn't rush to act, because in Thing's precognition, the 3 of them remained in a state of observing changes. Sure enough, not long after, a 2-member team couldn't hold back any longer. All the lone men were killed. Soon it would be their turn as a 2-member team, and if they didn't quickly find the ghosts, they could very well be next to be killed. They focused on a 3-member team. Taking advantage of a moment when one of the team members yawned, the 2 members suddenly jumped into action, ready to take him down. But that 3-member team was not easy to deal with. They instantly fought back. The 5 of them seemed to stalemate. At this moment, besides Su Bai and the 3 from the island nation, all the other participants from different countries joined the battle, throwing various skills at those 5. The first to attack could possibly be a ghost, and the ones taking the hits could also be. In the chaos, the 5 people who were already locked in a standoff could no longer withstand such a multitude of sneak attacks. In just a moment, they all became corpses lying on the ground. Having suffered various skills, the bodies on the ground were almost unrecognizable, and the scene was horrifying. The 5 bodies all turned into dark shadows on the ground, clearly not human. Su Bai looked at the scene before him, feeling a vague sense of unease in his heart. Now there were 8. As for the last one, it could be from the island nation. They were standing the farthest from everyone and had not made a move. Kai analyzed the scene and said, "It's very strange, there's only one person left now. We should know if someone from our own team has died, right? Why would they protect the ghosts?" Thing was puzzled. It's possible that, like you did before, they were swapped at some point, but no one noticed. Kai's explanation sounded somewhat reasonable, but Su Bai didn't speak. After a moment, he raised his head with clear eyes. "Since we can't be sure, let's just kill them all." The 2 beside him felt a chill, but thinking about the situation of either you die or I die, they hesitated for a moment and agreed. "First, let's kill those 3 from the beautiful nation. That vampire feels like the biggest threat, so let's deal with him first." "Listen, doing this." Su Bai whispered a few sentences in their ears. With only 1 ghost remaining in the field, all the teams were being extremely cautious. The probability of 1 ghost appearing among 13 people was too low. If they weren't careful, it could lead to an all-out brawl and everyone killing each other. Thus, they would fall into the ghost's trap.
Clearly, those who could survive until now were not foolish and naturally realized this. So, the scene fell back into an eerie calm.
Until I have a way to identify the ghost.
Yu Sifeng's voice resonated throughout the shrine, and everyone looked up at the team from the Dragon Nation. My ability is spirit communication. Every day I can ask the ghost 3 questions, and this is my last one for today. This was what Su Bai had taught her to say. If it were on any other day, a stranger suddenly revealing their ability would definitely not be taken seriously. But at this moment, the crowd's suppressed emotions and suspicions had reached a breaking point, desperately needing to be released. Thus, even the most hollow lie had people willing to give it a try.
It's him!
Yu Sifeng suddenly pointed at the vampire, and the crowd quickly surrounded him.
It can't be me. I was the first to find out about the ghost.
The vampire cried out in panic as he saw the crowd closing in.
But now, how could the fearful and suspicious people listen to him?
As long as Yu Sifeng pointed out someone who wasn't herself, it didn't matter who it was.
Su Bai acted decisively.
Threads from Loli alien shot out quickly and secretly from beneath, directly wrapping around the vampire's legs, tightening instantly and pulling him toward Su Bai. Next, Su Bai's right hand was covered in blood-red wedding attire, the sharp ghost claws instantly piercing through his chest.
Empty? It was a ghost.
Su Bai withdrew his hand, and the vampire's body fell limp to the ground, transforming into a dark shadow.
The crowd was both shocked and delighted. It really was him. This little girl actually could recognize who the ghost was.
Even Yu Sifeng herself was stunned. Unexpectedly, she had guessed right, akin to randomly dropping an answer sheet during a college entrance exam and ending up with all correct answers.
Great. Well done. Yu Kai was elated.
But it was at that moment that Su Bai's hair suddenly extended, wrapping around the necks of the 2 teammates beside the vampire. His ghost claws slid through, and their bodies were severed in half.
What are you doing?
Yu Sifeng and Yu Kai were startled. What was happening to him?
Hadn't the ghost already been found out? Poof.
2 corpses exploded, yet a dark shadow appeared. These 2 were also ghosts. The remaining people watched the scene, all silent, staring blankly at Su Bai, not knowing what to think. His 2 teammates, meanwhile, were nearly left questioning their very existence, frozen in place. A cold smile twisted on Su Bai's lips.
Sure enough, they are all ghosts. Chapter 80. Sure enough, they are all ghosts.
Su Bai raised his 2 ghost claws, and the 2 beside him also came back to their senses. Though they didn't know how Su Bai figured it out, all they had to do was follow his orders.
Unknowingly, what Su Bai said had almost become a guideline.
Yu Kai and Yu Sifeng had come to understand. The 2 of them had analyzed in that cuckoo, yet their conclusions were miles away from the truth, whereas Su Bai only needed a few glances to see through all the mysteries. Instead of wasting effort guessing blindly, it was better to hold on to Su Bai's thigh tightly.
Brother Su, what should we do next?
Though Su Bai was quite a bit younger than him, Yu Kai willingly called him brother now.
The surrounding dummies, realizing they had been exposed, stopped pretending, their eyes glowing red, their mouths twisted in eerie grins, staring at the 3.
Kill.
As the last word lingered, the remaining 7 dummies suddenly opened their eyes wide, laughing wildly as they charged at the 3.
Though they were merely dummies replicated from a mirror, their power was almost identical to that of their true forms. Those chosen to represent the country in battle were certainly not mere fish, and the previous dummies had died quickly simply due to ambush and Su Bai's overwhelming strength. Now with 7 attacking together, Yu Kai and Yu Sifeng both felt the pressure. The ghost umbrella from the island nation spun in the hands of its holder, countless streams of blood shooting out like bullets, aimed straight for Su Bai's face. The ghost child suddenly pulled out a huge sickle from somewhere, flashing beside Yu Kai, and swung it down.
The giant mouth ghost's figure suddenly enlarged, engulfing the 3 like a tidal wave.
Various attacks surrounded the 3 from virtually every angle, and even one ghost of flame unleashed a raging fire, enclosing the 3 in flames, cutting off their escape route. Seeing this, Su Bai immediately unleashed the ghost hair, and the ghostly hair behind him instantly grew longer, rising in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ghost hair formed a massive black sphere, firmly enclosing the 3 within. Dozens of powerful attacks crashed against the protective ball formed by the black hair, ringing out like a bell. On the seemingly ordinary hair, a black sheen overflowed, as sickles and ghost claws scraped against it, sparking fire. The sharp teeth of the giant mouth ghost were broken on the shield, and the flames could not ignite it.
This is the absolute defense of an SS-level ghost, far beyond what these dummies could compare.
At this moment, the ghost child closest to the ghost hair suddenly fell to the ground. A slender ghost claw was piercing through his back, gripping a dripping bloody heart. Li Shange was standing behind him, elegant like a celestial being from the underworld, as if detached from the world. And the ghost of flame hiding among the crowd suddenly coughed up blood, containing a few hard gray cowhair needles. Around it, a thin layer of mist enveloped it. This was Yu Kai's move. Indeed, any ghost that could use an ability similar to ghost hair was no ordinary character. This was his killing blow. Within his mist, countless cowhair needles were hidden, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Two dummies thus lost their breath, becoming mere pools of shadows on the ground.
At the back of the line, a dummy from Europe suddenly had a deep, visible cut open on its originally normal neck, blood gushing out incessantly.
Su Bai, not knowing when he had already teleported out from the ghost hair shield, stood behind him holding two daggers formed from ghostly shadows, standing atop a field of shadows.
Playing with shadows? You're still too naive.
Swish! The crowd of dummies turned around, and Su Bai's figure had already disappeared. Another dummy separated from its head, Su Bai like a butterfly in the dark night, constantly darting among the crowd. The dummies reacted quickly, hastily backing away, standing back to back, always on guard against Su Bai suddenly emerging from the shadows.
Effective!
The dummy's positioning was flawless, leaving Su Bai no space to launch a sneak attack. Indeed, he had already concealed himself in the shadows, not daring to show his head. Outside the scene, the big shots were very nervous. Jinshen interlaced his fingers, his right thumb constantly rubbing the back of his left hand. I didn't expect this level was not about finding ghosts, but simply about fighting. Yeah, even we were deceived. I thought there were two dummies from the island country, but it turns out they were all.
This kid's thoughts are terrifying. It's useless to say these things now. What's important is what Su Bai should do next. With so many master's avatars, even he would find it hard to break through, right?
That ghost's defensive skill is indeed powerful, but now no one can do anything to anyone. Except for a few big shots who didn't speak, the others below murmured softly. In their words, not only was there shock about the level, more was worry about the current situation. If this stalemate continues, once Su Bai's ghost energy cannot hold on any longer, he will definitely be crushed by the dummies. Following everyone's worried gazes, Su Bai's figure still did not appear in the scene.
Everyone, are you looking for me?
Su Bai's mocking voice suddenly rang out from above the dummies. The camera shifted upwards, and Su Bai had, without anyone noticing, arrived above the dummies.
A pair of black wings appeared from behind, occasionally flapping, maintaining his form.
At that moment, Su Bai was simply a fallen angel from hell, elegant yet deadly.
Let's have a waltz full of sin.
Su Bai revealed a charming smile, and the black feathers behind him were filled with blood-colored energy, almost overflowing.
The thrill of sin.
From the Gothic Loli, Eileen's ability, whenever slaughter reached a certain limit, the pleasure would accumulate and unleash a powerful attack.
After so many kills, Su Bai's pleasure had finally accumulated enough. The next strike would be very stylish. His wings tightened to his chest, red light constantly releasing. Su Bai's head slightly lifted, as if he were savoring the beauty of this moment, his long fingers crossed before his chest. Clang!
Su Bai opened his eyes, the purple light swirling like a kaleidoscope. His hands waved to the sides, the red and black wings also opening with the motion.
Countless black feathers carrying red light shot like arrows from the ground towards the dummies below.
Swish swish swish. Flesh and blood splattered, dust rose.
This was a complete saturation strike.
The black feathers were endless, maintaining a speed of 100 shots per second, lasting a full minute. Until all movement had ceased beneath him, the black wings behind Su Bai gradually faded away. As the dust cleared, this beautiful waltz came to an end. The remains of the dummies had disappeared, leaving only a ground of black shadows and numerous feathers half buried in the ground. The black hair shield retracted, a feather floated gently into Yusifeng's hand, her eyes were dazed, her mind filled with the earlier scene. That proud and elegant, dangerous yet charming guy, is he truly an existence that should be in this world?
A certain string trembled. Chapter 81. Brother Bai, how did you figure it out?
With the dummies dealt with, curiosity grew, as both of them were still in the dark about how Su Bai noticed those participants were all dummies. Su Bai did not answer immediately, but instead looked towards Yusifeng.
Do you still remember the future you foresaw?
Yusifeng nodded. The future she foresaw felt like she had experienced it herself. She naturally remembered. People are often deceived by their own subconscious.
Aren't you curious?
Why is it that in the future you foresee, all 8 people killed are monsters in disguise, and none are real?
The probability of finding 8 fake people in a group of 21 is about 1 in 100,000. How can you think we have such good luck?
Hearing this, the two opened their eyes wide.
Indeed. How could it be possible to randomly kill 8 people and have them all be fakes?
In the scenario, coincidence is the least believable thing.
I hope you remember that. The two nodded. But actually, this is just my speculation. I only confirmed my guess after killing those 2.
The two were suddenly speechless. Su Bai was indeed still Su Bai, using others' lives to validate his own assumptions.
What if he guessed wrong? He probably wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt, would he?
His cold-bloodedness sent shivers down the spines of the two.
Su Bai naturally knew what they were thinking, but how was the life and death of others related to him? Moreover, these were wild dogs always wanting to tear apart the Dragon Kingdom. If they were killed, so be it.
The people at headquarters didn't know how to evaluate Su Bai. You say he's cold-blooded, yet he takes great care of his own people. You say he's kind, but he can mercilessly turn against his teammates based on a guess. Nevertheless, there's no doubt Su Bai's powerful strength has indeed earned their recognition. On the list of 20 countries, most names were left with only a glaring 0 after them. Only the Dragon Kingdom, Beautiful Nation, Heavenly India, and Island Nation still had surviving members. Aside from the Dragon Kingdom, which was still at full capacity, the other 3 countries only had 1 person left each. In comparison, Su Bai's strength was obvious to all. In the light of his powerful strength, his cold-bloodedness became a merit. Inside the ancestral hall, the shadows left by the fake people merged into the darkness, and a dazzling light shone in the dim hall. The 3 looked towards the direction of the light, where 3 spirit tablets suddenly lit up among the rows of stacked tablets. Congratulations to participants Su Bai, Yu Sifeng, and Yu Kai for receiving rewards.
What is this?
Yu Sifeng, unable to decide, turned and asked Su Bai. The previous hint had deceived the 3 of them. How could she dare to trust this voice?
What if it was another trap? It shouldn't be fake.
The system might play some word games, but it doesn't lie. And all the lethal moves have just been used. If this were a trap, then it would go against the purpose of the scenario. This scenario was created for countries to compete, not to kill us all here. If this thing is a guaranteed death trap, then all countries would have the same evaluation.
Su Bai analyzed that the previous hint wasn't deception.
The voice said for players to go to the ancestral hall and mentioned the number of arrivals.
But it never said all participants went to the same ancestral hall. The scenario utilized players' habitual thinking.
Su Bai guessed that the participants might be in different spaces and wouldn't encounter each other in the previous stages.
The 3 Javanese people that appeared earlier were to deepen this habitual thinking. Should I go get it?
I'll do it. Yu Sifeng was about to step forward when Yu Kai blocked her and walked towards the spirit tablet. He had his own thoughts. Even though Su Bai said it wouldn't be a trap, it was still just a guess. Yu Sifeng still had one more chance to save her life, and Su Bai was the main combat force among the 3. One was indispensable to clear the scenario. If this spirit tablet turned out to be a trap, then he was the most suitable to take the risk. He cautiously approached a glowing spirit tablet, first using ghost fog to test it, but couldn't touch it, then reached out his hand towards it.
No!
Yu Sifeng exclaimed. Just as Yu Kai touched the spirit tablet, a burst of white light appeared, and Yu Kai vanished from the spot, while a ghost dressed in a Republic of China outfit with a pale face appeared in its place. Yu Sifeng frowned at the scene before him, his ghostly power stirring up, wanting to step in to save Yu Kai. But Su Bai stood still, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him.
Damn, I should have used my power sooner. What should we do, Su Bai? Should we intervene? Su Bai shook his head.
The fierce ghost in front of them did not attack the 2, and he noticed that in Yu Kai's last second before disappearing, there was surprise in his eyes rather than panic. Clearly, this was a blessing, not a curse. Indeed, in the next second, Yu Kai's figure reappeared from the spirit position, and that ghost was pulled back.
Brother Bai, this is really a reward.
Yu Kai spoke with joy, clearly pleased with the effect of this item. This spirit position has a space that can protect a person inside and summon a ghost to fight. Yu Sifeng was also surprised, such an item could save lives. Su Bai nodded, and then he and Yu Sifeng each received a shining spirit position. The 3 secured the tablets, and then the shrine suddenly shook violently, the platform filled with positions splitting in the middle.
An illusory portal appeared before the 3. This should be the entrance to the final level.
When entering the shrine, the game hinted that only 12 people remained, and after passing this level in the shrine, there would be even fewer.
With so many nearly dead, it seemed unnecessary to add another challenge. After some thought, Su Bai activated Neely's ability and slipped into Yu Sifeng's shadow. Let's go. Su Bai commanded, then fell silent, as if he had truly disappeared. Although they didn't know what Su Bai was doing, the 2 simply followed without questioning, trusting him completely. As the 2 entered the teleportation array, the Dragon Country team arrived inside the hall of the ancient mansion. The hall was beautifully decorated, but there was no furniture, only a full-length mirror standing in the center, 2 meters high and 1.2 meters wide, reflecting light from 2 sides, one side with a candle and the other without. Upon seeing the mirror and the candlelight, the 2 didn't need Su Bai's reminder and instinctively circled to the side of the mirror to avoid direct reflection. To their surprise, 3 figures were already standing opposite them. Aren't these players from the island country, beautiful country, and heavenly India that they had seen in the shrine just moments ago? The 3 were on guard, standing in a corner. But they simultaneously noticed the arrival of the Dragon Country group, as they all recognized each other's countries from the previous level. The only remaining player from the island country, Murakami, observed that there were only 2 opponents and excitedly called out. Ha 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 ha, what about that contractor of the Snow Woman? He must be dead, right? What a bunch of garbage.
The remaining players from Beautiful Country and Heavenly India wore similar expressions of joy. The strengths of both countries were actually quite strong. They easily dealt with the mirror ghost in the first level and discovered the rules of the candle and mirror. Entering the second level in peak condition, they accepted the requests of 3 dummies to join their team and ultimately killed them after seeing through the deception. Even so, they were still at full capacity. But the problem arose in the third level. After identifying 8 ghosts, the clever members of their team noticed something was wrong, then ambushed and killed 3 of their own. Originally, with their strength, as long as they coordinated well, 3 against 7 still had a good chance of winning. But the trouble arose with Su Bai. Although the replicated Su Bai was much weaker than the real one, the endless abilities almost pushed the small team to the brink of collapse. In the end, it was the captains of the 2 countries using their trump cards that barely allowed them to pass, but it came at a great cost. Therefore, they both feared and hated Su Bai. The moment they entered this hall, they worried about Su Bai's emergence. Just the copy was terrifying to that degree, let alone the real one. At this moment, seeing only 2 remaining from Dragon Country, they couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Except for Su Bai, the others were not to be feared. The 4, full of hidden motives, quietly waited. But after a long while, no new portal appeared, and it was evident that they were the last survivors. Murayama summoned the ghostly figure of a diviner, holding a set of paddles made of straw in varying lengths. After a round of divination, he rose with a wicked gleam in his eyes. "It seems you are all real people." The others agreed with him, as the same trick would be of no use a second time. Moreover, even if they were fake, this number was much easier than the last round, making it unnecessary altogether. Murayama glanced at the other 4. Among everyone present, he was in the best state, as he had previously relied on this divination to have everyone surround and kill the fake Su Bai. So even if he was alone, he could pass the round with ease. This greatly boosted his confidence, and he felt that Su Bai was nothing but garbage, and the contract with the Snow Woman was truly a blessing from his ancestors. Seeing the conditions of the others, Murayama formed a plan in his mind. He then approached the 2 people on his side. "Let's form an alliance and take out these 2 from the Dragon Kingdom first," Murayama suggested, which perfectly suited the intentions of the beautiful nations and India's ghost masters. After suffering so much from Su Bai in the last round, they naturally resented the Dragon Kingdom, and this was the perfect opportunity to take revenge on the 2. The 2 on the other side, of course, had no idea what they were plotting, but they didn't dare rush over. Moments later, the 3 on the opposite side stopped their whispering, and the beautiful nation's vampire ghostmaster was the first to speak to the 2 opposite. "This is the final round. Once we deal with the supernatural, we can get out. You 2 take the lead." The tone was incredibly arrogant. "Why should we? You think you can use us as cannon fodder? Dream on," Yukai retorted, but she moved closer to Yu Sifeng, as Su Bai was hidden in her shadow. "Not going? You have no choice." The vampire ghost master smirked, and Murayama immediately walked over to the 2 with a vicious expression. "Without that ghost collector, what right do you 2 have to reject us?" Murayama used the ability of an S-class ghost to summon the soul-binding ghost, and 2 coffins wrapped in chains appeared, one on each side of him. For the glory of the Empire. With Murayama's command, the chains on the coffins rattled and fell away, the coffins opened, revealing his 2 deceased teammates. The 2 stared blankly, their bodies still bearing the wounds from before their deaths. This was Murayama's trump card. He was confident that the remaining 4 together would not be his opponents. "Attack!" The other side came on strong, and Yukai also did not conceal his intentions, instantly unleashing a ghost mist that enveloped himself and Yu Sifeng. The ghost mist was his territory. Though he couldn't travel through it as freely as Su Bai, it would still speed him up and allow his body to partially transform into mist, making him immune to damage for a short time. The visibility for the Umbrella Ghost and Ghost Boy was significantly reduced, and Yukai faced off against 2, occasionally appearing to exchange blows. Whenever he felt pressure, he swiftly retreated, hiding within the mist. For a time, it seemed he was subtly gaining the upper hand. Seeing Yukai in the ghost mist, Murayama felt a bit cautious. It was his opponent's territory, and he wasn't keen on entering it himself. Moreover, he had a total of 3 S-class ghosts. The divination ghost didn't have any offensive capabilities, and Shotan's power wasn't suited for dealing with ghost mist. He immediately turned back to look at the 2 behind him. The meaning was clear. "We agreed to team up, and you 2 are just watching?" The vampire snorted coldly, summoning his minions from the void, and countless bats flapped their wings, rushing into the ghost mist to start harassing Yukai. Although these bats were weak, their endless numbers made them a nuisance for Yukai. He immediately concentrated all ghost needles in the mist at the front, forming a wall of needles to block the bats, while he engaged in close combat with the 2 ghosts. The ghost boy swung his scythe toward Yukai's abdomen, while the umbrella ghost targeted his left arm. Yukai held a dagger made of ghost needles in each hand, preparing to retaliate. The left and right compartments separate. A massive force made him step back. Su Bai watched everything closely but did not rush to intervene. The opponent had passed the previous stage and might have gained some items, so he needed to observe a bit longer. At that moment, the umbrella ghost stood still, continuously waving the red umbrella in his hand, sending a torrential storm of raindrops flying towards him, each one containing immense power. Yukai was also struggling to defend against the ghost needles. Just then, the ghost boy circled behind him, leaping up, wielding a sickle, and striking down forcefully towards his neck. PFF. Yukai's head suddenly detached from his body. The village below rejoiced, now only this little girl was left. But upon closer inspection, Yukai's head, separated from his body, did not fall to the ground. Instead, it was connected by a thick mist. Damn it, can you all show some real skills? The third brother from Tianju saw that these two indeed could not take down Yukai, and immediately activated his ability. This was a special drowning ghost, its entire body corroded by various messy substances. As the illusion merged with the third brother, colorful powder appeared on his face. Ganji's bathing. As he opened his mouth, a torrent of yellow water surged towards Yukai's ghost mist. This river water had very strong corrosiveness and crashed into the ghost mist, sizzling. Suddenly, large holes began to break through Yukai's ghost needle wall, and countless bats surged in, starting to disturb him as he battled the two ghosts. The situation gradually reversed. Although the ghost mist was strong, ultimately 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. Yukai showed signs of decline, retreating step by step. Just as he was about to back against the wall, the continuous flow of Ganji's water suddenly stopped. What are you doing? The vampire cursed angrily, turning his head to look at the third brother beside him. The third brother looked in disbelief at his chest. His shadow had inexplicably stood up, holding a shadow dagger, piercing through his chest. Damn it, the enemy in this level is the shadow ghost? Without the Ganjis washing away the ghost mist, Yukai was under great pressure, while the vampire also slowed down his bat release, carefully guarding against the shadow ghost. Damn, these two from Dragon Country are really lucky. The village below grumbled unhappily but no longer wasted effort on Yukai. Instead, he summoned the fortune teller ghost and began to predict the next person to be attacked by the ghost shadow. After all, no grudge is worth more than one's own life. Even Yukai almost suspected this was the work of ghosts, but Yusi-Thing looked down at his shadow with a thought. Did he act? As if to validate her guess, a strange, eerie sound suddenly filled the hall, twisting and turning hauntingly. This tune? The village below raised his head in surprise. How did it feel like he had heard it somewhere before? Damn it! The vampire ghostmaster suddenly found himself encased in the armor of the headless knight, which protected him tightly while he kept retreating. What the hell is this? It clearly is the ghost collector. The village below also remembered the source of this tune, his legs trembling, how arrogant he had been facing the two from Dragon Country, and now how much he feared. Ghost collector. Su Bai? Oh, you know me? Su Bai's icy voice was like it came from the 18th layer of hell, turning into a block of hard ice, crashing into the village below's heart. You, weren't you dead? Did I ever tell you that? You're really adorably naive. Su Bai mocked, and hearing this, the village below's face flushed red and then white. Ah, by the way, let me tell you one more thing. What? The village below was confused. I am now, Blood Red Ghost Collector Su Bai. Bang! The echo of Blood Red Ghost Collector Su Bai made the village below feel like he was struck by a truck, and his whole body flew backward. He crashed hard on the ground, skidding with his face for several meters before coming to a stop. Truly a face break. Yet Su Bai stood at the position he was previously at, her eyes filled with embarrassment. How hypocritical can one be? Damn. Voices cursed from the village, and the ghostly diviner was struck back into his body. He controlled the 2 corpses of his teammates to charge at Su Bai. You really dare to show up, then go die. The ghostly boy charged towards Su Bai, his body swelling like a balloon filled with air. In the next moment, a violent explosion erupted, and the enormous shockwave caused the entire hall to shake violently. This move is reserved just for you. The ghostly boy self-destructed. This was the last trump card of the village. The power of this strike was nearly comparable to an anti-tank rocket. No one could survive at the center of the explosion. As the smoke and bright light dispersed, the explosion site was in shambles, but Su Bai's figure was nowhere to be found. The village arrogantly believed Su Bai must have been turned into pieces, lying on the ground laughing madly. Ha ha, the ghost collector, you're nothing but this, ha. Even the vampire breathed a sigh of relief. Having fought against Su Bai's fake god, he knew the terror of this top player. When Su Bai's voice rang out, he was also startled. But with such a terrifying strike, even Su Bai couldn't withstand it, right? A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. If it wasn't Shadow Ghost, then Su Bai must also be dead, and this battle could finally come to an end. He was about to use his true power to team up with the village to deal with Yukai. What are you laughing at, you horse? Suddenly, that bone-chilling, icy voice appeared beside him. He turned his head and saw Su Bai, who should have turned into pieces, standing right next to him, wearing a teasing expression.
The vampire was about to flee but found that he couldn't move at all. His limbs were wrapped in threads, and he couldn't break free. Bang! His body exploded into countless blood arrows. Out of the blood, numerous bats flew in all directions. Blood explosion technique? Childish. With a wave, Su Bai raised a wind wall to block the blood arrows and assessed the fleeing bats. Among these bats, only one was the vampire's true self. He attempted to escape Su Bai's control with this method. But he underestimated Su Bai too much. In reality, the village watched in shock as the vampire, standing in place with a rich expression on his face, was filled with utmost fear. Both of them, at some point, had fallen into Su Bai's illusion. If it weren't for the backlash from the ghostly boy's self-destruction waking him up, he probably would have remained trapped in the illusion until death. Wake up quickly! Seeing Su Bai behind the vampire, slowly reaching out with ghostly claws toward his heart, the village shouted wildly, hoping to awaken the vampire. But obviously, this was in vain. In the blood-red ghost lance of Su Bai, his voice couldn't penetrate at all. Su Bai's hand plunged into the vampire's chest, touching that warm, pulsating heart, his face full of ecstasy. This feeling of playing with the enemy's life at his fingertips, even separated by a generation, still fascinated people. Goodbye. Su Bai said elegantly, then tightened his grip. Blood gushed from the vampire's mouth, and thus he died in the overlapping illusion of life and death. The village still wanted to fight desperately, letting the umbrella ghost rush to Su Bai's side to self-destruct. But a flurry of blue snowflakes shattered his last hope. The umbrella ghost instantly turned into an ice sculpture, and the connection with the village was abruptly severed. No, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. The village shouted in fear, while at the same time, Shoto no Toji possessed him, and he began frantically spitting fireballs in all directions. Su Bai had thoroughly frightened him to death. How pathetic. Looking at the already mad enemy before him, Su Bai lost the thought of continuing to toy with him. His initial intention was just to see if these guys had any items on them, but now it seemed there would be none. Immediately, the ghostly bride appeared behind the village, bestowing him the final blow. This battle, which was supposed to be a grand victory for the three nations. Thus, Su Bai reversed the situation forcefully. The spectators outside were horrified. Everyone put themselves in the shoes of the participants, and suddenly felt the terror of Su Bai. Faced with such a dreadful enemy, how would one escape if it were themselves? The people in the island nation before the projection didn't collapse in hysterics, nor did they feel the pain of defeat. A thick sense of despair lingered in everyone's heart. So powerful. Is this the gap between Su Bai and other ghost tamers? And the only solace was that the people from the Dragon Kingdom knew that Su Bai was on their side. Thankfully, they hadn't been too harsh on him before. The general was also secretly pondering whether he should apologize to Su Bai in person after he returned. In this battle, Su Bai made everyone witness the terrifying blood-red spirit. The name Su Bai became a towering mountain in the hearts of ghost tamers from various countries. Inside the venue, Yusifeng and Yukai were dumbfounded. Su Bai's power truly exceeded their imagination. But a new problem emerged. What exactly is the method to crack this level? Chapter 84. They didn't have to die originally. After killing the other country's ghost tamers, Su Bai sighed this way. Yukai's corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Good grief, weren't these people all killed by you? What? Did you originally intend to let them go? Yusifeng, quick-witted, instantly understood Su Bai's meaning. Are you saying you found a way out? Just a bit of thought. Saying this, Su Bai squeezed a piece of snowflake in his hand and flicked it toward the flickering candlelight in front of the mirror. The hall immediately darkened, losing all light. Yusifeng, I remember you have one last premonition left, right? The girl nodded, affirming Su Bai's statement. Then for the last premonition, let's see the future when we walk into this mirror. What? The two exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Having experienced the mirror world once, Yusifeng felt her head spinning. That world in the mirror is completely a dead zone. Once inside, you can only watch helplessly as you die inside. A dead zone is just right, from death to life. Su Bai smiled gently and spoke casually. Come on, we don't have a heart as big as yours, brother Bai, explain it to us. After experiencing various challenges along the way, Yukai finally realized. The difference between the two of them and Su Bai was like the difference between a monkey and a human. What Su Bai decided to do must have his reasons. The two of them were definitely overlooking some clues. Actually, it's quite simple. The instance has given enough hints from the very beginning. Light and shadow are the eternal themes of this instance, and what can you relate to when it comes to the opposing images of light and shadow? After resolving the other ghost tamers, Su Bai felt good, so he decided to play the teacher and prepare to give these two temporary teammates a lesson. Although the two were a bit of a burden, they at least played some role. Yusifeng's premonition was of course very convenient, and Yukai's strength was actually good too. Being able to last this long in the trio was only overshadowed by Su Bai's brilliance. Su Bai was cold-blooded but not heartless. Life and death? Yukai looked at the three corpses on the ground and couldn't help but speak. Su Bai nodded. And true and false? Yu Sifeng thought of the fakes they encountered along the way. Exactly, it's these. In the first challenge, when a person and the candlelight are both reflected in the mirror, they will be replaced. And the replacements, the fakes, have no shadows. So light represents the fake, while shadow represents the true. In the third challenge, those dead fakes turned into shadows, while those of us who survived lit up the spirit positions. In other words, light signifies life, shadow signifies death. Look at that mirror, the side with candlelight is the path of life, while the side without it is the path of death. The two were shocked as they looked at the mirror. If it weren't for Su Bai's reminder, they would have certainly assumed that the mirror with the lit candle was a dead end. After all, the entire journey had been set up that way. Su Bai continued. And because light and shadow correspond to truth and falsehood, the only way to survive is to extinguish the candle, letting this mirror fall completely into shadow. Otherwise, false life means true death. The two suddenly realized they never expected this damn dungeon to be designed with so many twists and turns, and from the very beginning, it had maliciously misled them. From now on, whether entering a graveyard or a dungeon, we must think more. What we see is not necessarily real. Use this. Su Bai said, pointing to his head. Use your abilities. Yu Sifeng responded with a lighten, and mysterious runes appeared on her forehead as she used her last foresight ability. After a moment, she opened her eyes and nodded at the two. The three approached the mirror, their figures merging into it, while the world behind them began to crumble. Vaguely, the sounds of participants' painful wails could be heard. At headquarters, as the image disappeared, the ancient clock lost power and fell back onto the desk. Jin Shen clicked a button on the desktop, and a large holographic screen appeared before everyone. On the screen, a map of the planet was displayed. Different shaped markers appeared on the map, detected by satellites that monitored global supernatural events in real time. At that moment, the markers representing the ancient house dungeon were raining down like a torrential downpour. It was almost enough to soak the entire world. Watching the ancient houses appearing one after another on the satellite map, the big shots were breaking out in cold sweat. Under this heavy rain, only the Dragon Country managed to remain safe. Other places, to varying degrees, were facing this terrifying dungeon. Even nations that hadn't passed the first level had more than 50% of their territory plagued by haunted houses. Not to mention countries that didn't even qualify to participate, haunted houses were multiplying without end, nearly appearing in every city. What a horrifying sight! In addition, since each country could only see the footage of their own participants, this meant that only the Dragon Country knew the complete way to pass this dungeon. Just this piece of information could bring countless benefits to the Dragon Country. Heaven sent Su Bai, bless our Dragon Country. Extremely excited, Jin Shen actually made such a statement about Su Bai. The blood letter slowly rose, red light descending, and the figures of Su Bai and the others reappeared in the place they had left before. Returning to reality and seeing the environment around them no longer filled with danger, the little girl Yu Sifeng actually squatted down and cried out loud. In the dungeon, dangers lurked everywhere, and her mind was always tense. At this moment, she finally let it all out. No one present blamed her for her untimely outburst. Instead, their gazes were filled with respect. For the hero who protected the Dragon Country, this was what she deserved. Even Yukai, the soldier, had a look of having survived a great calamity, showing just how perilous this dungeon had been. The people watching the projection were also sweating for them. All three returned unscathed, equally relieved. Some cheered for the Dragon Country's victory, while others celebrated that the land was safe. Only Su Bai wore a calm expression, feeling out of place in the surrounding excitement. After a while, as everyone's emotions returned to normal, Yu Sifeng wiped her tears and stood up. I'm sorry, Su Bai. She was apologizing for her earlier impulsiveness, but Su Bai merely waved his hand, not taking it to heart. After all, hadn't he already killed her once? What grievances couldn't be resolved by killing once? If there were, then just kill again. The first dungeon, it seems, was still quite merciful. Su Bai summarized. In the eyes of others, the dungeon seemed incredibly dangerous, but in fact, it was just an appetizer in the apocalypse. From now on, it will only get harder. Remember, as long as you grasp the pattern of killing, even ordinary people can survive in the dungeon. Chapter 85. Once, in the capital of the most developed entertainment industry, the city where millions lived. Countless citizens of this country desperately wanted to stay in this city, but at this moment, it had become a perilous hell on earth. It was all because of the arrival of 8 ancient mansions from the underworld, which crushed the hard-won order. After the ancient mansions appeared, entry was no longer determined by blood letters. Instead, they began to indiscriminately summon people within a certain range. Almost every half hour, hundreds of people would be summoned inside. The dungeon did not care if you were an ordinary person or a spirit wielder, everyone was treated the same. The officials quickly conveyed the information they had to all spirit wielders. Videos from the country's players almost became essential reading material. However, while spirit wielders could struggle by following the rules for a while, ordinary people faced dire consequences. Except for completely clearing the dungeon, there was no way to solve this problem. But it wasn't just this country, almost every country except for this one was struggling to cope with this disaster. The common people initially knew nothing about this. The government was quietly arranging for spirit wielders to seal off the scene and orderly evacuate people from the affected cities. However, the news was leaked by the leader of a small country, whose participants died in the first round, leaving their territory in ruins. After seeking help from another powerful country in vain, they began to take revenge. The situation spiraled out of control online, with more and more people posting photos of the ancient mansions as evidence, triggering a global escape. Countless people dragged their families through the night, desperately rushing to the city's edge, trying to escape. Such a frenzied action immediately caused the traffic system to collapse. As a result, the number of people stranded in the affected cities became even greater than those who were being evacuated orderly. Let alone a country that values purity of character and freedom, countless people attacked checkpoints with guns just to get out as fast as possible, in order to avoid being caught by the dungeon. This large-scale riot seemed on the verge of turning into a civil war when the leaders finally couldn't sit idle any longer. They immediately sent in the army to suppress the chaos, with cannon fire echoing in the sky. After 2 rounds of fire, they managed to quell the public outrage. The leaders seethed with anger, thinking how in the nearly 200 years of the nation's dominance, they had never suffered such a setback. Their faces darkened as they looked at the continually updated death toll, filled with hatred for the name Su Bai. They had sent out the strongest spirit wielders they could find, only to have them slaughtered by Su Bai. If the vampire could have survived, perhaps the following situation wouldn't have been so dire. 1 or 2 mansions could still have been endured. It was all the fault of that damned country. He completely refused to reflect on whether it was the fault of his own country's participants, placing all the blame on the other nation. He then contacted an island nation and several colluding countries, preparing to join forces to retaliate against that country. However, those were matters for later. Now, all nations had to deal with the pressure from that nation. The urgent priority for the world now was to resolve the ancient mansions as quickly as possible. But the complete method to clear the dungeon was only known by that nation's participants, and the leaders pounded their fists on the table in frustration, finally dialing the headquarters of spirit wielders from that nation. Returning to Su Bai's side, after returning to the room they had previously teleported from, he received a prompt from the dungeon. Congratulations, player Su Bai, on clearing the dungeon ancient mansion from the underworld. Evaluation, perfect level. Reward, Yin-Yang Mirror Fragment ×1. Since the arrival of the strange game into reality, it has become arrogant. At this moment, it does not even provide item information. Su Bai held the small triangular fragment in his hand, feeling its unique aura, an aura that came from the ancient mansion of the underworld. Although it looked like a mirror, when he held it up to himself, it did not reflect his face. Instead, a small shadow gathered within, and the outline looked very much like him. Su Bai guessed that the effect of this item should be similar to those mirrors in the dungeon, all related to doppelgangers. But clearly, this was not an experimental item scenario. He stored it in the corpse bag. Such a convenient spatial tool, the corpse bag, immediately drew envious glances from everyone, but Su Bai just smiled and said nothing. The spirit position that had protective effects was not obtained by any other players except Su Bai and his 2 companions. It seems to be related to the number of people who cleared the 3rd level. After all, only their team was fully staffed. And this small mirror was the reward for Su Bai's perfect clearance. Yukai and Yusifeng were essentially carried along, especially Yusifeng, who was even hit as soon as they started, naturally unable to receive a perfect evaluation. However, receiving the spirit position was already a pleasant surprise, and the 2 did not dwell on it. Jin Chen expelled irrelevant personnel, then began to praise Su Bai. Classmate Su, I truly did not misjudge you. You have both courage and wisdom. This time in the dungeon, we owe it all to you. On behalf of all the people of Dragon Country, I thank you for your efforts. Su Bai calmly shook his head. Minister Jin, you flatter me. It was just a transaction, no need for thanks. No, Jin Chen said seriously, everyone has witnessed your performance. Strictly speaking, this dungeon was cleared solely because of your strength. The country must recognize your contributions. Su Bai nodded and did not refuse anymore. Jin Chen took the opportunity to throw an olive branch to Su Bai. There is one more thing. After research by headquarters, we hope to hire you as the formal director of the A City Ghost Controller branch to manage the strange affairs of a city. And the original acting director, Wang So, can be demoted to deputy director, reporting to you. Though this was Jin Chen's original plan, previously, there had always been obstacles due to Su Bai's personality, achievements, and so on. Now that he had resolved this major strange incident, it was just right to go with the flow. Su Bai thought for a moment but did not agree on the spot. I will consider it. Then the reward you agreed to earlier. Jin Chen seemed to have anticipated this and took out a box from under the table.
The box was small, just slightly wider than a regular jewelry box, but all 8 edges were wrapped in gold thread, and the clasp was made of pure gold. Professor Gui eagerly went to study the fierce ghost and entrusted me to give this to you before leaving. While explaining, he handed the box to Su Bai. Before even touching the box, Su Bai could feel the aura leaking from within. Opening the box, it was just as he expected. On the precious satin, embedded in special foam and gold thread, there was a completely snow-white ceramic amulet with exquisite blue floral patterns depicting dragon designs. The amulet shape was that of a xuanwu, palm-sized, just right to be cradled in his hand, warm to the touch, carrying a slight chill. What was most special was the continuous release of ghost energy. This is ghost porcelain? Chapter 86. In his past life, Su Bai had naturally seen ghost porcelain, but even in that life, it was a rare item, and only the powerful ghost controllers among the officials would have 1 or 2 pieces. As a loner, Su Bai had no opportunity to use it. He couldn't help but feel strange. The strange game had only just arrived for a short time, yet Guo Huai had already researched ghost porcelain. Could it be that? Su Bai raised his head and glanced subtly at Jin Shen. It seemed that the headquarters of Dragon Country was not as simple as he thought. Whether it was the speed of establishing the official ghost controller organization or the defective ghost porcelain presented at this moment. Everywhere, there are hints of something. That's right, this ghostly porcelain is a defective product. Su Bai had seen perfect ghost porcelain, probably around half a year after the strange game arrived, when the Ghostmasters organization in City A was still intact. Perfect ghost porcelain contains ghostly power injected through special methods, and it does not leak, but now this piece of ghost porcelain in Su Bai's hand is leaking ghostly energy. Although the speed is very slow, it is indeed gradually diminishing. As for artificial strange props, also known as strange tools, Su Bai can only distinguish them. He knows nothing about manufacturing. However, Jin Chun provided a timely explanation. Professor Gui was inspired by the ghost candle you gave to Zhao Sun and developed this special effect strange tool, but most of the experiments have been failures. This one is barely a success. However, its effect will not be discounted, it will only weaken over time. To solve this problem, Professor Gui specially made this box to stop the weakening process. Su Bai expresses his certainty. He already knew its function when he first saw the box. Gold, although in his past life it was a price marker, its other important role has been discovered by scientists like Professor Gui since the appearance of the strange things. That is to isolate ghostly energy. Because of this unique effect, many strange tools cannot be made without it. This is also the reason why Su Bai had always used gold for trading before. In the later years, trading strange props, in addition to barter, gold is also one of the measuring indicators. Back to ghost porcelain, this small flaw is not a big deal to him. The key is that the effect of this tool is really good. Jin Chen also introduced it to him generally, and it turned out to be quite similar to his memory. Happily accepting it, Jin Chen then told him some news. It was about City A. After the establishment of the sub-bureau, Zhao Sun led people to collect information on various strange events and also found the crying ghost located in the suburbs. The crying ghost has a specific pattern of action and generally does not actively leave its suburban territory, so they only sent a few people to monitor it. However, recently, people from the sub-bureau surprisingly discovered that in the territory where the crying ghost roams, another wandering fierce ghost has appeared. Even more special is that this fierce ghost has no record in the game at all. Its behavior patterns, killing habits, etc., are all unknown, although it is still in the wasteland for now. At any time it could wander into the city. When that happens, it will bring devastation. Is that unknown ghost threat very big? Very big. Most of the ghosts in absolute tombs in City A have been controlled, but this one has not been discovered and has developed into something quite excessive. Hearing this, Su Bai understood fully in his heart. This is not some wandering ghost at all, it is clearly the result of S-class ghosts in Su Buki's body devouring each other and then reviving. But this is not a disaster caused by Su Bai's carelessness, it is merely an experiment he conducted using Su Buki's body. In his past life, during the campaign against the crying ghost, Su Bai had understood the capabilities of the other side. That picture frame can seal people and trap them inside to die slowly, somewhat like a miniature absolute tomb. Su Bai initially wanted to see if the crying ghost's picture frame could limit the revival of ghosts like the absolute tomb. If it could, then it would serve as an excellent incinerator. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to collect corpses to kill ghostmasters, he could just throw them into the suburbs, let the crying ghost seal them, and save a lot of body bags. It seems that this free incineration wish has failed. After you go back, cooperate with the sub-bureau to solve it. Jin Chen's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, his voice somewhat powerless. Asking Su Bai to take action would naturally require a significant cost, but this is also a helpless move. After all, he did not have a reliable strongman like Su Bai at hand. Although this guy is nominally the deputy director under his command, the two are more like employer and employee. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Alright, what's the reward this time? Actually, there was no need for Jin Chen to speak. A city was originally his base, and these ghosts had to be dealt with. But since Jin Shin spoke first, he felt he couldn't let this opportunity go without making the most of it. Jin Shan was speechless. This kid really wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit.
Professor Guo's research has not yet produced better results. I cannot guarantee anything, but I can promise you priority. As soon as there is a result, you can be the first to redeem it.
Additionally, I can make a special exception for you to choose one item from the headquarters collection of supernatural items. Supernatural items are the tools produced by ghosts and weird creatures after they entered reality. They are similar to the weird items Su Bai got out of the game by exploiting bugs, but they carry a mark from reality. In the original weird game, defeating monsters didn't yield any items. This is a change brought by the merging of two worlds. Items like Su Bai's 9-inch nail, anonymous tablet, glowing spirit position, and mirror shards are all supernatural items.
3 items.
Su Bai started his traditional art of sky-high pricing.
Impossible. Only 1. It must be 3.
The two quarreled over the price like street vendors. If someone saw the dignified deputy minister Jean and the strongest ghost controller in this state, they would definitely be shocked.
After bargaining for a while, they finally each took a step back.
It can only be 1 item, plus 2 research items from Professor Guo.
Trust me, he will definitely succeed.
Jin Shen, being pestered with no way out, could only bring up Guo Huai as a substitute. Far away in the laboratory, Professor Guo sneezed 3 times in a row, never expecting that he was sold by Jin Shen and had taken on the debt of 2 research items at nearly 70 years old.
Deal.
Su Bai had initially bluffed about asking for 3 items, and with the addition of 2 weird objects, he naturally felt happy. Others might not trust Professor Guo, but as a reborn person, he certainly believed without a doubt. After settling everything in Kyoto, Su Feng in a city also sent news that he had received the agreed-upon gold, and his home was safe. Therefore, Su Bai took a night to rest and prepared to head back home. On the day of departure, Su Bai met his 2 teammates again, who came to see him off at the airport.
Brother Bai.
Thank you. Yukai solemnly bowed to Su Bai, expressing gratitude not only for saving his life but also for that free supernatural item.
Chapter 87. Su Bai nodded in acceptance, saying nothing more.
Yukai similarly had no words. Although they had experienced life and death together, their identities were different. For Yukai, as a soldier, this was just a mission and shouldn't involve too much personal emotion.
However, Su Bai's admonition would benefit him for a lifetime.
Yu Si-Feng, as a specially recruited personnel, was different.
She didn't have as many concerns.
The girl looked at Su Bai, who was about to leave, her eyes filled with reluctance, something flickering vaguely.
Su Bai. Can I have your contact information? Thank you for your help in the instance.
Without you, I might have been stuck in the mirror a long time ago. The girl said gratefully, looking at Su Bai's stern face, and for some reason, her cheeks turned slightly red. Your ability was also a great help for clearing the instance. Remember what I told you, perhaps there will be another chance to meet.
Su Bai left his WeChat contact and turned to leave.
Suddenly, a wave of fragrance came, and he was hugged from behind by a pair of soft arms.
My name is Yu Si-Feng. I'm from G City, studying in Kyoto.
Yu Si-Feng chattered on, and at last, she whispered in Su Bai's ear.
We must meet again.
The soft arms released him, and Su Bai didn't turn back, nearly giving a faint smile as he walked toward the plane home. The private jet slowly stretched out, and Kyoto below gradually shrank until Su Bai could see it all at a glance. Sitting by the window, looking at the vast island of Kyushu below, a strange feeling arose in his heart. It seemed to be something he had never felt during his painful struggles in his past life. Then, he sighed and decided to take on the role of the chief of the A-City branch. Not for anything else, but in this vast land of 9 provinces, Su Bai also wanted to have his own peaceful harbor. The people he cared about all needed a safe place. As for others, he could only temporarily say sorry. In this toppled world, he could only take care of himself. In his past life, he lost his home for 10 years, and in this life, he wanted to firmly protect his home. The plane plunged into the clouds, disappearing without a trace. Several hours later, at the A-City airport. With a firm resolve, Su Bai dialed the branch's number as soon as he got off the plane. A city, I will take over from now on. Without saying anything else, just that one sentence completed the most important transfer of power in a city. The one who commands the spirits must eventually step onto the stage. Soon, a bulletproof car drove up to Su Bai. Wang Su and Zhao Sun got out of the car, and upon seeing Su Bai, Wang Su, the ghost hand, happily circled around him, so warm and friendly. Brother Bai, let me have a good look, you didn't get hurt this time, right? Zhao Sun also smiled, but unlike Wang's hypocrisy, his joy came from the heart. Brother Su, sorry to keep you waiting.
It's okay, I just got home too.
Zhao Sun felt relieved. Su Bai's words were clear, he referred to a city as his home, proving that he took on the role of chief truly to protect a city. Wang Si showed no unhappiness about having his position taken away, his smile remained as he mysteriously said. Professor Guo's prediction turned out to be correct, he guessed long ago that you would take over, and I have prepared all the handover materials. Su Bai was left speechless in his heart. Professor Gui was indeed as smart as the rumors suggested. Alright, Zhao Sun, take him back to Assume office, I'm heading back to Kyoto. The professor also said Brother Bai wouldn't trust me, so he told me not to stay here as a hindrance. Wang Si joked with a smile and turned to walk towards the still open gangway. Before boarding, he turned back to Su Bai and said, Brother Bai, remember to look for me in Kyoto, I'll treat you to drinks. Then, the fat Wang hummed a tune and boarded the plane. Su Bai felt once again how extraordinary Professor Guo's wisdom was, indeed, he could never feel at ease with the smiling tiger, Wang Su, and his departure saved him some trouble. Su Bai returned to the branch and sat in the chief's position for the first time, with Zhao Sun standing opposite him. Although I hold the position, the management matters are still yours, I won't interfere in that. Zhao Sun agreed, knowing that Su Bai as chief was just a figurehead and had already prepared himself mentally. Furthermore, I will deal with the tricky affairs of a city in the future, but those minor issues, you can handle with your team, is that okay? What problem could there be? Zhao Sun was overjoyed, he had been waiting for Su Bai's words, and those events threatening the safety of a city finally had a solution. However, before he could be happy, Su Bai interrupted. As a price, I need a stronghold, I already have a location in mind, Hugui Community. Hugui Community, mentioned by Su Bai, is located on the outskirts of a city, not far from the branch, although it had been on sale for a long time, it hadn't sold well due to its remote location. But even so, it is still an entire community. Is it possible to acquire it for less than 100 billion? Zhao Sun was instantly shocked, how could their branch have such capability? Even if they coordinated and reported, the higher-ups would need to approve it, and given the current turbulent situation, how could it be so easy to just throw out 100 billion to buy properties for Su Bai? At least, he couldn't guarantee. Zhao Sun's embarrassment was written all over his face, and Su Bai could naturally see it. Don't get me wrong, I plan to exchange it with the company. Even though Su Bai's 50% stake only exchanged for a few billion, shares do not represent the company's true value. Just the two engine factories under the company are worth around 8 billion, not to mention various materials and buildings. When counted together, they easily add up to 100 billion, which isn't much different from the value of this neighborhood. Moreover, in this new world, who still has the heart to buy a house? My uncle's whole family is dead, it turns out I am the only one to inherit my family's company. Su Bai spoke lightly, but Zhao Sun was shocked. He had long guessed that the deaths of Su Yisheng and his son were related to Su Bai, but due to Su Bai's power, no one investigated it. But so what? Death is a certainty, even if there were evidence, no one would offend Su Bai because of it. Are there not enough dead people in this new world? It is their honor to trade the lives of two worthless people for Su Bai to protect countless lives in the whole city. Zhao Sun naturally knows what is light and what is heavy. With the financial matters settled, Zhao Sun had no doubts and immediately agreed. Negotiating with the identity of the sub-bureau would naturally resolve many troubles, and there are specialized departments to handle this. What Zhao Sun needed to do was merely report to higher-ups, anything related to the Ghost Exorcist sub-bureau, especially matters regarding Su Bai, would certainly be smooth sailing, causing no trouble at all. After all, he had just become a national hero, saving countless lives from death. In today's dragon country, they cannot do without him. Chapter 88. Alright, hurry up and handle it. I'll be moving in soon, and that big hole in the house is troubling to look at. Zhao Sun felt a bit emotional, that was something that happened before the strange game came. If it weren't for that hole, how would he have met Su Bai? His own fate seemed to have changed at that moment. What about the morning ghost and that unknown monster? Zhao Sun inquired about the morning ghost in the wasteland. Let's take a few days. I need to rest and should send more people to keep an eye on it. There is no rush regarding the morning ghost, after all, she is in the suburbs, and few have encountered misfortune since the lockdown. Unless someone is seeking death and purposely goes there, she won't be entering the city to kill for the time being. Having finished the matters at hand, Su Bai could finally go home. The bureau assigned him a special car and driver, but Su Bai didn't need it, instead, he called Su Feng to drive for him. The special car stopped in front of the villa, and Su Bai's tense nerves relaxed, the pressure of the mission completely vanished at that moment. Pushing the door open, a crowd was already waiting for him. Aunt Wu had prepared a big table full of dishes all tailored to Su Bai's taste, since she knew he was going on a long trip, she worried he wouldn't get used to the food outside. Besides a few girls at home, 3 girls from the Union were also brought to the villa by Su Feng to welcome Su Bai home. The storage warehouse was guarded by law enforcement personnel from the sub-bureau, all ordinary people who had dealt with strange events, recruited from other departments. Brother Su Bai. I missed you so much. Little Sure Huai was the first to rush into Su Bai's arms, her small face rubbing against his chest.
Meanwhile, the little white-eye ghost princess also looked eager to try. Su Bai pulled her in as well, ruffling her hair while secretly inspecting her energy. Although her body hadn't grown, the ghostly energy of the white-eye ghost princess had become stronger. However, it seemed that little Shi Huai's control over her remained very stable, and the Dahangwa showed no abnormalities. After being affectionate with his two little sisters for a while, Su Bai took a seat at the table, and everyone began to eat. Su Bai, did you encounter any dangers? Yao Ningxin took a bite of rice, burying her head in the bowl. Although she had already accepted Su Bai in her heart, saying such words of concern similar to a wife's to her husband for the first time still made her a bit shy. In her interactions with everyone, Yao Ningxin gradually learned everything about the strange events. Being an ordinary person, she was unaware of Su Bai's strength, thus worrying more than anyone else about his safety. It's a good thing, let me tell you all about it. Su Bai smiled and began to share the story of this journey. When it came to bargaining, everyone laughed knowingly, and when he mentioned Yu Xifeng, Yao Ningxin, Ling Ruoyao, and the girl with twin ponytails, Li Jia, all showed a flicker of jealousy in their eyes. But when Su Bai described the dangerous scenes, Yao Ningxin bit her lip, her hand holding the chopstick slightly trembling. Ling Ruoyao frowned, full of worry. Li Jia even widened her eyes in an exaggerated manner, as if she wished to travel back in time to protect Su Bai. However, when they heard Su Bai talk about those fake people, they all showed admiration and respect. After a while, aside from the props, Su Bai recounted all of his experiences from these past few days. Such thrilling stories made everyone exclaim in excitement, but besides that, they were all worried sick. Especially Ling Ruoyao, who pinched Su Bai's arm playfully, feigning toughness while warning him not to take such risks next time. Su Bai smiled and nodded in agreement. There's one more thing. Su Bai feigned mystery, stirring everyone's curiosity. From now on, I will be the director of the A City Ghost Tamer branch. Upon hearing this news, everyone except Su Feng gasped in astonishment. The director of the Ghost Tamer branch, a figure almost like the local emperor of a city, was actually this not yet 20-year-old boy beside them. Anyone who learned this news couldn't remain calm. Only Xiao Shihui laughed cheerfully. Regardless of Su Bai's identity, he was still her best brother. So, President, does this mean we will be part of the Ghost Tamer branch? Are we now the regular army? The youthful and curvy Lin Tianjin said with a delighted face. Yes. Do we also have uniforms? The really cool kind from the branch? Mentioning this, the tough Barbie Zuamara also got excited, as if the Ghost Tamer branch's tactical jackets held some unknown allure for her. If you want them, we can arrange that. Long live the president. Zuamara let out a call that didn't match her physique, causing Su Bai to facepalm, marveling at the creator's truly unique taste. By the way, we're moving in a few days. Su Bai briefly mentioned the situation regarding Hugua community. This decision took a lot of consideration from Su Bai. First, the city had a large population, making it easier for supernatural events to occur, while moving to the suburbs would make it safer for him to protect everyone. Secondly, the people around him couldn't possibly fill an entire community, so the remaining empty houses could be sold at a high price to wealthy individuals. What Su Bai was selling was not just the houses, but rather his indirect protection. It was likely that the safest place in all of Longua, aside from the headquarters, was the community where the strongest ghost tamer, Su Bai, lived. Right now, everyone was squeezed into a villa, which was lively, but it surely wouldn't work long term. In the end, everyone would have their own houses, but more importantly, after we move, if you have any relatives you're worried about, let me know, and I'll have the branch bring them over. This was one of the rare moments of tenderness from Su Bai since the arrival of the supernatural events. Hearing this news, everyone instantly had tears in their eyes. Since the new world arrived, strange events had erupted everywhere, and people were filled with fear. Everyone knew about the existence of ghosts and monsters and naturally felt uneasy about their children wandering outside, having called multiple times to urge them to come home. Though they knew being by Su Bai's side was the safest, how could their families understand? Moreover, roads were blocked everywhere, making it unrealistic to even think about going home. People are not wood or stone, who doesn't have feelings? Of course, everyone wanted their families to be safe. The gift Su Bai was giving them now was more precious than anything. Now that they had the branch director's word, their families wouldn't refuse. Yao Ningxin began to sob. She was undoubtedly the most touched one. The others at least were from a city, but her parents were far away in another city. After the strange game descended, they wanted to find me, but how easy could that be? The bizarre incidents in the city are manageable, as the Ghost Hunters Bureau handles them, but what about the outskirts? They are simply overwhelmed. Besides the suspension of transportation between various cities, many factories have also shut down, fearing that a small mistake could lead to strange events. People dare not go out or go to work. Even though the country and local bureaus are trying their best to handle the situation and restore society to normal, it's clearly not something that can be achieved overnight. Even Su Bai has been taking a special plane between City A and Kyoto. Su Bai gently stroked her back, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 89.
After resting for 2 days, the power transfer and functional planning of the Bureau were also completed. Mainly, it was the deployment of law enforcement personnel and ghost hunters. Since Su Bai would handle major matters, the teams originally prepared for emergencies could return to regular assignments. The original team under Wang Su was also divided into various departments, and an additional batch of people was reassigned to help Su Bai welcome Su Feng and several women's relatives. Su Bai didn't bother with these matters. He had already explained that these issues should be handled by Zhao Sun, who was more experienced in this area. And Su Bai, besides spending every day with several women, also gave special training to Su Feng, Ling Ruoyao, and others on controlling their abilities. After all, these would be his future team, so Su Bai had to pay some attention. Additionally, there was good news. They had officially moved into the Hugua community, with Su Bai's villa situated right in the center, surrounded by the others. And of course, Aunt Wu and Xiao Shihuai still lived with him. It was more reassuring to keep an eye on the White-Eye Ghost Princess himself. Interestingly, the owner of the community was also quite a character. He somehow learned about Su Bai's identity. After transferring the property to Su Bai, his company only required the cost price for the mortgage, not taking a single penny of profit, and converted it all into cash for Su Bai. At the same time, he directly gave Su Bai 20 million, buying a villa in the place closest to him outside of a few people. He obtained the first outside resident rights in Hugua community. Such an insightful person, Su Bai naturally agreed. After moving into the community, Su Bai arranged for someone to transfer the items from the warehouse over. Based on the current situation, Su Bai felt quite confident in holding City A. After resting enough, Su Bai was also preparing to deal with the matter of the crying ghost. Su Feng drove with him to the bureau. Naturally, no one dared to stop the director's car. In today's City A, Su Bai's face was the best pass. Upon entering the bureau, a team of 5 ghost hunters had already gathered. Although Su Feng was not officially in the organization, everyone knew his relationship with the director. Calling him the director's assistant was not an exaggeration. The two walked in front of the team, and Xiao Lu came to greet them. Originally, there was no such position as chief in the bureau. Previously, the ghost hunters were all led by the ghost hand, Wang Su himself. But after Wang Su left, Zhao Sun, being an ordinary person, these ghost hunters naturally fell under Xiao Lu's leadership. Currently, there were 5 teams rotating in the bureau. Perhaps this number is still far from enough for an entire city, but Su Bai understood that this was already quite a lot. In his previous life, Su Buki had divided a batch of people, followed by the undead events, and then the emergence of the White-Eye Ghost Princess. During the most difficult times, City A even requested assistance from Kyoto. Even so, in the end, they were all wiped out. It can be seen that these 5 teams were hard-earned. There are actually many ghost hunters in the community, but they are either scared for their lives or have formed small groups, so Su Bai was too lazy to recruit them for now. He is neither Su Buki nor Zhao Sun. For him, the quantity is not as important as the quality. Those ghost hunters with average strength. Even less than a meticulous ordinary person. Among these 5 small teams, over half are traitors from his former guild. Although they are disloyal, at least their strength is still there. In a sense, the effort he put into nurturing them was not in vain. Su Bai and Xiao Lu entered the office, leaving Su Feng and the 5 team members outside, staring at each other. Among the 5, surprisingly 4 are traitors. This delighted Su Feng. These people probably never imagined that after going around in circles, they still fell into Su Bai's hands. Moreover, because of their own cleverness, they transformed from a well-functioning Imperial Guard into a makeshift team, and the more they think about it, the more regret they feel. If only they had been a bit more resolute back then, perhaps they too would now be like Su Feng, following Su Bai around at any time. Oh my, isn't that someone I know? Never mind, what's your name isn't important, hurry up and get me a glass of water. What are you staring at? Do you want to keep your job? Su Feng openly mocked these traitors, but after a moment, he sighed. It really wasn't interesting. After all, they were not on the same path. Inside the office, Su Bai and Xiao Lu sat facing each other. Captain Lucian, how does it feel to get promoted? Lucian is Xiao Lu's full name, and Su Bai joked. Brother Su, just call me Xiao Lu. You have no idea, these little rascals are all a pain to manage. On patrol, they all act like big shots, but when something happens, they turn into turtles hiding their heads. Xiao Lu complained, and Su Bai was not surprised. It was actually an inevitable trend. As events increase, the importance of ghost tamers also becomes more evident, and at that time, their status will rise as well. The formation of a new class of ghost tamers is an unavoidable trend. The Long Kingdom is relatively better. In some countries suffering from severe bizarre incidents, ordinary people have already become slaves and toys for the ghost tamers. Su Bai didn't want to see any bullying of ordinary people among his subordinates, so he reminded them. Usually give them a little warning. If there's a problem, don't feel sorry, handle it as it should be. As long as I'm in City A, chaos won't happen. Let's talk about the crying ghost. Xiao Lu nodded and handed a document to Su Bai. According to the intelligence we gathered, this unknown ghost always cries loudly before killing.
Anyone who hears her crying will be influenced emotionally.
Once they can't control themselves and start crying, they have violated the killing rule and will be killed immediately. The abilities aren't much different from what Su Bai saw before, but he mainly focused on the newly detected skill range and territory size. Compared to what Su Bai saw before, it's quite a bit stronger. It seems this time has been quite fruitful for them. Su Bai nodded. Xiaolu was now much more stable in handling things than before. After these days of training, he had grown quite well. Let's go, we'll check it out. The two went out, taking Su Feng and the 5-member team to the outskirts. The red moon hung high in the sky, the dark curtain of night fell. In the territory of the crying ghost, the lush forests that were once there before the apocalypse had disappeared, all killed by the ghostly energy of the crying ghost. The entire mountain was desolate, with nothing but yellow sand on the ground and stones rolling around in the wind, occasionally a few bare wild graves, showcasing the desolation. The sound of the wind was mournful like crying, and the cry was sharp like the wind.
Amidst their mix, it became even more eerie.
2 weak ghost tamers felt their legs go soft just standing outside the desolate land, just as Xiaolu said, becoming turtles hiding their heads. Su Bai took out 3 ghost candles from the body bag, except for one he held in his hand. He gave one each to Xiaolu and Su Feng. As for those traitors, in Su Bai's heart, once they took that step, they were already outsiders. Since they were outsiders, their life and death have nothing to do with Su Bai.
Chapter 90.
The sound of crying echoed eerily through the mountains and forests, disturbing everyone's emotions. Aside from Su Bai feeling everything was normal, the others all felt a faint sadness rise in their hearts. The past, those insignificant or long-forgotten sorrows, surged once again in his heart, an emotion called sadness, spreading like a virus among the crowd. Xiaolu was the first to react and immediately instructed everyone to put on the professional headphones that had been prepared in advance, turning the volume up to the maximum. In an instant, the surrounding sounds seemed to be cut off, and in the silence, the cries became even more piercing. Xiaolu took out his phone, clicked play, and started a joyful song on a loop, trying to drown out the cries.
Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red ribbon, may good people have good luck every day.
As this song played, all other music bowed down. Indeed, everyone's attention was distracted, their ears filled with the penetrating sound of the suona. When teammates began to communicate, the music would automatically soften, not interfering with the conversation. Su Bai and Su Feng did not wear such headphones. This strange ability relied little on physical means. Even a deaf person could hear the cries here, let alone just someone wearing headphones. The only effective thing, perhaps, was that the music could dilute the sorrow accumulating in their hearts. Su Bai's mouth twitched. Xiaolu actually thought of this method, and he didn't want to keep listening to the same song about good luck.
To block this influence, Su Bai's ghostly energy was the real solution.
A thin layer of ghostly essence appeared around him, the blood-red hue wrapping around him and Su Feng, instantly silencing the annoying cries. The sadness in Su Feng's eyes faded away as well, and he couldn't help but feel a bit fearful. Even before stepping into the desolate mountain, the crying ghost had such an influence, it was truly terrifying. Everyone was ready.
Let's go. Su Bai ordered, and everyone stepped into the territory of the desolate mountain ahead.
As soon as they entered, Xiaolu and the others shivered, a strange feeling enveloping them, and an impulse to cry surged up from the depths of their hearts as the cries grew louder.
Stay rational. Xiaolu immediately warned everyone, stabilizing their minds.
Su Bai also felt a faint pressure from his ghostly energy.
Revival Stage 2.
This desolate mountain grave was indeed the ghostly essence of the crying ghost. A hazy drizzle floated in the sky, mingling with the sobbing sounds by their ears, further shrouding everyone's hearts in gloom. The wind accompanied the cries, the fine rain like tears. The blood moon and dark sky were blocked outside. Their intrusion surely alerted the crying ghost, but they had not waited for her appearance. Something must be restricting her.
As they advanced, countless people appeared around them, kneeling on the ground.
By their clothing, they seemed to be townsfolk living in nearby villages.
Hello?
Xiaolu mustered the courage to call out, but there was no response.
Trembling, he walked in front of those kneeling figures, and a terrifying sight unfolded.
Those on the ground stared blankly ahead, a stream of blood and tears flowing from the corners of their eyes. Their faces were twisted in pain, as if they were mourning the death of their loved ones, utterly heartbreaking. The team members approached to investigate. These people had obviously lost their breath and were clearly victims of the crying ghost. All the corpses were kneeling in the same direction, and that direction was likely where the crying ghost was located. Xiaolu worriedly looked in that direction, shrouded in mist and rain, unable to see clearly.
Su Ge, should we go straight over?
Su Bai did not rush to reply but instead contemplated over these bodies. On this desolate mountain, there was not only the crying ghost. Aside from her, the monster within Su Buki that was waking up was also a danger. The strengths of the two ghosts must be similar, otherwise, they could not balance each other and coexist in the same area. It is known that the territorial awareness of ghosts is incredibly strong. If two powerful ghosts meet, unless there is no other choice, they would not appear together.
Only they could do nothing about each other. Boss, do you think these two monsters will fight each other, and will sit back and reap the benefits?
Su Feng whispered to Su Bai's ear. As Su Bai's assistant, he understood the situation here. Although the two monsters are mortal enemies, it does not mean Su Bai can act like a wolf and a tiger. Humans are always the first prey for monsters. Once they appear in front of the two monsters, all talk about territory and not allowing two tigers on one mountain will be thrown out the window. They will first kill the humans. But even with two second-stage monsters, Su Bai has no fear at this moment. Moreover, the crying ghost was an event that had already been resolved in his previous life. Although Cydia sought help from neighbors to resolve her, and even invited strong fighters from Kyoto, what strong fighter could compare to the current Su Bai? This indirectly reflects that this ghost's power is only average among all second-stage awakenings. Slightly stronger first-stage awakenings could resist it. And Su Bai still had the powerful weapon 9-inch nail in hand. With just one nail, whether you are a first or second-stage awakening, you will be nailed down immediately. What intrigued Su Bai was just the monster that had awakened inside Subuki. In just a few days, it had completed the process of devouring and awakening, which clearly indicated some unique changes had occurred. No need to rush, let's explore first. Everyone began to move laterally in the desolate mountain, searching the surroundings. Before long, another kind of corpse appeared before everyone's eyes. Unlike the previous bizarre way of dying, these corpses looked bloody and cruel. The dirt on the ground was stained a purplish red, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. This ground seemed to have become a stall selling meat in the market, with various bloody flesh casually spread everywhere. These were individuals who had been dismembered alive. In a dazzling array, various shapes of minced meat were everywhere, and the methods used were violent, focusing only on speed, without any sense of beauty. Besides the ground full of minced meat, the remaining heads were piled up to form a heap akin to a Beijing stand. Those stacks of sheep heads set up at the market to attract customers were nothing compared to this. From the painful and desperate expressions on those heads, it was not hard to tell what kind of terror they experienced before death. Su Bai crouched in front of a severed arm, carefully observing the cut. The flesh's cutting surface was smooth, but on the bones, there were clear signs of crushing. It was evident that the weapon used for hacking was extremely heavy. Such a cut reminded Su Bai of a monster. The pig-head butcher. With such obvious bone-cutting marks, it was hard not to think of it, but this was not certain. After all, the three monsters devour each other, and what kind of monster emerges in the end could not be predicted by anyone. Ugh! A team member couldn't bear the bloody scene and ran aside to gag. The pig trotters they had eaten in the morning came up without a trace, causing great discomfort. The remaining few were not as extreme, but their faces were not looking too good either. Chapter 91. This is the pig-head butcher? As a resident S-class monster in the store, Xiao Lu had never eaten pork but had seen pigs run. An eerie incident involving the pig-head butcher had occurred in the city, but it was only a first-stage awakening. At that time, the ghost Han Wangsa led the team, and it wasn't too hard to solve. It was not that Xiao Lu was particularly knowledgeable, rather, the pig-head butcher's killing method was simply too distinctive. Only it could create a scene like this, resembling a raw meat shop. This also relates to the pig-head butcher's pattern of killing. Search for fresh ingredients, directly using the bodies until finding the best materials on them. Xiao Lu mumbled, reciting the game information about various monsters issued by the headquarters. For the pig-head butcher, children, women, and strong adult men are more attractive, which is similar to the current scene. Among the remains under everyone's feet. Can't find a trace of the old man. It's indeed very similar, but looking closely. Su Bai pointed to a cleaver symbol drawn in blood on the ground. Besides the severed limbs, there are other things. The butcher's killing pattern has changed, which indicates his level of strangeness is increasing. The rain in the sky continued to wash away the blood on the ground, but it couldn't wash away this symbol. An invisible force blocked the rain from touching it. Little Lu felt as if he was locked by some invisible power, and the hairs on his body stood on end. This feeling was, of course, familiar to him, so he exclaimed. Not good. This is the killing pattern of the Fear Clown. The Fear Clown was also the most easily appeared ghost in the first stage of resurrection. Little Lu remembered that encounter very clearly. His entire team was pursued by the elusive clown for a whole day and night just because they looked at a blood-red smiling face on the wall. In the end, they relied on a supernatural item brought by Wang So from Kyoto to resolve it. But that battle cost the division dearly. Out of the two entire teams, only Little Lu survived. Seeing this mark again made him feel chills. Su Bai quickly lit the ghost candle in his hand, and the flickering flame dispelled the coldness coming from the mark. Almost instantly, the ghost candle dropped significantly. Quick, stay alert. Little Lu reacted, immediately ordering that since they had been targeted by the butcher, he would come quickly. At the same time, he also understood that they would not face a primitive ghost, but a butcher fused with the Fear Clown. This type of ghost can inherit the abilities of other ghosts and may mutate. The danger level is not at the same level as those primitive ghosts with clear killing patterns. A moment's carelessness could lead to a total wipeout. In the next moment, heavy footsteps echoed in the rain. The footsteps landed in the rain, splashing a chilling sound, making everyone's breathing involuntarily heavier. A tall figure, holding a cleaver, tore through the rain curtain and appeared at the edge of the desolate mountain, slowly walking towards them. The pace was slow, but the figure approached the group at an incredible speed, as if each step covered dozens of meters.
That figure became a death talisman, steadily approaching.
When he reached in front of them, they saw his appearance clearly. Standing 2 meters and 40 centimeters tall, with a robust body, he was completely naked, except for a leather apron wrapped around his body. In his hand was a huge, rusty cleaver, constantly dripping blood as it was washed by the rain. On this horrifying body sat a large pig's head, with bristles flying wildly and large tusks still holding onto some strands of flesh. On that pig face, there was a bizarre oil painting, and the corners of the mouth were outlined with blood to create a strange smile.
The 5 members of the ghost user team were a bit trembling, but they still got into formation to confront the enemy.
Su Bai looked at these highest-level A-class rookies and couldn't help but sigh. This pig-headed butcher was at least a first-stage resurrection ghost and likely a second stage. They were just bringing in ingredients. But the purpose of this trip wasn't for them to exert any strength, he just wanted to train them a bit. After all, as the team under his command, he couldn't be at ease unless they experienced some horror. Although they weren't a match for the pig-headed butcher, there was at least a way for all 5 to survive.
The pig-headed butcher won't prioritize killing imperfect ingredients.
If you want to live, quickly cut off your fingers, ears, or toes, anything will do, just make yourself imperfect.
Su Bai reminded.
This is a loophole in the rules. The monsters in these games, once revived, are everywhere, and that's no secret.
It won't take long for everyone to figure it out.
Su Bai fully opened the ghost's trap. He was now at the edge of the crying ghost's trap, where the pressure was much less. Although he could envelop everyone in a teleportation without any problem, it contradicted the purpose of his journey. He came here to deal with these 2 monsters. He still needed the ghost's trap to fight against the fierce ghost, not to escape. He was not prepared to waste his strength protecting these ghost controllers. Some paths must be walked alone. At this moment, the opponent revealed themselves. If they didn't even have the courage to fight, then they shouldn't have come. The pig-headed butcher raised the bone-cutting knife in his hand, ready to swing it down towards a young boy in the ghost controller team from afar. The young boy was locked onto by the terrifying aura. He froze in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Su Bai shook his head upon seeing this. He had already told them how to break the situation, yet none of them did what they were supposed to do.
What is a finger compared to life?
Besides, after returning to the sub-bureau, there would naturally be healing-type ghost controllers who could help reconstruct a severed finger. Ghost controllers live on the edge of life and death. Beneath their feet is an abyss, and the only thing left is a steel wire suspended above it. If they aren't ruthless enough with themselves, they are destined not to pass this road. Just as the butcher's knife was about to strike down.
Damn!
Little Lu shouted loudly, pulling out a tactical dagger from his waist and swinging it hard towards the boy's ear. The dagger flashed like a cold light, and an ear fell to the ground, bouncing a few times, covered in blood and mud, as blood gushed quickly from the wound.
Ah!
The sudden pain awakened the frozen young boy. He covered his ear with his hand, crying out in agony as blood streamed through his fingers. With the ear fallen, he became imperfect. And the pig-headed butcher also paused, lowering the raised bone-cutting knife to look for the next target.
If you don't want to die, then get moving.
Little Lu wiped the few drops of blood from his face and shouted loudly at the others.
Chapter 92. If you don't want to die, then get moving.
Little Lu shouted with the knife, fully waking everyone up. Su Bai nodded in appreciation. It seemed Little Lu had really grown. Even if he was not single-handedly holding up a front, at least he had a hint of what a ghost controller should be like. If his strength improved a bit more, he could be considered a capable assistant. The young boy was still crying in pain. Little Lu glanced at him but said nothing. The companions beside them started to bandage him.
No need.
But Su Bai suddenly spoke to stop them. The others were puzzled.
What was wrong with this new director? Not even allowing bandaging?
At that moment, the young boy seemed to have his throat squeezed. His cries suddenly stopped. Lucian instantly thought of something, his face turning pale. He forcibly pulled away those who were bandaging the young boy's ear. At this moment, the boy could hardly breathe. He knelt blankly on the ground, blood streaming from his eyes, staring blankly in one direction. This. Only then did everyone remember they were still in the crying ghost's trap. If they couldn't control their emotions, they would face immediate death. Just now, the young boy had lost control and cried from fear and pain. His death cast a shadow over those around him. Little Lu had experienced death before. He was the first to regain control of his emotions and comforted the others to prevent being taken advantage of by the crying ghost. Su Bai did not intervene, he just watched quietly at the pig-headed butcher before him. It's hard to convince the damned ghost with kind words. Knowing the butchers and the crying ghost's killing patterns yet still failing to survive only meant he really wasn't fit to be a ghost controller. In fact, many ordinary people performed much better than him. At that moment, the pig-headed butcher swung his meat cleaver once again. This time, the target was another ghost master. After experiencing the incident with the young boy, they no longer dared to stay frozen in place. The person did not choose to harm himself right away but attempted to unleash his evil spirit to counterattack. An inexplicable shadow appeared beside the butcher ghost, wrapping around him tightly. At the same time, Xiaolu reacted quickly, activating his water ghost ability. Endless waves surged forward, sweeping toward the pig-headed butcher. But their attacks felt like mere tickles before this phase 1 revived evil spirit. The pig-headed butcher's movements were not hindered at all. His bone-cutting knife maintained its relentless force. At this moment, Su Bai also took action. Using the ability of the little demon, Mealy's, he instantly teleported into the shadow behind the pig-headed butcher. The dagger stabbed fiercely at the joint of his arm. Clang! At the moment the dagger touched the skin, a blood-red wedding gown shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Su Bai's intended stab. The Ghost Bride. With one strike missing, Su Bai did not rush recklessly. Instead, he chose to turn and retreat. The pig-headed butcher's bone-cutting knife swung down violently, and it was Xiaolu who reacted quickly. At the last second before the knife fell, he swiftly severed the person's little finger, allowing him to escape disaster. Though the pain was unbearable, he still gritted his teeth and stayed silent, fearing the trigger of the death pattern. The interval between the two attacks was about 6 or 7 seconds. Sorted by age, perhaps the next time this bone-cutting knife would be aimed at Su Bai himself. A phase 1 revived ghost was not yet qualified to cause him self-harm. Ghosts devouring and inheriting abilities are random. Even Su Bai could not be sure of what abilities he possessed, thus always holding back in the canteen. Now this ghost had already demonstrated the abilities of the pig-headed butcher, the terrifying clown, and the ghost bride. Su Bai knew what ghost Subuki had, understanding that the opponent's methods were nearing exhaustion, so he no longer hid his power. Step back! Su Bai shouted loudly, his aura surging. The Ice Snow Ghost King activated immediately. Rolling waves of cold air surged toward the pig-headed butcher. The pig-headed butcher's body temperature suddenly dropped, and frost began to form around him. The falling rain turned into solid ice. His speed suddenly slowed, and he turned to look at Su Bai, eyes filled with fury. The ingredients had hurt him. Not yet finished, countless ghost threads extended from the back of his head, as tough and sharp as steel wires, intermingled with the transparent doll threads of Gothic Loli Ellen. The dual threads tightly wrapped around the pig-headed butcher's wrists and ankles, restraining his movements, especially his right hand holding the bone-cutting knife, which was pulled up high and could not be lowered. Lan Ji, give him a good performance. From all directions came the sorrowful and mournful song of Lan Ji, climbing over the pig-headed butcher like a maggot, drilling into his body through every pore, influencing his mind. A dazed look surged into the pig-headed butcher's eyes for the first time since his birth. Taking advantage of his enchantment, Su Bai pulled the dual threads around his head. The black and white threads erupted with immense power, twisting his head entirely around, forcing him to face Su Bai. Snap! Su Bai snapped his fingers, the ghostly performance gradually stopped, the confusion in the pig-headed butcher's eyes vanished, and he glared fiercely at Su Bai, brutal and cruel. But suddenly, a beautiful figure fell from the 9 heavens, her blood-colored garments danced in the cold wind and drizzle, elegant like a goddess. Li Shang, with embroidered shoes, placed her pair of jade feet on the ground, gazing at the pig-headed butcher in front of her. Am I beautiful? As she spoke, Li Shang slowly lifted her veil. The pig-headed butcher widened his eyes, staring at the enchanting face before him. Full of shock in his gaze. The ghostly energy around him began to violently clash, losing control. The rampaging ghostly energy crazily tried to escape his body, while outside ghostly energy continuously surged into him. With the mutual rise and fall, he instantly swelled up like an inflated balloon, his pig-like face deformed from the pressure. Bang! A huge explosion echoed throughout the desolate mountain, the balloon burst, and the pig-headed butcher's body suddenly exploded into countless fragments, impossible to pick up. Everyone watched the scene, shocked yet overjoyed. Great, great! A squad member who had cut off his own finger shouted joyfully. The terrifying monster right before them was finally dead. He felt a chill thinking about those moments when he almost stepped into the gates of the underworld. Shut up! Su Bai suddenly reprimanded seriously. Following his grave gaze, everyone saw the bone knife mark on the ground. Originally a bloodstained mark, unable to wash away, it surprisingly started to flow, the bright red blood gradually gathering and proliferating, extending upwards as if it were a conscious liquid. Feet, thighs, torso, arms. Until it gathered into a pig-headed butcher made of blood. Can't be killed. The player who was halfway through opening champagne looked horrified at this scene, unable to believe it. Chapter 93. How is this possible? Little Lou exclaimed. Whether it was the frightened clown or the pig-headed butcher, neither of them had such a bizarre ability to come back to life in his memory, so how to explain this scene before him? The blood-red color gradually faded, revealing a brand new pig-headed butcher. Sure enough, this thing had mutated, otherwise, even a not-so-strong crying ghost wouldn't be something a just-resurrected first-stage ghost could contend with. This scene before them was likely why the crying ghost couldn't deal with him. The original clown Mark only provided the frightened clown with the ability to teleport regardless of distance. And now, as long as the bloody mark existed, the pig-headed butcher could resurrect, which surely was a twisted inheritance after he devoured the clown. The new ability was currently only known to allow resurrection, but its specific limitations were still unclear. At that moment, the resurrected pig-headed butcher behind Su Feng chose to attack Su Feng, who was closest to him. The bone knife raised, aiming for his neck. There was no doubt that if this knife landed, Su Feng's head would definitely be in trouble. Ash-gray ghostly energy gradually entered the bone knife, and a huge phantom began to condense. The immense pressure startled Su Feng. Dodging was already too late. He looked at this gigantic phantom, and his heart sank. Su Bai was about to teleport over, but the player who had just been scared cried out. Though he didn't actually cry, his voice increased the surrounding crying ghost sounds. Clearly feeling the commotion here, the crying ghost amplified its influence over this ghostly fog. Even though Su Bai had opened 3 layers of ghostly fog in an instant, the sudden change still prevented him from activating his teleport. At the same time, the pig-headed butcher's bone knife had already swung out. The phantom, though not fast, swept the stones and mud on the ground into a flurry with its massive force. Su Feng hurriedly summoned a ghostly shroud, but a grade-A ghost was nothing in front of the pig-headed butcher. Just the fierce wind from the butcher's knife tore it apart. Next, Su Feng spewed ghostly hellfire. While the intense heat caused damage to the pig-headed butcher, the pain only ignited his madness even more. The ghostly energy on the phantom surged, the phantom became more solid, and another fierce blow came at him. Ah! In a moment of desperation, Su Feng grew fierce, yanking open the button of his collar, revealing his slightly plump chest. On Su Feng's white, chubby chest was a glaring purple-red ghostly sore. The ghostly sore was extremely ugly, its eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and its huge mouth was full of saliva, constantly calling out in a voice only Su Feng could hear, "I am hungry. Damn it, eat, and then do something for me." As he spoke, he unhesitatingly stuffed a finger into the ghostly sore's mouth. With a cracking sound, Su Feng's face twisted in pain. His finger broke, and he quickly withdrew his hand to prevent the ghostly sore from advancing further. "Hurry up!" In the ghostly sore's unsatisfied expression, Su Feng cursed angrily. The ugly ghostly sore suddenly disappeared, and a shadowy ghost face appeared in the air. A piercing ghostly scream cut through the air, then this ghost face charged straight at the pig-headed butcher. It sank its teeth into the butcher's left hand, which was not holding the bone-cutting knife. A chilling crunching sound followed, as the ghostly sore quickly devoured the butcher's thick left armhole. Yes! The ghostly sore actually ate the pig-headed butcher's left arm. Xiao Lu and the others were stunned. Su Bai was an exception, his powerful strength well known, making him less surprising no matter what he did. But the fact that Su Feng could also inflict heavy damage on this terrifying pig-headed butcher was hard to believe. However, the rapidly changing situation left them no time to be shocked or watch the spectacle. The pig-headed butcher did not stop from the pain. He paused for just a moment before swinging his giant blade again. Su Bai's teleportation was successfully activated, swapping positions with Su Feng, and he raised his ghostly claw to block the butcher's strike. The momentum of the bone-cutting knife clashed against the ghostly claw. Even with a level suppression, Su Bai, who was not adept at strength, gained little advantage and was instead pushed back a step. "Stop being frozen. Quickly find the mark. Be careful he uses the mark to revive again." Su Bai shouted, and only then did the others scramble to their feet, stumbling around to search for the mark. After quickly wrapping his injured finger, Su Feng also harnessed the power of the ghostly eye, his eyes gleaming with a bloodlight as he scanned the surroundings. The pig-headed butcher made a successful strike and attempted to swing his blade again, but Su Bai would not give him that opportunity. Suddenly, ghostly hair and threads extended, closing the distance between the man and the ghost. With his hands covered in the ghost bride's wedding dress, and once again transforming into bloody red ghost claws, Su Bai lunged towards the butcher's chest. The pig-headed butcher was not foolish. He swung down his remaining right hand with force, trying to intercept Su Bai's ghostly hand. But in the rush, his strength was considerably less than before. Su Bai did not dodge or retreat. It was the first real collision of blade and claw. Clang! This time, with the ghostly hair's restraint, the pig-headed butcher's bone-cutting knife was firmly blocked by Su Bai. The wedding dress on Su Bai's arm held its ground against the bone-cutting knife, showing no signs of wavering. The seemingly thin layer of wedding dress did not even show a wrinkle under such a sharp and heavy bone-cutting knife's chop. "You think you can compare ghost levels with me? You're far from it." Even though his left hand was restricted, Su Bai's right claw had already reached the pig-headed butcher's chest. His claws tore through the butcher's chest muscles, cutting through tough ribs, pushing past the cold heart, and emerged straight through the back. Through and through. Su Bai's right arm, shrouded in the blood-red wedding dress illusion, pierced through the pig-headed butcher's chest. Honestly, Su Bai had to thank Su Feng. If it weren't for him driving the ghostly sword to devour the butcher's arm, Su Bai might have needed more effort to deal with this guy. At the very least, he would have had to use the cover of Death's Veil once more. But Su Bai did not want to waste the ghostly energy of Death's Veil. As a powerful rule-killing ability, this skill required a significant amount of ghostly energy, which Su Bai kept as his trump card. Next, there was an even tougher crying ghost to deal with, and wasting too much on the pig-headed butcher was clearly not wise. Su Bai withdrew his arm, tightly sealing it with double threads, as the figure of Death's Veil appeared behind him, suppressing it. Su Bai relied on the level suppression of Li Shan to completely restrict the pig-head butcher. Now all that was left was to kill him for good. The ghostly illusion transformed, dark shadows covering the ground beneath the pig-head butcher's feet. Su Bai's figure flickered like a cold light, darting around like sharp arrows slicing through the air, splitting the entire space. Beneath the cold light, the pig-head butcher's body was torn into pieces. No more bone knife marks glowed around. It was clear that the pig-head butcher had only prepared for one resurrection. But Su Bai did not let his guard down. He took out the spirit capture box, and as the light flickered, the leftover limbs were sealed inside, completely sealing off any chance of his resurrection. Chapter 94. While Su Bai dealt with the pig-head butcher, the cries around them grew stronger and stronger. Woo woo. Just when one wave of sadness had not yet settled, another one arose. The earphones of the ghost controller team could no longer suppress the cries. Even the music of Good Fortune Comes was drowned out, deepening their sorrow. That feeling of sadness could no longer be diluted by music. At the same time, the impact of the little boy's death expanded infinitely in their hearts. Even Su Feng, who had temporarily escaped the ghostly illusion, felt sorrow for this young stranger. This attack was fiercer than before. The overwhelming emotion crashed against the barricade of their hearts like a tidal wave. Everyone dared not make a sound, kneeling on the ground, resisting with all their might. At that moment, a fragile-minded ghost controller actually began to choke up, his body uncontrollably twitching. Blood gushed violently from his chest. As it entered his eyes, the high pressure broke through the blood vessel walls, and countless droplets of blood mixed with tears fell to the ground. Then, the sobbing turned into wailing, resonating with the cries deep in their hearts. Despair, at this moment, became infectious, striking the hearts of everyone like a powerful force. Cracks appeared on the barricade above. Two more members could no longer hold on, their bodies bent under the weight of grief, involuntarily turning toward a certain direction. Little Lu's mouth also involuntarily turned down. At that moment, he recalled his love that ended without reason, the beatings from his alcoholic father during childhood, and the bullying he endured from classmates at school. Tears swirled in his eyes, as if they were about to overflow in the next second. He really wanted to cry. But an indescribable force was supporting him, tightly constricting the muscles around his eyes, preventing the tears from falling. Yet, sometimes, one cannot perfectly control oneself. Images kept flashing in his mind until suddenly, one image pushed all others away. Inside a pure white hospital room, his mother, having lost all her hair due to chemotherapy, slowly lifted her frail arm, giving him one last gentle touch on his face. Mom! At this moment, he could no longer hold back, tears streamed down his cheeks. No matter how much he didn't want to cry, no matter how much he knew that crying represented death. But at this moment, he truly couldn't help it, nor did he want to endure any longer. That kind and loving face could not be erased from his mind, nor did he want it to disappear. The scene was so real, he really wanted to see his mother one more time. He cried loudly, pouring out the sadness and pain from within, while the other ghost controllers around him also cried freely. They were completely unaware that a trace of blood red had enveloped them without notice. Su Bai walked to Su Feng's side, grabbed his bleeding hand, and used cold ice power to stop the bleeding after a simple bandage. Thanks. Su Feng expressed his gratitude. No need to be polite, it's just a pity that your finger was eaten by the ghost face sores, otherwise I could have reattached it with the little demon. Su Bai's tone held a hint of regret. He knew exactly what Su Feng was thinking. At that time, he could have severed the finger to divert the pig-head butcher's target. But Su Feng also knew that a fierce battle was still ahead, and he did not want Su Bai to expend too much strength. If he had previously followed Su Bai simply because he valued his abilities, then when Su Bai brought his parents and sister from the neighboring city for protection, Su Feng had already acknowledged this young man before him. He called Su Bai boss, the kind of person he would sell his life for. It's nothing, surviving is already lucky, and it's just a finger, I'm not used to using this hand anyway. Su Feng forced a smile through the pain. Su Bai nodded. The recovery ability of a ghost master was strong, and after the bleeding stopped, the wound gradually began to heal. They waited at the spot for a while until Su Feng's pain completely faded away. Ignoring the teammates who were still crying, Su Bai took out body bags and began to pack up the corpses with Su Feng. In the Wailing Ghost's realm, sadness accumulates continuously, and merely enduring is useless. It's better to release it than to block it. Venting is also a good thing. This place was not some absolute grave. To prevent the growth of ghosts, corpses had to be properly packed in body bags. While handling the corpses, Su Bai discovered that the butcher's boning knife had actually been left behind, not dissipating.
He picked up the boning knife, it was cold to the touch, and wisps of ghostly energy wrapped around it. Due to the butcher's exaggerated size, this boning knife was over a meter long, its blade covered in rust, but the cutting edge gleamed with a sharp cold light. Unlike ordinary boning knives, which are as thin as a cicada's wing, this knife was extremely heavy, seemingly combining the functions of boning and bone cutting. The knife was heavy, but it was not a problem for Su Bai. After weighing it, he found it suitable for swinging. He placed it into the body bag, preparing to take it away. Generally, ghost weapons are transformed by ghostly energy and dissipate upon death. Now that this boning knife had solidified, it represented becoming a supernatural item, but its effects were still unclear and needed careful study later. After an unknown period, Xiao Lu's sorrow finally drained away, and he wiped his tears, suddenly realizing that he was still alive. He quickly pulled up the teammates beside him, who were weeping in a heap, their exhaustion of sorrow filled them with the joy of being alive again. Team Lu, were saved? Great! Were it not for their tears almost drying up, they would surely burst into tears of joy. Only, they did not know whether this joyful crying would touch the murderous rules of the wailing ghost. Death had just brushed past them. Seeing the blood-red illusion flowing at their feet, the group could only wonder what had just happened. The blood-red ghostly realm, Su Bai. They turned to look at the young man, gratitude filling their chests, and for a moment, they were speechless. Xiao Lu walked to Su Bai's side. Brother Su, thank you, for saving me again, and my brothers. Xiao Lu lowered his head in shame, he and his companions had only been a burden to Su Bai. Had it not been for his request to Su Bai to bring these people for training, they would not have caused the current situation. I hope that after this incident, you can have a deeper understanding of your own strength. As a ghost master, remember not to do things without reason. I saved them only because of your face, you performed quite well this time, it seems you have grown a lot. I hope you can do better in the future, City A is not just mine, it also needs you all. Xiao Lu nodded in shame. Su Bai opened the 5 layers of ghostly realms and looked in the direction where the corpses lay. Let's go, now in this ghostly realm, there is only one ghost left. In the cold wind, the cries continued, but Su Bai's killing intent also remained unwavering. The cold wind and cries intertwined, stimulating everyone's nerves, but since they had already vented once, the status of the squad members was actually better than before. The dead have no time to reminisce, or rather, as spirit masters, they are destined to learn to overlook the departure of friends beside them. If one does not have an ironclad heart, then death will soon come to find you. This is something that cannot be changed, just like how one cannot return to the peaceful life before the end of the world. In this second life, Su Bai can only protect his small piece of land, let alone others. As he walked toward the direction of the kneeling corpses, Xiao Lu started to understand Su Bai a little better. After experiencing so much life and death, he gradually understood the reason for Su Bai's strength. It was not just power and wisdom. There was also his perspective on life and death. If he could, wouldn't he want everyone to be safe and the world to be in peace? But he cannot do so, thus he can only be sufficiently selfish, sufficiently ruthless, to lessen his own experiences of life and death parting. Only by objectifying everyone's life, including his own, could he trade the least number of deaths for the greatest survival. The colder one is, the more capable of love they become. He turned his head to glance at the boy, truly unsure of what kind of past he must have had to realize such a truth. Su Bai had no idea that merely killing a pig butcher could lead Xiao Lu to such elaborate thoughts. He was now busy recalling the information about mourning ghosts he had learned in his past life. Since the previous Su Bai was only at the bottom level of Spirit Masters, the only way he could access information was through the official Spirit Master Manual. And through inquiries he made everywhere. Although he knew about most common ghosts, Su Bai was not a god and could not know everything. The mourning ghost at hand was an existence not mentioned in the Spirit Master Manual from his previous life. The only information he had was that it cannot cry and cannot look directly at the ghost portrait, these 2 rules of death. On this trip, Su Bai had brought all the strange tools, just in case. This was his first time dealing with a second-stage revived ghost. The succubus that killed him in his last life was just an accident, so there was no harm in being overly careful. Although it seemed that Su Bai had 5 SS-level ghosts and 1 SSS-level ghost, facing a second-stage revival ghost equivalent to just SS level should be a piece of cake. But the reality was not that simple. The power of a spirit master comes from the ghosts inside them, and similarly, ghosts are limited by the host's body. Originally, ghosts rely on ghostly energy to enhance their strength and combat ability, but once they enter the host's body, much of the strong ghostly energy dissipates because Su Bai's body cannot bear it. Thus, even with high ranks, it is difficult to unleash their corresponding power. This situation can only be alleviated if the host's body gradually becomes stronger under the continuous nourishment of ghostly energy. And this is the revival of the ghosts within the Spirit Master. As a result, when the host dies, the ghosts within them lose the limits of their physical form and begin to rapidly revive. At this moment, Su Bai had the realm, but lacked the corresponding strength. As everyone continued to approach the source of the wailing, the surrounding weeping naturally grew stronger.
The closer they got to the center, the more corpses fell to their knees around them. Xiao Lu and the others also began to feel the pressure. That kind of untethered sorrow surged up in their hearts like drifting weeds. Even Su Bai found that his emotions were a bit off. He immediately unfolded all 6 layers of ghostly barriers to block the wailing that echoed through the sky. But it was only a block, faint cries still seeped in. Xiao Lu and Su Feng pulled out their ghost candles, ready to ignite them at any moment, while Su Bai kept his hand on the corpse bag at his waist. Everyone stared fixedly ahead, moving slowly forward. A huge solitary grave slowly appeared in front of everyone. And those kneeling corpses, unable to enter the 5-meter range around the lonely grave, were clearly the center of the crying ghost's trickery. An invisible barrier blocked the corpses, forming a dense wall of dead bodies stacked layer upon layer above that 5-meter boundary. "Brother Su, should we clear it?" Little Lu asked. Su Bai looked at the lonely grave covered in yellow earth, and did not answer, but doubts arose in his heart. The crying sound actually came from within this lonely grave, rather than from the crying ghost itself. This point was not mentioned at all in the information he had obtained. Was it a butterfly effect caused by his own resurrection? Or, was the information wrong? It wasn't that Su Bai was being overly sensitive. When facing ghosts and monsters, even the tiniest detail could be the key to breaking the situation. Since the situation was unknown, Su Bai did not rush in, quietly observing the changes. Often, this was the best choice. Time ticked away slowly from the clock's hands, and everyone did not move forward. The crying sound remained at a critical point, temporarily affecting no one. Their expressions were still tense, and even while waiting, none dared to relax their minds. Not only were they guarding against any sudden appearance of vengeful spirits, but they also feared that the infiltrating crying sound would take advantage of the opportunity to invade. The cold wind that emerged from the graves felt like knives cutting into everyone's faces. Even with their extraordinary physical qualities, they still felt cold. At that moment, over there, a team member suddenly shouted, pointing in a certain direction. Su Bai reacted the fastest, turning his head to look in that direction. A woman dressed in mourning was emerging from the pile of corpses beside the grave. She turned to look at the team member who pointed at her, her eyes full of sorrow. Then she quickly turned back, tightly clutching a portrait, walking step by step towards the grave. She walked in front of the corpses, her expression tragic, the cry clear and loud, resembling a mourning procession as she sent someone off. As her figure swayed to the grave, the crying ghost suddenly knelt before the lonely tomb. Her cry overlapped with the sound coming from the grave, and everyone felt the pressure suddenly increase. Looking at her sad expression, everyone was being affected. She was so pitiful. Why would there be such a wretched person in the world? I really want to hug her. For some reason, everyone felt pity towards the woman in their hearts. Don't look at her. Su Bai's voice came from behind, and everyone instinctively turned their heads back, only to realize they had unwittingly walked a few meters forward, unable to control their bodies. Especially a team member whose half foot was over the boundary. He rolled and crawled back to Su Bai's side. That was close. It's fine, this boundary should be passable, it just might trigger something. Little Lu comforted, putting himself in Su Bai's shoes after thinking for a moment. Su Bai nodded. Little Lu was indeed correct. But suddenly, his pupils tightened. Not good. Chapter 96. The moment Su Bai spoke, a strange smile appeared on the tear-stained face of the woman. As she suddenly knelt before the lonely grave, the team member who had pointed at her lost control and mimicked the same action. Save me. He knelt on both knees, shouting towards the crowd, and Su Bai hurriedly reinforced the ghostly powers around him. But it failed to have any effect. The crying ghost slowly bent down towards the grave, and the team members started to imitate her too. But the expression on his face was filled with terror and despair. Although he didn't know what would happen next, it was clear that it wouldn't be anything good. Little Lu rushed to his side, holding his body tightly with both hands, trying to make him stop. But that team member seemed to draw terrifying strength from somewhere. Little Lu couldn't stop him at all. Smack! Smack! A big and a small crisp sound rang out as one person and one ghost simultaneously kowtowed to the grave. Unlike before, the weeping ghost straightened up after knocking its head loudly against the grave. But this poor teammate had smashed his head to pieces. Blood, red and white, splattered all over Xiao Lu, who stood there dumbfounded, clutching the headless body in his arms, fear and numbness etched on his face. Another one. Another one. He found it hard to accept. Despite all his efforts, why could he not stop the people around him from dying one after another? Not just Xiao Lu, but everyone else, including Su Bai, felt a buzzing in their minds. What is happening? What kind of murderous pattern could so easily take a life? Thoughts flashed through Su Bai's mind continuously. A finger? Eye contact? Speaking? He recalled every detail before that teammate's death, trying to find this new killing pattern. The weeping ghost's changes were completely beyond his control. Was there a problem with the intelligence? No, the information about the weeping ghost came from special intelligence hunters, whose credibility ensured they would not deliberately sell false information.
Did the one who resolved the weeping ghost deliberately conceal something?
But if this fierce ghost had been dealt with, what else could be concealed? Now, pondering all this was pointless, uncovering the new killing pattern was of utmost importance. In his past life, a saying circulated widely among ghost tamers.
When facing unknown ghosts, either do nothing or do everything.
This rule had saved his life countless times during adventures in the past, and Su Bai chose the latter now. Because from that teammate's sudden death, it seemed everyone had triggered the killing pattern simultaneously. Su Bai could find no difference in his actions. Time did not allow for thought, he quickly withdrew with everyone while fully activating the ghostly trick, for in the face of an unknown killing method, the ghostly trick was their only means of resistance. And just then, from the body with the shattered skull, a faint weeping sound emerged. Then all the corpses, at once, let out cries like a tsunami. In just a moment, those cries infiltrated Su Bai's ghostly trick, enveloping everyone.
Get out, leave me.
Even a hint of weeping crept into Su Bai's voice, let alone the others beside him. This wave of sorrow hit harder than before, and the defenses in their hearts were almost instantly torn apart. Su Bai unleashed the power of ice and snow with all his might, and endless snowflakes instantly froze all the corpses inside the blood-red ghostly trick. Only then did the cries around their ears weaken, and Xiao Lu and the others quickly swallowed their tears. But that previously unbreakable solid ice actually started to show signs of melting under the effect of the opponent's ghostly trick. This was the first time such a situation arose since Su Bai acquired the Snow Maiden's powers.
Is this the fully revived second stage ghost?
Su Bai suddenly felt he might have underestimated the situation, but he couldn't really be blamed. After all, in his past life, apart from the succubus that had instantly killed him, he had never seen any other second stage ghosts with his own eyes. At this moment, he could only try to buy time, letting the ghostly play voice ring out at maximum power to counter the weeping sounds. At the same time, for the first time, Su Bai took out an item he had obtained after reaching the top of the 3 rankings, the Eerie Scarecrow. He bit down on his right index finger without hesitation, causing blood to pour out. He smeared the blood on the eyes of the tiny scarecrow in his hand.
Instantly,
the scarecrow's eyes shone red, swelling against the wind, and in a moment, it transformed into a lifelike mannequin that looked just like Su Bai. The mannequin's attire and movements were nearly identical to Su Bai's, even those behind him could not tell the real from the fake. The earlier death had happened too quickly for Su Bai to gain any useful information. He needed to witness death once again.
Only by experiencing it personally can one find useful patterns.
Controlling the scarecrow in front of him, Su Bai led everyone to a halt. At the same time, he summoned the crying ghost to look for weaknesses, ready to strike as soon as an opportunity arose.
Bang!
After the crying ghost's third knock, it slowly stood up. With a thought, Su Bai made the scarecrow point at the crying ghost, but the next moment, nothing happened. He repeated what the previous team member had said through the scarecrow, but there was still no reaction.
Isn't it?
At this moment, the crying ghost, facing the solitary grave, suddenly twisted its neck 180 degrees to look at the crowd behind.
Close your eyes.
Su Bai whispered a reminder, and everyone closed their eyes, even he and the scarecrow bowed their heads, avoiding any gaze with this ghostly creature.
But in the next moment,
the scarecrow in front of Su Bai suddenly knelt down.
Damn it!
Su Bai cursed inwardly. What kind of rule could allow this ghost to kill at will? Yet Su Bai didn't stand idle. At the moment the crying ghost turned its head, the ghost bride lifted her veil, and immense pressure descended upon the crying ghost, causing its form to swell, and her wails grew even more sorrowful.
Boom!
The crying ghost suddenly exploded, and Su Bai's ghostly energy visibly dropped significantly.
This was a greater exhaustion than any time before.
Su Bai felt that he could only release the veil twice more, or else he would be unable to maintain even a layer of ghostly energy.
Is it solved?
Su Feng inquired softly, but before Su Bai could respond, the figure of the crying ghost re-emerged from the grave, completely unharmed and clean. She floated to the grave and resumed her previous bowing. Indeed, to directly kill a second-stage ghost was just a daydream. Su Bai stopped resisting, his ghostly energy was nearly depleted, and every bit had to be used in critical moments. At the same time, he directed his gaze toward the grave, secretly calculating. No matter how you looked at it, there was a tremendous secret hidden in that grave, perhaps the key to breaking the deadlock.
Chapter 97.
Su Bai turned his gaze toward the solitary grave. Even if it did not hide a complete method to resolve the crying ghost, it had to be related to the new pattern of murder that suddenly appeared, right? After all, the crying ghost had been bowing before the lonely grave all along. Thus, that place must be explored. The scarecrow in front of Su Bai had bent down, and its head was about to touch the ground, so Su Bai quickly made a decision. In such times, even a wrong decision is more meaningful than wasting time.
This is what it means to do whatever you can.
Based on the earlier situation, the crying ghost would stand up after knocking down a person, taking about 5 or 6 seconds in between. And each time the ghost bride lifted her veil, it took 4 seconds for her resurrection.
This period was the best opportunity. And through the avatar, Su Bai knew that the target of the next attack would definitely be himself. That meant the task of opening the grave had to rely on the people behind him. Su Bai took out the ghost porcelain from the body bag, plucked a hair from his head, and stuffed it into the mouth of the porcelain tiger, instantly enveloping him in a glow of white and blue. He shoved the ghost porcelain into Su Feng's hand and quickly instructed. The current target of the crying ghost is me. I will hold her off. You take this ghost porcelain and bring them to the grave. No matter what means you use, you must open it. Su Bai's words left no room for doubt. Opening the grave was their only glimmer of hope. Otherwise, once Su Bai's methods were exhausted, everyone would only face death. The ghost porcelain, according to Jin Shen, was a tool developed by Professor Gua based on ghost candles, but Su Bai knew this was nonsense. In his past life, no one could extract ghost candles, yet this tool existed just the same. Moreover, in such a short time, how could one possibly fully understand the ghost candle? Clearly, the headquarters is hiding a huge secret. But now is not the time to get tangled up in these matters. No matter how it came to be, as long as it is useful, that's enough. This is an extremely precious life-saving tool. The ghost porcelain surrounding Su Bai can withstand one fatal injury for its master, but the prerequisite is that it must not be broken. That's why he entrusted it to Su Feng, the one he trusted the most. The other party would surely protect the ghost porcelain with his life. Su Feng nodded, taking the ghost porcelain and firmly holding it close. He then ignited the ghost candle that Su Bai had given him earlier. At that moment, the scarecrow in front of Su Bai smacked its head on the ground, cotton fluff and weeds exploding everywhere. Now is the time. Su Bai instantly powered up his ghost vortex, enveloping that lonely grave. But the price of expanding the range was a significant drop in effectiveness. It was fine for Su Bai, but the few people rushing toward the grave were suffering. The ghost candle burned quickly, almost instantly consuming one, and Xiaolu swiftly added his own to the mix. Su Bai also took out the substitute doll, gripping it tightly in his hand. This was his last life-saving tool. The scarecrow, ghost porcelain, and substitute doll could buy them 15 seconds, while the ghost bride could use her ability for a maximum of 5 seconds. The last time, Su Bai had to use it to escape with Su Feng. Although Su Bai could use other means to buy a little more time, when you add it all up, they only had 30 seconds left. In these 30 seconds, their lives were in their own hands. Whether they lived or died depended on themselves. As for giving up now and escaping with the remaining few, Su Bai never even considered it. He would never run away with his tail between his legs without fighting until the last second. Although Su Bai was indeed gambling with the lives of a few people, don't bring up mercy and righteousness. This is the end of the world. Aside from Su Feng, the lives of the remaining few were worthless in his eyes. Trading their lives for a resurrected Phase 2 ghost monster to spare the world from disaster was worth it. As for whether Xiaolu, whom Su Bai still found somewhat admirable, could survive, that depended on his luck. Su Bai considered himself just an ordinary person, even a mundane one. He couldn't protect everyone. The mournful ghost lowered its head for the second time. Meanwhile, Xiaolu's ghost candle was about to burn out as well, and the remaining 4 rushed forward at full speed, just stepping into that vacuum circle while still half the distance from the grave. Puff, the candlelight extinguished, and a chilling cry suddenly enveloped them. Su Feng shouted angrily, and the ghost shroud appeared around him, helping to resist the cry. Although it was not as effective as the ghost candle, it could barely hold on. Xiaolu and the other two also used their protective or spiritual ghost powers to resist the cry, but due to their lower levels, it was far less effective compared to Su Feng. At this moment, the advantage of allowing everyone to vent their feelings became apparent. Endless sadness enveloped them, but there were not many tears, just swirling in their eyes without flowing out. At the same time, Su Bai was not idle. He used the ability of the little demon, Mealy's, to stealthily move in the shadows, quickly heading towards the mournful ghost. Due to the suppression of the ghost vortex, he couldn't teleport but could increase his speed while moving in the shadows. But these few seconds were enough for him to reach the mournful ghost's side. The bridal outfit of sorrow covered both his hands. He firmly pressed down on the mournful ghost's head, which was about to rise. The immense power feedback surged into his hands. Even though there was level suppression, it could still only slow down her upward movement. Completely controlling her was out of the question. The mournful ghost naturally began to resist, lifting the photo album in her arms to shine it back. Su Bai knew this rule and had already prepared for it. He couldn't be caught in the frame's light. Quick! Su Bai urged, as Su Feng and the others gritted their teeth. Speeding up even more. But the closer they got to the grave, the more intense the cries became. At this moment, an older man among the team couldn't hold on any longer, and the ghost bracelet on his wrist exploded with a bang. In a high-speed run, he stumbled and fell to the ground, tears and snot instantly covering his face. Having violated the rules, he naturally could not escape disaster. Blood and tears streamed from his eyes, and he knelt towards the grave. The cries erupted from his mouth, making the remaining 3 tighten up all over. Woo! Little Lou let out a painful whimper from his throat, clearly about to collapse.
But the grave was right in front of them, they just needed 2 more seconds to reach it. Su Feng gritted his teeth and summoned his 4th ghost. A vengeful spirit appeared on his back, but it only had a half body.
Lucian! Lucian!
The vengeful spirit cried out, calling out Little Lu's name with a heart-wrenching wail. Little Lu felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, an indescribable emotion rose from deep within, resisting the sorrow. Although this feeling was also uncomfortable, at least it was truly effective against the cries. There was no time to thank Su Feng. The two gritted their teeth and charged towards the grave, leaving the last person behind. Back on the other side, as Su Bai lifted the picture frame, he quickly wrapped his hair around the nearest corpse. As his hair shrank, the corpse blocked in front of him was sucked into the frame. But this caused the crying ghost to stand upright.
Chapter 98.
After absorbing the corpse into the picture frame, this thing was temporarily safe, and Su Bai quickly glanced inside. Inside the frame was a man, somewhat resembling Su Buki, but much more handsome, with exquisite features. He looked like he had the best nose in the world, paired with the most charming eyes, and his ears, mouth, eyebrows, etc., were all in perfect proportions. Yet, these incredibly delicate features combined together gave an indescribable sense of disharmony, as if countless faces were unnaturally blended together. After 2 deaths, Su Bai had roughly guessed that this killing rule was likely related to the crying ghost's line of sight. Though he didn't know the exact connection, it seemed that as long as she couldn't see you, you wouldn't be chosen as a target. Therefore, while she hadn't turned back, Su Bai seized her head, attempting to use the little devil's power to pull it off.
Bang!
Su Bai's strength collided with hers, but the dark power between his hands shattered piece by piece.
This crying ghost!
Except for the death of the one she mourned, none of the other female ghosts' powers could harm her. The head slowly rotated in Su Bai's hand, its terrifying eyes filled with blood tears, staring into his eyes.
Watch you fall!
Su Bai cursed angrily, but his body suddenly lost control. A tremendous force from the rules acted on him. As the crying ghost turned back to knock her head against the grave in front of her, Su Bai also slowly knelt behind her, his head gradually lowering towards the ground. Su Bai mobilized all his strength to resist, while using the only thing he could still control, his hair, to tightly hold the crying ghost's body, stopping her from knocking down.
Woo woo!
The crying ghost's sobbing grew louder, drilling into Su Bai's ears, causing tears to fill his eyes. The two were engaged in a strange tug-of-war, but still couldn't stop the crying ghost's head from touching the ground. Crack! The moment Su Bai's head hit the ground, a tremendous force struck his head. The shield on his body, a mix of white and blue, immediately cracked apart. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ceramic tiger in Su Feng's hand also cracked all over, exploding into pieces, and Su Bai's hair smoldered with the scent of burning.
Boss!
Su Feng's eyes widened in pain, yelling. At this moment, he and Little Lu had reached the grave.
It's okay, open the grave.
As the shield shattered, Su Bai felt a relaxation throughout his body, and the force acting on him disappeared. He ordered Su Feng. Receiving the order, the two rushed onto the grave. At that moment, they no longer cared about whether they had tools or not. A pair of flesh palms quickly flung in the mud.
Little Lu's ghostly nails covered his hands, waving rapidly, the nails touching the dirt as if cutting through the air.
Su Feng, though lacking this ability, dug into the earth with all his strength under the protection of the ghost shroud, avoiding a bloodbath. Behind the two, the soil flew up, and the grave mound visibly sank. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction, but suddenly, things took a turn. Just as Little Lu and the others began to disturb the grave, the crying ghost before Su Bai stopped its prostration, and the unending wailing ceased. It cried out, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, shrill and furious. Su Bai felt delighted. To make the crying ghost react like this proved that his guess was not wrong. Indeed, there was something in this grave that the crying ghost cared about. Even if it wasn't a weakness, it had to be something significant enough to drive her mad. Since that was the case, Su Bai no longer held back. The ghost bride separated from his body once more. Carry the bride. Li Shang lay on the back of the crying ghost. The imposing presence from an SSS-level ghost completely suppressed the crying ghost, making it hard for her to rise. Similarly, this came at the cost of rapidly depleting Su Bai's ghost energy. The remaining powers of several ghosts surged into Su Bai, who also pressed down on the crying ghost, not allowing her to resist. Creak! The crying ghost cried out in pain, and the cries from the lonely grave and surrounding corpses no longer spread, but instead drilled into Su Bai's head. She desperately tried to break free from Su Bai's control, seeking to protect the lonely grave. This sorrow surged like never before. Su Bai's eyes and nose turned red as images flashed through his mind. And Wu, Yao Ningxin, Ling Ruoya, one by one, their figures appeared in his mind, accompanied by the scenes of their deaths in previous lives. Enough! Su Bai shouted angrily, the ghost shroud completely contracted, 6 layers of ghost shrouds covering his body, opposing the cries. As the cries gathered towards him, Su Feng's pressure eased significantly, making it much less intense, even lighter than before.
My lord, I don't think I can hold on much longer.
Li Shang's voice came, and Su Bai nodded, feeling the ghost energy in his body. At most, he had half a minute. This was still the ideal situation.
But sometimes, the more you worry, the more likely it is to happen. It seemed that sensing that the stalemate could not last, the grave would inevitably be dug open, the crying ghost showed her trump card. Crack! After a mournful cry, the picture frame she had been holding suddenly cracked open a seam. The appearance of this gap was just the beginning. As the crack widened, the entire picture frame became covered in a web of cracks. The black and white portrait that had killed Su Bai gradually twisted, until the frame completely shattered, and the portrait twisted out to form a gigantic vortex. A massive pull came from within, causing Su Bai's hair at the back of his head to be tightly pressed against the ground. General! Master! Brother! The 5 female ghosts within cried out in worry and panic, desperately coalescing their shadows, trying to pull Su Bai back from the vortex that was gradually drawing him in. They could sense a terrifying existence within that vortex. Once trapped inside, even Su Bai's existence would be erased. Meanwhile, Li Shan, who was outside, was equally anxious, exerting even more pressure to suppress the crying ghost. Feeling the concern of the several women, most of Su Bai's sorrow melted away, replaced with warmth. Yes, everything in the past had gone. The people he cared about had not only survived, but he also had these beautiful little ghost girls eagerly waiting by his side. Sorrow? Nonsense, he smiled charmingly, gently saying, "Don't panic, my master, I'm still waiting to do the things we love in reality. How could I die just like this?" The girls blushed, secretly blaming him. The master is really not serious. Even at this moment, he still has the time to say such things. Amidst the cries, only Su Bai laughed heartily. He released the death doll he had been holding tightly, letting it be drawn away by the vortex. As the doll, filled with seams, entered the vortex, the immense pull suddenly decreased, and the vortex disappeared. On the memorial portrait, the eerie death doll wore an expressionless face. On the other side, Su Feng's hand suddenly touched something hard. Chapter 99. Feeling the crisis lifted, the girls returned to Su Bai's body. Even with the help of the ghostly trickster, forcing themselves to manifest had a huge impact on them. After this journey, they would likely need a long time to recover. Fortunately, Su Bai, with his special pure yang body, had a much stronger affinity for nurturing ghostly beings than other ghost tamers. The girls revived faster, otherwise, how could they manifest so early in the apocalypse? The ghostly portrait's forced absorption, which broke the killing patterns, obviously had significant limitations and could not be used again in a short time. Otherwise, the wailing ghost would not be pushed to the limit before taking action. Su Bai was quick-witted and took out the spirit collecting box from the body bag. As the box opened, light instantly suppressed the now ineffective ghostly portrait. As he closed the lid, the ghostly portrait was sealed inside the spirit collecting box. Su Bai wasn't clear whether this object was a supernatural item or a ghost, but sealing it was certainly the best approach. To prevent the wailing ghost from becoming desperate and causing further trouble. After Su Bai sealed the portrait, the resentment of the wailing ghost became visibly thick, preparing to fight Su Bai to the death. The bodies that had originally been blocked from approaching slowly stood up, transforming into ghostly slaves, moving toward Su Bai in the solitary grave. The previously dense crowd of corpses was already terrifying enough. Now, as they all stood up to surround the group, it resembled a horrifying scene of zombies besieging a city. Su Feng, hurry! At this moment, it was no longer a matter of how long they could suppress the wailing ghost. The group was completely exhausted. Once surrounded by ghostly slaves, they might be overwhelmed. The wailing ghost's desperate counterattack was not to be underestimated. Su Feng did not reply, but his hands moved faster. The remaining teammate also rushed over. The three of them combined their strength and scraped away the last layer of dirt covering the hard object Su Feng had touched. Under the soil lay a slightly decayed coffin. The group was not surprised. They had come to dig a grave, so discovering a coffin felt reasonable. "Boss! We did it!" Su Feng shouted. "We can hold for 10 more seconds." Li Shan, who shared a connection with Su Bai, also gave a time frame. Su Bai immediately released the wailing ghost. In the first second, ghostly tendrils spread out beneath Su Feng and the others. In the second, Su Bai emerged from the shadows beside him. "Open the coffin." As soon as Su Bai's voice sounded, Xiaolu used a ghostly claw to grip the coffin lid. With a sudden burst of force, the lid was flung open, revealing the body inside. Su Bai looked down. The corpse showed no signs of decay, and there was no foul odor. Instead, it released a faint fragrance. The white burial robe on it was clean as new, and its limbs were white and well-proportioned. Looking up, he saw the face. That was the handsome face he had seen on the ghostly portrait, stunningly beautiful, but at this moment, there was a horrifying stitched wound running across the bridge of the nose and under the eyes. This stitch reminded Su Bai of the death doll he had thrown in. Although the burial robe was very clean, the corpse's mouth and nose were stuffed with the yellow earth from outside the solitary grave, and even the ears were filled. How could a body in a coffin possibly get coated with yellow earth? There was definitely something odd here. Su Feng and Xiaolu naturally also saw the corpse in the coffin. But at the same time, they turned to look at Su Bai, confusion flashing in their eyes.
In fact, the face in front of them resembled Su Bai more than Subuki. Due to their blood relationship, they already looked somewhat similar, and under the transformation of ghostly energy, Su Bai's features became even more exquisite. Because the preconception was that Subuki was being consumed, Su Bai naturally didn't notice this point. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Su Bai suddenly understood what the wailing ghost was doing. This corpse was like a puzzle, pieced together from various parts. That extra third pattern of murder also became clear. It was not about gazes and stares, but rather the wailing ghost was choosing faces that she thought were beautiful, and then filling the most captivating parts onto this corpse. That's why it seemed entirely without order. If the wailing ghost was selecting faces, what about the body? Wait, the body. The pig-headed butcher. That pig-headed butcher was dissecting the corpse, and besides eating, he was also collecting the most suitable limbs and organs for the wailing ghost to shape this corpse. Su Bai's earlier guess was completely overturned. The two monsters were not opposing each other, but cooperating? The reason the wailing ghost did not show up when dealing with the pig-headed butcher was simply because she was guarding this solitary grave in front of her. As all the clues connected together, Su Bai was filled with shock. Monsters cooperating was something he had never heard of in his past life. But what he found hardest to accept was the purpose of these two monsters after everything became clear. Why go through all the trouble to collect body parts? Why shape the most perfect body? Could it be for resurrection? Such an extremely bizarre situation made even Su Bai feel overwhelmed, as the hidden secrets were probably not something that could be unraveled easily. The one who could make the two powerful monsters cooperate was definitely not simple. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Su Bai took out the golden shroud bag. The mystery surrounding this corpse was just too great, and could not be contained in an ordinary shroud bag. This golden shroud bag, which allowed for indefinite storage and ignored levels, was the only choice. The puppet threads spread out, lifting the corpse out of the coffin. The moment the corpse left, the wailing sound echoing from the solitary grave vanished without a trace. At that moment, the wailing ghost let out the loudest cry since entering the ghost realm. It was as if the entire power of the ghost realm was being drained, and the time the ghost bride had suppressed was reset in that instant. Li Shan was suddenly sent flying by the outburst of power, drifting several meters before stabilizing his form. But he did not stay, hurriedly teleporting in front of Su Bai, transforming into a wedding dress, shielding him. One ghost cried, and thousands of ghosts howled. Countless ghost slaves and wailing ghosts were stirred, all simultaneously raising their heads and letting out deafening cries that echoed through the desolate mountains. This cry no longer had the power to evoke sadness, instead, it surged forward like an endless wave of anger. Su Bai spread out his ghost energy to resist, and although it looked terrifying, without the support of the solitary grave, the true power of this cry was actually much weaker. The wailing ghost, immensely saddened, knelt down towards a few of them, her pair of blood-tear-filled eyes fixed on Su Bai, as if she wanted to consume him alive. Even at her wit's end, she still wanted to unleash her boundless resentment onto Su Bai. But how could Su Bai, who understood everything, give her this opportunity? He immediately used his ghost energy to open the golden shroud bag, pulling the corpse suspended by the puppet threads inside. Bang! The wailing ghost's head struck the ground one last time. Chapter 100. Little Lu gasped at this scene. The air froze for a moment. The wailing ghost's head struck heavily against the ground, yet not a speck of dust was kicked up, nor did anyone die. Everyone first stood in a daze. Sudden ecstasy, Su Bai indeed did not guess wrong. The killing pattern of the ghost bride truly relies on this corpse to activate. As expected, she is restoring and piecing together this corpse. The ghost's portrait is sealed, and Su Bai took the corpse out of the grave, which controlled the crying ghost's two complete killing patterns. And until now, the crying ghost, pushed to the limit, had shown no other means, which means she fundamentally had no other killing methods. Remaining only with one killing pattern through her cries, everyone still had ways to guard against it. As long as Su Bai opened the ghost barrier, he could naturally keep himself safe. Su Feng's half-ghostly spirit on his back cried out Lu Xun, protecting him and Xiao Lu, absorbing the aftershocks of the crying ghost's wails. As for the remaining team member, a pair of red ghostly hands appeared near his ears, covering them. Having managed to hold on until now, he naturally had some means. The crying ghost, not willing to give up, knocked her head a few more times, unable to believe her abilities had disappeared. The ghost did not have a mind, she did not know where her abilities came from, instinctively executing actions based on a thought. Activating the head-knocking killing ability was born from the thought of shaping a body for what existed in the grave, and now that the corpse was gone, it naturally also vanished. But she was unaware of all this. After trying several more times, or rather, after the corpse was completely sealed, the thought of reshaping the body disappeared. Finally, the crying ghost straightened up, glaring angrily at the four people before her. At this moment, the crying ghost had gone mad, immediately raising her cries to the maximum, wildly sweeping towards them. The ghost servants behind were infected by their master's emotions, roaring, as they pounced at the few.
Su Bai opened his 5-layer ghost barrier, holding back the cries. The remaining 3 were also protected by the power of the ghost barrier, and the cries temporarily stopped. Block them! Su Bai commanded, turning around, vigilantly watching the crying ghost. With the strength of the 3, although they couldn't eliminate all these ghost servants, blocking them was not a problem. As for the crying ghost in front of him, who had run out of tricks, Su Bai naturally had a way. Although his condition was not much better than the crying ghost, the ghost bride's abilities had only one chance to activate left, and all his life-saving cards had been consumed. But he hadn't taken out his real killing weapon yet. Right now, he just needed a chance. The 3 took their orders, each choosing a direction to face the zombie-like ghost servants. Su Feng's ghost barrier engulfed his entire body in flames, charging into the ghost servant horde like a barrel of gasoline, the surging flames instantly burning down large swaths of ghosts. Xiao Lu sprayed waves at the ghost servants on the other side. Although he couldn't kill them, he blocked their advancing steps. The remaining team member plunged his hands into the yellow earth, countless spikes shooting up from the ground, piercing the ghost servants from below. Though the 3 didn't have much coordination, their individual killing power was not weak, successfully stalling the advance of the ghost servants. The crying ghost did not trouble them but directed her focus towards Su Bai, who had sealed her portrait and the corpse in the grave. The cries echoed in the air, layering sound waves, rushing towards Su Bai in circles. Su Bai did not back down, opening his mouth to emit the sound waves of the ghost opera singer Lan Ji to counter. As they collided, they cancelled each other out. Although Su Bai's ghost opera was slightly lower in level, under the support of the 5-layer ghost barrier, it could still hold its ground. Even if the crying ghost wasn't good at close combat, at this moment, she lunged directly at Su Bai, her claws extending outward as she swung at him. Li Shang appeared in an instant, also blocking with a claw. The 2 claws collided, revealing a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand, neither dared to withdraw their strength, and in this clash, whoever faltered first would be the one injured. Countless black feathers shot out from behind Su Bai, harassing the crying ghost along with the daggers formed by shadows. Although it cannot cause any real harm, it can consume her protective ghostly energy. Countless snowflakes lowered the surrounding temperature, and the chill invaded her body, freezing her form and slowing the operation of her ghostly power. At the same time, underfoot, Jinzi's ghostly hair quietly wrapped around her ankle, hidden in the shadows. After a stalemate, after all, Su Bai had 5 SS-class female ghosts equivalent to the first stage of resurrection assisting him, and the crying ghost was soon suppressed. The crying ghost's right foot subtly retreated half a step. Now is the time! Su Bai shouted, and the ghostly bride suddenly increased the strength in her hands, unexpectedly pushing the crying ghost back a step. Jinzi's ghostly hair abruptly tightened, forcibly pulling her legs together. Meanwhile, the black feathers shot out by Su Bai gathered together, spinning rapidly around the crying ghost. The transparent silken threads linked to the tail of the black feathers wrapped her up like a large zonzi, leaving only her head exposed. Just as she was about to resist, Li Shang placed both hands on the veil above her. This was Su Bai's last chance to lift the veil, initially saved for emergencies, but now it was unnecessary. The crying ghost, already like a lamb awaiting slaughter, required no mercy anymore. Though powerful, Li Shang's action to unveil had a fatal weakness: it required the crying ghost to be watching. Having been caught once, the crying ghost naturally would not let her guard down, thus, Su Bai first found a way to hold her for a second. A massive pressure acted upon the crying ghost, and the same scene repeated. The ghostly energy on the crying ghost swelled, seeming like it would burst her body. But Su Bai's ghostly hair and eerie threads tightly tangled, preventing her from exploding. 9 suns suppressing the world, 1 nail binding yin and yang. Su Bai took out the 9-inch nail, the green light flashed, and the verdigris on the nail fell off, revealing a giant copper nail's phantom. Dodging backward, the originally circular ghostly shadow gathered on the copper nail in Su Bai's hand, like a comet, trailing a long red tail. Su Bai raised the copper nail high and viciously struck it at the crying ghost's spirit court. The ghostly shadow propelled the 9-inch nail, and in an instant, its speed reached a terrifying level. Bang! Like the river of heaven descending to the mortal realm, even more so like a great star falling upon the 9 regions. The 9-inch nail struck directly at her spirit court, and there was no scene of brain matter splattering. The copper nail's phantom transformed into a ray of light, drilling into the crying ghost's brain through the 9-inch nail, with violent ghostly energy continuously spraying from the gap between the nail and the ghost's skull. Ghostly energy gushed forth endlessly, and the crying ghost visibly withered. The crazed attacking ghost slaves also stopped in place, shrieking in pain. The entire desolate mountain's ghostly shadow trembled uncontrollably, the stones underfoot shook violently, rolling chaotically everywhere. Ah! The crying ghost's limbs arched back, stretching behind her, her head raised high, letting out her last wail. Chapter 101. The ghost slaves all fell apart like they had collapsed, and the surrounding desolate mountain's yellow earth began to shatter like broken glass. Beneath the yellow earth, there were countless tender grasses and shrubs. And on the originally lonely grave, countless weeds had grown, soon reaching a person's height, with a gravestone appearing before the grave. This was the original appearance of the entire desolate mountain, perhaps.
Su Bai walked to the gravestone, looking at the handsome young man in the photo, shaking his head. The 3 incense sticks burning before the gravestone were still gently wafting, the fruits were fresh, and the pig's head was still steaming. This was the original desolate mountain, or rather, the desolate mountain before the end of the world arrived. It was the crying ghost's ghostly shadow that changed everything, while also freezing the time of this desolate mountain. Su Bai had already guessed the beginning and end of everything. The boy in the grave was the crying ghost's son. For unknown reasons, her son had died, with his body severely damaged. On the day the apocalypse arrived, it was exactly the anniversary of her son's death. The woman brought his favorite pig head meat to pay her respects, and while she cried at the grave, the strange game descended. It seemed that the sorrow on the woman attracted the wailing ghost, which possessed her. Originally, the woman had a chance to control the wailing ghost and become a later stage ghostmaster, but for some reason, she gave up resisting. Su Bai speculated that it might be related to her son's resurrection. There's no need to say more, in a mother's eyes, her child is always perfect, which gave rise to that strange pattern of killings. As for why the pig-headed butcher collaborated with her, Su Bai had no way of knowing. In the previous life, there was never such a thing as resurrection, every part of this was filled with the bizarre, as if some invisible hand was pushing everything from behind. Curiosity killed the cat, Su Bai never got caught up in things he couldn't understand. Letting out a breath, Su Bai made the ghost bride cover him with a ghostly mist and teleported next to the suppressed wailing ghost. He checked the state of this second-stage ghost monster and confirmed it was safe, finally at ease. The suppression of the 9-inch nail was no joke, even the revived second-stage ghost had no chance of breaking free. This journey was truly fraught with danger and peril. Su Bai reflected on himself, perhaps everything had gone so smoothly since his rebirth that he had become a bit complacent. Had it not been for the need to repeat, he might have returned empty-handed. As expected of a revived second-stage ghost, it almost forced all of Su Bai's skills to come out. The bizarre scarecrow was used up, and the substitute doll was also consumed. Even the ghostly porcelain he had just obtained was gone. Su Bai felt depressed, the life-saving item he had worked so hard to obtain was used up just like that, and even the 9-inch nail was stuck on the fierce ghost's head, unable to be removed. I must have the higher-ups reimburse me when I get back. Su Bai decided to chalk his losses up to the headquarters, after all, it was they who sent him to handle this incident. How could he bear the loss himself? Once you're rested, come help me. Su Bai called the remaining 3 to help clean up the battlefield. Besides the wailing ghost, the corpses kneeling on the ground were a huge project as well. Though the bodies of ordinary people would be collected and burned by other personnel later, among these corpses, there would inevitably be a couple of unfortunate spirit masters. Previously, with the wailing ghost's ghostly mist suppressing them, things were better, but now that the mist had disappeared, the ghosts in the spirit masters' bodies would slowly revive. Not everyone is like the pig-headed butcher, qualified to work for the wailing ghost. These ghosts that weren't even level S, of course, were beneath her notice. Su Bai took out the body bags and distributed them to the 3 to collect the spirit masters' corpses. He also took one out to open and imprison the wailing ghost that was nailed inside. The wailing ghost could be traded to Professor Gui for research, and the 9-inch nail needed to be retrieved. Of course, it couldn't be left here. Little Lu took the body bag to the body of his fallen teammate, but his whole demeanor had changed, he no longer seemed as heartbroken as before. He simply reached out to gently cover his teammate's still open eyes, sighed softly, and placed him into the bag. His transformation brought Su Bai both comfort and surprise. Because even Su Feng, when collecting the traitor with the smashed skull, had a bit of reluctance in his eyes. Though Su Feng was displeased with the other's fickle behavior and teased him upon meeting, after all, this was a player he had personally invited into the guild. He still remembered how warmly the other had called him Brother Su when he first joined the team. Now separated by yin and yang, Su Feng's resentment had been put down, leaving only a sigh. Is this the fate of spirit masters? Little Lu looked up at the eternally dark sky, without sadness or joy. After the cleanup was done, Su Bai dialed the special phone for the headquarters. After 2 beeps, the call connected. It was Jin Chen who assigned him a dedicated operator. This shows how much the headquarters valued him. I say, you remember this? The City Wild Mountain incident is resolved. Discovered a ghost called Weeping Ghost, level SSS. 3 patterns of murder. First, the sound of crying kills. In her ghostly trap, her cries have the power to amplify the sadness in one's heart, once she starts crying. Second, the ghost's portrait kills, anyone reflected in the ghost's portrait. Third, bowing kills, if the other party bows towards the grave, specific reasons are unclear. Discovered a ghost called Mutant Pighead Butcher, level SS. The 4 of them walked down the mountain while Su Bai reported the 2 ghosts they encountered and the incidents they faced. As for exploring the underlying reasons, Su Bai decided to leave it for the people at headquarters to ponder. After all, with the clever Professor Gui around, perhaps he could analyze something unique. After hanging up the phone, Su Bai realized that although this trip used up 3 tools, he gained a bone-picking knife, a ghost portrait, and a dismembered corpse, which in some sense balanced the books. The 4 of them reached the foot of the mountain. After the fierce battle, besides exhaustion, everyone felt the greatest sensation: hunger. Although the ghost masters had strong bodies, to adapt to their increasingly powerful physiques, their appetites also surged. It could be said that the stronger the ghost master, the bigger their appetite. Furthermore, using ghostly abilities was also a very energy-consuming task. In his past life, there was a maze-like grave that had starved quite a few ghost masters, while ordinary people held on for 7 days and ultimately got rescued. The 4 of them approached a manor at the foot of the mountain. Under Su Bai's protection, social order in the Dragon Kingdom remained relatively stable, and the manor was open for business as usual. Entering the manor, with artificial hills, painted screens, and winding waters, the interior was decorated in an ancient style, creating a sense of floating beyond the world beneath the green mountains.
Boss, may I ask if there's any food here?
In the manor's lobby, the boss sat behind the counter enjoying tea, glancing up at the 4 of them. Seeing the 4, covered in yellow dust, looking filthy, with wet mud on their shoes leaving a trail of footprints, the boss felt somewhat displeased.
There is food, but my prices aren't low. Why don't you look for other places? Saying that, he waved his hand impatiently, ready to send them away.
The 4 people were full and satisfied, then set off back home. Su Feng drove the special car that had been parked at the foot of the mountain, while Su Bai sat in the back seat. Little Lu went back to the precinct with the remaining team members to report. On the car, Professor Guo called Su Bai, clearly having reviewed the events that Su Bai had previously noted down. "Student Su, I heard you solved another ghost problem? I'm intrigued by both her and that corpse.
I wonder if you have any plans to take action?" The professor knew Su Bai's temper, so he didn't bring up anything unrealistic like submitting findings.
After all, in the end, Su Bai was not subordinate to the headquarters. The 2 sides could only be considered collaborators. Of course, Professor Guai knows, it's useless for me to hold on to these things, as long as the price is right.
Alright, I'll come over right now.
When it comes to research matters, Professor Guai was always swift and decisive.
After hanging up, Su Bai closed his eyes to relax.
Soon, the 2 returned to the community. Su Feng dropped Su Bai off at the villa, parked the car, and said goodbye to Su Bai, as he lived with his family in the building next door. Su Bai nodded and went upstairs. At this time, An Wu and Shi Huai were still asleep, so Su Bai didn't disturb them and went up to the 2nd floor to wash up. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the faucet of the tub, tossed a few petals in, and went to take a shower. Covered in dirt and blood, it took Su Bai quite a while to wash everything off. Wrapping himself in a bath towel, Su Bai stepped into the spacious tub and closed his eyes to enjoy this rare moment of peace. A sudden cold touch appeared on his chest, with a faint fragrance wafting to his nose. Without opening his eyes, Su Bai knew it was Li Shang's small hand. Suddenly, a chilly yet soft sensation appeared on his lips.
Li Shang?
No, this sensation. It's that little girl, Neely's. As he opened his eyes, Su Bai was stunned to see 6 female ghosts in front of him.
You guys, how did you come out?
Su Bai was puzzled. Before, these female ghosts could only appear when he fully activated the ghost charm, but he hadn't activated it this time. Wait, Su Bai saw the red glow flooding at the bottom of the pool, so it was Li Shang's doing.
Good for you, little Li Shang, so you've always been able to help them out, huh? How dare you hide it from your master?
Su Bai pretended to be angry and pinched Li Shang's delicate nose. Li Shang buried her head in the water, leaving only her eyes above the surface, bubbling out a few bubbles. Su Bai knew this little girl's thoughts well. She just wanted to monopolize him for a while. But he recalled that during the previous battle, the girls had fought desperately to save him, which must have been why she helped them. Watching the girls get along harmoniously warmed Su Bai's heart. He lifted Li Shang from the water and held her in his arms. The red dress soaked in water outlined Li Shang's perfect figure, simply beautiful.
Then let the master punish little Li Shang.
In Su Bai's wicked smile and the girls' playful cries, the bathroom was filled with splashes. For a moment, the scene was enchanting. After playing in the water with the girls for a while, Su Bai returned to the bedroom and lay on the custom-made 5-meter big bed, with several ghosts cuddled in his arms. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Su Bai got up to open the door, and the little female ghosts hid away. Back already?
Outside stood Ling Ruoya. She heard the sound of Su Bai's car returning and came to take a look, unexpectedly finding that it was indeed Su Bai who had come back. As for the password to Su Bai's house, they all knew it so they could respond to any situation easily. Su Bai had specifically set up a safe room in his villa surrounded by ghost candles for emergencies. Just took a shower, what's up?
Nothing, just came to see you. Who were you talking to just now?
As she spoke, she peeked her head inside, with a look that seemed to catch him in the act. Of course, I was talking to my little lover. Su Bai grinned mischievously. At this moment, Ling Ruoya noticed that Su Bai was only wearing a pair of underwear, and her face immediately turned red.
Shameless.
Ling Ruoyao quickly covered her face with her hands, but a pair of eyes peeked through her fingers, wide open, watching Su Bai's muscles.
Her face turned even redder. Alright, stop pretending, your eyes are about to fall out. Go to hell, who's pretending?
The exposed Ling Ruoyao lowered her hand, giving Su Bai a glare, and casually slid her fingertip across his chest.
Your brother's physique is not bad. Su Bai glanced at a certain imposing part. You're not bad either. The finance girl was stunned, then quickly reacted. So naughty.
Just as Ling Ruoyao was about to continue joking, she suddenly saw several small heads popping out from under the blanket, their eyes wide, staring at her.
Ah! Ling Ruoyao jumped in fright. Su Bai, your ghosts have come out. It's fine.
As Su Bai spoke, he walked towards the big bed, grabbed a few female ghosts, and shoved them back inside his body. They just need to train regularly.
I'll let them practice tonight. What practice? Su Bai didn't answer, just kept staring at the cleavage on Ling Ruoyao's chest.
The young girl had really grown up. The finance girl hit Su Bai coquettishly, but her hand slid down along his muscles to his waist.
You're gonna die, what's going through your mind again?
Ling sister, why don't you guess?
Guess your big-headed ghost. I'm going back to sleep.
Ling Ruoyao turned to leave, but Su Bai grabbed her.
Just in time, you came.
Come on, let me show you my custom big bed, 360-degree full-angle massage, giving you a brand new sleep experience.
Chapter 103. Time rolled to 8 in the morning, and Su Bai's phone rang. It was Su Feng.
Boss, the people from the headquarters are here, they're waiting for you outside the community. Su Bai was lying in bed, with Ling Ruoyao's eyes tightly shut, sleeping in his arms.
Su Bai swore, last night, they hadn't done anything.
They were just experiencing the custom bed's vibrating massage.
Got it. Su Bai lowered his head and kissed Ling Ruoyao's forehead.
Just as he was about to kiss her lips, suddenly a cold little hand blocked his mouth.
Husband.
A sorrowful voice sounded.
Ahem.
I'll step out for a while. After speaking, Su Bai quickly got dressed, and with a flash of red ghost mist, he appeared outside the community. A military jeep was parked at the entrance of the community, with Professor Gua and the expressionless Yukai standing next to it. Su Bai appeared in an instant, which didn't surprise the two of them, as he was known for being elusive, and anyone who knew him was used to it. Su, last time, there was an urgent experiment, I couldn't come to congratulate you, I'm really sorry. Although Professor Gua was obsessed with research, he still knew how to behave properly in social situations and spoke very politely. Professor, don't say that. How could I dare to take credit in front of you? We're just the pawns, your research is the weapon protecting the Dragon Kingdom. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they got down to business. Professor Gua, you don't know, I spent a fortune to get this crying ghost for you 3 life-saving tools, 3.
You don't know how much it hurt me.
Su Bai exaggeratedly recounted the battle, describing it as brutally intense, almost going through life and death to kill the crying ghost. Su Bai wiped away non-existent tears and continued speaking. Of course, I'm not asking for compensation from headquarters, but Professor Gua, you know, that substitute death doll, it accompanied me through so many sleepless nights. Even though Guo Huai knew Su Bai's personality, he was still caught off guard by his blunt bargaining tactics. He immediately interrupted Su Bai, his face darkening. I'll give you ghost porcelain. Su Bai paused, Professor Gua, ghost porcelain is good, but it still needs enhancement.
This time, even the crying ghost couldn't withstand a single attack. The enhanced version, it's much more effective than what you had before. Hey, no more talk, Professor Gua, you understand me.
Speaking of which, I just remembered my ghost candle scarecrow.
It's just like you know, I have no father, no mother.
More black lines appeared on Guo Huai's face. I'll give you 2 more red ghost candles.
Your previous ghost candle formula.
I made some improvements, it should be even more effective. Su Bai's face remained calm, but he felt secretly pleased.
Professor Gua's red ghost candle was different from the white ghost candle that could be redeemed in the game.
The white ghost candle burned quickly when faced with powerful ghosts and was a one-time item. Once lit, one could only wait for it to burn out. Its biggest flaw was that one had to carry a lighter, otherwise, they needed something like the burning ghost to ignite it at any time. But the enhanced ghost candle ignited with ghost energy, it stayed in a false burning state most of the time and would only burn for real when the host suffered a supernatural attack. Moreover, its resistance to attacks was much stronger than that of the white ghost candle. It could even withstand attacks from second-stage malevolent spirits. However, it might extinguish instantly. But it was still a very powerful item.
But Professor Gua, did you know?
My scarecrow can turn into myself. Thinking of the joyful times playing table tennis with myself, my heart feels. Stop. Guo Huai disdainfully pulled out a blue candle from his backpack and handed it to him. The ghost candle corresponds to the effect of dispelling ghosts, this can be used to attract ghosts.
Su Bai was a bit surprised. He had never heard of this in his past life, but Su Bai's principle was that it didn't matter what it was, as long as it was useful. Without hesitation, he swiftly put the ghost candle into the body bag. Professor Su, I don't even know how to thank you. And the ghost porcelain you gave me before, I love the little tiger the most. Gui Huai was completely speechless. Finally, I'll give you a ghost finger, it can't be any more than this, really not a drop more. This is made based on Wang Si's ghost hand, it can be used to restrain the opponent's ghost. Su Bai was taken aback, he had never heard of such an item before. But this is still in development, it should be ready in about half a month. I'll save one for you when it's done. Thank you so much, Professor Gua. I've said you don't need to offer compensation. I didn't expect you to be so good to me, knowing my heart aches, giving me so many good things for free. Stop it. Even Gua Huai, who was over 60, couldn't help but blush at these words. He immediately puffed out his cheeks and said, "Isn't this what I used to buy those ghosts and corpses? If you keep pushing your luck, I might just leave right now." Su Bai naturally knew this, but there's no harm in taking advantage when possible. Professor Gua, don't be angry, I'm just joking. They say a smile can keep you young. You should smile more and contribute to the country for a few more years. If I keep talking to you, I might just die of anger right now. By the way, give me 5 more body bags. I'll take them back for research, you set the price. Gua Huai didn't keep him in the dark and directly asked Su Bai for a quote. But Su Bai wasn't one to take all the advantages, he had already gained enough this time, and he really feared that Gua Huai would die of anger without anyone left to study the items. He immediately nodded in agreement, settling on the same price as before, using gold for payment. Gua Huai's expression softened a bit as Su Bai handed over the body bag containing the wailing ghost, then reminded. This is a second stage revival malevolent spirit, it's best not to mess around. There might not be anyone in Kyoto who can handle her. And don't take off this coffin nail. Second stage revival? Gua Huai was puzzled. Second stage revival, that's the name I came up with, corresponding to the SSS level ghosts in the game. Both looked at each other in surprise. SSS level? But soon, Professor Gui nodded. Sure enough, your ghost bride is the SSS level, right? Su Bai was speechless but didn't deny it. Gua Huai was indeed exceptionally intelligent, without ever having seen Su Bai in action, he had deduced from some data the strongest ghost he had. But it also indicated that the headquarters did indeed conceal secrets, at the very least, they should know of the S-level's existence, otherwise, they should have been more surprised. Professor Gui agreed. Given Su Bai's personality, if he could remove the coffin nail, he would definitely not let himself and others take it away. This is an otherworldly item that can limit the resurrection phase 2 chilling spirits. Chapter 104. Su Bai resolved the biggest hidden danger in City A and welcomed a rare moment of free time. In City A, there were basically no high-difficulty strange events left, the 2 incidents that caused significant damage in the past life, the zombie graveyard and the wailing ghost, were both resolved. Therefore, there was no immediate need for Su Bai to take action. Su Bai divided the remaining ghost tamers in the substation into 2 groups, one group was still led by Xiao Lu, while the other was handed over to the stronger Su Feng and 3 female members from the guild. All 4 of them had S-level ghosts, and with their participation, resolving the remaining ordinary incidents in City A became much easier. When urgent incidents occasionally occurred, Su Feng and Xiao Lu would also lead the team to handle them promptly. They steadied themselves through more than 20 days of time. The situation in City A was completely stabilized, although it was impossible to return to the prosperity of the new world, at least various factories and enterprises began to operate again. The people's lives gradually returned to normal, but a decline in quality of life was unavoidable. Yet, people had little to complain about, as compared to other cities around, City A was already the best. Just looking at the number of casualties, among the 9 provinces of the Long Kingdom, with thousands of cities of all sizes, City A had the lowest death rate, except for the capital. Compared to nearby City G, it was like heaven and hell. A Ghostface incident had caused chaos for more than half a month and was still unresolved. However, in just these 20 days, Su Bai had gained more than $1 billion in assets unexpectedly. This was thanks to that real estate boss. After Su Bai expressed a desire to sell his residence qualifications in the Guoguan community, that boss helped sell it through his connections. The selling price of Su Bai's community had soared tenfold compared to before. There was no need for any advertisements, the 6 characters Blood Red Ghost Su Bai were the best signboard. A villa in the suburbs worth over 100 million, obviously, could not be afforded by ordinary people looking to buy in the Guoguan community. Anyone with some background could easily inquire about what this name represented. Of course, spending $1 billion to buy this house was definitely not a loss. Not to mention that the center had Su Bai overseeing it, even a few entrances and regular patrols were handled by special personnel dispatched from the substation. Should anything happen in the community, there was no need to call the police, the security at the entrance could resolve it immediately. Where else could one find such a safe residence in the New World? Therefore, even at such a high price, it was snapped up by the wealthy. Of course, not just anyone could come to Su Bai's side, everyone wanting to reside there had undergone background checks. At the very least, their money had to be clean. These days could be said to be the most comfortable days Su Bai had since the strange game arrived. With nothing to do, he would plant flowers and raise fish in the courtyard, and in the evenings, he could even exercise with a few ghosts. Every few days, he would contact Ling Ruoyo and Yaningshin to strengthen their relationships, living a life like a fairy. The noise and wails of the new world seemed to be far away from him. If it weren't for Zhao Sun occasionally calling him, Su Bai would almost forget that he was still a director. However, this kind of life was not the main theme in the apocalypse. Unless the strange game was completely driven away, it could only be a fleeting dream. A phone call from Su Phone broke the hard-earned tranquility. "Boss, something has been sent from Kyoto, it is in the substation." "Should I bring it over to you?" "Bring it over." Su Bai lay on the rocking chair in the yard, stretched lazily, and sat up straight. It should be the items that Professor Guai had promised. He washed his face with clean water and went to the living room to wait. Before long, the branch office's car stopped at Su Bai's door, and Su Feng got out, holding a silver metal box. It was obvious that the contents were extremely valuable, as the box was made of hard metal and had a special password lock on it. Because Kyoto specified that this was Su Bai's item, Su Feng came personally to deliver it, not trusting anyone else. Reaching out to take it, Su Bai entered the 9-digit password, which was communicated to him by Kyoto. Due to the importance of the supernatural item, there would naturally be people trying to get their hands on it, so it was either specially delivered or stored in a self-destructing box like this one. Once someone tried to force it open, the concentrated ghostly energy inside would destroy the contents. Password correct. A prompt appeared on the green screen, and after a clicking sound, the box opened, releasing a cloud of white ghostly energy that drifted away. As the ghostly energy dissipated, 2 items quietly lay inside. On the left was a finger, skin withered, nails sharp and black, with strong white ghostly energy emanating from its broken end. A note was pressed underneath, detailing the use and effects. It seemed that Guo Huai's research had succeeded. This was the ghost finger promised to Su Bai. Su Bai took out Li Shang and had Su Feng test her ghostly powers on it. Indeed, it had a binding effect. But this was also because Li Shang did not resist. If there had been severe resistance, the ghostly energy in the finger would likely deplete rapidly. "A good item," Su Bai exclaimed, describing this artificial tool that could affect even SSS-level ghosts as a true treasure. He put it back into the body bag and shifted his gaze to the remaining item. "What is this?" Su Bai was puzzled because this item was remarkably similar to the surrogate doll he had lost. This similarity didn't mean they looked the same, but rather the aura emanating from it felt familiar to Su Bai. Confirming once again as he held it, it indeed resembled his former death surrogate doll. However, there was a slight difference. The ghostly energy carried by this wooden figure was not as solid as that of Su Bai's previous doll. While somewhat diffuse, he could sense the breath of humanity within it. This was ghostly energy injected by a ghost controller. Su Bai picked up the note left by Professor Guai, and indeed, this was the wooden figure's effect, the same as the death surrogate doll. It could immunize the host from dying once, but as it's a semi-finished product, the host would suffer half the damage. So it was a semi-finished product, no wonder the ghostly energy felt diffuse. Su Bai stored it in the brocade box where he kept his ghost porcelain. Keeping it close, such a life-saving tool, even requiring half damage, was extremely important. Then, he dialed the headquarters number. Offering no auspicious signs without ulterior motives. Su Bai knew that the headquarters wouldn't be so kind as to just gift him such a precious item. "Connect me to Minister Jean." Once the call went through, Su Bai spoke directly. After a moment of busy tones, he heard Jean Chen's voice on the line. "Is it Su Bai? Did you get the item? Speak, what do you need help with?" "Su, your mind is indeed quick, I hadn't even started speaking and you already knew. There is indeed something I need your help with, but it's not from the headquarters. This time, the request for help is from the neighboring G City." Chapter 105. G City? Are you talking about that ghost face incident? Being in the neighboring city, Su Bai had heard about this strange event in his previous life but had never understood it in depth. He only knew that it ultimately required Kyoto's assistance, paying nearly the entire city's ghost controller's price to resolve it. The difficulty was certainly higher compared to the undead graveyard. Su Bai hesitated a bit, but after a moment of thought, he still agreed. In this new world, it seemed that because of his arrival, it had taken a different path from his previous life. If he did not take action, it was uncertain whether Kyoto and G City could resolve this incident. Once G City falls, it will bring significant defensive pressure to a city for Su Bai. He fears trouble. In addition, the wooden carving given by Professor Guo suits Su Bai's taste. Even just for this talisman, it is necessary for Su Bai to make the trip. No need to think, this is likely part of Professor Guo's calculation. He knows Su Bai cannot refuse this life-saving talisman.
Then I must trouble you, Xiaosu, I look forward to your good news. You should still have Professor Guo prepare some supernatural items and tools. After hanging up the phone, Su Bai brought Su Feng to the sub-bureau. Since he agreed, it is best to resolve it early. After being idle for more than 20 days, he also needs to get some exercise. On this trip to G City for support, Su Bai did not bring any other ordinary ghost tamers. He heard that G City suffered too much from power damage, so Kyoto sent 2 strong ones to take over. He let Lin Tianjin and Zawamala guard the Vugua community, taking Su Feng and Li Jiai on his private plane to G City. Private plane, this is one of a kind, a treatment that no other city's branch has. This was specially equipped by headquarters considering Su Bai's uniqueness to facilitate his travel across several cities. After all, odd events do not come with prior notice. The faster Su Bai arrives in case of an emergency, the better. The plane glided over the city, taking less than an hour from takeoff to landing. Waiting at the airport was the deputy director of G City's branch, a middle-aged man in a gray jacket. He had no ghostly aura about him. As Su Bai disembarked, Li Jiai behind him felt a bit emotional. This was her first time leaving a city since the new world began. She saw the real face of this world for the first time. The scene in G City was completely different from a city. The entire city was in chaos, with robbery, protests, and crime occurring everywhere. Electricity was limited to 3 hours at night, and all public facilities had shut down. Functional departments were deeply trapped in handling odd events, unable to extricate themselves. City order was out of control. Household garbage, construction debris, and abandoned vehicles were randomly piled up on what used to be wide streets. Armed troops moved through the city, driving the people away. Perhaps, this is the true face of the new world. The appearance of the apocalypse. Director Su, hello. The gray-clothed man shook hands with Su Bai, visibly exhausted. Hello. The two exchanged simple greetings and got into the car heading to the G City sub-bureau, passing through numerous checkpoints along the way, with sounds of smashing and shouting incessantly around them. What used to take about 10 minutes now took a whole half hour to arrive. Just as they stepped up to the gate of G City sub-bureau, an annoying and familiar voice impatiently wormed into Su Bai's ears. Brother Bai. I've missed you so much. Su Bai reached out and pressed down on the greasy body that rushed up to hug him, yanking him by the collar and marching inside. Wang Su. His mouth twitched. He did not expect headquarters to send this guy to oversee G City. If he had known this smiling tiger would come, he would not have helped in this task no matter what. The others behind them pretended not to see the scene in front of them, looking straight ahead. The old and new directors of a city were almost born as a contrast, one serious, the other never seen without a smile. Besides, he only smiles. However, the other person standing inside to greet him did surprise Su Bai. Su Bai. Yu Sifling hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to address Su Bai. Student Su, Director Su, or Brother Su? Long time no see. Su Bai politely nodded. He did not expect Yu Sifling to come, but the other's abilities could perform strongly in any odd event. After greeting each other, they entered the meeting room, with Su Bai taking the main seat. Let's talk about the situation. On the way here, Su Bai had already looked through the report, but reports could not record all the details. This strange event appeared on the 3rd day of the New World, when a report was received that a cultural park in the Western District possibly had a fierce ghost. Then a small team was sent there. That place wasn't a graveyard, but once the team entered the park, they lost contact. The next day, the director personally led a group to handle it, but they too entered and never came out again. We tried to seal off that area to prevent anyone from entering, but every night, there would be sounds of opera coming from the park. Anyone who heard the opera would involuntarily walk towards it. Now, we really don't dare to send anyone to seal it off and can only inform the public to stay away from that place at night. But this is to no avail. Every day, there are people in the city claiming they dreamed of a ghost face at night. And those who dream of the ghost face all end up dead in the park. Su Bai nodded. This indeed is a common practice in many places. In many cities facing inexplicable strange events, the best method is sealing off the area. As long as no one continues to die, it can be temporarily ignored. But this ghost face event cannot be sealed off, so they can only seek help to resolve it. Besides these, are there any patterns to the killings? The gray-clad deputy director shook his head. After a moment, as if remembering something, he spoke. There is one thing. A person who reported dreaming of the ghost face was once a painter, and he painted this ghost face. We took this from him early this morning. Saying this, he pulled a painting from his briefcase and handed it to Su Bai. Looking at the ghost face on the paper, Su Bai's expression changed slightly, but he said nothing and passed it to the others. He tapped rhythmically on the table with his fingers, thoughts racing in his mind. What the deputy director said was similar to what was recorded in the report, but the problem was that regarding the ghost's killing pattern, it was almost a blank slate. Besides dreaming of the ghost face and hearing opera, there were no clues at all. Those who entered seemed to have vanished into thin air, unable to send back any useful information. Everyone held a meeting and discussed for more than 10 minutes, ultimately deciding that Su Bai would lead Wang Su and Yu Sifeng, along with 3 ordinary ghost tamers, to enter. The rest would stay outside the park on standby. As soon as night fell, they would leave quickly. After the discussion was settled, everyone took 3 off-road vehicles to the park. Chapter 106. The group arrived at the entrance of the park, leaving 2 ordinary ghost tamers along with Su Feng and Li Jai outside while Su Bai led the rest into the park. According to the map, the park was not large, it only had an outdoor stage and an indoor studio. G City has a strong traditional cultural atmosphere, and the elderly living here enjoy listening to opera, so there are many such parks, and this is considered small. Each year, only a few performances are staged. The frequently performed plays are classic pieces like Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai and Farewell My Concubine. Although monotonous, the nearby elderly still enjoy coming, saying that the actors here have that unique charm. The 3 entered through the main gate, walked a short distance down the gallery, and turned a corner to arrive at the front desk of the park. This is the place for buying tickets to watch plays, and to cater to the younger crowd, there are also some snack counters, mostly popcorn and sunflower seeds. Standing behind the front desk was a young girl in a standard qipao, wearing a name tag on her chest. Seeing the few people come in, she greeted them with a full smile. "You, hello? May I ask if anything has happened here?" The girl's smile was extremely strange, stiff as if painted on. Yu Sifeng tentatively tried to talk to her, but received no response. It made sense, in such a strange event, how could there be any normal person? Su Bai sensed that the girl had no aura of a fierce ghost, and she didn't seem like a ghost servant either. Instead, she felt somewhat like a living dead person. Her eyes looked as if they were painted on. Staring wide-eyed at everyone, not blinking. Su Bai walked to the edge of the stage, took a few tickets for himself, the number exactly matching the people. Exploring strange incidents, following rules is also key, no matter if these tickets are useful or not, holding them at least won't be wrong. Who goes to watch a show without buying a ticket? Let's go. Su Bai ordered. Wang Su waved his hand, everyone set off to continue walking forward. After walking a few steps, Yu Sifeng looked back uneasily. Ah! He saw the woman who had just shown no reaction still facing forward, but her head had turned around, a stiff smile on her face, staring hard at them. Her sudden exclamation naturally drew everyone's attention. Su Bai frowned but didn't act rashly. After all, this woman, despite being strange, hadn't shown any desire to attack. She could be a bait thrown out by a vengeful spirit, intentionally luring them to trigger the pattern of murder. Such situations were not rare in his past life, so when dealing with strange incidents, Su Bai generally wouldn't take the initiative to act. Keep walking. Everyone swiped their tickets, passing through the turnstile next to the stage, walking down the corridor. The surrounding environment was just a bit dim, with no other abnormalities. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, and Wang Su joked to ease the tense atmosphere. "Brother Bai, do you think they don't want to come out just because the show inside is too good?" Su Bai gave him a blank look and didn't reply. Seeing that Su Bai was ignoring him, Wang Su awkwardly laughed and said, "Just kidding, but where exactly is this ghost? Is it waiting for us while singing a show?" At that moment, an ordinary ghost handler spoke up in confusion. "Did you hear any sounds?" Yu Sifeng put a hand to his ear and listened. "No, are you too nervous?" "Don't worry, with Su Bai here, nothing will happen." Having gone through the ghost house instance, Yu Sifeng had complete trust in Su Bai's abilities. Wang Su, however, was still uneasy and asked the ghost handler from earlier. "Gui Air, what did you hear?" The ghost handler known as Gui Air gathered ghostly power to his ears, causing them to enlarge. He listened carefully and frowned, saying, "Not quite sure, just feel a bit creepy." As they spoke, the group had already reached the end of the corridor. In front of them was the outdoor stage, separated by a wooden partition. Creak. Su Bai pushed open the partition door, and the originally dark stage suddenly lit up with a pop. There were dozens of tea tables below, each with 3 chairs around them, and steam rising from a teapot on the table. A spotlight at the edge of the stage shone down, revealing several figures to the group. These were puppets, but strangely, human faces were pasted on their heads. The faces wore the same eerie smile as the woman at the front, remaining still, and there was no sound around. Are they watching a mime? What are they performing? Yu Sifeng was puzzled, and the others shook their heads. They weren't theater enthusiasts, so naturally, they couldn't tell what was being performed. Su Bai inquired about the ghostly actress and received an answer. "Farewell My Concubine." "Farewell My Concubine? It's about Xiang Yu and Yu Ji, right?" Su Bai nodded, as the ghostly actress, Lan Ji, should not have been mistaken. "Which one is the overlord? How can we tell with all these puppets?" Yu Sifeng asked, waiting for Su Bai to explain. "Look at the clothing, the one in the general's outfit, wielding a big knife, is the overlord. Then the one next to him, wearing a pink dress, is Yu Ji, right?" Su Bai confirmed Yu Sifeng's statement, and everyone walked towards the stage.
Wait, there really is a sound. Just as they were about to reach the stage, Guerre suddenly stopped everyone. I heard it clearly, it's the sound of gongs and drums. Guerre exclaimed excitedly, but the others' faces changed. Because now not only Guerre could hear it, the dense drumbeats and the interspersed gong sounds echoed throughout the theater. The puppets on stage suddenly came to life. The Overlord puppet opened its mouth to the group, and a deep, resonant voice began to sound. Today, I will fight to the death, and I wish to battle alongside all of you. Saying this, the puppet raised the great knife in its hand and slashed down at the few people. Just as the words left its mouth, Wang Su reacted quickly, feeling the ghostly energy surge within him, pouring it into his right hand. His originally plump right hand suddenly became thick and large, the muscles bulging and straining against the skin. The entire right arm grew many times bigger than before, covered in a layer of black light. Clang! The ghostly hand met the great knife, and Wang Su firmly gripped the puppet's great knife in his hand. With a gentle shake, the puppet lost its grip, and the great knife fell from its hand. With a crisp sound, Wang Su broke the great knife with one hand, casually tossing the metal shards across the stage. Then, he quickly used his enlarged index and thumb to pinch the puppet's head. With a forceful squeeze, the puppet's head exploded, with splinters flying everywhere. The headless puppet collapsed to the ground as if it had fallen apart. The other puppets, hearing the command from their leader, were activated, swinging their weapons towards the others. The ghost tamers were about to fight back when a long sword danced like a dragon, cutting through the group of puppets. After 3 breaths, a pink shadow stopped in front of everyone. Behind it several puppets made a crack 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 sound before suddenly falling to the ground. Everyone was taken aback, realizing that the pink shadow was none other than Yuji. What was going on? Chapter 107. Yuji, has she turned against us? The crowd stared at the unbelievable scene in front of them, feeling puzzled. Su Bai reached out and shook, pulling several threads back from the Yuji puppet, and everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that just now, it was Su Bai controlling the Yuji puppet, no wonder she acted so suddenly. But everyone was also astonished by Su Bai's powerful skill, able to manipulate the puppet to perform such complex actions, showing that his control of power far exceeded theirs. After dealing with the puppet, Su Bai walked onto the stage, picked up a piece of shard, and closely examined it as the rest gathered around. Indeed, it's just an ordinary puppet. Since these puppets didn't have anything strange, the problem must lie in. Wang Su picked up a broken face. It seems the power given to the puppets comes from this thing. This is likely a painted skin ghost. Not necessarily, we can't be sure until it shows itself. Su Bai shook his head but didn't deny it. A gust of cold wind swept in, rustling the curtains that blocked the wall behind the stage. Everyone looked up, and the next moment, screams erupted. Ah! What happened now? This was already the second time Yu Sifeng had screamed. Wang Su impatiently turned around. Su Bai turned to look as well. Upon seeing, Wang Su was horrified. A sharp knife was piercing through Yu Sifeng's chest, the silver tip glimmering, blood dripping down steadily. Behind her, Guerre wore a terrified expression as he gripped the knife's handle. She is a ghost, she is a ghost. Guerre shouted in panic, his hand trembling on the knife. Yu Sifeng kept coughing up blood, her face pale, staring in shock at the knife tip in her chest, unable to say a word. Wang Su was stunned, unsure of what to do. But Su Bai reacted quickly, raising his right hand and grasping into the void. The shadow behind Guerre mirrored the motion, grabbing Guerre's neck and lifting him up. With a sudden squeeze of his right hand, Guerre's head and body separated, but no blood gushed out. Wang Su realized that Su Bai's actions meant Guerre was crying thief while stealing, and quickly supported Yu Sifeng. After handling the suddenly treacherous Guerre, Su Bai came to Yu Sifeng's side. Gripping the knife handle, he swiftly pulled it out, placing his right hand on her chest, and at the moment before the blood could spurt out, cold air surged forth, freezing the wound. The blood that flowed out like it was free of charge was stopped, but the power of the snow woman was arrogant and had strong corrosiveness. It could only serve as a temporary measure to stop the bleeding, otherwise, if too much time passed, Yu Sifeng would likely freeze to death. As for Yu Sifeng herself, she stopped coughing up blood. Injured in the lungs, unable to make a sound. The small face was pale, and the person was taking in less air and breathing out more, looking like they were about to collapse. At this moment, Wang Su opened his backpack and took out a small tube of pure white potion. He unscrewed the dropper, drew about a milliliter, and dropped the white potion onto Yu Sifeng's wound. The moment the potion touched the wound, the white liquid seemed to have a mind of its own, drilling straight into the wound. The coldness from Su Bai was forced out of his body, and to everyone's surprise, the fresh blood on his skin began to flow back into the wound. At the same time, the 1 centimeter wide and 10 centimeter long penetrating wound slowly began to close, forming a thin pink line on the surface of the skin. In the blink of an eye, that thin line disappeared, and the wound returned to its original state. This small tube of potion actually had such terrifying healing powers. Su Bai instantly became curious about it. What is this?
Wang Su sealed the test tube and replied to Su Bai. This is replicated using the blood of a ghost doctor. After all, ghosts are ultimately made up of ghost powers, and if you find the right structure, you can shape it.
Wang Su directly used Professor Guo's original words to answer. By calculation, this potion also had half of Su Bai's credit.
The ghost doctor was the traitor of the Union who teamed up with that Japanese person during the incident at the Fulongwan Bridge. After solving the incident, Su Bai used a body bag to collect the corpse. Eventually, the corpse ended up in Professor Guo's hands, becoming one of the research subjects. In such a short time, there was actually a result. Su Bai, once again, marveled at how extraordinary Professor Guo's mind was. It truly was not something an ordinary person could possess. At the same time, he had an idea about this potion and decided that he must get Guo Huai to bring some next time. The effect isn't that good, it just looks more tightly closed, but in reality, if you use force, it will tear open.
To completely heal still needs a while.
Wang Su seemed to see through Su Bai's thoughts and explained. After a moment, Yu Sifeng's face regained its color, and she opened her mouth to express her gratitude.
Thank you.
Then she curiously looked at Su Bai.
Su Bai, how did you know I wasn't a ghost?
She felt it was just like the last time in the ancient house, where Su Bai keenly discovered some clues. Unexpectedly, Su Bai shook his head, speaking coldly.
I didn't see it, it's just that you being alive is more useful than him.
Everyone gasped, and even Yu Sifeng's gaze trembled. She didn't expect Su Bai to be so decisive and ruthless. Due to the difference in their abilities, he could even ruthlessly act against his teammate. As rumored, Su Bai's blood was red like a ghost, his heart was black, and his blood was cold. Seeing everyone's gaze, Su Bai also explained, he did not randomly act against team members.
If you all found out that Yu Sifeng was a ghost, wouldn't you be shocked or suspicious? To act directly is too obvious, right?
At the same time, he silently added a note in his heart.
Aren't you all not me? How could I spare my teammates' lives?
Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, from the way the ghost ear was killed, this guy, even if not a ghost, could not be far removed from it. I suspect it's that sound we can't hear that influenced him. You all stay alert. If anyone hears strange sounds, report it immediately.
Su Bai warned the group.
Yu Sifeng paused for a moment, a bit unwilling to give up, and asked.
Su Bai, if he had the power of foresight at that time, would you still have acted to save me?
Su Bai looked at her, not hesitating at all.
There are no ifs in this world. No ifs.
Yu Sifeng repeated Su Bai's answer, a bit lost, her face hard to describe as either sad or happy. Everyone be careful, that ghost thing is lurking, and there are probably more tasks waiting for us ahead. After saying this, Su Bai looked toward that red curtain. Earlier, that ghost influenced the ghost ear by moving the curtain with a chilling wind to attract everyone's attention, allowing him to succeed. But Su Bai felt it was more than just that simple. His sixth sense told him that this entire stage was not simple. He stood up, leaving a few people behind to keep watch, and walked towards the curtain. Swish! Su Bai grabbed the edge of the curtain with both hands, pulling hard, and the curtain pinned to the wall immediately fell down. A heavy stench of blood rushed to his nose, and everyone looked up to see.
Chapter 108.
As the curtain opened, the smell of blood surged like a wave, crashing over everyone.
As everyone's gaze focused on the wall, they were instantly shocked.
This. Yu Sifeng covered her mouth. The scene before her was strange and extremely disgusting. Faces. Endless faces, each with a strange smile and drenched in blood. Over 10,000 various faces hung on the blood-red curtain covering the entire wall, their identical stiff smiles seeming to mock everyone, as if taunting themselves. Su Bai took a step back on the stage, quickly retreating while activating his ghostly illusion.
The blood-red ghostly illusion unfolded, encountering no obstacles, and the ghostly faces remained unaffected.
This was not an illusion, nor a fantasy. These 10,000 faces were all alive, skinned right off someone's body. Each face corresponded to a person. In just 20 days, at least 10,000 people had lost their lives in this cursed place. No wonder the capital was so eager for him to take action. If this strange event was not resolved soon, G City would probably be doomed. Aside from the punishment for large-scale dungeons, it was Su Bai's first time witnessing such a highly aggressive bizarre event. Su Bai returned to the others, when suddenly a rustling sound reached his ears.
The effect is coming?
Su Bai turned his head and noticed the expressions on the faces of those around him were a bit odd.
I seem to hear a sound.
A team member spoke nervously. Wang Su's ghostly hand immediately grew larger, positioned in front of that person, ready to strike at any moment. Yu Sifeng's face instantly turned pale with fright. It's just because she heard that voice too. As she hesitated whether to speak, Wang Su lowered his ghostly hand and turned to Su Bai.
Could it be that we all heard it?
Among the crowd, Su Bai had the strongest power. If he heard the voice too, it would mean they were all affected. Su Bai nodded gravely. Yu Sifeng, use your ability to see what will happen in the next 5 minutes. At such a time, Yu Sifeng's ability proved to be crucial. According to the performance of the ghostly ear, there was a period needed from hearing the sound to being completely affected, so she could still trust it for now. Strange runes appeared on her forehead, and her consciousness was pulled to where the position was. After a moment, Yusifim opened her eyes, covered in sweat, terror and panic written all over her face.
They are dead. All dead. All dead.
She seemed to have seen something terrifying in the future, clutching her head and screaming in pain.
Calm down, Yusifim, it hasn't happened yet.
Wang Su grabbed her hand, trying to soothe her emotions.
What did you see?
Once she calmed down a little, Su Bai asked.
Dead, we are all dead.
We are killing each other.
Yusifim said painfully, and when she looked up to see Su Bai, fear flashed in her eyes. You killed us in the end, you dismembered us all.
As soon as she said this, everyone anxiously looked at Su Bai. This cold-blooded and powerful guy did seem like someone who could do such a thing.
Su Bai shrugged indifferently and said. It hasn't happened yet, why are you looking at me like that?
I guarantee that if you are affected, I will let you die without any pain. Su Bai's bloody words sent shivers down everyone's spine, and they all stepped back, wanting to distance themselves from him. As time passed, the rustling sound in everyone's ears gradually grew louder, and that rustling sound finally became clear. It was the sound of drums. Wait, intertwined within the drum sounds, was the sound of singing.
What's going on?
You are a ghost.
No, you are the ghost.
Suddenly, a quarrel broke out behind everyone, as two ordinary ghost tamers unleashed the power of fierce spirits and started fighting. One of them controlled a grave-moving ghost, covered all over with yellow soil and gravel. The other was a back ghost, its shadow appearing on the back of the grave-moving ghost tamer, constantly howling. The two clashed together, dust and gravel flying everywhere, with screams and roars echoing in the air. In the chaos, the two even began to use the abilities of a second ghost. The situation started to spiral out of control. Wang Su saw this scene but didn't intervene. He felt the anger within him growing stronger along with the increasing music. He feared that if he acted, he wouldn't be able to control his rage, worsening the sound in his ears and dragging himself into chaos. Yusifim was even more terrified, squatting on the ground, at a loss for what to do. Everything happening right now was exactly as she had foreseen in the future.
Did this mean that she and the others would truly be killed and dismembered by Su Bai? Fear quietly took hold of her entire mind. Suddenly, a red light enveloped everyone. Su Bai made his move. Was he also affected?
Yusifing's fear deepened, and she regretted participating in this incident. In the ghostly realm, a chill spread from beneath their feet, instantly reaching the feet of the two fighters. In an instant, they both stopped moving. Their legs were frozen solid by Su Bai, becoming two ice pillars standing on the ground. The ghosts within them actually communicated feelings of fear to their masters, being firmly suppressed and unable to move.
Calm down. If you show any abnormal behavior, it will be your end. Su Bai scolded angrily.
The two felt the terrifying aura emanating from him, trembling and with their doubts and violence completely suppressed.
Yusifing couldn't help but shrink back behind Wang Su, fearing the consequences.
Even Wang Su, who had always maintained a smile, now stared solemnly at Su Bai, afraid of him suddenly attacking.
He.
Su Bai sneered coldly.
Don't worry, I'm fine for now. If I had any problems, killing you would be easy. Rather than worrying about being killed by me, think about how to break free from this influence.
Only then did the others slowly realize that their thoughts had been influenced by the sound in their ears. They had tried blocking their ears, but it was useless. The sound was not something they could hear actively but arose from deep within their hearts. This sound seems to not be actively influencing us, but rather amplifying our negative emotions.
Wang Su thought for a moment and reminded them. Indeed, from their reactions, it was easy to see.
For the two in battle, their suspicions were heightened. For Yusifing, her fear was intensified. For Wang Su, the suppressed violent emotions within him were released.
As for Su Bai? Did this guy even have emotions? Wang Su couldn't help but suspect that he might be completely unaffected.
Having dealt with him many times, Wang Su felt as if he had never truly seen through him. Everything Su Bai showed seemed like a disguise. What kind of person was he, really? Su Bai nodded. This place indeed felt strange. Although there was no direct confrontation, danger lurked at all times. And the danger came from among them.
Chapter 109. Pretending to be mystical.
Su Bai snorted coldly. It was just about using the sound of traditional operas to influence people's hearts, wasn't it?
He really thought he had no way to handle it, huh? I have operas too.
Su Bai unleashed his ghostly powers, enveloping the crowd behind him, as Lonji's melodious tones echoed across the stage, clashing and balancing with the sounds of gongs and drums around them. The eerie sounds merged together, each calling up the other, constantly neutralizing one another. Everyone felt a cool sensation spreading throughout their bodies, with their suspicions, restlessness, and fears gradually diminishing. Indeed, this sound was noble.
just as everyone was thanking Su Bai.
At the same time as the guilty apology, Su Bai's voice rang in everyone's ears.
Don't just stand there, hurry up and withdraw.
In a flash, Su Bai pushed off the stage and left. Everyone turned back in surprise. From behind the curtain, puppets were pouring out continuously, the skin on the walls peeling off and covering the heads of the puppets.
Ka 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 ka.
The puppets made clattering sounds and ran towards the group. With long knives swinging and silver spears like lightning, amidst the increasingly dense sound of gongs and drums, a trap was being set to chop off the heads of the few. The puppets kept coming, endless and overwhelming, soon filling the entire stage. Although they were mechanical bodies, their speed was not slow compared to the others. They even arrived first and instantly caught up with the group.
Wang Su was retreating, but he kept an eye on the situation behind him, immediately dodging a knife by sidestepping, then turning to counterattack with a ghostly hand. The ghostly hand's power was immense, tearing the puppet behind him into shreds. The two demon controllers also displayed their skills, with yellow earth spewing like a waterfall, while the evil spirits attacked from behind, successfully blocking the assaults. But a terrifying scene appeared. Although the shattered puppets died, their skins fell off, flying back to the walls, waiting to attach to the next puppet. Not good, attack the face, only by destroying the face can we kill them. Yu Sifeng keenly noticed this and loudly reminded everyone.
Su Bai shaped a piece of snow and shot it at a guy hiding among the puppets, aiming for a sneak attack. The snow struck his face, instantly freezing it. The puppet struggled for a moment, then fell silent. And that face no longer flew back to the wall, showing that the skin was indeed the weak point of these ghostly things. Even though a weakness was found, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. Unless Su Bai used some energy-consuming abilities, he couldn't clear the area. But he wouldn't do that. The ghost behind this bizarre event was lurking, sending out these puppets to die, merely fearing the strength of the few, wanting to use the puppets to wear them down, so Su Bai naturally wouldn't let them have their way. While battling and retreating, the nearby gongs and the mournful opera became increasingly loud, hinting at a trend to suppress Su Bai and the ghostly actress.
Su Bai began to converse in his heart with the ghostly actress, Lan Ji. Lan Ji, do you know what this opera is about?
Lan Ji fell silent for a moment, then spoke. It feels a bit familiar, like my voice.
Your voice?
Su Bai was puzzled. Could it be that the ghost behind this bizarre event was also a ghostly actress? But why hadn't he heard of it in his past life? As the progress of the new world gradually increased, Su Bai became less trusting of his past memories. Everything compared to the previous life was changing.
Was it because of himself?
Su Bai shook his head, choosing not to think about it for now. Regardless, this bizarre event must have some connection to the ghostly actress. The ice beneath Su Bai's feet spread towards the tide of puppets, staining the entire front of the stage a ghostly blue.
Go!
Su Bai spoke, and at the same time, the cold air spread to the front of the stage, suddenly condensing and freezing the moisture in the air. Instantly, a wall of solid ice appeared in place.
Any puppet that touched the solid ice wall or stepped on Su Bai's icy domain was instantly turned into an ice sculpture.
Using the icy domain to block those puppets, the group abruptly quickened their pace, breaking free from the entanglement, and followed Su Bai's lead to head outside. It seems Su Bai's actions provoked the fierce spirits behind them. Just as everyone retreated to the wooden door, the sound of the opera suddenly intensified. Lan Ji's voice was suppressed, and it appeared that a fierce fire began to burn in the eyes of the few. Drip! The sound of a drop of liquid hitting the ground came. Yu Sifeng turned back. Then, she stood transfixed in terror.
What are you doing?
She pointed at the spirit master who had contracted with the ghost behind him, her eyes filled with fear.
That drop of liquid was unmistakably blood, falling from his cheek.
And his hands were gripping the sides of his face fiercely, fingers deeply embedded into his flesh, with only the bases of his fingers exposed.
Nothing much, just suddenly feel my face itching.
As he spoke, that spirit master actually snapped and ripped off a whole layer of skin from his face, revealing the damaged flesh and transparent membranes inside.
Ah!
Yu Sifeng was startled, while Su Bai and Wang Su frowned at the man. He, however, remained oblivious, instead reaching out to scratch at the flesh, blood continually flowing, with strands of meat visible under his nails. The spirit master who had fought with him earlier felt a wave of nausea and leaned against the wall, retching. The others were also filled with horror, not expecting this ghost to be so bizarre, subtly influencing the spirit master's perception. Wang Su was just about to reattach his skin, thinking a single drop of medicine could heal such a small wound.
But Su Bai grabbed his arm.
There's no time to waste. As he spoke, the shadow of Meili's ghostly trickster unfolded, and the girl's innocent voice echoed in the spirit master's ear.
Do you want to be Meili's toy?
At the end of her words, the man's body suddenly shattered, his limbs and head separating from his torso.
Su Bai, you?
Wang Su was shocked and angry. This brutal killer actually struck his own teammate so mercilessly. The earlier ghostly years could be excused, as everyone didn't know he was influenced. But now this spirit master was clearly savable. Su Bai showed no mercy at all.
Wang Su couldn't help but suspect that Su Bai might also be affected.
Yet Su Bai offered no explanation, only turning to stare at Wang Su, his aura suddenly exploding. A dense ghostly energy burst forth, and this was the first time Wang Su witnessed Su Bai's terrifying power. Instantly overwhelmed by this aura, he stumbled unsteadily.
Do I need to explain myself when I do things?
Su Bai looked down at Wang Su, who felt a jolt of alarm.
Oh no, why did I provoke this deadly being?
Wang Su suddenly realized he was deeply affected. Normally, he would never offend Su Bai over something like this. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, fearing Su Bai might turn his wrath towards him at any moment.
Su Bai, Wang Gu didn't mean it. He was just influenced.
Yu Sifeng timidly pleaded for Wang Su, having experienced a dungeon with Su Bai, so she knew how cold-blooded Su Bai could be, afraid Wang Su might suffer. But in truth, Su Bai was merely warning the man and hadn't truly made a move. He took out a body bag and began to stuff the man's severed parts inside, then led everyone forward.
My little demon can disassemble people. If the influence can be removed, they can be reassembled.
Su Bai's voice echoed softly behind. Only then did a few of them feel relieved. If Su Bai really were affected, then collectively they wouldn't be enough to match one of his hands. The sound of traditional opera grew louder, the entire arts center resonating with accompanying voices, and on the pursuers' faces, the masks not belonging to them began to open and close in song. As Su Bai advanced, he dealt with the dolls that suddenly lunged out from both sides. The ghostly bride floated around him, no doll could approach him. All along the way, Su Bai furrowed his brow, pondering where the ghost was hiding. There was only one way in. They hadn't encountered any forks in the path. If it wasn't on the stage, could it be in the indoor studio? It shouldn't be. They hadn't sensed any ghostly trickery, nor felt any ghostly energy threads on those dolls. The studio was right behind the stage, but at this moment it was blocked by a legion of dolls. Even for Su Bai, breaking through wasn't that easy. Wait. Su Bai suddenly remembered a place. That woman at the front desk. With this thought in mind, Su Bai immediately rushed towards the front desk. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely go to the studio to investigate right away in this situation. Because when people got close to the stage, a large number of puppets would appear, trying to block their way, as if they were desperately protecting something. But the experience from his previous life told Su Bai that these places were precisely traps. In contrast, the strange woman he encountered right at the entrance seemed more like the answer to the riddle posed. Yu Sifeng closely followed behind Su Bai. Wherever Su Bai went, he would go too. When Su Bai was nearby, it was better to watch than to speak. Wang Su was confused but didn't ask any questions. Among them, Su Bai was the true combat force. Without his assistance, Wang Su couldn't possibly storm into the studio alone. When Su Bai arrived at the front desk, the strange woman was still smiling, looking towards the direction everyone had previously left. Transparent puppet threads shot out from her hands, wrapping around her body, and with a strong pull, the woman exploded. Countless pieces of flesh scattered on the ground, turning into fragments. But strangely, after leaving her body, the woman's head remained completely unaffected, floating in the air. The smile on her face still remained, incredibly mocking.
Could it be a wrong guess?
Su Bai furrowed his brows tightly. The puppets behind him had caught up, trying to completely strangle him. The puppets babbled in tune with the strange melody in his ears, and the head in front was also humming. Looking at the bloody faces, Su Bai knew he couldn't handle this alone.
If the source wasn't resolved, these faces would continue to emerge endlessly.
Close your eyes. Su Bai shouted loudly. The few people behind had already learned about Su Bai's ability, and upon hearing "close your eyes," they closed them without any hesitation. Then, Li Shang's figure unexpectedly appeared before Su Bai, taking off her veil. Her stunning beauty was the best weapon. Hundreds of puppets fell down in unison, the sound of wood cracking echoed endlessly. The skins of the hundreds of puppets' faces swelled and burst.
Husband.
Returning to Su Bai's side, Li Shang softly called out, then disappeared from sight. But a voice from Lan Ji echoed in Su Bai's heart. General, that head has a familiar feeling. Su Bai turned his head to look at the floating strange head. This thing was indeed no simple matter. Su Bai vaguely guessed that this instance was likely closely related to the ghost opera woman. He still remembered the scenes of Lan Ji leveling up before the game arrived. In that empty, dark scene, Lan Ji was singing this part of "Farewell My Concubine." And in some mysterious way, Su Bai had already guessed the true mastermind behind this event. He turned to look at the head. Wasn't this the thing most closely related to the ghost opera woman? Immediately, Su Bai moved closer to the head. But he didn't notice that in the eyes of others, the face of the head began to melt, and Su Bai, as if under a spell, walked straight towards that mask. The surrounding environment began to change, the various facilities of the theater disappeared, and the furniture of Su Bai's villa gradually emerged, solidifying. The ghostly singing transformed into a comedy show on the television, and the collapsed puppets became the green lawn and bushes outside the window. And the head in front slowly grew a body. But Su Bai seemed unaware of the strange surroundings and maintained a calm expression. Gentler, it hurts. Ling Ruoyao slapped Su Bai's hand that was resting on her chest.
Why so much strength? You've hurt me. Su Bai looked around. He had unexpectedly returned to the villa in the Hugui community, with Ling Ruoyo lying in his arms without a stitch of clothing. What's wrong, brother? Why do you look like that? Don't you recognize your sister? Oh, so it's like that, pulled up your pants and don't recognize anyone, huh? Seeing Su Bai's strange expression, Ling Ruoyo pouted and playfully hit his chest with her little fist. Su Bai only felt a bit dizzy, as if he had forgotten something. Why am I so surprised to be in the neighborhood? I don't know, but it feels a bit off. What are you thinking? You don't want to take responsibility, do you? Ling Ruoyo tightly hugged the equally naked Su Bai and whispered in his ear. No, I just feel like I've forgotten something. Su Bai explained softly. Ling Ruoyo's face flushed pink, and she whispered. You just forgot to wear that. Su Bai was startled, so that's it, no wonder he felt like he had forgotten something important. He then lightly kissed Ling Ruoyo on the forehead. It's okay, I really like kids. Who wants to have a baby with you? Ling Ruoyo turned her head away, her face a mixture of shyness and happiness. This look made Su Bai mesmerized. For some reason, his desire today felt stronger than ever. As if sensing his reaction, Ling Ruoyo turned her head and hugged him even tighter. Tilting her head up, her pink lips brushed against Su Bai's mouth. A playful tongue danced, tempting Su Bai's desires. A faint fragrance filled his nostrils, and the sweetness in his mouth was something he greedily enjoyed. But suddenly, he remembered something. He pushed Ling Ruoyo, who was tangled around him, away and looked inward at his own consciousness. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Chapter 111. This kiss suddenly made Su Bai recall something. In his memory, he had only kissed Ling Ruoyo on the forehead, and just as he was about to go further, he was interrupted by Li Xiang. But at this moment, not only had they done everything, but they were also kissing recklessly. Where is Li Xiang? Su Bai didn't know much, but he was sure his 6 possessive little ghost girls inside him would never tolerate such a situation. Su Bai immediately pulled his consciousness inward. Li Xiang? Lan Ji? Shui Shui? Su Bai called the names of the 6 girls but received no response. Usually, as long as Su Bai appeared in the spiritual space, the ghost girls would run over to cling to him without even needing to call them. But today, his consciousness was dead silent. The ghosts inside me are silent. Su Bai looked up at Ling Ruoyo, his eyes devoid of any color. But Ling Ruoyo asked in confusion. What ghost? Aren't you the only pervert here? Little rascal, I've watched you grow up, and now you've taken advantage of me. I'm telling you, Su Bai, you must take responsibility. As she spoke, Ling Ruoyo grabbed the quilt and covered them both, placing her hand in a place that cannot be mentioned. Su Bai shivered, but his heart became alert. Something was off about him today, something was off about Ling Ruoyo too. I want. Ling Ruoyo whispered seductively in Su Bai's ear. But Su Bai was completely immersed in his own consciousness, not responding. What's wrong? Why is the ghost inside me suddenly silent? Even Li Xiang is being suppressed? How is that possible? She is an SSS class ghost, how could she be suppressed without warning? Is a complete awakening entity appearing nearby? Su Bai's thoughts kept racing, but Ling Ruoyo's actions didn't stop. Seeing that Su Bai had not responded for a long time, Ling Ruoyo simply sat on top of him, her delicate hands resting on Su Bai's shoulders. A pair of huge, soft breasts covered Su Bai's face. A fragrant scent filled Su Bai's nostrils. Stinky brother, what are you thinking? Sister Ling, the ghosts inside me have been suppressed. Can you still feel your ghost? Ling Ruoyo frowned. What ghost and suppression nonsense, Su Bai, are you sick, talking nonsense? As she spoke, she placed her hand on Su Bai's forehead. But upon hearing this, Su Bai could not stay calm. What is going on? Hasn't the bizarre game already descended? Why did Ling Ruoyo say she was talking nonsense? I understand now. It must be that your previous injury hasn't healed. Ling Ruoyo gently stroked Su Bai's head with concern. Have you forgotten what happened last month? You went traveling with your uncle's family but got into a car accident. You were the only one who survived on that whole bus, but you suffered a head injury and were in a coma for a whole week. When you woke up, you kept talking about gods and ghosts, and you only recovered from the mental hospital 2 days ago. After Ling Ruoyo said this, it seemed that a memory really emerged in Su Bai's mind. So that's how it was? Su Bai nodded, feeling a sense of loss in his heart. Yes, in this world, there are no such things as ghosts, they are all just illusions after the car accident. In the world after his revival, no ghosts came at all. Since his rebirth, he had always lived in a stable world. Wait. Su Bai suddenly lifted his head. Rebirth? Revival? Memories from his past life surged into Su Bai's mind like crashing waves, causing pain so intense he pressed both hands tightly against his head. Are you okay, Su Bai? The doctor told you not to recall those illusions. Ling Ruoyo said anxiously. No, it's impossible. It's definitely not my imagination, the past month has not been. The 10 years of life and death in my previous life are not lies. Crack. It felt as if something cracked open in his mind, and suddenly he heard the sound of a play, the images in front of him flickering continuously. All of his memories rushed back in an instant. He looked coldly at the Ling Ruoya before him and spoke without any emotion. You shouldn't use my family to deceive me. Even though you can create a real environment and change my perception, what you cannot erase is my hate from these 10 years. You cannot suppress me. Su Bai's voice grew louder, and as the last word fell, he suddenly placed his hand near his collarbone and slowly lifted it. Li Xiang. Although there was no response, Su Bai was certain that Li Xiang could hear him. Lift the veil. Outside the illusion, Yu Xiang called out to Su Bai, but he showed no reaction. Everyone was very anxious. After Su Bai used the skill of the ghost bride to kill the nearby puppets, he expressionlessly walked towards the floating human head. No matter how everyone around him shouted, he showed no response. It's coming, it's coming. Yu Xiang looked at Su Bai with horror. This was the scene she had foreseen. Su Bai stood before the human head, with the phantom of the ghost bride's wedding dress appearing on him, and his hands turned into ghostly claws. His sharp nails pierced into the cheek of the head, tearing the entire layer of skin off. Another this result? Yu Xiang watched in pain as the death she had foretold was about to arrive, and she shouted in despair. Quick, stop him. We will all die. Su Bai turned the ripped skin around, the bloody face pointing straight at him. Wang Su, seeing this, didn't care about anything else and instantly communicated with the ghost inside him. His right arm terrifyingly swelled, swinging it towards Su Bai. But even controlled by the human face, the phantom of the wedding dress covering Su Bai's body was not something he could shake. A punch swung past without causing a ripple, as if all the power had been absorbed. Su Bai slowly retracted the hand holding the face skin, wanting to wear it on his face. He furrowed his brows and raised his fist to strike again when Yu Xiang behind him reminded him. Grab that human face. Wang Su instantly realized he couldn't break Su Bai's defense, but as long as he prevented him from wearing it, wouldn't that be fine? In Yu Xiang's prediction, Su Bai wore that face skin to slaughter everyone. So all the problems lay with that human face. Wang Su had just been anxious and lost his head, but now, with Yu Xiang's reminder, he immediately changed his punch to a grab, reaching for the face skin in Su Bai's hand. Clang, clang, clang. Just as his giant hand was about to grasp the skin, the man's face erupted with a violent rhythm. Wang Su was violently thrown away by a powerful impact, crashing into the wall behind him. No! Yu Xifeng shouted in despair, pain flooding her eyes. Without Wang Su's interference, Su Bai held the man's face and gradually brought it closer to her skin. The face was about to touch. Could it be that this is an unchangeable future? In the end, I still have to die at Su Bai's hands. Chapter 112. At this moment, a blood-red aura suddenly appeared around Su Bai. The ghostly aura surged, lifting all the objects around them, ripples of red spreading beneath everyone's feet. Husband! The ghost bride's momentum burst forth, her shadow solidifying, merging with Su Bai. Li Shang's face was filled with rage, raising his right hand as he moved Su Bai's arm, placing his hand near her collarbone, one person and one ghost, simultaneously lifting the veil. This time, everyone did not need to close their eyes. Su Bai faced away from them, so even if the veil was lifted, she would not be seen. Under everyone's gaze, even Su Bai's most powerful skill, the man's face still showed no pause, flying straight towards Su Bai's face. Let me do it! A woman's voice rang out. In the next moment, Su Bai's thumbs pierced straight through the ghostly face's eyes. The face that was originally unharmed was unexpectedly pierced by this strike, stopping just an inch in front of Su Bai. How is it possible? Wang Su was stunned that Su Bai could break free from control, while Yu Xifeng shed tears of relief. He has awakened? The ghostly controller asked in disbelief. No. A flash of surprise crossed Wang Su's eyes. In the gaze of the two transparent threads appeared behind Su Bai, connecting to her thumbs, controlling her to pierce the ghost face's eyes. As her hands were pulled, the bright red wedding dress began to fade, transforming into a pink gown. The ghostly face twisted in pain, the originally mournful tune turning into a cry of anguish. It was utterly tragic, extremely piercing. The faces of the puppets behind also let out shrill cries, the sound echoing throughout the garden, tearing through the night. Cups, teapots, windows, all glass products shattered with the sound. The remaining three tightly covered their ears but still felt a ringing in their ears, temporarily losing their hearing. In the next moment, Su Bai's eyes suddenly opened. As she opened her eyes, the screaming face began to slowly twist and shrink. Like water evaporating instantly, it started to dry out and develop cracks. The skin appeared to weather, pieces of skin falling off the shriveled face, revealing what was hidden within. A flower-faced mask. This flower-faced mask was exactly the same as the ghostplay lady, Loli. Su Bai's thoughts stirred, picking up the mask and bringing it to her face. Seeing this scene, Yusifeng was startled, and tears the size of beans rolled down her already tearful eyes. She bit her lip, the glimmer of hope she just saw instantly shattered into despair. "Don't!" As she shouted, she tried to rush towards Su Bai. Su Bai turned her head and glanced. "Go play somewhere else." Saying this, she manipulated the threads to pull Yusifeng away, gently placing the mask on her own face. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Yusifeng, thrown aside by Su Bai, curled up tightly, covering her eyes with her hands, crying helplessly. The singing voices of opera danced in her ears again, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Am I going to be killed? Crouching in pain, countless unfulfilled wishes flashed through her mind. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I can't be filial anymore." "I'm sorry, Grandpa, the granddaughter will disappoint your expectations." "I'm sorry, Grandma and Grandpa, you must bury your white-haired child." "I'm sorry." After a long time, she felt something was wrong. Is Su Bai really this slow? She has already apologized to all her aunts, classmates, teachers, and friends. Next, she is almost going to apologize to her pet hamster. Why isn't Su Bai here to kill her yet? With a hint of doubt, she opened her eyes and saw a woman appear next to Su Bai, while Wang Su and another ghost controller were surrounding them, speaking about something. What's going on? Su Bai, you mean there are no ghosts in this event at all? Su Bai nodded. The root of all the trouble is that strange mask. After learning the truth, Su Bai was also stunned. No wonder after entering this garden, he felt no ghostly presence at all. It turns out the other party didn't have any unique means of concealment, nor was the horror level far beyond that of the ghost bride. The root of it all was just a paranormal object. The terrifying ghost face that made everyone in G City tremble was actually just an unconscious object. Who can argue with that? So many people were harmed, and in the end, the prop was absorbed by Su Bai's ghost actress. Wang Su looked at the already detached Loli beside Su Bai and felt increasingly jealous. Not only does this guy have an SSS-level ghost bride, but he also hit such a stroke of luck. Helping to solve an event actually allowed the ghost actress to break through to SSS level. Originally a unique ghost in the world, now he has one in hand. Not only Wang Su recognized the ghost actress's rise to SSS level, even Yusifeng and that ghost controller looked at Loli in shock. In the latest ghost controller manual issued by Professor Gua, it mentioned the grade marks of ghosts. S grade and below are generally referred to as unawakened ghosts, which can only lend their power to a host. SSS grade represents the first stage of awakened ghosts. The host can not only borrow power but also form their own ghostly power. Some special first-stage ghosts can even form a ghostly trick, just like Su Bai. As for the ghost fog that is opening, his ghost is actually also a first stage, it's just that the ghostly trick hasn't fully formed yet. The rarest SSS grade represents the second stage of awakened ghosts, and ghosts at this level can fight completely independent of their hosts. The ghost controller manual only records one such ghost, which is Su Bai's ghost bride. But now, it seems there might be another one. The three took a sharp breath, unable to believe it. Su Bai, however, paid no attention to what the three were thinking, his mind was focused on Loli. In the depths of their hearts, where others could not peep, Su Bai and Loli were communicating. General, Loli remembers many things. I was born in 1921, and since childhood, I learned Peking opera from my father. My father was a famous old sheng in the capital, and I inherited his mantle and walked this path. Perhaps heaven took pity, I was born with good looks and a nice voice, and soon became a household name. But then, those guys broke in and brought with them Western puppet shows. They forced me to sing with those puppets and staged a nonsensical version of Farewell My Concubine, making me face the puppet and perform a suicide scene. I was unwilling to let my ancestors' art be desecrated by those guys, swearing that even if I became a ghost, I would not let them go, and I truly died on stage. Then my soul transformed into a vengeful spirit and killed them. General, I truly hate that group of bastards who invaded our dragon nation. Loli's voice echoed in Su Bai's heart. He never expected the others' past to be such a story. This courage to take the sword and commit suicide is not inferior to any of the historical heroines who stood shoulder to shoulder with men. Master, I also hate those guys. From now on, we'll kill one whenever we see one. Thank you, General. Loli bowed to Su Bai. Su Bai felt his ghostly power increase significantly. His own ghostly tricks had become even stronger, a feedback from Loli's promotion. He was suddenly filled with happiness. He had never thought that his spirits could also have a chance to upgrade. This was incredibly important news for him and for the entire dragon country. What was even more exciting was that Loli seemed to have gained some new abilities, although Su Bai was still unclear about the specifics and would have to wait for a moment to slowly explore. Around them, the puppets lost the power of the ghost face mask, their skins peeling off and collapsing, turning into splinters. Su Bai took out the dismembered ghost controller from the wrap,
and Melis's ability activated, reassembling him. The fallen skin had also been reattached by Wang Su using the Ghost Doctor's healing liquid. Director Su, I can't thank you enough for this. In the future, if you need anything from me, just speak up. The Ghost Controller, who had a ghost behind him, gratefully said to Su Bai as if he had been given a new life. Su Bai merely nodded and said nothing. But at that moment, a movement of flesh and blood caught everyone's attention. Those pieces of flesh that had been burst apart by Su Bai's thread were gradually writhing, gathering towards a certain direction. What's going on? Is she not dead yet? Wang Su was astonished, his hand gathering power, ready to strike at any moment. Su Bai stopped him. Wait and see, the mastermind has already been devoured by my ghostly actress, there's no way she can be resurrected. Although he said this, Su Bai still pulled out the wrap, ready to seal it at any moment. Infinite resurrection ghosts were common, but no one had ever escaped the sealing of the wrap. Under the gaze of several people, those pieces of flesh gathered together, forming a human shape. Judging by the size, it was a middle-aged man, though absolutely naked. After forming into human shape, the blood and flesh stumbled towards the group. Su Bai channeled ghostly energy in his hand, a black feather appearing, ready to strike. Just then, the faceless man suddenly spoke. Don't attack, don't attack. We're one of you. Hearing this voice, everyone was perplexed, yet the Tomb Ghost Controller exclaimed in surprise. Director Wang, is that you? Yes, it's me. The faceless man quickly nodded and then said to the group. I am Wang Shi, the director of the G-City Ghost Controller branch. May I ask who you are? The group introduced themselves skeptically. Thank you, Director Su, thank you both. On behalf of all the people of G-City, I thank you. Wang Shi sincerely thanked everyone, and then awkwardly scratched his head and said. Could I trouble you all to wait for a moment? I need to find my face. After getting permission from everyone, Wang Shi ran towards the pile of puppets to search. Before long, a piece of skin that was writhing persistently appeared before them, causing Wang Shi's mouth to twitch. Although this face was covered with dust and wood chips from crawling on the ground for a long time, Wang Shi picked it up and pressed it onto his head. After all, it was his own face, how could he complain? Once the skin was securely in place, white ghostly energy flashed across the scene, and Wang Shi instantly returned to his original state. Only then did Su Bai see clearly that this person was indeed the ghost skeleton director of G-City, Wang Shi, a somewhat scruffy middle-aged man. Director Wang, what happened to you? Yu Sifeng curiously asked. Wang Shi brushed off the wood chips from his face to explain. I owe it all to this ghost inside me. As long as my skeleton is not crushed, it can help me piece my body back together, no matter how many pieces it is shattered into. Thanks to that, I was able to save my life. As he spoke, Wang Shi's gaze lingered sorrowfully on the familiar faces lying on the ground. Su Bai felt emotional, no wonder they were advanced ghost controllers, each one had such exaggerated abilities. Although Wang Shi had always been in the thick of it, he had no awareness due to his body being taken away. After Wang Su and several ghost controllers explained the situation, Wang Shikai understood what had happened after he came in. Immediately, he gratefully looked at Su Bai. Director Su, thank you so much this time. Without you, G-City would probably be finished, and I, Wang Shi, owe an apology to the people of my hometown. It's nothing, just a small effort. The two exchanged polite words, but suddenly, Wang Shi awkwardly spoke up. Director Su, among the bureau chiefs, your name is well known. A city is managed very orderly under your leadership. I wonder if I could ask you for guidance on the work in G-City. Su Bai surely understood the other's intentions, but he didn't have time for that, he wasn't that saintly. As the bureau chief of G-City, this is your responsibility. I only oversee a city. I'm here just to ensure that the incident doesn't escalate and affect a city. I hope you don't think too much about it. Su Bai said, not leaving any face for the other party. Wang Shi was still unwilling to give up. Director Su, with great power comes great responsibility. With your abilities, helping G-City deal with 2 more incidents is just a small effort. I hope you can lend a hand and save the poor people of G-City. Su Bai looked at him disdainfully. It's easy for you to say. Put away your thoughts and don't try to flatter me. I won't get involved in G-City's affairs. Su Bai despised this kind of person. Just because you have greater abilities, I should risk my life out of your sympathy? Don't be fooled by the swift resolution, this trip was incredibly dangerous. If it weren't for Su Bai recalling his past life and seeing through it, plus Yu Sifeng's foresight prompting him to stay alert and secretly instructing the little demon to control his body, Su Bai might have ended up as the next victim. You. Wang Shi gritted his teeth in frustration, calling 2 ghost tamers and heading outside. The grave soil ghost tamer turned around and bowed to Su Bai, full of gratitude and apology, and Su Bai nodded in acceptance. But the back ghost tamer walked up beside Su Bai. Director Su, can I go back to a city with you? After witnessing Su Bai's strength, this ghost tamer felt a desire to follow. Anyway, he had no relatives in G City. Su Bai thought for a moment, agreed, the other's strength wasn't bad, but his temperament needed some honing. After watching Wang Shi leave, Wang Su advised. Bro Bai, you were too sharp with your words. There are better ways to refuse. Chapter 114. Su Bai remained silent, but Yu Sifeng spoke up first. What do you mean sharp? Su Bai was right, why should he use his life to save those people? For someone like Wang Shi, if you don't refuse him like this, he will only take a mile after giving him an inch. Besides, if something happened to Su Bai because of these people, would you instead tackle the large instance? Wang Shi thought for a moment, chose not to argue, and rose to leave with Yu Sifeng to bid farewell to Su Bai. The incident resolved, the two needed to report back to Kyoto. Bro Bai, we're leaving now. We have to report the events that happened here honestly. Su Bai nodded, that was fine, after all, what he had in hand, no one could make him give back. Su Bai, I'm leaving now. Yu Sifeng's tone showed a hint of reluctance. Every time they met, it was a hurried encounter. If it weren't for her home being in Kyoto, she would really want to stay by Su Bai's side and never leave. Only this man in front of her could give her a constant sense of security. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Su Bai waved goodbye to her. After the two left, Su Bai led the ghost tamer out of the garden but didn't rush to leave. Outside, special personnel from G City had arrived to take over, the other ghost tamers had all left with Wang Shi. After briefly explaining what had happened inside to a few people, it indeed caused a stir. Upon learning that Su Bai had shown great power to resolve the incident, Li Jiayi's eyes almost sparkled with excitement. Then, Su Bai instructed the back ghost to block other people at the entrance with Li Jiayi, taking Su Feng back into the empty garden once again. Boss, what are we doing here? Su Feng knew that Su Bai had a reason for bringing him back. Come to test something. As he spoke, Su Bai summoned Lan Ji. Seeing another female ghost emerge, Su Feng's eyes widened. Boss, what is this? Another one? Su Feng was speechless in surprise, and Su Bai nodded. A blessing in disguise. With Su Bai's command, the ghostly actress began to sing a segment of Farewell My Concubine. As soon as Su Feng heard that voice, his body uncontrollably swayed, and he felt a surge of unease. Su Bai waved his hand, breaking the influence, and then began to try to control these puppets before him. As ghostly power continuously flowed in, Su Bai felt a mysterious connection reaching across the air, tugging at the faces on the ground. As the faces pressed against the puppets' heads, the previously scattered puppets stumbled to their feet. This kind of control was different from manipulating through AI Lian's threads. These puppets felt more like Su Bai's loyal followers, they would act according to his commands with just an order. This was a form of mental control. Realizing this, Su Bai suddenly felt a connection not just within the theater. After a moment's focus, he confirmed what it was. Setting that thought aside, the ability to control the puppets before him was already a significant surprise. Indeed, the Ghostface script could control these entities, and Su Bai, who had contracted Lan Ji, could too. However, due to the ghostly energy, he could not manipulate as many puppets at once like the Ghostface script could. After a brief trial, he found that controlling 5 puppets did not consume much ghostly energy. Su Bai did not plan to use these entities to fight, so naturally, he could not let them affect his ghostly energy consumption. But the faces were a hassle, and Su Bai did not want to face these disgusting things every day. The two wandered around the theater and soon arrived at the previously untouched studio. Inside the original studio, the walls were covered with theatrical masks, and on the floor lay more than a dozen metallic-bodied puppets. The masks might not have been terrifying, but they looked imposing, appearing to belong to martial artists. Lan Ji conveyed to him that each of these masks represented a famous general in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The metallic bodies of the puppets gleamed, adorned with red paint that formed many unfamiliar patterns to Su Bai. It was evident that these were different from those outside, hidden within were deadly secrets. Su Bai attempted to connect with them using ghostly energy, and indeed, these upgraded puppets stood up. He controlled one, ordering it to swing at the wall. The puppet picked up a ghost-headed knife from the ground, twirled it skillfully, and concentrated ghostly energy. With a powerful swing, the steel-reinforced concrete wall cracked open a large hole half a meter away. Good. Su Bai couldn't help but praise. This strength was worlds apart from the puppets that had chased them before. To put it bluntly, in ancient times, these puppets could take on 100 without breaking a sweat. After selecting 5, he packed the rest into body bags and led Su Feng out of the theater. Once outside, looking at the 5 puppets, Li Jiayi was merely curious, but the ghost beater behind them was terrified and astonished. Director Su, behind you. He pointed at the puppets and trembled, clearly still haunted by previous events. It's fine, these things are under my control now. We're taking them back to guard the entrance of the community. Guard the entrance? Su Bai spoke casually, yet it left everyone dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen someone solve a crisis and take away the other party's subordinates. This made the ghost beater admire Su Bai even more. Following such a leader promised a bright future. He couldn't help but thank himself for his earlier impulsive decision. Thinking of the G city under Wang Shi's control, the comparison made Su Bai appear even more courageous and wise. Su Feng, use your previous connections to help me find out where there are strange events related to the ghost shadows.
Leave it to me, don't worry boss, even at the ends of the earth, I will dig it out for you.
Su Bai gave a brief instruction, and Su Feng agreed. After the promotion of the ghost actress, Su Bai found this strange game's path to continue enhancing the strength of the ghosts. Now he had 4 SS-level female ghosts under his command. Aileen was from the beautiful country, while Sadako and Yukiana were ghosts from the Woko country. The rest included only the little demon Melis from the domestic area. Although it sounds like the little demon is foreign, she actually belongs to the dragon country's shadow ghost type. It's just that the shadow ghost changed its name when it spread abroad, and thus this name became more famous than the original. Ghosts abroad definitely couldn't be handled for now, but Su Bai decided not to give up on the little demons that could be found domestically. Every additional SSS level ghost was a qualitative leap for his power.
You can go in and take over now.
Yes, Director Su. Su Bai instructed the special personnel from G City who were previously blocked at the door, then hurried to the airport with 3 others and 5 puppets. The event resolved, and the G City branch director was back, so Su Bai naturally didn't need to make a special trip to the branch office. Too lazy to drive, Su Bai used teleportation to leave with the others.
Chapter 115. At the headquarters in Kyoto, inside the meeting room.
Jin Shan, Professor Guo Huai, and Wang Su, a few of Su Bai's old acquaintances, were seated, while Yukai stood expressionlessly behind Professor Guo. A photo was projected in front of everyone, showing Su Bai and a few people leaving, with the silver shimmering puppet in the background catching attention. These puppets should be traps set up by that ghost mask, but since they were not used, they were picked up cheaply by Su Bai. The eyewitness Wang Su spoke. Professor Guo looked through the report in his hand.
So, does that mean that item is indeed in Su Bai's possession?
Jin Shen nodded, then continued his words. That's right, and according to the information from Wang Shi, this ghost mask should be able to control and manipulate people. Professor Guo gathered the reports in his hand, turned his head, and instructed Yukai behind him. Record the files.
Yukai silently nodded, then took the report and exited the meeting room.
Also, there's the strange events Su Bai asked us to help find?
Wang Su inquired of Guo Huai.
Professor Guo replied directly without thinking.
Check the files later, if there's news, tell him directly. Since he is willing to handle it, what's wrong with that?
It also saves my old props.
Jin Chen also nodded.
The supernatural items in the events are trivial, if he can obtain them, that's his skill.
When he takes action, we can protect more people.
Guo Huai expressed his agreement. Exactly, don't be afraid of him taking things, just be afraid if he's not strong enough. The stronger Su Bai is, the safer the dragon country will be. As he spoke, Guo Huai's profound eyes gazed forward, not knowing what he was looking at. Taking Su Bai's private jet back to a city, arranging that on Myoji to take a position at the branch, Su Bai led the remaining 2 back home. As usual, Su Feng drove. Upon returning to the community, Su Bai did not really let those 5 puppets guard the door, but instead scattered them evenly in different positions around the community like a star. Anyway, these things didn't need food or drink, just tossing them anywhere would do. Su Bai naturally wasn't afraid of anyone stealing. If the security guards themselves got robbed, it would be better to fire them early. The next day, Xiao Lu came to visit. Boss, the higher-ups are very satisfied with how this incident was handled and said they would give a verbal commendation.
What a stingy bunch.
Since that incident, Xiao Lu seemed to have changed as a person. The childishness he previously displayed had vanished, replaced by a sense of daring. Before, he would respectfully bow and call Su Bai director, but now that the title has changed, the boss naturally seems much more casual in every gesture and action. Su Bai doesn't mind, in fact, he feels more comfortable with this way of getting along. These changes all indicate that Xiao Lu is growing up, and Su Bai feels gratified about this. Alright, anyway, they paid the wages in advance, and I won't lose out on this trip. Ahem, Comrade Su Bai's outstanding performance in aiding the G-City Ghostface incident has been specially noted by headquarters. Xiao Lu took a note from his bag and began to read it in a silly way.
Su Bai gave him a light slap on the head. Stop with that. Stay for lunch.
Sure thing.
I was waiting for you to say that. I really want to taste Aunt Wu's cooking.
Soon it was lunchtime, and it wasn't just Xiao Lu coming for a free meal. Ling Ruoyo and Yaoningshin also arrived at Su Bai's door at the right time. Ling Ruoyo was quite at ease, feeling like she was just coming home. But Yaoningshin was a bit shy. By now, she had already figured out her feelings for Su Bai, she just didn't know if he still had room for her in his heart. Their relationship still had no conclusion.
Why are both of you here together? Su Bai's eyes flashed with surprise. Ling Ruoya turned her head and said unhappily, "Who came here with her?" "I just bumped into her on the way."
There was a hint of competition in her words.
Su Bai looked at Yaningshin, who blushed and explained, "I saw Sister Ling go out, so I followed her."
"You little tail,"
Ling Ruoya said with a puffed-up face.
Su Bai smiled and led the two inside. The two girls sat beside him, one on the left and one on the right. And Wu and Xiao Shihui sat next to Ling Ruoya. Even the white-eyed ghost princess took a seat at the table. For some reason, this little thing hadn't grown much stronger but was becoming more and more human-like. Everyone gathered around to eat, and Su Bai felt happy. Since moving here, everyone who used to live together had moved to different villas with their families, and it had been a long time since it was this lively. While eating, Ling Ruoya suddenly offered Su Bai a chicken leg.
"Brother, eat this."
As she said this, she provocatively glanced at Yaningshin. Yaningshin, not willing to back down, although her relationship with Su Bai wasn't confirmed, who said she couldn't like him. She also placed a chicken leg in Su Bai's bowl.
"Su Bai, eat mine is bigger."
Hearing this, Ling Ruoyao cast a disdainful glance at a certain spot and pouted.
"I don't think that's the case."
Ling Ruoya was used to being cheeky with Su Bai, but Yaningshin had never been in a relationship before. This was certainly her first fluttering of feelings.
Her entire face turned red immediately.
She stuttered for a while and didn't know how to retort. Su Bai looked at the two chicken legs in his bowl, feeling a bit dazed.
Was this jealousy?
And Wu watched the scene with fond eyes, liking both girls. Her little Su Bai was truly lucky. Xiaolu, who keenly noticed the atmosphere, buried his head in the rice bowl, wolfing down food, and only dared to touch the dish in front of him amid the spread of dishes. But his ears were perked up, afraid of missing something. Just as Su Bai was caught in the middle of this tug-of-war, Xiao Shihui came to his rescue, also tossing a chicken leg into Su Bai's bowl. "Brother Su Bai, eat Shihui's, her chicken leg is bigger than theirs." Su Bai cast a grateful glance at the clever little Shihui.
Okay, I'll eat Shihui's chicken leg."
Both girls, seeing this scene, snorted coldly at each other, but who would get into a fight with such a cute little thing? Ling Ruoyao rolled her eyes.
"Xiao Shihui, do you like Sister Ling more or Sister Yao more?"
Xiao Shihui didn't expect that helping out would bring trouble to her head, and immediately turned to Su Bai for help. Su Bai pretended not to see, he didn't dare to meddle in this matter.
"I like both."
After saying this, she buried her head down. Only then did Ling Ruoyao give up. But the peaceful scene didn't last for a moment. Ling Ruoya suddenly grabbed Su Bai's sleeve and gently tugged.
"Su Bai, can I live here in the future?"
The two had basically confirmed their relationship due to that night's events, so Ling Ruoya wanted to move in with Su Bai. This was the purpose of her visit. But they happened to run into Yao Ningxin on the way, and that's how they came together. Su Bai thought about it and felt it was indeed a good idea, so he nodded and agreed.
"Alright, then you can move in next to Xiao Shihui." Chapter 116. Su Bai had his own considerations. Ling Ruoya's spirit was the strongest among those around him, besides himself.
Once Su Bai had to go out, he would feel more at ease knowing she was there watching over the white-eyed ghost princess. Although the little thing was growing more human-like and was very close to several people, the events of his past still left him a bit uneasy. Just then, Yao Ningxin's voice came through.
"Su Bai, I also want to." 3 days later.
Both Yao Ningxin and Ling Ruoya moved in, living on the second floor with Aunt Wu and Xiao Shihui. Su Bai's villa had a total of 4 floors. The first floor was a reception dining hall. The third floor was where Su Bai lived. As for the fourth floor, it was the big project he worked on during these 3 days. Su Bai took the gold sent from the headquarters a few times and made thin bars, creating a secret room wrapped in gold on the 4th floor. Of course, Su Bai wasn't hiding treasures, he was keeping his collection of spiritual items. Gold can block ghostly energy, which was the initial purpose of building this room. As Su Bai collected more spiritual items, he needed a larger space to store them.
A body bag was obviously unrealistic.
And a normal room would not suffice, the ghostly energy from these items was special. 1 or 2 might be fine, but as the number increased, they could be sensed from a distance. It's not that he feared thieves, but he didn't want anyone to have interest.
Su Bai didn't want to stand on shaky ground.
Furthermore, many spiritual items would leak their ghostly energy without being wrapped in gold, leading to a decline in effectiveness. Such precious items, how could Su Bai bear to let their effects fade away? In these 3 days, Su Bai lived quite luxuriously. With 6 female ghosts serving him in turns, occasionally Ling Ruoya would sneak in at night to snuggle in his blankets. It was truly a joyous celebration every night. The order in City A had mostly returned to normal, various public facilities were fully operational, and Xiao Shihui's school also resumed normal classes. However, due to fears of strange incidents at the school, they started offering online classes. At this time, Su Bai was supervising Xiao Shihui's online classes when a thought suddenly stirred in his mind. It was the information relayed back by the puppet placed in front of the community. 11 strangers had arrived outside the door, among them a ghost master. Just then, Su Feng's call came in.
Boss, there are people asking to see you at the door. Who are they? Japanese. Su Bai frowned. These islanders were still not giving up, making a big scene coming to his doorstep. Were they looking to get themselves killed?
Immediately, Su Bai instantly teleported himself and his chair to the door. There were 11 of them, all in matching black suits, standing respectfully outside the gate. With a flash of red light, Su Bai appeared, sitting prominently in a grand chair, looking down at them with his white eyes.
What's the matter?
As Su Bai appeared, the pupils of a few shrank slightly, then the leader of the group bowed in salute.
Lord Su Bai, it's truly a pleasure to meet you. Who are you?
Su Bai questioned, and the leader took a badge from his chest, respectfully presenting it to Su Bai with both hands. Lord Su Bai, I am Kamita, the captain of the Exorcism Society's External Affairs team.
This is my identification, please have a look. Su Bai took it but didn't examine it. Instead, he said, I don't like looking up to talk to people. Hearing this, Kamita immediately understood his meaning.
After a moment's hesitation, it seemed he made some kind of decision. He led the others to kneel halfway in front of Su Bai.
These little Japanese really had no shame. Su Bai silently cursed inwardly. Then lazily started to speak. Speak, what is it?
He naturally knew about the Exorcism Society, like the Ghost Manipulators Bureau of Long Country. It was an official organization. There was no need to look at documents at all, under the current circumstances, plus the previous undercover incident. The official scrutiny of foreigners was extremely strict. If they hadn't followed official procedures, they would never have been able to come before him alive. Su Bai allowed him to speak, and the team leader in charge said, It's like this, we come on behalf of the Exorcism Society of the island nation to invite Lord Su Bai to our country to resolve a spiritual incident. Su Bai was surprised. This time they weren't inviting him back to the country. He also wanted to see what these guys were really up to.
Elaborate. It's like this, recently there has been a ghost rope incident.
While saying this, Kamita handed a document in his hand to Su Bai.
Su Bai flipped through it casually and then tossed the document aside. It's just an S-class incident, can't you solve it in your island nation? Su Bai's tone was filled with disdain. Kamita opened his mouth but didn't dare to retort. An S-class incident was something the island nation could certainly handle. As a national department, they had plenty of powerful ghost manipulators. From the last large-scale instance, it was clear that as one of the countries that endured until the end, the strength of the island nation could not be weak. However, the true purpose of the island nation was to establish contact with Su Bai through this matter, hoping to bring him back to the island nation. The higher-ups believed that as long as Su Bai set foot on the territory of the empire, he would surely remember the source of his bloodline. They stubbornly insisted that Su Bai must have blood ties to the island nation. Moreover, inviting Su Bai to act was also not a loss for the island nation. To resolve an S-class incident would undoubtedly cost them quite a few capable hands. The value of these people was far more than what they would pay Su Bai. This was also the reason why the headquarters was willing to spend money to hire Su Bai. With Professor Gui around, if the spiritual items were lost, they could be redeveloped, but ghost manipulators were one less for everyone that died. This thing couldn't be artificially produced at all. At least, not yet. Moreover, the top-tier ghost manipulators on the island side really couldn't withstand the loss. They were treasures of the nation, and during the previous large-scale instance, 3 had died all at once, which nearly made the higher-ups spit blood in anger. Su Bai did not refuse. Going to the island nation was not out of the question, especially since the advancement of the Snow Woman and Sadako depended on that side. Of course, he wasn't worried that the island nation would force him to stay there. With Su Bai's current strength, perhaps there was no one in this world who could keep him, and if those little devils went crazy and dropped a nuclear bomb on his head, there might be some chance. Oh, right, these guys didn't have nuclear bombs. So Su Bai had even less to worry about. So-called handguns and cannons were really insignificant against his ghostly ability. Let's say Su Bai used his full-strength teleportation. Truly, there wasn't much that could hit him. Since you can find out where I live, you must know my price. Kamita nodded. Yes, Lord Su Bai, please take a look. The other party handed over a document, and Su Bai glanced over it. We offer 20 billion. Or a mansion in Tokyo, covering more than 5,000 square meters. Kamita said confidently, believing the other party would definitely not refuse this condition. It seems you haven't understood. Su Bai said something nonsensical. What does Your Excellency mean? If Mr. Su Bai is interested, we can discuss further. Kamita was stunned but thought Su Bai wanted to understand the specific situation of the incident. Ha! Su Bai let out a cold laugh, and his right hand suddenly raised. An immense force that seemed to rise from nowhere surged onto Kamita, an invisible hand gripping his neck. He raised it high in the air. Do you dare to humiliate me with this price? Su Bai suddenly struck, startling everyone around Kamita. You are just an ordinary person, do you even dare to get involved in this? Aren't you afraid of dying? As he spoke, Su Bai threw him aside, swinging a transparent thread and leaving a line of blood on the opponent's neck.
Don't waste my time, if you want me to take action, you'd better show some sincerity.
Otherwise.
While Su Bai was talking, a yokai master behind Kidata suddenly had his head exploded, red and white splattering everywhere.
This. The people behind Kidata did not expect Su Bai would kill someone over a disagreement, and they instantly took a step back. Kitata-san, let's go, one yokai master said, dissatisfied. But Kidata shook his head, covering his neck in shock, and instructed those behind him in Japanese. Quickly record. Su Bai definitely possesses Jade-level combat power, we must bring him back to the Empire. We absolutely cannot offend him now, we must let him return to resolve the ghost rope incident, we have to. Puff. Before he could finish speaking, blood began to spurt from Kitata's throat. And everyone was taken aback. Captain, what's wrong with you? Seeing Kidata spit blood, the people around panicked and rushed over, wanting to help him, but in doing so, they caused a catastrophe. Kitata's head actually fell off from his neck. The severed end was incredibly smooth, blood spraying half a meter high. Su Bai used his demonic energy to block the blood rain from splattering onto him, but the others who rushed in were drenched. Ha ha ha. Su Bai's laughter continued to shrink. They looked up angrily at Su Bai, but where was Su Bai's shadow now? The surroundings were retreating constantly. A blood-red shadow appeared beneath their feet without them noticing. The scene before their eyes raced by like scenery outside a car window, and as they focused, the changes around them suddenly froze. A cold wind blew through the 9 of them, penetrating their hearts. Where were they still at some neighborhood entrance? They had unknowingly arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. This is Blood-Red Ghost Abyss, Su Bai? Su Bai stretched lazily, notifying the special personnel at the security office to clean up the things at the door, while he instantly teleported home with a chair. Not long after, Su Feng came visiting. Boss, why did those people come? They asked me to handle some ghost rope incident in the island nation, but the money offered was too little, so I sent them away. But, won't that have consequences? Saying this, Su Feng made a slicing motion on his own neck. After all, they were representing the island nation, and Su Bai's active killing made Su Feng somewhat worried. It's fine, just a few people dead, they won't care, Su Bai said indifferently. This is definitely going to completely offend the island nation, should we be more careful from now on? Su Feng said uneasily. Don't worry, they will come again, there are so many countries watching me in the world, they need to know my capabilities. If I appear too accommodating, these guys will come to cause trouble continuously like sticky candy. Su Bai explained. Su Feng nodded, understanding. Then, boss, what exactly is this ghost rope incident? It's just an S-level incident, a complete revival of that strange event from my school. Su Bai was referring to the hanging ghost, and this ghost rope incident was what emerged after the hanging ghost completely revived. In his previous life, it was quite famous, it was said that in a certain area, ghost ropes would grow like weeds, hanging everything living within it, turning them into ghost slaves. And this area was slowly expanding. Su Bai heard that in the end, they invited a powerful person from the beautiful country to resolve it. Boss, do you plan to go? Su Feng was curious about this, wondering if his boss would head to the island nation. We'll see, it depends on the price they offer. If it's reasonable, it wouldn't hurt to make the trip. The two talked about business for a while. Su Feng then stood up to say goodbye. Before leaving, Su Bai gave him 2 ghost candles to take to Xiaolu. Originally, these should have been given to Xiaolu during his last visit to Su Bai's house, but they had forgotten due to the 2 girls' interruptions. These 2 ghost candles were not meant for Xiaolu to use, the dangerous supernatural events in City A had already been handled by Su Bai, and the remaining ones posed no significant threat. Moreover, encountering ghosts that Xiaolu couldn't deal with, these 2 ghost candles wouldn't be of much help. Su Bai had these ghost candles for Xiaolu's family. He had high hopes for Xiaolu and naturally wanted to resolve his concerns. In fact, the best solution would be to directly move to the Guardian neighborhood. But Su Bai didn't want to do that just yet. After bidding farewell to Su Feng and resting for a while, Su Bai went up to the 4th floor. Looking at the various props around the room, Su Bai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These items could be considered the source of his security. Among these props, there were things he recognized and others he didn't. He had been too busy with various matters to study these items before. Now that he had built this golden house, which isolated ghost energy, Su Bai decided to start his research. His gaze settled on a bone knife that glimmered with a chilling light. The blade was covered in rust, its shape ancient yet grand, and at first glance, it didn't seem very sharp. Holding it in his hand, it felt cold and hard, full of power. Su Bai took a hair and gently placed it on the dull-looking blade. As soon as the hair touched the edge, it split into 2. What a great knife! This bone knife was so sharp that Su Bai couldn't help but praise it.
But sharpness was not its defining characteristic, it was merely a bonus. What Su Bai truly wanted to experiment with was the hidden effects of the prop. Just a moment after holding it, Su Bai felt a cold and sharp breath traveling from his arm to his heart, causing a sharp pain in his chest.
This knife was so domineering.
With the shadow of Li Shang possessing him, a blood-red wedding dress covered Su Bai, and the pressure of an SSS-level ghost instantly affected the blade.
Dimly, Su Bai heard painful wails. So, you can still be tamed, huh?
Su Bai snorted coldly, and it wasn't until the aura in the hilt became gentler that he stopped applying pressure. Pouring ghost energy into the blade, the world in Su Bai's eyes suddenly changed.
Chapter 118.
After gripping the blade tightly, the world in Su Bai's eyes transformed. It was as if his vision crossed thousands of meters, and countless phantoms suddenly appeared on the originally empty golden walls. Each phantom represented a living person, and Su Bai felt the feedback from the bone knife. This feeling was very strange. It was as if they were connected. As soon as he saw the phantoms, he knew the effects of the bone knife. As long as he focused his attention on a specific phantom and then swung the bone knife, that person would be locked on, and the blade's energy could directly harm him. Su Bai roughly sensed its power. As long as there was no ghost resistance, the bone knife's strength could almost instantly kill a person. However, the use of this supernatural item also had its own rules. It could only be used on people with intact bodies. Su Bai brought the knife to the windowsill and looked far at a limping old man in the next villa, who was Su Feng's grandfather.
No selectable phantom appeared on him.
Even so, the effects of this supernatural item were still quite powerful. This guaranteed attack could produce amazing results in a sneak attack. But the only issue was that this item became a consumable once it left the original ghost. It had a certain limit on its number of uses and couldn't be swung freely like Su Buki's mutated pig-headed butcher. Su Bai, feeling thrilled, played with the bone knife for a while before leaving the Golden House. A few days later, the G City branch called Su Bai.
Director Su, how have you been recently?
The voice on the line was from Wang Shi.
Director Wang, I'm doing well. Is there something you need?
Su Bai was not surprised that Wang Shi called himself. He had already faintly guessed what it was about.
Well, Director Su, I wanted to ask if you got the props from the Ghostface incident?
Please don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to ask for them, I just need to consult you about something. Wang Shi quickly explained, worried that Su Bai might misunderstand.
It's fine, go ahead. Wasn't I controlled by that Ghostface mask before? Lately, I've been feeling absent-minded, and at times my body just walks uncontrollably toward a city.
I want to ask for your help to see if the effects of that incident are still lingering.
Is there any way to get rid of it?
I've been quite anxious, it's really affecting my work. Actually, Su Bai already knew about Wang Shi's situation after he gained control over several puppets. The clearest feeling was that while Su Bai controlled the puppets, he sensed another aura coming from the G City branch.
To put it simply, the Ghostface mask's control over him had not been eliminated.
In fact, if Su Bai wanted, he could strip Wang Shi of his control over his own body at any time. The so-called absent-mindedness and the involuntary walk toward a city were all caused by the Ghostface mask's mark within him. While Su Bai was lost in thought, Wang Shi felt that the other person was hesitating. So, he clenched his teeth and said, Director Su, I have prepared 100 pounds of gold here, and I hope you can help me. Clearly, he had consulted the headquarters beforehand, knowing that Su Bai would not do anything without benefit, so he had prepared his trump card early on.
Although he was the branch chief of G City, Wang Shi was relatively clean in his official conduct. This gold was his absolute limit.
However, what Su Bai was concerned about was not this little amount. The reason he did not respond was that he had sunk his mind into the spiritual space. But this was not a place where a few ghosts existed, it was a location specially used by Su Bai to connect his mind. In a pitch-black environment, 6 clusters of white light flickered like stars. These 6 light points corresponded to 5 puppets and Wang Shi far away in G City. Su Bai looked at the light point that shimmered the brightest and sent a thought into it. Su Bai tried to control Wang Shi's thoughts and added some suggestions within. The speed of the light cluster suddenly jumped violently, and those suggestions gradually seeped into Wang Shi's subconscious memories. I am Su Bai, the one who once saved your life. You will unconditionally trust every word I say from now on.
In the end, Su Bai added a cheeky remark. From now on, call me Brother Bai. After the suggestion ended, Su Bai quickly exited the spiritual space.
He wanted to know if this ability still had an effect on Wang Shi.
Director Wang, are you okay? Su Bai asked, and after a while, Wang Shi's slightly dazed voice came through the phone.
Brother Bai, what happened?
Did I just pass out again?
Sorry, I've been like this lately, it should be that ghostly thing that can't be eliminated.
Brother Bai, you must help me.
Alright, I'll come over. Su Bai's tone was calm, but he was delighted inside, this ability was indeed still useful. Therefore, he decided to set off to find Wang Shi. Although he had just modified Wang Shi's subconscious, this was only temporary. To fully control him, he had to go in person. Wang Shi was not only a powerful postnatal ghost master but also led G City, which was adjacent to a city. With such a helper coming to his door, Su Bai certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Being able to receive information from him right away would greatly enhance the security of a city.
Thank you, Brother Bai.
After the two hung up the phone, Su Bai informed Su Feng to prepare the car.
Head to the airport.
After more than an hour of flying, Su Bai landed in G City. Since it was a private plane, all the facilities were complete, so he didn't feel tired at all. The people from the G City Sub-Bureau were already waiting at the airport.
Without much chatting, they headed to the Sub-Bureau. Arriving at Wang Shi's office, this middle-aged man was flipping through documents.
Seeing Su Bai come in, he immediately stood up in surprise to greet him.
Brother Bai, thank you for making this trip. Please, sit down.
I can't sit, I need to check your condition first. As he spoke, Su Bai placed his hand on Wang Shi's head, and his spiritual power entered him. Soon, the same light spot Su Bai had seen before was discovered by him. At the same time, a white light connected the two. Su Bai found the reason for Wang Shi's persistent days. It was due to the weakening control after the mask was removed. Su Bai deepened the control, and those influences disappeared without a trace. He completely buried the prepared suggestion and withdrew his hand.
Wake up.
Upon hearing Su Bai, Wang Shi obediently opened his eyes.
Brother Bai, I feel so much better. Thank you, Brother Bai, for helping me once again.
They chatted for a while, and suddenly Wang Shi spoke up.
Brother Bai, there's a problem in a town that I need to handle.
Although you saved me, the public should come first. After saying this, he left Su Bai standing there. Su Bai was speechless. He had forgotten to change his saintly personality as well. But the person was gone, so he could only talk about it later.
Chapter 119. A week passed in the blink of an eye.
Su Bai, supporting his waist, stood by the window, mumbling to himself.
The community finally has some defense.
I can feel a little more at ease going out by myself in the future. During this week, Su Bai had been busy setting up defenses for the community. First, there were a dozen metal puppets obtained from the G City Theater. With Su Bai's current strength, he could only control 5 puppets without worrying about the consumption of ghost power. But these 5 puppets had basic thinking abilities, requiring no more effort from Su Bai to control them. He only needed to plan their routes, and these puppets could patrol non-stop for 24 hours, like a bizarre version of intelligent robots.
The strength of the metal puppets was not to be underestimated.
Su Bai had tested them once in the theater, and a single strike shattered half a meter of concrete, enough to deal with ordinary ghost masters.
Even if they couldn't compete, they could still give timely warnings to alert the ghost masters in the community.
Next were the ghost masters in Su Bai's team. He had previously arranged for 3 female ghost masters to stay in the community. This time, Su Bai selected 3 capable and honest male ghost masters from the Ghostmaster Sub-Bureau. 2 were acquired later, and 1 inherited a ghost from a game. This formed a rotation with the existing 3 females. A male-female mix made the work easier.
Su Bai then thought about the situation in a city.
After Su Bai resolved major bizarre murder incidents like the undead cemetery and the hanging ghosts, it could be said that things were calm. Occasionally, there were a few minor bizarre events, but Xiao Lu and Su Feng's team could handle them easily. Finally, the efforts after being reborn were not in vain.
I finally have a bit of self-protection power.
But thinking about other bizarre events from his 10 years of apocalyptic experiences, Su Bai still felt a bit worried.
Ding ding. Ding ding.
A sudden phone ring woke Su Bai from his thoughts.
It was Minister Jean Chen from the JD headquarters. Looks like I have something to do again.
Su Bai thought to himself. He shook his head and answered the phone. Minister Jean, we haven't been in touch for a long time. You must be looking for my help again.
Ha!
Minister Jean didn't expect Su Bai to be so straightforward and swallowed his polite remarks, getting straight to the point.
Then I won't beat around the bush.
A large bizarre dungeon is about to start, and this time it's a 4-person dungeon. We have discussed this many times, and we still feel that you are the only one we need. We are well aware of the situation in the other countries that suffered a terrible defeat in the last large-scale bizarre instance. Some can be said to be non-existent. They have already become a paradise for the bizarre to wreak havoc.
We really cannot bear such risks. Currently, the only one with the strongest power in the country is you, so...
Of course, we won't ask you to help for free, we have prepared the gold. Academician Gua has also researched some new little things that you will surely find interesting. A series of words made Su Bai fall into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Su Bai agreed, alright, I'll arrange things here and head to Kyoto. Don't forget about the gold and Academician Gua's things. Don't worry, everything is ready on our side, just come over. We'll discuss some details about the instance and the personnel arrangements when you arrive in Kyoto. Then I won't disturb you in making arrangements, I'll hang up first. To Su Bai's surprise, he agreed so readily, prompting Minister Jean to quickly finalize the matter and hurriedly hang up. The reason Su Bai agreed so quickly was that the golden items offered from Kyoto were indeed what he needed. Additionally, Su Bai was quite envious of the items in the bazaar instance. Although the piece of the yin-yang mirror he obtained last time hadn't been used yet, such things could save his life at any moment. Moreover, Su Bai didn't want to see the country suffer a miserable defeat in the bazaar instance. If the bazaar instance invaded reality, who knows what tragic situation could arise.
The second large-scale bazaar instance, is it about the Ghost Village incident?
The specific files have not been released by the country, and I have no official channels, so I'm not clear about the situation inside. But I remember that because of this instance, the Dragon Country lost several cities.
Su Bai reflected on his memory.
Then he made a call to Su Feng, asking him to bring Xiaolu over. He had something to entrust to them. This time, Su Bai planned to take Wang Shi, the ghost skeleton from G City, to Kyoto. Influenced by psychological suggestion from his mask, Wang Shi faithfully obeyed Su Bai and was trustworthy. Su Feng and Xiaolu would stay in a city. After this period of growth, they led their own small teams and were capable of stabilizing the situation. A city is my stronghold, and Aunt Wu and others I want to protect are all here. I cannot afford any mistakes. Su Bai thought to himself. He called Su Feng and Xiaolu over specifically to discuss this matter and was also preparing to give them some items to enhance their strength. My dear, the spring night is short, come upstairs with me, I want to. The voice of Li Shang suddenly rang in Su Bai's ear, filled with allure. The bazaar instance is about to open, and I don't want to miss the items inside. If you don't come upstairs, I can't guarantee you'll be able to get the items inside, otherwise. Fine. Saying this, he reluctantly went upstairs with a bitter smile. As time went by with the bazaar invading reality, the emotions of the female ghosts became increasingly evident. The Snow Woman was incredibly aloof, but faced with Su Bai's pure yang body, she was fiery and passionate, enjoying the experience of ice and fire. The Ghost Bride's personality grew even more assertive. She was quite the dominant woman, no longer satisfied with being below, wanting to ride and dominate the battlefield herself. The little demon loved to play pranks, occasionally bringing little surprises. As for the ghost actress, she was obsessed with singing, deeply immersed in drama, often asking Su Bai to change into general's attire for a taste of old-time uniform temptation. The ghost hair woman was quite alright, she simply liked to comb her hair. But the Gothic Lolita gave Su Bai quite a headache. True to her free-spirited nature from the beautiful country, the Gothic Lolita was very bold, liking to do some naughty things outdoors. During this time, Su Bai truly lived a life of singing and dancing day and night.
Moreover, each female ghost was charming and lovely, each with their own strengths.
It could be said that it was a life fit for an emperor. Moreover, there was a newly confirmed financial relationship who refused to be outdone, changing from her usual cold demeanor to cling to Su Bai all day long. Su Bai was so exhausted that his legs went weak. Fortunately, Su Bai was of a pure yang body, and with constant supplements, he could hold on. If it had been anyone else, they would have already become a pile of bones. Such a fate was hard to escape. As soon as he went upstairs, Su Bai was pushed onto the bed by Li Shang, who began to undress him.
Su Bai was about to make a move, thinking how could a man of 7 feet be defeated by a weak woman in the bed?
But Li Shang suddenly squatted down. Hiss. It's not that my army is weak, it's that the enemy is too cunning. Su Bai had no choice but to let the ghost bride control him, secretly enjoying the moment, with only one last thought left. Could this be the gradual thinning of the belt? Yet I regret nothing, for her I have withered away? Chapter 120. After the storm, Su Bai leaned against the wall as he walked out. There are only exhausted oxen, not damaged fields, wisdom of the ancients. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Wang Shi standing at the door, looking like he wanted to rush in. When did you arrive? Brother Bai, I just got here. I just heard someone shouting inside, Queen, I'm coming. I thought you were attacked and was about to go in to help you. Cough, cough, I don't need your help, mind your own business. Less talking, hurry downstairs. Su Bai's face flushed slightly, coughing twice, as he led Wang Shi downstairs. As they reached the bottom, they saw Aunt Wu, Yao Ningxin, and others watching TV. They must have known that Su Bai was going to Kyoto. Why is everyone here? Just in time. I have to tell you all, something came up, I need to rush to Kyoto. Don't worry, with my abilities, no one can threaten me. What do you think, should I bring back some roasted duck from Kyoto? I was in a rush last time and forgot. Su Bai briefly explained the situation to everyone. Young master, I'll protect them, you just go ahead. Ling Ruoyo said confidently. Indeed, she had several powerful ghosts who could handle most supernatural events. Moreover, Su Bai had strengthened the defense of the community during this period. Aunt Wu continued, young master, be careful. Yes, with Director Su and Xiao Lu here, we can handle things. Brother Su Bai, remember to come back soon. Xiao Shi Huai will miss you.
Although everyone knew Su Bai's strength, hearing that he was heading to Kyoto, they thought it must be for some troublesome supernatural event again, so they couldn't help but express their concerns.
Su Bai listened to their caring words, feeling a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. In the 10 years since the apocalypse, they had all left, and Su Bai had gradually gotten used to living alone, his heart growing colder. But through his efforts after being reborn, Su Bai had saved each of them from strange events, which made his heart inevitably stir.
Don't worry, it's just a small matter. I'm Su Bai, the Crimson Ghost Demon.
I'll be back soon. Tell me how many roasted ducks you want.
10, Brother Su Bai. Xiao Shuhui can eat 10 on his own.
You'll stuff yourself, little glutton.
Everyone joked, and the atmosphere lightened immediately.
Su Bai tried to avoid falling into the sorrowful atmosphere of life and death. After all, it was just a large-scale supernatural dungeon. After talking for a while longer, Su Bai left the community with Wangshi, heading for the airport. Before he left, Ling Ruoyo secretly blew him a kiss, her eyes filled with allure. This little girl, seems like I haven't satisfied her lately.
At a city airport.
Because Su Bai was a special person, and was dealing with a large-scale supernatural dungeon, Kyoto had arranged a special plane for them.
As soon as Su Bai and Wangshi arrived at the airport, they saw a person wearing the airport uniform waiting there early.
As soon as the person saw Su Bai and Wangshi, they walked over to greet them.
Is this Director Su? I'm the reception staff arranged by the airport.
A private plane has already been arranged for you, please follow me this way.
Su Bai nodded and followed along.
As they passed through the airport gate, Su Bai paused for a moment. Just now, I seem to feel some kind of ghostly energy, but now it feels gone.
Have I become so weak recently? Can my pure yang body not withstand those female ghosts?
It was just a fleeting feeling, and Su Bai didn't take it to heart, quickly catching up. At a hidden ticket inspection area, unnoticed by Su Bai and the others. A ticket inspector was checking tickets, but strangely, his body seemed very stiff, like a robot. On his neck, obscured by his collar, a black handprint flickered like a shadow, eerie and terrifying.
Kyoto Airport.
Su Bai and Wangshi had just disembarked from the plane when a graceful girl quickly approached, cheerfully greeting them.
Su Bai, long time no see. It hasn't been long, I just saw you in G City not long ago.
The girl was Yu Sifeng. In Kyoto, besides Minister Jin and Professor Gua, the only ones Su Bai had interacted with were Yu Uekai, King Su, and Yu Sifeng.
Yu Uekai was primarily tasked with ensuring Professor Gua's safety, and he seldom left.
King Su was on a mission and couldn't come. Only Yu Sifeng was left to greet Su Bai. Yu Sifeng was more than willing to take on this task, after all, she was here for Su Bai.
It's been almost a month. How can it not be long? I've missed you so much.
While speaking, her hand reached out to link with Su Bai's. Yu Sifeng didn't hide her longing and affection for Su Bai at all. She was naturally straightforward, the type to say whatever was on her mind. During the first strange instance, Yu Sifeng was completely captivated by Su Bai's powerful abilities. In G City, when they teamed up again, Su Bai once more showcased his unmatched dominance, possessing one of the two SSS grey ghosts in the world. In this chaotic era, powerful strength was fundamental, and Yu Sifeng also wanted a reliable support to lean on. Su Bai waved his hand, refusing Yu Sifeng's attempt to link arms. Let's hurry to the headquarters, the instance should start soon, Su Bai said coldly. Seeing Su Bai's actions, Yu Sifeng felt a bit disappointed, but the feeling passed quickly as she led the two towards headquarters. Wangshi, observing the situation, a big man who usually acted carelessly, noticed Su Bai's indifference towards Yu Sifeng and said to him, Brother Bai, before you left, the sisters specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you, ensuring you don't mess around.
If there's any movement from you, I will definitely report it. Before Su Bai could respond, Yu Sifeng exclaimed in surprise, Sisters? Yes, didn't you know? My brother Bai has more than 10 of them, he's too busy to handle it all.
Wangshi was just joking, he had no idea how many partners Su Bai actually had. He only wanted to help Su Bai reject Yu Sifeng by making up stories, hoping to scare her away. Who would have thought, hearing that Su Bai had over 10 partners, instead of being frightened, Yu Sifeng was even more excited and exclaimed, Perfect.
If there are already more than 10, adding one more isn't too much, I want to join too.
Wangshi was speechless. He thought, although Su Bai was handsome, the situation had come to this, and Yu Sifeng was still not willing to give up. This made Wangshi want to give a thumbs up and say, You're awesome. Su Bai could no longer bear the conversation between the two, especially Wangshi's nonsense.
Feigning anger, he said, If you keep talking, just get lost, Wangshi. What nonsense are you saying? Yu Sifeng, hurry to headquarters, the instance won't wait for anyone. Wangshi and Yu Sifeng fell silent, and the three rushed towards headquarters. Chapter 121.
Kyoto headquarters. Yu Sifeng led the two towards the conference room. On the way, they encountered some staff members who cast curious glances at them.
Isn't that the blood-red ghost king, Su Bai? It doesn't look right, so young. Could he really be as strong as the legends say? Not strong? Are you joking? Last time, that bizarre instance was solved entirely by him alone. Exactly. Little dang, you just arrived and don't know the situation. When I went to report in the conference room last time, I happened to see him showing off his might. Really? Brother Chen, you have to tell me all about it. The staff along the way were talking among themselves, but Su Bai didn't pay them any mind. Wang Shi, however, heard these words and puffed out his chest, mumbling, as expected of my brother Bai. My brother Bai is simply amazing, and other flattering remarks. Su Bai's current title Bloody Red Ghost was practically known worldwide. In the last major bizarre instance, Su Bai performed brilliantly, single-handedly dragging 2 teammates to complete the challenge, and even achieving the only perfect rating. Because of this, the damage caused by the last bizarre instance was minuscule for them, practically non-existent. Other countries weren't so fortunate, as only Su Bai's side managed to complete the challenge, while others had to exchange resources for strategies. Even with strategies, they suffered great costs. As for countries without strategies, let's not even mention them. The cheers from the Japanese for Su Bai's return grew ever louder. Even South Korea began investigating Su Bai's ancestry, planning to have him return to Sinide. Moreover, after Su Bai took over as the chief of a city, the state of a city became shockingly good. Currently, bizarre events in other cities were spiraling out of control, except for major cities like Kyoto, Magic City, Dazhou City, and Dayue City, which managed to hold the line due to concentrated resources. But it was still quite precarious. Bizarre events were happening frequently, with slightly fewer casualties. Only a city, managed by Su Bai, had basically returned to normal. As soon as Su Bai and the others entered the conference room, there were already 6 people inside. Sitting at the head was a familiar face. Minister Jin and 2 army officials he had met last time were present. Next to them were 3 individuals Su Bai had never seen before. One was a middle-aged man, standing straight, with a serious expression that seemed always ready for battle. The other 2 were younger, one with yellow hair and the other with white, huddled together and whispering, occasionally looking around, unsure of what to say. These 2 were chewing on something and shaking their legs intermittently, looking like little delinquents. The 3 must have been summoned shaman hunters. Minister Jin saw Su Bai and the others enter. He quickly stood up to greet them, shaking Su Bai's hand. You finally made it. Su Bai saw this and quickly pulled his hand away. Feeling a bit speechless, when did Minister Jin become so warm? Minister Jin wasn't awkward at all and started to introduce everyone to each other. This is Su Bai, and I believe I don't need to say much. You've all heard of the legendary Bloody Red Ghost. This is Wang Shi, the director of Ji City, a ghost bone frame shaman hunter who came along with Su Bai. Su Bai had already informed Minister Jin beforehand that he would bring Wang Shi along. This is Zhang Jiang, the chief investigator from Dazhou City. An acquired shaman hunter with the ability to suppress ghosts. The other 2 are a carefully selected pair. This one is named Li Shan, and the other is Li Hai. They are brothers, and their abilities complement each other perfectly. One hugs ghosts, and the other rides on shoulders. Minister Jin kept talking, and Su Bai gained a general understanding of the abilities of these 3 individuals. The straight-standing man was naturally Zhang Jiang. In the early stages of the bizarre invasion, he encountered a bizarre statue while investigating a murder case. At first, he thought it would cost him his life, but, unexpectedly, he gained a fortune from disaster and became an acquired shaman hunter. As long as he touches any shaman hunter, he can unconditionally suppress the 2 ghosts within them. This ability allowed Zhang Jiang to catch many shaman hunters who were committing crimes early on, and after all, at the beginning, most ghost tamers could only skillfully use 1 or 2 ghosts. When touched by Zhang Jiang, they instantly turned into an ordinary person, dumbfounded, which can be said to be a kind of absolute kill ability. But when encountering someone like Su Bai, a ghost collector, even if the 2 strongest ones were suppressed, any of the remaining ones could easily defeat Zhang Jiang. As for the other 2, Minister Jin spoke quite euphemistically. Rather than saying they were selected by the country, it would be more accurate to say they were recruited. These 2 brothers were originally small-time delinquents wandering the streets and occasionally played strange games, and so they were fortunate enough to become ghost tamers. Moreover, the ghosts of the 2 brothers had excellent teamwork. One ghost holds the enemy, making them unable to move. The other ghost rests on the enemy's shoulders and can instantly take their life. Both powers are incredibly strong. After hearing Minister Jin's introduction, Su Bai nodded to the 3 men. Zhang Jiang, a police officer, politely smiled and returned the gesture. The 2 brothers, however, were not polite at all, carrying on their conversation and barely acknowledging Su Bai, showing no concern about who he was. Seeing their behavior, Minister Jin felt a bit embarrassed. His tone slightly more serious, he said to the 2 of them. You both should pay a little attention. Upon hearing Minister Jin's words, the 2 shrugged, only slightly restraining themselves and no longer talking privately, but their faces still showed a lack of concern.
Watching their demeanor, Minister Jean felt helpless. Indeed, although this was the headquarters of ghost tamers, and although Jean Shen was a minister, he was still an ordinary person. In this chaotic world, no matter how high-ranking, one's words did not hold the power to destroy lives as they once did. In this world, strength still reigned supreme. Minister Jean suppressed his dissatisfaction with the two brothers, slightly awkward, turned to Su Bai and said, "Su Bai, this time it will be a 4-person dungeon. Considering the situation last time and your strength, you will still lead the team, and you can choose the remaining 3. I introduced these 3 to give you more options. In the end, it's up to you who goes. In this regard, we give you." Before Minister Jean could finish his sentence, Yu Sifeng jumped out, looking at Su Bai with pleading eyes. "Su Bai, you will definitely bring me along, right? We've cooperated several times, I will be very obedient. You know my ability is especially useful in uncertain situations." Ignoring Yu Sifeng's eager self-recommendation, Su Bai fell into deep thought. "This time, I specially brought Wang Shi along, he must go in, and with the hint of the mask, you don't need to worry about him not following orders. As for the other 2. Wang Shi. Then, Li Shan and Li Hai, you 2 brothers." Soon, Su Bai gave the answer. Hearing Su Bai's choice, everyone was shocked. "Ah! Su Bai, how can you not choose me? We've worked together several times, and you know my ability. Even if those 2 brothers can't be separated, my prophetic ability combined with Brother Zhang's suppression ability is also a strong combination." Yu Sifeng was at a loss, wondering why Su Bai did not choose him. "Right. Su Bai, obviously Yu Sifeng and Zhang Zhang are more suitable. The combination of Li Shan and Li Hai is strong, but how about you think again?" Minister Jean, on the sidelines, also expressed his views. In theory, aside from Wang Shi, Yu Sifeng combined with Zhang Zhang would be the best combination. Yu Sifeng's prophetic ability could play a significant role in the dungeon, and he had already collaborated with Su Bai many times, showing more synergy. Zhang Zhang's suppression ability could take care of some minor threats, allowing Su Bai to focus on the bigger ones. These 2 were also recommended candidates from the Kyoto headquarters. But Su Bai still refused the headquarters' suggestion and chose those carefree 2 brothers. Others were very shocked and confused. The 2 brothers, upon hearing Su Bai's choice, remained silent, looking as if this was the only right thing to do. "It's fine, they are good enough," Su Bai said with a smile, but a flash of killing intent seemed to cross his eyes, though no one noticed. "Alright, since you've decided, we'll go with your choice. In the end, Su Bai, Wang Shi, Li Shan and Li Hai will enter this bizarre instance. The captain is still Su Bai. You 3 should listen to Su Bai's commands." After saying that, Minister Jean took out the same airy envelope as last time. The 4 of them took turns to sign their names on it with ghostly energy, and this settled the matter. Once the signatures were done, Minister Jean continued. "All right. Since it's confirmed, you all should do your best. The lives of thousands of people are in your hands. The countdown of that Eerie clock has about 24 hours left, you can go back and prepare, adjust your state. That's it, you're dismissed. Su Bai, come with me. Professor Guo wants to see you in his lab." "Okay, Wang Shi, you come with me too, to get to know Professor Guo." Upon hearing Professor Guo's name, Su Bai felt a surge of joy. Did he develop something good again? Then Minister Jean led the 2 towards the laboratory. Along the way, there didn't seem to be particularly tight security. When they arrived at the outer area of the laboratory, Su Bai keenly sensed the presence of ghost masters in the rooms on both sides. As expected, given the current situation, besides heavy weapons, ordinary soldiers are not very useful anymore, it still has to be ghost masters to protect. Su Bai thought to himself. However, his footsteps didn't stop as he followed Minister Jean into the laboratory's inner area. As soon as they reached the entrance of the inner area, they saw the long-time no-see Yu Kai. Yu Kai quickly approached upon seeing Su Bai and the others. "Su Bai. Long time no see, you are leading the team into the bizarre instance again this time. It's a pity I have a task to do and can't go in this time, otherwise, I would hope to go into the instance with you again. I hope you can pass again smoothly." "No, with your strength, you will definitely pass again." "Ha ha, long time no see, then I will borrow your good words." After a brief chat, they entered the laboratory. Professor Gui was not there, he must be inside doing research. Su Bai looked around and was drawn to a large object. It was a pair of ancient wooden double doors, made of 2 huge wooden frames, all black, with strange patterns of unknown origin carved on them, quite bizarre. About half an hour later, the doors suddenly opened a crack, and a strong ghostly aura flowed out from inside. This also appeared to be a supernatural item, but its use was unknown. Soon, Professor Gui crawled out from the gap in the doors. "Su Bai, you're here. I was just conducting an experiment. Here, take this." Saying this, Professor Gui handed Su Bai a ghost eye bead. The eye bead was not much different from a usual one, but the white part was filled with blood vessels, and the pupil occasionally rotated by itself, a bit scary. This is a new product I just developed, thanks to the ghostly corpses you provided. Through our experiments, after using this ghost eye bead, you can clearly distinguish ghosts or humans within a radius of 100 meters, but the duration is only 10 seconds, which is quite short, so you need to use it wisely. This is your reward for supporting City G, don't be picky, I know you got some things from the theater. I read Wang Shi's report, it was written very clearly. I won't meddle with that eerie item capable of controlling human facial skin, you handle it yourself. That was originally my loot, it's not like you gave it to me. Su Bai countered while putting the ghost eye bead into his corpse wrapping bag. However, Professor Gua suddenly looked at Wang Shi beside them, constantly examining, as if looking at a precious experimental material. Wang Shi, right? I heard your ghost is a ghost skeleton. As long as the skeleton is still there, it can heal infinitely. I just wonder if this healing ability can allow you to transplant a second ghost? What do you think? Should we give it a try? With 2 acquired ghosts, your strength would greatly enhance. Wang Shi's throat moved slightly, and a wave of fear filled his heart as he silently thought, Brother Bai, it's just me. This old man wants me dead. I have the elderly above and the young below. No one has successfully controlled 2 acquired ghosts so far. The consequence of forcing control is that the 2 ghosts clash, and the ghost master can't withstand it, leading to a tragic explosion of the body. Seeing Wang Shi's fearful expression, Professor Gua forced a stiff smile. It's just a hypothesis, not that we're really using you as an experiment. You're the director of G City, and G City still needs you to protect it. Don't take it to heart. Just help Su Bai well in this bizarre instance, and strive to pass smoothly. After hearing this, Wang Shi's fear did not dissipate. He glanced at Su Bai. Brother Bai, I just remembered there's something I need to prepare. I'll head back to the lounge to get ready. You guys chat for now. Saying this, he walked towards the door. Seeing Wang Shi looking timid as a mouse, Su Bai smiled helplessly. Don't worry, Professor Gui is a top researcher. He won't try things he's not sure about. If that's the case, Professor Gua, then we'll leave first. You keep busy with the experiment, and hopefully, when I come back, you'll have some new things to show. Get going, as if experimental results come out that easily? Just this ghost eye has already consumed so much of my energy. Saying this, Su Bai took Wang Shi and left. Chapter 123. After leaving the laboratory, Su Bai rested in a suite at the Ghost Controller headquarters. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, a doorbell rang. He got up to open the door. 3 people stood at the door. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s, his exposed skin covered with various strange patterned tattoos. Upon closer look, the tattoos occasionally flickered with ghostly energy, and the patterns seemed to be constantly changing. On the right stood a boy wearing a clown mask, his exact appearance hidden, but looking at his figure and outfit, he should be a young man, not very old. On the left was someone who looked perfectly normal, appearing as an ordinary high school student, but there was a thin black line around his neck that was hard to see closely. Seeing Su Bai opening the door, the tattooed man stretched out his hand and spoke. Hello, you must be Su Bai from the Blood Red Ghost domain. My name is Chen Sheng. This is Li Cun, Chen Sheng pointed at the boy with the clown mask. And this one is Liang Kong. Our sudden visit is to get to know you, hoping you can give us some guidance. Chen Sheng and the other 2 were ghost controllers recruited from various places by the headquarters in Kyoto. Before the bizarre game invasion, the 3 were just ordinary people who enjoyed playing games, and they became acquainted due to the bizarre game, often teaming up together. After the bizarre game invasion, the 3 naturally became ghost controllers. Although they didn't spend much money on games, they had ample free time to grind, and their ghost levels were slightly higher than ordinary people. The ghosts of the 3 were also easy to identify. The ghost with the clown mask was the Nightmare Clown. The one who looked like an ordinary high school student was the Throat Slasher Ghost. Both were S-level ghosts. The other one, covered in tattoos, was the Tattoo Ghost, A-level. He originally looked like an ordinary person, but after the bizarre invasion, he was eroded by the Tattoo Ghost, becoming the strange tattooed figure he is now. With their ghost levels not low, they were summoned by the headquarters and have been executing tasks there ever since. This time, when they heard that Su Bai had come to Kyoto, the 3 were very surprised. All 3 had transformed from a strange game into spirit slayers, and during the game, they had heard of the famous female ghost collector. At that time, Su Bai had spent a fortune, his strength skyrocketed, topping the charts and breaking dungeon records. Then there was that last time where they had a big victory in a strange dungeon. To avoid panic, the country did not announce the matter, but as spirit slayers, the 3 still knew a little more. Although they weren't clear about the details of clearing the dungeon, they knew Su Bai had fought fiercely inside, unbeatable. And he was the only one to receive a perfect evaluation for clearing the dungeon. So, they found out about Su Bai's lounge, formed a group to visit, and wanted to meet this number one person, hoping to receive some guidance or to see if there was a possibility of joining Su Bai's team in the future. Su Bai wasn't fond of such sudden visits, but he didn't want to be rude to those who were so warmly visiting, and since they didn't make any excessive demands, he didn't act aggressively. After casually brushing them off, the three noticed Su Bai's coldness and quickly turned to leave. Once Su Bai saw them leave, he went to Wang Shi's room, planning to see if Wang Shi was ready.
Wang Shi was sitting on the sofa, listening to reports from subordinates in the G City branch. Director Wang, do you remember that Lu family village from last time?
The one where all the villagers had no shadows.
Lu family village, all the villagers have no shadows. I remember.
I saw the files, many travelers who entered that village also lost their shadows and never got out again.
I had a lot of things to deal with, so I haven't handled it yet. What happened there? Yes, Director Wang, that's the one, let me tell you.
Upon entering the room, he heard everyone has no shadows. This sentence caught Su Bai's attention. The little demon's ability was shadow manipulation, able to transform into shadows and control shadows, but did not have a shadow herself.
Perhaps Lu family village was her opportunity for promotion. Currently, he already had 2 SSS level spirits, if he could promote another.
When Wang Shi finished his call, Su Bai asked about Lu family village's situation. Wang Shi replied that he had already resolved it, it was just a shadow ghost, nothing special.
Su Bai felt a bit disappointed and nodded. Thinking for a moment, well, shadow ghosts do have similar shadow manipulation abilities. SSS level spirits are not so easy to obtain. After working hard for so long, I only have 2.
Opportunities for promotion must be sought slowly. After advising Wang Shi to rest well, Su Bai returned to his room.
The next day, the countdown was nearing its end.
The 4 gathered early, waiting for the transportation. Minister Jean and others were also there, keeping watch. While waiting, Su Bai thought of the second strange dungeon. That was a ghost village, although he didn't know the specific situation, he had heard others mention some details. The strongest in the ghost village was a long-haired ghost in a red dress, with an unknown killing pattern. And the whole village was filled with ghost slaves, with a very low survival rate.
Watching the strange clock tick away second by second, Minister Jean couldn't help but worry and began to speak again.
Su Bai, your strength is evident, you handled the last unexpected incident very well.
This time's dungeon still depends on you.
The cost of failure in a strange dungeon is too great, and the country can't bear it. As long as you clear it, the country won't skimp on rewards. Wang Shi, you were recommended by Su Bai, I won't say much, just follow Su Bai's instructions well.
Li Shan, Li Hai.
You two need to be serious, Su Bai is the strongest here, and he participated in the last dungeon. Listen to his commands, you can't go back to how it was before. Su Bai and Wang Shi didn't say much, just exchanged serious glances. But the 2 brothers seemed very lazy, just giving a perfunctory nod.
Understood. Why so much nonsense?
With our strength as brothers, a small strange dungeon is nothing to us. But, Minister Jean, remember to prepare the gold you promised us.
By the way, there are those twins too.
When we come out, we must see them lying in bed waiting for us.
Yu Kai was furious beside them. Absurd.
The strange dungeon is a matter of national importance.
Do you even know how many lives are at stake? How can you two, looking like this, bear such a heavy responsibility? And yet you still think.
Minister Jean pressed down his hand, his face was not looking good either, but he still nodded. After the strange dungeon is resolved, we will seriously consider your conditions. For now, everything must prioritize the dungeon.
I hope you can take this seriously. The brothers looked at Yu Kai with disdain. What's the problem with national affairs? We can risk our lives for this, but we can't enjoy it?
Turning to Minister Jean, as long as you prepare your things, this time there will definitely be no problem. Don't let us finish the dungeon and find what we deserve isn't there, that would not end well. Yu Kai wanted to say more, but Minister Jean silenced him with a look. Everything must prioritize the strange dungeon.
Chapter 124.
Standing by, Wang Shi heard the noise and whispered to Su Bai.
Brother Bai, do you think these 2 bastards are filled with shit in their heads?
The strange dungeon is so dangerous, and they're not worried at all, just bargaining.
It's really sick. And the twins, they don't even look at their own faces, so unattractive, let's not harm others, okay?
Su Bai ignored Wang Shi's complaints, and his gaze at the Li brothers grew colder. He instructed Wang Shi, don't worry about that.
Just follow my commands.
Once we go in, stop all actions and don't say a word.
After I scout the surroundings, I will give you further instructions.
Brother Bai, just don't worry. Once I'm in, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I won't move a step or let out a sound.
Wang Shi nodded and assured him.
Su Bai knew Wang Shi's loyalty. The reason he told Wang Shi to stop all actions was just to confirm whether this strange dungeon was a ghost village.
Soon, the countdown ended.
Like last time, the blood book emitted a blood-red glow that enveloped the four of them. As the light faded, the four of them vanished. The others watched the four disappear and turned to look at the strange clock. At this moment, the strange clock's hands had stopped moving, while strange patterns changed continuously beside it, finally gathering to form an image of light.
The holographic image of Su Bai and the others appeared.
Whoosh! The blood-red glow surrounded them, and the scene around Su Bai and the others constantly changed. The bright light disappeared, and the four appeared in a ruin. This time, the four appeared simultaneously at one location, and their positions had not changed. It shouldn't be like last time, where a mirror ghost pretended to be a teammate right from the start. Standing firm, Su Bai began to observe the surroundings. They seemed to be inside a building that was still under construction, surrounded by concrete walls, and some steel bars could still be seen inside. The sound of machinery humming could still be heard.
Looking down at the ground,
a group of workers wearing yellow hard hats were guarding a concrete mixer, waiting for the slurry to spill.
Beside them, someone was welding the steel bars, shaping them into suitable forms. With the workers continuously pouring, the concrete columns were gradually taking shape. Below seemed to be an ordinary construction site. Not a ghost village? Su Bai thought with confusion. Hey, how was your last strange dungeon? This doesn't seem to show much danger.
Before coming in, you were all cautious. I thought the strange dungeon was terrifying.
Didn't expect just this.
It was those two brothers, after turning around, didn't find anything special.
So they wanted to ask Su Bai.
As soon as they entered, they walked around casually, their eyes full of contempt, as if the Eerie instance posed no threat to them at all. As for Wang Shi, he was strictly following Su Bai's orders, standing still without saying a word, quietly waiting for Su Bai's command.
Su Bai came back to his senses, ignored the two, and said to Wang Shi, "All right, you can move now." Wang Shi stretched his body and asked, "Brother Bai, how is it? Any clues?"
Su Bai shook his head, continuing to think about why the second instance was different from his memories of the ghost village.
My memories can't be wrong.
Meanwhile, the two brothers, seeing that Su Bai completely ignored them, looked upset, and their tone became increasingly rude.
"Hey, we're asking you a question, what's going on?" Wang Shi, witnessing their rudeness, angrily responded. "How can you talk to my brother Bai like that? Can't you see with your eyes? Didn't you read the action files we sent earlier? Stop asking meaningless questions." "Heh, that thing is so long, I can't be bothered to read it, can't you just say it once?"
Li Hai, the brother with the ghost shoulder, sneered, pointing at Wang Shi, impatiently saying, "Hurry up and tell us, we just want to clear the level quickly."
"That twin needs my attention, I don't have time for you."
Li Hai's words were cut short. In the next second, a red ghostly figure shot out from Su Bai's body and flew toward Li Hai.
Whoosh! Thud!
The ghost bride's sharp claws instantly severed the hand Li Hai pointed at Wang Shi, then returned to Su Bai's side. The arm flew off and landed on the ground. But strangely, the severed arm on the ground didn't bleed at all, it looked extremely shriveled, as if it had been cut off for a long time and dried out. The ghost bride's sharp claws instantly cut off the hand Li Hai pointed at Wang Shi and then returned to Su Bai's side. She whispered, "My lord, would you like me to cut off the other hand too? People should always be in pairs." Li Hai, holding his severed arm, rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. "Ah! My hand, you actually cut off my hand. I'll kill you. I must kill you." The temperature around Su Bai dropped, and ghostly energy filled the air as he said coldly, "This task is the same whether you are here or not. If you had any brains, you would keep quiet. If you keep shouting, I suggest you all die before clearing the level." The ghostly figure holding the person was about to act but quickly calmed down, seeing Su Bai surrounded by ghost energy, with his eyelids constantly twitching.
The blood-red ghost is indeed terrifying.
Before I even had time to react, Li Hai's arm was cut off. If I act now, I'm afraid both our lives would be lost. These two brothers usually collaborated well, having killed many ghost tamers, which is why they usually acted so arrogantly, looking down on everyone. But Su Bai's power was too strong, surrounded by ghost energy that was overwhelming, his speed of attack was incredibly fast, and he could even manifest ghosts. These two brothers were clearly not a match. The ghostly figure holding people, Li Shan, gave up on the thought of attacking and turned to check on Li Hai's injury. At the headquarters in Kyoto, in front of the big screen, Minister Jin sighed, "These two brothers really don't know how to live. I repeatedly instructed them to obey Su Bai's orders. I also warned them multiple times not to provoke Su Bai. They are just two fools. I've warned them about Su Bai's temper, that they weren't killed already is a miracle. If it continues like this, I'm afraid their lives will be left in the instance." Next to him, Yukai completely agreed with Su Bai's actions. These two are just not suited for Eerie instances. From what they said before entering,
You can see that these two are not good people at all. Even if they are strong, what's the use?
If their hearts are not in the right place and they take the wrong path, it's better to get rid of them directly. Su Bai should be this strong and forceful so that they won't interfere with his progress.
Chapter 125. In the strange dungeon, on a certain floor of an abandoned building.
Seeing that Li Hai was still howling and shouting to kill Su Bai, Li Shan hurried over and covered Li Hai's mouth. Then he started a round of scolding that quieted Li Hai down. Li Shan had witnessed Su Bai's strength and knew that the two of them could never be Su Bai's opponents. Fearing that Li Hai would continue shouting and attract Su Bai's displeasure, which would lead to their doom, he acted quickly. Seeing that the two brothers had quieted down, Su Bai had no intention of continuing to act and turned to call out to Wang Shi.
Wang Shi, let's go. Come with me downstairs to take a look.
This floor had been explored almost completely, and there were no useful clues.
Su Bai planned to check out that construction site. The appearance of an ordinary-looking construction site in a large strange dungeon would make anyone feel very suspicious.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bai walked towards the stairs.
Okay, brother Bai. Wang Shi responded and hurriedly followed Su Bai's footsteps.
Beside them, Li Shan calmed Li Hai down. Seeing Su Bai and Wang Shi heading downstairs, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking of something. Then he pulled Li Hai and followed Su Bai downstairs. Su Bai glanced at the two brothers trailing behind him and didn't mind, as long as they didn't disturb his progress. He was too lazy to cause trouble for them himself. Inside the abandoned floor, the lights flickered as if it were a scene from a horror movie, eerily strange. The group went straight down. The lights at the corner of the stairs were already broken, and there was not a trace of light. At the end of the stairs was a narrow corridor, also pitch black. Just as they were about to reach the next floor, Su Bai suddenly stopped, a layer of red light enveloping him.
Wang Shi, be on guard.
At his command, Wang Shi immediately covered himself with ghost energy and took up a defensive stance.
Li Shan and Li Hai also became vigilant. Su Bai must have sensed something. Suddenly, 4 figures slowly emerged from the dark corridor. The 4 maintained their formation, ready to face an enemy.
Seeing that they were normal humans, Su Bai felt a bit relieved but remained cautious, ready to unleash the blood-red ghost. Neither side dared to approach easily, and they confronted each other for a while. Then a clumsy Mandarin broke the silence from the other side.
Excuse me, are you the blood-red ghost, Lord Su Bai?
The 4 figures seemed to recognize Su Bai. In the last strange dungeon, the strength Su Bai displayed had shocked other countries. Teams with weaker abilities couldn't even defeat the fake Su Bai. The teams that did defeat the fake Su Bai were completely wiped out by Su Bai in the next phase of their mission. Therefore, before entering the second horror dungeon, almost all countries had sent Su Bai's image to the people entering the dungeon, telling them to remember it well and avoid provoking Su Bai. Su Bai glanced at Wang Shi, signaling him to go up and communicate.
Wang Shi maintained his ghost energy and nervously approached the other side. Keep your distance. Stop.
Su Bai and the other side shouted simultaneously. Wang Shi was startled by the sudden voices but still stopped in his tracks.
Don't get too close. What if it's a ghost pretending? I can't save you then. Su Bai advised. Yes, keeping this distance is fine, we can hear you talk.
The other side was also very cautious. Although they recognized Su Bai, they still dared not approach. After all, a fake Su Bai had appeared in the last dungeon and caused harm to many countries. Moreover, even the real Su Bai, in their eyes, was a ruthless killer. After a conversation, Su Bai confirmed their situation. On the opposite side was a team from the Asen country, just entering this level of the dungeon, originally planning to hold their ground here without actively seeking clues. However, upon suddenly hearing movement from the stairwell, the 4 cautiously approached, ready to face a strong enemy. To their surprise, they encountered Su Bai. It seems that one country's team occupies 1 level, so this building must have at least 20 levels. Since one country occupies 1 level, the conditions on each level should be similar. Just right, I also don't plan to go to other levels. Since the clues from each level are about the same, the priority is the construction site below. Su Bai thought about the conversation they just had, firming up his intention to head straight for the construction site. He continued downward with Wang Shi. Meanwhile, the team from Asan chose to wait in place. Once they could no longer see their figures, the Asan members let out a long breath. The name Blood Red Ghost and Su Bai's reputation brought them great pressure. According to their previous strategy, it was most important to pass through the dungeon smoothly, so they did not plan to go downstairs, but rather prepared to stay put and respond to whatever came. It was best if no other teams came to disturb them. After all, ghosts could disguise themselves. Su Bai and his group continued down the dark corridor. Before reaching the next level, they saw 4 blonde, blue-eyed foreigners heading up, 3 men and 1 woman, clearly from the western side, though it was unclear which country they were from. The team below also noticed Su Bai and them, and both sides came to a halt. In this narrow encounter, both teams remained on high alert. From the opposing team, a burly, steady-looking middle-aged man stepped forward. He should be their leader. He addressed Su Bai, saying, "Blood-red ghost, Su Bai. That's how you are called, isn't it? We are the team from Gaul. Last time, our country also had ghost masters participate, but they all died at your hands." "No, they died at the hands of your doppelgangers." "Well, I can't help that, my doppelgangers are already very weak. If you can't even beat my doppelgangers, I can only say that this strange dungeon might be a bit too much for you." The 4 Gaul members were silent. Though Su Bai's words were piercing, they were all true. Another man in the team, sporting a beard and appearing slightly shorter and stockier than the leader, excitedly stepped forward, saying, "My lord Su Bai, we admit your power is great. However, for the sake of our country, for the lives of our people, we will go all out, even if it means sacrificing our lives." Just as he was frantically speaking, a chilling wind swept through, and the air around them suddenly turned cold. In the darkness that no one perceived, an old man suddenly appeared, dressed in an old blue worker's uniform, with what seemed to be the name of a construction company written on his chest. The old man held an extinguished oil lamp in one hand, while the other quietly appeared at the neck of the Gaul ghost master who had just spoken. With a crack, the Gaul ghost master's neck was snapped by a single hand. Chapter 126. The sudden death of the Gaul ghost master shocked everyone. But as they were all chosen elite ghost masters after countless selections, they quickly regained their composure. Red light emanated from Su Bai's body, and the sound of a swana abruptly filled the air. The blood-red ghost unfolded. However, the light spread only 2 to 3 meters before stopping. Sure enough, this strange dungeon had a strong suppressive ability against ghosts. Su Bai could only barely maintain a 2 to 3 meter ghost realm, just managing to encompass Wangshur within it. But maintaining this 2 to 3 meter ghost realm rapidly drained Su Bai's ghost energy. Not a long-term solution. Go! Back to the previous floor. Su Bai pulled Wangshur and retreated to the earlier floor. "Su Bai, wait for us." The 2 brothers, Li Shan and Li Hai, hurried to catch up as they saw Su Bai and the others retreat. The remaining 3 from the Gallic country recovered from the shock of their teammates' death. They had no time to grieve, only to use their own means to follow Su Bai's footsteps back up to the upper floors. Everyone's first thought was to escape. No one wanted to fight an unknown ghost. The rules of a ghost's actions are bizarre, and to engage in direct combat without understanding those rules is to seek death. Not to mention subduing it. Currently, the most used and effective method around the world to deal with ghosts is to continuously sacrifice lives. It is common for hundreds to die in order to understand a ghost's killing pattern. Once enough lives have been lost, countries will deploy elite ghost hunters to attempt to suppress and seal it. Bang! The ghost elder tossed the corpse in his hand to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Not bothering with the corpse on the ground, the ghost elder continued to chase after Su Bai and the others. At the back of the fleeing team was Li Hai, with Li Shan just a little ahead of him. The ghost of the Li Shan and Li Hai brothers had one called Ghost Hug and the other called Ghost Shoulder. Though their combat ability was decent, they had no means of escape and could not outrun the others. "Don't kill me, I'm going to be killed. I can't die yet, there's still gold waiting for me outside, and a pair of twins waiting for me." Li Hai shouted as he desperately ran forward, but with no means to escape. An ordinary person could not outrun the ghost's pursuit. The ghost elder's speed was incredibly fast, quickly catching up. One hand slowly reached toward Li Hai's neck. Li Shan, hearing Li Hai's cries, turned to look at his brother, realizing that the ghost elder's hand was almost around Li Hai's neck. Startled, with no time to think, he used Ghost Hug against the ghost elder. A pair of pitch-black, withered ghost hands reached out from the void, tightly hugging the ghost elder's body, momentarily halting his pursuit. "Run! Brother! That ghost is about to catch up." But the ghost elder was extremely powerful. In just half a second, he broke free from the ghost hand's restraint. He continued to pursue Li Hai. Half a second was far too short. It was not enough time for Li Hai to escape. Li Hai also noticed the ghost elder's situation, terrified, when suddenly a despicable thought flashed through his mind. "It's not my fault, dead friends don't blame the living. Who told you to be unlucky and run so slow?" A surge of ghostly energy flowed within Li Hai as he used Ghost Shoulder on a female Gallic teammate not far away. This time, the hand reaching out from the void was still withered but indeed blood-red, especially at the palm, where the color was so dense it seemed like it would drip. As soon as the blood-red ghost hand appeared, it quickly reached onto the shoulder of the Gallic female teammate. Immediately, the Gallic female teammate's body stiffened in place. The effect of Ghost Shoulder was rapid. As soon as the ghost hand touched, the ghost energy would corrode the entire body of the person it affected, stealing all their life force, leaving behind only a shell. Li Hai hurriedly ran past the body of the Gallic female teammate. He had intended for her to take the hit for him. As the saying goes, when a lion hunts a herd of horses, you don't have to run the fastest, you just need to keep a horse behind you. The ghost elder didn't have time to tell if the Gallic female teammate was alive or dead. One hand reached toward her neck, and with a squeeze, her neck was twisted, just like his previous victims. Taking advantage of the ghost elder's moment of killing,
The crowd had already returned to the original floor by the stairs. On the way back to the floor, Su Bai and the others continued to hear wails coming from other floors. It seemed that there was more than one ghost. In front of the big screen, everyone clearly saw Li Hai's actions on his teammate from Gaul, using her corpse to buy time. A lieutenant general from the military region shook his head. This Li Hai's methods are a bit too despicable. Another lieutenant general also looked down on Li Hai's behavior, but still expressed understanding. But there is no choice, this is a bizarre world. No matter how despicable your methods are, as long as you can survive. Sigh, after all, this is a bizarre instance. If Li Hai dies and the task isn't completed, more people will die in our country. These two are scum, willing to hurt people from another country to escape. Next time they'll turn against their own. On the side, Yukai remains silent. He could never approve of the ways of the Li brothers, thinking such scum shouldn't be left alive. Professor Gui was busy studying the killing patterns of the ghostly old man. As long as he could crack the killing patterns of the ghost, even if Su Bai and the others failed. When the punishment arrived, they could still save more lives. Su Bai and the others had retreated to the original floor but did not dare to stop. After the group retreated into a room and found the wailing around them had disappeared, they finally dared to stop. The group took a short break and slowly walked outside, preparing to check the situation. At this time, the team from Asan country heard the commotion of Su Bai and the others and quickly rushed over. Seeing Su Bai and the others, someone from Asan country hurriedly asked, "What happened? Just now we heard so many wails. There are ghosts in the corridor. Fortunately, you didn't go there, otherwise." Wang Shi answered instead of Su Bai. Hearing about the ghosts, the four from Asan country immediately became alert, stepping back slightly from Su Bai and the others, fearing that a ghost had mixed in with their group. A male teammate from Gaul, having just recovered a bit of energy, heard about the ghosts and pointed at Li Hai, angrily saying, "There are indeed ghosts, but what's more hateful is this long country person. This bastard actually attacked Lena, letting her help hold off the ghostly old man. It's because of this jerk that Lena is dead." FUCK. Chapter 127. Li Hai had just recovered from the tension of fleeing, panting heavily when he heard the accusations from the Gaul people, and he didn't care to catch his breath. He countered, "Ha, who told her to be weak? This is how the world is now, the weak don't deserve to live." "What? Want to take revenge for her? Look at the current situation, you have only 2 left, while we still have 4. If you're wise, say less, otherwise, when I'm in a bad mood, I'll wipe you out." Beside him, Li Shan also began to defend his brother. "My brother's ability to survive is his own skill. Your teammate is just weak, and here you are whining." "Ha, Lena is weak, what nonsense." One teammate from Gaul almost laughed from anger. "If it weren't for you, Lena would have gone upstairs long ago. The weak don't deserve it, right? Today we'll see who is strong and who is weak. Let's see who truly doesn't deserve to live." The remaining teammate from Gaul was infuriated and was about to take action when the leader quickly suppressed him. He raised his head towards Su Bai, signaling his teammates to consider Su Bai's strength. The leader understood Su Bai's power, although he was confident in his own strength and felt he could hold Su Bai off. But now their team only had 2 people left. If they had all 4, they might still be able to fight back. Ignoring the argument beside him, Su Bai spoke to Wang Shi. "Wang Shi, the last attack lasted for 10 minutes. Note the current time. If the ghosts attack again next time, tell me how long is the interval between the 2 attacks." "Okay, brother Bai." Wang Shi was still very obedient to orders and quickly adjusted his watch. The 2 remaining people from Gaul dared not take action against Li Hai, so they ran to the team of Asan. "Should we form an alliance? The monsters in this dungeon are very powerful, and we just experienced an attack that instantly took the life of one of our teammates. If we want to complete the mission, forming an alliance between our 2 teams is the best choice. Moreover," the leader of Gaul lowered his voice, "you know the situation of the dragon team. That Su Bai is strong and very cruel, and he wiped out countries that were close to the final stage in the last dungeon. And they just killed one of our teammates. Next time, it might be one of your people." The 2 from Gaul knew they were outnumbered and lacked strength. They couldn't even defend against monster attacks, let alone seek revenge, so they sought an alliance with Asan. "I personally agree to the alliance, but we need to consider the opinions of our teammates." The leader of Asan, hearing the words of the 2, was somewhat tempted but wanted to discuss it with his teammates first. After the discussion, they felt that an alliance could effectively strengthen their power. If it came to it, these 2 could also serve as shields against the monsters, so they agreed. "After our discussion, we all agree to ally with you. I hope we can work together and pass the level. But we'll leave dealing with Mr. Su Bai out of it, we just want to get through." Asan also knew the power of Su Bai and did not intend to get involved in the matters between the 2 teams. Su Bai noticed the situation of the 2 teams and knew they were surely looking to form an alliance, but he did not care. Even if all 6 of them teamed up, he could easily wipe them out. 2 SSS ranks, plus 4 SS ranks. They were not a group of weak fish that he could ignore. Now the most important thing was to figure out the pattern of the monster attacks. Su Bai suddenly spoke, continue moving down.
Li Shan and Li Hai beside him were shocked. No, there are monsters down there, several people just died.
We just escaped from below. Even if you are strong, you can't be this reckless.
Ignoring the brothers' complaints, Su Bai turned his gaze to the 2 remaining members of Gaul and ordered.
You 2 go first. We will observe the situation from behind and strike at any time. According to Su Bai's deduction, the trigger condition for the monster's killing pattern should not be stepping into that floor.
After all, other floors also had monsters appearing at the same time, and they did not step into that floor.
Moreover, some teams who did not move also encountered monster attacks. Action should not be the trigger condition for monster attacks. Although it was said this way, no one could confirm the pattern of the monsters now.
Although action had a low probability of triggering a kill, it was not zero. Su Bai did not want to take risks, so he let the 2 remaining members of Gaul take the lead. You. Hearing Su Bai's command, the Gaul people were startled, but due to Su Bai's strength, they dared not refuse and stammered for a long time without saying a word. So they turned to Asan's people and said, Look, the Dragon Country people are executioners, just killed one of our teammates, and now they want us to die.
If we do not stop them, next time it might be you going down first.
We now have an alliance of 6 people, we are not afraid of them. The Gaul team tried to pull in the 4 from Asan to resist Su Bai.
Oh, sorry, my friend.
It was made very clear earlier, our alliance is only to resist the monsters. The people of Asan were not foolish either, although their strategy was to stay put, more information meant more chances of survival. They were eager for someone to test the killing patterns of the monsters. Besides, whether they can beat Su Bai is still uncertain. Hearing the rejection from the country of A, the 2 from Gaul cursed in their hearts. But there was nothing they could do, they didn't dare to resist. So they obediently walked down the stairs. Su Bai and the others followed closely behind. The people from the country of A still did not follow, but were watching the situation from the hallway. The 2 from Gaul filled their bodies with a ghostly aura, always ready to escape.
But on the next level, the monsters did not appear. On the next floor down, the monsters still did not appear. It seems that walking in the hallway is not the killing pattern of the monsters. So what is the real pattern? Su Bai looked at the current situation and kept thinking in his mind. Brother Bai, look, there are corpses over there. Wang Shi's words interrupted Su Bai's thoughts. Su Bai raised his eyes and saw 4 black corpses in the hallway, all dead from having their necks twisted by the ghostly old man. Last time we were attacked in the hallway. These 4 also died in the hallway. Does being in the hallway mean you will be attacked?
But we are in the hallway now, and there are no monsters.
The triggering conditions for the monsters are not that simple. What have I overlooked? Chapter 128.
Besides being able to tell they are black, the 4 corpses do not have any other obvious characteristics, making it impossible to distinguish which country's team they are from. But what is certain is that after this strange instance ends, life in that country will not be easy. To say it harshly, whether they can even exist is another matter. After all, it was a total annihilation of the entire army, and it happened at such an early stage. Not to mention how many strange instances will descend in reality, this country currently doesn't have any useful strategies, and can only rely on human lives. I wonder how many people they will have to die. Wang Shi looked at the corpses before him, his eyes filled with compassion. Before, when Su Bai let the 2 from Gaul explore the road, Wang Shi also felt a hint of reluctance and wanted to persuade Su Bai several times. But here in the strange instance, having one more person explore meant there was one more hope of completing the mission, and it could save more people from Long Nation. The country's righteousness suppressed Wang Shi's compassionate heart.
Sigh. I can't help it. If I only think about saving you, what about our domestic people? Wang Shi sighed.
Su Bai glanced at Wang Shi, knowing that this person must be overwhelmed by compassion again. Su Bai could only shake his head helplessly. Wang Shi is good in every way, but this compassionate heart is hard to change, and it will likely cause big problems in the future. However, Wang Shi still knew the importance of the situation, understanding that completing the task was the most crucial. Moreover, with Su Bai's hints on his expression, he wouldn't act rashly without Su Bai's instructions. Su Bai felt somewhat relieved.
Let's collect them. Be quick.
Su Bai tossed a body bag to Wang Shi. This wasn't because Su Bai was kind-hearted, wanting to help others collect corpses. Once the ghost controllers die, if not dealt with promptly, they will turn into desolate graves.
Now the most pressing issue is how to deal with the dead ghost controllers.
During the last ghostly attack, many more than just the few in front had died. Although the 2 from Gaul and these 4 had been collected by Su Bai using body bags, they couldn't possibly collect all the corpses one by one. Just finding those dead ghost controllers was already a troublesome task. Plus, there were still frequent attacks from malevolent spirits.
No, we need to speed up. This strange instance currently only has this fixed location, and we don't even know if we can leave this building. If the dead ghost controllers turn into desolate graves, many resurrected evil spirits will appear. That would be troublesome.
Su Bai thought about their current situation, feeling it was urgent, and they needed to hurry to clear the level. Once Wangshur had collected the 4 corpses, Su Bai immediately called everyone to continue going down and quickened his pace toward the construction site. Still, the 2 from Gaul were leading the way ahead. A group of people rushed downward without stopping. Layer by layer. The roar of machines in their ears grew louder, indicating they were getting closer to the construction site. The Gaulish man leading the way felt increasingly heavy-hearted. They had originally decided to avoid this construction site as it felt too suspicious, which is why they took the upward path. Unexpectedly, they encountered a ghostly attack, instantly losing one teammate, while another was killed by that detestable person from the Dragon Nation. Not only that, but Su Bai even let them go, planning to use their lives to scout the path. The 2 were filled with mixed emotions, fear and resentment building up continuously. They exchanged glances, nodded slightly, confirming each other's thoughts. With the aura of ghosts enveloping them, they turned and charged towards Su Bai and the others. They simply couldn't hold back any longer. After all, they would die at the construction site anyway, so they might as well fight back directly. The 2 Gauls suddenly launched an attack. One person's body began to twist, transforming into a puddle of black liquid, barely holding the shape of a human. With a slight whiff, this humanoid liquid emanated a foul odor, as if it came from some sewer. The rotten liquid rushed toward Li Hai. He used to be in a relationship with the Gaulish female teammate who had died before. Seeing Li Hai cause his lover's death, he harbored deep resentment. Before, he didn't dare to act because of Su Bai's intimidation and the few numbers. But now, he cared little, he just wanted Li Hai to die. The Gaulish leader fell a step behind, but also aimed at Li Hai. He stood still, spitting out a dark shadow from his mouth, which initially took the shape of a bat but constantly changed into different forms, filled with an eerie presence. Once the shadow flew out, the Gaulish leader's body was left a mere shell, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Li Shan was startled at the sudden attack on his younger brother and then quickly regained his composure. Facing the foul liquid, he used Ghost Embrace. Withered, pitch-black ghostly hands stretched out from the void, wrapping around the foul liquid, slowly tightening. But the foul liquid softened its form, no longer maintaining a humanoid shape, completely flowing away from the ghostly hands and continuing toward Li Hai. Seeing that Ghost Embrace had failed, Li Hai hurried to use Ghost Shoulder. Yet, he probably hadn't thought about the fact that the foul liquid was no longer in a human form. Where could he put his shoulder? Ghost Embrace failed once again. In an instant, the foul liquid covered Li Hai's body, and the corrosive liquid started to erode Li Shan's flesh. Soon, Li Hai's body became pockmarked and utterly miserable. Ah! 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 Brother, save me! Quick, save me! It hurts so much, really hurts. Li Hai screamed in pain, scratching at his own body, trying to drive away the foul liquid. It had no effect, and his hands began to rot from contact with the liquid. Li Shan saw his brother in agony, feeling anxious, but had no way to help. Suddenly, a blood-red light flickered. Su Bai instantly teleported next to Li Hai. Ghostly energy gathered, and a red bridal gown covered his right hand as he struck downward at Li Hai. The foul liquid left Li Hai's body under Su Bai's pressure. Su Bai reached out, the blood-red ghostly snare spreading, suppressing the foul. I did not accept the proposal from the gallant nation to fight alongside against Su Bai. No wonder Su Bai didn't care at all about our alliance just now. His strength is so terrifying that he doesn't even need to pay attention to us. Those 2 fools from the gallant nation really don't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth. Chapter 129. The stinking liquid was compressed into a sphere by the blood-red ghost, while the ghostly shadow was bound by both the thread and the ghostly hair. In an instant, Su Bai suppressed the 2 ghost masters from the gallant nation. I have already given you a chance. Letting you scout ahead means I've spared your lives. If you don't want to live, just say it, and I will send you on your way. As Su Bai spoke, he strengthened his grip on the 2 of them. The blood-red ghost continued to compress, and the threads in ghostly hair kept tightening. Hiss! The monsters of the 2 let out a final scream, completely suppressed by Su Bai. The stinking liquid took on a human form, while the ghostly shadow suddenly dissipated into mist, flying towards its own flesh. The 2 ghost masters of the gallant nation had already lost their ability to resist. As soon as they regained their senses, the 2 knelt on the ground. Lord Su Bai, it is we who do not know what is good for us. Spare our lives, and we can continue to scout ahead. The 2 begged humbly. With a thought, Su Bai unleashed the shadow domain, and their shadows rose strangely, pouncing towards their arms. Ah! Ah! Thud! With 2 cries of agony, 4 arms fell to the ground in unison. This is just a small lesson. Next time, it will be your heads that fall.
Su Bai said coldly. Now that the killing patterns of the monsters were still not discovered, someone needed to scout ahead, otherwise, these two would not have been able to keep their lives. Everyone looked at this cruel scene, their hearts filled with horror. Li Hai trembled all over. He had just been attacked by the stinking liquid, and he knew best the power of that liquid. He never expected that in Su Bai's hands, these two would be so vulnerable. Thinking back to the poses his two brothers had struck earlier. Fortunately, my brother held me back just now, otherwise, I would probably be a corpse by now. Li Shan's Adam's apple moved up and down as he swallowed hard. He was also shocked by Su Bai's strength and felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, I held back earlier. In front of the big screen, everyone was watching closely. They had seen the sudden attack of the two from the gallant nation and the strength exhibited by Su Bai. Minister Jean breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Su Bai, otherwise, Li Hai would definitely be in danger. Losing one person would still affect the completion of the mission. Indeed, Su Bai's reaction was too quick, and his movements were very fast. In an instant, he subdued those two ghost masters. No wonder he is the blood-red ghost. We did not waste the rewards we paid earlier. A general affirmed Su Bai's strength and decisive action. Fortunately, Su Bai is on our side. If he were in the enemy's camp, the consequences would truly be unimaginable. Humph, and then there are the brothers Li Shan and Li Hai. Before entering, their files made them seem strong. I did not expect them to be utterly powerless before the two from the gallant nation. Yes, before entering, they still acted high and mighty, even looking down on Su Bai. They tried to bargain, asking for too much. These two are not reliable. Their mindset and abilities are not even close to Su Bai. People in the conference room were discussing enthusiastically. Professor Gua, however, had no time to join in their discussions. Every piece of information was another thread of hope. He remained focused on the screen, not missing any details. From time to time, he scribbled notes on his notebook, clearly contemplating the killing patterns of the monsters. Beside him, Yukai also noticed the strength demonstrated by Su Bai. He secretly admired. Su Bai is indeed a level above ordinary ghost masters. But with the backing of the country and with Professor Gua, I believe that one day I will be able to catch up to his pace. As Yukai contemplated, he rubbed his subtly darkened right hand. Just as Su Bai dismantled the arms of the two from Galia, another cold wind swept in. Su Bai felt something was off and quickly unleashed the blood-red ghost warding. Be careful, he reminded Wang Shi in passing. Sure enough, a ghost in an old worker's uniform attacked again. Its first target was Li Hai. At that moment, Li Hai was recovering from his injuries. Suddenly, a ghostly hand pierced through his chest, pulling out his heart. Thud thud. The heart, just leaving the body, seemed to still be beating. Then, with a fierce squeeze, the heart exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. No! Brother! Li Shan, seeing his brother lose his life, had eyes wide enough to burst. He was about to use Ghost Embrace against the ghost, but the remaining reason in his mind made him stop. The last time a ghost attacked, Li Shan had already used it, only binding it for half a second, which did nothing at all. Moreover, with Li Hai dead, the attack capability of the two brothers was lost, and stopping now would only lead to his own demise. Li Shan understood the situation and quickly began to flee. While Li Hai was under attack, Su Bai heard screams from the upstairs, realizing something was wrong. This time, there are ghosts upstairs too. I can't retreat to that floor anymore. Su Bai continued to maintain the blood-red ghost warding while pondering tactics. Pulling his hand from Li Hai's corpse, the ghost turned and attacked Wang Shi. Wang Shi didn't even have time to call for help before he felt his body go soft, and the ghost crushed his head into a mush. Discarding Wang Shi's body, the ghost began searching for its next target. Fortunately, Wang Shi rode a ghostly skeleton, whose healing ability was phenomenal. With ghost energy flooding his head, his injuries rapidly healed. The ghost charged straight for Su Bai. Seeing the ghost attacking, Su Bai shouted loudly. Li Xiang! The sound of a swana echoed. A ghostly fairy dressed in a red wedding gown, with skin like cream and beautiful, bright eyes, suddenly appeared. Everyone close your eyes. Su Bai quickly reminded. Hearing this, everyone immediately shut their eyes, leaving only the ghost still moving toward Su Bai. Li Xiang and Su Bai shared a mental connection. After Su Bai shouted for everyone to close their eyes, she lifted her veil. Ah! The ghost let out a terrible scream, and immense pressure surged toward it. The ghost still attempted to attack Su Bai. Waves of ghost energy poured out from within the ghost, trying to resist the pressure brought by the ghostly bride lifting her veil. The ghost energy spread, then was pushed back, continued to spread, and was pressed back again. This scene repeated several times in a short period. Seeing the ghost scream, everyone opened their eyes. They were shocked to find the ghost was actually held in place. They were all surprised by Su Bai's strength. Although they had tried to overestimate his power, they never expected him to suppress such a strong ghost and secure the upper hand. The strength of this ghost was evident to all. The previous Gallia team and Lehigh didn't last even a round before meeting their end against it. We mustn't provoke Su Bai.
The remaining people silently reached a consensus in their hearts.
Chapter 130.
With no spare energy to care about what others thought, Su Bai was pondering how to deal with this ghost. Although he had suppressed the ghost in place, Su Bai felt no sense of relaxation, instead becoming even more cautious. The fact that the ghostly bride's lifting of the veil hadn't killed this ghost indicated that it was of a very high level. The ghostly bride's veil lifting was enough to instantly kill any female ghost of a lower level, although it was still unable to fully exert its power. Ordinary ghosts couldn't withstand it either.
Let's try another female ghost, it might have a miraculous effect.
Su Bai thought to himself, and began to unleash the shadow domain, planning to use shadows to dismantle the ghost piece by piece.
There was no movement at all. Su Bai frowned. Shadow? He glanced around the environment. The lights went out at some unknown moment.
The shadow field couldn't take effect, so it was time to switch to something else. The title of Ghost Collector wasn't given without reason, focusing on having many ghosts. The temperature of the air around dropped rapidly. Su Bai transformed into a snow woman. Cold air surged from her feet, spreading on the ground and instantly creeping up the legs of the vengeful ghost. In the blink of an eye, the vengeful ghost's legs were covered with a thick layer of frost. Whoosh! Then, a thread shot out, wrapping around the frozen feet of the vengeful ghost and yanking hard. Crack! Crack! The frozen feet of the vengeful ghost completely shattered into ice shards. Without the support of its legs, the vengeful ghost fell forward, lying flat on the ground but still stubbornly trying to move towards Su Bai.
Still trying to crawl?
Su Bai felt speechless. Hiss! A piercing roar came from above. Another ghost appeared, seemingly rushing in from upstairs. The team from Ashen Country above must have been wiped out.
Brother Bai.
Be careful.
Another one is coming over there.
At this moment, Wang Shi's head had just healed, and before he could stand up and move, he saw a ghost charging towards Su Bai and hurriedly alerted him.
Run!
Su Bai turned around and noticed another vengeful ghost, panic coursing through him. He was too late to experiment with how to seal the legless vengeful ghost. While putting away the ghostly threads, he urged Wang Shi to retreat into a nearby room. Sustaining the ghostly threads in this dungeon consumed a lot of energy for Su Bai. Without the suppression of the ghostly threads, the shattered pieces of the legless vengeful ghost's legs on the ground surprisingly began to join together at the injury site, and in no time, it reassembled as if it had not been harmed. Once the legless vengeful ghost stood up again, it immediately charged towards Su Bai along with the other ghost.
The other members saw that the vengeful ghost was distracted by Su Bai and quickly ran in the opposite direction. It wasn't that they didn't trust Su Bai, but with another vengeful ghost, two fists couldn't fight four hands, and Su Bai was already overwhelmed.
Brother Bai, wait for me. Wang Shi, seeing Su Bai retreat, ran after him without a second thought. But unexpectedly, the two vengeful ghosts were incredibly fast and soon caught up to him. Wang Shi gritted his teeth, determination rising in his heart. He threw out the four black corpses from the body bag, trying to delay the ghost's advance. Then he quickly ran towards Su Bai. The two men dashed into a room in a corner of the corridor. Thud! Wang Shi slammed the door shut.
It should be fine now, right? Brother Bai.
Wang Shi panted as he asked. Last time when a ghost attacked, they hid in a room, and the ghost stopped pursuing. Wang Shi naively believed that in this bizarre dungeon, the room was a safe zone and that hiding inside would make the vengeful ghost give up the attack. If the bizarre dungeon were that simple, many people wouldn't have died. Su Bai had yet to respond. Bang! 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 The sound of the door being slammed echoed throughout the room. Wang Shi's heart jumped into his throat, and he rushed forward to brace against the door. Damn! These two bastards are so relentless. Brother Bai, this doesn't seem right. Last time we ran into a room, the vengeful ghost stopped chasing us. Why isn't it working this time? Can it be that only the rooms on that floor are safe? Creak! Creak! The door creaked precariously under the violent impacts. Brother Bai, please help, I can't hold on much longer. Wang Shi felt a surge of fear as the collisions from the vengeful ghosts grew increasingly fierce. He quickly sought help from Su Bai. Seeing this, Su Bai used the Snow Woman's powers to completely freeze the door. Then he shouted to Wang Shi, don't worry about the door, the ice should hold for a bit. Quickly, plug your ears. After saying that, he didn't even check if Wang Shi had followed through and quickly unleashed the ghostly threads. A wave of eerie opera sounds filled the air. A figure dressed in a long skirt of azure without pleats and adorned with a jeweled phoenix crown appeared. A figure wrapped in a red mist, wearing a golden koi dress, appeared, her face adorned with vibrant makeup of a flower roll. General, what are your orders? The charming voice of Lan Ji rang out. A heart-wrenching tune. The situation was urgent, there was no time to chat with the ghostly actress. The key was to repel the vengeful spirits. Upon hearing Su Bai's command, Loli slightly nodded, and a sorrowful melody of opera accompanied by intermittent gong sounds began to echo. Fair beauty far away, longing painful, countless emotions, hard to express. 10 years of love threads? The voice of the ghostly actress filled the room. The sound of banging on the door outside grew weaker, until it completely disappeared. Su Bai glanced toward Wang Shi. He had not made any moves, standing still in place. His expression was strange, at times angry, at times fearful, at times confused, as if performing a face-changing act. Wang Shi had fallen under the spell as soon as the opera started. Su Bai understood that Wang Shi plugging his ears was useless against the full-powered ghost opera. Before, Su Bai had only wanted Wang Shi to hold out a bit longer. However, Su Bai wasn't too worried about Wang Shi's safety. The ghostly skeletal structure was incredibly robust. It had previously restored itself even after its head was crushed by a vengeful spirit. Although the ghostly opera was powerful, it would not reduce Wang Shi to ashes. Even if it turned to fragments, Su Bai believed the skeletal structure could piece itself back together. As long as the skeleton remained, Wang Shi would not die. Suddenly, with a bang, Wang Shi's head exploded. The ghostly skeletal ability activated, the fragments of Wang Shi's head were wrapped in ghostly energy and flew back to his body. Before long, Wang Shi came back to life. Wang Shi moved his body a bit, finding no discomfort, and excitedly ran over. Brother Bai, this ghostly actress is too powerful. As expected of my brother Bai, dealing with these two little vengeful spirits is no big deal. With no time to heed Wang Shi's flattery, Su Bai stared at the clock, pondering the patterns of the ghost's attacks. The 10-minute attack time can basically be confirmed. The interval between attacks seems to be 15 minutes. Perhaps there are other triggering conditions? Chapter 131. Wang Shi, the ghost's attack time is 10 minutes, roughly every 15 minutes. Check your watch and see if it matches. Su Bai planned to synchronize with Wang Shi to confirm the ghost attack time patterns. Wang Shi raised his hand and looked at his watch. That's right, Brother Bai. Just as you said. Attacking every 15 minutes, lasting 10 minutes each time. Isn't that too frequent? Brother Bai, although you can suppress those vengeful spirits, their numbers seem to be increasing. Holding out like this is pointless. And, Brother Bai, your ghostly energy. That's right, we still need to crack the ghost's killing patterns. This building should have some strange power, my ghostly abilities can't be fully unleashed, and the consumption is immense. If we don't decipher the ghost's patterns and quickly eliminate them or safely evade their attacks, the continuous assault of ghosts will wear us down here. Su Bai nodded. In fact, just as Su Bai said, these ghosts could only be suppressed by him. The attack from the two vengeful spirits just now was survived thanks to Loli fully unleashing the ghostly opera. Su Bai's ghostly energy had also been drained considerably, although it was slowly recovering. But ultimately, it was not enough. Moreover, I have some clues about the ghost's killing patterns. It should be related to shadows. Shadows? Yes, do you remember the scene when I tore off the arms of those two Galleon ghost masters? I used their shadows. But later, when I tried to use the same method to dismantle the ghost I had suppressed, I found it had no shadow. And the lights also went out without me noticing. Perhaps they were extinguished when the vengeful spirits first appeared. Or it can be said that the lights went out, and that is when the vengeful spirits attacked us. Su Bai shared his thoughts with Wang Shi, and it was also for those outside the big screen to hear. Wang Shi paused for a moment, digesting the information Su Bai gave him. Then he quickly looked up at the ceiling and discovered that this house really had no lights. The last house we hid in had lights, Su Bai reminded him at the right moment. Hiss. Wang Shi gasped, then became excited. It really seems like it. No wonder we weren't attacked when we first entered the room last time. These two evil spirits this time are relentless, like a sticky plaster, chasing us wildly. Even when we were in the room, they still slammed against the door. If it weren't for your ghostly female performer, Brother Bai, I would have probably been done for. Brother Bai is amazing. You even discovered this. Knowing the killing patterns of these monsters makes things much easier. As long as we move in places with light, isn't that invincible? This is just my guess. Although I can basically confirm it, we still can't let our guard down. We still need to hurry to that construction site, that's the key to clearing the game. Although Su Bai was confident in his deduction, he remained cautious as always. In front of the big screen, Professor Guo heard the conversation between the two and quickly wrote it down in his notebook. An excited expression rarely appeared on his face. Yes. That's right. It's about the shadow. Or the light. There's over 70% possibility that these two are among the killing patterns of the monsters. No wonder Su Bai is so meticulous. Knowing this information, even if a strange quest appears later, it will be much easier for us to handle. But we still have to be careful, we can't rule out other conditions. Excited, Professor Gua maintained his rigorous attitude. Minister Jean was also very excited but managed to keep his expression composed, continually praising Su Bai. This is the backbone of our country. Powerful and meticulous. Others were equally excited and thrilled. As long as they found the killing pattern of the monsters, they could safely enter that construction site. The possibility of passing through the strange quest would greatly increase. Su Bai noticed that there was no movement outside, so he took Wang Shi and walked out of the room. He planned to check the situation. If anything seemed unusual, they would hurry to the construction site. As soon as they stepped out, they saw two corpses not far away, bloodied, with some short limbs and bloody flesh chunks surrounding them, making them nauseous. One corpse had a hole in its left chest, leaving only a big cavity. It looked like the heart had been ripped out. The other corpse was headless. It was not just crushed or anything else. Both corpses had no arms. From the one with a complete head, a glimpse of its pre-death face could be seen. These two should be the remaining monster tamers of Gallia. Their monsters had just been suppressed by Su Bai once, and they hadn't fully recovered. Plus, Su Bai had dismantled their arms, so they were indeed struggling to survive under the attacks of the evil spirits. Su Bai did not pay attention to the two corpses. He now wanted to get downstairs as quickly as possible. Even if the monster tamers' bodies would turn into absolute graves, Su Bai didn't want to waste time cleaning up. He looked up at the stairway and hallway, finding that there was light in both places. It should be safe for now. Let's hurry. While there was still light, Su Bai beckoned to the constantly sighing Wang Shi and quickly walked downstairs. As they crossed the hallway, they noticed a figure leaning against the wall, with a gloomy face, murmuring to himself. However, from a distance, it was hard to hear what he was saying. Su Bai focused and realized it was Li Shan. Li Shan was lucky. He must have stumbled into a place with light and narrowly escaped a calamity. But his brother, Li Hai, was not as fortunate. He was killed first by the evil spirit. Li Shan was immersed in the sorrow of his brother's death and did not notice the arrival of the two. Su Bai felt no emotion regarding the two brothers' fate. In his 10 years of apocalyptic experience, life and death were very common. In a world where evil spirits roam, the life is as worthless as grass. Li Shan also saw Su Bai and the two of them, without thinking, rushed up. Su Bai, take me with you. He has now realized who the real support is, knowing that following Su Bai is the only way to survive. Su Bai did not refuse, coldly saying, "If you want to follow me, listen to my orders, or get lost." Li Shan hurriedly nodded. Su Bai took the lead and walked down the stairs. Next to him, Wang Shi suddenly exclaimed, asking Su Bai, "Brother Bai, shouldn't we find someone to scout ahead? It looks very dangerous down there." "There's no need for that. My previous guess is likely correct. Since we already know the pattern of the monsters' killings, there's no point in turning back to waste time finding someone. The frequency of monster attacks is very high. They won't give us so much time. By the time we find someone to scout, the next attack will have already come. Time is limited. We need to hurry to the construction site." After saying that, he quickened his pace towards the stairs. "Okay, Brother Bai." Wang Shi also understood the current situation, not lingering, and quickly followed. Chapter 132. Tap 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 tap. The empty abandoned building was filled with the sound of the three rushing footsteps. The lights flickered, occasionally mixed with the sound of crackling electricity. The three continued downward, not encountering any other country's spirit communicators. Only seeing many corpses in tragic states, but they had no time to clean up. Just as they were about to reach the construction site in a few more floors, Su Bai suddenly stopped, sensing danger approaching. "Stop, there's movement." Wang Shi and Li Shan also took up defensive positions. They then saw three figures rushing towards Su Bai. As they got closer, the three figures stopped and bowed 90 degrees. "Lord Su Bai. I am Takahashi from the Spirit Exorcism Society. I didn't expect to see you here, Lord Su. This must be the arrangement of Amaterasu. Lord Su, the Empire has been waiting for your return along with Lady Yuki." The leader from the Cherry Blossom country stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Although Su Bai's team had decimated the Cherry Blossom country's team in the previous bizarre instance, the Japanese still did not give up on the idea of having Su Bai return with them. Having witnessed Su Bai's terrifying power has only strengthened their resolve. The Cherry Blossom country has always been a nation that admires the strong. Before Su Bai could speak, Wang Shi anxiously said, "Get lost, what nonsense about returning? My brother Bai will never go with you." Su Bai glanced at the three from the Cherry Blossom country, coldly saying, "It's already your luck that three of you can still be alive. Don't seek death." Su Bai already disliked the Japanese, and now had no time to deal with them. He just wanted to hurry to the construction site. "Let's go." Su Bai did not stop, continuing downward. The three from the Cherry Blossom country had no choice but to follow. "Lord Su Bai, please reconsider.
The Empire sincerely invites you and Lady Yuki to return. As long as you come back with me, our president said he would give his position to you. Even if you don't let Lady Yuki come back, please consider how you might help our country. There are currently several large-scale bazaar events that are impossible to handle without you and such a powerful being as Lady Yuki. Please. Su Bai had previously thought about visiting the cherry blossom country someday. After all, Sadako and Yukiana are spirits from that land, and he would need to find clues there to promote to SSS level. But that does not mean Su Bai would join the cherry blossom country or help them deal with bazaar events. The bazaar events within the Dragon Kingdom haven't been properly handled yet. Unless there are sufficient benefits, Su Bai would not easily intervene. These Japanese kept shouting for his return, hoping he could help, yet they had nothing substantial to offer. Only wanting to take advantage, Su Bai isn't foolish and wouldn't do something so dumb as helping others without gain. Get lost, don't force me to act. Su Bai continued to refuse. I don't want to act against them right now. Tangling with them here will only waste my time. The leader from the cherry blossom country was smart enough, seeing Su Bai's firm attitude, he didn't say anything else and silently stepped back, following Su Bai and the others from a distance. The group continued down without any accidents and quickly reached the third floor. Wang Shi glanced outside when passing by a window, stopped in his tracks, and couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them and looked outside again. Then he hurriedly called out to Su Bai, looking panicked. Brother Bai, look. All the workers below have disappeared. Just now, Su Bai was focused on getting there and didn't pay attention to the construction site. Upon hearing Wang Shi's shout, he stopped and looked outside. As expected, it was just as Wang Shi said. Su Bai frowned slightly. There were about 20 workers at the construction site before, working hard, and now they had all mysteriously vanished. But various machines were still running normally, shovels, hammers, and other tools lay scattered, and several carts were still filled with cement. It looked like those workers had been wiped away by some power while they were working normally. While Su Bai was still wondering why that group of workers had suddenly disappeared, the Japanese people trailing behind rushed up. Lord Su Bai, let's work together. Although your strength is impressive, there is an old saying in Longwa, 3 cobblers can rival Zhuge Liang. We will do our utmost. This group of Japanese people also heard Wang Shi's shout, recognized the situation below, and were ready to seek cooperation with Su Bai. Su Bai initially intended to refuse directly, but after a moment of thought, he spoke. Working with me comes at a price, with just a few of you, you cannot afford it yet. Here's the deal, I'll give you a chance. You need to go down immediately, and I will observe the situation from behind. The sudden disappearance of the workers made Su Bai a bit uneasy, and he needed to figure out the strange situation at the construction site. Since these Japanese people had come to offer themselves as scouts, he wouldn't turn them away. The Japanese leader fell silent upon hearing this. He understood Su Bai meant for them to scout ahead. While the Japanese leader was still hesitating, a woman from the team suddenly stepped forward with a dissatisfied tone. Do you want to use us as cannon fodder? I wonder what price Mr. Su can pay. Su Bai said indifferently. Ha, what price? The price I offer is your lives. You. The Japanese woman's face turned red. She didn't expect Su Bai to look down on them this much. Smack. Before the Japanese woman could continue speaking, the leader, seeing her rush forward, directly slapped her across the face. He angrily scolded, Baka, do not disrespect Lord Su Bai. Then, he immediately apologized to Su Bai. Lord Su Bai, please do not take it to heart. Then he signaled the Japanese woman to speak. The Japanese woman stood up, disregarding her reddened left cheek, and immediately bowed 90 degrees in apology. I'm terribly sorry, Lord Su Bai, I was the one who was rude. Her tone was extremely respectful, but her eyes were filled with resentment. Watching the scene, Su Bai felt nothing but disdain. These Japanese people were like this, they had small courtesy but no greater integrity. They would bow and apologize at the drop of a hat, yet none would miss their chance to do unethical things. Too lazy to care about their performance, Su Bai said coldly. Enough of the nonsense. Lead the way ahead. The Japanese leader gritted his teeth. All right, Lord Su Bai, we sincerely want to invite you to join us. This time, let me show you our sincerity. After saying that, he led his team to head downstairs first. Chapter 133. The 3 from the cherry blossom country took their positions to lead the way, but due to their excessive caution, their movements were very slow. Su Bai glanced at his watch and urged. Move faster, we don't have time. The 3 from the cherry blossom country did not reply, exchanged looks, and silently increased their pace. Fortunately, no unexpected events occurred, and the group successfully arrived at the stairs on the first floor. Su Bai inquired about the strange construction site situation. The workers had indeed disappeared, leaving only the machines still working tirelessly. A concrete pillar nearby had just been completed, and seemed to still emit warmth. In one area, the concrete for the foundation hadn't fully dried, with half a bucket of cement still nearby.
Next to that position, there was an abandoned iron canister, with a few pieces of wood burning inside. The flames were not large, only illuminating a few meters around. Accompanied by crackling sounds, sparks occasionally flew out. By the fire, 2 old iron flasks were still warming. It was probably due to the cold night that the workers lit a fire to warm themselves while enjoying a sip of hot liquor. Let's keep moving forward. Okay, Lord Su Bai. Other than the absence of the workers, Su Bai didn't notice anything special, so he urged everyone to continue forward. The group approached the construction site. As they stepped onto the first floor, a strange voice echoed. There are already 18 Yuguasia who have entered the first level of the strange scenario. As the announcement rang out, the group was stunned in place. 18 people? 3 from Long Country plus 3 from the island country, that was only 6 people. How could there be 18? Had someone hidden themselves? Wang Shi gathered his courage and shouted, Who? Who is hiding? The island team leader, Takahashi, directly used his ghost powers, his eyes igniting with bluish flames, scanning the surroundings while calling out. Don't hide away, come out now. Su Bai frowned and activated his blood-red ghost barrier, ready for any possible attack. However, the situation remained the same as before. The ghost barrier was still suppressed, its range of protection limited. Crap, crap, crap. Before others could find the hidden Yuguasia in the darkness, the sounds of the lights shutting off echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, all the lights in the abandoned building went out. The building was shrouded in darkness, except for the iron canister fire stubbornly burning. Though weak, its glow still felt warm. Ah! Help! Quick, get to the first floor. Captain, wait for me. Don't kill me, please, I beg you. The back and forth cries for help, wails, and commands continuously came from within the darkened building. 15 minutes are up. A new round of monster attacks begins. It's good we made it to the first floor. Su Bai glanced at his watch by the firelight, thinking to himself. Go to the fire. Su Bai called to Wang Shi. According to previous speculation, ghosts couldn't have shadows, so this fire should be the only safe place. Wang Shi, upon hearing this, dashed toward the fire. Li Shan followed closely, though unsure why they needed to go there. He trusted Su Bai wouldn't be wrong. The people from the island country saw Su Bai's group moving and stealthily followed behind. As they reached the fire, Wang Shi steadied his breath, swallowed hard, and felt a wave of fear. Thank goodness, thank goodness. We made it. Brother Bai, your deduction is absolutely correct. The decision to head to the first floor was indeed wise. When the monster attacks, all the lights in the building go out. Now all the Yuguasia in the building are under attack by monsters. Only here, with the fire, we should be able to survive this wave of attacks. Su Bai nodded, was about to speak, but suddenly noticed something was off. It seemed there were footsteps in the darkness, and quite a number of them. Hiss! Accompanied by a screech, a group of terrifying ghosts charged out, attacking Su Bai and the others. They wore old blue worker uniforms, their faces pale, with what seemed to be blood tears streaming down. Be careful! Su Bai quickly warned Wang Shi while using ghost power. He noticed the temperature plunged suddenly, cold air rapidly spreading from beneath his feet toward the attacking ghosts. Soon, all the terrifying ghosts were completely frozen. Wang Shi also realized the surrounding situation and panicked. Brother Bai, what's going on? Why are there still monsters attacking us? Aren't we safe with the firelight? Wang Shi, though confused, still approached. According to Su Bai's previous assignment, he had to take on the role of a meat shield. After all, he controlled a ghost frame, and his ability to endure damage was among the best in the country. I don't understand, the previous prediction should be correct. Su Bai replied, feeling puzzled himself about why this group of spirits was different from the previous ones. They clearly had flames but still attacked. Crack, crack. The furious ghosts did not give Su Bai more time to think and broke free from their frozen restraints to continue their assault. This group of spirits was still powerful. The Snow Woman's ability could only freeze them for a while. Afterward, it could only slightly slow their speed. Wang Shi, hold on. Alright, Brother Bai. Wang Shi used his white bones for protection, resisting the spirit's attacks. Whoosh! Countless threads of silk flew out, wrapping around the furious ghosts tightly. Li Shan also frequently used Ghost Hug, although its effect was not very significant, it helped by some time. The situation was temporarily under control. Meanwhile, the Yukai practitioners from Cherry Blossom Country were also under attack from the spirits. Team leader Takahashi still summoned the ghostly blue fire, but unlike before, it only burned in his eyes. This time he urged it with all his strength, using the ghost fire to encircle the 3 from the island nation. Takahashi's ghost fire seemed to have a cold attribute, although it couldn't completely hold back the spirits, it still made their movements much stiffer. The back of the head of the woman from the island nation who had previously insulted Su Bai suddenly sprouted a gaping mouth, much larger than that of an ordinary person, filled with shark-like sharp teeth. Her hair continually elongated, transforming into tentacle-like objects that lashed out at the incoming spirits, blocking their attacks. Their shadow suddenly moved, slashing towards the legs. In an instant, the legs of several people were severed. Immediately, a ghostly figure dressed in a blood-red wedding gown passed through the three men, its sharp ghost claws piercing through, leaving only a large hollow in the left chest of each man, blood spraying out, as their hearts were ripped out by the ghost bride. Whom? You. The three men did not even have time to scream in agony before they were killed by Su Bai. Li Shang did not clean the blood off his hands but gave Su Bai a slight smile before disappearing. Maintaining Li Shang's existence required a lot of ghost power, so it needed to be conserved. Su Bai coldly watched the remaining teams ready to snatch, exuding a terrifying aura. What's the matter? Do you all want to die too? The several teams that arrived were momentarily stunned, looking at Su Bai who stood like a demon, and they abandoned their thoughts of snatching, fleeing to other places to escape from the ghost's pursuit. They thought to themselves. Is this the blood-red ghost bride? Indeed, as rumored, it is ruthless and powerful. With a single moment, it killed 3 people. I thought I might be able to encounter them, but it seems I was overthinking. After an unknown amount of time, the extinguished light tubes began to flicker, the light dimming and brightening. The ghosts instantly ceased their attacks and retreated into the darkness, disappearing from sight. An eerie prompt echoed timely, number of people remaining on the first floor, 22. Seeing the ghosts retreat, the surviving ghost tamers breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it was over. Brother Bai, this campfire is useless. We have shadows here, thinking it was safe. Who knew the ghosts would still attack, and moreover, there were people wanting to snatch this place. Didn't you see we were also being attacked? Beside them, Wang Shi was straightening his broken arm while complaining. The deduction is correct. Su Bai confirmed. However, it does not affect whether we have shadows or not. The ghost's killing rule is based on light. Light? To be precise, it is the light from lamps. The true condition that limits the ghosts should be the building's built-in lights. Only places where the lights are on will not be attacked. Firelight and any other light emitted using ghost powers are useless. Su Bai had basically determined the ghost's killing rules, but was still not clear about the conditions for the next stage of the dungeon. The two were discussing the killing rules. Li Shan remained silent beside them. It seemed that Li Hai's death had a significant impact on him. The 3 from the Cherry Blossom country coordinated well, yet the ghost's attacks were ceaseless, and their ghost powers were rapidly consumed, ultimately unable to hold on. After breaking through the defense line, 2 out of 3 men instantly perished, leaving only their leader Takahashi to endure the assault a bit longer due to slightly stronger strength. The remaining Takahashi did not display any sad emotions. The islanders were cold and ruthless, with profit above all. He was only thinking of clearing the level, so he got up and approached Su Bai, intending to cling to him for support. The remaining Ghost Tamers teams were also gathering around here. The remaining Ghost Tamers on the first floor gathered around the campfire, each occupying a side, standing guard against each other. Although the earlier Eerie voice hinted at 22 people remaining, visibly there were only 11. Su Bai's 3-man team all survived, joined by Takahashi, thus 4 of them occupied one side. The 3 Ghost Tamers next to them were from the beautiful country. They looked identical, with blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and dressed in matching black suits, seemingly triplets. Yet they exuded an eerie aura. Usual triplets, while similar in appearance, still have subtle differences, but these 3 looked like they were cut from the same mold, completely identical. 2 other Ghost Tamers stood beside the trio. One was the Ghost Tamer from the previous encounter from the Asan country, while the other was from a country that was clearly not Asan country. The 2 men's teammates had already perished, relying on the beautiful country Ghost Tamers to barely survive. This 5-man group formed a small team. The remaining 2 were Ghost Tamers from the Bear country. He was big and strong, towering high. He watched Su Bai and the beautiful country's team with great caution, as there were only 4 on Su Bai's side and 5 on the beautiful country's side. They seemed weak and outnumbered. The 3 from the beautiful country spoke first. Everyone, the fact that you survived the monster's attack shows that you are all quite strong. To get through this level, we suggest forming an alliance. We reluctantly take on the role of leader. And we have already seen through the monster's killing pattern. As long as the lights are off, they will attack. No one knows when the next attack will come. We should work together. The 3 spoke in turn, as if it were one voice. Before the strange invasion, the beautiful country acted this way, like the world's police, as if all other countries should follow their correct lead, once bragging as the beacon of humanity. Su Bai frowned and said nothing. He was thinking about the number of survivors. Next to him, Wang Shi could not stand the beautiful country's attitude and retorted. What nonsense about the lights-off killing pattern. My brother Bai hasn't even spoken, and you want to take charge? Pa! The 3 were not angry at Wang Shi's words. Instead, they began to discuss the number of survivors. According to the previous hint, there should be 22 people present.
But we only have 11 people now.
This means there are still 11 people hiding, or those 11 are the monsters.
In fact, we think there could be monsters hiding among us. To the one from Cherry Blossom Country, I suggest you be cautious. Chapter 135.
The three from the beautiful country seemed to be well-meaning in giving Takahashi advice, but anyone could hear their underlying message. Su Bai and his team were the hidden monsters. The only remaining spirit master from Assam country heard the three from the beautiful country and hurriedly came out to show loyalty. I think it is the Dragon Country's team. They previously caused the death of Galloa's country. Before he finished speaking, his head seemed to come off like a loose part, rolling several times on the ground. The shadow behind him held the pose of decapitation. It turned out that Su Bai controlled the shadow ghost to directly remove his head. The spirit master from Assam country originally wanted to please the three from the beautiful country by accusing the Dragon Country team of being monsters. But suddenly he realized his vision had changed. He felt dizzy as a headless corpse appeared in his sight.
Whose body is that? It looks a bit familiar. It's me. That's me. Ah.
The spirit master from Assam country suddenly realized his head was gone and screamed in terror. The monster he controlled inside struggled to keep his body alive. Su Bai then unleashed the blood-red ghost's curse, spreading towards the spirit master from Assam country, suddenly pressing down. The monstrous energy in the spirit master's body vanished completely, his monster having no resistance against the ghost lady's curse. The headless corpse suddenly fell to the ground, completely losing its life.
Current number of survivors, 21, a strange prompt echoed.
Su Bai maintained the blood-red ghost's curse, wrapping his body in a layer of crimson light, as if emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His eyes were cold and sharp, surveying his surroundings.
Who still dares to doubt that we are monsters? I give you a chance, come out now. I will treat you all as killed by vengeful spirits.
In front of the large screen, Minister Jean saw Su Bai's bloody tactics and frowned slightly. Using such violence at this time might stir discontent among others.
He knew Su Bai was always swift and decisive, acting as soon as he decided to strike.
He only worried that such actions would prompt others to unite against the Dragon Country's team. It should be this way, to kill the chicken to scare the monkey.
If you're strong, you should show it directly. If you appear even slightly weak, others will take advantage. A major general expressed his opinion.
He was a hardliner in the military district, always advocating violence to combat violence, and he loved Su Bai's thunderous methods the most.
Keep watching, Su Bai's strength is strong enough. I believe they will handle it well.
The three from beautiful country saw Su Bai boldly take action and instantly kill the ghost handler from Assam country, unable to come to the rescue in time. Once they regained their senses, a wave of joy surged in their hearts. The ghost handler from Assam country was originally of average strength, and the only reason they kept him around was because he could be a disposable pawn. They had long thought about when to abandon him. Now, with Su Bai suddenly going on the offensive, it provided a perfect opportunity to pull in other countries.
Dragon Country people. What are you doing? Everyone saw it.
This person is ruthless and merciless, attacking without warning.
There's no reason at all.
Last time in the Bazaar Dungeon, he wiped out the other country's teams. We should first unite to get rid of such a butcher. The three from beautiful country quickly spoke up, planning to join forces against Dragon Country. The two from Bear Country remained quiet, watching coldly. They did not trust anyone. Takahashi from Cherry Blossom Country directly refused. Sorry, the Empire still needs Lord Su Bai. The last remaining ghost handler looked pale and dared not speak, quietly distancing himself from the crowd. Seeing that no one else supported them, the three from beautiful country temporarily abandoned their idea of attacking, knowing they couldn't defeat Su Bai with just the three of them. However, Su Bai seemed unwilling to let them off, extending his right hand, blood-red ghost energy enveloping him, draping him in a layer of scarlet wedding attire, and suddenly stabbing forward.
Brother Bai, you.
Wang Shi was shocked. The target Su Bai had just attacked turned out to be Li Shan. Su Bai's sharp ghost claws pierced through Li Shan's chest with unstoppable force, pulling out his bright red heart and crushing it, blood and flesh splattering, not giving Li Shan a moment to react. The crowd outside the screen also witnessed this scene. They were both surprised and furious. They could still understand Su Bai attacking people from other countries, but now targeting Li Shan left them speechless. Minister Jin Shen shook his head with a wry smile. This Su Bai. He must have his reasons. He didn't want to judge, after all, Su Bai was someone he had invited, so he could only comfort himself.
The two generals, however, looked quite angry. What's wrong with him? Although Li Shan has a bad reputation, his strength is still considerable. He could also provide support in the Bazaar Dungeon. How could he just attack directly?
Everyone was very surprised, but Su Bai calmly stated. Earlier, when we just entered the first level, the prompt said there were 18 people alive, but we only see 6. This means 12 of them are invisible. Just now, the prompt said 21 people were alive, so 21 minus 12 is equal to 9. So there should be 9 people, but we still have 10 people here.
This means one is not human.
Lishan has always been noisy. Since we entered, he hasn't stopped talking. But now he hasn't cursed for a long time. Although it could be because of his brother's death, I don't believe that.
And
before Su Bai could finish his words, one of the triplets from beautiful country suddenly softened and gradually disappeared, leaving only a black suit on the ground, as if something was pooling underneath it.
The crowd, who had just relaxed a bit upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, instantly tensed up. Who is it? What's going on? Did someone just attack? Is it that invisible group of ghosts?
Everyone looked around, worried they might lose their lives like the ghost handler from beautiful country had just done. The remaining 2 ghost handlers of beautiful country exchanged glances. They knew what was happening but could not explain it. Seeing their brother killed, they could only curse loudly, "Fuck." Then, they charged at Su Bai. Seeing the 2 rush towards him, Su Bai, unperturbed, unleashed the shadow ghost curse. The 2 who were originally rushing towards Su Bai suddenly lunged forward.
Their shadows intertwined with their legs and violently yanked them.
Rip! Both of their legs were torn off, but strangely, there was no blood flowing from the broken leg, not even muscle tissue could be seen. Beneath the skin was a hollow void. The 2 continued to curse, channeling their ghostly power as the skin at the broken place rapidly grew back like spider silk, returning to its original form in an instant.
Chapter 136. Su Bai just watched the 2 recover, not making a move, completely disregarding them.
Seeing the 2 recover, he said with a hint of mockery.
"Ha, you've wanted to kill us for a long time, haven't you?
So Lishan must be a disguise of yours.
Planning to sneak attack us from behind? You thought I wouldn't notice. How naive. Now your plan has fallen apart. What do you plan to do?"
It turned out that at some point, Lishan had already been replaced by the ghost master from the beautiful country. Now, as Lishan was instantly erased by Su Bai, that fake body also vanished. I don't even know what kind of monster that ghost master from the beautiful country was controlling. The impersonated Lishan looked exactly the same as before and could even use Lishan's ability to hold people with ghosts. Moreover, it retained a fake body and acted with teammates, making it even harder to detect. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Su Bai, who had witnessed many betrayals in the 10 years of the apocalypse. He never easily turns his back to others. He was decisive in killing. Just a bit of doubt about Lishan's silence prompted him to strike mercilessly. The remaining 2 from the beautiful country ground their teeth in anger. This damned dragon countryman not only killed their brother but also mocked them. This was something intolerable, absolutely intolerable. The 2 exchanged glances and unleashed their ghostly powers to attack Su Bai. But it was still the same old tactic, a vampire and a headless knight. After all, the beautiful country has a shorter history, with only so many usable monsters, so ghost masters primarily using vampires and headless knights are quite common there. This time, the vampire must have learned from the last strange dungeon and didn't continue to summon bats. He studied the last battle footage and knew that the summoned bats couldn't break through Su Bai's ghostly suppression, only wasting their ghostly energy. So this time they chose to attack Su Bai head-on together with the headless knight. One wore black knight armor, holding a knight spear condensed with ghostly power. The other had extended claws, with a blood-red glow swirling around, moving with extreme agility. As Su Bai saw their attacking movements, he instantly recognized what kind of monsters they were controlling. Although the vampire and the headless knight were formidable, their levels were ultimately not very high. Eliminating them was a piece of cake for Su Bai. Su Bai smiled with full disdain. "Ha, it's these 2 ghosts again. Is there no creativity at all? Was the lesson from last time not enough?" Lan Ji. An enchanting tune suddenly appeared, as an unmatched figure dressed in a theatrical robe quietly emerged. Without any extra words, the haunting sound of opera began to resonate throughout the entire floor. The 2 ghost masters charging forward froze, their expressions dazed. The other ghost masters wore the same expression, all falling into a trance. The team leader from the island nation, Takahashi, seized his thigh hard while he wasn't completely lost, trying to regain some awareness. Then he took out a piece of ghostly porcelain to protect himself. Then he felt it wasn't safe enough, so ghost energy surged around him. A huge sake gourd appeared out of thin air, wrapping around his entire body. He had also made a contract with a shoto, a spirit associated with sake. Meanwhile, Wang Shi made no move at all, his eyes involuntarily closing, already lost in the illusion. He didn't have any good defensive measures himself. Throughout the fight, he relied on the strong healing ability of the ghostly skeleton. Su Bai was completely unconcerned for his safety. Last time, Wang Shi had already been affected by the opera. At most, his head would explode again, but he could recover regardless. As for the other ghost masters, Su Bai never cared about them, directly allowing the ghostly opera woman to unleash her full power. The sound of the ghost opera grew increasingly mournful, increasingly hard to resist. The ghost masters present were all struggling to withstand the mental assault from the ghostly opera woman. The two ghost hunters from Beautiful Country had long stopped their attack. However, they did not give up the idea of killing Su Bai, and one of them took out a large, blood-red goblet with a tall stem. The vampire clawed at himself, and blood flowed into the goblet. The goblet immediately emitted an invisible shield, countering the ghostly performance of the female ghost. The two momentarily paused but then continued to move toward Su Bai. Seeing that the two still had the strength to resist, Su Bai's mind stirred. A ghostly figure dressed in a red wedding gown appeared, directly attaching itself to Su Bai. He pretended to lift the veil, and the blurred figure of the ghost bride behind him did the same. Lift the veil. The two Beautiful Country ghost hunters immediately exploded, blood spraying everywhere in a messy scene. Su Bai did not let his guard down. Although the vampire's offensive ability was low, its escape and recovery abilities were top-notch. Unfolding the shadow domain, the vampire's shadow immediately fixed him in place. The ghost began to grow, spreading, and entangling, directly wrapping him into a circle. Finally, Su Bai pulled out 5 golden crosses from the body bag. Hee, I've wanted to use this for a long time. Just waiting for you to deliver it to my door. Last time in the dungeon, he encountered a vampire, so Su Bai had kept a few crosses on hand for this purpose. Whoosh! 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 The 5 crosses flew out directly, pinning the vampire's limbs and head. Then, he was imprisoned in the body bag. After finishing off the vampire, Su Bai checked his surroundings. Wang Shi had already regained consciousness. This time it was fortunate that his head did not explode. After all, the duration of the ghostly performance was not as long as last time. Takaichi had also come out of the wine gourd. One of the Bear Country ghost hunters could not withstand the ghost bride's lifting of the veil and died immediately. The remaining one was probably not attacked by the veil lifting, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived either. There were also 2 bloodied bodies. One was the headless knight from Beautiful Country. The other was the unknown ghost hunter from the neighboring country, who had not wanted to participate in this battle, but unfortunately, he was too weak and was taken away by Su Bai's AoE attack. Only a few living people remained on the scene. Wang Shi, Takaichi. One from Bear Country. Half from Beautiful Country, the vampire was still alive but nailed down by the crosses, half dead. The remaining female ghost hunter from Bear Country tidied up her companion's corpse, pointed at Su Bai, and angrily said, You are a devil. We did not provoke you at all. Just now when Beautiful Country said they wanted to deal with you together, we did not agree. If I had known, I should have agreed to their request. You do not care about our lives at all. The female ghost hunter from Bear Country kept chattering, but Su Bai did not pay attention to her. He had other plans in mind. Takaichi watched as many ghost hunters died or were injured. His eyelids twitched wildly, and fear filled his heart. Fortunately, I have ghost porcelain, plus the wine gourd of Shoto Tokai. Otherwise, I would have lost my life already. Wang Shi remained motionless, staying by Su Bai's side. Zzzzz. The building's light suddenly began to flicker, and after a while, they wobbled and went out. A new round of ghost attacks was about to begin. Chapter 137. Su Bai noticed the lights going out and knew the ghost attack was about to start. Determined, he spoke quickly to the ghost hunters present. You are all top ghost hunters selected from your countries. You surely do not want to lose your lives for nothing. And your country's hopes are resting on you. You know the consequences of failing the strange dungeon. I do not wish to be drenched in blood again. How about this? As long as you provide a sufficient price, I will spare your lives. Everyone was in an uproar. The ghost attack was about to begin, yet unexpectedly, Su Bai still wanted to make a profit from them. The woman from Bear Country directly refused. Dream on. You just killed my companion, and now still thinking of threatening me. I will not give you anything. And the attack is about to start. You cannot even protect yourself. What time do you have? Su Bai sneered. Ha, it won't take me long to kill you. As long as I want, none of you will survive before the ghost attack begins. But I'm too lazy to waste my ghost power. Letting you repay me with items is already my mercy. Don't be ungrateful. Nearby, the island's ghostmaster, Takahashi, was the first to yield, acting like a servile lackey. I agree to Lord Su Bai's deal. Lord Su Bai, I just don't have enough items on me right now. Can I owe you first? After I clear the instance, I will definitely offer everything with both hands. Su Bai also saw everyone's embarrassment, knowing no one would bring so many items into the instance. Okay, you can owe it. We'll settle after the clearing. But you must sign a contract with the ghosts. If you think of refusing to pay, a fierce ghost will come to deal with you. The faces of everyone changed as they did not expect Su Bai had such things in hand. Takahashi didn't think much. Surviving was the most important. No problem, Lord Su Bai. I am willing to give 2 ghost porcelain and 10 tons of gold in exchange for my life.
What do you think? Su Bai shook his head, not very satisfied with his offer. Not enough, your strength is pretty good. Plus, you are still the captain of the Exorcism Society. This price is insufficient. Takahashi gritted his teeth.
Then I'll add 1 more piece of ghost porcelain.
Su Bai still shook his head.
Seeing the fierce ghost was about to attack, Takahashi steeled his heart.
Then I'll add a spooky scarecrow.
Lord Su Bai should know its value, this is already the greatest sincerity I can offer. Upon hearing about the spooky scarecrow, Su Bai was finally satisfied.
Last time when sealing the wailing ghost, he used this item, which bought him a lot of time.
But unfortunately, he only had one, and it was used up. He didn't expect that the islanders had such good stuff.
Not bad, I agree.
Outside the big screen, everyone saw the lights go out and knew the fierce ghost was about to attack. But Su Bai was still thinking about trading with the ghost master from another country, which they could not understand at all. They worried that if he delayed like this, he might not survive the next wave of attacks. Su Bai wants to get something, but he needs to wait until after the attack. This fierce ghost is about to attack again.
With just a few people, how can they last 10 minutes?
He is still too greedy.
Clearing the instance is the priority.
Yes, I hope he can get through this level. Resisting the previous ghost attack was already very difficult, this time I think it will be tough. People outside the screen were discussing, but Su Bai couldn't hear at all, even if he did, he wouldn't care. He had his own plans. After negotiating the deal with Takahashi, Su Bai turned to look at the remaining ghost masters from Bear Country. The ghost master from Bear Country did not insist on refusing, with the fierce ghost coming, it was important to survive this wave. Seeing Su Bai's gaze, she knew it was her turn to quote. Although she felt resentment in her heart, there was nothing she could do. She weighed her own strength, knowing she was not Su Bai's opponent, and could only reluctantly agree to Su Bai's trading demands. Estimating the price paid by Takahashi, the Bear Country ghost master thought of her trading chips, gritting her teeth and giving her quote.
2 vodka ghost bottles. 5 tons of gold. And 1 ghost tooth.
Other than gold, Su Bai hadn't heard of the other 2 items, so he asked.
What are the other 2 items used for, besides gold?
The ghost bottle can provide protection, similar to your ghost porcelain. The ghost tooth can break most ghost traps.
Su Bai nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Deal.
Although the Exorcism Society headquarters would also provide Su Bai with ghost porcelain, such protective items are never too many. The most important thing was that ghost tooth, which could break ghost traps, wasn't very common. Su Bai was very satisfied with this deal. Turned to the vampire in the body bag and asked.
What about you, little bat? Both of them have already made a deal.
Beside him, Wang Shi could no longer hold back, rushing up to express his worries.
Brother Bai, my good brother Bai. Just now, the ghost's killing pattern was completely wrong. You still have the mind to trade here. Just now, this floor, gathered all the ghost exorcists from the entire building, barely holding on. Now there are only a few of us left, what are we going to do about this wave of fierce ghost attacks?
Su Bai had his own idea, not at all flustered, he calmly spoke.
No problem, just listen to me. I guarantee you'll pass smoothly.
Outside the big screen, people were still discussing Su Bai. Professor Gua stood up and spoke for Su Bai. You don't need to worry too much, although Su Bai acts strangely. But he is a cautious person.
His actions can only mean he has pinpointed the pattern.
Professor Gua held a high position, and everyone trusted his judgment. Although there was still some worry in their hearts, they stopped the discussion and quietly watched the screen, waiting for Su Bai's handling. Su Bai reassured Wang Shi but didn't continue explaining, turning back to question the vampire.
I'm asking you a question? What can you offer to exchange for your life? The vampire in the bag looked at Su Bai with resentment, refusing to speak. Wang Shi kindly reminded, Brother Bai, he's been subdued and can't speak.
Su Bai felt a bit awkward and pulled the cross off the vampire's head.
Fuck.
Hiss. Before the K could come out, Su Bai reinserted the cross.
Seems like you don't want to live.
Then forget it, the good deed for today ends here. Hearing this, everyone felt speechless. Hiss. The Eerie came suddenly, just like the previous attacks, all dressed in old worker uniforms. Su Bai immediately threw the vampire out.
Go!
Leaving without looking back, not even glancing at the vampire overwhelmed by the fierce ghosts. Although the vampire had strong survival abilities, so many fierce ghosts were enough to take his life.
Chapter 138.
The vampire used his life to slightly delay the fierce ghost's attack. But it was only for a moment. More than a dozen ghosts that had torn the vampire apart continued to attack them. Looking at the oncoming ghosts, Wang Shi anxiously said.
Brother Bai, think of a way. Just relying on us few can't stop so many ghosts' attacks. This bonfire is useless. Didn't you say you have a way? Don't worry.
Su Bai still remained confident. After such a long time of testing, he had already figured out the killing pattern of the fierce ghosts. This time he wouldn't make a mistake.
Li Shang. My lord.
A ghost bride in a red wedding dress suddenly appeared. Her form was like a fluttering phoenix, graceful like a swimming dragon, as if the goddess of Luo had descended into the world.
But just having the ghost bride wasn't enough. Lan Ji. General. The ghost opera girl also appeared beside Su Bai.
Her makeup outlined her brows, and rouge graced her lips, lifting her eyes in an entrancing surprise, dancing gracefully, a stunning flower among the performers. The two female ghosts stood left and right, like a pair of unparalleled beauties. These were the only two female ghosts Su Bai had that could manifest physically, and they were also his strongest combat power. The fierce ghosts were incredibly fast, with no time for Su Bai to chat more. The ghost opera girl was the first to start attacking, launching a big move right away. A melodious tune rose, and the ghost's frenzied attacking steps were suddenly delayed.
Right now.
Su Bai seized the opportunity. The ghost bride was about to lift her veil. Close your eyes. Everyone had witnessed the power of the ghost bride and felt compelled to close their eyes. Although this time they were also affected by the ghost opera, it wasn't as intense this time, and with the experience from last time, a few of them managed to hold on. The ghost bride slightly bowed, as if shyly lifting her veil like a newly married bride.
The ghosts let out painful howls, their movements slowing even more. But as before,
although the ghosts were suppressed, they still had room to struggle. The rules of the instance granted these ghosts a strong ability to recover. Previous attempts had not completely destroyed them, and only by finding their killing patterns could the situation be turned around. Relying solely on the ghost bride and ghost actress to buy time would not hold out, as Su Bai's ghost power could not withstand such a drain.
Further action was necessary to completely deal with these fierce ghosts.
Su Bai, relying on the two female ghosts, was directly suppressing most of the fierce ghosts. But there were still a few stragglers that slipped through the net, still howling and charging at Su Bai and the others. Draw them away, I'll deal with those being suppressed first. Looking at the few stragglers, Su Bai found it difficult to handle them for now, as all his energy was focused on the fierce ghosts in front of him, so he could only instruct the remaining three to draw them away. Wangshi did not hesitate at Su Bai's command and took the lead, engaging the two fierce ghosts and completely drawing their attention after several exchanges, then quickly fled without further entanglement. Although the ghost skeleton's healing ability was comparable to resurrection, the fierce ghost's attacks were not enough to completely kill Wangshi. But there is no invincible strange being in the world, even the ghost skeleton has its limits. Each healing consumes Wangshi's ghost energy based on the severity of his injuries. After several prior attacks, Wangshi had already died several times and sustained numerous injuries in between. His ghost energy was already over half depleted. Additionally, the frequency of attacks from the ghosts was far too high. Although Wangshi tried his best to recover ghost energy during the intervals, time was ultimately limited, and he had not fully regained it. Taking on a few more heavy injuries might lead to a complete end for him. So Wangshi could only flee everywhere on the construction site with the two fierce ghosts in pursuit, occasionally pushing over obstacles in his escape. Stuff like cars with safety helmets, concrete barrels, trying to delay time, but it was all in vain. The two fierce ghosts chased hard, and Wangshi's right hand had already been torn off several times.
The other two initially did not want to confront the ghosts head-on.
But they knew that if Su Bai were attacked and lost his suppression, the dozen or so ghosts would be absolutely beyond their ability to resist. Gritting their teeth, they moved forward. Takahashi summoned a ghostly blue flame, transforming it into a samurai sword, charging at one fierce ghost. The cold from the blue flame made the fierce ghost's movements slightly stiff, but their offensive was still fierce, and Takahashi was gradually pushed back. Ma Xiongguo's Ghostmaster had already turned his head into a pumpkin shape, with ghost fire burning in his eyes, wielding a giant scythe as he faced off against one fierce ghost, but ultimately could not withstand it, suffering increasing injuries. The three of them were ultimately no match for the fierce ghosts, unable to hold out for long. The leader from the island, Takahashi, fought while retreating, shouting to Su Bai along the way.
Su Bai, hurry up. I can barely hold on.
The price was just agreed upon. Ghost porcelain and scarecrow, I need to stay alive to give them to you.
Please, do think of a way.
Seeing the three being chased by the fierce ghosts, Su Bai knew they couldn't hold out much longer. Thinking of his gold and strange items, he couldn't help but quicken his actions. The shadow domain unfolded. The shadows cast by the fire instantly elongated, transforming into two black hands that picked up the wine jug beside one and directly reached into the fire. Though the jug was made of iron, it was still wrapped in a thick layer of leather outside, which was instantly ignited. Seeing the jug successfully lit, Su Bai's thoughts moved. Whoosh! The silk thread flew out, further fixing the suppressed ghosts. The shadow hands, carrying the burning wine jug, flew towards the suppressed ghosts. No, it was flying towards the extinguished oil lamp in the ghost's hand.
No light? The oil lamp in the ghost's hand was the best source of light.
The burning wine flask instantly arrived beside an oil lamp controlled by a fierce ghost, directly passing through the glass. Su Bai controlled the shadowy hands, pouring out a little liquid from the flask. As soon as the liquid was spilled, it was ignited by the burning flask.
The oil lamp was lit. Next.
Su Bai did not stop, continuing to repeat the previous actions. Soon, all the oil lamps in front of Su Bai, held by ghosts, were lit, emitting a faint yet firm glow. Su Bai carefully released his suppression on the ghosts. The ghosts no longer attacked. Although the light of the oil lamps was weak, it was enough to illuminate Su Bai. Without a target to attack, the ghosts who had lit the lamps began to wander aimlessly. I guessed it right, finally, I got them under control. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. But it wasn't over yet, there were still 4 outside.
Bring them all over to me.
Su Bai shouted loudly. The 3 people heard Su Bai's shout, took a quick glance at his situation, and realized he had dealt with the other ghosts, feeling both shocked and delighted, quickly rushing toward Su Bai. Wang Shi nimbly dodged the ghosts' attacks while approaching Su Bai. He exaggeratedly shouted, "Brother Bai is amazing." I knew Brother Bai would have a solution. The other 2 also gathered towards Su Bai.
Chapter 139.
In front of the big screen. A general excitedly slapped the table, making a loud noise. As expected, it all depends on Su Bai.
Light, it is the light.
Those illuminated by the light will not be attacked by ghosts. Su Bai ignited those extinguished oil lamps, so everyone who approached the fierce ghosts would be illuminated by the light, completely losing the target for attack. Impressive, truly impressive, worthy of the blood-red ghost miasma. Everyone watched Su Bai's meticulous thoughts and coherent actions, all praising him. Those who previously doubted whether Su Bai could hold on were now silent, quietly watching his performance. The ghost mist beside them casually glanced at Professor Guo's already closed notebook. He noticed the words oil lamp leaping off the page, marked with a highlight.
Feeling emotional, no wonder it is Professor Guo.
He guessed the killing pattern of the ghosts just from the outside. Professor Guo said nothing at this moment, smiling as he watched Su Bai and the ghost lighting the oil lamps on the screen. From time to time, he would nod, not knowing if he was expressing approval for Su Bai or satisfaction with the validation of his own guess.
On the first floor of the abandoned building, everyone was leisurely moving towards Su Bai while dodging the attacking ghosts.
Su Bai was also very familiar with the process of dealing with these ghosts. Suppressing, pouring wine, lighting lamps, all in one go. All the oil lamps were lit. More than 10 fierce ghosts halted their attacks, and the light emitted from the lamps made them wander aimlessly on this floor. Seeing the ghosts stop, the others had a chance to breathe, finally surviving. They had not expected Su Bai could really break the killing pattern of the fierce ghosts. They were all top ghost controllers from their respective countries, so their minds were naturally good. Before coming to the first floor, they had also tried to crack the ghosts' killing patterns, but it was useless. Many teams guessed that it was related to the oil lamps in the ghosts' hands. After all, the ghosts were all carrying extinguished oil lamps, and they had never seen the lamps attack before. Many teams tried to ignite the extinguished oil lamps, but they all failed. First, the oil lamps were in the fierce ghosts' hands. Wanting to approach would definitely result in being attacked by the fierce ghosts. This step ruled out many teams. Furthermore, some teams used their own controlled ghosts to get closer, only to find that the lamps inside had only a wick. With no fuel, they couldn't burn for long at all. Takahashi even refused to give up, thinking that just the wick would be enough. At the cost of a teammate's life, he successfully approached the oil lamp in the fierce ghost's hand. Trying to ignite with the ghostly blue fire, but it was utterly useless. No matter how high the summoned ghost fire's temperature, it made no difference. Lord Su Bai, I didn't expect you could think to use those 2 wine jars. As expected of the contracted ghost master of Lady Snowwoman.
I hope you can reconsider the Empire's invitation.
Takahashi had a face full of admiration, feeling that Su Bai was truly amazing, and even invited Su Bai again. Su Bai showed a face of disdain. Let's talk about it later. Remember, the things you promised me, not a penny less. Su Bai did not want to become someone who only cared about the island nation. He was only thinking about his gold and strange items. He hadn't expected there were so many good things in the island nation. It seemed his plan to go could move up.
So many good things couldn't be wasted by the island nation people.
Hey! Lord Su Bai, I promise you, I'll be ready right after the dungeon. At that time, do you want to come lie down in the Empire, or should I bring it to you? Let's talk about it later. Su Bai had no thoughts at the moment and sent Takahashi away. But Wei Shi, who was beside him, had recovered some of his ghostly power and became a curious child. Brother Bai, how did you think to use that wine jar? And also, lighting the wine jar with the fire pile, that step was really genius. But we tried the light from the fire pile before, and it was useless, right?
Also, why did you think of that oil lamp? Figure it out yourself.
Wei Shi's questions were indeed a bit too many. Su Bai was too lazy to answer and planned to think about the next step. However, Su Bai's actions were simply clever. The liquor in the wine jar replaced the fuel missing from the oil lamp. Ghost fire couldn't ignite the oil lamp, but the fire pile beside it provided the flame. Everything seemed so natural yet made one have to admire Su Bai's adaptability. The mood of the Bear Nation's Ghost Master was complicated. Su Bai had just killed his teammate. Now, he saved her life again, although it came at a price. Moreover, Su Bai's displayed strength and wisdom was awe-inspiring. He would have to rely on Su Bai to pass the dungeon. It was a mix of emotions, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wei Shi, although turned down, was a bit excited.
No wonder you're my brother Bai.
No wonder you're the blood-red ghost shadow. Everyone rested for a while and began to think of a way to clear the dungeon. Previously, the eerie voice hinted that there were still 16 people present. Su Bai, Wei Shi, Takahashi, and the Bear Nation's Ghost Master. The other 12 were ghosts.
Although they were safe now, how to end the dungeon? Kill all the ghosts?
This dungeon was very special. Su Bai had tried before, and the vengeful spirits couldn't be killed. As for other methods, no one dared to try recklessly, fearing to trigger other deadly patterns.
If it weren't for Su Bai being present, the attack from the vengeful spirits would have almost wiped them all out.
Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Suddenly, the recovered Su Bai spoke up.
Smash this concrete pillar.
The others were a little confused by Su Bai's sudden command.
What does this concrete pillar have to do with anything? Could it be hiding something inside?
Wei Shi asked. Seeing everyone was puzzled, Su Bai did not explain. He directly expanded his shadow field and moved the concrete block away. When everyone took a closer look, they were shocked. Inside was a person, to be exact, a corpse.
The corpse wore a safety helmet, and one could vaguely see it was wearing a worker's uniform.
Nostrils, mouth, and ears were filled with concrete.
This looks like a worker from the construction site before. That safety helmet is exactly the same as the one we saw before.
Takahashi spoke.
Indeed, this should be one of the suddenly disappeared workers. But we don't know why it ended up in here? Su Bai continued to move away the concrete, while answering the earlier question.
He was also pondering in his heart.
Is this the key to breaking this dungeon?
Wei Shi, recovering from shock, didn't think about why the worker ended up in here.
Anyway, it's hard to understand.
Seeing Su Bai busy alone, I quickly went up to help and called out to the two who were dazed standing by.
What are you all thinking? Hurry up and come help break this concrete column. Let my brother Bai do all the work alone. The two snapped back to reality and started to help too.
In no time, the entire concrete column was broken apart. But besides the body we just found, there was nothing else.
This. Chapter 140. This. There's nothing here? Everyone was busy and realized there was nothing else but the worker's body. Wang Shi asked with confusion. Brother Bai, it seems like there are no clues. What should we do next?
In the tense atmosphere of the strange instance, Su Bai did not hesitate and commanded everyone.
This is the way to clear the level.
Quickly break the other concrete columns. Upon hearing Su Bai's order, Wang Shi did not hesitate and used ghostly power to punch a concrete column beside him hard. The concrete column instantly had a hole punched in it, debris flying everywhere and raising a cloud of dust. Just as Wang Shi wanted to continue, he heard a bang, like glass shattering. Then came the terrifying howl of a vicious ghost. Everyone turned towards the sound, taken aback with shock. A vicious ghost holding a burning lamp suddenly exploded. The lamp exploded, triggering the ghost's killing pattern again, and it charged towards everyone once more. Its main target was Wang Shi, who had just been hitting the concrete column. Wang Shi had thought he had cracked the ghost's killing pattern and let his guard down. The ghost's sudden resurgence startled him, and its movements were so quick he had no time to react. A black, withered ghost hand pierced through Wang Shi's chest again, pulling out a heart and crushing it in an instant.
Again. It's this move again. Wang Shi was filled with resentment towards the ghost, but before he could complain, he lost the ability to fight. Seeing that Wang Shi was dead, the ghost withdrew its hand and rushed towards the Ghost Master from Bear Nation. Ah! Damn it! The Ghost Master from Bear Nation panicked and had no time to summon his scythe before his arm was severed. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, the ghost seriously injured two of them in just a short time. Takahashi, standing nearby, was also at a loss and asked Su Bai. Lord Su Bai, how could this happen? Why did the lamp suddenly shatter? Did the ghost's killing pattern change? Or is it that if we hit the wrong concrete column, the ghost's lamp will explode, causing it to revive? Everyone felt very confused. The ghost was already close at hand, and Su Bai had no time to explain further. The blood-red light spread, and the blood-red ghostly curse unfolded, immediately suppressing the ghost. Now that only one ghost was revived, Su Bai could still barely keep up with the consumption. Have you heard of beating living stakes? It's an ancient ritual that has been passed down. Seeing that he had seized control of the situation, Su Bai began to explain to everyone. Beating living stakes is a very cruel ancient feudal ritual. It originally comes from one of the forbidden texts, the Book of Lu Ban, though whether it was written by Lu Ban is still under investigation. The Book of Lu Ban records many so-called strange techniques and feng shui secrets. Beating living stakes is one of them. Beating living stakes, to put it simply, is sacrificing living people. In ancient times, feudal superstitions were severe, and people held great reverence for the gods. Ancient people believed that when humans began certain large projects, it was a disruption to heaven and earth, likely disturbing the gods underground and causing discontent. And if the gods were angered, they would bring down divine punishment, resulting in either the entire project team being wiped out or the project being destroyed by natural disasters. Thus, when feudal dynasties were about to start or complete major projects, they would directly bury young boys and girls alive nearby or incorporate them into the bridge's foundations as a cornerstone, effectively sacrificing to the nearby gods and monsters. The poison of feudal superstition continues to this day. Rumors suggest that many large projects still require live pile driving, although they no longer specifically choose young boys and girls. However, workers or designers may still be buried in the foundation or bridge piers, praying for the project to go smoothly and the building to be stable. After listening to Su Bai's explanation, Gao Chao immediately reacted. It's just like the living pillars of the empire. Yes, it's pretty much the same meaning. Su Bai nodded. Feudal superstition is not only present in Huaxia, it exists in every country around the world. Over in the islands, there is also a concept of living pillars, and in medieval Europe, there was a fervor for burning witches. Ultimately, it stems from the ignorance of our ancestors. From now on, I've only heard stories. I didn't expect there are still such vicious practices today. These 12 vengeful spirits should be the workers harmed by live pile driving. They were buried alive in this concrete pillar, sealed off by concrete, and after death, they cannot be reborn, holding immense resentment. Thus, they transformed into vengeful spirits, attacking those inside this building. If we release them from the concrete pillars, we should be able to pass through. The group looked around and found that only 11 vengeful spirits remained on the scene. One of them had abruptly disappeared after Su Bai and the others smashed the concrete pillars. During the previous attack by the spirits, there was no time for careful observation. Now, upon investigation, they found that these vengeful spirits were all wearing the same old worker uniforms. Though weathered by time, the uniforms were still faded, but the words XX construction could still be vaguely seen on the chest. Just like the bodies of the workers they had released from the concrete pillars before. So that's how it is, Brother Bai, let's hurry and take action. Wang Shi, who didn't know when he had come back to life, had been listening to Su Bai. Now that he knew the way to pass through, he was impatient. Don't rush, wasn't the last mishap enough? There are numerous concrete pillars here, hitting the wrong pillar will cause the oil lamps in the hands of the vengeful spirits to explode. If all of them revive, can you handle it? Continue. Su Bai quickly stopped Wang Shi's recklessness and threw the ghost eye that Professor Gua had previously given him. There were not just 12 concrete pillars here, if they struck the wrong one, the lit oil lamps would explode, and the vengeful spirits would start attacking again. One is manageable, but with the numbers, Su Bai would have a headache. So they needed to find out which concrete pillars contained the buried workers, otherwise, chaos would lead to unimaginable consequences. The ghost eye given by Professor Gua could help the user identify ghosts or humans within 100 meters, making it perfect for this situation. However, Su Bai was now focused entirely on suppressing the vengeful spirits and had no time to use the ghost eye, so he handed it over to Wang Shi. Wang Shi took the ghost eye. When Professor Gua had introduced the ghost eye to Su Bai, Wang Shi was also present and was very clear about how to use it. Wang Shi infused his own ghost power into the ghost eye. The ghost eye rotated, then morphed into a pool of liquid that strangely merged into Wang Shi's body. Soon, a space appeared between Wang Shi's eyebrows. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the ghost eye had moved to his forehead. The ghost eye rolled around, deep blood red, as if made of blood, extremely eerie. Everyone felt a chill on their backs, as if some strange presence was always watching them. What is this thing? Wang Shi was startled. This was his first time using the ghost eye, and he had no idea it would be so strange. Chapter 141. After using the ghost eye, Wang Shi's vision had completely changed. All the colorful sights normal people saw vanished. Now, as he looked around, it was as if a thick blood mist had covered everything, all red. There was no time to ponder. The ghost eye lasted only 10 seconds, so he had to act quickly. Wang Shi quickly looked at the nearby concrete pillar. The effect of the ghost eye was indeed powerful. Wang Shi's gaze pierced through the thick concrete, and he instantly saw the horrific corpses of the workers inside. Still in those old blue worker uniforms, they all wore safety helmets. But there were some anomalies as well.
Perhaps because of the ghostly eyes, Wang Shi saw that the bodies of the workers inside the concrete pillars looked different from the ones previously dug up by everyone. The body that had been dug out before was covered by concrete and was actually hard to see clearly. But this time was different. Without the obstruction of concrete, Wang Shi could see clearly. The bodies of the workers inside the concrete pillars had distorted faces, filled with resentment, and their movements remained as if struggling before death. Indeed, they had suffered inhuman torture in life. The bodies inside seemed to sense the ghostly eyes watching them and eerily turned their heads toward Wang Shi at the same time. Everyone's gaze focused on Wang Shi, and he was startled, letting out an ah. Upon hearing Wang Shi's movement, Su Bai cast an inquiring look at him.
It's nothing.
Brother Bai, those people inside are looking at me, it's really scary.
Wang Shi replied while calming himself down after seeing Su Bai's gaze.
He also knew that it wasn't the time to be afraid, feeling the chilling sensation as he noted down the concrete pillars containing the workers' bodies. After confirming, he immediately dispelled the ghostly eyes.
I've noted everything down. This one, this one, this one.
Wang Shi pointed out each of the concrete pillars he had just noted down to everyone. There were no mistakes. Wang Shi's memory was quite good, and all were correct. In no time, with a series of bang 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 demolition sounds ending, all 11 concrete pillars were smashed. The bodies of the workers inside were all released. As each body was freed, a fierce ghost disappeared. At the moment the last fierce ghost vanished, a strange prompt sound rang out, "Dungeon ended, congratulations on clearing." Before everyone had time to react, everything spun violently, and Su Bai and Wang Shi returned to the hotel. At the instant everyone cleared the dungeon, a vast number of abandoned buildings began to descend around the world. In fact, this situation was actually better than last time. Last time, it was their first encounter with a bizarre dungeon, unaware of the consequences of a dungeon failure. This time, having learned from the previous lesson, many countries were well prepared. Moreover, with the rewards from the previous round in the Netherworld's ancient mansion, several small countries without resistance had already been cleared out. But the leaders of failing countries knew that such preparations only bought a bit of time. The most important thing was still to exchange resources for strategies. This time, Long Country couldn't take everything. After all, there were also people from the island nation in Bear Country clearing dungeons, even though it was under Su Bai's leadership and came with many costs. As soon as the hint sound of dungeon ended rang out, everything spun violently again, and Su Bai and Wang Shi returned to the hotel. Wang Shi's face looked bad, clearly still not having recovered from the bizarre dungeon experience.
Brother Bai, were those workers really buried alive in the concrete pillars? Do people really engage in living pilings in the real world?
If it really exists. Su Bai knew his compassionate heart was overflowing again. If it really does, there are countless major projects, which means many workers could be buried in the pillars. And if nothing unexpected happens, they would never be discovered for a lifetime.
But bizarre dungeons are all fictional.
Or you can understand it as a narrative from a parallel world before the bizarre descended. That world definitely had rituals of living piling.
As for whether it exists in reality, I'm not sure.
Wang Shi then asked.
Brother Bai, if such behavior really exists, how should we handle it?
Su Bai glanced at Wang Shi coldly and said, "This world is originally so cruel. If you think about saving all beings, then you are not far from death. Each sweeps the snow in front of their door, don't meddle in others' affairs." After listening to Wang Shi, he fell silent, his expression grave, unsure of what he was thinking.
Su Bai also didn't say anything further. He no longer thought about changing Wang Shi's mind.
Su Bai's current thought was to protect City A and safeguard his beloved family. As for the rest, he didn't have the energy to manage or the ability to do so. Having been reincarnated with great difficulty, he had spent so much effort just to maintain the current situation. If he tried to control everything like Wang Shi, he would have died in some corner a long time ago. A strange voice suddenly rang out.
Congratulations player Su Bai for clearing the instance abandoned building. Reward, Ghost Oil Lamp X1.
Su Bai checked the ghost oil lamp.
This bizarre game actually provided item information.
Ghost oil lamp, transformed from the oil lamp held by workers who died miserably in an abandoned building. It can pierce through illusions and dispel the hallucinations created by evil ghosts. Seeing the effect of the ghost oil lamp, Su Bai felt a rush of joy. This item was quite good. Illusions were a common tactic in the strange realm. Although the ghost mistress was an expert in creating illusions, she was even better at attacking. In terms of resisting the environment, Su Bai was still somewhat lacking, and this ghost oil lamp perfectly supplemented that deficiency. Wang Shi remained frozen in place. He had also received a reward for clearing the bizarre instance but chose not to tell Su Bai what it was. Seeing that Wang Shi had no intention of speaking, Su Bai couldn't be bothered to ask. Tap tap tap, a sound of footsteps approached.
It was Yu Kai coming over.
Everyone in the conference room knew that Su Bai and Wang Shi had cleared the bizarre instance, so they asked Yu Kai to bring them together.
Su Bai, Wang Shi. Congratulations on clearing the bizarre instance.
And thank you for saving so many people of the Dragon Kingdom again. As Yukai got closer to the two, he gave a crisp salute, expressing his congratulations and thanks.
Su Bai waved his hand. Just doing what's needed, remember our agreement for the rewards.
You can rest assured, we have already prepared everything for you to take when you leave.
I came this time to take you two to a meeting room.
Please help record the situation of the bizarre instance. Although we cleared it this time, we should still keep a file to avoid being unable to handle similar situations in the future.
Let's go.
Su Bai took the lead. He just wanted to quickly return to City A, as there were still people waiting for him at home. Yukai and Wangshi followed closely behind. Watching Su Bai's figure, Yukai hesitated, dark ghost energy swirling in his finger. He still wanted to have a match with Su Bai. But he also knew that he was far from being Su Bai's opponent at this stage.
Chapter 142. The three quickly arrived at Professor Gua's Research Institute.
Professor Gua had already been waiting there, with two girls standing beside him. Seeing Su Bai and the others enter, Professor Gua smiled and greeted them along with the two girls.
Hello, Brother Su Bai.
Please take care of me from now on. Chen Yating spoke first, her tone full of energy.
No problem. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Su Bai nodded.
Then the two of them spoke, one saying and one recording.
Abandoned building. Second strange copy. Ghost attacks every 15 minutes, lasting for 10 minutes.
The rules are special, the ghosts are suppressed.
Moreover, the fierce ghosts cannot be completely destroyed.
The condition to crack the killing pattern is light. As long as you light the oil lamp, you can.
The way to pass is to release the fierce ghost's body that is buried alive in the concrete pillar, but you need to be careful.
In a flash, everything he knew was quickly said and recorded. Su Bai then found Professor Gua, wanting to understand the current situation, mainly regarding City A. Professor Gua first talked about the island country because they had been trying to contact Su Bai recently, but he kept rejecting them. They had approached the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's ghost controllers, making direct visits, and the headquarters was getting a bit annoyed.
You know the island country that's close by, right? Their situation is not very good. Su Bai nodded. How could he not know?
He always encountered their people, like sticky plaster.
You should know about the ghost rope incident. The last time they invited you was because of this event.
Currently, this ghost rope incident is escalating, affecting a larger area, and more people are dying. Although there was one person from the island country who passed the copy under your protection, 3 people still died. The performance in passing was not very good either.
The punishment is quite heavy.
They now have more than 50 regions that have encountered the abandoned building. According to satellite maps, this number is still increasing. After hearing this, Su Bai felt indifferent. The life and death of people from the island country had nothing to do with him, and this strange copy brought Takahashi to pass solely because he offered a high enough price.
Their matters are none of my business.
However, I should go to the island country soon. There are some things waiting for me there.
If they offer enough rewards, I wouldn't mind helping them a bit.
Now, let's talk about the situation in the country. When it came to the domestic situation, Professor Gua's expression became more serious. Although you and Wangshi passed the copy, 3 cities are still affected. We have already directed the local ghost controllers to resolve it as quickly as possible. However, even though we have the information that you both passed, it still won't be so easy. There will always be all sorts of unexpected situations, and their strength and adaptability are not as strong as yours. Sai, I hope there will be fewer casualties. This time, only Su Bai and Wangshi passed the strange copy, unlike last time when everyone survived and passed perfectly.
There are still cities in the Dragon Kingdom affected by the abandoned building. Professor Gua, next time we will definitely do better. We won't let anyone suffer again. Wangshi suddenly interjected.
He had just finished recording the information and happened to hear Professor Gua talking about the situation in the Dragon Kingdom, unable to help but express himself.
Su Bai glanced at Wangshi.
This Wangshi was good at everything, but his compassionate heart could not stand watching others suffer. Such a nature wouldn't last long in a cruel apocalypse. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, too many people like Wangshi basically didn't survive the early stages. In Su Bai's view, with things like strange copies, being able to survive was already fortunate.
How could one think about achieving perfect clearances every day?
Being able to pass the copy and bring out a successful strategy has already saved countless people. If he were to perish in the copy, the disaster wouldn't just affect those 3 cities but at least half of the Dragon Kingdom.
Su Bai shook his head, ignoring Wangshi, and continued to ask. City A is safe, right?
The people Su Bai wanted to protect were all in City A. Whether there was danger, there was what he cared about the most. City A is fine. This time, the punishment from the strange copy did not affect it much.
Recently, there haven't been any major strange incidents reported from there.
Su Bai nodded, confirming that nothing was wrong in City A. Su Bai wanted to know just this much.
Since the matter was mostly resolved, he was also ready to go back. Thank you, Professor Gua. It's fine, I'll head back to Cydia first. Alright, be safe. Su Bai bid farewell to Professor Gua and hurried to the airport with Wangshi. As soon as they exited the hotel doorway, they saw 10 strong men in black suits with sunglasses waiting at the entrance, just like a scene from a movie. Upon seeing Su Bai, the 10 men bowed in unison. Your Excellency, Su Bai. Then, a leading man from the island nation stepped forward. Your Excellency, Su Bai, my name is Turtle Down, and I am a captain from the Exorcism Society. Do you have time to chat? The Empire really needs your help. Of course, we didn't come empty-handed, this time we have prepared a very sincere reward. All right. Wangshi, you go to the airport and wait for me. I'll catch up with you after I handle this. Su Bai did not refuse this time. The clues regarding the Snow Woman and Sadako must be in the island nation, he would go there sooner or later. Since he had already planned to visit the island nation, he might as well have a good chat. If the island nation could offer a satisfactory reward, he could also earn some extra cash along the way. The reward promised by Takahashi last time made Su Bai realize that the island nation still had quite a few good things. Chapter 143. Following the island leader to a nearby car. Su Bai remained cautious as always, first activating the ghostly scan around them. He sensed strange items vibrating at the top of the car. Su Bai's expression turned cold as he looked at the roof. What is up there? Your Excellency, Su Bai, that's just a device to prevent others from eavesdropping. It has no other purpose, please rest assured. The island leader quickly explained, fearing that Su Bai's dissatisfaction would lead to his demise. After hearing this, Su Bai didn't dwell on it, from the ghostly aura, it was not a powerful eerie item. Besides, islanders wouldn't be foolish enough to act directly on the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Su Bai got straight to the point and asked. So, what is it this time that you need me for? Your Excellency, Su Bai, it's still regarding the ghost rope incident from last time. The Empire has tried various methods, but none have worked. Now, the influence of the ghost rope is gradually spreading, leading to an increasing number of deaths among the island's citizens. We truly have no choice but to sincerely ask for your help. Of course, we also understand your time is precious. To compensate for your efforts, we have prepared corresponding rewards, and we believe you will be satisfied. The island leader had already understood Su Bai's character before coming, knowing that Su Bai wasn't easily swayed by mere words or verbal promises, so he directly revealed what he had prepared. 2 small boxes made of gold. The island leader opened the boxes. Please take a look, Your Excellency, Su Bai. Su Bai glanced at the contents of the 2 boxes, instantly intrigued, but he still maintained a calm demeanor. One box contained 4 pieces of ghost porcelain. The other box held something Su Bai was truly interested in. It was a doll made of ceramic. This ceramic doll was colorful, looking dazzling to the eyes. What was most unsettling were its pupils. They appeared as 2 voids, with an eerie blood-red color, almost as if a fierce ghost was lurking inside, watching you. It created a chilling, gloomy, and terrifying atmosphere. Su Bai had seen this eerie ceramic doll before his rebirth and knew some of its properties. As long as the eerie ceramic doll was shattered, it could attract the attention of ghosts in the second stage of revival. It was very useful in certain situations, such as during that previous wailing ghost incident. If he had this eerie ceramic doll, he wouldn't need to risk his own life to attract the attention of the wailing ghost. Moreover, this eerie ceramic doll was a unique item. There is no way to take it out for study. Where did the island country get so many good things? Su Bai thought to himself. The team leader of the island nation saw that Su Bai did not speak for a long time and anxiously said, Lord Su Bai, in addition to these, we will also give an extra 100 tons of gold. It's just that 100 tons of gold is too much, it will take some time to transport, but we will deliver it as soon as possible. 4 pieces of ghost porcelain, a strange ceramic doll, and 100 tons of gold. This price indeed showed great sincerity. But Su Bai still did not agree immediately, instead he asked about Takahashi. You have a person named Takahashi in your Spirit Exorcism Society, right? The one who participated in the bizarre instance this time. What did he promise to give me? The team leader of the island nation had already arrived in the Dragon Country before Takahashi had traded with Su Bai, but Takahashi had just completed the instance. The Spirit Exorcism Society headquarters had already informed them of the relevant situation. Yes, Lord Su Bai, Takahashi is indeed one of our members in the Spirit Exorcism Society. We have just received news from the headquarters. Captain Takahashi has prepared the gold and the bizarre items he promised to give you. But we're not sure how you would like to receive them. If you plan to go to the Empire, you can directly take them. If Lord Su Bai still refuses, we will transport them to you as soon as possible. Please reconsider, Lord Su Bai. The Empire has already shown the greatest sincerity. Su Bai thought for a while and nodded. This was the way of asking for help. Before, just by talking, who would agree? Alright, I will quickly go to the island nation. As for the bizarre items Takahashi promised, I will go and take them myself. You can deliver the gold to this address. These 2 boxes, I will keep them as a deposit for now. Hey, feel free to take them. We will also transport the gold to you as soon as possible. The team leader of the island nation was overjoyed and quickly agreed. As long as Su Bai was willing to help, everything was negotiable. Su Bai continued to discuss some details with the team leader of the island nation, then left with the box containing the strange ceramic doll and ghost porcelain. A city's exclusive airport. This time, the headquarters arranged a private plane that flew directly back to the airport. When Su Bai returned to a city, he brought Wang Shi along. Originally, Wang Shi planned to return to G City by himself. After all, he was the director of G City and had to go back. But Su Bai considered that he was going to the island nation soon. The journey was far, and he worried that if something happened in his city, he might not make it back in time, so he thought it would be better to bring some extra strength along. So, he brought Wang Shi back to a city. Someone had to be at home to watch over things. After exiting the airport gate, Su Bai and Wang Shi parted ways. Su Bai arranged for Wang Shi to go to the A City Ghost Exorcist Division for some rest and to check on the current situation in his city. Su Bai then drove home. It had been a long time since he saw his family, and he still missed them a bit. Driving on the highway back home, Su Bai silently reviewed his harvest this time. Ghost oil lamp, ghost porcelain, strange ceramic doll. And the gold the island nation promised. This time's harvest is quite rich. I just hope the island nation can successfully find clues about the Snow Woman and Sadako's promotion. Husband. A delicate voice suddenly rang out beside Su Bai. It was the ghost bride Li Shang. At this moment, she had already materialized, leaning against Su Bai's side. Su Bai was startled. How had he neglected them? The time spent in the instance was quite long, and the many female ghosts had not been nourished for a long time. They were now desperate. Now, on the highway, they couldn't hold back anymore. General. Another voice sounded, and Lanju was also unwilling to be outdone, quickly coming out. Su Bai knew the situation was bad. His face showed difficulty. This. I'm still driving. Sai, don't touch. Without giving Su Bai a chance to refuse, Li Shang's snow-white thigh was already pressing against his body, and her hands skillfully began to undo his belt, moving up and down. Su Bai had no choice. Parked the car and unfolded the ghostly disguise. After all, the swaying vehicle was too suggestive. Once again, it was a fierce battle. Chapter 144. Not knowing how long had passed, the swaying vehicle finally came to a stop. Luckily, its quality was good, or else it couldn't withstand such tossing. Su Bai trembled as he drove the car back to the Huguo community. Upon returning home, he saw Xiao Shihui and Baitong Giji watching TV. Xiao Shihui was still the same, but Baitong Giji had grown into the appearance of an ordinary high school student and looked more like a normal person. But her growth rate was indeed astonishing. Fortunately, Xiao Shihui showed no signs of backlash for now. Su Bai Gij. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xiao Shihui and Baitong Giji looked over in unison. Seeing that Su Bai had returned, Xiao Shihui jumped up from the sofa, pouncing directly into Su Bai's arms. Baitong Giji also got up and looked at Xiao Shihui and Su Bai's embrace, unexpectedly revealing an envious expression. Su Bai Gij. I missed you so much. Patting Xiao Shihui's head, Su Bai said indulgently. I think you must be missing my roast duck. He. Here you go. Authentic Kyoto roast duck. Remember to invite the others to eat together. Su Bai handed over the roast duck he brought back from Kyoto to Xiao Shihui, then went upstairs to rest. After experiencing the bizarre dungeon and traveling back to a city, especially being drained by the female ghosts in the car, Su Bai planned to have a good rest. Just returned to his room, Su Bai noticed something strange. Why was there a scent of fragrance? He turned on the light, and the light turned into an ambiguous soft pink night lamp. Little young master, a seductive voice came from the bed. It was Ling Ruoyao's voice. At this time, she was only wrapped in a bathrobe, large areas of skin exposed to the air, with some water stains on it, suggesting she had just taken a shower. Ling Ruoyao had received the news from the Onmyoji department early that Su Bai would be coming home today. After the last time, she was hooked on it. So she set up the scene. Seeing Su Bai frozen in place, Ling Ruoyao wanted to get up and pull him, and the bathrobe fell off as well. Her stunning body was thus revealed in front of Su Bai. Sigh. Su Bai let out a breath. Knowing he couldn't escape this calamity today, he lunged at Ling Ruoya. With great power comes great responsibility. Hopefully, his body could still withstand it. He had already felt somewhat drained from dealing with those female ghosts just now. Ling Ruoya was new to such experiences, and compared to the battle-hardened female ghosts,
Her movements were still quite inexperienced but had a unique flavor. The most thrilling part was during their struggle when Yao Ningxin came in to grab something. Seeing the accountant peeking her head out, blushing as she handed the items to the school bell, Su Bai's movements from behind became increasingly vigorous. Su Bai lay on the bed. Since the last bazaar dungeon, he had been resting at home for a while. The ghostly porcelain and scarecrow promised by Takahashi had already been delivered. That 105 tons of gold had also been arriving in batches. With this 105 tons of gold, Su Bai reinforced his gold insurance house inside and out. Recently, the collection of props had also been increasing, and this 105 tons of gold came at just the right time. Last time he had arranged with the island side about the bizarre game invasion to take place exactly 2 months later, he had to clean up his side quickly. As the agreed time neared, Su Bai needed to prepare ahead for going to the island. 2 months after the bizarre game invasion, the clock struck midnight. The invasion of strange powers deepened, and the impact on many onmyoji became increasingly severe. Many onmyoji had begun to reveal various shapes of demons and monsters. Headless ghosts, hanging ghosts, and other characteristics of monsters appeared on the corresponding onmyoji, causing chaos in the crowd. At the same time, the bizarre rifts around the world were widening, and strange incidents were happening more frequently. The onmyoji departments across different places were overwhelmed. With the constant invasion of strange games, the classification of monsters has become increasingly evident. Monsters in various regions have clearly established class distinctions. Relevant departments have classified the monsters according to the games. From F rank to SSS rank. Monsters below S rank are ordinary, while those above S rank belong to the category of powerful spirits. Powerful spirits are further divided into different classifications. The symbol of an S-rank powerful spirit is its formidable strength, and it may possess a ghostly aura. SS-rank powerful spirits, which are the revived Phase 1 spirits, will certainly have a ghostly aura, with even stronger abilities. The SSS-rank powerful spirit is even more unpredictable and its killing patterns are harder to decipher, building upon the S-rank foundation. Since monsters are classified into ranks, the official announcement for the classification of spirit tamers has also been urgently released. The current records of spirit tamers have been classified into different levels based on their proficiency in controlling monsters. Spirit tamers are currently divided into 5 ranks. Those who cannot perfectly control powerful spirits, meaning they cannot control an S rank or above monster, are referred to as unranked. Their official title is classified from F to a rank based on the highest monster they can control. For example, if you can perfectly control a B rank monster, then you are a B rank spirit tamer. To perfectly control one powerful spirit is rank 1, 2 powerful spirits is rank 2, and so on, with the highest being rank 5. In the strange game, without special circumstances, a player can form contracts with a maximum of 5 monsters. Those who can control 5 or more spirit tamers are extremely rare. They are not classified separately as rank 1, but are collectively referred to as super rank. Of course, innate spirit tamers are not included in this classification, they have their own ranking system. After all, innate spirit tamers currently only possess 1 monster, which means they can at most be classified as rank 1. However, due to differences in fusion levels, innate spirit tamers can unleash powers far beyond those of rank 1 spirit tamers. Thus, they are classified separately. According to this classification, Su Bai should currently be the only known super rank spirit tamer. When Su Bai first saw the official announcement, he was slightly surprised. There was no such ranking system in his previous life. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? But none of this mattered much. The killing patterns of monsters do not care about your rank. As long as they remain unsolved, it is a dead end. Su Bai further estimated the situation of those around him according to the classification and found that the highest rank was actually his colleague in finance. Being able to perfectly control 2 S-rank spirits qualifies one as a 2-rank spirit tamer, but for Su Bai, it was just average. The next day, Su Bai arrived at the appointed time with the Exorcism Society. Wang Shi, Xiao Lu, and others had already arrived early at the National Guard community. After Su Bai reiterated the things he had previously instructed them, he set off for the airport. Although Su Bai was going alone to the island country this time, he had brought nearly all that he could. Ghost Slayer knife, ceramic doll, 2 ghost porcelains, scarecrow, body bag, cross, ghost oil lamp, broken mirror shards, and more. After all, going solo, having more tools provided a sense of safety. Chapter 145. When Su Bai arrived at the airport, the exclusive plane sent from the island country had already arrived. Following the crew, Su Bai boarded the private jet, where he rested and regained his energy in his room. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door signaled the arrival of the spirit tamers from the island country. They came to give Su Bai an introduction to the current situation of the ghost rope incident. The spirit tamers from the island country respectfully presented a tablet computer and placed it in front of Su Bai. After operating it briefly, images appeared on the tablet. They were all captured by drones. The spirit tamer from the island country gave a brief introduction. Lord Su Bai, currently 10 cities have encountered the ghost rope incident, 6 of which have completely turned into human hells. Here is the footage we captured. You can take a look and prepare in advance. Su Bai looked at the scenes on the tablet. Some were filled with silence, densely hanging with countless corpses, captured from the ghostly realm of those 6 people, with hardly any survivors left. Others were filled with continuous cries for help, with the sounds of the island's ghost hunters battling echoing throughout. These were from the remaining 4 cities, where the island was also trying its best to rescue, but from the videos, it seemed to have little effect. Su Bai silently watched on the tablet, not saying anything further. The island's ghost hunters knew when to be quiet, silently leaving and even taking the door with them. Thud. The sound of the airplane's landing gear touching down rang out. Su Bai knew they had arrived at the island. As soon as he exited the cabin, someone was already waiting there. 2 team leaders from the Exorcism Society came to pick him up, one was Takahashi, and the other was Kamishita. Since they had all dealt with Su Bai before, the Exorcism Society specially sent 2 people to come. Lord Su Bai. We are very glad you could come to the Empire. I believe you can definitely solve that damn ghost rope incident. Thanks to you, I survived the last bizarre instance. You received everything, right? Last time, under Su Bai's protection, they had passed the bizarre instance, and the Exorcism Society had given a generous reward. Seeing Su Bai again, Takahashi appeared particularly excited, talking non-stop. Let's go. Su Bai did not want to talk much, the flight had been quite tiring. Takahashi picked up on Su Bai's thoughts and directly took him towards the Exorcism Society's Hokkaido branch. As soon as they reached the branch's entrance, more people were already waiting. Lord Su Bai. Once again, dozens of big men in black suits spoke in unison. It felt like the Exorcism Society of the island resembled a gang, always enjoying such scenes. A middle-aged man dressed in a traditional Japanese kimono came forward. Lord Su Bai, I am Matsuda, the vice president of the Exorcism Society. The Empire has long been looking forward to your arrival. Your country has an idiom, a humble dwelling shines with your presence. It couldn't be more fitting here. Please, this way. After a few brief exchanges, Matsuda led Su Bai into the hall. Upon entering the hall, Su Bai saw several women in traditional attire dancing in the middle. Tables nearby were filled with a variety of seafood. Lord Su Bai, we have prepared a lavish welcome banquet for you. Please enjoy to your heart's content. However, upon seeing all the seafood on the table, Su Bai suddenly lost his appetite. The island's seafood was contaminated by some strange means, although they emphasized repeatedly that it had been purified. But that was just self-talk, Su Bai dared not try it. Let's skip the banquet. I came here to do business, so don't waste time. Su Bai directly refused. Matsuda was first taken aback but quickly regained composure. Alright. No wonder you are the blood-red ghost hunter, Lord Su Bai. Then let's get straight to business. Matsuda then instructed his subordinates to clear everything away. The dancers also all withdrew, leaving only a girl in a school uniform with twin ponytails. Su Bai coldly asked, Who is this? This is a top student we invited from Tokyo University. She will serve as your translator throughout. Matsuda quickly explained. After all, not everyone in the island spoke Chinese, and Su Bai might deal with others later, so they arranged a translator. Come here. Matsuda beckoned the girl to step forward. When the girl got closer, Matsuda said seriously. Lord Su Bai is our distinguished guest in the Exorcism Society. Make sure you take good care of him. The girl quickly agreed and moved beside Su Bai, softly saying. Lord Su Bai, I am Mako. From now on, I will act as your translator. If there's anything else, please feel free to let me know. Looking at this delicate girl, Su Bai quickly sweeps her with his ghostly vision, discovering there was no ghost energy within Mako, just an ordinary person. Casually saying. Do you want to die? I am here to handle bizarre incidents, dealing with ghosts later. You're just an ordinary person. In a moment, one could lose their life. If you want to survive, stay away from such matters. Jinfan's face turned pale, but she still insisted, Lord Su Bai. It is my honor to work for you. I don't know if it's voluntary or if there are other reasons. But Su Bai did not respond to her any further. He had already warned her once, since she insisted on courting death, it was up to her fate. Su Bai turned to Matsuda beside him and said, I have already watched the video about the cursed rope on the plane. According to the latest standards, it is already a Phase 2 vengeful spirit. This is different from what you said before. Matsuda's face immediately turned ugly. Lord Su Bai, are you trying to raise the price? We had already agreed before, how can? Su Bai coldly snorted, interrupting Matsuda, Su Bai, am not someone who goes back on my word. Since we had agreed before, it will not change. But I cannot suffer a loss for nothing. How about this?
You help me gather some information about the Snow Woman. Then this matter can be settled.
Matsuda breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the price was not raised, the last item given to Su Bai was already their limit.
Alright, Lord Su Bai. I will arrange for someone to handle this matter as soon as possible.
Having finished discussing the matter, Su Bai quickly wanted to resolve the cursed rope incident. He hoped to leave more time for the Snow Woman and Sadako's advancement. So he hurriedly spoke, "In that case, let's resolve this sooner. I have my own matters to attend to. Let's go prepare around the city where the cursed rope is wreaking havoc."
You guys from the Spirit Exorcism Society do have people arranged, right? Matsuda quickly replied, Lord Su Bai.
The cursed rope incidents are currently concentrated in the Kanto region. Our people will gather directly there. When the time comes, we will ensure they cooperate with you as much as possible.
Su Bai nodded. Alright, there's no time to waste, let's go to Kanto now. Okay, I will arrange it for you right away. Please, this way. Su Bai followed Matsuda, and the two prepared to go to Kanto.
Jinfan, who had not spoken for a long time, saw Su Bai act and hurriedly followed. Glancing at Jinfan behind him, Su Bai did not refuse. Since she wanted to follow, let her come along.
Chapter 146.
The island nation is not large, and the Spirit Exorcism Society arranged special transportation. Soon, Su Bai and Jinfan arrived at the area ravaged by the cursed rope. Matsuda, the deputy director of the Spirit Exorcism Society, had other matters and did not come along. He said he had already arranged for 4 exorcists to wait for Su Bai here.
The location is one of the 6 completely fallen areas.
This place had completely turned into a ghost city, shrouded in a chilling atmosphere, as if an indescribable eerie power was silently at work. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ghost city, 4 people were already waiting there, 3 men and 1 woman. They were most likely the 4 exorcists Matsuda mentioned. When the group saw Su Bai arrive, they appeared a bit excited. They had all heard of or seen Su Bai's feats, believing that with Su Bai's presence, the cursed rope incident could definitely be resolved.
As Su Bai walked in, the group gathered around him. They kept chattering beside Su Bai, clearly not able to speak Mandarin.
The interpreter from the island nation came in handy. Jinfan, being a top student from the University of Tokyo, handled the translation with ease, practically providing simultaneous interpretation.
With Jinfan as the translator, normal communication was finally possible. Konnichiwa.
Lord Su Bai, we are from the Spirit Exorcism Society. The group introduced their situation. The strongest among them was a middle-aged man, commanding 2 spirits, 1 A-level, and 1 B-level. The A-level one was a ghost princess. As for the B-level one, Su Bai had no interest and did not remember it. Then the remaining 3 all commanded 1 B-level spirit each. After listening to the introduction of the 4 people,
Su Bai shook his head.
The Spirit Exorcism Society here never actually planned to put in any real effort. The 4 people they sent over were just there to make up the numbers, doing some minor chores. If something really happened, Su Bai would have to step in.
According to the current ranking of exorcists in Long Country, all 4 of them should be considered unranked.
After all, none of them could handle even an S-class vengeful spirit.
A whole country like the island nation couldn't possibly have a few exorcists who couldn't deal with this. Someone in the country should be able to handle this ghost rope incident.
But the island nation didn't want to pay too much for it, because compared to the eerie artifacts that can be replaced, the lives of high-ranking exorcists were far more valuable. That's why they spent a lot of money to invite Su Bai here. They might also have another plan to try to recruit Su Bai into the empire. They had already invited him several times before, but he had turned them down. Now that Su Bai was personally visiting the island nation, perhaps they had other ways to lure him in.
Whatever, if my strength is a bit lacking, then so be it. I've taken the payment, so I can't complain.
Su Bai felt helpless, but didn't really care. Whether the exorcists were strong or not didn't matter to him, as he had confidence in his own abilities.
Aside from that A-level exorcist, the remaining short-haired female exorcist's ghost also had some usefulness.
That person controlled a ghost that could sense the presence of other ghosts, so she could at least act as a scout, which was still suitable. Su Bai understood the basic situation of the group and interrupted their endless chatter.
Alright, I understand the general situation. Let's hear about the ghost city.
The group paused for a moment before all began to speak at once about the ghost city's situation.
Su Bai gathered the information in his mind.
The ghost city ahead had almost no living people left, as it had been completely taken over by the ghost rope.
The ghost rope's killing method was simple and brutal, suspected strangling by the head.
As soon as the ghost rope tightens around the head, death is instant. The island nation had tried it, and no harm came from the rope tightening other parts of the body.
98% accuracy. This was the data given by the island nation. When it was translated by Jinfan, she even seemed a little proud, thinking the accuracy was very high. Did she not realize this had been tested on countless lives of the island nation's people? Su Bai shook his head, really naive. He didn't doubt they were lying, since the scope of the ghost rope incident was so large. If they lied about something like this, the whole situation could spiral out of control. Su Bai was confident he could protect himself, but the island nation would suffer. If the Eerie events spiraled out of control, they would spread quickly, and with the small size of the island nation, the whole place might fall into ruin very soon. The island nation couldn't afford such a huge price. After understanding the current situation, Su Bai looked at the translator and coldly said, "Warn them. Obey without question, or die." Although the group wasn't very strong, if they didn't listen to orders and caused any mistakes, disrupting Su Bai's plans, that would be troublesome. Jinfan felt a little scared when she heard Su Bai's stern tone, even though he wasn't speaking to her. With each experience, Su Bai's aura became more and more intimidating. Jinfan trembled as she translated it for the others. "Hey!" The others quickly nodded and acknowledged, bowing in response. It must be said that the island nation did a good job in this regard, probably because of their strong sense of obedience training, emphasizing strict orders and hierarchy. Su Bai observed the surrounding scene. The buildings around looked dilapidated, as if they had endured countless years of wind and rain. Windows were shattered, walls were covered with mottled lime, and tattered electronic signs swayed in the night wind, making creaking sounds. The city's lights flickered, as if the electricity was unstable, filling the entire city with a shimmer that heightened the unsettling atmosphere. From time to time, strange sounds came from the streets and alleys, howling and murmuring, as if something was lurking in the darkness, watching every corner. But it quickly faded away, leaving behind only silence and a feeling of unease. Looking at the scene before him, Su Bai felt a slight stir in his heart. It seemed the invasion of the ghost strings had become quite serious, and it needed to be resolved quickly. Su Bai prepared to investigate the situation but did not immediately activate the ghost mirror. The ghost mirror would attract the attention of the ghost strings, which he aimed to avoid to prevent unnecessary trouble in the future. Su Bai instructed the short-haired female ghost hunter to use her ability to sense the direction of the spirits in the city. The short-haired female ghost hunter complied, knelt down, and plunged her hands into the ground, sending out a faint wave of ghostly power that spread outward. Before long, results came back to her. The short-haired female ghost hunter stood up straight and said, "Southward." Jinfan had already composed herself and quickly helped translate, "To the south." "Okay, let's go then." Chapter 147. Once the short-haired female ghost hunter confirmed the direction, the team set off. Su Bai took the lead, walking at the front of the group, while the other A-class ghost hunter was at the back. The group headed straight south. Along the way, apart from the crumbling city, there were bodies hanging everywhere, on overpasses, traffic lights, rooftops, anywhere that could hold them. Each one had their eyes tightly closed, lips darkened, limbs hanging limply, their necks stretched and twisted, with some already broken skin, appearing long and eerie. Some drooped their heads, while others faced the ground, carefully observing the ropes from which the bodies hung. They looked like ordinary old hemp ropes, nothing special about them. A few ropes had no bodies hanging from them, leaving one to wonder if they had fallen or for some other reason. Just hanging there in midair, swaying with the breeze, resembling willow branches. Some bodies also swayed slowly with the wind, the places they hung creaking, appearing on the verge of falling. The group moved forward slowly, and suddenly, a corpse hanging in midair opened its eyes violently and stared at the group. Its hands and feet still moved unnaturally in the air, as it sensed the presence of the living and seemed eager to attack them. "Ah! Mum!" Jinfan, who was following closely beside Su Bai, nearly cried out, but Su Bai noticed in time and hurriedly covered her mouth. The others were not faring much better, their faces showing signs of fear, with a younger ghost hunter's legs even trembling. The A-class ghost hunter appeared somewhat calm, seeming to have encountered strange events before, with a bit of experience. However, he still wore a hint of panic, as this was a place ravaged by the ghost strings, whereas previously he had only faced low-level spirits. He also understood his own capabilities. Encountering the ghost strings was a matter of life or death. Seeing their reactions, Su Bai felt speechless inside. Damn! The leadership of this island nation is utterly irresponsible. The A-class one was relatively better, with some experience, and could still help deal with minor monsters. The remaining three were pure novices, having never experienced strange events. Suddenly sent to participate in such dangerous bizarre happenings, were they merely cannon fodder? Su Bai glanced over at Jinfan again. This was even more absurd, she wasn't even a ghost hunter. How did she have the courage to come here? If she encountered even a minor ghost, she would lose her life. With no good options, Su Bai feared they might make a noise that would attract the ghost strings. He spoke up. "These corpses are ghost slaves. They are people transformed after being killed by ghost ropes. The ghost slaves generally aren't strong, and most of them are hung by hemp ropes, unable to come down for a while. They can only scare you, so stay calm." Hearing Su Bai's words, the group felt a little better. The group continued to move forward. By now, Su Bai had also figured it out. This city was abandoned by the island country, with basically no traces of battle left.
The abandoned vehicles were all headed out of the city, entangled by ghost ropes during their escape and unable to get away. The island country's strategy was like this, focusing energy on defending a few important cities. As for whether the people in other cities can survive, it depended on their luck. This is very different from Dragon Country. Dragon Country strategy is a bit like firefighting, with each city having its own ghost tamers department responsible for suppressing invading anomalies. When encountering events that cannot be resolved locally, the headquarters will also send people promptly to handle them. Just like the theater incident in City G before, they asked Su Bai for help. Firstly, the terrain of the two countries is different. The island country consists of several islands, so even if anomalies ravage a locality, they might not affect the whole country. Thus, strategically abandoning cities where high-level anomalies occur becomes the best choice. But Dragon Country is a major infrastructure nation, with highways almost covering the entire country. Communication between provinces and cities is frequent, and once anomalies spread, they will pose an unstoppable danger to neighboring cities. Moreover, Dragon Country emphasizes helping each other in times of trouble. Whenever a city faces a crisis, others will do their part to help. The group gradually ventured deeper, soon arriving at the place with the strongest ghostly fluctuations. The short-haired female ghost tamer continued sensing, pointing straight to a location. There! Main timely spoke up. Su Bai looked over. The short-haired female ghost tamer was pointing at a subway station. Outside, weeds had grown thick, obscuring its original appearance. The lights inside seemed broken, leaving only darkness. After a moment of thought, Su Bai said to Main, "Have them stand guard here, I'll go check the situation." Main quickly conveyed Su Bai's message. Su Bai chose not to take them along because he found it troublesome. These few people were not very strong and lacked experience. If they encountered ghost attacks inside, they might easily meet a tragic end. It's not that their deaths didn't matter, the main thing was Su Bai would then have to deal with their corpses to prevent vengeful ghosts from reviving. It would be better for Su Bai to go in alone. After all, he was also quite familiar with the killing patterns of the ghost ropes. Going in alone, he could unleash his strength, and even if something unexpected happened, he could still retreat safely. Su Bai arranged for several people to guard the spot and check the strange items he had brought. Not finding any issues, he quickly walked into the subway station. The subway station's escalators had long ceased to function, and Su Bai descended slowly. Entering the ticket hall, it was a bit dark, with only a few remaining lights flickering instead of being completely off. The flickering lights cast shadows on the ceiling, where numerous bodies hung by hemp ropes. Su Bai observed the height of the corpses. So low? He couldn't be sure whether the ghost ropes were lurking amidst the pile of corpses. In that case, let's deal with them all. Ghostly energy surged around Su Bai, cold air spreading from his feet, howling as an extreme cold storm ravaged the entire ticket hall. The corpses hanging from the ceiling were all covered in a layer of frost. As time passed, all the corpses were frozen solid. Seeing that they were nearly frozen, Su Bai focused his thoughts. Whoosh! 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 Then, countless threads shot out, encircling the corpses, tightening, cutting, and pulling. The sound of crack-crack echoed continuously. In no time, the bodies on the ceiling were shattered into pieces, scattered all over the ground. The ceiling was instantly empty. Su Bai nodded in satisfaction and continued to move deeper. Creak, creak. The only sound in the entire subway station was Su Bai stepping on the frozen fragments. As the exploration deepened, Su Bai became more and more cautious. The blood-red ghost trap had already expanded, guarding against the sudden attack of ghost ropes. Chapter 148. Su Bai kept the ghost trap within a 2-meter radius around him, moving forward slowly. Fortunately, this subway station wasn't like the previous strange instance, which had a huge suppression on the ghost trap. Otherwise, Su Bai wouldn't have been able to withstand such massive ghost power consumption. Nothing abnormal happened along the way, and Su Bai smoothly arrived at the second underground level. This was the subway platform. The lights on the platform were all broken, and the visibility here was even worse than in the subway hall. The only light came from the right side of the platform. There, an abandoned subway train was parked. The lights inside the car flickered continuously, and the crackling sound of electrical currents rang out from time to time, seemingly on the verge of breaking down. The tunnel on the left side of the platform was empty, with the occasional sound of a baby crying, probably caused by the howling wind. Taking advantage of the light, Su Bai looked into the right side carriage, where tightly packed hemp rope swayed inside, like rice growing in a field. Something seemed to be hanging underneath, but the limited view made it impossible to see clearly. Su Bai frowned. The ghost trap expanded its coverage, easily encompassing the nearby carriages without any obstruction. But Su Bai still didn't dare to let his guard down. The short-haired exorcist from the island country had detected the greatest ghost wave here at this subway station. Su Bai had already explored most of the other areas along the way. Now, the last possible hiding place for the ghosts was this abandoned subway train. Although the ghost trap hadn't detected anything unusual, there was definitely something strange inside.
Millis. Master.
The little demon Millis appeared instantly, dressed in a lowly outfit, with a pair of small, pointed demon ears on her head, and her heart-shaped tail swaying freely in the air. Her doll-like, rosy face was filled with longing for Su Bai. As soon as Millis appeared, she rushed into Su Bai's arms and kissed his face with a smack. Her small hands weren't clean either, and she began groping Su Bai, trying to undo his clothes. Su Bai quickly stopped her actions.
Ahem, now's not the time.
This place is quite dangerous.
We'll talk about it later.
First, help me investigate this abandoned subway.
Millis shot Su Bai a resentful glance. You only summoned me to make me work.
Poof. Although she said this, the little demon still obeyed without hesitation.
Ahem, she obeyed in every sense of the word.
She immediately activated her shadow domain, turning her body into a pool of shadow and instantly entering the abandoned subway. As an expert in the shadow domain, such a dark place was her home ground, far more suitable for her than other female ghosts. If Millis had been able to separate from her body during the previous strange instance, it would have been much easier for her.
Previously, it was because the invasion of the strange game wasn't severe enough that only SSS-level ghosts could manifest.
Now, with the continuous invasion of the strange game, even SS-level ghosts could exist outside of their bodies.
However, the time couldn't be too long.
The combat power of separated ghosts would also be reduced, probably to around 50 or 60% of their original strength. Seeing Millis successfully enter the subway train, Su Bai checked his corpse bag and took out a rusted bone-slicing knife, the ghost butcher's knife. He had gotten this knife when dealing with the mournful ghost incident but hadn't had the chance to use it. Su Bai had also tested its effect before, and its special ability was to lock onto the complete body shadow of a living being and injure people from a distance. This ability had a certain usage limit. After it was used up, it would disappear. There is another knife here. Although it appears dull on the outside, it is actually very sharp, enough to cut through iron as if it were mud.
But I don't know if it can cut the ghost rope.
Following the principle of if the ghost does not offend me, I will not offend the ghost, Su Bai has always refrained from attacking the ghost rope, previously only clearing the bodies that were hanging.
In fact, this is also an experience summed up by everyone over 10 years of the apocalypse.
When encountering strange events, if one does not face danger, be sure not to make unnecessary movements.
Avoid triggering bizarre transformations. One does not know what new killing patterns may arise.
Holding the knife, Su Bai vigilantly stared at the subway in front of him. Suddenly, a sense of crisis emanated from Mealy's. Ghost users and the ghosts they control share a mental connection. As her host, Su Bai could easily receive the thoughts of the contracted ghost.
Not good. Is this some kind of ghost encounter?
Su Bai felt something was off but didn't dare to act recklessly. He tried to contact Mealy's, wanting her to retreat first. But it was like a cow sinking into the sea, with no response.
The connection between the two abruptly cut off.
Su Bai's heart squeezed slightly, a bit flustered.
The connection was actually cut off? How is that possible? Mealy's is an SS-level fierce ghost, and the Shadow Ghost's ability to survive is also very strong. Even if the ghost rope is an SSS-level resurrected fierce ghost, it should still be able to hold out for a while. It must be restricted.
Su Bai's mind raced, connecting the dots on why the contact was severed. He didn't care what else might trigger, saving the ghost was the priority. He immediately activated the blood-red ghost talisman, intending to teleport into the train car. But he found himself blocked outside. Although the ghost talisman could easily penetrate, it couldn't directly act inside. Something is strange? But there was no time to think. Urgency was in the air, and Mealy's fate was uncertain. Su Bai decided to go in directly.
However, even so, Su Bai still maintained a basic calmness. He knew he couldn't go through the train door, as it might easily fall into a bizarre trap. He summoned the ghost bride.
Li Shang understood Su Bai's intentions. Her sharp ghost claws easily sliced through the thick subway car, creating a passage wide enough for an ordinary person. Su Bai leaped through the newly created passage, followed closely by Li Shang.
Upon stabilizing, Su Bai began to survey the surroundings.
Inside the train car, it was indeed filled with thick hemp ropes. But what was not visible from the outside was that beneath the ropes dangled something. It was the people killed by the ghost ropes, but strangely, only their heads and necks remained. Below the neck seemed to be torn apart alive, with blood vessels sliding down from the severed ends, dripping blood, quite horrifying. However, Su Bai was already used to such things and felt no discomfort.
Mealy's. Mealy's.
Su Bai tried to call out for the little demon but still received no response.
The empty car's lights flickered, echoing only Su Bai's voice within. Su Bai walked towards the end of the subway.
As he approached the last car, a sudden foul smell rushed at him. Su Bai knew there was definitely something strange ahead.
Lan Ji.
The ghost actress Lan Ji appeared in her costume.
She and the ghost bride Li Shang stood to the left and right of Su Bai, protecting him in the middle. His sense of safety instantly increased, once again expanding the blood-red ghost talisman. The ghost actress was also ready to strike, and the sound of gongs had begun to faintly echo around, waiting for Lan Ji, the main star, to begin her song. Chapter 149. Su Bai placed the scarecrow and the Eerie porcelain doll within easy reach. Fully prepared, Su Bai ventured into the last train car. As soon as he entered the car, what caught his eye was a mass of flesh, in a ball shape, drenched in blood. The flesh ball was stuck with severed limbs, and inside seemed to be a mix of various organs. The hemp ropes in the front cars only hung heads and necks, the rest had disappeared. It seemed the parts were concentrated here. I just don't know who is responsible for it. And it seems that there is a strange force twisting them all together, making them look so disgusting now. The flesh ball seems to have sensed Su Bai's movements. It bounces up and down a couple of times, then rolls towards Su Bai. Su Bai frowns slightly and puts away the ghost slaughter knife. The special ability of the ghost slaughter knife can only target complete living beings, but this flesh ball is covered in severed limbs and broken arms, making it clear it wouldn't be effective against it. Li Shang and Lan Ji beside him plan to act directly and unleash their big moves, but one needs others to pay attention and the other relies on mental attack. It seems like they can't inflict any damage on the flesh ball. Su Bai stops the two ghost girls' actions, as he already has a plan in mind. With a thought, the ice domain spreads. The best way to deal with this flesh monster is to freeze it and turn it into shreds. Chill pervades the entire carriage. Soon, the flesh ball stops rolling, frozen in place and turning into a white lump. Whoosh! The thread flies out, wrapping around the protruding severed limbs of the white lump one by one and slowly pulling. Su Bai suddenly opens his eyes and halts his actions. Something's not right. When he was pulling the flesh ball, Su Bai felt a wave of pain, as if his own bones and flesh were separating. Su Bai stops pulling and plans to think of another way. But in this moment of distraction, the flesh ball shakes violently and breaks free from its icy binding. In the blink of an eye, it rolls in front of Su Bai. Su Bai quickly takes out the scarecrow and the strange ceramic doll, preparing to defend against this wave of attack. Unexpectedly, although the flesh ball approached Su Bai fiercely, it did not continue the next step of the attack. It just stopped in front of Su Bai. What is going on? Just now there was such a big commotion, as if it were going to crush me. But now it is so quiet. As Su Bai is pondering the strange behavior of the flesh ball, he suddenly hears a shout. Be careful behind you. My husband. It's Li Shang's voice. Su Bai turns and sees. Behind him, a flesh ball had somehow appeared and was rapidly rolling towards him. Su Bai still puts the scarecrow and the strange ceramic doll in front of him. The two ghost girls beside him know their abilities can't cause damage. Ghost energy surges as they stand in front of Su Bai, preparing to forcibly block this wave of attack. But the flesh ball twists, transforming into a puddle of darkness, instantly passing through Su Bai's body and merging with the previous flesh ball. It still doesn't cause any harm. But Su Bai sees the flesh ball's movement. It is the shadow twisting ability of the little demon. My husband, it seems like the flesh ball just now had Melis's ghost energy fluctuations. Indeed so, General. The ghost bride and the ghost actress's statements confirm that Su Bai wasn't mistaken. Melis is inside there? No wonder the attack of the second flesh ball didn't cause harm to me. Su Bai realizes that Melis is in the second flesh ball, explaining why there was no damage caused. But the first flesh ball is still strange. Clearly has offensive capabilities, yet doesn't act. When I was pulling it, I even felt my flesh was separating. Could it be that its killing pattern is to rebound? Was it always luring me to flee or initiate an attack? Su Bai doesn't have time to think carefully. Since this flesh ball doesn't inflict damage, then no need to make matters worse. Let's rescue Melis first. He takes out a pair of golden gloves from the body bag. Gold can isolate ghost energy erosion, preventing it from affecting his body. Looking at the flesh ball standing aside, Su Bai chooses his direction and begins his dissection work. Pieces of corpse flesh are continuously pulled out from the flesh ball, revealing a small passage. Is it you, Master? It is Melis's voice. In the moment when Su Bai hollowed out the flesh and blood ball, his connection with Melis was instantly restored. It's me, hurry and come out. The shadow realm unfolded from inside the flesh and blood ball, and in a flash, Melis returned to Su Bai's body. Master, I'm so scared. It was so dark inside, I was really worried I would die. Su Bai heard Melis's aggrieved voice in his heart. Su Bai was speechless. You're a ghost, how could you die again? But he still comforted Melis. Don't be afraid, just come out. That thing is nothing to be scared of, it's just a fake. When we get back, I'll give you something tasty. Although Melis is an SS-level fierce ghost, her mind is still not mature. Being beside Su Bai, she had never encountered any danger. Mostly, she just bullied others.
Unexpectedly, during her first time helping out, she encountered such a strange creature as the flesh and blood ball. The other ghosts were fine. If she couldn't beat them, the little demons could quickly escape through the shadow realm. But this flesh and blood ball trapped her inside, like being locked in a pitch-black room, which generated such great fear. While comforting the aggrieved little demon, he took out a ghost candle. He lit it, and the candlelight enveloped them, forming a protective shield. He also signaled Li Shan to cut open the carriage, preparing to leave. As for the remaining flesh and blood ball, he had no intention of dealing with it. Su Bai's deal with the island country was limited to ghost ropes, and since this flesh and blood ball posed no threat to him, he couldn't be bothered to seal it away. This flesh and blood ball had an unknown origin. It seemed to reflect all damage back to the attacker, which was quite troublesome. The island was like a large breeding ground for fierce ghosts, where fierce ghosts multiplied, devoured, and evolved each other, and no one knew what unknown killing patterns would emerge. Like the flesh and blood ball from earlier, the island's Exorcist Association hadn't even mentioned it. This showed they weren't clear about the situation inside, let alone deal with those fierce ghosts. No wonder, in the last life, the island was the first large country to fall, with the most fierce ghosts emerging in the Resurrection Phase 2. The inaction of the Exorcist Association bore a large part of the responsibility. Moreover, after the island fell in the last life, survivors flocked to other countries. Since Dragon Country was the nearest, the number of survivors entering was the most. As soon as these island survivors entered Dragon Country, they acted recklessly, grabbing land and forcibly immigrating. A style of robbers. One of the reasons Su Bai hated the island country so much was this. Chapter 150. Okay, I promise you. After a long time comforting Mealy's, Su Bai paid a great price. His kidneys would suffer greatly when he returned. After withdrawing from the carriage, Su Bai took the ghost bride and ghost actress back into his body. Maintaining their existence was also a considerable drain on him. Now that it was much safer, there was no need for them to stay outside all the time. After packing up the ghost candle and the other strange tools, he prepared to leave this subway station. Su Bai had already explored this abandoned subway station quite a bit. The only fierce ghost he encountered was that strange flesh and blood ball, and there was no target for himself. The ghost rope might have rampaged through here. After all, there were hanging hemp ropes and corpses in both the hall and the carriage, enough to prove the ghost rope had been here, but for some unknown reason, it had retreated. And that short-haired ghost hunter sensed this area. The female ghost inside Su Bai truly sensed the fluctuations of the ghost rope here. The ghost rope was definitely nearby. Since it wasn't inside, he would search outside the subway station. Ha! While Su Bai walked, he suddenly stopped. He sensed a wave of ghostly energy in a corner. Upon closer inspection, he saw a pile of flesh in the corner, with a bone stuck in it, and the ghostly energy fluctuation emanated from that bone. The right hand put on the golden glove again and pulled that bone out from the pile of flesh and blood. Su Bai carefully examined it in his hand. The bone was covered in blood and flesh, looking like a small human shin bone. But it was extremely long and narrow, and faint ghostly energy occasionally flickered across it, clearly not an ordinary bone. Searching through his mind, he couldn't find anything that matched his memory. Then, Su Bai struck the long bone with his left hand a few times. The bone only made crisp bang. Bang. Bang sounds, showing no other changes. Forget it, first solve the ghost rope. This thing looks like a good item. Unfortunately, Su Bai didn't have time to check the specific function of the long bone right now, only knowing it was an odd item with decent hardness. He decided to deal with it later when he got back. He put it into the body bag and continued walking toward the subway station exit. At this moment, outside the subway station, four ghost tamers dispatched by the Exorcism Society and Jinfan were on guard in place according to Su Bai's orders. But after waiting for a while, seeing no movement, two ghost tamers relaxed their vigilance and started chatting, eventually bringing up Su Bai. One of the ghost tamers turned to their captain, the only A-rank ghost tamer, and worriedly said, "Captain, it's been so long that Su Bai still hasn't come out. Is he dead inside? Even the ghost tamers sent from the Tokyo headquarters can't deal with this ghost rope. Let's retreat first. We can't all die here." Apart from worrying, this ghost tamer was also filled with fear inside. He was originally a ghost tamer from this ghost city. When the ghost rope swept through the city, he experienced it firsthand and knew the terror of the ghost rope. The ghost tamers in their city had also resisted but with no effect, suffering heavy casualties. The Exorcism Society then issued an order to abandon the city to preserve the surviving strength. They called it strategic retreat. He followed the surviving ghost tamer team and successfully retreated to another city. But during the retreat, he witnessed the ghost rope surrounding and killing ordinary citizens, easier than crushing a grasshopper. His heart was already filled with fear of the ghost rope. If it weren't for the immense benefits promised by the Exorcism Society and hearing of Su Bai's reputation, he would have never returned. Seeing Su Bai delayed, he began to have thoughts of retreating. Another ghost tamer beside him nodded in agreement.
Yeah, Captain. I heard Su Bai was really strong, how he handled things in the strange dungeon. But I didn't expect he is just a silver gun crayon tip. We should retreat. At worst, we'll lose the rewards given by headquarters and face some verbal punishment. Better than losing our lives. The captain of the island nation's ghost tamers remained vigilant, not turning around to look at the two, but his face showed a slight change, yet he didn't speak. The short-haired ghost tamer who controlled the sensing ghosts also seemed deep in thought, keeping silent as well. But the translator beside them couldn't hold back and spoke up. Lord Su Bai will not die. We just need to wait peacefully. How do you know? You are not a ghost tamer, how can you understand us? I experienced the ghost rope incident before, you don't know how terrifying it is. Lord Su Bai is very strong. The three were arguing back and forth, but no one noticed. Two ancient hemp ropes had quietly wrapped around the necks of the two arguing ghost tamers. Suddenly, the ropes tightened violently. The two ghost tamers were instantly pulled up. Ah! Translator Jinfan saw the two ghost tamers suddenly attacked and was filled with fear, unable to hold back a scream. The island nation captain turned around, shocked, and raised his head. He saw a whole mass of ghost ropes drifting over a dark sea, like a huge wave rising from the shore, wanting to swallow everyone. The captain froze for a moment but quickly reacted, the ghost princess instantly possessing him. His entire face turned pale, as if smeared with dozens of pounds of powder. But the lips were strangely blood red. It looked like a Japanese lady's makeup, and this ghost wielder had a typical male face, making it very bizarre. After the ghost princess possessed her, the captain from the island had his fingernails grow long, imbued with ghostly energy, and slashed at the incoming ghost ropes. But it had no effect. The advancing ghost ropes, though not the main body, looked just like ordinary hemp ropes, yet they still held a hint of the SSS-level ghost's essence, which was beyond the reach of an A-level ghost wielder like him. Ah! Ah! Another scream filled with fear, but it was interrupted by something. The translator was also attacked by the ghost ropes. She was just an ordinary person, completely powerless against the assault of monsters. The ghost ropes dragged the translator towards the tide of ghosts. The island captain wanted to save her, but he could do nothing. At this moment, he felt utterly hopeless, as there was no way to fight against the ghost ropes. In the blink of an eye, they had already lost two combatants. It wouldn't be long before the whole army would be wiped out. Suddenly, the ghost ropes dragging the translator to advance stopped moving. At some point, the patch of ghost ropes had been frozen in ice. Whoosh! A thin black thread shot out, wrapping around the frozen ghost ropes and pulling hard. That small portion of ghost ropes turned into a pile of ice debris. The feeling of suffocation disappeared instantly as the translator pulled the remnants of the ghost ropes off her neck and threw them away. Kneeling on the ground, she gasped for air, interspersed with continuous coughing. Ma Fong caught her breath and looked towards the direction of the helping hand, exclaiming in surprise. Lord Su Bai. Chapter 151. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. A figure surrounded by a blood-red glow stood at the subway station entrance. It was Su Bai. After putting away that strange bone, Su Bai had been walking quickly towards the subway exit. Just as he was about to exit, he sensed a powerful ghostly aura descending on the ground. His heart sank. Surely, the ghost ropes were attacking. The four above were nothing but weaklings, and one was an ordinary person. It wouldn't be long before they couldn't hold on. Su Bai opened up the blood-red ghostly aura and instantaneously teleported outside the station. As soon as he stepped out of the subway station, he saw the surrounding walls rotting and tarnishing at an abnormal speed, and the ground was the same. The ghost ropes and ghostly aura were already eroding this area. Su Bai expanded the range of the blood-red ghostly aura to resist the encroachment of the ghost ropes aura. Then he looked towards the island ghost wielders and the translator's direction. He found that several people had already been surrounded by the ghost ropes. Two ghost wielders were hanging in mid-air, caught by the ropes around their necks. He originally planned to save the two. But suddenly, he heard a scream. Truthfully, Ma Fong had also been captured by the ghost ropes, about to be dragged into the tide of ghosts. Su Bai silently thought, the translator still had some use. After all, he didn't understand the island language, making negotiations difficult later. So he reached out and saved Ma Fong. As for the two ghost wielders who were hanging, he couldn't care less. He didn't feel responsible for them. He wasn't their father. If they chose to get involved in this ghost rope incident, they should be prepared to face death. At this moment, the remaining island captain and the short-haired female ghost wielder had already noticed Su Bai's figure. They hurriedly rushed towards him. The translator Ma Fong had also regained her composure and was heading towards Su Bai. The three of them rushed to the subway station entrance from different directions. Ma Fong, being closest, quickly reached Su Bai's side. Lord Su Bai, thank goodness you came in time, otherwise, I would have. The translator's tone was choked with emotion, as if she would cry at any moment but held it back. No time for that. Tell those two to hurry over.
He interrupted the translator's urge to share as there was no time to listen to her cry.
Alright, Lord Su Bai. The translator Ma Fan was taken aback but quickly shouted to the two. When the two ghost wielders heard Ma Fan's voice, they quickened their pace.
Su Bai took out a piece of ghostly porcelain,
injecting ghostly power.
A layer of light enveloped the two people around.
Protect this. Casually throwing the ghost porcelain to Jinfan, this thing emitted light that can resist ghost attacks, but cannot break.
The translator stood dumbfounded, catching the ghost porcelain. Although unclear what this object was, from Su Bai's tone, it seemed very precious. Jinfan quickly guarded it close to her chest. Su Bai then took out a scarecrow, which was the promised reward from the team leader Takahashi. Biting his fingertip, he smeared his blood on the scarecrow's eyes. The scarecrow's eyes emitted a red light, and in an instant, it transformed into a doll that looked exactly like Su Bai. Su Bai hurriedly controlled the doll to run in the opposite direction, attracting some of the ghost rope's attention.
But it didn't have much effect. At this moment, the ghostly features of the ghost ropes were gradually invading Su Bai's blood-red aura.
Outside, there were ghost ropes like willow branches, dark and dense.
Some ghost ropes even dragged clawing ghost slaves, launching attacks against the group.
The strange props in hand had little effect. Su Bai directly summoned the Snow Woman. The Snow Woman's freezing ability was very strong against ordinary ghost ropes, although she couldn't freeze the root of the ghost ropes. After all, the ghost ropes were a revived Phase 2 ghost, one level above the Snow Woman, making it difficult to exert its effectiveness. The team leader was running towards Su Bai while shouting,
"Keep going! Keep going!"
The translator next to Su Bai tightly protected the ghost porcelain in hand, heard the captain's shout, and hurriedly translated.
"Lord Su Bai, he asks you to think of another way."
Su Bai was now focused on coordinating with the Snow Woman using the thread lines. Freezing together with the thread lines was a very powerful clearing skill. Large numbers of ghost ropes and ghost slaves were frozen, then pulled apart by the thread lines. The sound of crunch crunch constantly echoed, and the ground was already covered with ice shavings. But there were so many ghost ropes and ghost slaves that it was impossible to kill them all. As soon as one area was cleared, new ones would immediately fill in. The ghost ropes had developed here for too long, and the exorcism agency didn't control and rescue people in time, so the number of dead ordinary civilians was countless, hence the overwhelming quantity of ghost slaves. Moreover, the root of the ghost ropes didn't attack at all, just using these worthless ghost ropes and ghost slaves to exhaust Su Bai's ghostly energy. This was frustrating. These demons from the exorcism agency let the ghost ropes develop to this point.
While clearing, Su Bai couldn't help but complain.
Suddenly, he heard Jinfan's words. Looking over at the team leader, he found that he had already been entangled by ghost slaves. No wonder he was so desperate for help. Su Bai shook his head. These people really lack strength. He had the Snow Woman freeze the ghost slaves around the team leader, cleaning them up easily. The captain broke free from the ghost slave's entanglement, gratefully glancing at Su Bai as he continued to escape towards him. But just a few steps forward, several ghost ropes had already wrapped around his neck, gradually tightening. Su Bai shook his head. There was nothing he could do, the damned ones couldn't be saved, and he began to focus on clearing the nearby ghost slaves.
"Keep going! Keep going!" Jinfan's voice rang out at the right moment. "Thank you, Lord Su Bai." ?
Su Bai turned around and saw that the team leader had not been strangled by the ghost ropes. It turned out that the team leader's second ghost, although only B-class, had the ability somewhat like that of a hanging ghost, slightly countering the ghost rope's killing patterns, allowing him to escape a crisis and successfully reach Su Bai's side. Su Bai was a bit surprised, but didn't pay it much mind, nodding towards the team leader. More of his thoughts were still focused on the ghost ropes. The sky was filled with ghost ropes and ghost slaves, like a tide, making it impossible to find the root of the ghost ropes for effective attacks. Su Bai and his group felt like a lone boat, trying their best to resist the storm of ghosts.
This won't do.
Su Bai observed the surrounding situation. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death by the ghost ropes here.
The short-haired female ghost wielder with sensing ability was also almost there. This person is still a bit useful.
The blood-red ghost mist expanded a little, enveloping her, and then teleported to take her to the subway entrance. The 4 survivors gathered at the subway entrance. The first 2 are probably nothing but dust left. Su Bai said to Jinfan, "You guys go inside first. Tell those 2 as well." Hearing this, Jinfan hurriedly relayed the message to the 2 ghost controllers. The 3 glanced at Su Bai but obediently walked into the subway station first.
Snow Woman.
Understanding the cue, the Snow Woman unleashed her freezing power, creating a brief frigid storm that cleared a small area. Letting the Snow Woman enter his body, Su Bai turned and quickly walked into the subway station.
Chapter 152.
The 4 retreated into the subway station, with Su Bai at the back, always on alert for the movement of the ghost ropes. Although the Snow Woman had controlled the ghost tide, it only lasted a short while. The ghost ropes commanded the ghost slaves to surge into the subway station, not planning to let them go.
Damn, the pesky spirits just won't leave. Keep following, and you will know what pain is.
Su Bai cursed inwardly as he watched the ghost ropes follow closely behind. But right now, he still had no way to deal with it and could only try to slow down the ghost tide's attack. Thankfully, once they entered the subway station, the opening was only so big, which greatly reduced Su Bai's defensive pressure and the ghostly energy consumption. While fighting and retreating, they successfully reached the subway hall.
Looking at the scene before them, the three who entered first stopped in their tracks.
The hall floor was covered in ice shards and mixed with chunks of meat. The ceiling was filled with broken hemp ropes. The three imagined the scene of Su Bai fighting in the hall, combining it with the situation outside the subway station, gaining further understanding of the blood-red ghost mist, Su Bai's strength.
Country 1. The translator was even more surprised, mouth agape. No wonder it's Lord Su Bai.
The captain from the island nation echoed, also awed by Su Bai's strength. Su Bai quickly caught up with the three, seeing them standing still, feeling a sense of impending darkness.
Do they want to die? Don't they know the horror of the ghost ropes?
He shouted at the three.
Do you want to die? Stuck here like this? Keep moving down. Su Bai entered this subway station.
He wanted to use the strange flesh and blood ball inside the carriage to deal with the ghost ropes. The strange flesh and blood ball could exist in the territory of the ghost ropes, which meant the ghost ropes had no way to handle it.
Oh.
Jin Fan reacted quickly and hurriedly translated Su Bai's words to the two ghost controllers.
The group resumed their movement, fighting while retreating.
They successfully reached the second underground level. Pointing at the first hole the ghost bride had opened, Su Bai commanded.
Hurry up and get on that train.
Then he turned his back, focusing on defending against the ghost rope's attacks. Jin Fan translated Su Bai's words to the other two. The three moved toward the carriage but soon stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with terror as they looked toward the carriage. Noticing the three stopped, Su Bai turned to see what the situation was. It turned out the strange flesh and blood ball had somehow come out from the carriage. The three were frightened by the strange flesh and blood ball. Suddenly, Jin Fan exclaimed and fell to the ground. She had been pushed from behind. The short-haired female ghost controller from the island nation looked at the strange flesh and blood ball charging toward them.
Knowing she had no combat power and couldn't hold it back at all.
Seeing the speed of the flesh ball, and knowing she couldn't run, she pushed the translator forward, intending to sacrifice her to buy time. Su Bai frowned and directly teleported over, pulling the translator to the side. The short-haired female ghost controller saw Su Bai coming and immediately cried for help.
Help me, help me. The translator was just pushed and was still shocked, not recovered enough to translate.
Su Bai couldn't understand the short-haired female ghost controller's words, so he let her face her own end. Even if he could understand, Su Bai was too lazy to save her. Using teammates as shields at the first moment, such a person didn't know when they would stab him in the back. Originally seeing that she had sensing abilities, I thought there was still some use.
Now it seems this person isn't worth wasting time on.
Ah! The short-haired female ghost master didn't run out of the strange blood meatball's attack range and was swept up into it, rolling alone. The island team's captain felt apprehensive, quickly running to Su Bai's side. In front was the aggressive strange blood meatball, and behind was the relentless army of ghost ropes. Now the only way was to enter that carriage. Just now, Su Bai had tried it, and the carriage could be entered instantaneously. I don't know if it was because the strange blood meatball came out or because the ghost bride broke two holes. But now the problem was that the ghost rope's ghost area had already covered over, gradually compressing the blood-red ghost area. At this moment, Su Bai's blood-red ghost area couldn't cover such a large space. Su Bai quickly flashed through various methods in his mind. Got it. He took out an ivory-like object, completely blood-red, from the wrapping bag. This was the reward promised by the Bear Country Ghost Master in the strange copy. After the strange copy ended, it was delivered promptly. This ghost tooth could break open the ghost area of fierce ghosts, just perfect for use. Infusing it with ghost energy, the ghost tooth rose from Su Bai's hand, floating in midair, shaking violently, with increasingly strong ghost energy emitting from it, shining like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Whoosh! The ghost tooth stopped shaking and shot toward the ghost ropes with a swift speed. As the ghost tooth flew, an invisible strange force cut through the ghost area of the ghost ropes. Although invisible to the naked eye, Su Bai knew he could clearly sense that a hole was torn in the ghost area of the ghost ropes. The blood-red ghost area took the chance to expand, enveloping the carriage. Holding one, he quickly teleported inside the carriage along with the translator and the island team captain. As soon as Su Bai and the others arrived at the carriage, the ghost rope's ghost area instantly healed. The ghost tooth only worked for about 0.1 seconds. After all, the ghost ropes were fierce ghosts in the second stage of revival, and being able to tear for that long was already their limit. But that was enough, entering the carriage safely was all that mattered. At this moment, without Su Bai's obstruction, the ghost ropes surged in. The strange blood meatball didn't have time to break, rolling towards the ghost ropes. Two fierce ghosts collided with each other. The ghost ropes launched the first attack, empty ghost ropes entangling the blood meatball. The dragging ghost slaves clawed and jumped, trying to grab at the surface of the strange blood meatball. But the strange blood meatball showed no fear, continuously devouring the flesh and blood of the ghost slaves with its bizarre rules. Meanwhile, on the side of the ghost ropes, countless ghost slaves surged in. The two strange rules clashed in the carriage, making it hard to distinguish who would win. The short-haired female ghost master, who was stuck by the strange blood meatball, had long turned into a puddle of blood and mud. The three stood in the carriage, watching the scene outside. Blood and flesh flew, and from time to time, blood splattered onto the carriage glass. The translator's eyes were filled with fear. The scene of blood and flesh flying made her feel nauseous again. The translator bit her lip, trying to control the urge to vomit, her lips bleeding, but she didn't care. With both hands tightly gripping Su Bai's arm, fearing he might disappear. Su Bai shook her hand off. Frowning, he looked outside. Thinking about the current situation. The island team's captain also regained his composure, glancing at the scene outside the carriage, then looked at Su Bai, filled with admiration. Then he started to bow and thank Su Bai profusely, nodding and bending. Su Bai completely couldn't understand. When Makoto translated, he realized the captain was first thanking Su Bai for saving his life, then amazed by Su Bai's strength and ability to adapt. Chapter 153. Su Bai and the three of them stood inside the carriage, continuing to watch outside the window. The strange blood meatball and the ghost ropes were still entangled. However, it seemed the strange blood meatball had the advantage. It continuously devoured the flesh and blood of the ghost slaves controlled by the ghost rope, its body growing all the time. Got it. Finally thought of a way. Took out a scarecrow from the body bag. This scarecrow is the same one that Su Bai used before in front of the subway station. This scarecrow is not a one-time prop. As long as it hasn't been completely destroyed, it can be reused. Just before retreating into the subway station, Su Bai saw that the mannequin was still intact, so he took it back. He bit his index finger, following the same procedure, smearing his blood on the scarecrow's eyes, and tossed it onto the ground. Soon, a scarecrow that looked exactly like Su Bai appeared. But just having the scarecrow was not enough. Last time, he summoned the scarecrow to attract the attention of the ghost rope's clones. This time, he needs to attract the main body, and the ghost rope's main body is still some distance away. Without protective measures, this mannequin would be easily destroyed by the ghost rope's clones and spirit slaves. He must ensure it can get there. Grinding his teeth, Su Bai took out another piece of ghost porcelain. Infusing it with ghost power, this time the glow of the ghost porcelain was not to protect Su Bai, but to envelop the mannequin version of Su Bai. With this ghost porcelain for protection, it should be enough. As Su Bai cleared the obstacles in front of the mannequin, he controlled it to walk towards the ghost rope's main body. Along the way, some ghost rope clones and spirit slaves attacked the mannequin Su Bai, but they couldn't break through the protective layer of the ghost porcelain. Most of the ghost rope's offensive actions were directed at the strange blood flesh ball. These scattered ghost rope clones and spirit slaves were momentarily unable to do anything about the mannequin Su Bai. To instantly break through the ghost porcelain's protection, it would require the ghost rope's main body to attack personally. Inside the carriage, the two watched the mannequin Su Bai walk towards the center of the battlefield. This mannequin Su Bai was exactly the same as the real Su Bai. There was no way to tell the difference. They thought Su Bai intended to rush straight through, and couldn't help but grow worried. But soon, the translator, Jinfan, reacted. Lord Su Bai wouldn't be so reckless. This must be a fake. Look, he has never used any ghost abilities. The captain of the Japanese team, Saito, heard this and observed for a while. Indeed, just as Jinfan said, this Su Bai had not used any abilities at all, only relying on a layer of protective light to move forward. Taking a moment to breathe, the two began to ponder where the real Su Bai was. Leaning on the car window and observing for a while, they found nothing. Then looking in the direction of the cleared obstacles, they discovered it was coming from the roof. It turned out to be on the rooftop. Captain Saito ground his teeth. He felt he shouldn't sit idly by and wanted to help Su Bai. He turned to Jinfan and said, "You hide well, I'm going to help Lord Su Bai." After saying that, he summoned the ghost princess to possess him, and with sharp nails, tore open the car roof. With a light leap, he went up. Once he got up, he found that Su Bai was indeed on the roof, so he walked towards him. Chapter 154. Before Saito could get close, the ghostly energy on Su Bai surged, already gathering strength. The decoy plan was about to succeed. The mannequin Su Bai was now getting close to the location of the ghost rope's main body. The blood-red ghost rope was surrounding the strange blood flesh ball, commanding the nearby ghost rope clones and spirit slaves to attack. Suddenly, it sensed a strange presence appear within its ghostly territory. It summoned some ghost rope clones and spirit slaves to clear it away, but it was still ineffective. The blood-red ghost rope made a shift among the ordinary ghost ropes and arrived beside the mannequin Su Bai. After a slight probe, it didn't find a dangerous premonition. It began to coil around the neck of the mannequin Su Bai. Watching the blood-red ghost rope slowly break through the ghost porcelain's protection, it was almost wrapping around the mannequin Su Bai's neck. Su Bai on the roof revealed a slight smile. Got it. Even the cleverest fish will bite the hook when the bait is delivered. It's almost time. Li Xiang. Lan Ji. The two powerful female ghosts heard Su Bai's words and instantly understood his meaning. The ghost bride Li Xiang slightly bent down to lift her red veil. The ghost actress Lan Ji made a pose with her hands, and as she turned, the melodious tone of the opera flowed from her throat, accompanied by the sounds of the opera gongs around her. Su Bai's body erupted with ghostly power, unleashing the extreme cold domain of the snow woman, sending chilling air toward the blood-red ghost ropes. Whoosh! 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 The sounds of breaking air rang out. Countless threads appeared out of nowhere in the air, rapidly growing ghostly hair that twisted around the blood-red ghost ropes. Captain Saito of the island team intended to move toward Su Bai, but he was stunned by Su Bai's overwhelming power, frozen in place. How could a ghost master possibly use so many ghostly abilities at once? Terrifying beyond belief. Country 1. The moment the words fell, Su Bai's strong wave of ghostly power sent him back into the car compartment. Fortunately, he returned to the compartment, otherwise, witnessing the scene after the ghost bride lifted her veil would surely have cost him his life in an instant. However, he still felt the influence of the ghost opera, clearly trapped in an illusion. Thankfully, having undergone related training before, he was doing his utmost to resist the ghost actress's powerful mental attack. The scene returned to Su Bai's side. With 5 great abilities unleashed, the violent ghostly aura instantly suppressed the ghostly ropes. Su Bai pulled out a coffin nail covered in copper rust, and the blood-red ghostly ropes expanded in an instant, teleporting next to them. At this moment, the blood-red ghostly ropes hadn't sensed the danger yet and were still planning to deal with the fake Su Bai, their prey. The rope instantly tightened around the neck of the fake Su Bai. The protective glow around the fake Su Bai had shrunk to the surface of its skin, but under the onslaught of the ghostly ropes, it held on for only a moment. The ghostly ropes had already tightened around the fake Su Bai's neck. The fake Su Bai was essentially a scarecrow and would not turn into a ghostly slave like a normal human. Under the attack of the blood-red ghostly ropes, the fake Su Bai exploded, turning into a sky full of rotten straw. As the blood-red ghostly ropes eliminated the scarecrow in an instant, it sensed danger and prepared to flee. But it was already too late. The lifting of the veil and the pressure from the ghost opera slowed its movements. The cold air, connecting threads, and ghostly hair physically restrained its movement. With the ghostly aura enveloping it, Su Bai had already teleported beside it. 9 suns suppress heaven and earth, 1 nail secures yin and yang. Su Bai crossed his 10 fingers, with the 9-inch nail in the middle. Ghostly power surged crazily into the 9-inch nail from his arms, causing the copper rust to fall off. A massive phantom of a copper nail emerged from the 9-inch nail. Amidst the sky of rotten straw, Su Bai clearly sensed the position of the blood-red ghostly ropes. He raised both hands above his head and aimed at the restricted ghostly ropes to nail them down. With a loud bang, he drove it into the ground. An invisible wave of ghostly energy erupted from within the blood-red ghostly ropes, spreading outwards. But Su Bai still activated the blood-red ghostly protection to resist this wave of impact. His hands remained tightly gripping the 9-inch nail, denying the blood-red ghostly ropes any chance to escape. However, being a rebirthed powerful ghost, the blood-red ghostly ropes struggled desperately, like a giant python caught by its heart, twisting its strands. The surrounding ghostly aura shrank, concentrating near Su Bai, and the smell of decay grew increasingly heavy. The surrounding ghostly ropes and numerous ghostly slaves abandoned their assault on the strange bloody fleshball and surged toward Su Bai. Su Bai also compressed the blood-red ghostly protection, turning it into a mass, pressing against the base of the 9-inch nail, adding continuous pressure. But it was still not enough. Feeling the continuous vibrations of the 9-inch nail in his hand, Su Bai shouted, "Liang Shan!" Hearing this, the ghost bride did not need Su Bai to say more. Their thoughts were united, transforming into a stream of bloodlight that entered Su Bai's body. Then, a surge of red light erupted from Su Bai's body, and a blood-red wedding dress draped over him. The phantom of the ghost bride Liang Shang appeared behind him, her jade-like hands wrapping around Su Bai's body, covering his tightly gripped copper nail hands. Together. My husband. The gentle words of the ghost bride flowed in Su Bai's heart. One person and one ghost exerted their strength together, driving the 9-inch nail deep into the ghost rope. Hiss! A wave of even more intense ghostly energy surged out, making the air feel as if it had frozen. Su Bai was instantly thrown away. The blood-red ghost rope writhed desperately, like a mad snake dancing wildly. Then, as if a pause button had suddenly been pressed, the frenzied movements froze in the air before falling to the ground under the influence of gravity. In an instant, the ghostly pressure of the rope relaxed, and the foul, decaying smell dissipated.
The ghost ropes scattered into tiny black dots that then disappeared into the air. Bang bang bang, sounds kept ringing out.
The ghost slaves previously hanging in the air by the ghost ropes also fell silent, turning into ordinary corpses that dropped to the ground, scattered everywhere. Su Bai stood up from Lan Ji's embrace. He had been thrown away by the last wave of ghostly energy from the blood-red ghost rope, but thankfully, the ghost play woman had caught him in time. He walked over to check the ghost rope, which had been under scrutiny, and found it was completely still. With the surrounding ghostly energy and the disappearance of the ghost ropes, Su Bai confirmed that the blood-red ghost rope had been completely sealed, and he finally sighed in relief. Su Bai recovered a bit of the ghostly power he had consumed and felt dissatisfaction towards the Spirit Exorcism Society in his heart.
Damn it.
Such a broken ghost rope was allowed to develop into something terrifying because of the negligence of those idiots from the island country. It wasted so many of my items and required such tremendous effort just to seal it. It's really damned.
But it's finally resolved.
Su Bai cursed and stored the ghost rope into a body bag, then looked towards the carriage. He had already noticed the actions of the island captain, Saito, on top of the car but had no time to pay attention to him. Now he did not know what the situation was. Saito in the carriage was in a bit of a bad state, blood flowing from his mouth, as if he had just fought against the ghost rope himself. In truth, he was merely affected by the ghost play woman's music. Fortunately, the duration was short, otherwise, he would have long lost his life.
Chapter 155.
The island captain Saito regained his composure, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up. His heart was filled with admiration for Su Bai's strength. As expected of the blood-red ghostly energy, Lord Su Bai. Just the residual waves of battle nearly took my life.
If the Empire had such strong warriors, wouldn't the situation be different now? Sigh. Stopping his thoughts, Saito planned to find Meiho first to regroup.
Then they would go to Su Bai's side together. After all, he couldn't speak the language of the Dragon Kingdom, and communication with Lord Su Bai still depended on Meiho's translation. Saito turned to look in the direction where Meiho had been earlier, but found no one there.
He felt a bit uneasy. Is she hiding, or? Saito quickly walked towards the next carriage.
As soon as he entered the carriage, he saw Meiho lying on the ground. Her body and the area around her were stained with broken flesh and blood.
Saito thought to himself that it was bad news and quickly ran towards Meiho.
But suddenly he stopped. He noticed that the broken flesh beside Meiho was emitting slight ghostly energy fluctuations, likely left by the bizarre blood flesh ball. The ghost princess possessed him. He cautiously approached to test the broken flesh. Finding no reaction, he let out a sigh of relief. He hurried to Meiho's side and cleaned up the broken flesh.
He tested her breath. Fortunately, she was still alive.
After checking her injuries slightly. Even though Meiho was covered in blood and broken flesh, she had not suffered any real harm. Looking at the surrounding scene, Saito guessed that the bizarre blood flesh ball must have attacked Meiho. In fact, that was indeed the case, while Su Bai was battling the ghost rope.
The bizarre blood flesh ball took advantage of the absence of the ghost rope's entanglement and snapped back to its lair in the abandoned subway.
At this time, only Meiho was left in the subway, confronting the bizarre blood flesh ball directly. Only, it was uncertain how a normal person like Meiho would. How they survived the attack of the strange flesh and blood sphere. Suddenly, the captain noticed that Jinfan seemed to be holding something in his right hand.
He pried open the fingers and took out what Jinfan was holding.
It was a clay statue of a Buddha, about the size of an adult's palm. Upon closer inspection, it was carved in the likeness of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Although it was made of clay, it was very finely detailed. The Buddha's face was round, with delicate eyebrows and long eyes, and a water droplet-shaped white hair tuft between the brows. His eyes were slightly lowered, radiating compassion, and his demeanor was dignified. In his left hand, he held a mani jewel, and in his right hand, he carried a six-ringed metal staff, his robe naturally draped down, with beautifully carved lines, delicate and smooth. The structure was even. However, it was strange that the robe of this Ksitigarbha statue was a very bright red, as if soaked in blood. Upon sensing the inside of the clay Buddha, he found remnants of ghostly energy fluctuations. This should be a strange object. It was this Ksitigarbha statue that saved Jinfan's life from the strange flesh and blood sphere's attacks. Although it was unclear why an ordinary person like Jinfan could use a strange object. But surviving was already good enough. Moreover, fortune often accompanies misfortune, misfortune often leads to fortune. It was unknown whether Jinfan could still use this clay statue in the future. If possible, with this strange object, he might even become an exorcist later on. On the other side, Su Bai finished tidying up the ghost rope and was counting his consumption. This sealing battle against the ghost rope consumed 2 pieces of ghost porcelain. The scarecrow given by Takahashi was also used up. That was the biggest loss. However, the request from Japan to solve the ghost rope issue brought him 4 pieces of ghost porcelain, a strange ceramic doll, and 100 tons of gold. Overall, this transaction was profitable. He also received a long, unknown bone with some function. The ghost rope could be taken back to Professor Gui, it should be able to trade for many good things. But the most crucial gain this time should be the information and data that the Exorcism Society of Japan promised to gather. Su Bai's main goal for coming to Japan was to find clues about the progression of the Snow Woman and Sadako. After all, the Exorcism Society was Japan's official organization, holding far more channels than Su Bai. With their help to gather relevant clues, Su Bai could save a lot of time. He wondered how the data collection was going on their side. He had already dealt with the ghost rope here. He hoped the Exorcism Society would be ready. If, with that information, he could elevate both the Snow Woman and Sadako to SSS rank, this trip to Japan would be perfect. If it didn't work out, elevating just one would also be acceptable. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the subway station. The Japanese captain, Saito, slowly walked over with the unconscious Jinfan on his back. Su Bai glanced at Jinfan on Sato's back and then gave him a questioning look. Saito understood and pulled out his phone, tapping away. A mechanical voice filled with crispness rang out. Lord Su Bai. Jinfan was attacked by the strange flesh and blood sphere. He has been unconscious ever since. But I have checked, he is not injured. I suspect this Xidagarba statue protected him, it should be a strange object. After the voice on the phone finished, Saito displayed the clay statue in his hands. Su Bai looked at the statue, and there were indeed ghostly energy fluctuations on it. Seeing that Saito had no intention of handing the statue to him, Su Bai did not attempt to snatch it. It was just a strange object, there was no need to resort to force. This statue did not match with those powerful strange objects from his memory. Jinfan was just an ordinary person, he originally shouldn't have been able to use strange objects, but she managed to activate this clay statue. This meant that the statue had chosen her. Although the reason was unclear, it was her own business. Being chosen by a strange object could be good or bad, it was still uncertain. Take it on yourself. Su Bai's main concern right now is why the strange flesh ball has also disappeared. Could it be related to the ghost rope? It's unlikely. Based on prior situations, this ghost rope has no way to deal with the strange flesh ball, instead, the ghost slaves are being constantly devoured. If it's not the ghost rope, then what is it? Forget it, thinking too much is useless. The transaction content I provided to the Exorcism Society is limited to the ghost rope incident. Now that it has been resolved, I should hurry back. This island is just a bizarre breeding ground for curses, chaotic and unusual, not suitable for staying long. I should quickly return to receive the Exorcism Society's files and see if there are any leads about the Snow Woman and Sadako leveling up. Su Bai stopped thinking and said to the already awakened translator. Tell your captain to send a message to the Exorcism Society. Just say the ghost rope has been resolved. Come to the Ghost City gate to pick us up. But there's no need to come in, there are other fierce ghosts inside the Ghost City. Although Meiho was still a bit dazed. She still translated Su Bai's words to Saito. The captain hurried to contact the Exorcism Society. Then the three of them rushed towards the Ghost City's outskirts. But they didn't notice that the clay Buddha statue hanging nearby had a flash of blood red in its eyes. Chapter 156. Day. The three walked on the empty streets of the Ghost City, the crisp sound of footsteps resonating clearly in this silent, desolate city. I wonder if the people sent by the Exorcism Society outside have arrived. Is there really no one in this city? Translator Meiho was walking between Su Bai and Saito, lost in thought. Her eyes scanned around the Ghost City. This used to be a bustling urban area, but since the strange occurrence, it has turned into a wasteland. Lord Su Bai, look quickly. Meiho pointed in one direction and exclaimed in surprise. Following her direction, there were a few dim lights blinking rhythmically. Are there still survivors over there? Can we call them to come with us? Although this is already a ghost city, there are still a very few lucky ones who have survived. But what does it matter to survive? In the end, they are just waiting to die. Su Bai did not respond to Meiho and silently continued walking towards the outskirts of the city. Yes, there are indeed humans present here. He had discovered that long ago. But what does it matter to survive? In the end, they are just waiting to die. The Exorcism Society in this island has completely given up on this place. Their officials don't care at all, do they expect me to save them? Ridiculous. Seeing that Su Bai did not respond, Meiho still did not give up and asked Saito in the island language. Captain Saito, can't we really call them to come with us? Isn't the Exorcism Society sending someone over? Saito shook his head, with a bitter face he said. It's useless. If we call the survivors inside, they will basically all die at the hands of the fierce ghosts. There's not just the ghost rope as a fierce ghost here. I've been to that place, it's a temple. It holds a large amount of food. Staying there can allow them to survive for a while. If we call the survivors inside, they will basically all die at the hands of the fierce ghosts. There's not just the ghost rope as a fierce ghost here. Unless the headquarters sends a large number of exorcists to reclaim this city, only then can we save them.
But...
Sigh. Sato's voice abruptly stopped, leaving only a sigh. He knew in his heart that it was impossible for the headquarters to send people over.
If they wanted to reclaim it, they would have sent people long ago.
Those exorcists at headquarters cherish their own lives, asking them to risk their lives to come here is simply a pipe dream. The only reason they dealt with the ghost rope incident this time was that the growth rate of the ghost rope exceeded the Exorcism Society's imagination. In less than 2 months, it expanded from a small area into a large-scale bizarre incident affecting 10 cities, reaching a level that had to be dealt with. At this point, the exorcists at headquarters didn't even dare to come over. I'd rather pay a huge price to invite Lord Su Bai from the Dragon Country. Sato's reply was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the little hope in Meiho's heart. She fell silent, her expression somewhat dazed. She had always lived in Tokyo, the capital of the island nation, where it was the most crucial area protected by the Spirit Banishing Society. It was also the city with the most exorcists in the entire empire. Though strange events would occur, they could generally be resolved in time. Meiho never knew that the outside world had become so tragic. The originally prosperous city had turned into ruins, and almost all the people inside had died or been injured. The few who survived were just huddled in one place, relying on stored food, waiting for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Had the world really come to this point? Through this experience, Meiho completely understood. For an ordinary person, being able to keep a small life in the apocalypse was already a great luck amidst misfortune. The atmosphere became heavy, the three of them no longer spoke. As they were almost outside the city, Su Bai saw that the people from the Spirit Banishing Society had not yet arrived. So they waited by an abandoned gas station at the roadside. Saito took out a cigarette from his pocket and started to smoke. Seeing that there was still a vending machine in the gas station, it seemed to have quite a few drinks inside. He walked over and kicked it a few times. With great strength, he made the whole vending machine shake violently. Soon, several bottles of drinks fell down with a clattering sound. Saito squatted down and took everything out from the vending machine's delivery slot. Not in a hurry to drink, he first handed a can of coffee to Su Bai. Drink? On this journey, he had learned a bit of the basic dragon language from Meiho, such as simple words like eat, drink, and run. Su Bai nodded and took the coffee. Taking a look, it was a brand he had never seen before. A faint aura passed through, there was no problem, so he opened it and took a sip. He immediately spit it out, and his expression changed a bit. What is this? It tastes way too bad. He tossed it aside and continued to close his eyes to rest. Meiho, the translator, had already leaned against a wall, squatting with her eyes tightly closed. She had originally been an ordinary university student. The terrifying scenes they encountered along the way were things she had never experienced before. Moreover, after recognizing the truth of the apocalypse and the Spirit Banishing Society completely, her nerves had been tense all along, and now that she finally had a moment to relax, she fell asleep immediately. Without Meiho's translation, Sato's poor vocabulary didn't allow him to communicate with Su Bai. And seeing that Su Bai didn't seem to have the desire to speak, the captain wisely closed his mouth and remained alert around them. Rather than resting his eyes, Su Bai was actually communicating with the female ghosts in his heart. Master, you remember to keep your promise, don't renege. This was Millie's voice. How could I renege? Who doesn't know my reputation of being honest and reliable? General, you are lying. Last time you promised me and haven't fulfilled it yet. Lanji immediately retorted, last time in the Eerie dungeon, Su Bai had promised her a day of solitude but had never delivered. Su Bai was at a loss for words and quickly changed the topic. Let's talk about something else. Sadako, Yukiana. Do you have any clues? About your promotions. Bad master, don't think you can renege. He flirted and chatted with the female ghosts in his mind, and slightly eased from the tense battle. A hint of smile appeared on his cold face. Suddenly, a strange male voice came from behind Su Bai. Who are you? At first, Su Bai thought it was Saito speaking. But soon realized that Saito was on guard across from him. And there was only a wall behind him. Turning around to look, a strange face protruded from the wall behind him. The ghostly face on the wall was earth-colored, its facial lines distorted in a way that was deliberately unnatural, as if a tangled shadow was dancing on the wall. Its eyes were like two deep pupils, emitting an eerie green light. Fear rises in the heart. The mouth opens, sharp teeth exposed, forming a row of terrifying fangs. The blood-red tongue stretches out, twisting like a serpent's forked tongue, revealing evil and cruelty. On the ghostly face, a layer of pale, dust-like pattern seems to grow, highlighting the chase of time and the mark of death. Chapter 157. Su Bai was startled by the strange ghostly face, but he quickly calmed down. After all, with 10 years of apocalyptic experience, what kinds of monsters hadn't he seen? Although the ghostly face was bizarre, it was within Su Bai's range of acceptance.
Looking at the sleeping translator Jinfan not far away, the thread flew out, wrapping around her body.
The blood-red ghostly device spread wide, instantly teleporting to a safe position. As he stayed firm, a chill surged from within, rapidly spreading towards the wall where the ghostly face was. A thick layer of frost quickly covered the wall. But that strange ghostly face was not among them. Su Bai was certain it was not an illusion. It was rare for a monster to silently pull him into an illusion right under the eyes of the ghostly actress Lan Ji. So, where did the ghostly face go? Su Bai's gaze sharpened as he searched for the ghostly face's trace. Suddenly, the strange ghostly face appeared on the ground at his feet. This time Su Bai saw it clearly. Although the ghost face had teeth and a tongue, overall, it was clearly made of mud.
Mud?
That thought flashed through Su Bai's mind. The next moment, the translator, who had been lying nearby, suddenly opened her eyes wide and leaped up, charging towards Su Bai. Her pupils had changed from the ordinary black of a human to an eerie blood red. Her hands grabbed the threads tied around her waist, and then dirt surged from her palms, spreading along the threads towards Su Bai. The blood-red ghostly device was still open, and with a thought, it instantly teleported to another direction. The ghostly energy in Su Bai's hand flowed, severing the threads that connected to Jinfan's waist. Overseeing from a short distance, the captain of the island country, Sadako, noticed the situation. First, he was startled. How did Jinfan suddenly become a ghost wielder? Then it seemed that Su Bai had launched an attack. But he quickly calmed down. First, the ghost princess possessed her, transforming into a strange male-faced, female-dressed shape, charging towards the translator. He figured it out. Su Bai could not possibly be the enemy. With Su Bai's power, he could kill them without such detours. Su Bai used teleportation to distance himself from Jinfan. Looking at Jinfan, whose hands had turned to mud, Su Bai frowned slightly. Taking the ghost butcher knife from the body bag, he infused it with ghostly energy. Instantly, the world in Su Bai's eyes changed, and several shadows appeared before him. Locking onto the shadow of translator Jinfan, he struck downward without any hesitation. Though the knife cut through the air, it was still an attack on Jinfan. This is the power of the ghost butcher knife. As long as it locks onto a body, it can inflict damage from thin air. Jinfan's movements froze, and a black line appeared at the center of her body. It started from the top of her head and went down. The black line continued to expand until light shone through the middle. Her entire body was split in two, falling left and right onto the ground. But contrary to expectations, there was no scene of blood spraying or organs spilling. Her body now only contained mud. Su Bai remained vigilant, continuing to watch the bisected body. He saw a large amount of sludge gushing out from both halves of the body, constantly reshaping. In a short while, the sludge faded away. Two Jinfans appeared out of thin air in Su Bai's sight. They looked just like the Jinfan before being cut, even the clothes had reshaped perfectly. Ha, not dead yet, this is interesting. Su Bai sneered, putting away the ghost butcher knife. It had no effect on this strange Jinfan. Revival, ha. Clones, ha. Playing with mud, ha. Let me see how you survive next. The ghostly energy in Su Bai's body erupted. The blood-red ghost trap switched to the extreme cold realm. The cold air swept through, an extreme cold storm engulfing the two Eerie Jinfan. When the sky of wind and snow dissipated, only two lifelike Jinfan ice sculptures remained in place. Silk thread flew out, wrapping the two ice sculptures tightly, then suddenly contracted. A crack sound echoed as the two ice sculptures turned into a pile of ice particles under the pulling of the silk thread. Lord Su Bai. Jinfan, she. Sadako, who came over to support, had just arrived and stood frozen in place, muttering to himself, but it was all in the island's language, and Su Bai couldn't understand. Sadako was completely stunned. What was going on? In the blink of an eye, Jinfan had been killed. Wasn't there a need for my help? Then he looked at the pile of ice particles, recalling the strange dirt form of Jinfan. He suddenly started. Dirt? Could it be that mud sculpture Buddha is causing trouble? Sharp nails grew, and with a swipe across his own arm, he watched blood slowly flow from it. Saito breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't turn into a mud man. He had encountered that mud sculpture Buddha before and, seeing Jinfan's eerie appearance, was afraid he might also get affected. Su Bai ignored Sato's thoughts and actions. The silk thread danced, searching through the pile of ice particles for that mud sculpture Buddha. In no time, Su Bai found it. The silk thread wrapped around the mud sculpture Buddha and pulled it directly to Su Bai's face. Su Bai didn't dare to touch it easily, letting the silk thread suspended in the air for careful observation. This mud sculpture Buddha showed no change from before, only the originally kind eyes had turned blood red like the eyes of the Eerie Jinfan, coupled with the originally bright red robe, very frightening. He discovered there was blood color in the eyes, just like Jinfan's eyes. Indeed, you are making trouble. Su Bai confirmed the situation and took out a golden cross from the body bag.
He directly thrust it into the head of the mud sculpture Buddha, the entire bottom of the cross sinking in. The blood color in the eyes of the mud sculpture Buddha immediately faded. Then, using ghostly energy to check, he found that this mud sculpture Buddha had completely fallen silent, before tossing it into the body bag. Another eerie item. This island country, although allowing ghosts and monsters to ravage, with fierce spirits flourishing. But precisely because of this, the island's strange items are so numerous. Earlier, Su Bai was still puzzled about where so many good things came from in such a small island country. It turned out they were all piled up with the lives of the people. Ha! Su Bai sneered but didn't say anything further. He planned to leave this place directly. The Exorcism Society's people didn't know when they would arrive. Waiting here, he feared that some fierce ghost might find him. He didn't want to work for free. Saito remained silent. The only person sent from the island left was him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit miserable. He didn't suggest searching for a real translator. Firstly, he knew that Jinfan had no chance of surviving. Ordinary people encountering strange times faced 100 deaths. Secondly, due to the language barrier, there was no way to communicate with Su Bai. Su Bai walked toward the city outskirts, with Saito silently following behind him. Before long, they heard a low and chilling bell sound. Dawn! 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 Within the bell sound, there seemed to be painful moans, as if from hell, chilling to the bone. Chapter 158. The low and cold bell sound made the two stop in their tracks. Su Bai cautiously observed the surroundings. The blood-red ghost trap had already expanded, but for now, no strange entities attacked. Dong dong dong. The eerie bell sound was still coming, becoming clearer, and their unease gradually increased. What is it? Saito suddenly spoke, pointing in a certain direction with a terrified face. Although Su Bai couldn't understand the island language, he could clearly feel the panic in his tone. He looked in the direction he was pointing. It was the place where Su Bai had fought the mud sculpture Jinfan before. According to reason, there should now be a pile of mud chunks broken into pieces. But as the eerie bell rang, that pile of mud chunks quickly began to gather together, gradually forming a human shape. Su Bai watched the strange scene of the mud chunks coming back to life, without any hesitation, turned around and left. He planned to leave this place of trouble, as there was no need to entangle himself with that mud sculpture, really. It had already shattered into pieces and could still be resurrected. What a joke, a waste of time. Moreover, the most important thing was that the ghost rope incident had already been resolved, and his transaction with the exorcism agency in the island country was completed. The remaining ghosts would all be dealt with by the exorcism agency themselves. Do what you were paid to do, that's Su Bai's principle of handling things. He was not like Wang Shi, being a do-gooder who liked to meddle. Saito saw Su Bai turning to leave and felt a bit confused, but still immediately followed. After these few battles, he had completely realized the current situation. In this ghost-infested ghost city, his A-grade demon master strength was simply not enough to see. Without Su Bai, he was afraid he wouldn't survive a day. The two of them moved in front and behind, planning to transfer to a safe place. Time passed quietly, and suddenly a roar of mechanical engines echoed in the sky. The two stopped in their tracks and looked up. A helicopter from the exorcism agency had arrived. Seeing the helicopter come, both of them sighed with relief. This ghost city was too eerie, and who knew how many resurrected Stage 2 ghosts existed inside? According to the island country's strategy of letting things fester, who knew if even more advanced ghosts would appear? In fact, just that inexplicable missing fleshball, and that undead mud sculpture with recovery abilities beyond the ghost skeleton, was already enough to give a headache. The helicopter confirmed the positions of the two and flew directly over. As the helicopter slowly approached the ground, a powerful wind and waves followed. The surrounding weeds swayed like ocean waves under the rotating propeller, making a faint rustling sound. The helicopter gently touched down, vibrations spreading throughout the entire fuselage, and dust flew up from under the wheels. As the flying dust settled, the plane's door automatically opened. The two quickly moved forward and jumped in. They took a moment to explore the interior environment. Only two pilots were seated in the cockpit, and no other personnel were seen. When the two pilots saw them enter, they didn't ask about the whereabouts of the others, just focused on looking ahead. Once Su Bai and Saito sat down on either side, the helicopter started up again. In no time, the vibrations of the plane stabilized, entering a steady flying state. At this moment, it was quiet beside the two, only a faint buzzing of machines accompanied by the sound of wind and the roar of the engine, giving a sense of inexplicable security. Saito had relaxed, the pressure and tension brought by encountering ghosts dissipated gradually. His heavy eyelids began to relax, and the face that had been tense also loosened. Accompanied by steady breathing, he unexpectedly fell asleep. Su Bai glanced at the sleeping Saito and shook his head. How could he dare to sleep like this? He had always been a cautious person, and coupled with 10 years of apocalyptic experience, even at this moment he would not let down his guard. Moreover, they hadn't even flown out of the boundary of that ghost city yet.
The deep, cold Eerie bell had already ended. Su Bai was observing in the sky. Aside from the resurrected strange mud sculpture, he had not seen any other eerie occurrences in the ghost city. The helicopter's propeller continued to spin at high speed, accompanied by the roar of the engines. As Su Bai saw them about to leave this ghost city, he felt a little more at ease. Not observing the surroundings anymore, he closed his eyes, recovering his consumed spirit and ghost power. But the numerous female ghosts within him continued to help watch the surroundings, and any movement would alert Su Bai. After flying for more than an hour, Su Bai estimated that they were close to the destination, and his spirit and ghost power had mostly recovered. He opened his eyes and looked out the window, planning to check how much longer it would take to arrive. As soon as he saw the scene outside the window, still surrounded by a grey mist of ghostly energy, Su Bai instantly tensed up. Something was wrong. They had clearly been flying out for almost an hour, yet how could they still be within the range of this ghost city? Checking the ghostly energy density around him, he found it was surprisingly still thick. This city couldn't possibly be this large. When Su Bai came here before, he had seen it was just a small island. An hour's flight should have been enough to exit several times. Could it be that the two pilots had been circling above the ghost city this whole time? Or was the ghostly energy causing the pilots to lose their sense of direction? Su Bai kicked Zaitu, who was sleeping like a dead pig, waking him up. Zaitu, awakened from his dream, was still in a dazed state, his eyes half open with a look of confusion, instinctively wanting to ask what was happening. Su Bai quickly raised his index finger to his lips, signaling him to be silent. Seeing Su Bai's actions and expressions, Zaitu swallowed the words he was about to say, his expression turning serious. Although he didn't know what was happening, Su Bai's actions and expressions indicated that something was wrong. Su Bai gestured for Zaitu to look outside. Zaitu understood and turned to check the outside situation. When he turned back, his eyes held a trace of unease. He clearly realized that the flight path was a bit off. They couldn't still be within the ghost city's range now. Then he glanced at the two pilots who had been silent the whole time. Zaitu silently thought to himself, thankfully the pilots showed no change, still focused on flying the plane. Perhaps they encountered a ghost wall or the ghostly energy was too dense, causing the flight speed to be exceptionally slow. They should still be within normal parameters, he reassured himself, his nervous heart calming down a bit. Then he saw a thin black thread flash through the air. The pilot sitting in the co-pilot seat suddenly had his head slide off his body and fall to the floor of the plane with a thud. What the hell? Ignoring Su Bai's warning, Zaitu instinctively opened his mouth to speak. His eyes widened like saucers, filled with terror. Chapter 159. Seeing Su Bai suddenly attack the co-pilot, Zaitu was startled. Instinctively, his ghostly spirit attached to him. Not only that, he directly used the powers of his second ghost. A rope appeared out of thin air around his neck. He hung one end on the airplane and flipped over to get closer to the helicopter door, ready to jump out. The escape motion was done in one breath, feeling like he had done this kind of thing many times before. Su Bai's thread of control flew out, wrapping around the jumping Zaitu, pulling him back to his original spot. Zaitu was yanked back, looking around in a bit of a daze. Wasn't he about to jump out of the plane? Why did it feel like nothing had changed? Then he quickly realized, his expression grew even more terrified. Fortunately, Su Bai had bound him with the thread, even his mouth couldn't move. Otherwise, who knew what kind of commotion would ensue? Once Zaitu calmed down a little, Su Bai pointed to the front pilot's position, signaling him to see what was happening now. Although Zaitu's body and mouth were bound, his head could still turn. He turned his head in the direction Su Bai indicated, discovering that the pilot in the main seat showed no signs of movement, still maintaining the action of flying the plane. It seemed he hadn't even noticed that the person beside him had been decapitated. He had no idea what had happened after that. Looking at the passenger seat again, the pilot who had been decapitated by Su Bai maintained the same posture as before, completely still. The strangest thing was that the headless body was not leaking blood, but mud. Saito was terrified in his heart and looked at Su Bai. Seeing that Saito had understood the situation, Su Bai retracted the thread that had been trapping him. After being freed, Saito didn't bother to check his own condition and was about to speak. But then he remembered that Su Bai didn't understand the island language and had previously signaled for him to be silent. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, tapping quickly, then flipped the screen towards Su Bai. On the phone screen, there was a dense array of questions Saito wanted to ask, and thankfully, he typed fast, or there's no way he could ask so many questions in such a short time. Lord Su Bai, what is going on? Why did the people sent from headquarters end up like this? Are both pilots strange? What should we do now? Should we parachute? Or is there another way to handle it? The text was too much, and Su Bai didn't finish reading it, most of it was useless. Saito was too panicked and didn't provide any useful help. Su Bai didn't speak but gave Saito a look, signaling him to calm down and not to panic. Soon, another dark flash passed through the cabin, and again, the thread flew out, directly decapitating the other pilot. As expected, the pilot's body was also filled with mud. When Su Bai noticed that the flight time was off, he asked Mealy's to investigate the two pilots. They found that neither of them had normal internal organs.
That's when Su Bai took decisive action.
Both pilots were dead, but the plane didn't fall, it continued flying eerily and steadily.
Saito had already found 2 parachute backpacks and handed one to Su Bai.
Actually, he had never used a parachute before, but now he had no choice but to press on.
As a ghost controller, he shouldn't even be unable to parachute, right?
Su Bai looked at the parachute backpack handed over and shook his head to refuse.
Then, the ghostly energy fluctuated, and ghostly vines spread downward.
He grabbed Sato's arm and instantly teleported both of them to the ground. He had already checked the altitude and realized the plane wasn't that high, so there was no need to bother with a parachute. Teleporting was much simpler. In the blink of an eye, Saito was on the ground, slightly dazed. After a moment, he was about to praise Su Bai's strength, but then remembered they couldn't communicate due to the language barrier. He gave up on that thought and instead gave Su Bai a universally understood thumbs up. Su Bai didn't have time to pay attention to Saito, he was already surveying the area around them. To his surprise, this place turned out to be the same abandoned gas station where they had been waiting for the Exorcism Society to pick them up earlier. It was also the place where the mud sculpture translation shattered into pieces, but then, due to the eerie bell sound, it was reborn. Saito also recognized the place and felt a chill of fear. This cursed place was too weird. The mud sculpture was impossible to kill, and even a helicopter couldn't leave. Su Bai, meanwhile, had already begun to think of a way to deal with it. Everything had to be related to that mud sculpture Buddha statue. But the statue had been suppressed by his golden crucifix, sealed inside a body bag. According to the plan, it should have been foolproof, it couldn't have escaped.
Could it be that the strange bell sound caused some kind of unknown change?
It seemed that the source of it all still lay with that eerie bell. Suddenly, Su Bai remembered that the mud sculpture Jinfan had mentioned before, about a temple in the ghost city, which seemed to have many survivors.
The bell sounded like it came from some temple or Taoist temple. Maybe it had come from that very temple. Do you want to go take a look? Mr. Su Bai.
A clumsy dragon language interrupted Su Bai's thoughts. This was one of the few words in dragon language from Saito Gaku.
Su Bai came back to his senses and looked at Saito.
He saw Saito maintaining his ghostly princess disguise, cautiously watching the direction they had just come from in the subway station.
Su Bai followed his gaze.
A shadow was slowly walking towards them from that darkness. Time passed, and the shadow became clearer.
When they could finally see, both of them realized that the figure was actually translator Meiho.
Su Bai frowned and sent a message in his mind, instructing the ghostly women to stay alert and be ready to act at any moment. This strange disappearance of Meiho, and now her inexplicable reappearance.
Is it real or fake? Did the clay statue kill her, or did it just hide her away? Or is this another clay statue version of Meiho? Had she really come back to life due to the bizarre bell just moments ago, and now was pretending not to know as she approached?
All of this remained a mystery. They must remain cautious enough.
Meiho did not understand the thoughts of the two.
She had just clearly seen Su Bai and Saito, her movements quickened, and her face was filled with joy.
She shouted out loud. Lord Su Bai. Saito-san. I finally found you.
When she woke up just now, she found both Su Bai and Saito were missing, and Meiho was very scared, cautiously checking her surroundings.
At the same time she was looking for the two.
Now that she finally found them, her heart was filled with indescribable happiness and excitement. But what awaited her was not the joy of reunion, but Sato's cold command, stop. At this moment, Saito still wore his male face and female disguise, his sharp nails extended, watching Meiho warily.
Chapter 160. Meiho was startled into a daze by Sato's sudden words, afraid to move forward. She didn't understand what was happening.
How could in such a short time, Captain Saito and Lord Su Bai become so unfamiliar?
After struggling to find them, why was this happening?
As she thought about this, tears sparkled in her eyes. Ignoring Meiho's pitiful state.
Once she confirmed that the translator wouldn't come closer, Saito continued to speak, his sharp nails still pointed at Meiho, and he asked. Are you a human or a ghost? But those sharp nails still pointed at Meiho.
Meiho wiped her eyes, pulling back the tears that were about to fall. With a choked voice, she said.
Of course I am human. Captain Saito, what's going on? I'm Meiho, don't you recognize me? Saito did not reply.
He maintained a defensive posture, his eyes scanning Meiho, as if trying to confirm whether the translator before him was real or fake. But for the time being, he couldn't make a clear distinction, so he didn't know what to say. Seeing Sato's silence, Meiho turned to Su Bai and asked in dragon language. Lord Su Bai, may I ask what is going on? Why does Captain Saito seem like he wants to attack me? What happened just now? Looking at the suddenly appearing Meiho, Su Bai also felt a bit of a headache.
he couldn't figure it out for the time being. After all, translator Meiho was just an ordinary person. If she were a ghost manipulator, it would be easier. He could determine the truth through ghostly energy fluctuations and the powerful ghosts he controlled. Moreover, although the clay statue impersonator was made of mud, it would not emit any ghostly energy fluctuations. We were just coming out of the subway station. A bizarre impersonator disguised as you attacked. So, you should stay back for now. Su Bai explained a few words. Hearing that an impersonator had taken on her form, Meiho suddenly became excited. An impersonator pretending to be me? How is that possible? Even if there was, I am truly me. Earlier, when I was at the subway station, Saito-san said he was helping you and told me to hide. I found a place to hide. And then... After listening to Meiho's words, Su Bai began to understand what was going on. In the translator's perception, Saito saw himself resisting the ghost rope. Thinking of coming up to help, she hid away. She knew she couldn't help, so she tucked herself under a seat in a compartment. Only when everything outside was completely quiet did she dare to come out. But when she emerged, all she saw were bodies lying everywhere, and Su Bai and Saito had vanished without a trace. She wobbled out of the subway station and wandered around for a long time before finally finding them. Perhaps during the time she was hiding, the clay figure had oddly replaced the real Myphon. Although Myphon's words sounded logical, the strange methods were impossible to guard against, and trust could not be given lightly. Su Bai still needed to confirm with Saito again and said, "Repeat what you just told Saito." The translator conveyed everything Su Bai said to Saito in detail. After hearing this, Saito lowered the ghostly claw that had been aimed at Myphon, but still kept his distance. "Indeed, Your Excellency Su Bai. I was the one who asked her to hide." Saito nodded slightly, subconsciously speaking to Su Bai. Su Bai had a puzzled expression. Seeing Su Bai's confused face, Saito suddenly realized he had spoken in his native island language, which Su Bai couldn't understand. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and continued typing to explain the situation to Su Bai. Although the Myphon on the other side sounded very reasonable and he believed it, he still didn't dare to let her translate it. It was a bit troublesome to use the phone, but at least it ensured the accuracy of the information. Su Bai saw the confirmed response on Sato's phone screen. For now, he was willing to believe that this translator was real. The team did need a translator. Previous communications had been too cumbersome. If they encountered a life and death situation, Saito could easily become a liability. And since he was about to go to the temple, it was said there were survivors there, making communication easier then. Alright, as long as it's not weird. But you still have your suspicions, so keep your distance. If you encounter an attack, I can respond in time. Tell Saito we are going to the temple. After hearing Su Bai's words, Myphon felt a bit wronged but also knew it wasn't the time to be willful. At least Su Bai and the others had a little bit of basic trust in her. So she kept some distance from the two and continued to fulfill her duty as a translator. With a translator, the communication between Su Bai and Saito became much smoother. The three hurried toward the temple. Although Myphon was following behind, Su Bai still kept an eye out. As an ordinary person, it was a huge question mark how Myphon had survived in this ghost town for so long. He had already turned on his phone's recording function, planning to record the earlier and subsequent conversations. Later, he would use a translation app to verify if Myphon's information had any errors or omissions. If the translated information was wrong, then Su Bai wouldn't hold back. They eventually arrived near the temple. The temple was near the center of the ghost town. Based on previous divisions, this area could be considered the city center. Unexpectedly, there was such a wild mountain temple in a place so close to the city center. The area around the temple was very quiet, almost eerily so, creating a sense of unease. The surrounding temple walls were quite high, completely hiding what was inside. The solemn and ancient wooden gate was tightly shut. According to the normal layout of a temple, there should have been a plaque hanging above the gate, but it was now nowhere to be found, leaving them oblivious to which temple this was. They did not rush in, instead observing from the outside for a while. Based on Su Bai's speculation, the reason they couldn't get out was very likely because of that eerie bell sound. That was why they had come to this temple. But it seemed like there were no discoveries at all. Su Bai was hesitating whether to venture deeper to see what was happening. Suddenly, a young man ran in from a distance. The young man rushed directly into the temple, not noticing the three of them. It was only when he got close that he suddenly saw the three of them. Startled, they ran away, creating distance from the three. Then, he took out a golden artifact from his bosom and held it high with both hands. He seemed to think the three were strange. The young man raised the golden artifact, facing the actions of the three. Looking at the cautious and alert young man, Saito spoke up. "Hello?" The sudden voice caused the young man to soften his body in fright, nearly losing grip on the artifact in his hand. However, hearing Saito speak, he temporarily confirmed that the three were human.
So he slowly approached the three, yet he did not put down the golden artifact. As he got closer, the young man could clearly see the three. He again confirmed the three were all human-like. He then asked, "Who are you? Are you locals, or have you come from another city? Were you attracted by the bell?" Chapter 161. Meiho quickly translated what was said. Hearing the key information about the bell, Su Bai became interested. Ask him, what's going on with the bell? Also, are there many survivors in this place? Meiho translated simultaneously. But the young man did not rush to answer, saying that it wasn't safe outside. He led the three into the temple. Creak. Pushing open the heavy temple door, the young man stepped inside first. Su Bai and the others hurriedly followed behind. The temple's main door had been tightly shut before, and the temple walls were tall. The three had not realized that inside was a scene filled with bright lights. Walking through the main hall, they arrived at the temple's backyard. There were many simple beds or makeshift mats. Along the way, the young man talked while Meiho translated. After some introduction, Su Bai and others learned the young man's name was Yang Tai. Yang Tai also gave the three a brief introduction to the temple's basic situation. This temple was indeed a refuge, with many survivors living here. Most of the survivors were people who lived in this city. Previously, the Spirit Purifying Society's Ghost Masters suffered heavy casualties, the remaining ones had lost the will to resist and retreated directly. However, ordinary people were the ones who suffered, some fortunate ones mixed with the Ghost Masters to escape the city. Most stayed in this city. And those who remained in the city had mostly already perished. Only a few scattered individuals were hiding. But they had no chance to leave the city. There were too many evil spirits, and it was impossible to get out. The supplies of those scattered individuals quickly depleted, causing them to think about scavenging for things. They were then attracted by the bell to this place, discovering it seemed relatively safe, with supplies still somewhat adequate, so they have been living here. The ones who arrived first had been living here for several months. Even Yang Tai had been at this shelter for half a month. The deeper they went, the more people they gradually saw. As they passed by, Yang Tai would chat a few words with them. "Yang Tai, how far did you go this time? What's the situation outside now?" "Not good, it's just like that, the evil spirits are still rampaging. The ghost rope caused quite a commotion before. Yeah, you can even see the overwhelming corpses from inside the temple, it's really frightening. Sai, I don't know when we can go out. I think we should just forget it. Living here is quite good." Some people also inquired about Su Bai and the other situation. "Yang Tai, are these new arrivals? You guys, just stay here and be good. It's too dangerous outside, living in this city is not an easy thing." Su Bai just nodded in response, not saying much. One was the language barrier, and the other was that he was observing the conditions of the temple. Based on the current observations, there were quite a number of people living in this temple, yet they were all very friendly. Yang Tai led Su Bai and the three on their way, warmly greeting them with smiles on their faces. It was a place where miserable people gathered, and there was no room for conflict. This group of survivors had likely witnessed much death. They knew that just living was a blessing. Already quite fortunate. While passing by a Buddhist hall, an old monk walked out from inside. The old monk wore a simple gray robe, loose and casual. Many wrinkles hung at the corners of his eyes, his gaze gentle yet deep and bright, with a slight smile always on his lips, looking kind and benevolent. Seeing the old monk come out, Yang Tai quickly greeted him. "Beiyuan Master." "Ah, it's Yang Tai. Are there newcomers again?" The old monk was called Beiyuan, and had always been the master of this temple. "Yes, Master. I saw these three at the temple gate just now, they must have been attracted by the bell's sound." Beiyuan nodded, took out an ancient mirror from his robe, and held it up to the three people. As soon as Su Bai saw the old monk take out the mirror, he was about to make a move, but seeing nothing unusual, he abandoned the action. Throughout the journey, although Su Bai seemed relaxed on the surface, he had not spoken and remained very focused, ready to move at any moment. After Beiyuan finished looking into the mirror, he did not explain. He simply called over a little monk beside him to bring some water and food, which he handed to the three. Then he instructed Yang Tai. "Yang Tai, let them sleep in that pavilion. Please help them well, in this world, it's not easy to survive." He then said to the three, "Rest assured, it's quite safe here." After saying this, he returned inside the Buddhist hall. Yang Tai watched the master enter the building, then took the three to a pavilion by the corridor. Inside the pavilion, there were a few sleeping bags, looking like a prepared place for newcomers to sleep. "You will sleep here. Don't mind it being simple. Conditions are limited, just hold on." "How could we? Having a place to sleep is good enough." Jinfan responded. Throughout the journey, she had been conversing with young Tai. Occasionally, Su Bai would ask a question, which was also translated by Jinfan. Su Bai nodded along with the others. Yang Tai also helped set up a campfire nearby. This ghost city gets colder at night, we need a fire. With this fire, it won't be so cold. You can rest here, the fierce ghosts won't come in here. Su Bai had some doubt, they won't come in? Yes, I don't know why, maybe it's the Buddha's blessing. Fierce ghosts have never entered. That's why we can live together here for so long. There are already 78 people here. No, wait, there are 76 now? How can it be 78 one moment and 76 another? Sigh, there are still those thinking about leaving the city, after all, staying in this ghost city isn't good. But then, we haven't heard from them. In this world, being alive is already a blessing. Sigh, let's not talk about this anymore, you all should rest early. I have other matters to handle. After saying this, Yang Tai left. Once Yang Tai left, the three did not immediately enter the sleeping bags but gathered by the campfire. They had not stopped before, and now they could finally test Jinfan. Su Bai firmly gripped the ghost slaughtering knife in the burial bag, injecting ghost power, and saw a medium appear on Jinfan that could be severed. Only then did he feel somewhat relieved. Su Bai spoke first, this place definitely has problems. Lord Su Bai, it's pretty good here, everyone seems nice. Jinfan's response was quite naive. Su Bai shook his head. When the bell rang, the clay sculpture revived in a strange way. That bell definitely has a problem. And these people gathered here because of the bell. This temple is certainly related to that strange bell. Jinfan stopped replying and fell into thought. Saito was still thinking about the authenticity of Jinfan. Su Bai also did not speak further, quietly recalling certain details in his mind. Chapter 162. Time slowly passed. Su Bai had the captain try to contact the Exorcism Society headquarters again. First, to ask how long until the plane to pick them up would arrive. Second, to inquire about the two pilots from last time, if there were any leads. Saito took out his phone and dialed. The call was still able to connect. But the message on the other end was still that the plane had taken off, telling Su Bai to wait for the plane to arrive with peace of mind. As for that muddy pilot, the Exorcism Society had 3 questions and no answers. Saito wanted to say a few more words, but Su Bai stopped him with a look. Su Bai said to Jinfan. Let him hang up the phone. We can't count on the Exorcism Society. This place is very strange, it seems they can't come in either. And the person on the other end may not be the real Exorcism Society, it could be an evil spirit in disguise. Jinfan hurriedly translated Su Bai's words. Saito opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately did not speak and directly hung up the phone. Putting away his phone, Saito looked straight at Su Bai, hoping he could come up with a solution. Su Bai is the backbone of the 3, the strongest, and the best at dealing with unknown situations. Su Bai shook his head, he also had no idea right now. Let's go, look around, there might be clues. Waiting here is not a solution. As for resting, who would dare? Once they fall asleep, who knows if an evil spirit will attack? Although the young man Yang Tai said it was very safe here, Su Bai always felt something was off. In such a ghost city, how could there possibly be truly safe places? The 3 began to wander around nearby. They did make some discoveries. It seemed like the survivors here were divided into living areas, separated into several circles. They could move around and talk, but the final resting places had to be fixed. When Yang Tai left earlier, he also specifically mentioned it. He told them to rest inside that pavilion and not to run around. Clearly, it is a refuge, with all survivors. How could there be such a strict hierarchy? Su Bai felt very puzzled. So he found a middle-aged couple talking and asked about the situation. This couple had been here for a while and didn't know much, but they still told them everything they knew. This temple looked quite kind, yet it actually had a system similar to promotion management. The people here would change their living positions periodically. Centered around that Buddha hall, it was divided into several circles. The conditions for moving were determined by the length of time living there. As long as they lived in their area for a certain amount of time, they would move deeper. That is to say, closer to the Buddha hall. Now, the people living at the entrance of that Buddha hall had been here for more than a month. Su Bai was a bit confused, so he asked Jinfan to inquire. People who have lived here for more than a month sleep at the entrance of the Buddha hall. What about those who have lived longer? Aren't they living inside the Buddha hall? As soon as Jinfan finished translating Su Bai's question, the ant seemed to be startled. You can't say such disrespectful things. We can't go inside the Buddha hall. There is a real Buddha inside. It is precisely because of the Buddha's protection that evil spirits do not dare to attack here. The entrance of the Buddha hall is the closest place to the Buddha, it is the safest. You young newcomers will understand the situation once you settle down.
After listening to Jinfan's translation, Su Bai fell into thought.
Since they could only stay at the entrance of the Buddha Hall, but even that entrance had only been occupied for just a month.
What about those who had lived longer? Did they disappear? Moreover, every so often, a batch of people is promoted. Where did those promoted people go? Saito had the same doubt, so he directly asked. Aunt, what happened to those people before? Where did they go if not inside the Buddha Hall?
The aunt did not speak, while the uncle beside her pressed his palms together and performed a Buddhist salute. He answered Sato's question.
Those are the blessed ones.
They have all returned to the Buddhist kingdom, under the Buddha's protection, no longer needing to worry about strange attacks.
I really don't know when we can be like that. No more talking, wife, let's go pray together. We hope to return to the land of Buddha soon.
After uncle finished speaking, he pulled aunt back to where they lived.
Su Bai keenly sensed something was wrong. Return to the land of Buddha? How could there be such good things? The strange clay sculpture before was shaped like a Buddha statue.
There must be some tricks inside the Buddha Hall, I need to investigate. But now, the others are still awake, and if I go recklessly, I will be stopped, and then it would be bad to alert the snake by stirring the grass. Su Bai led the two of them back to the pavilion. As the night deepened, the other survivors had all fallen asleep.
Taking this opportunity, Su Bai took the two to the Buddha Hall.
At the entrance of the Buddha Hall, there were two people guarding, leaning on the doorframe, but both had their eyes closed, as if asleep. Su Bai was delighted, they were asleep, which was good.
He whispered to the two, hurry and go in. Then he led the way forward.
But for some reason, as soon as Su Bai and the others got close, the two guarding the door woke up, still a bit dazed. Looking at Su Bai and the three approaching, they gently said,
Is it the new young ones? Why aren't you resting so late?
Su Bai signaled Jinfan to respond.
It's like this, we have something we want to ask Master Beiyuan. Master has already gone to sleep.
I will let him know tomorrow, you can find him then. But this is really very important.
That won't do.
Jinfan continued the conversation, and eventually, the voices of the two guards grew louder, and their tone was no longer as gentle as before. Seeing that they hadn't reached a consensus for so long, and worried that these two would wake the others. The blood-red bridal dress attached to his hand was directly aimed at the two, intending to knock them unconscious. But as his hands got close, a golden light flickered around the two. It unexpectedly bounced Su Bai's hands away. Su Bai was a bit surprised, these two people looked like ordinary folks. Why could they block his attack? He was using the power of the SSS-grade ghost, the Blood Bride. Were they strange items? Or were they protected by powerful spirits? Seeing that Su Bai dared to take action, the two guarding the door directly lunged at Su Bai and the others.
Su Bai didn't want to tangle with them.
Moreover, there were noisy movements coming from the corridor that had woken someone up, who was now approaching. He directly opened the blood-red evil spirit, transferring the two to another place.
Go!
Taking advantage of this moment, Su Bai entered the Buddha Hall, with Zai Tian and Jinfan closely following.
After the two entered, Su Bai closed the door of the Buddha Hall.
Outside, many people had gathered, all furiously shouting, but none dared to touch the door of the Buddha Hall.
It seemed they feared showing disrespect to the Buddha. Chapter 163. Su Bai and the three had already entered the Buddha Hall. Master Beiyuan was not inside. Observing the surroundings, Su Bai found that the Buddha Hall seemed normal.
The interior of the Buddha Hall was serious and orderly, elegantly arranged. In the center stood a golden Buddha statue, dressed in robes, with a compassionate smile, seated on a throne adorned with gems and jewelry. The statue was tall and exuded a sense of majesty. But the compassionate smile on its face made it feel approachable. In front of the statue was an incense burner, with swirling smoke, and the burning sandalwood emitted a faint fragrance. Around were beautifully painted murals, bright in color, depicting classic Buddhist stories. On the surface, it seemed an ordinary Buddha hall, but Su Bai felt an unshakable unease in his heart, always sensing something sinister about this statue.
Husband, be careful.
The voice of the blood bride echoed in his heart. Su Bai suddenly came to his senses. Just now, he seemed to have been captivated. Turning around, a muddy blade was chopped toward him.
The one holding the knife was none other than the translator, Jinfan.
As expected, an ordinary person could not survive for so long in this ghost city. This Jinfan was also a fake. Using the same method twice. Su Bai thought, and Melis flew out, directly disarming her of both arms and legs. Clatter.
Jinfan shattered and dropped to the ground. Looking at Jinfan on the ground, Su Bai let out a cold laugh. I've never believed in you.
Oh, this time you learned to be smart, knowing to mix some flesh and blood into your body. This time, Jinfan was more human-like than last time, no wonder Su Bai couldn't fully confirm before. She had a layer of flesh wrapped around her outside, making her seem just like an ordinary person to mealies. But even so, Su Bai never trusted her. Even if there was only a tiny chance she was fake, Su Bai would treat it as if it was 100% true. After dealing with Jinfan, ghost energy surged within Su Bai, and several female ghosts possessed him one after another. Blood red ghost energy, extreme cold ghost energy, shadow ghost energy, etc., all layered and activated. This was Su Bai's strongest form. Looking up at the statue of Buddha, it had completely changed its appearance. The gilded shell was just an illusion, not a mud sculpture. It was made of various flesh and blood. The face of the Buddha statue was full of the heads of various creatures, including humans and animals, their eyes wide open as if they had suffered great torment in their lives. The body was composed of various severed limbs and fleshy organs. Many pieces of flesh were still wriggling, utterly disgusting. Seeing this horrifying scene, Su Bai understood inside. So the strange ball of flesh collected all the blood and corpses and brought them here. The extreme cold domain covered everything, with threads and ghost hair acting as a cutting machine. It was crushing this eerie giant Buddha. The roars of the people outside the temple grew louder. They had clearly been bewitched by this flesh-like Buddha long ago. But it seemed that there were certain rules in this temple, causing them to dare not enter. With no one disturbing him, Su Bai slowly crushed the massive flesh Buddha. A Buddha statue the size of a palm appeared. Su Bai put on golden gloves and picked it up. The statue was entirely flesh-colored and felt soft when squeezed. It indeed seemed to be made of flesh. Su Bai took out a golden bag, wrapped it up, and stored it inside a body bag. Then he stretched and moved his muscles a bit. Even though there wasn't an intense battle, crushing the giant Buddha had worn Su Bai out completely. Looking towards the side, Saito had completely stopped moving. When he entered with Su Bai, he was lost in the mind by the flesh Buddha. He would have become like the survivors outside, obeying the Buddha statue. Fortunately, Saito was a ghost master, and the ghosts within him helped resist the power of the flesh Buddha. Though Su Bai had already put away the flesh Buddha, the source of the strange power had been severed. But Saito was only an A-grade ghost master. The residual strange power of the flesh Buddha was not something he could fully eliminate. So the two powers momentarily held each other in check, and Saito seemed to become a vegetative state. Su Bai frowned. If he forcibly cleared the strange power from Saito's body, he might shatter completely due to the violent collision. Forget it, I'll leave him for the island country to handle. As for the survivors outside the temple, they had already lost their minds. And it wasn't a recent thing, it had seeped into their bones, making it utterly impossible to remove. Su Bai directly covered them with ghost energy, using the extreme cold domain and threads to kill them all. After cleaning up and confirming there were only scattered fragments left on the ground, Su Bai restored his ghost power on the spot. Then he used the threads to wrap Saito and headed towards the meeting point agreed upon with the Spirit Exorcising Society. Without the influence of the flesh Buddha, this time they merged smoothly. The helicopter arrived directly at the headquarters of the Spirit Exorcising Society. Su Bai handed Saito over to them. Then he began to check the documents and files provided by the Spirit Exorcising Society. Finding that it had nothing to do with the promotion of Yukiana or Sadako, he hurried back to Longwa. He had more important things to do. In the headquarters of the Ghost Masters in Longwa. In Professor Gua's laboratory. In front of Su Bai was a stone archway. A strange power still radiated from within the gate. I touched the archway and said to Professor Gua. Succeeded? Professor Gua. Professor Gua was a bit excited, pointing to the stone archway and said. Yes, Su Bai. Now, you can say you have saved the entire dragon country. This archway we named the Ghost Gate. It can be said to be the nemesis of all vengeful spirits in the world. It can cast vengeful spirits into a lost realm, and it has an inexplicable attraction to those who have lost their reason. As long as we set it up in the center of the city, vengeful spirits within 100 miles will be drawn to it and then banished. We still need your blood and flesh Buddha statue. Last time, Su Bai returned from the island nation with several strange items. The most important one was the blood and flesh Buddha statue, which, after Su Bai's research, could banish vengeful spirits to a place called the Lost Realm. The vengeful spirits that entered the Lost Realm would gradually sink into despair until they vanished. When Su Bai first tested the effect of this strange item, he couldn't believe it at all. You must know that vengeful spirits cannot be destroyed, only sealed and suppressed. Yet, the Lost Realm could make vengeful spirits disappear. Su Bai quickly handed the blood and flesh Buddha statue to Professor Gua. Professor Gua did not disappoint, successfully developing this Ghost Gate, marking the end for vengeful spirits. After hearing this, Su Bai exclaimed. Good. 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 The name Ghost Gate is also well chosen. Professor Gua continued, but right now, only you can wield this Ghost Gate, others don't have enough power. Su Bai, as long as it's usable, a little more time spent is fine. In the following years, Su Bai traveled all over the Dragon Country with this Ghost Gate. After eliminating all vengeful spirits one by one, he became the savior of the dragon country.
People called him the Blood Sea Yama.
Afterward, Su Bai retired with several female ghosts, school beauties, and Ling Royale, living an enjoyable life every day.
Chapter 164.
Year 1 of the Post-Strange Era. The headquarters of Spirit Masters in Dragon Country designated the year when all vengeful spirits were completely eliminated as the first year of the Post-Strange Era.
Now it has been a year since then. In a canyon on the border plateau.
Here, the mountains lean against the water, the scenery is picturesque, and the air is refreshingly pure.
In the canyon, there is a manor covering over 500 acres. The interior is exquisitely decorated and brightly lit. In one of the buildings in the manor,
continuous sounds of male and female gasps could be heard, as if they were engaged in some kind of activity. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and a blood-red light erupted.
You really seek death.
It's been a long time since I've moved. This kind of strange thing dares to linger around here.
It seems it's time to clean up the surroundings.
A cold male voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a withered corpse was pulled by the blood-red light and sucked into a stone archway, during which the corpse's mouth gaped open, seemingly howling, but due to the bloodlight, no sound escaped. The whole process lasted only a few breaths, and a vengeful spirit was eliminated like this. If I am disturbed from my wife's rest, even if it's a strange thing. The man wanted to continue boasting but was interrupted by a delicate female voice.
Husband, continue.
Before the man could speak, the sounds of gasping from their activities resumed in the manor. The male voice was naturally Su Bai. After using the ghost gate to imprison all the vengeful spirits in the country, Su Bai stepped into retirement, traveling around with his harem, enjoying the beautiful sights of his homeland. This manor was a summer retreat for Su Bai and his companions. The scenery was absolutely beautiful, but there was one downside: it was located on the border of Dragon Country, and occasionally, vengeful spirits would attack. When Su Bai first arrived here, he had cleaned up a couple of times. Whether it was below S-rank ghosts or awakened vengeful spirits, none could withstand even one round in Su Bai's hands, as they were directly suppressed and sunk by the ghost gate.
Ordinary vengeful spirits dared not approach due to the pressure.
Although the powerful fierce ghosts lack rationality, even their most basic instincts prevent them from daring to approach here, so these days have been relatively peaceful. Today, this strange ghost, for some unknown reason, foolishly approached the manor and was directly eliminated. Originally, the ghost gate was enough to suppress that fierce ghost, but Su Bai still used his own ghostly technique, fearing that the fierce ghost's howl might scare people, especially pregnant women.
Yes, there are pregnant women in this manor, too, to be exact. With Su Bai's continuous efforts, Ling Ruoyao and Yao Ningxin have both successfully conceived.
The physical activities ended, and Su Bai lay on the bed, entering a sage mode.
However, he was disturbed by a ringing phone. He glanced at the screen. It was Minister Jean.
Formerly the vice minister of the Ghost Tamers headquarters, he is now the minister because of Su Bai, enjoying great prestige. Su Bai sighed, his eyes filled with impatience, and answered the phone.
Minister Jean, which country's leader is contacting you again?
I've said it before, I'm completely retired now and just want to spend time with my wife and children. Just turn them down for me. Alright, I'll directly refuse then, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Minister Jean was also very straightforward. He had anticipated Su Bai's response, but due to the repeated requests from the leader of Beautiful Country, he made this call in front of them. Since Su Bai cleared the fierce ghosts in the country, Dragon Country has become the only safe place in the world. Without the bizarre threats, life has essentially returned to the state before the strange game arrived, and even the existence of ghost tamers has led to significant productivity growth. Now, only certain areas bordering other countries experience bizarre occurrences. Other countries are also aware of how Dragon Country solved the bizarre issues, so they have continuously sought Su Bai's assistance. Countries like Beautiful Country, Bear Country, Island Country, and others that have not been fully occupied by ghosts have all reached out, not just once, which is why Su Bai feels so impatient. Moreover, it only took 3 years to clean up the bizarre threats in Dragon Country. Who knows how long it would take him to assist in cleaning up fierce ghosts worldwide. Su Bai's current life revolves around his wife and children, completely unconcerned with external affairs. Furthermore, the only reason these other countries have not been completely overwhelmed by fierce ghosts is that Dragon Country has offered substantial help. During the years when Su Bai suppressed the bizarre, Professor Guo continued his research. Thanks to the voluntary sacrifice of the ghostly skeleton Wangshi, he finally developed a dragon rising potion that can stably suppress the bizarre and seal it within ordinary human bodies. Now, any adult citizen of Dragon Country aged 18 and over can receive a free dragon rising potion after passing the local ghost tamers department's screening and testing, choosing a suitable fierce ghost to become a later tamer. The number of later tamers in Dragon Country is no longer as scarce as before, one might even say it has become abundant. Because of the arrival of the universal ghost tamer era, ordinary tamers have greatly accelerated productivity using ghostly abilities. As for the powerful tamers, they have been conscripted into the military. Dragon Country has meticulously selected 144,000 individuals from the Ghost Tamers to form the four major Tamer armies, Xinglong, Baiyu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, each composed of 36,000 members, responsible for the four battle zones of Dragon Country: Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, and Northwest. The strengths of the four major Tamer armies are extraordinarily terrifying. Not to mention their large numbers, even their individual strength cannot be matched by other countries. Now that Dragon Country is essentially at peace, the government, adhering to humanitarian principles, has still sent troops to assist some friendly countries in resisting bizarre invasions. As for those countries that were not very agreeable with Dragon Country before,